and planned to give these disrespectful scoundrels a proper lesson, now stood up respectfully from the floor. With your command, Your Highness, this subordinate would gladly jump into fire or water without hesitation, not to mention something like this. How could I fear killing? I only hope you reconsider. A peaceful resolution would be best. But since you've made up your mind, this subordinate will order the immediate encirclement of these invaders. Lords, when the master suffers humiliation, the servants must die. Why are we still standing idly by? With these words, a group of people stormed in like a flood through the doorway, their hands clutching gleaming weapons. They appeared spirited and formidable. At this moment, the tensed expression at the corner of Zisong He's mouth gradually softened. While he already understood that struggling with the Imperial Guards was inappropriate, especially when the fight occurred on his own territory, things weren't as simple as what he wished to do anymore. Huangfu Wenliang was becoming increasingly arrogant and seemingly had forgotten who exactly Zisong He was. Because of this, Zisong He needed to prove to the emperor that Zisong He was not an ordinary man. He was indeed an extraordinary person. With clenched teeth, closing his eyes momentarily, Zisong He saw the rows of the Imperial Guards emerging from the inner court, forming 2 battalions ready for combat. Each sharpened weapon pointed towards the opposing force, creating an intense situation on the brink of an outbreak. The crowd's breathing became tense and almost stagnant. Inside the room, the emperor seemed oblivious to the external circumstances. Seated across from Nangguan Qingjin, he watched her with a smile, knowing today there would be some conflict, yet remaining blissfully as if in a dream. And Nangguan Qingjin herself offered a feigned smile, not the genuine kind, more like smiling with the face but not the heart. To her, this was something long practiced. Huangfu Wenliang looked attentively at her, as if nothing else in the world was more beautiful than her. Now, Nangguan Qingjin had captured Huangfu Wenliang's full attention, each staring at the other silently. This stillness was eventually broken by Nangguan Qingjin. What tea would the emperor prefer, Biluakun or Tiguanyin? Or perhaps jasmine tea? I have them all available. Since it's rare for your majesty to come, especially on such a hot summer day, you deserve a cup. Saying this, she turned around, preparing to brew tea for Huangfu Wenliang. Huangfu Wenliang watched Nangguan Qingjin. We haven't seen each other for 6 years, and yet, you remain the same, stunning, as ever. I wish to taste a cup of Biluakun brewed by your own hands. Yes, coming up shortly, she said while entering the inner chamber, taking her time and delaying emergence. Through the soft curtains, the emperor kept looking frequently into the room. Although there were many types of tea here, it wasn't every day that the emperor came, and Nangguan Qingjin certainly wouldn't let go of this perfect opportunity. Since they had gone through so much trouble to get here, it was time to up the ante. With a delicate pair of tweezers, she deftly plucked a white pill from an ornate bottle and slipped it into the teacup. Then, as if strolling leisurely in a tranquil courtyard, she glided out of the inner chamber, light-footed like a cat, and arrived by Huangfu Wenliang's side, saying, I originally planned for us to get drunk together, but unfortunately, we don't have freshly brewed green rice wine or a small earthen stove glowing with red clay embers. Now, during this hot summer day, it's too stifling for alcohol. Let's make an appointment for another time at dusk to drink wine. For now, though, let's just enjoy a cup of tea in quiet simplicity. Good, good, I'll go along with whatever you arrange. Your Majesty will comply entirely with your plans. The emperor laughed cheerfully, and Nangguan Qingjin nodded slightly before lighting the little brazier. As the flames flickered to life, she picked up her kongho from beside her and rested it on her shoulder. While playing the instrument gracefully, she glanced at the emperor, her gaze conveying silent devotion. Coincidentally, the melodious strains of the kongho quickly drowned out the heated argument taking place at the entrance. The melodious tune drifted into the room, reaching Zisong He's ears as he listened intently. His sharp phoenix eyes gradually closed as the enchanting woman inside played her instrument and looked lovingly toward the emperor, who resembled nothing more than a spherical mass of flesh. Once the melody ended and the water boiled, she tossed the tea leaves in and steeped 3 rounds, serving the fragrant tea to Huangfu Wenliang. Already completely mesmerized by Nangguan Qingjin, Huangfu Wenliang paid no attention to anything else. After enjoying the first cup, Nangguan Qingjin refilled the teacup and handed it back to Huangfu Wenliang, who remained unaware that Nangguan Qingjin possessed not only great beauty, but also remarkable skills in the art of tea-making, something quite extraordinary. Savoring the tea again and again, Huangfu Wenliang found himself unable to resist its charm, while Nangguan Qingjin continued to play her kongho with fluid grace, transitioning from a dignified, solemn style to one of free-spirited grandeur, resembling the sweeping might of wind. The emperor was entranced. Never before in the imperial palace had he heard music so exquisitely beautiful, leaving him almost speechless in awe. Marvelous, so exquisite, he muttered, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the nearby sandalwood table, while gazing fondly at Nangguan Qingjin whose face radiated a rosy glow, a response that could hardly be attributed merely to drinking tea. In fact, earlier, Nangguan Qingjin had added something into the tea, normally calming and centering. This brew, infused with an additional substance, would now react chemically when mixed with caffeine. Huangfu Wenliang's consumption of the concoction would eventually lead to a state of rising agitation. However, all these effects would manifest later. Huangfu Wenliang, completely oblivious, marveled at how delightful Nangguan Qingjin's tea was. Since he enjoyed it so much, refusing such kindness seemed unthinkable. So he continued drinking cup after cup, finishing 3 or 4 cups in short order. Meanwhile, Nangguan Qingjin remained focused on her kongho, disregarding the increasingly intoxicated Huangfu Wenliang. Eventually, he stopped sipping tea altogether and fell into a contemplative silence, staring fixedly at the woman before him. I've liked you ever since 6 years ago, but there has never been a proper moment to reveal my feelings to you. Yes, I truly care about you. Back then, I was nothing more than your elder brother. Today, I have the power to take you back with me, and I'm genuinely overjoyed. Overcome with emotion, the emperor vigorously slapped the table as he spoke. Though Nangguan Qingjin maintained her calm exterior, her countenance soon shifted slightly. Does his majesty indeed wish to take me from here, away to your supreme imperial court? That goes without saying, Excitedly nodding, the emperor patted his thigh as he poured yet another cup of tea, lost in self-serving reverie. Pausing mid-play, Nangguan Qingjin allowed her darkened eyes to shine brilliantly. If his majesty wishes to bring me along, I must ask, have you truly considered what may happen once we arrive? I shall keep you in a golden house, showering you with the best luxuries. If you desire stars, I'll give you planets. If you desire the moon, I promise I won't stop there. I'll provide even brighter moons. What say you? This? Nangguan Qingjin paused, pretending to ponder. In reality, she had already heard faint sounds of conflict erupting near the entrance. Nangguan Qingjin had to wait, waiting for these sounds of struggle to gradually intensify, so she could see how events truly unfolded. In the meantime, Huangfu Wenliang was being delayed until the real effects of the drug set in. Once that happened and Huangfu Wenliang stepped out again, everything would fundamentally change. Indeed, it's not that I am unwilling to leave here. If I were to go to the imperial capital with you, do you really think I would be safe? What about your majesty's third brother? You understand his nature far better than I. Do you really need me to explain the shocking things he is capable of? That man has caused nothing but excruciating pain for me. As Nangguan Qingjin spoke, tears began streaming down her face. Her voice wasn't loud, but Huangfu Wenliang, sitting across from her, had already approached. Gently raising his hand, he patted Nangguan Qingjin's shoulder. Why are you weeping so bitterly? These past few years, my third brother has indeed exhausted himself for the sake of our empire. Chapter 171, Nangguan Qingjin sows discord. Yes, for the sake of the empire. But your majesty, haven't you realized by now what your third brother is after? What does he want? The hand extended to console, Nangguan Qingjin trembled slightly, then followed by Huangfu Wenliang's trembling lips. You mean, where is that my intention? It's clearly your majesty's younger brother's intent. As the saying goes, everyone knows the ambition of Sima Zhao except you. Your majesty, wake up. Killing Huangfu Kongming, the one next in line will be you. Why can't you even see your own situation clearly? I dare say this. Just now I played Shi Mian Mai Fu, ambush on all sides. Do you know what Shi Mian Mai Fu means? This. The emperor's eyes coldly gazed at the harp. Nangguan Qingjin took a deep breath and had already started playing again. Yes, that music indeed evoked a sense of war panic. Huangfu Wenliang listened while sighing. When Nangguan Qingjin finished her tune, Huangfu Wenzi finally waved his hand solemnly. This rogue, I will certainly hunt him down, but not now. You've suffered enough. Gao Suzhen must have wronged you, right? He said while looking at Nangguan Qingjin, who immediately nodded, but soon fell silent. Huangfu Wenliang could evidently feel dissatisfaction at this moment. He interrogated, what exactly did your third brother do to make you hate him so deeply? Nangguan Qingjin thought, the opportunity has finally come. Wasn't betraying her dignity for this very reason? Now, Nangguan Qingjin took a gentle breath and nodded, saying, just think about it. What can a man do when he imprisons a woman? This. It's nothing more than the affairs between men and women. I dislike him, specifically dislike your third brother, but what can I do when I don't like him? Even though I dislike him, I have no choice but to smile in his presence. In here, I cannot afford to dislike him. You govern for the people. Why do you fail me like this? Hearing this, even though Nangguan Qingjin didn't explicitly state what Zisong he did to her, there was no longer any need to speak further. Everything was crystal clear now. At this point, Nangguan Qingjin began crying spontaneously. Seeing this, beside her, Huangfu Wenliang finally reached out to pat Nangguan Qingjin's back, but she flinched slightly, moving away her body and gaze. Forgive me, he has defiled me now. I am unworthy of you. Please leave and let me endure this indescribable pain alone. My fate is bitter. After all, apart from the previous emperor, who would sincerely care for me? Perhaps I am daydreaming. As Nangguan Qingjin spoke, she sighed. Seeing this, no man could bear it. Not to mention how this angered a man like Huangfu Wenliang. At this moment, Huangfu Wenliang had already frowned. After a long silence, Huangfu Wenliang stood up. I came today to act on behalf of the people. You don't need to fear at all. My third brother has become too powerful, virtually acting without restraint. I have thoughts of destroying him. However, for now, I still want to keep him around because dealing with my second brother requires someone like him. He said while sighing, standing beside her. Nangguan Qingjin saw that Huangfu Wenliang had already lost his temper completely and knew she had successfully drawn out his anger. She also succeeded in transferring this anger onto Zisong He's shoulders. Now, she has achieved at least one part of her goal. She smiled faintly, gazing at the side with concentrated eyes. Huangfu Wenliang had fallen into the trap, now feeling agitated and wanting to do something. Quickly reaching out, he grabbed the nearby teacup and began gulping down large mouthfuls of tea. This cup of tea was already consumed when external sounds of struggle had started entering inside. Alongside the emperor, an eunuch arrived. This eunuch had a rosy complexion, but upon entering, his face had turned pale white. Report. Report to His Majesty. Disaster has struck. Disaster. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Wenliang immediately stood up and coldly stared at the eunuch supervisor. The eunuch supervisor kowtowed repeatedly, daring neither to look at the emperor nor the nearby Nengongqing Jin. So be it. This eunuch supervisor merely parroted the details and the beginning and end of the conflict to the side of Huangfu Wenliang in brief terms. After listening, Huangfu Wenliang clenched his fists tightly, forcefully sweeping all the tea utensils off the table to the ground. At this moment, Nengongqing Jin on the side had already been scared into trembling all over. Her eyes glanced at the nearby spot as she wept and sighed incessantly. Seeing the emperor finally rage off towards the door, Nengongqing Jin rushed forward and grabbed the emperor's hand. Yes, now I only beg for one thing from you. Please think carefully before acting and don't let my matters break your relationship with him. Now is not the time for internal conflict. Promise me, please promise me, said Nengongqing Jin while raising her eyebrows to look at him. I know what must be done. My third brother has been overbearing for years. It's high time I give him a taste of his own medicine. With that, the emperor strode forcefully toward the door. Seeing Huangfu Wenliang depart, Nengongqing Jin knew he was unwilling to be a coward, especially not in front of the woman he liked. Such cowardice was unimaginable. She stepped back behind the soft curtain, watching the man leave, then gave a small nod and a satisfied smile. Good, very good, extremely good. Everything proceeded exactly as planned, perfectly executed down to every detail. Watching the emperor rush out, the chief eunuch immediately hurried after. Your Majesty, this lowly servant means, can you avoid having any conflict with the third prince? After all, feuds are better resolved than continued. How dare you, traitorous dog who exploits others' influence, speak up for my third brother. I've always felt like living in my third brother's shadow, and I detest it. Huangfu Wenliang said coldly, furrowing his brow. I now know what I should do and how I should act. Get out of my way. With a swift kick, the emperor sent the chasing chief eunuch sprawling. The eunuch cried out in pain on the floor as the emperor marched swiftly to the courtyard outside, where he saw the imperial guards battling the servants here. Clearly, the servants were gaining the upper hand. Am I invisible to all of you? Can't you see me? Shouted Huangfu Wenliang. At these words, Zhang, standing not far away with his hands behind his back, finally turned around. His eyes, icy cold, like a piece of gemstone in sapphire blue, met the emperor's gaze without any emotion. Previously, he might have offered a respectful bow, but today, there was no sign of such courtesy or greeting. His cold eyes slightly shifted, landing directly on Huangfu Wenliang. Huangfu Wenliang couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Yet, as the emperor, what did he have to fear? Thinking about it, he quickly straightened himself up. Soon, his brows furrowed, and his complexion darkened, not looking too pleasant anymore, and all traces of composure disappeared. Third brother, what is the meaning of this? What are you doing? You're having your army privately fight against my imperial guards. What does all this mean? You should first ask yourself, Your Majesty. Zhang, he replied, gazing at Huangfu Wenliang as the latter sighed, his eyes flashing momentarily before focusing again on Zhang's face. Since 6 years ago, I've mostly turned a blind eye to your arrogance. I never imagined that you've become so audacious now. My army is the main force, the Imperial Guard, the army tasked with safeguarding my safety and dignity. They're stationed right by me, and you, Brother 3, ought to know this. Of course I know this, Your Majesty, Zhang, he countered. But this isn't the capital, nor is it even near the town. It's my estate. Everything here belongs to me. Are you trying to interfere with everything I own, or do you just fundamentally not trust me? Now, Zhang, he spat angrily. Are you finally here to humiliate me properly, correct? As he spoke, his cold gaze intensified as it fixed upon Huangfu Wenliang. Normally, Huangfu Wenliang would just endure it silently. Currently, Huangfu Wenliang believed their relationship was like that between a rhinoceros and its symbiotic bird. They harmed and utilized each other. But once this layer was stripped away, it wasn't what Huangfu Wenliang desired. Actually, settling things peacefully would only require one word from Huangfu Wenliang. Yet seeing his soldiers retreating cautiously in panic and his aides stepping back repeatedly, it struck Huangfu Wenliang. What if this went on indefinitely? Where would it leave him as an emperor? His mood changed, becoming colder and more distant. I am usually quite approachable, but you cannot continually challenge me. I remain the ruler after all, Brother 3. Apologize to me. Admit your fault, and today's matter will be considered settled without further consideration. Such terms Zhang he had never even contemplated. When did Huangfu Wenliang start asking Zhang he to admit fault? What an unexpected Huangfu Wenliang. Truly unimaginable. Zhang he frowned coldly and showed no sign of yielding. He just stood there like a statue carved from ice and snow, not speaking, just standing there coldly. For a long while, time seemed to freeze. A gentle breeze came, swaying Zhang he's robes. After a long pause, Zhang he's gaze fixed on a spot ahead, and after a lengthy silence, he finally said, Is this your wish? For all these years, I have lived harmoniously with you, without any grievances or resentment. Why are you pressing me so hard today, leaving me no room for retreat? Huangfu Wenliang said, glancing at Zhang he beside him. Zhang he remained silent, standing coldly. Have I, your humble servant, done anything wrong? No, I haven't. Chapter 172, Nengong's Two Birds with One Stone. Ever since 6 years ago, when Zhang he helped Huangfu Wenliang consolidate his imperial power and allowed Huangfu Wenliang to truly become an uncrowned king, Zisong he also felt that he himself had changed. In reality, how could Zisong he be the type of person who is easy to talk to? He needed to ensure that his relationship with the Emperor remained intact, so that neither party would need to tear off their masks. But today, the Emperor seemed determined to deliberately rip off his mask. This was something Zisong he did not dare to imagine, nor did he wish to think about it. If they were to break now, would there be people from the outside who would take advantage of the situation? Despite this, in Zisong he's heart, he didn't actually look down on Huangfu Wenliang. Yet, Huangfu Wenliang's existence wasn't truly a threat to him. Now, Huangfu Wenliang's expression has changed. It was no longer as friendly. What caused this change? Earlier, inside this pavilion, whom was he meeting and why did he clear the area? These questions gradually accumulated in his mind. After a long silence, Huangfu Wenliang finally took a breath and his eyes shifted toward the side. The silence had changed everything, turning it cold and solemn. My younger brother hopes that henceforth, your visits won't lead to conflicts of interest with my army. My people stationed here have their own necessities. You should understand this. Whatever you want to do, my army will not interfere with you, for after all, you are the emperor. Today, I have done nothing wrong. Originally, matters had been resolved. Unfortunately, the tea that Huangfu Wenliang had drunk earlier had something added to it. The phrase today, I have done nothing wrong, made him very uncomfortable. According to younger brother Wang's meaning, it seems that it is I who am being overly aggressive. I never thought that my younger brother Wang would become so uncooperative. Your Majesty, what exactly are you trying to do? This question should be asked by me. Look, you brought your guards to surround my Imperial Guard. My Imperial Guard is the Royal Army, Brother Wang. You are guilty of rebellion. Do you know that? Zisong he didn't expect to be labeled with such a huge cap. He could only sigh. If your Majesty really believes that my apology can allow you to peacefully withdraw your troops. Yes. Huangfu Wenliang just felt warm all over. A beam of sunlight fell, making Huangfu Wenliang feel very uneasy. He silently wiped the sweat from his face, which flowed due to nervousness and heat. Without saying a word, he just stared coldly at the man in front of him. Zisong he said nothing. After a long silence, he finally sighed sadly. This time it is I who has erred, General Wu. Retreat the troops. It was the first time Zisong he admitted a mistake. After the retreat, Huangfu Wenliang realized that Zisong he wasn't as terrible as imagined. He was no more than a paper tiger after all. Being a paper tiger, there was even less possibility for fear in the future. However, Zisong he merely feared that Nangong Qingjin in the inner room would find out about their conflict and thus discover his identity. Right now, many adjustments were needed. Given the circumstances, he reluctantly apologized. As for Huangfu Wenliang, he mistook Zisong he's reluctant apology as sincere, believing that Zisong he was afraid of him. Seeing Zisong he's army leave, he immediately turned back and saw a pair of hands pushing aside the pearl curtain. Then, those slender arms slightly swayed, and her sorrowful eyes focused on Huangfu Wenliang's face. Before Huangfu Wenliang could say anything, Nangong Qingjin sighed. Why must your Majesty rage like thunderstorms? Prince 3 has always been someone who retaliates for the smallest offense. Although he kept quiet about this matter today, according to your third brother's nature, would this matter come to an end easily? Yes, before, he was always tolerant towards his third brother, friendly, forgiving. And that is precisely how he nurtured Zisong he's arrogant and self-centered disposition. Today, in public, he gave Zisong he a great embarrassment. On the surface, it appeared that Zisong he indeed acknowledged his fault. Behind the scenes, would that sinister Zisong he willingly forget this incident? Zisong he was originally someone of narrow-mindedness. Undoubtedly, the woman before him had foresight and had already reminded him of this subtle matter. I understand. He said it with firmness. This tone obviously indicated that he intended to end this unpleasant topic. Not that Nangong Qingjin didn't understand the implication, but she intentionally wanted to continue discussing this issue. If the purpose was to sow discord and given that all the elements of timing, location, and human relationships were present, why not ignite this spark of hatred and let it gradually spread into a prairie fire? With these thoughts in mind, Nangong Qingjin had already taken a step forward. Her soft and warm hand, much like a blooming jade hairpin flower, firmly grasped the delicate, white, and plump hand of Huangfu Wenliang, which was always pampered by luxury. He had never imagined that this haughty woman could be so understanding one day. One day she would become so tame, so harmonious and warm. With her grasp on his hand, a beautiful smile blossomed on his face. You have insight into the core issue. Truly you are my Fan Kuai. Fan Kuai. Nangong Qingjin scolded him with a frown as her thin lips twitched. How dare I compare myself with ancient sages? Your Majesty shouldn't speak nonsense. All I rely on is your love for me. I believe this love should be equal. Since I have been unwavering toward you, I suppose we must work together in harmony. You've made me see things differently. Women can be just as capable as men. I know you have a strong hand. But tell me, what should my next move be? What should I do? Your Majesty humbles yourself by asking me. I have no talent to speak of, except for reminding you one thing. Your third brother is a venomous person. As the ancients say, everyone knows Sima Zhao's ambition. Who exactly is your third brother? You know, rather than living in anxiety, it's better to take decisive action. In reality, Nangong Qingjin understood very well. Picking up the small threads of resentment between these two was easy, but making them turn against each other, to clash swords directly, was exceedingly difficult. After all, their fates were intertwined by immense mutual benefits. The tangled relationship between brothers wasn't based on blood ties, but on utilization. This was a society full of moral hypocrisy where betrayal was common. To make these two completely sever their peaceful coexistence, she needed to act step by step. As the saying goes, flies don't bite seamless eggs. At first, even Nangong Qingjin herself believed that the relationship between these two was unshakable and invincible. But after just a bit of manipulation and scheming, she realized she had overestimated the bond between these two. They were sensitive, their relationship fragile and dangerous. It could collapse at the slightest touch. Now, she had fully clarified her plan. Gradual progress was key. Everything should not be rushed. If I could, I would have originally preferred turning a blind eye. However, the aggressive actions of my third brother have left me uneasy. I fear that someday I will witness a situation where brothers fight each other, as described by the phrase, fellow combatants fighting too eagerly. A great achiever does not concern himself with trivial matters, Your Majesty. This man beside you gives no benefit. Instead of helping resolve your worries, he only adds to your anxiety. It's like a sword hanging above your head, yet not yet falling. Please think deeply about this. Having said this, she gracefully sat down beside him and embraced a guqin adorned with mother of pearl and gold and silver. Her beautiful hands, like white orchids, fell upon the strings. Then, an enchantingly beautiful melody soared from her fingertips. What music is this? This music is a composition created by me. Its name is Without Title. Why without title? The emperor looked at her with confusion. Her clear, sorrowful eyes flickered slightly, like translucent black diamonds. How could there be such mesmerizing eyes in the world? The emperor had met countless people before, but none had bewitched him like this pair of eyes. To call something without title means the universe can be the title, yet amidst myriad entanglements, words cannot express everything adequately. So rather than speaking, perhaps it's better to remain silent. This music, like the blooming of 100 flowers, signifies prosperity. Unlike previous scenes of war, Your Majesty, just close your eyes and relax your spirit. When my tune finishes, it will be the time when wine cups empty and guests depart from the long pavilion. As she spoke, she began to play mournfully, moving through the musical modes, creating a sound like the birth of a new moon, untainted by any worldly concerns. It was also like a spring flowing under the moon, tranquil yet deep, offering comfort and solace. Hearing this, the emperor tapped along in praise. Such music comes only from the heavens. How often do we hear it in this life? Hellion, you have indeed improved greatly. I am far behind you. I'm willing to be your kindred soul, nothing more than a careful listener who doesn't wish for anything else. Your Majesty should still consider the future. Although today's troubles have settled, the woman's fingers lightly touched the string, and with a sudden snap, the string broke. The shattered notes hung in the air, golden and gem-like. His gaze became hollow and desolate. Often, surface calmness conceals tumultuous waves beneath. Even I, as a mere woman, can see the wolfish ambitions of your third brother. As a righteous 7-foot-tall man, you must stay vigilant morning and night. Do not let him find an opportunity. Today, I am exhausted and shall retire. After she finished speaking, the flushed face, tinged with illness, turned from red to white. She stood up and had already disappeared into the beaded curtains. If it weren't for the broken string still twirling in the air, the emperor might have thought that everything that just happened was a dream. Her bejeweled shoes made no sound on the woolen carpet as she had already retreated to the inner chamber. Occasionally, her coughing could be faintly heard through the silk screens, causing the emperor's heart to race. In this world, how could there be such a perfect woman, where every single movement captivated the attention of those around her? After she finally left, the emperor sat there, lost in thought, gazing at the seat beside him for a long while. After much time passed, he finally stood up. Chapter 173, The First Success of Sowing Discord. Standing beside the harp, his fingers lightly plucked the first string, and he said, I already know. Thank you for your warning. Although killing my third brother is unwise, you have made me realize that the most dangerous enemy is lurking by my side. I shall leave now. Take care of yourself. There was no sound in the room. The emperor prepared to leave, his wide robe, sleeves swaying slightly. The just ignited dragon's saliva incense had already become unpredictable, following this young emperor out. When the emperor arrived at the courtyard entrance, only then did he see an attendant supervisor nervously waiting for him. What is it again? The emperor's cold eyebrows looked sternly at this sneaky supervisor eunuch, who immediately took a step forward and knelt down bowing repeatedly, saying the third prince. Speak. Indeed, Huangfu Wenliang didn't expect that his own actions would unintentionally influence his third brother. At this moment, Zi sang he had already surrounded the place with heavy troops. Now, seeing this flustered supervisor eunuch, it couldn't help but make Wenliang feel angry. Prince 3 is dissatisfied with our imperial guards clearing the area here. Right now, the personal guards stationed here are engaged in fierce fighting against the imperial guards. Both sides have suffered countless casualties. Upon hearing this, Wenliang furrowed his brows in cold silence. Someone dares to challenge my imperial guards. While saying this, he turned around and said, You must not come out. I'll go out and take a look. Brother 3 does not yet know that I am aware of your identity. As things stand, I am safe. After you leave, please endure as much as possible. It is said that even a powerful dragon cannot suppress the local snake. In life, being adaptable and knowing when to yield makes a true man and a real hero. After Nan Gongqingjin's snow-addled remark, she already knelt in reverence. Seeing this from Nan Gongqingjin, the emperor could not help but take a step forward, suppressing his anger. I understand. Take good care of yourself. While saying this, he led everyone towards the door. Of course, Nan Gongqingjin could not appear. Now, regarding this sibling dispute that she initiated, in order to bring it out gradually, she had exhausted all her recent time and energy. She originally thought that Wenliang was someone completely submissive to others, but unexpectedly, Huangfu Wenliang now also seemed to be going against Zi Sanghe. In terms of state affairs, Zi Sanghe dominated everything, but the true sovereign was still Huangfu Wenliang. Regarding the issue with Nan Gongqing Jin, Zi Sanghe preferred that Huangfu Wenliang would consult with him rather than making decisions unilaterally. Firstly, he did not want another man, apart from himself, to approach Nan Gongqing Jin. Secondly, Nan Gongqing Jin was exceptionally intelligent. If she realized Huangfu Wenliang's true identity, this matter would be unbelievable indeed. Now, it seemed those worries were becoming increasingly prominent under the surface, gradually rising into turbulence. Changing a person takes time. Over the years, his tyrannical behavior in the court had developed into a situation where it was difficult to reverse. Now, this tyranny was slowly shifting and transforming its form. This sudden change in Huangfu Wenliang, who had once shown no interest in worldly affairs, revealed an undeniable truth. A truth that needed to be understood. Huangfu Wenliang had stepped out and witnessed his imperial guard actually locked in intense combat with the bodyguards. This kind of conflict had never happened before. Now was the time to demonstrate his skills and methods. Normally, all the emperor had to do was nod his head and let out a nervous laugh. Thus, major issues could be trivialized and smaller ones erased. But not now. Huangfu Wenliang absolutely refused to give in, especially facing the increasingly aggressive Zi Sanghe. Third brother, what on earth are you doing? Witnessing countless deaths, he secretly felt anxious but forced himself to suppress the urgency. While looking at the disorganized corpses scattered across the ground, he silently pondered that Zi Sanghe truly was a ruthless individual. To expel each of the imperial soldiers one by one, Zi Sanghe was willing to do anything, without fear of the emperor. Such circumstances left people speechless. His gaze lingered on the bodies sprawled on the ground for a long time before finally shifting his cold eyes to Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe too maintained an icy demeanor. Clearly, neither of them was willing to compromise today, leading to an incredibly complex and deadlocked situation. You came, but you didn't notify your younger brother. Until I arrived, things had already reached this point. Henceforth, if you do not set clear rules with me, I simply don't know how to handle such situations. My imperial guards will always protect me wherever I am. Today, countless of my guards lost their lives, and I do not wish to witness similar incidents in the future. Your Majesty, Zi Sanghe was about to flare up, but then reconsidered, as it would not be convenient to disturb Nan Gongqing Jin inside the room. He glanced covertly and saw the pearl curtains of the house half drawn. The woman had not come out to sneak a peek. With guards beside her, Nan Gongqing Jin was astute enough to know that whatever was happening, she was an outsider. It's hard for a clean official to interfere in family matters, let alone being new here without understanding the depths of everything. Now, instead of coming out, Nan Gongqing Jin started playing Go alone inside the house. She was extremely at ease, with all the sounds of the struggle outside, including yelling voices, converging into a river of noise slowly infiltrating the house. However, Nan Gongqing Jin appeared entirely unfazed, waiting calmly and quietly. The white piece she held dropped down to encircle black pieces, which were now completely surrounded. She seemed uninterested, gently holding the bright yellow silk next to her and wiping off sweat from her palm before carefully gripping the chess piece. While pondering, she began moving further forward, using her sharp ears to detect the exact sounds near the door. Just as expected, the commotion around her gradually disappeared. To avoid disturbing Nan Gongqing Jin, the loud quarrels between these people could not reach any conclusion quickly and became stalled. The two protagonists thus agreed to resolve the matter elsewhere. Whatever happened here, they immediately sent people to collect and remove every body lying chaotically, because it was midsummer, and those corpses needed to be secretly transported away promptly. They were buried hurriedly nearby. At noon on this day of disregard for human lives, many of the emperor's imperial guard soldiers perished, roughly 20 of them, while 15 courtyard protectors also lost their lives. A total of 35 bodies were transported one by one through the back gate on thin carts. After arriving at the back mountain, they were buried hastily at some flat ground, or simply discarded on the road. Even the carts were abandoned there. Meanwhile, Huangfu Wenliang and Zi Sanghe, who had been fuming with anger, went to a quiet side courtyard. Here, it was so peaceful that one could only hear leaves falling from the branches. He had just woken up and heard the fighting noise earlier and rushed over, still not having his hair properly combed after reaching this small yard. Seeking peace amid the noise, he did not have many attendants around him. The few servants on both sides glanced at each other, wary of their counterparts. Zi Sanghe waved first. Send someone to help me comb my hair. Yes. A servant left to fetch tea while others prepared food. Zi Sanghe then pointed at the spot nearby, saying, "Why didn't you inform me when you came? I should have welcomed your majesty personally. Things turned unpleasant today. How can we cooperate effectively from now on? Your general seems too arrogant. I am the emperor, the true dragon son of heaven, yet none of them regarded me properly. That is the servant's fault. Nevertheless, the presence of your royal guards indeed affected our surveillance of Nan Gongqing Jin, something you must understand. From now on, if you wish to visit Nan Gongqing Jin, please inform me beforehand so that I can make arrangements for you." Huangfu Wenliang, whose fury had just subsided, almost thought he misheard. His eyes flickered as he chuckled. "Ah, even seeing commoners now requires prior permission from you. Brother 3, you are truly a dictator." "I dare not. In this matter, what should have been peacefully resolved did not end well. Observing the emperor's intention to reclaim his rights bit by bit from this situation, Huangfu Wenliang looked at the seat ahead of him, remaining silent for a long time before finally grabbing the teacup beside him. "I do this for your benefit," said Zisanghe. Huangfu Wenliang laughed loudly without uttering a word, his gaze fixated on the oxhair pattern of the table rather than on Zisanghe beside him. Or perhaps, Zisanghe's presence couldn't capture his attention. His focus was now completely drawn towards the landscape depicted on the tabletop. This landscape was beautiful and solitary. He couldn't calmly discuss anything with Zisanghe anymore. Normally, he wouldn't be like this, but today, things were strange. Everything irritated him, his temper flaring up fast and fading fast under normal circumstances, but today was unusually different. Now, after enduring a prolonged silence, he finally sighed silently, without a word, gazing at Zisanghe beside him. The two maids, whose presence was as if to mute heaven and earth, had finished their bows and were now leisurely beginning their usual morning routine, just like every noon after a midday rest. They began carefully combing Zisanghe's hair, smoothing out the glossy black strands. After finishing, one maid handed over a string of golden pearls while the other took hold of it. Carefully and methodically, they adorned Zisanghe's head with the glittering golden pearls, which shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Zisanghe sighed softly, gazing ahead at the seat in front. "You should feel secure coming here. Can't the guards under my command ensure your safety?" With these words from Zisanghe, both sides seemed prepared to step back slightly. However, Zisanghe's unexpected conciliatory tone appeared to embolden Huangfu Wenliang instead. Today, Huangfu Wenliang seemed determined to provoke a confrontation. Aha. His nostrils flared momentarily as he let out a dismissive cold snort. This infuriated Zisanghe, yet he managed to suppress the anger threatening to erupt within him. After all, Huangfu Wenliang was still the emperor, and face must not be lost, not under any circumstance. Biting his teeth in silence, Zisanghe waited. "What do you mean by this?" he finally asked. By then, Huangfu Wenliang had already let out another sigh. "You say you will protect me, but what I have witnessed offers no protection, only unprecedented danger. My imperial guard was surrounded, almost resulting in my death, and theirs here today. For this supposed protection from Brother 3, I am truly, eternally grateful." Chapter 174, Nan Gongqing Jin Goes All Out. Upon hearing Huangfu Wenliang starting to speak sarcastically, Zisanghe slowly stood up beside him. "Your Majesty, how exactly should this matter be resolved? If I say one thing, it's not to your liking. If I say another, it still displeases you. Why don't you just tell us what will satisfy you? I believe the problem here started with your mistakes. I won't go on about it. Brother 3, please open more convenient doors for cooperation from now on. As for Nan Gongqing Jin, or Empress Helion, I understand the proper boundaries of action. I won't compete with you for anything, but I'm also no soft touch. This you must know." Fine. Zisanghe, sensing an inharmonious turn in the conversation, could only mutter thoughtfully while gripping the teacup in his hand. I understand. That's good. I didn't come today to enjoy the view or to drink tea. To be honest, I have been disrespectful today as well. Allow me to make amends by substituting tea for wine. Here, I apologize to you." Saying so, he raised his teacup and moved it closer. Though Zisanghe was annoyed, he eventually held the teacup and began drinking. After finishing it all in one gulp, Huangfu Wenliang burst into laughter and left confidently. From this point on, he had gradually realized that Zisanghe respected and obeyed him more than expected, without any other intentions. With a sigh, Zisanghe waved his hand, dismissing two women and the guards nearby. Only after they had gone did Wu Dakai step forward. "Your Highness, don't think too much. When they come later, I'll know what to do. What is there to fear from the Imperial Guard? You're millions of times stronger than them. From now on, avoid conflicts with the Imperial Guard. As for Miss Ningong, she will be relocated from here soon. It won't be easy for him to see her again in the future." As he spoke, he took a deep breath. The two walked front and back until Zisanghe turned back. "What have you been doing recently? Why can't I find you?" "Recently, I caught a cold. I've just recovered. From now on, I'll remain at your side. No need. Just keep a close eye on Nan Gongqing Jin. I suspect he may already know my identity, but there's nothing to fear. This woman is a weapon for the future. I need to use her rather than harm her. Do you understand?" This suited Wu Dakai best at present. Being near Nan Gongqing Jin indirectly meant being close to the young girl Sienna he admired. There would likely be more interaction with Sienna in the future, which was even better. After resolving the dispute that day, Zisanghe wasn't truly satisfied, but he still managed a beautiful smile. He returned to the backyard, where Nan Gongqing Jin wasn't in a great mood, but greeted him with a calm smile upon seeing him approach. "You've come," said Nan Gongqing Jin, continuing. "Today, your cousin came to listen to me play the harp. I didn't expect him to barge in so rudely. Sang. Nan Gongqing Jin obviously was startled by his previous behavior. "What did he say? Speak honestly, and I'll stand up for you. He claimed to be some kind of true dragon emperor, demanding to take me away, calling me something like Helion or such. Thankfully, you arrived early. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have known how to handle the situation." She cried and hugged Zisanghe tightly. A woman's weapons, in order of effectiveness, are crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide. Nan Gongqing Jin had already broken down in tears, and after crying her eyes out, Zisanghe reached out and patted her back gently. "Rest well. Don't let this trouble you. He is indeed frightening, but he won't eat people. Master Bai, I'm afraid, I'm so scared. I feel like there's some kind of conspiracy here. I'm terrified." Speaking thus, Nan Gongqingjin broke into tears again. Seeing her sobbing endlessly, Zisong he eventually embraced Nan Gongqingjin and spoke softly to console her. He now understood that Nan Gongqingjin was merely herself and not Empress Helian. The reason Nan Gongqingjin ended up with Huang Fukongming was due to sheer coincidence, though it was also intentional on Huang Fukongming's part. Why shouldn't Zisong he like Nan Gongqingjin? Seeing her lying dependently in his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, made his heart soften toward her. With me here, you are safe. Rest assured. In the future, please send a few more people my way. If your brother comes again, I'd like to be prepared. I don't want your brother bullying me. Nan Gongqingjin wept profusely, her face streaked with tears. Upon seeing this, he immediately nodded. However, after nodding, he realized he had fallen into a trap. This incident would later spark a massive conflict. Unfortunately, many significant events arise from minor oversights, eventually leading to great tragedies. These are insights only those who have lived through them can share. At the moment, being deeply engrossed, Zisong he could not foresee that the woman had effortlessly turned the situation around with her cleverness, akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. The whole affair left him feeling completely unsettled. After much time passed, the two finally parted, bidding each other farewell reluctantly. As they parted ways, he solemnly promised to dispatch additional soldiers to attend to Nan Gongqingjin in the future. Nan Gongqingjin actually welcomed this arrangement immensely. She wiped away the crocodile tears she feigned on her piteous face and escorted Zisong he as he departed. That evening, following Zisong he's intentions, General Wu Dakai was now permanently stationed here. It was the first day, and Wu Dakai had already arrived. Xianer spent the day with Wu Dakai, and their relationship gradually deepened, becoming inseparable despite having been apart for merely 2 hours. By twilight, Xianer informed Nan Gongqingjin of Zisong he's arrangements. Nan Gongqingjin hadn't anticipated it, heaven assists me, and arranged for Wu Dakai's assignment here. After exchanging whispers, she smiled contentedly and waved goodbye. Xianer left to commence another meticulously planned arrangement. Time was utilized by Xianer to its fullest advantage, seamlessly interweaving their plans. They looked at each other, smiling warmly, before parting once again. Just as Xianer departed, Nan Gongqingjin summoned the 2 maids, Tianglong and Daiya, in the water pavilion. Taking out embroidery patterns, she began consulting on styles while passing one of the pens to the girl. These 2 girls, after receiving treatment, were gradually recovering. Although they were physically able to speak now, circumstances restrained them from doing so due to prying eyes everywhere. Holding paper, the maids quickly scribbled down the day's events. Regarding future plans, these maids had fully listened and also documented Zisong he's subsequent arrangements. After reviewing, Nan Gongqingjin chuckled softly, crushed the paper into a ball, and hid it in her sleeve. Next, the discussion revolved around the latest designs of golden hairpins and beautiful hairstyles. Superficially trivial, their conversation indeed remained lighthearted. Fueled by pen and paper, the 2 women swiftly sketched out the most popular designs and colors in the capital. Once everything was examined, Nan Gongqingjin smiled and asked someone to escort the 2 maids out while sending their drawings inside. Someone worried that Nan Gongqingjin might have bribed the 2 maids, but found upon closer inspection that the drawn items were truly just various styles of golden hairpins, thus calming their fears. Now, Nan Gongqingjin, her demeanor tranquil, smiled knowingly. She believed that the well-orchestrated drama she had prepared would unfold step by step. In fact, Nan Gongqingjin even expressed gratitude towards Lu Meyer. Previously, the scheming Lu Meyer constantly plotted against her, which inadvertently strengthened her resolve and willpower to find solutions in times of crisis. Having attended to all necessary matters, Nan Gongqingjin now waited patiently. Far off, Xianer had reached the bridge. As they walked one after another, Xianer heard the clinking sound of armor from behind her. Isn't it hot wearing that heavy armor in such summer heat? While speaking, she stopped, gazing at the shimmering golden waves on the lake's surface ahead. A gentle warm breeze wafted over, causing the lotus leaves and blossoms on the water to flourish in breathtaking beauty, an extraordinary sight. Nevertheless, in General Wu Dakai's eyes, the most beautiful scene wasn't the current landscape, but rather the person standing beside him, viewing the scenery side by side. It is hot, but what choice do I have? Wearing my armor allows me to protect others, and without it, I'm merely an ordinary person, he said. The sweltering July sun baked his armor as if it were about to catch fire, but what else could he do? Despite enduring this unbearable hardship, Wu Dakai still gritted his teeth and persevered because his mission was to uphold peace here, ensuring both his safety and safeguarding every blade of grass and tree in this place. Don't you want to be a civilian? Actually, life now isn't easy, is it? A clean blade going in, and a bloody one coming out. Sooner or later, you'll have nightmares, won't you? Xianer said softly, drawing back her melancholic gaze from the water's surface as she spoke. Already reaching out, she hugged his hot armor tightly. Seeing this, Wu Dakai sighed and gently stroked Xianer's hair, her raven-black tresses gleaming like a meticulously carved piece of black jade, exquisitely beautiful and striking. Xianer, how much I wish to be with you, how much I long to live as an ordinary person. But even such a simple life of ideals, I can't offer you, nor myself. Am I truly such a failure? General, anything you sincerely desire and take action upon will eventually come true. You shall become the person you aspire to be, Xianer replied, hugging him as she spoke. Tears then streamed down her face. Dear Xianer, don't cry. It must be my fault for making you unhappy. It must be. Sweet Xianer, I promise I'll never make you sad again. Please don't cry. Hugging her gently, he whispered, stop crying. Your warmth, things will get better. I'll treat you well, my whole life, just you. I'll also treat only you well. Sienna's voice quivered unexpectedly as sorrow overcame her. This love, fragile from the start, had already seemed fated to fade. Incredible as it was, despite its fragility, the two still found each other amidst destiny's twists and turns. They walked forward together, their hearts inexplicably entwined. Chapter 175, another kind of dream come true. Sienna pointed at the nearby black-roofed boat. Come on, General, now we'll drift on the lake, becoming people who don't care about worldly affairs. While speaking, she had already jumped onto the nearby boat. The boat swayed a bit as it mistakenly rode deep into the lotus flowers. Sienna held the oars of the boat, quietly pondering something as she slowly looked back and saw that she had shattered the moonlight over the center of the lake. Shocked, she opened her mouth wide and looked at herself in the water, where the aquatic plants swayed gracefully. It was as if ghosts had been released from their cage, swaying gracefully while evoking a sense of fear. Perhaps Sienna was tired. She had already started to rest on a nearby spot, leaning against the side of the boat, her eyes gazing at the bright moon in the distance. She had never imagined that she would fall in love with someone. Sienna did not know whether or not she should follow through with the task Miss had assigned her. Should she use Wu Dakai's feelings for her, or shouldn't she? As she carefully thought, Wu General had already picked up a nearby lotus pod. He opened it and gave it to her. Try this, it just grew this year. As he spoke, he used the dagger in his hand to open the lotus pod. The clear lotus seeds were then handed over by those rough hands. Sienna hadn't expected such delicate actions from a person who seemed so coarse. The lotus pod had been emptied, and each clean lotus seed had been passed to her one by one. Sienna grasped the lotus seed, ate it, and then handed one to Wu Dakai as well. Take it, you eat too. As Wu Dakai began to eat, Sienna leaned into his chest. If we could leave here later, that would be good. I hope for this peaceful life. How about you? Sienna, me too. He smiled humbly and kindly. Although Sienna felt reluctant, things had come to this point, and she shouldn't feel sorry. Sienna took a slight breath, and her eyes already turned towards a nearby position. Let's start being together from tonight onward. From now on, Sienna will belong to you, General. How does that sound? As she spoke, she reached out and had already taken off her stockings, then began to take off her silk dress. Upon seeing this, Wu Dakai immediately grabbed her and stopped every move Sienna was making. No, Sienna, no. He looked alarmed, and he quickly waved his hand, stopping her actions further. Sienna sighed and hugged Wu Dakai. You want this, if you really want it. Why hesitate like this now? I'm willing to give myself to you. Could you possibly think I'm some frivolous girl? No, not at all. As she continued talking, she stretched out her hand and blew out the wind lamp beside her. Let's seize the moment, General. Whatever the future holds, tonight I am willingly yours, quickly, General. Actually, she wanted to say, don't let hesitation ruin everything, because unforeseen arrangements were likely coming that would destroy everything. Hurry up, General, spring night is worth 1,000 gold coins. Don't pretend anymore. Sienna encouraged him while holding his hand. Wu Dakai slowly closed his eyes and stripped off his armor. At that moment, Sienna was excited, but Wu Dakai was tense. Sure enough, before anything good could happen, Nangong Qingjin had started shouting from a distance, calling for Wu Dakai. Coincidentally, all of this was arranged by Sienna herself. Wu Dakai immediately threw clothes to Sienna, but unexpectedly, Nangong Qingjin appeared with lantern in hand, seemingly helped by supernatural powers. Seeing the wavering black-roofed boat on the water, she curiously raised the lantern. Who is inside? Her eyes were wide with shock as she stared in horror at the swaying vessel under the moonlight. What she saw was a tan man with broad shoulders wearing copper-colored clothing. Beside the man was a woman, blushing furiously. It was Sienna. Sienna, you? How could it be you? You come out. And this, who is he? Who dare do such a thing in the garden? Even try to force himself upon my maid in the garden. Come out. We need to go see Mr. Bai. Miss, please don't shout. I'll come out. Filled with panic, Sienna moved her body out of the black-roofed boat. Just as she stepped onto the plank, a hand abruptly stretched toward her side. I, Wu Dakai, stand alone responsible for my actions. Why should a young girl have to bear any blame? Today, yes, I intended to seduce your maid, and thank goodness you arrived in time. Now that you've seen this, if we are going to confront Mr. Bai, I will go. But this matter has nothing to do with Sienna. She is innocent and a victim. Although Wu Dakai himself was also puzzled as to why, after he had just taken off his clothes without doing anything, the mistress arrived. If she came, it would be one thing. But how could she so accurately know they were on such a black-roofed boat? Apparently, this was an arrangement made long ago, and Wu Dakai did not want to suspect Sienna, because in his eyes, Sienna was a pure and spotless woman. The two of them looked at each other, finally sighing. Miss, it's my fault, I deserve to die. As Sienna said this, she knelt beside Nangong Qingjin. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin's heart softened. Who says this has anything to do with Sienna? I am a robust warrior who could easily have dishonored a girl, but this was entirely my doing, and it has nothing to do with Sienna. This is what I will tell both here and to Mr. Bai. Though the general wielded some influence here, Zisang he had explicitly stated that if these generals or military commanders needed to resolve their personal issues, even visiting a brothel would still not justify intimacy with maidservants within the estate. Because once that sort of relationship formed, everything would fall into chaos, which was entirely forbidden in that era. Previously, to set an example, Zisang he had even executed 2 individuals who had been overly familiar. These 2 shameless individuals had indeed been killed by Zisang he. Furthermore, their corpses had been publicly displayed, later devoured completely by crows. At this moment, Wu Dakai's face changed, becoming quite unpleasant. After not much time had passed, he sighed. This is entirely my responsibility. It truly has nothing to do with her. Please, miss, show mercy. The chastity and reputation of a young woman are the most important things. If this young woman loses her purity and reputation due to me or encounters danger, how can I bear it in good conscience? Miss, please take me to see Mr. Bai. Sienna began knocking her head too, seeing her earnestly strike her head against the wooden boards with forceful blows. It seemed all of this was unexpected. It looked like Sienna had truly found love. While being glad for Sienna, Nangong Qingjin realized all the painstaking plans and carefully arranged circumstances she had constructed had come to a hasty end. Well, Sienna had fallen in love anyway. As long as it was with someone worthy, everything was fine. Right now, she truly wanted to bless Sienna. In fact, in the world, the chances of a person encountering someone truly worthy of love are relatively small. Take herself for instance. Before meeting Huangfu Kongming, her heart had only ever belonged to him. Later, upon meeting Mr. Bai, she had felt that Mr. Bai was actually the man she could entrust her life to. But now, none of that mattered anymore. None of it. Nothing in the world mattered except for the sincere love in front of her. Though South Palace Qingjin often didn't believe in love and even detested it. Watching the two people kneeling before her now, she still sighed. She took a step forward and already pulled Sienna's hand. Get up. For you to make mistakes like this the first time is really unbecoming. You should get up too. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to my house, where we can discuss matters thoroughly. While saying this, Nangong Qingjin extended her hand and pulled up the man nearby, and the three of them headed towards Nangong Qingjin's residence. Miss, it truly has nothing to do with Sienna. Whatever punishment you wish to inflict upon me, whether execution or torture, follow your will. Just punish me as you please. Now, I only hope this matter doesn't affect her reputation and future life. She is innocent. She is the victim. General Wu, you have certainly surprised us. We intended to employ you, but this situation arises entirely due to my mistake, Nangong Qingjin said, while moving forward. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you truly love each other, I plan to bring blessings to the both of you. This outcome was unexpected by both the Wu general and Sienna, yet it had clearly come from her mouth, causing astonishment among them both. Miss, it is my incompetence that has upset you, isn't it? Don't be angry, please don't be angry. I deserve to die, I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Sienna, your pure love and self-sacrificing spirit have moved me. Now I no longer have the heart to go ahead with this plan. This is also the first time you've acted so recklessly out of love, but if I were in your shoes, I would do the same. In conclusion, Sienna, I'm happy for you and proud of the person and love you've found. Upon hearing these words, Sienna still didn't understand. Nangong Qingjin brought these two people into the room. General, can you call out the people lurking nearby? How do you know there are people hiding around here? At least two on the roof beam, one behind the Taihu rock, who seems like a sculpture, unmoving even when washing water splashes onto his face. There's another in the water. The reeds caught fire last time I spoke, but that person remained hidden. Two in the dry well, and another one behind the wisteria. It was astonishing as she started pointing out all those hidden spots. How could you possibly know about the people in hiding? Even our shadow guards won't be discovered unless they choose to reveal themselves. Yet you somehow found each one of them without missing any. That's only because I sprinkled a certain powder earlier where they were most active. At first glance, it seemed harmless, but it attracted countless snakes, bugs, and rats, thus exposing their positions and allowing me to discover them. Nangong Qingjin said calmly. You actually knew so much already, Wu Dakai muttered while waving his hand, commanding the shadow guards nearby to appear one by one. Wu Dakai was the leader of these guards, so his word was law and irreversible. Chapter 176, Seeking Help from General Wu. But at the same time, I don't know more, she said without any hesitation. I also have an unseemly request now, hoping that you can help me take care of the two girls, Tianda and Dea. These two girls can hear and speak clearly now, but they are still concealing their abilities. This was a message like a bolt of thunder on a clear day, making him suspect that he had heard wrong. What? Not only had Nangong Qingjin already figured out each shadow guard here one by one, but she had also cured Tianda and Dea. Was this the reason why these two girls were so close to Nangong Qingjin? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he almost wouldn't believe it. How could there be such a capable woman in the world? This was truly incredible. His gaze fixed on the position ahead as he pondered and replied. All right, I will do my best to protect whoever you say. I know General is a man of his word, said Nangong Qingjin, looking at Wu Dakai while saying this. If we can safely leave here, I hope the General will continue to treat Sienna well. You were the first person Sienna fell for. I originally didn't want to use our genuine feelings, but Zisong He, who he is, you know better than I. His kindness and imprisonment of us actually all have purposes. I must always stay vigilant. You unfortunate lovers, I approve of your relationship. But whatever you do, don't let Zisong He see through your relationship, otherwise. Sir, I thank you, he said, sighing as he knelt halfway down. Get up, General, why go so far? It said it's better to destroy a temple than to ruin a marriage. In this way, I feel quite guilty. I shouldn't have used you, but I have no better way. I hope you can forgive Sienna. After all, Sienna's love for you is real. She kept saying this, then pulled Sienna's hand and gave it to him. Wu Dakai held Sienna's hand, finding comfort. A blessed marriage from the master is originally the best. Now, through Nan Gongqingjin's hands. He clasped Xian'er's cold, trembling hands. He wanted even more to protect Xian'er well. Xian'er softly sobbed. Nan Gongqingjin saw this and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. In troubled times, if there isn't love, everything would be fine. But having love is even better. Seeing Xian'er cry incessantly, Nan Gongqingjin immediately said, I have approved your being together. Hopefully, after safety is secured, you will not change your hearts and remain forever together. This is what I wish to see. General Wu, Xian'er has always been carefree. You take care of Xian'er, all right? Nan Gongqingjin almost repeatedly advised earnestly. Wu Dekai immediately nodded. Seeing Xian'er crying uncontrollably, Nan Gongqingjin feared it might delay matters and said, I need your help. Can you help me? Of course. Wu Dekai immediately agreed, and Nan Gongqingjin then said, the current situation is something you understand better than me. Helping Zisong He and Huang Fu Wenliang is aiding tyrants. Although everything appears calm now, in fact, grievances abound among the people, which you already know. Under the former Empress Dowager's rule, policies were beneficial to commoners, and everyone lived joyfully. There was a true era where no lost items were left untouched overnight, and doors were left unlocked, where people worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Life was happy and vibrant, reaching its peak of unity among all. But now, how much worse the situation has become, indeed very unfavorable. In recent years, every household faces the ordeal of forcibly losing their daughters during large-scale selection processes conducted every 3 years. The court henchmen are just like bandits. Moreover, the government now demands several times the amount of food and resources from the common people compared to before. During the reign of Emperor Huangfu Kongming and Empress Hulian, everything was managed properly. They genuinely cared for the common people. However, now everything has changed. People now possess the notion of rebellion at any moment. Wu Ho in the streets behaves arrogantly and recklessly. Everything now has changed drastically for the worse. Even Wu Dekai long realized helping Zisong He and Huang Fu Wenliang would eventually lead to his misfortune. The stark contrast lies between the current state of affairs and that of Empress Helian and Emperor Huangfu Kongming, for whom the people once celebrated joyfully. Back then, Emperor Huangfu Kongming and Empress Helian were exceptionally capable and governed in favor of the commoners, thoroughly considering all issues and resolving them calmly. At that time, taxes were light, and life was pleasant and contented for everyone. It was nothing like today. Ever since Huangfu Wenliang ascended to the throne as the ruler of the capital, he has unleashed 3 fiery changes. The first one burned down the administration carefully established by Huangfu Kongming. His first measure involved purging officials. Those fit for service were either exiled, dismissed, or executed. His second fire scorched the populace. Zisong He believed the people rebelled because they lived too comfortably. Thus, to fill the treasury, he devised ways to wear out the common folk so that they could no longer have the strength to resist. The third fire was the expansion of the army. The number of troops under the court's command is already considerable, yet despite their apparent submissiveness, there is discord between these soldiers and their orders, as most came from humble homes where they were forcibly conscripted. This underlying dissatisfaction exists throughout the ranks. Consequently, the conditions in the capital have become unimaginable, something General Wu Dekai, who has served as an officer for 6 or 7 years, understands fully. He realizes that if this cycle of deterioration continues, everything will collapse, and disaster will befall all parties involved. In helping Zisong He and Huangfu Wenliang, he is truly aiding tyranny. You mentioned it. You wish me to assist you in what? I've understood this clearly since 6 years ago. Complaints among the common people have not only been mounting, but many have risen in revolt. However, without sufficient competence, their efforts failed to resonate with others. You know well, the reign of such an emperor cannot last long. You've surely seen through this. Therefore, I hope you contemplate your own position carefully. Presently, I need to divulge another secret, a secret critical to the lives of many and the survival of society. Upon hearing Nan Gongqingjin speak with such solemnity, he immediately nodded, turning his head to check the door for any movement. Once assured there was none, he gave a nod. I'm ready to listen. The truth is something you may never expect. Huangfu Kongming is still very much alive. Not only that, but possesses a significant army, though the time for uprising has not yet arrived. Indeed, during the previous purge, he had realized that Huangfu Kongming was an extraordinary adversary, and even then, he knew Huangfu Kongming was still alive, given that his body wasn't found among the dead. Huangfu Kongming's resourcefulness and courage in desperate situations were far beyond ordinary men. Wu Dekai had a vague awareness that Huangfu Kongming was indeed alive, but only so much. Beyond this, he remained entirely uninformed. Upon hearing Nan Gongqingjin's words, Wu Dekai immediately nodded. All right, but what exactly do you require me to do? Before we delve into that, there's a principle I must clarify for you. Perhaps you've wondered about my true identity. For quite some time, I've let people mistakenly believe that I am the late Empress, Empress Helian. She added, you must have met the late Empress, haven't you? According to Wu Dekai's career and experience, he undoubtedly met the late Empress, meaning he would also recognize her. Nodding upon hearing this, Wu Dekai gazed at Nan Gongqingjin with curiosity. Likely, you're just like Zisong He, mistakenly thinking I am the late Empress. However, that's not the case. I am Nan Gongqingjin, genuinely Nan Gongqingjin. People can bear resemblance. It was both fortunate and unfortunate for me to look like the late Empress. Finally, I understand. You now know much. Currently, I need you to do something. As Nan Gongqingjin looked at the man before her, Wu Dakai nodded and said, "Just tell me what needs to be done." Agreeing, she spoke further. "I need your assistance to contact Huangfu Kongming." This. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Dakai felt that the likelihood was not very high, but he still reluctantly nodded. "Even if I see him, he wouldn't trust me." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqingjin understood. This gold hairpin, it was given to me by him last time. If he sees it, he will have no reason to doubt. "Good, I'll prepare accordingly, and you can wait for good news." Wu Dakai spoke while nodding, then said with a smile as he observed the gravity of the situation. "General, you shouldn't waste much more time here. Once you leave, be careful when you're with Xiener not to attract attention from others. Here, there are more bad people than good." "Thank you for your reminder, miss." Wu Dakai nodded, then signaled the guards to all come in. It seemed as though nothing had happened during the entire process. But after stepping out of the door, Wu Dakai couldn't help but feel uneasy. His back felt chilly. Just how powerful was this woman? Now, at Zisonghe's side, there were only a few trustworthy individuals left. Anyone who got close to Zisonghe has now been slowly lured over one by this woman. Thinking about it gave him chills, but on the surface, he didn't show even the slightest change. Wu Dakai understood clearly. If he persisted in helping Zisonghe and Huangfu Wenliang, there would be only one path ahead: death without a proper burial. However, if he could turn away now and assist Huangfu Kongming, that would truly allow him to be remembered through the ages as a virtuous man. Although, the current situation is quite perilous. Chapter 177. Searching for him among the crowd, an unexpected outcome. But for Xiener's and his own pure love, and for everything in his future, General Wu Dakai still decided that he would start handling matters himself. There was no need to be afraid temporarily, so he moved step by step forward. General, please stop." The delicate and soft voice of Xiener immediately made him turn back. Already she had tearfully come running. "General, please wait." "Xiener, why do you cry again? You should be happy." While speaking, he wiped away her tears. With a heavy heart, Xiener began to sob. Watching her like this caused a pain within him to arise spontaneously. "My love for you is true, and using you is also true. You will still love me afterwards, right?" Xiener cried so hard, she couldn't catch her breath. Just now, that thin barrier of lies had finally been broken. Since the truth had been revealed, there probably wasn't any man who could continue loving her as before. After all, the Xiener now and the Xiener from before were no longer the same person. To gain General Wu Dakai's trust, Xiener used every resource she could, even utilizing Wu Dakai's pure and beautiful affection, something that truly should not be used in such a way. But now, Xiener wept uncontrollably. She wanted nothing more than to kneel before General Wu and deeply repent, to properly explain herself, but her countless words seemed stuck in her throat. All Xiener could do was cry without end. Seeing Xiener sobbing like this caused Wu Dakai's heart to clench tightly. "How can I not know your love for me is genuine? My feelings toward you are sincere, dear Xiener. I won't distance myself from you because of this matter. Instead, I will cherish and care for you even more. Because only the power of love is great. Xiener, my sweet Xiener, don't cry. You must protect yourself and your master. Do you understand? Xiener, good girl." He patted her shoulder and back while speaking. Xiener nodded repeatedly, then they reluctantly parted ways. Wu Dakai's love for Xiener was sincere and heartfelt. Xiener's reliance on Wu Dakai was equally genuine. Everything about their relationship was real. Even every bit of manipulation was authentic. Fortunately, Nan Gongqingjin had already alerted Wu Dakai, making him quickly realize that dealing with things appropriately was necessary. It was dangerous for him to keep aiding evil for too long. Now he was already heading step by step toward that dangerous abyss. At present, he was caught in a tumultuous undercurrent, and it was time for Wu Dakai to understand what it meant to realize his mistakes and return to the right path. Wu Dakai already had intentions of turning away from darkness toward light, but alas, a capable leader wouldn't take him. Therefore, there was no other way out. Currently, although being used, if done well, Wu Dakai hoped to accomplish the mission assigned to him by Nan Gongqingjin. To achieve this, he needed to conserve strength and understand. In fact, Nan Gongqingjin was doing what was best for them both. Even though their love was clandestine and covert, Wu Dakai didn't have much choice. But if word of their love spread and reached Zisonghe's ears, everything would change in nature. After seeing off Xiener, Wu Dakai continued walking deep and thought about how to proceed. Xiener returned and saw Nan Gongqingjin sitting there, looking somewhat grave. Approaching cautiously, she timidly spoke. "Miss, I am weak. Originally, I did not want to feel real emotions, but I can't help it. You know, feelings are irrational. They cannot be controlled." "Xiener," Nan Gongqingjin shook her head. "I have never blamed you for falling in love with someone, nor thought that you fell in love with the wrong person. Love is real, and having General Wu help us is also real. Actually, General Wu doesn't have to help us at all, but since General Wu realizes that following Zisong, he now is genuinely aiding in wickedness. Xiener, think carefully. If General Wu didn't truly love you or prepare to renounce darkness and embrace righteousness, events would have taken a bad turn long ago. Consider this. If he were to directly tell Zisong our secrets now, what would happen? He wouldn't." Xiener immediately bit her lip. "That's right," Nan Gongqingjin nodded. "He's young, but he knows what needs to be done and what doesn't. He is an intelligent man, and he also truly loves you. He said to await good news, so let us await it patiently." After Nan Gongqingjin consoled her, Xiener no longer felt as guilty. After all, General Wu Dakai had already formed the intention to turn away from darkness and toward light. He just needed a trigger. and Nangong Qingjin with Xian'er were simply acting as connectors in this relationship. This evening, somewhat later, Zisonghe arrived. After the last time Huangfu Wenliang visited, Zisonghe's attention on Nangong Qingjin had become even more intense. By nighttime, someone would always come to report on Nangong Qingjin's daily condition. From what Nangong Qingjin ate and drank today, how much of it, to where she went and who she spoke with today, as well as what she was thinking and doing. Living under such constant surveillance should make a person very anxious. However, to Nangong Qingjin, everything seemed like nothing at all. Clearly, these people had been ceaselessly monitoring her for some time now. She lived under so many watchful eyes, not feeling terrified or fearful, but rather a calm indifference and detachment. It was almost as if her attitude was do whatever you want to do, study whatever you wish to study. Today, Zisonghe arrived. Nangong Qingjin greeted him with the same smile as every other time. You've come? I almost thought you wouldn't be here tonight during these quiet hours. As she said this, she added, the temperature is pleasant right now. Would you like water, alcohol, or tea? Alcohol represents the lesser person, while tea symbolizes the gentleman. Though it's late into the night, drinking a cup of clear tea still feels appropriate. He sat down at Langyuan Palace as he spoke. Nangong Qingjin nodded and had someone go prepare the tea immediately. Not long after, Xian'er brought out all the teaware, tea leaves, and everything else fully prepared. Nangong Qingjin smiled sweetly, holding the tea tightly in her hands. As the water boiled, she picked through the tea ball, removing older stems carefully. After meticulously selecting, a small amount of bright green leaves were chosen, a sight indicating her proficiency in the art of tea preparation. There are some people in the world who have achievements in many areas. You can't help but wonder when these incredibly busy people found the time to learn such things, yet they somehow do manage. By now, the water had boiled twice. In the art of brewing tea, there are 3 stages of boiling. The first is insufficient heat, and using the first boiling water won't fully awaken the fragrance of the tea. The third boiling makes the water too old and damages even the finest leaves. Only the second boiling is ideal. This required keen observation. When the water bubbled up like fish eyes, Nangong Qingjin finally smiled faintly and gently placed the tea leaves into the teaware. Soon, a gentle aroma started wafting out from the teacups. Nangong Qingjin grinned charmingly as she poured the tea. Please take a sip. This is Shueding Hansue. It's milder than billionairebooktok and calmer than jasmine-scented tea, carrying a soft and natural fragrance. She said this while dividing the tea into 2 cups, one for Zisonghe and the other for herself. Soon, Zisonghe had already finished his cup in one gulp. His appreciation for Nangong Qingjin's skill in making tea was evident as he smiled after drinking. Very good, everything about it is wonderfully indescribable. Not the best, Nangong Qingjin replied smiling, and the two engaged in some superficial, non-substantive conversations. Actually, these discussions were irrelevant details, an attempt by him to observe Nangong Qingjin closely. However, Nangong Qingjin made it evident from her tone that the emperor, from last time, did not seem to leave much impression. Finally, after having 3 cups of tea, Nangong Qingjin said, your cousin is merely talking nonsense, insisting that he himself is the emperor and also saying that you harbor ambitions to replace him. That aside, your cousin also said I am none other than the previous empress, Empress Helion. Don't even mention that she has already died. Even if she hadn't, how could someone like me with my modest appearance compare with the former empress? There's probably nothing worth comparing between us. I'm extremely uneasy about this. Nangong Qingjin said this while pouring another round of tea. Mr. Bai, please drink your tea. Zisonghe nodded slightly, but unfortunately, after hearing those words, it became completely impossible for him to swallow his tea. He says I have aspirations to usurp the throne? Yes, Nangong Qingjin immediately nodded. Since the conflict between Huangfu Wenliang and Zisonghe had become inevitable, it wasn't about what she wanted to do now. It was how to act to stir up the discord and resentment between them. Cousin does have some issues, so please bear with him a little. Zisonghe could only say this. Nangong Qingjin smiled gracefully and said, that's right, your cousin has more than just some issues. He also said that you are actually the 3rd prince. How could a businessman like you be related to the 3rd prince? Ha ha. Exactly, I am not. Don't listen to his nonsense anymore. Talking about such absurdities could get someone executed, he said as he stood up to take his leave. Mistress, rest well. If there's nothing tomorrow, you can follow me to take a look at your estate. It's almost ready. Ah, thank you very much. I'm truly grateful. Nangong Qingjin was genuinely thankful. If she could go to her estate early, it would likely mean being far away from unnecessary surveillance and interference, which would be the best possible outcome. This was something she truly desired. The next day, as if everything had been pre-calculated, Zisonghe took Nangong Qingjin away before Huangfu Wenliang arrived. When Huangfu Wenliang came this time to inquire, Wu Daka gave the response. Wu Daka genuinely didn't know where Nangong Qingjin had gone in the morning with Zisonghe. So even after asking for a long time, there was still no clue at all. Humph, how dare you hesitate when I question you? It's clear that you deserve a beating, Huangfu Wenliang angrily scolded, furrowing his brows and stomping his feet. But Wu Daka maintained his demeanor as a seasoned general and completely ignored Huangfu Wenliang, who was already raging uncontrollably. This is what they call a scholar encountering soldiers. By looking at the current situation between Huangfu Wenliang and Wu Daka, it becomes clear. Wu Daka answered whatever Huangfu Wenliang asked, but many of his answers were like non-answers. And sometimes, while seemingly giving no answer, it felt like he was answering anyway. Chapter 178. Huangfu Kongming delivered himself to the door. It was simply unbelievable. Wu Dakai was smart, and today Huangfu Wenliang had no reason to want to get angry, but also for no reason wanted to calm down. There was nothing to be done. This guy was really cunning. Huangfu Wenliang saw that he couldn't get anything out of him, nor could he wait here, so he left in low spirits. Thus, he began to suspect that Zisong he was the one causing trouble, knowing full well that he harbored intentions toward Nangang Qingjin, but deliberately did not want them to meet. After returning to the city, the feeling of a sudden downfall in mood still hadn't dissipated. It was indeed frustrating not to meet someone when visiting. Seeing the emperor return in such a sullen manner, Empress immediately hooked her fingers together, summoning a little maid who arrived quickly. How is His Majesty? He doesn't seem to be in good spirits today. Empress, His Majesty went to third brother's place. Perhaps there has been some conflict with the third prince recently, making it happen frequently now. As servants, we dare not say anything. Your Highness should go and counsel him. How so? Has there been some kind of misunderstanding with the third brother? Haven't they always been like-minded? While speaking, the Empress stood up. This clever maid spoke again cautiously. Your Majesty's servant has already gathered intelligence. There's something I don't know if I should speak about or not. The Empress enjoyed smart people, even more those who understood their place. Upon hearing this, she immediately gripped the girl's hand tightly. Nothing should hold you back from speaking your mind. Your efforts are appreciated, and I thank you for your diligence. However, this is not the right place to talk. Follow me over here. Leading the maid out the door, reaching a position on the corridor, the breeze brushed through as the Empress looked down at the serving girl beside her. This girl was also remarkably agile. Checking around to ensure there were no prying eyes or ears nearby, she lowered her voice before saying, I've heard it's because of a woman. A woman? The Empress was aware that the so-called late Empress, Helian, had been found by Zisong He. Indeed, during their previous encounter, she had also met Nangang Qingjin personally. But it was never imaginable that these two high-ranking gentlemen would feel jealousy over a woman whom neither knew personally. This made the Empress deeply sad. She thought she herself had betrayed the Emperor for a long time, so any jealousy should stem from her alone. But now she could scarcely imagine that the cause of the jealousy was all due to this. Pained, her eyebrows knotted in anguish. This mustn't continue. I need to resolve this issue promptly. They are both rare talents and cannot be ruined by a common slave. The Empress is right, but this matter needs careful deliberation. You shouldn't rush it, the maid said wisely. That's correct. I am not rushing. Saying, not rushing. Yet the Empress was the most impatient among all. Initially, she was completely devoted to the Emperor. Later, after experiencing intimacy with Zisong He, she came to understand clearly that Zisong He replacing Huangfu Wenliang was only a matter of time. Now other matters further disturbed her greatly. If this sudden interloper draws their attention, then what might follow? No. She couldn't even bear to think about the rest. After pondering, both finally decided to find time to meet this so-called former Empress. Currently, the most urgent task was handling the issues confronting the Emperor. Having listened to the maid's words, Empress nodded and arrived at the main hall. What's wrong with His Majesty lately? It's probably because the weather has been too hot, causing him irritation and restlessness. Although everyone knew the real reason for the Emperor's restlessness, this person chose not to say anything, but instead calmly attributed it to weather. The Emperor frowned as he looked at the woman beside him. Currently, my younger brother is behaving quite recklessly. In what way is he being improper? You two have always had an amicable relationship, and the entire palace knows that you two are true brothers in adversity. The Empress replied while holding a round fan to nonchalantly cool off the Emperor. The Emperor gazed at the Empress. Tell me, who exactly is this third brother? This third brother is a good person. Do not listen to rumors disparaging him. If Zisong He truly harbored any thoughts of taking over the throne, he could have rebelled at any moment. You know well, Zisong He has the capability to start a rebellion, but he hasn't. It is evident many things come from baseless rumors. I hope you will clear up these misunderstandings, and I, the Empress, trust our third brother. While speaking, the Empress smiled. His Majesty, the green head cards haven't been delivered to you tonight yet. Tonight, I'm quite disturbed, not thinking about those matters. I just want to have a chat with your Majesty, Empress. Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately smiled. As for making a bet now, actually, the perceptive Empress had placed her wager on Zisong He's side, because from many signs, it was clear that Zisong He was now more powerful than before. The Empress talked a lot with the Emperor tonight. She listened more and spoke less. Occasionally, she would say a sentence or two in defense of Zisong He. Actually, Huangfu Wenliang couldn't be unaware that the current Empress had betrayed him long ago, but the Empress was originally one of those calm people. Since there was no possibility of confrontation at the moment, he needed to maintain this balance and unpredictability. Today, Nangang Qingjin and Zisong He had already moved to the newly built residence. This house covered a much larger area than before. In any case currently, it was very good. Now, this project had advanced rapidly and was nearing completion. As Nangang Qingjin looked around while walking, she turned back with a smile. Anyway, thank you. Once everything is ready here, I'll move in without bothering you. There's no rush. It's hot now, and houses that have been newly constructed should be aired properly first, Zisong He said with a laugh. All right. Nangang Qingjin reviewed everything, looking at this building resembling an air castle. It appeared secure from every corner. These designs must have been researched by Zisong He. Now, Zisong He had thoroughly arranged everything. What Nangang Qingjin needed to do was not difficult anymore. She just had to stay here. Regarding healing the sick and rescuing the dying, it seems Zisong He did not intend for her to do so. After reviewing the architectural complex, someone came over to whisper in Zisong He's ear, saying that the black bear they had been searching for so long had finally been located. With a joyous nod, Zisong he left with the person. Nangong Qingjin and Xianer were still strolling around the large estate. Seeing that there was no one around, Xianer handed a piece of paper to Nangong Qingjin. This note had been given by Wu Dakai at the gate just now. There wasn't much written on the paper. Huangfu Kongming has been found, preparing to capture. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin involuntarily worried about Huangfu Kongming. Now that Wu Dakai and his team had gone, Nangong Qingjin and Xianer understood that the finding the black bear referred to discovering the long-sought-after Huangfu Kongming. Miss, what should we do now? Just observe quietly, and don't let anyone detect your intentions. While saying this, Nangong Qingjin continued walking around the estate, with people following her. However, Nangong Qingjin acted completely free of guile. By the time they descended the mountain, she could be said to have returned fully laden. She had picked so many flowers: red poppies, white magnolias, blue irises, fiery azaleas, and cold and frosty lilies of the valley. After observing these, the maids found that Nangong Qingjin wasn't as formidable as their master had imagined. As for Huangfu Kongming, his whereabouts hadn't been discovered by the soldiers. However, his movements were gradually being exposed along the way. That was inevitable, because he was the type who liked to help others in situations of injustice. People in the capital city had long known about Huangfu Kongming's presence, but chose not to disclose it out of protection. The troops, in fact, didn't truly intend to suppress the bandits, as their opponent was Huangfu Kongming, which was highly perilous. Huangfu Kongming was exceptionally capable. Both Zisong He and Huangfu Wenliang had surrounded him, but failed to capture him, indicating how extraordinary he was. Reflecting on this, the soldiers also felt somewhat anxious. Since Huangfu Kongming's whereabouts had been leaked, searches began wherever he had been sighted. Still, nothing was found. By the time dusk arrived, Zisong He was enraged. He brought over the battalion commander of Wuho and interrogated each soldier individually, ordering them to search from all 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, for Huangfu Kongming. Thus, this matter concluded temporarily. Huangfu Kongming was not far from the troops at this point. On the 2nd floor, he lowered his gaze and could see the people bustling down below. Despite them not being blind, they still couldn't locate Huangfu Kongming. When Zisong He's army retreated, Huangfu Kongming stealthily tracked behind the retreating troops. He followed them to their resting place. Quietly, at dusk, he reached this mansion. Nangong Qingjin had already returned, and as for what had happened today, Xianer was also fully aware of everything. However, the two of them were still laughing and joking, eating when they should eat and drinking when they should drink. They appeared innocent and carefree, completely uninvolved in worldly affairs. In reality, this was Nangong Qingjin's unique protective coloration. Now, this protective camouflage truly concealed her well. She could be a chameleon when she needed to be. The most unexpected thing for Nangong Qingjin was that tonight, Huangfu Kongming actually came here. He did arrive, but he didn't expect the place to be so heavily guarded. In fact, he could have left before encountering any danger. But, after finding out that Nangong Qingjin was also here, he no longer wanted to leave. He intended to use his time to find Nangong Qingjin. Late into the night, with the moon bright and stars sparse, and black crows flying south, he leaped down from the high wall. The moment he entered the estate, he startled the soldiers lying in ambush within the mansion. The soldiers began their encirclement. If Wu Dakai had known earlier that this man was none other than Huangfu Kongming himself, he might have exercised some restraint. However, no one knew who it was. Everyone assumed this unwelcome guest was a thief trespassing on sacred ground. After the soldiers repositioned themselves, each gripping a large blade, they started chasing him. Huangfu Kongming, after all, was an accomplished fighter and soon managed to evade them. However, this estate was cleverly designed with many traps and ambushes laid out everywhere. As Huangfu Kongming attempted to escape after overcoming a peril, he accidentally jangled a nearby copper bell. Chapter 179, not an assassination attempt, but an accidental encounter. The copper bell's wire was buried underground. Normally, if someone were to come here for the first time, they probably wouldn't discover these bells. These bells were specially placed here to respond to emergencies. Now, as soon as the bells started ringing, the experts in this mansion were shocked in the shadows. Who would dare to openly steal here? Or is it an assassination attempt? Originally, he wanted to leave, but he didn't expect the situation here to be like this. General Wu Dakai discovered that someone had intruded and immediately let out a fierce roar, leading everyone to charge over. Seeing a figure, they quickly surrounded him. Huangfu Kongming looked at the situation and leaped into the air, landing on a high wall. With another leap, he gracefully landed on the glazed tiles like a gray crane. Who dares to act so recklessly here? Truly treating others with contempt. As Wu Dakai spoke, he too had flown up, his shadow-like figure instantly appearing in front of Huangfu Kongming. He had never seen Huangfu Kongming before, so at the moment, upon seeing Huangfu Kongming, he wasn't sure who this person was. Huangfu Kongming saw the approaching warrior and immediately prepared to leave. Wu Dakai, being an extraordinary martial artist, saw Huangfu Kongming preparing to escape, and with a cold laugh, swung his guillotine knife. Who are you? Sneaking into the princely estate in the dead of night? Do you really think the prince's residence is somewhere anyone can come and go as they please? Seeing the guillotine knife coming, Huangfu Kongming immediately dodged. Wu Dakai snarled, and the sharp edge of the blade came one after another. Though those on the ground couldn't see the exact battle situation above them, they could see the glazed tiles falling from the sky. This commotion woke Zisong He, who hadn't expected such boldness. Upon hearing the sound of fighting, he immediately sprang into action. What's happening? His voice was cold, displaying a cruel and ungrateful demeanor right away. His face remained calm like a white stone while his dark pupils moved slightly. With a cold hum, he ordered, "Oh, so there's someone brave enough to challenge the authority directly. Come, surround him as ordered by this prince." At his command, the people beside him stepped forward and quickly aligned themselves along the walls. At this point, it was nearly impossible for Huangfu Kongming to escape. Remaining silent throughout, Huangfu Kongming kept dashing back and forth on the glazed tiles. Wu Dakai was a very formidable opponent who did not give Huangfu Kongming any chance to flee, making him rarely encounter such persistent resistance. Facing a strong enemy, Wu Dakai proceeded methodically without showing any signs of tension. Ha ha ha. Even if you're the son of heaven, you're stuck here without moving an inch. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Wu Dakai continued to wield his guillotine knife, creating a gale force wind that covered the entire area within moments. Huangfu Kongming attempted to retreat. On one hand, the heavy darkness affected his performance. On the other hand, Wu Dakai was familiar with the terrain, giving him all the advantages. Meanwhile, Huangfu Kongming, new to the area, struggled more and more. In the dark, Wu Dakai's violent blade swung again, and Huangfu Kongming failed to dodge. A strand of his black hair fell to the ground. He turned and headed toward the roof of a nearby building. Seeing this, Wu Dakai smirked and relentlessly pursued him. Huangfu Kongming tried hard to find a way to leave, but no good opportunity presented itself. In a flash, the situation became even worse. There were many people around, and when Huangfu Kongming realized this, it was already too late. He had no place left to evade. With determination, he began exchanging blows with Wu Dakai. Sometimes he was at a disadvantage, sometimes he took control. By then, a group of people had already caught up, holding lanterns and torches, brightening the scene significantly. This made the situation much more perilous than before. Now, Huangfu Kongming could only pray for divine protection. Just as he finally drew breath to jump from one roof to another, Zisong, standing calmly downstairs watching the situation, immediately stretched out his hand. "Bring me my gilt magpie bow," nodded those around him and understood that he meant to fetch the bow and arrows. In the dark, Huangfu Kongming was battling overhead and did not realize someone intended to strike him secretly. The gilt magpie bow was what Zisong had once used in battle. In a moment, two people carried this magnificent bow over. Zisong then slightly smiled as he held the bow and arrow. Gradually, the smile faded from his face. His expression grew colder, quieter, and as rigid as a piece of ice-cold stone. Standing on the ground, he quickly strung an arrow onto the bow. In the darkness, a whoosh was heard, and Huangfu Kongming's left arm had already been hit. Realizing the growing danger, he feigned a vulnerability. As Wu Dakai chased him, Huangfu Kongming kicked Wu Dakai away and headed toward a new position. Wu Dakai continued his pursuit. Huangfu Kongming ran swiftly but stumbled slightly, and with a thud, he rolled onto the ground. Fortunately, this area was an unused courtyard. He quickly rolled to the side and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. Here, apart from a house, there was only a water vat. He thought it would be unwise to enter the house, not knowing what it was used for, and entering could easily lead to being surrounded by people. Having considered this, he lifted the lid of the water vat and slipped inside. Sure enough, shortly after, heavy footsteps came directly above him. Then the steps sounded firm on the ground. "Bring me someone to search," roared Wu Dakai. Soon, a group of men arrived, and they began searching through this large estate. With many hands making light work, they soon covered every possible hiding spot, but found nothing. People were puzzled. How could a man just vanish into thin air? Lanterns and torches illuminated every corner of the houses at that moment. Where is he? Has he fled? A distant voice echoed over, cold and emotionless like a drop of icy water rolling off a stalactite in a dark cave with a faint sound of tinkling. At the sound, he immediately held his breath. After the voice faded, a series of footsteps approached. Nearby, Wu Dakai rotated his leopard-like eyes and knelt beside Zisong. "The search is underway. This courtyard is small. It's impossible for the intruder to escape. Please stay calm." While speaking, he pointed to the nearby water vat. Zisong walked over. Wu Dakai wiped the top of the water vat cover as if casually sitting down on it. Hearing the footsteps stop beside him, Huangfu Kongming saw a shadow fall across the vat's opening. It was Zisong, sitting right atop the water vat. He immediately suppressed his breathing as much as possible, listening to Zisong command, "Search each house and corner thoroughly. He hasn't gone far. Don't rush. I'll wait." Judging by the appearance of the assassin, he resembles our second prince. Remember this one thing. Take him alive. Go ahead. With a wave of his hand, Wu Dakai agreed loudly and proceeded forward, leading people in long searches both inside and outside the house. They did not merely check each corner once, but multiple times. Initially, they followed footprints on the ground to determine any activity, but now, the original scene was disturbed, leaving no trace behind. Zisong became anxious inside, clearly seeing him heading toward this area and hearing the rolling sound of his landing. But still, no one was found. It was truly strange. For a long time, Zisong waited patiently, still not hearing anyone exclaim that the intruder was found. Seeing this, Zisong grew more impatient. No way. Rising severely, a gust of wind almost lifted the water vat's cover. Fortunately, Huangfu Kongming reacted quickly and caught it mid-flight, gently placing it back on top. Inside, holding onto the cover with trembling hands, he finally breathed some fresh air, although cautiously, inhaling only sparingly. Shortly, Zisong he moved further ahead. Wu Dakai, are you certain you saw him roll here? Amidst the darkness, perhaps this wasn't some ploy to draw them away. Wu Dakai stepped closer and nodded. I've dispatched troops to begin searching the neighboring 2 courtyards. There's no need to worry. These 2 areas are also uninhabited, which makes it harder. Well then, we'll even dig up 3 feet of earth to uncover him. If this person isn't found, none of us sleep tonight. Yes. In truth, if indeed unsuccessful, facing accountability, they wouldn't even dream of sleeping. They'd likely lose their heads. This was always Zisong's way. Looking around, Zisong was about to head to the 2nd courtyard when he suddenly felt inspired and turned back around. Then he headed towards the water vat. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he waved his hand, and a few people nearby understood his intentions. They had already surrounded the vat. He waved again, and one of them handed him a large blade. Now fully armed, he stepped forward calmly. Several men had already opened the cover of the vat, but inside it was completely empty. Huangfu Kongming had clearly been in there just moments ago, but now, seeing no one in the vat, someone looked perplexed and immediately began examining the kill lanterns nearby. Sure enough, they noticed traces of blood inside the vat, but saw no evidence of anyone leaving. Where could he have gone? In the well, search everywhere. He gave the order and then moved to the next courtyard. The area was filled with noise as the people conducted an exhaustive search, but still found nothing. Wu Dakai searched the yard repeatedly, but didn't find any trace of the person. Even Wu Dakai himself began to doubt. Was this attacker human or ghost? Vanishing so quickly and thoroughly. After waiting for some time without finding anything, a part of the team stayed behind while others went to another side. The other side was also a quiet courtyard. Both sides were courtyards, with no one around. They were silent like tombs. People began searching meticulously, but couldn't find where Huangfu Kongming had gone. What did the man look like? Did you see clearly? As they walked, the question was asked. Wu Dakai nodded immediately, recalling, organizing his thoughts and words. Report to my lord. This man looks like a young, handsome lad, about 26 or 27 years old, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and thin lips. Chapter 180, The Espionage Storm. How tall? About the same as me, he said, then added. This person's martial arts seem like they were taught in the imperial city. Every move and technique looks full of vigor. Wu Dakai, do you know who this person is? How could Wu Dakai know? He immediately shook his head. Zisong he sighed, patting Wu Dakai on the shoulder. This is the person we've been asking you to find. His name is Huangfu Kongming. It's my fault for not capturing him, but please don't worry. I've already had people search the compound, and we will not relax our search around the surrounding areas. Tonight, you must bring this out for our lord. A great feat awaits you. Brother 2 is a clever one. Think about where he might hide. Dangerous places like that water vat earlier. Moreover, check those places that are more obvious as well. I'll wait here in the courtyard for your good news. Our prince can rest assured and await favorable news. I'll be right back. Wu Dakai said while departing. On the other side, Huangfu Kongming had actually not wandered far. He also did not dare to wander far because Huangfu Kongming noticed a tree with crepe myrtle flowers near the water vat. This tree wasn't very tall, just slightly taller than a man. However, he quietly stood still on it, not moving at all, making this quite visible spot invisible to the passing people. As various people passed by repeatedly searching potential hiding spots, they checked everywhere, yet found nothing. Everyone began to grow suspicious, unclear about what was going on, and wondered where exactly Huangfu Kongming had gone. People moved chaotically everywhere without any result. After searching through one neighboring courtyard and continuing on to the next, even after thoroughly combing them all, there were no findings. At this point, Zisong he instructed an expansion of the search area. Soon, almost every possible place around had been combed thoroughly. Heavens! It was as if Huangfu Kongming had vanished into thin air, as if he simply did not exist anymore. Seeing that the situation was not beneficial for himself, during a relatively overlooked moment by everyone else, Huangfu Kongming quietly hugged his left arm and headed toward the neighboring yard, landing silently, doing a quick roll before finding cover under a corridor. Inside the corridor, everything was quiet. The previous searchers had already moved away. The only problem now was that it was unclear where he was, how far from the walls, and whether dawn was approaching quickly. If the sun rose, his position would soon be revealed. Sooner or later, they would find him anyway. It was merely a matter of time. With a deep breath, he thought and moved toward another nearby courtyard. This next courtyard was similarly tranquil. As he walked, he carefully closed the doors behind him to slow down anyone trailing him. Meanwhile, Zisong he had reached the central courtyard and was resting. Zisong he believed that the central courtyard was certainly somewhere he couldn't go. Reaching the edge of a koi pond nearby, he removed the golden hairpin from his head and placed it on a lotus leaf, determining his direction based on this. He realized that he wasn't too far from the central courtyard yet. Dodging quickly, he headed southward. In most estates, there was always a small door to the south. But where exactly was it? As he continued walking and looking around, he noticed some signs of habitation nearby, a faint light emanating from within the yard. As he was about to skirt around it, footsteps approached from behind. Heaven! Hearing the footsteps, he glanced around but saw no hiding spots except for scaling the wall. With a jump, he leaped over into the neighboring yard. Fortunately, there were no watchdogs inside. The compound was serene under the bright moonlight, with blooming roses and hibiscus flowers. Among these plants, only a huge mimosa tree provided some concealment. Without wasting time, he moved toward it, but lost balance as he attempted to climb it, and fell off the branch. Miss, listen. She tugged gently at her mistress's arm beside her. Nan Gongqingjin had recently been resting late into the night. By this point in midsummer, days were especially long and brightly lit, so everyone tended to retire later than usual. The voices outside had already been heard by both lady and servant, although Nan Gongqingjin had since drifted off. Sheer, however, had heard something rolling off somewhere outside. With a shake, Nan Gongqingjin woke up immediately. "What, miss? I heard someone in the courtyard," Xianer said nervously, already preparing to rise and take a look. Nan Gongqingjin chuckled helplessly. "In the dead of night, what are you going to do? There's always someone around here arranged by them. It's just people they send over, don't go out." "But miss, I must check. If I don't, what if we encounter some danger? What will we do then?" Seeing Xiener's obstinacy, Nan Gongqingjin could only nod, grabbed a candle beside her, lit the lantern, and both master and servant stepped into the courtyard. From far away, they spotted Huangfu Kongming lying unconscious on the ground. The arrowhead was coated with poison, not extremely lethal, but it had anesthetic properties mixed with some toxic components. By now, after all that running and exertion, the venom had spread through his veins throughout his body. So very soon, he collapsed. The last thing Huangfu Kongming saw before losing consciousness were the approaching figures of the two women. Xiener, upon spotting what she thought to be a dead man, let out a shocked cry, gripping a nearby pole as she hesitantly moved toward him. "Xiener, make sure before striking. This person is already unconscious," she said, calmly. Xiener immediately nodded. Both of them held the lantern and walked forward. Even before they reached him, they recognized his face. It was a face Nan Gongqingjin thought about day and night. She didn't have time to wonder why Huangfu Kongming would show up here. Nan Gongqingjin quickly covered Xiener's mouth. "Don't scream, or we'll be finished tonight." Because she stifled Xiener's shout, the noise was suppressed. Now, seeing the situation, Nan Gongqingjin realized that the search would soon reach this area. "Xiener, hurry. Help me bring him inside. Don't let anyone come." Recently, Xiener had been hitting it off with General Wu Dakai, and thus the soldiers would withdraw at night according to Wu Dakai's orders. Fortunately, he had passed out here. With all their strength, the two finally managed to carry Huangfu Kongming inside the house. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Just as the two had barely transported Huangfu Kongming indoors, a loud knocking resounded on the door in rage. Nan Gongqingjin exchanged a glance with Xiener. "Xiener, go open the door." "Miss, can you handle this alone? Is it safe here?" Xiener looked at Nan Gongqingjin, who calmly nodded. Xiener sighed, adjusted her expression into one of calmness, and went to the door while yawning. "What's all this about? Do you even consider letting people rest at this late hour? Did anyone run into your place?" A man holding a torch rudely barged in without waiting for a response. He did not expect that the occupant of this residence would be Nan Gongqingjin. While this man did not fear Nan Gongqingjin herself, he still felt intimidated by Xiener due to her recent close relationship with Wu Dakai. Upon Xiener's commanding tone, the man immediately glanced around nervously. "Oh, it's you. Tonight, there was an assassin here, so I came to double-check for your own safety." "Really? Has no one entered this place?" They had practically searched everywhere they could. If there was really nobody here, it would be strange indeed. That's when Xiener noticed bloodstains on the floor. Stepping on them with her foot and confirming it, she raised her hand. "There is." "Ah, indeed. Indeed. Just as you say. This petty thief has given us quite a chase." As Xiener examined the stains on the ground, she kept stomping until all traces were wiped clean. Then she stretched out her hand, pointing to this man's chest. "It's not just one person, but many. Look, you've already broken in, along with your subordinates." "Young lady, is this a time to joke around?" "Ha ha, naturally not. Since you say someone has come in, search yourselves. Our miss is currently bathing. I'll attend to her. Remember to lock the door properly after you're done searching. Seriously, what's the point in coming here at midnight? Assassins? Complete nonsense." With a grumble, Xiener left. The man remained unaware of Huangfu Kongming's exact location, but waved his hand anyway, and commanded his people to search thoroughly on both sides. After searching everywhere and still finding nothing, these individuals were preparing to leave when Zisonghe arrived. "Still haven't found him?" For some reason, probably intuition, he swiftly approached, looking around carefully, ready to search again. "The prince, we've already searched everywhere, but there's nothing," said the man, frowning seriously after hearing the reply. He looked carefully once more. "This courtyard has truly been thoroughly inspected. And where is Miss Ningong now? What's she doing?" "Saying she's bathing. Do you think we'd dare to search there?" By this point, Zisonghe had already understood. The entire estate, big and small areas, had been searched thoroughly, except for the one place where Nan Gongqingjin was supposedly bathing. Thinking about this, he gave a slight nod. "I will go look myself while all of you continue searching around. Tonight, we must find this villain." Yes, your highness." This man nodded and left while Zisonghe quickly arrived at the courtyard. The bloodstains on the ground had already been cleaned up by Xiener, leaving no trace. Upon reaching the lit room, he tapped lightly on the window. "Are you resting, young lady?" As expected, he had arrived. Inside, still bathing, Nan Gongqingjin coughed slightly and composed herself. "I'm in the bath. Please wait a moment. I'll be out shortly." While nodding, without giving either Xiener or Nan Gongqingjin a chance to react, Zisonghe kicked the door open, then closed it quickly behind him. Given the suspicious circumstances, he knew full well that at this hour, taking a bath was not Nan Gongqingjin's usual behavior. As a physician, she always slept for extended hours every night under the guise of maintaining her health. But now, where exactly was Nan Gongqingjin, and what was she doing? Still bathing? Zisonghe didn't believe it. Hence, unwilling to wait any longer, when he entered the room, Both Xian'er and Nan Gongqingjin were shocked. Chapter 181. Protection from Nan Gongqingjin. Xian immediately stepped forward and stood in front of the wooden tub. Nan Gongqingjin. Timidly, her hoarse voice came from beside Xian. You. How can you just come in like this? I'm still bathing. Because there was an assassin in the house just now. I think, miss, you wouldn't want to get hurt by the assassin. Such matters cannot be delayed. Miss, forgive me. He continued while walking over. Hey, Baisuryu, what are you doing? You can't, you shouldn't do this. Xian tried even more to hide, which made him more convinced that there must be something wrong with this bathtub. Nan Gongqingjin's face had already turned red. Please leave. Here really isn't any assassin. Please don't look, alright. Get out of my way. He grabbed Xian's shoulder and pushed him aside with force. Xian fell down beside the position. Sir, you can't spy on a young lady taking a bath. What are you doing? Forgive me. Saying he reached into the wooden tub. Nan Gongqingjin was shocked, and soon tears were welling up in her eyes. At that moment, his hand swept through the water in the tub, confirming that there wasn't another person inside. But his hand was not fully under control. Nan Gongqingjin felt it, but it was only briefly. Her face turned redder than before. In the wooden tub, she checked all areas she could touch herself, realizing that indeed there was nothing unusual. She took a breath and pulled her dripping wet sleeve out from the tub. I didn't have a choice. The assassin is smart. If he truly hid in your tub, it would be dangerous for both you and me. I did it for your safety. Sorry about that. Saying, he said, while moving towards the door, without showing any sign of regret. Seeing this, Nan Gongqingjin finally exhaled. Assassin, where did the assassin come from? I am unclear. However, tonight you need to be cautious, don't encounter danger. Report back if anything unusual happens. I'll go ahead. After speaking, saying he left arrogantly. Once he was gone, Xian approached closer. Miss, are you alright? Don't be scared. While saying this, Xian locked the door. As saying he hadn't found Huang Fukongming in there, it was predictable. When he got to the door, he waved, leaving a few guards who were previously there. The rest scattered in haste and started searching again. Wu Dekai didn't find anything either, making him very curious about the situation. The yard wasn't big, but strangely enough, he couldn't find anything in this courtyard. He searched carefully around, but found nothing. At that moment, saying he arrived and asked Wu Dekai standing nearby. Still haven't found it. No. Continue. After speaking, he walked toward the courtyard and entered the hall, resting after a busy night. They searched for quite some time, almost until the second watch of the night, yet still found nothing. After saying he left, Xian's face became white like a sheet of paper. Miss, where is he? Lowering her voice, Nan Gongqingjin stood up, grabbing the towel nearby to start wiping, pointing at the bed. He thought, if someone came in, I would definitely hide this person in my tub. That's incorrect. Furthermore, why doesn't he consider that this person has already been injured and won't last long in the tub? Miss you. Xian was caught between laughter and crying. You're always risking it. I love taking risks and you know it. Now don't talk. Go next door and bring over my medicine box. Remember, bring golden wound medicine. Don't let anyone follow you. Go fast and come back quick. Xian nodded and went off. Not long after, she returned carrying the medicine box. Fortunately, no one noticed Xian's move. Upon returning, Xian helped Nan Gongqingjin take Huang Fukongming out from under the bed. Now gradually regaining consciousness, Huang Fukongming opened his phoenix-like eyes in disbelief when he realized his head rested against Nan Gongqingjin's bosom. He was surprised, but quickly suppressed the surprise, the sensation, the emotion. How did I end up here? It's just a matter of saving someone's life. I never thought we'd meet again, let alone in such circumstances. Though I don't like you, I like saying he even less. Rest assured, I will heal you. They've searched once already and won't come back for a while. Rest well, don't speak. There are too many prying ears. Huang Fukongming nodded. Xian helped Nan Gongqingjin as she quickly pulled out the broken arrow. It's poisoned. He doesn't leave himself any room for mercy. I don't have the antidote here, but temporarily, don't worry. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the 100-grass garden to find it. I'll bandage you up now and give you a medicine that can ease the pain for a bit. After this, you should stay here. Don't come out. When we enter, the sound signal is 3 long knocks and 2 short ones. Remember, anything else means it's an enemy. Huang Fukongming had an excellent memory and had already memorized everything. Xian, go prepare some food and bring it over quietly. Xian nodded and left. Huang Fukongming's gaze then turned toward Nan Gongqingjin's bosom. She resembled a ripe peach after her bath, with a faint fragrance surrounding her. He caught the alluring scent. Realizing Huang Fukongming was looking at her chest, she immediately coughed loudly. What do you think you're looking at? Nothing. We haven't seen each other for so long. I owe you an apology, he said, intending to get up when he tried rising but stumbled instead. I told you not to rise, yet you insist on doing so. Now look. Nan Gongqingjin finished speaking and attempted to support him, but unexpectedly, she accidentally loosened her towel. This was something she hadn't anticipated. Stunned, Nan Gongqingjin saw her towel had quickly slipped open in front of Huang Fukongming. Heaven, what kind of situation was this? Huang Fukongming's eyes did not blink, focusing intently on the woman beside him. As Nan Gongqingjin hastily wrapped herself back up, she scolded. Does it look good? Previously, this body should have been yours, but now, you'd better stop staring. I swear if you continue looking at me like this, I'll gouge out your eyes, and I promise I'll follow through. Yes. He closed his eyes promptly, and Nan Gongqingjin went to the side to put on a piece of clothing. Meanwhile, Xian brought over a bowl of plain rice porridge and a cold steamed bun. Nan Gongqingjin nodded and had Xian pass it over. Your Highness, forgive us for serving you so poorly. Back then at your place, even this wasn't provided for us. Who had pity on us poor people? Xian mocked while passing the bun, but nearby, Nan Gongqingjin frowned. Xian, can't you be quiet for a moment? Regarding past matters, your Highness may forget them, but I cannot. Such kindness from your Highness carved into my soul as deeply as being inscribed by knife blade upon flesh. It cut deep within me and stays engraved on my heart. I can never forget it. Xian, enough. We need to move, said Nan Gongqingjin, then added, there are monitors around here, so watch your words and actions carefully. If possible, avoid coming out. I'm going. After that, Nan Gongqingjin departed. Truthfully, Huang Fukongming still wanted to talk further with Nan Gongqingjin. However, given the current situation, he knew very well that he wasn't safe himself. To ensure the safety of all three individuals, Huang Fukongming could only remain there waiting. In the darkness, he ate and then laid down to rest on the adjacent bed. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqingjin had returned to the next door chamber where she settled down for sleep. Beside her, Xian spoke. Miss, tell me, what's happening? It's incredibly dangerous. Earlier, as I said, you absolutely shouldn't have helped that guy. How could you possibly forget how terribly he treated both of us? I couldn't forgive that. Is that really what you think? Nan Gongqingjin asked. Well, it's not exactly like that. I'm not one who returns evil with evil. Matters of the past were indeed complex. But every time I remember him, I still feel how utterly excessive his actions were. Xian complained bitterly. So, began Nan Gongqingjin. All this while, you've been giving him those items to eat. Nothing more than a cold steamed bun and plain rice porridge from the small kitchen. Miss, you're so smart that I can't hide anything from you. I did it intentionally, but there won't be a next time. Xian giggled and continued. And as for you being worried and feeling pity, you'd better not get too overjoyed tomorrow. If anyone notices this, we'll have a hard time. Yes, Xian. The two of them rested. Nothing happened that night. Later in the evening, around 3 drums of the night, the army searching for Huang Fukongming still had no progress. After resting well at 3 drums, Zi sang he came to ask about the situation and found these people inefficient. I clearly saw that you injured him. He wouldn't have left here and should still be in the mansion. I will order them to search thoroughly tomorrow. Absurd. Unable to find an already wounded person. This is ridiculous. Leave. Zi sang he frowned and scolded. Wu Dekai nodded and immediately left, determined to vent his unbridled anger on others. Absurd. Unable to find an already wounded person. This is ridiculous. Leave. Wu Dekai cursed at the military strategist, who then passed along the exact words he heard to the other subordinates beside him. Absurd. Unable to find an already wounded person. This is ridiculous. Leave. One subordinate after another felt helpless because every place they should have looked was already searched, yet nothing turned up. It was baffling, and one by one, they had combed through the surrounding areas but to no avail. The next day, Nan Gongqingjin woke up as usual, learning from Tianlong Dia that Zi sang he was enraged due to their failure to find Huang Fukongming. Nan Gongqingjin chuckled inwardly. How easy could it be for them to find someone she wanted to keep hidden? Unless Huang Fukongming left personally, they'd never find him even if they searched for a lifetime. But her face betrayed none of her thoughts. Chapter 182. Nan Gongqingjin sees the big picture from small details. Breakfast had been delivered by Xianer to that room already. Huang Fukongming only felt pain, but when he looked, the wound had already become pus-filled. Now it seemed that this poison was quite potent. Over here, Xianer had sent the delicious food and also truthfully reported the situation to Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin nodded. After breakfast, the two people went one after another to the backyard. There were more plants over here, and Xianer already knew what they were looking for this time. They started searching immediately, and it wasn't long before they found the necessary herbs. Xianer returned first with them. Over here, Nan Gongqingjin saw Zisong He coming. From afar, she began bowing in respect. After all, Zisong He is Zisong He. Although the search was completed last night, he was still uneasy. Now he wanted to detain Nan Gongqingjin. Approaching Nan Gongqingjin, stand up. You came so early. There's still dew here, wet and slippery. Be careful not to fall. While speaking, he prepared to support Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin nodded. In fact, she already knew why he had come, but she responded fluently and adaptively. Her calmness didn't show any signs of panic or the burden of a secret. Zisong He, seeing such a composed Nan Gongqingjin, couldn't help but fantasize. For a very long time, Zisong He always doubted whether Nan Gongqingjin was truly Empress Hellion. Initially, he firmly believed that these two were the same person, but now it seemed as if they had no connection at all. If they had no relation, then this woman was incredibly capable. It was often said that people share certain qualities, yet the glaring wisdom and insight of this woman already formed a kind of danger, which constantly hung over his head. He couldn't fully trust this woman. He always felt that this woman had done something behind his back, but strangely enough, he couldn't guess or sense what exactly Nan Gongqingjin had done. Just as geese flying by leave echoes and leopards dying leave their skins, with Nan Gongqingjin, nothing could be seen. She lived peacefully and harmoniously, making it hard to see anything unusual about her. It was precisely because of this that Zisong He found her even more mysterious. Yesterday's incident, it was originally my elder brother's fault. My elder brother is someone within the court who has become used to giving orders, but I am someone who dislikes formalities, which led to an unusual conflict between us, he said, glancing at the woman before him as he spoke. causing alarm to you. There's nothing. I know it's your family matter, so during your quarrel, I didn't appear. In recent years, probably due to aging, my elder brother and I have gradually lost heart. At this point, he was quite despondent. Initially, he thought he could completely control royal power and fully dominate his elder brother. But now it seemed like everything was just a dream of a fool. My elder brother had his own thoughts and actions. His methods were unexpected. After the event where my elder brother revealed his ambitions, there were both good and bad outcomes. The good part was that it finally made Zisong. He realized that my elder brother also harbored ambitious aspirations and was not as mild-mannered as he appeared. The bad part was that my elder brother was gradually estranging himself from me. In the court, no matter how you look at it, right now, I revolve around my elder brother. A direct confrontation isn't feasible right now. People grow up eventually. Once grown, they get tainted by various social environments. Pure white sand turns black in mud, she said, pointing toward a spot ahead. Both of them headed towards the front position, where tall mimosa trees and beautiful hibiscus flowers were all in bloom. The white mimosa blossoms resembled a full moon, while the magnificent hibiscus flowers were inviting enough to make anyone want to touch them. Those colossal flower crowns indeed appeared exclusive. Upon seeing this, Nangong Qingjin stopped walking and began quietly observing in the midst of such grand flower patches. Do you like flowers? Actually, most girls do like flowers. I've liked all kinds of flowers since childhood. These flowers here are quite beautiful, Nangong Qingjin said, plucking a flower as she spoke and handing it over to Zisongyi. How about this? It's a gift for you. Zisongyi held it, gently placing it beneath his nose to smell. Then he held her hand and went forward carelessly. Along the way, the mimosa flowers here were more vigorous than before. The lush branches were like ears of grain. There were many clusters, red as if they were pieces of glass in the evening sky or brave torches. That kind of red completely attracted one's attention. It was a healthy red, a burning red. Nangong Qingjin stood under the tree as if entranced. Zisongyi, standing beside her, looked at these beautiful flowers, glanced for a while, and then pulled Nangong Qingjin's hand. Nangong Qingjin struggled slightly, and he laughed softly. I have no other meaning. Come with me. Okay. Nangong Qingjin strangely felt a sense of security. It was truly strange because the person beside her was a killer, yet she had no hesitation as she followed towards the front. When the two reached the end of the path, Nangong Qingjin gazed at the magnificent and beautiful tree crown. Zisongyi, standing under the big tree in the sunlight, the crimson glow gradually fell on his face. It was bright, joyful, making anyone feel a sense of beauty upon seeing it. Both of them were watching. After a while, they finally calmed down. Hey, did you see? Zisongyi pointed to a high branch. Following the direction of Zisongyi's finger, Nangong Qingjin saw a flower swaying in the wind on a high branch, seemingly about to fall, but still hanging there. I saw it. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the flower buds swaying in the wind, and he smiled, already saying, this one is for you. Can you come to look at it every day? Nangong Qingjin originally thought this flower had some unusual place, but after careful observation, it seemed no different. The flower was so ordinary, just like the various flowers she had seen before, almost identical. Indeed, it was. Zisong, he didn't care about Nangong Qingjin's momentary distraction. What kind of person was this? A multifaceted individual, cruel enough to make people shudder in fear when he acted harshly. But in another aspect, he was as warm and gentle as jade. Such a mysterious person made Nangong Qingjin sincerely admire him. In her short first half of life, she had almost never met such a person. In the past, when people said someone was charming, she couldn't help but sneer. But now, even Nangong Qingjin already knew clearly. Why did the empress commit adultery and get entangled with Zisongyi? It was because Zisongyi's personal charm had thoroughly captivated the empress. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Young Lord Bai truly knows how to talk. There are more guards in my estate. Haven't I made you uncomfortable? You should understand that since I am wealthy and powerful, some people always have their eyes on me. Therefore, it is quite regrettable, but last night someone attempted to assassinate me. I was forced to search you. Please don't take it personally. Of course, the last night I was bathing. I'm not aware of what happened outside. Nangong Qingjin said, laughing as she spoke. Anyway, these people sure chose a good time, coming over exactly at this point. Anyway, you need to pay attention to your safety. I will. Let's walk ahead a bit more. We haven't chatted for a long time. The two continued walking forward. This place seemed desolate and unoccupied. Yes, in such a huge residence, adding staff everywhere would require too many people. This place was quiet. The wind came by, blowing the lotus flowers that stood tall like umbrellas. He said, look, this year's water shield lotuses have bloomed. All the water shield lotuses here are blue. Blue lotuses open in the morning and close in the evening. They are very beautiful. The early curtain has already formed. Let's go take a look. Actually, Nangong Qingjin wasn't planning to go, but due to politeness, she could only follow Zisongyi. Soon, they reached the middle of the lake where Zisong, he took hold of the lotus pod next to him and quickly opened it. With a medium-sized dagger, he cut the lotus pod open and took out each lotus seed one by one. The lotus seeds were as clear as water, very attractive, and absolutely delicious. He took each pure, natural lotus seed and handed them to Nangong Qingjin. In front of the man, where could Nangong Qingjin possibly eat? She fidgeted awkwardly, holding the lotus seeds in her hands. In fact, even if she ate, it was just stealthily taking a small bite without making any sound. At this moment, Zisongyi laughed. If you want to eat, then eat. If you want to gobble, then gobble. I like to see your true nature. You know this. After saying that, Zisang he immediately smiled, nodded, and truly began to devour the lotus seeds. He liked this woman's genuine nature, but he also reminded himself that no matter what, his affection for her could only be superficial. It must never delve deeper into the subconscious. And under no circumstances should this woman become indispensable to him in certain matters. He reiterated to himself that she was a stepping stone for him, a tool to be utilized in the future, everything and nothing. A lover she must not be. After eating the lotus seeds, he continued to peel the lotus pod. Nangong Qingjin and Zisang, he floated on a small boat in the middle of the lake. The little boat swayed gently on the water surface, with misty fog ahead obscuring their vision, making it unclear which direction they were heading. Yet, he let the boat drift here and there unhurriedly. The lake turned out to be quite vast. Dragonflies and butterflies flitted nearby while around the water's edge, a dense patch of reeds swayed. Unexpectedly, water snakes slithered out from the reeds, prompting Nangong Qingjin to say, "Let's go back. There are too many mosquitoes here." Upon hearing this, Zisang he immediately agreed and steered the boat forward. Not long after walking for a while, he suddenly took out another lotus seed and fed it to Nangong Qingjin. Initially, she had no suspicion toward him. Although unwilling, it seemed improper to ruin the mood now, as he wasn't someone who acted lewdly. It was just a playful game, a pretense, nothing more. If he could do it, then she, Nangong Qingjin, could play along as well. Though Nangong Qingjin wasn't an expert at such games, she still managed a faint smile and opened her mouth. But unfortunately, when she thought it was just a consensual exchange, the man pushed the prank to its ultimate extent, just as her lips were about to touch the lotus seed. No, he had already moved the lotus seed towards his own mouth. Now, the situation was that Nangong Qingjin missed the lotus seed entirely and accidentally kissed Zisang he on the face instead. The air froze in place as he stared at her, such a beautiful woman, and before either of them realized, he drew closer to her. Chapter 183, The Use of Huangfu Wenliang. Nangong Qingjin heard his breathing and prepared to make a run for it. "Sir, what are you going to do?" she finally asked, looking at Zisang he, who was already smiling. "Close your eyes, okay?" "No, a marriage should follow the parents' wishes and matchmaker's words. There's nothing like that, sir, don't joke around." She said this while blushing furiously, ready to leave the place. Dangerous, dangerous, really dangerous. What parents command and the matchmaker's arrangement? As long as you and I truly have feelings for each other, all these things aren't important, right? He looked at Nangong Qingjin, leaving her momentarily speechless. Fortunately, someone ashore, clearly anxious, arrived in an instant like a dragonfly skimming water. Master Bai. It should have been Prince, but the sight of Nangong Qingjin nearby forced him to change his words. Nangong Qingjin slightly nodded and remained silent, tossing the remaining lotus seeds in the pod into the water. Fish swam over, scrambling to eat them. "What is the matter? Why are you in such a panic?" Zisang he was annoyed. His own good moment had been ruined by General Wu Daka. This interruption displeased anyone. Following how events had unfolded, it wouldn't be long before the two of them would fall deeply in love on this boat. They would soon be together. Actually, he was attracted enough that even this iron-blooded warrior had prepared to do anything here, but now Wu Dakai's sudden arrival left him feeling very uncomfortable. "What's wrong?" "The young master has come, and today he wants to visit Lady Nangong. I told him she wasn't there." Wu Dakai frowned tightly, weighing whether or not to say what came next, until he saw that at least Zisang, he wanted him to speak up. He started forcing his way in with the Yuan army officers. "Your subordinate currently does not dare to have any conflict with our superior officer for fear the situation will spiral out of control, which is why I've come to seek you, sir. Can you step forward and mediate?" Actually, such matters were trivial within the manor. However, such an event served as a major reminder and hint, a prelude to stormy waves. He knew, Huangfu Wenliang didn't actually want to find Nangong Qingjin. Instead, it was a subtle threat. "You Zisang he, if you lock up someone I, Huangfu Wenliang, happen to fancy, then she's mine. If I desire and intend to take her, everything is mine. Mine, mine, mine. No matter how many layers of guards you surround her with, they're no obstacle. I can still move unobstructed." After contemplating this for a brief moment, he replied, "All right, you've done well. Row the little boat toward the front position. Prince Zisang must immediately investigate." At that moment, Nangong Qingjin gave Wu Daka a look of gratitude. Before too long, the small boat reached the shore. "Since we're brothers, you should settle this matter amicably. I'll return home. It's my fault this quarrel has arisen. If I stay here acting cowardly, it wouldn't be appropriate," Nangong Qingjin said, nodding her head as she prepared to follow behind. He sighed faintly. "Leaving you alone here makes me uneasy. Let Wu Daka stay and protect you. I'll go check out the front yard. Regardless of whoever tries to approach Lady Nangong, they are to be stopped immediately. Do you understand?" Having issued his order, he left. "Yes, understood, sir," Wu Dakai responded immediately. Meanwhile, Zisang he stomped off angrily, heading toward the front. Long before he reached Nangong Qingjin's residence, he could already hear the commotion at the entrance. It sounded as if a large amount of glass had been smashed and resembled the sound of someone having disturbed a hornet's nest. The loud noise was maddening. Brother, do you know that your coming disrupted my affairs?" Seeing people arguing and shouting, he rushed ahead in 3 quick steps. "Everyone, calm down. My lord, why have you come to create trouble today?" "I just wanted to see Lady Nangong. What trouble could I possibly stir? Your guards here increasingly lack humanity. Don't forget who I am. The Emperor, the Son of Heaven. And yet, do your eyes contain respect for me?" "To you. I'm apparently nothing more than a pile of dog dung. Huangfu Wenliang continued while stamping his feet, sighing. I merely wish to enter and visit Lady Nangong. So where is the problem? There's no problem at all. If you want to go in, then go. But your method of entry has been too aggressive. You're from the imperial capital. I believe my army dares not oppose you. We subdue others through virtue. Ah, you subdue others through virtue. After so much ado, it turns out that you mean to subdue others through virtue. I almost thought you all were arrogant enough not to acknowledge me. Huangfu Wenliang furrowed his brows unreasonably. I don't care about your virtue or lack thereof. Today, I am determined to enter. You have traveled a long way today. Rest first for a while. Rest? Why should I? I heard last night there was an assassin here, and today, I must come and check on Miss Nangong. The news, Zisanghe's cold black eyes swept across everyone's faces. Everyone under such a deep and chilling gaze felt extremely fearful. Clearly, that look was questioning who dared to utter such nonsense. Now, his gaze had landed on them all, and one by one, they became as silent as cicadas in winter, none daring to say a word in defense. Seeing this, he thought, let it be for now. We'll investigate later who the mole is among us. Originally, he had confidence in his own people, but how had someone already known about this news? This puzzled him. He retracted his cold and stern gaze, his expression now rather grim. She's fine. Not permissible. Last time, Zisanghe had shut him out, but even then, he managed to win. And this time, he would do the same. Coldly, he turned his gaze towards Zisanghe. Not permissible. I need to see her with my own eyes to believe. Brother, why have you become so unreasonable lately? As a ruler, you come here openly every day. Do we still live our own lives? That, hearing Zisanghe's words, Huangfu Wenliang's face grew colder, an unprecedented chill spreading to his lips. Younger brother, you should understand. My visits are not mere baseless nuisances. Those who truly cause trouble are far away yet nearby. You're talking about me? Seems there's no one else before my eyes. Huangfu Wenliang replied. Zisanghe hadn't expected Huangfu Wenliang to be so argumentative. Recently, Huangfu Wenliang had changed, but by whom, he wasn't sure. Now, seeing such an aggressive Huangfu Wenliang, Zisanghe could only sigh. Well, if you insist on seeing her, all right, your royal guards may stay here, but you go inside alone, quickly in and quickly out, agreed. This already counted as a compromise from Zisanghe. Yet, knowing when to press further, Huangfu Wenliang immediately took a step forward. No, I won't feel at ease without Yuan knights by my side. That was going too far indeed. At this point, Zisanghe didn't wish to dwell on it any longer, so he simply waved his hand. Fine, you may enter, but I must warn you of something. Watching Huangfu Wenliang about to enter, Zisanghe immediately stepped forward. Speak. Looking straight into Zisanghe's eyes, Zisanghe nodded, then said, there's something I must remind you of repeatedly. Don't reveal anything in front of her. She's exceptionally sharp, capable of reasoning by analogy. If she finds out you're the emperor, my identity will soon be clear to her as well. Yes, I agree with you on that. While saying this, Huangfu Wenliang gripped his jade belt and strode inward, trailed by a group of boastful imperial guards acting overly proud, embodying triumph. Before long, they had entered the chamber. Nangong Qingjin had just returned, surprised to see Huangfu Wenliang entering so openly with such a large retinue. She was both delighted and apprehensive. Delighted because her pretense had made Huangfu Wenliang assume she yearned for him deeply. Apprehensive because the man had already intruded so boldly, apparently with Zisanghe's permission. Greeting Huangfu Wenliang with respect upon his arrival, she proceeded to bow. Miss Nangong, I've heard last night assassins troubled younger brother here. Are you all right? His tone was genuinely concerned, sounding calm and sincere. Sighing, Nangong Qingjin pointed to her mouth, signaling she had grievances but couldn't express them. Understanding Nangong Qingjin's implication, Huangfu Wenliang growled angrily. Fear not, I'll stand up for you now. There's nothing that cannot be said here. Younger brother's people have kept me outside. Whatever you wish to say, just speak freely. I feel wronged. Tears had unexpectedly streamed down Nangong Qingjin's face, and seeing this, Huangfu Wenliang sighed before nodding and asking, tell me, where exactly does your sense of being wronged come from? My grievance is that the matter of the assassin was all arranged by Zisanghe. With such stringent security around this manor, how could there possibly be any assassins? The assassin business was merely an attempt by him to scare me. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, her tears freely washed over her face. Such a rare gem of a girl. Her sorrow tugged at the heart even when she wasn't crying, and as she sobbed incoherently, her distress was unbearable. Witnessing this, Huangfu Wenliang immediately moved closer to her side, with comforting warmth, and gently turned her face toward his. Why must you torment yourself like this? As long as I am here, no one will dare harm you. In fact, this assassination story was just a lure for drawing you here. Once you arrived, the plan succeeded. Do you understand now? Zisanghe's real goal is to provoke a conflict with you. Eventually, if it escalates into a fight. Now it becomes clear. The third brother has always been one to bear grudges for the slightest slights, which I fully understand, he said, speaking while exhaling another sigh. All right, stop worrying. I'll try my best to protect you for the time being. Knowing that you frequently visit, showing close attention to me. After you leave feeling carefree and at ease, he comes and mocks me cruelly, hurling filthy and unbearable insults. I can do nothing but endure them. In front of you, he wears one face, and before me, he displays another. Now that I am no longer empress. Chapter 184, such a smart woman. What else could I say? In order to preserve myself, I had to endure it. He asked me to accept him and said that, "You are, what? An ugly bastard son of a turtle." Taking the chance, Nangang Qingjin actually wanted to curse this foul man. She cursed while pulling her hand away from Huangfu Wenliang's grasp. Huangfu Wenliang's hands and feet were cold now. Did he really say that? I have no past or recent grudges with you. How would I defame you for no reason? It wasn't me, but him, Nangang Qingjin said, seeing Huangfu Wenliang's expression becoming quite embarrassed. She continued, adding fuel to the fire. In addition to this, he also said you suffer from a serious ailment, which will lead to no good results even if you are with me. He said, you're not capable in that area, saying that since the age of 9, your body has been ruined by palace maids and young girls. You cannot satisfy any woman. Your empress is much more comfortable with him. He mentioned that all the women around you, all. Watching Huangfu Wenliang become completely enraged now, Nangang Qingjin was secretly overjoyed inside. Is this true or false? Have you truly weakened so early in life? Or is Zisong he talking nonsense? Complete nonsense. I'm going to find my third brother right now. I. Huangfu Wenliang clenched his teeth in anger and immediately took down the sharp axe beside him. I am going to kill this wretch now. Your Majesty, calm down please. If you go, I may be suspected of stirring up trouble. When you arrive, if he admits it, then let you two battle it out. This. Huangfu Wenliang looked at Nangang Qingjin, who then said, look, when you two fight, both tigers will inevitably be injured. This allows others to take advantage. This is not good. You know, enduring for a moment leads to calmness. Hearing this, Huangfu Wenliang sighed and hung the axe back on the wall. You do make sense. Forgive you for being wronged. I will think of a way to take you away from here, he said, and Nangang Qingjin immediately nodded, already feeling deeply grateful. He always brags to me about how great he is, saying that you cannot get an erection. Is this true or false? A man cannot admit himself as incapable in one specific aspect. But now, it seemed he might be incapable. After Nangang Qingjin asked this question, Huangfu Wenliang frowned coldly. Pure nonsense. I must take you away from here immediately. This viper. He also said he would seize your kingdom, though the time isn't right now. He claimed that when the time comes, he wouldn't kill you. He just wants you to step down and live quietly within the deep palace with women, allowing them to accompany you every day. Since you truly struggle with relations with women, he said, letting you abdicate will be more painful than killing you. Fine, Zisong he indeed deserves death. I shall surely kill this base person. Seeing the emperor thoroughly provoked, Nangang Qingjin nodded secretly. Your Majesty, you should act now. If you don't go now, after you leave, this person will surely bully me. How will he bully you? With harsh words and insults. On the surface, he seems refined and elegant. But his baseness is truly shocking and unexpected. Upon hearing this, how he might humiliate became apparent. I will protect you. Your Majesty, you cannot even protect yourself here. How can you protect me? When a king has lost his spirit, what use is there for a lowly concubine like me? I can only try to protect myself. Last night, despite knowing I was bathing, he claimed there was an assassin. Yet where was there an assassin? Yes, I too found it strange. The defenses here are extremely tight. Normally, not even a fly could enter, let alone an assassin. Do you mean this was deliberately done by my third brother? He said, looking at Nangang Qingjin while speaking. Nangang Qingjin's tears, ready to fall once again, escaped without control. It was merely that he seized the opportunity during my bath and came over, claiming an assassin was in the bathtub. I was scared half to death. I trembled uncontrollably and dared not say a word. His hand felt around recklessly in the tub. Yet where was there any assassin? First, I have no relation to the assassin. How could I just harbor an assassin without any reason? Second, even if I wanted to keep the assassin around, it's beyond my capabilities. Look at how big that bathtub is. I want to be your only person. But before becoming yours, I may already be tainted. Can you still expect me to remain pure as a lotus in this place? It's impossible. She spoke slowly and sighed, which made the listener frown after hearing her words for a long time, then sigh again. I will protect you. Starting from now on, I will definitely protect you well. Don't be afraid. While saying this, he embraced Nangang Qingjin. Nangang Qingjin thought, stirring up trouble between people really was very simple and also a shortcut. Now the guards had left. Her one-sided words alone were enough to send Zisong he down 18 levels of hell. Why wouldn't she take advantage of this? The two exchanged glances. Huangfu Wenliang had been about to leave, but every time he intended to leave, he was stopped by Nangang Qingjin. After all, he liked being with this woman. After some time, he no longer wanted to leave so much. They looked at each other, showing mutual admiration. Actually, Nangang Qingjin expended considerable energy and spirit to feign this behavior. Seeing Huangfu Wenliang not coming out, Zisong he feared that Huangfu Wenliang might reveal something important through his actions. He immediately signaled a stern look to Wu Dakai beside him, who quickly moved toward the door. But when he reached there, he encountered the obstruction by the Imperial Guard. Let me, your general, go inside. Let me, your general, go inside. Not possible. A burly warrior like you going inside. Surely it would be to assassinate our emperor, they said, watching the man intensely. Having no choice, he could only sigh and retreat. At this moment, seeing something wasn't right, Zisong he kicked away the nearby servant who acted superior because of someone else's power. Is it true that even I cannot enter? As he said this, he strode boldly forward, quickly reaching the main hall. When Zisong he entered, Nangang Qingjin's expression changed rapidly, trembling. Seeing that his own entry separated the two, The cold expression on Zisong-he's face changed as well. Big brother, you should go. Third brother, you always seem to show up when you shouldn't, and absent when you should be here. I was originally planning to take Miss Nangong to my side for a playdate. Can you allow it? No, she must stay here. If we have anything to discuss, let's talk elsewhere. Zisong-he said this and went behind him. Huangfu Wenliang nodded and followed Zisong-he. They reached the corridor where the wind blew, and Zisong-he stood with hands clasped behind his back. The breeze stirred the strands of hair at the edge of his temples. He slowly turned back and stared into Huangfu Wenliang's eyes. What exactly does Big Brother mean by visiting so many times? You probably don't know how capable a woman Nangong Qingjin is. Taking her away could actually pose danger to you. Big Brother knows this, but Big Brother insists on taking her away. There was absolutely no way Zisong-he would allow Huangfu Wenliang to take Nangong Qingjin away. After all, she was his weapon, a very critical one, making him almost invincible. Even Huangfu Wenliang seemed quite interested in Nangong Qingjin now. This meant that the weapon might work against both Huangfu Kongming and Huangfu Wenliang indirectly. Perfect. That's completely impossible. Younger brother, you've changed. Huangfu Wenliang frowned, waving his sleeves and walking forward. Seeing that Huangfu Wenliang was sulking at him, Zisong-he came over and explained gently. If you fancy her, she'll be yours eventually. It's just a matter of time. I'm not interested in her. She serves as a good lure here. If used well, Huangfu Kongming will show up soon. You'll understand then. This is your perfect plan, yet I've heard there was no such assassin last night. That assassin is just fabricated nonsense by you, merely a figment of your imagination. He said this calmly while observing Zisong-he. Who dares to spout such nonsense? Could it be Nangong Qingjin? His eyes turned dark and fierce. To avoid causing trouble for Nangong Qingjin, he sighed immediately. It isn't Nangong Qingjin. It's more like, if you want no one to know, you'd better not do it. He said this while sighing again. Third brother, you've changed, you've really changed, the emperor said. Your majesty, what changes are in my heart, not in your servant's loyalty, he replied. Today, after tremendous effort, he had finally managed to send Huangfu Wenliang away. Once Huangfu Wenliang was gone, a bold and determined idea had already taken root in his mind. No, Huangfu Wenliang mustn't keep coming here. This man had been stirring up too much trouble lately. It would be best to send Nangong Qingjin away as soon as possible. However, strangely, there were many informants around here who seemed to report his every move to Huangfu Wenliang. As a result, Zisong-he began searching internally for that mole among those close to him, feeling increasingly uneasy due to his growing suspicion. In just one day, several trusted subordinates had become potential threats. Those who should be killed were dealt with without hesitation, and those who needed to be moved out were absolutely kept far from him. After reorganizing his forces, the army still remained under Wu Dakai's command. However, after this reorganization, Wu Dakai eventually gained significant power. Wu Dakai originally resented the tyrannical rule of both Zisong-he and Huangfu Wenliang, harboring thoughts of siding with the righteous side, but had no clear destination in mind. Now that everything had been settled, he found greater purpose and meaning in what he was doing. After all, Wu Dakai came from a remote and impoverished area and empathized deeply with the plight of farmers. Seeing the recent tyranny and suffering of the people, he was filled with immense guilt. Chapter 185. The most dangerous place is the safest. After successfully provoking an ambiguous conflict between Huangfu Wenliang and Zisong-he, she retired triumphantly. Those matters proceeded secretly without revealing a trace of tension. Currently, although Zisong-he and Huangfu Wenliang outwardly still show mutual respect, they have already been sharpening their weapons in secret. What Zisong-he least understood was that Nangong Qingjin had actually made Huangfu Wenliang mistakenly believe that she was the Empress Hellion. Therefore, Huangfu Wenliang felt a mix of respect and exploratory desire towards the present-day Nangong Qingjin. Previously, Zisong-he would have never thought that Huangfu Wenliang would so openly defy him. This made Zisong-he sense a threat coming from Huangfu Wenliang. If this man truly came into conflict with him now. Actually, Zisong-he wasn't afraid, but worried that this man was his equal in terms of both strategy and military strength. If their relationship indeed became one of outward harmony but inward discord, it would make others shiver. To ensure his own safety, he must maintain superficial friendliness. Certainly, the astute Zisong-he also knew that their conflicts originated from Nangong Qingjin, at least partially so. After understanding these matters, everything flowed smoothly for him. Now, he waved his hand dismissively to indicate that anyone in the mansion who was deemed untrustworthy, apart from Wu Dakai, should be entirely wiped out. This harsh command troubled Wu Dakai. In fact, the supposed killings were not literal according to Wu Dakai's intentions. Using the excuse of death by caning, Wu Dakai had already released many people. These individuals, having left quietly, believed under such oppressive governance, rebellion was necessary. Loyal and righteous all their lives. Yet in the end, they merely exchanged their loyalty for an ending where crows rest on pine trees, blocking their way home. As these people vanished completely, time seemed to stagnate here. Now, Wu Dakai truly held significant power. After the cleanup, the mansion grew quieter. One day, Wu Dakai arrived at the back courtyard and saw Nangong Qingjin. She was playing chess with Siener. Seeing Wu Dakai arrive, Siener immediately showed her delight and stepped forward to grasp Wu Dakai's hand. "General, you've come," she said happily. Witnessing their hand-holding, Nangong Qingjin coughed lightly, and Siener quickly let go, standing there with her head bowed like a young student who'd made a mistake. "Siener, don't lose yourself in excitement. There are still prying eyes in this mansion. If people really discover your close interactions, it won't benefit either you or the general. Yes, I understand. Sienna nodded quickly, then went to prepare tea. After greeting with a nod, Wu Dakuai walked over to Nan Gongqingjin's side. Seeing her absorbed in a game of chess, he smiled faintly. Come, play around. Upon hearing this, Wu Dakuai took his place across from Nan Gongqingjin. Both were silent as they deliberated, making moves step by step. About 20 moves later, Wu Dakuai found himself defeated. However, Nan Gongqingjin didn't celebrate excessively over her victory. Is he really still with you? He asked, glancing around as he spoke. Seeing his searching gaze, Nan Gongqingjin nodded with a smile. Yes, but I hope the general will help me do something. My assistance is always at your disposal. Please tell me, he replied, glancing toward the woman beside her. Nan Gongqingjin nodded and continued. I'll give you a prescription. You follow it, and ensure these herbs are prepared properly. Zhanghe's arrows are laced with potent poison, and he remains unconscious. All right, I'll leave immediately, he responded, and began to walk away. Nan Gongqingjin swiftly stepped forward. Do not become as restless and impatient as Sienna. These medicinal herbs might be depleted in the mansion. You need to visit local shops separately, and ensure no one knows. Procure them bit by bit from different places, thank you. There's no need, it's my duty, he replied while walking off. After he left, Sienna finally delivered the tea and snacks. Seeing that Wu Dakuai had gone without even saying goodbye to her, Sienna was both distressed and upset. Miss, you watched him leave without stopping him. I still have 2 things to say to him. And look at you, letting him go just like that. Sienna complained, looking crossly at Nan Gongqingjin as she placed down the tea tray. Dear Sienna, meetings now aren't easy. Everything happens right under their watchful eyes. While you may not feel the danger, it certainly lurks nearby. Once everything is resolved, there will be plenty of time for you to cozy up together, won't there? That may be true, but I really miss him. When he's around, I'm filled with joy. This must be what liking someone feels like. It must be love. Sienna, yes, it is, Nan Gongqingjin said. A day without seeing each other feels like 3 autumns. After saying this, she added, I'll go to the back room. You stay here and keep watch. While speaking, she had already gone. Nan Gongqingjin arranged for the injured Huangfu Kongming to be settled in a dilapidated courtyard behind that was almost deserted. This courtyard was connected to their current residence by just one door. Nan Gongqingjin was always cautious, looking left and right to ensure no one was around before heading to the backyard. The backyard was cold, desolate, and filled with falling leaves, appearing completely uninhabited. And indeed, the backyard was truly uninhabited. He was gradually getting better, though his consciousness would come and go, which worried Nan Gongqingjin immensely. Like a cunning cat, once inside, she immediately shut the doors and went over to his side, but he was still not fully recovered. Zhanghe's poisoned arrows were not to be underestimated, but thanks to timely treatment, the wound, although not yet healed, had been properly managed so as not to endanger Huangfu Kongming's life. Huangfu Kongming remained unconscious, which was certainly an ominous sign for Nan Gongqingjin. Now, after entering, Nan Gongqingjin needed to feed Huangfu Kongming personally. Being in a coma, eating was problematic. With great effort, she managed to feed him half a bowl of glutinous rice porridge. Seeing the sweat on his face, she could only reach out to wipe it off. Her eyes filled with concern as she looked at his pale features. Before, it was your fault. I had nearly cut ties with you. But putting myself in your shoes, it wasn't entirely unforgivable. After all, many things are beyond our control. Considering you did save my life once, I'll let you off. Now we're even. She spoke alone, her voice lingering in the air. After finishing, Nan Gongqingjin gently reached out and wiped away the food residue from his lips. Truly, Huangfu Kongming was an exceptionally handsome man. Even though he was now unconscious, this state did nothing to diminish his good looks. His bold eyebrows now appeared more delicate, and his white complexion turned pale due to his unconsciousness, taking on a cold demeanor. His full lips, originally red, had also become pale. Seeing this, Nan Gongqingjin could only sigh. Rest well. I will come again soon. Don't worry, you won't die. After wiping the sweat from Huangfu Kongming's forehead, she unintentionally caught sight of his pale lips. Then slowly lowering herself, she kissed his mouth. Suddenly, in a dreamlike fashion, the man unexpectedly pinned her down. It was then that Nan Gongqingjin realized something was amiss. Ah, you must have woken up. Why are you silent? What are you doing? Nan Gongqingjin found that he wasn't only awake, but also trying to remove her clothes, which terrified her. The situation felt inexplicable. He had already gripped her silk sash and untied it with just a pull. Determined to leave, Nan Gongqingjin struggled in vain, his strength greater than usual, even when unconscious. She was on the verge of tears. Her gaze shifted to his hand. He wasn't just undressing her, but also himself. Realizing the gravity, Nan Gongqingjin bit down hard on his shoulder. You scoundrel! You're taking advantage of me. You feigned unconsciousness to torment me this way. I hate you. After managing to free herself with great difficulty, it turned out Huangfu Kongming was still actually asleep. When a man feels softness suddenly pressed against him, any man knows instinctively what to do. A normal physiological reaction no one can pretend. Nan Gongqingjin, now flushed and embarrassed, immediately turned and rushed to the doorway, restoring everything to its original state before retreating quietly. That day, Zhanghe came by, yet he hadn't noticed anything unusual about Nan Gongqingjin. He came merely to check on Nan Gongqingjin. Now, he was growing increasingly uneasy about her. Why had his brother suddenly turned against him? Although Nan Gongqingjin wasn't the main reason, she was undoubtedly part of the cause. Thus, Zi sang he needed to keep a constant eye on Nan Gongqingjin. When he arrived that day, however, he didn't see Nan Gongqingjin but rather her maid, who was napping. In the heat of summer, Xian'er soon drifted off to sleep. All the servants who had been in this room were sent away by Nan Gongqingjin, placing a heavy burden on Xian'er alone. Though it seemed like there was no hustle and bustle throughout the day, Xian'er didn't have a moment to rest. Now, unintentionally, she had dozed off. A few people had already entered the room, but unfortunately, Xian'er remained asleep. Zi sang he went straight toward the inner chamber, instinctively assuming that Nan Gongqingjin was resting too. However, upon entering, he discovered that the room was completely empty. Only Yun Tan was burning, its delicate fragrance creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility in the air. He glanced around for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and coughed softly. Xian'er, her head propped up by her hand, was sound asleep at the table. The sound of the cough woke her immediately. She rubbed her groggy eyes and looked over at Zi sang he. "Ah, Master Bai, when did you arrive? I'm sorry, I fell asleep." While speaking, she yawned. Seeing this, Zi sang he smiled faintly. "You may rise. Where is your mistress?" Mistress? Xian'er had just woken up and her mind was still hazy. The mistress had gone to the backyard earlier, and if she hadn't returned yet, then Nan Gongqingjin was still out. Realizing this, Xian'er swallowed hard and gave a little laugh. The mistress has gone to the backyard. Chapter 186. Gradually suspecting Nan Gong. On such a hot day, why go to the backyard? Zi sang he looked at Xian'er. After thinking for a moment, Xian'er replied, "I said I was going to make a bamboo dragonfly. I originally intended to go there, but I fell asleep. I'll go find it for you now." Seeing Xian'er about to leave, he had already noticed that her expression just now seemed unusual. "Xian'er, no need to bother so much. I will go by myself," he said, waving his hand. Several servants had already reached the backyard. Fortunately, Nan Gongqingjin on this side had already tidied up all the footprints. The position of the side door still looked desolate. She had just come out from the backyard, and her ears were still burning hot. From afar, she saw a group of people coming over. She realized that Nan Gongqingjin probably already understood. This was Zi sang he who had come. Because she vividly remembered the people of Huang Fu Wen Liang, whether they were maids or boys, their clothes were very peculiar. Seeing these people coming, she immediately left, because staying at this side door would expose her target. There was a water pavilion nearby. It was now cool inside the water pavilion. She went towards the water pavilion and lay down there. Her mind was actually still racing with thoughts, not noticing the absence of Xian'er in this group, indicating that Zi sang he had somehow controlled Xian'er. She clenched her teeth, wanting to hear what these people would say. The girls, as if they had already discussed before, were walking and searching without uttering a single word. With their current distance, not only could they not hear a single word, even if they were whispering to each other, she wouldn't be able to hear anything. What should she do then? What should she do? She remained silent while pondering, and after a moment, finally figured it out. Not long after, the girls indeed found her. Walking over lightly, along with them came the master of these girls, Zi sang he. Upon arriving, Zi sang he saw Nan Gongqingjin sleeping in the water pavilion and smiled, advancing one step forward, finding her here. However, soon Zi sang he felt strange. Why sleep here when there are better places to sleep? Since the last time many venomous snakes were discovered in this mansion, gradually no one rested outside anymore. Even though Nan Gongqingjin might not fear venomous snakes, according to common sense, she didn't have to rest here. All these things, anyway, raised a lot of doubts, and now, the smile on his face froze. "Look around in the vicinity," he said, leaning close to a woman's ear, whispering something. This woman, timidly, led a group away. Now he simply stared at Nan Gongqingjin's back. That back was so beautiful, he'd never seen such a beautiful back in his life. Then, he took another step forward, sitting behind the girl, reaching out his hands, and hugging Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin woke up from her sleep in surprise. "Ah, Master Bai, what are you doing?" Seeing Nan Gongqingjin's startled appearance, Zi sang he immediately smiled, and said, "I was just scaring you. Why sleep here? I saw Xian'er in the front yard earlier, and she said you were picking lotus flowers in the backyard. That's why I've come. Tell me, if tired, why didn't you just go inside?" Picking lotus flowers. Nan Gongqingjin thought, something wasn't right. Clearly, she had made an arrangement with Xian'er, that if any emergency situation arose, the excuse was to make bamboo dragonflies. Now, Nan Gongqingjin quickly analyzed it all. Where? I came here to make bamboo dragonflies. After hearing this, it basically matched what Xian'er said. Only then did he nod his head. Are they done? Truly, some people won't change until faced with reality. How could there be such determined people in the world? Nan Gongqingjin immediately nodded and extended her hand, taking out a bamboo dragonfly from her sleeve, waving it in front of Zi sang he. "See, isn't this a bamboo dragonfly? Originally, I planned to use paint to color this bamboo dragonfly properly, but before I could do it, I fell asleep. Summer days do make people drowsy." As soon as he said this, Zi sang he beside him already held the bamboo dragonfly. The bamboo dragonfly, made by Nan Gongqingjin, was indeed different from others' creations. It was clear that this was a very exquisite bamboo dragonfly, both in size and aesthetics. This bamboo dragonfly was truly a rare art piece. "Beautiful, but I wonder if it can fly," he said, smiling as he spoke. Then he reached out and rubbed the bamboo dragonfly in his palm, making it fly off. Watching the bamboo dragonfly fly away, Nan Gongqingjin became quite irritated. You can't just let it fly away like that. I spent the whole afternoon making just one, Nan Gongqingjin said resentfully as she looked at him. I'll make you another one. Why are you so surprised? He said. While speaking, he already reached out and snapped a reed nearby, then placed it at the edge of his mouth and tore it lightly, grasping the uneven strips. After some skillful weaving, he had made one that was similar to the one Nan Gongqingjin had crafted. Once done, he handed it to Nan Gongqingjin. Do you think it's beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful. Nan Gongqingjin nodded, and then said, but now, since you let mine fly away, I am also going to let yours fly away. As she spoke, she rubbed the bamboo dragonfly in her palm, letting it loose with a laugh. Beautiful, beautiful. Look, your bamboo dragonfly has gone over the ocean. Watching the bamboo dragonfly soar away like a real dragonfly, Nan Gongqingjin finally smiled and turned back to look at Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe smirked softly as their lips met, just as they were about to leave, and Maid arrived, scanning Nan Gongqingjin's face before pulling out something from her sleeve and handing it to Zi Sanghe beside. What is this? Zi Sanghe asked. The girl was here to claim credit, because upon his earlier reminder, she had searched among the nearby slaves and found a man's item, a wrist guard with rivets made of fine iron. Zi Sanghe didn't initially recognize it, but upon further examination, his expression changed. It made sense. Surely if Huang Fukongming had been hit, and considering he hadn't left yet, even though every possible spot in the mansion had been checked and Huang Fukongming wasn't there. That night when they had reached this point, Nan Gongqingjin was bathing. It wasn't normal for her to bathe at such times unless intentionally planned. Nan Gongqingjin understood clearly. Zi Sanghe was not someone to be underestimated. She was obviously trying to divert attention, suggesting she might have harbored Huang Fukongming since then. But where could he be hiding in such a large estate? The maid whispered something into his ear. He threw the wrist guard down when Nan Gongqingjin noticed two characters on it, Huang Fu. This discovery sent her heartbeat into disarray. Don't speak. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin about to shout loud, Zi Sanghe immediately turned around, covering her mouth with his hand, and even faster, he struck a pressure point near her chest. Now, Nan Gongqingjin could no longer speak, nor could she give any warnings to Huang Fukongming. All she could do was hope Sienna would act accordingly. But Sienna? She was being controlled in the front hall, even if she wanted to check the backyard. I'm going to find my miss. You're unfamiliar with the backyard, and it's been long since I last saw her, so I don't know where she went, she said, preparing to go out in search. Miss, please behave. Don't deceive yourself. The master already gave orders. Without his permission, the miss is not allowed to go to the backyard. But, this place belongs to our miss. You shouldn't be so unreasonable. Old slave, I shall indeed be unreasonable. Let's see how the miss likes that treatment, said the old servant, coldly biting his teeth. Given the situation, Sienna knew these people wouldn't dare to treat her like this without Zi Sanghe's authorization. She nodded reluctantly. Fine, do whatever you want. Now I'm cleaning my room. Isn't that allowed? As she spoke, she gripped the feather duster and started dusting the shelves. As long as the miss doesn't enter the backyard, she may do what she pleases within the room. As long as she doesn't turn the place upside down, they laughed. Having no choice, she moved forward while cleaning, pondering what exactly happened to Nan Gongqingjin. She had just reached the rear house, and there was no way that right after she arrived, Zi Sanghe could have seen her already. By timing, it seemed unlikely to. Nan Gongqingjin was good at adapting. Thus, Sienna wasn't overly concerned. What worried her was if mentioning that Nan Gongqingjin went to make bamboo dragonflies led to her getting caught. Sienna held the feather duster, organizing things as she reached near the incense burner, subtly mixing some poison into the yuntin fragrance. The poison was colorless and odorless, but, once inhaled, would quickly make the body feel extremely itchy. Just moments ago, Aunt Zhu was giving orders with an air of authority, but now she dared not act arrogantly. Her body slowly leaned backward, and she started twisting her back against a nearby pillar, saying, Hey, something's not right in this room. There must be some bugs here. Everyone, take a quick look. It's so itchy. While speaking, Aunt Zhu bent down and began searching the floor, trying to find the source of the irritation. Seeing this, Sienna immediately walked over. Let me check. Did some bug bite you, Aunt? Don't worry. There's medicine in this room you can use. As she spoke, Sienna already held a small bottle and shook it lightly. Aunt Zhu, unsuspecting, quickly moved closer. As she was about to apply the medicine, she suddenly noticed a suspicious smile on Sienna's lips. You try it out, Aunt Zhu said, prompting Sienna to immediately grasp the bottle and start applying its contents on her own wrist and neck. Seeing this, Aunt Zhu also began rubbing the ointment where she had previously felt itchy. It worked wonders almost instantly. She stopped itching very quickly. Satisfied, she smiled. This is quite effective. If it works so well, I'll just give it to you. We have plenty of it here anyway. Fine, Aunt Zhu replied, holding onto the little bottle with great satisfaction before tucking it into her sleeve. However, by evening, the good-smelling medicine would emanate an awful stench that could attract every cockroach in the vicinity. As for how many cockroaches would crawl into Aunt Zhu's sleeve tonight. Chapter 187. A Tacit Understanding. It was something that Fairy could not interfere with. Naturally, Fairy dared to use it because she also had the antidote. Now, a few people were waiting inside the house. In the backyard, Nan Gongqingjin had already followed behind Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe was walking very slowly, waving his hand as he went. The rocks above their heads had already scattered down a group of people. This residence had been completely surrounded. When they finally reached the gate of the backyard, a crowd had thoroughly sealed off the entire residence so that no air could pass through. Everyone was now focused on looking, making escape nearly impossible, not to mention someone who was injured. Yes, this is the place, master. The servant girl from before had nodded and pointed to a position nearby. Right here. I picked it up just here. Do you think he might still be in this courtyard? Juan finished. If these people go in there, it's simply unimaginable. Nan Gongqing could only feel her heart gradually racing to her throat. No, it's dangerous. At this moment, Nan Gongqing wanted to give a warning, but couldn't. Zisang he had gripped a ghost-headed sword, having chopped off the lock on this door already. This lock was already covered in rust, achieving a clean break. As the lock rolled to the ground, he gave everyone else a look. The group immediately went towards the guest quarters, which contained only 3 rooms. One room was the main hall door, 2 were side halls split on both sides. This way, all 3 halls had people heading toward them. He clapped once, and the people prepared themselves for battle, lifting the doors and windows of the halls. Then, one by one, they entered. Zisang he waited. After some time, everyone came out covered in dust. Report, master. This place is rarely visited. Cough, cough, cough. There is no. Cough, 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 cough person. Clearly, there was a lot of dust here. If someone were here, the dust would not be this thick, and one could find traces of humans in the dust. Now, Zisang he had entered the main hall, looking at the reeds nearby. This place was essentially being used as a woodshed. Beside the cloud couch were piles of reeds used to make various cushions. Zisang he reached out his hand to touch it and sniffed it lightly under his nose, then nodded. Have you checked everywhere? He looked at the people around him. The ground was already stamped with countless footprints, so not only human traces were unrecognizable, but any trace would have been obscured. Yes, cough, cough. We have, cough, cough, already searched. With that, he nodded, casually inserting the ghost-headed sword into the reeds beside him. There was nothing. It seemed like a false alarm. Turning back, he prepared to leave with the group. I apologize. I was afraid that if you spoke out, if Huang Fu Kongming really was in the house, it wouldn't be good. While speaking, he was already releasing the pressure points of Nan Gongqing. Then, you should have said it earlier, so I could prepare myself. Suddenly losing the ability to speak is quite terrifying. Apologies. Tonight we'll brew wine and apologize to you, he said. Nan Gongqing immediately nodded. Is he truly still in this compound? In my backyard? After asking, he suggested again. Then, this place is clearly not safe anymore. You should send more people over to surround the backyard. She said. It's quite strange indeed. That bracelet was clearly found here, yet there's no one in the backyard. Very strange. Indeed, strange. Not only Zisang he and his army were puzzled, even Nan Gongqing felt it was very strange. In the backyard, there were only 3 rooms. All 3 were open, and people had entered each one earlier. Logically, the situation could have quickly become apparent, but nothing. Where did he hide when they went in? Nan Gongqing had no idea. All the locks are broken. If he really was here, these locks would have already been opened. Perhaps you searched the wrong place earlier. Possible, he said. As he spoke, he glanced at Nan Gongqing. However, I assure you, Huang Fu Kongming is currently still here. This bracelet is solid evidence. You must take care of yourself, lest you cause worry. Having said this, Nan Gongqing immediately nodded. I will take good care of myself. Very good. He nodded and added. Now, I will take a walk around the neighborhood and check things out. As he spoke, he was already about to leave. In reality, his leaving wouldn't have been much of an issue, but what about her? She had just come up with an excellent idea, a way to ensure Zisang he stopped doubting this place. Otherwise, he'd eventually return to search again. Nan Gongqing quickly thought of a fairly solid plan. I've got it, she said. As she spoke, she reached her hand out. You bring that wrist guard out from before. I have an idea how we can track someone using this. Oh, do tell me more, he responded while gripping the wrist guard from earlier and tossing it over to Nan Gongqing. She explained, this wrist guard must have an odor on it. And don't you have wolfhounds here as well? Yes. Why didn't I think of that myself? Xiao Lu, bring the wolfhounds over. With a wave, Xiao Lu immediately left, while Nan Gongqing brought the wrist guard close to her nose, sniffed it lightly, then gave a sly smile. She handed the wrist guard over to the woman beside her, secretly altering it in the exchange. The bloody smell originally left by Huang Fu Kongming on the wrist guard was now gone, replaced by a light fragrance of powder. All these scents belonged to the woman standing next to her. Nan Gongqing had only touched the wrist guard slightly, yet another sensitive scent was mixed into it, this one belonging to the woman nearby. Then she casually plucked a lotus flower growing on the garden railing nearby. You don't need to worry. Things will become clear soon. We've searched all parts of this residence for him, but lack his scent. If we now possess his scent, we can resolve this swiftly. Not long after, a subordinate returned leading 3 emaciated, ferocious-looking wolfhounds. Shocked, Nan Gongqing accidentally let the lotus flower fall into the mud pool from before. While holding the lotus, she subtly transferred the flower's fragrance onto her sleeve and hands, so even if wolves, not just wolfhounds, came now, they'd be incapable of distinguishing the true scent. When the wolfhounds arrived, she carelessly tossed the lotus aside, making the entire action seem unintentional, when in fact, it was deeply calculated. Upon arrival, the girl threw the wrist guard toward the wolfhounds. The wolfhounds were specially trained trackers. After catching the scent, they began howling excitedly, acting like genuine wolves. Xiao Lu released the hounds, which began spinning wildly on the ground, then viciously sniffing their surroundings. After some time, the hounds circled back to the woman who had been holding the wrist guard earlier, and started sniffing her furiously. Confused, everyone looked at each other, trying to understand what was happening. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, the wolfhounds barked violently and pounced on the woman, pinning her down. What is this? What are you doing? The woman screamed in confusion. The most prominent scent on your body belongs to the wrist guard, Nangong Qingjin stated. But that makes sense. You've held onto it for the longest time, right? Her words poured oil onto the fire as those present struggled to respond. At that moment, Zi Sang he took a step forward, his expression turning cold. You must have taken out the wrist guard to earn my reward, right? From my perspective, this wrist guard wasn't found in the backyard, was it? It appears you've dug your own grave, haven't you? While speaking, he glanced meaningfully at the woman, who waved her hands in protest. No, impossible. This wrist guard was definitely found in the backyard. Your servant would never dare deceive the master. Please enlighten us further. As for why the wolfhound kept circling around me, it's probably because I recently handled it, thus imparting my scent. Before, I saw that apart from me, there were Nangong Qingjin and General Wu who also touched this item. Yet, none of us became targets of the hound, Zi Sang he pointed out. As he spoke, he gestured for the hounds to confirm once more. One wolfhound approached and smelled Zi Sang he's arm before wagging its tail and walking away, indicating that his scent did not match the one on the wrist guard. To avoid suspicion, Wu Dakai and Nangong Qingjin followed suit and underwent the same process. Sure enough, the wolfhounds showed absolutely no sign of doubt and instead barked fiercely at the woman next to them. Seeing their unwavering determination, Zi Sang he stepped forward again coldly. Tell me, what exactly is going on? This. The woman cast a pleading glance toward Nangong Qingjin. In fact, given the current situation, only this woman knew that someone had tampered with things. Surely Wu Dakai was not capable of such deception. After all, Wu Dakai also served his highness. Thus, there was only one person left. She shyly glanced at the woman beside her. This was clearly an example of pretending to be weak only to reveal strength later. The woman sighed immediately. She stammered, unsure what to say. Indeed, Nangong Qingjin was already helping the woman clear herself. Sister, you don't need to be afraid. You found this in the mansion, and it was your good intention and discovery. These are all positive things. It's just that you've mistaken the location, right? If she claimed not to have made a mistake about the location, then how to explain that everyone had searched everywhere thoroughly but failed to find it? But if she admitted to making a mistake, it would seem like she was trying to grab attention for herself without any real merit. However, seeing that Nangong Qingjin obviously intended to help her out, the woman could only lower her head. Yes, I admit it. I've been blinded by greed and got the place wrong, which caused your excellency trouble. Good, so blinded by greed. Zi Sang he, while speaking, had already seized a ghost head knife from a nearby soldier. Since that's the case, why should I keep you? Are there not already enough wild goose chases happening in this mansion? Having said that, he was about to kill the woman when Nangong Qingjin stepped forward immediately. Your Highness, she is indeed at fault, but her crime does not deserve death. At least she can prove that Huang Fu Kong Ming is currently still in this mansion. Besides, she is the kind who knows how to amend her mistakes. That's true. Though I may not have achieved great success, I have certainly worked hard. I've always been loyal. Please grant me another chance to make up for my error. Chapter 188. Nangong Qingjin gains another unusual soldier. Now is the time to use people, so please stop killing. What happened today was just a misunderstanding. Seeing Nangong Qingjin helping her out of trouble, Zi Sang he could only nod. Today, you are lucky to encounter Miss Nangong. Show your gratitude. In the future, if you make another baseless accusation, I will not be lenient with you. After saying this, he strode briskly forward to his position, and Nangong Qingjin did not utter a single word. When everyone left, this woman finally looked up, wiping away her tears. Thank you for saving my life. I'm not that noble. I simply don't want you to die. You seem very confused about what just happened, right? Yes. It was clear she was a straightforward woman, and Nangong Qingjin nodded. It's because of me that you were endangered, and it's also because of me that you were saved. All in the blink of an eye. Now, at least I can tell you that your judgment was correct, but you still fell victim to me. You feign weakness to take advantage. The woman said. Exactly, this technique I wish to teach you. I am Nangong Qingjin. If you wish to learn, come daily. By the way, I've already taught this technique to General Wu Dakai. You can choose not to come, but whether or not your luck will hold in the future is entirely up to you. This is coercion. The woman frowned, looking unwillingly at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin smirked and stood beside the woman. Who says it isn't? Sister, with your beauty and wit, if you know how to protect yourself, you'll be capable anywhere in the future. Otherwise, you won't even know how you met your end. This woman scrutinized Nangong Qingjin's face carefully. You are Empress Hellion. You're Hellion, right? Right. Very good. Your judgment is indeed correct. Whether it matters or not is not important. History is created by people. I will create it. If you follow me, there will be benefits for you. If you do not, I will not force you. This is both a threat and an olive branch. There's no need for you to rush in answering me. Go back and think it over before making your decision. This woman decisively responded affirmatively multiple times. Only then did Nangong Qingjin smile, and the woman left. What happened today was truly unexpected, even for the skilled analyst Nangong Qingjin, who now couldn't help but feel the logic tension tightening. After all the people in the courtyard had disappeared, Nangong Qingjin wiped the sweat rolling down her face. Sienna, hurry, go check the backyard. Yes. Instinctively, he felt sure that he must still be in the backyard. With his serious injuries, it was impossible for him to leap from roof to roof. The only possible place where he could have hidden would be on the roof beams. The two moved swiftly, soon arriving at the backyard. Before they entered the room, they heard a bang, indicating something heavy had fallen. The master and servant immediately quickened their pace. Sure enough, things weren't good. Huang Fu Kong Ming, who had been on the beam, had fallen due to exhausting all his strength. Fortunately, all those who should leave had left. Fortunately, all those who needed to come had arrived. She couldn't help but admire Huang Fu Kong Ming's ability to adapt quickly and his foresight. Huang Fu Kong Ming must have known that their investigation was dangerous. As soon as they showed any signs of being discovered, they would be stopped. Before they came, he had already positioned himself on the roof beams. This room was pitch dark and long disrepair. There were actually many places to hide. This area just happened to be a blind spot for vision. He was once a detective himself, quite adept in studying anti-detection methods. However, he didn't have much strength left. Now he was on his last breath, but fortunately, Nangong Qingjin and Sienna were here too. Seeing him really fall off the roof beam, Nangong Qingjin immediately took a step forward. Sienna, go keep watch at the front yard. Don't panic if anything happens. We cannot all stay here. This was Nangong Qingjin's most reasonable arrangement for the situation. He nodded and immediately went. The house was quiet. Again, Huang Fu Kong Ming had fainted. Now, his wounds were worse than before. However, in the current situation, the big lock in the backyard had been destroyed personally by Zi Sanghe, and there was no suspicion to avoid anymore. Moreover, this place had already been thoroughly searched once under everybody's eyes. A place that had been thoroughly investigated publicly would not possibly be inspected again with great fanfare. So, this place simultaneously symbolized safety. But now, judging from his state, he was far worse than before. Nangong Qingjin forcefully supported Huang Fu Kong Ming, who had fallen to the ground, bringing him to the cloud-like couch nearby. With great difficulty, he finally lay down. Nangong Qingjin looked at his wound. It had already been simply bandaged, but the technique was wrong. Given that it was now July's blazing summer, every day Nangong Qingjin only cleaned the wound briefly without wrapping it for anti-inflammation, and there was a purpose behind this. The reason was simple. Judging by the current situation, the wound was too severe, and it couldn't be easily treated without herbs since the healing speed of the wound wasn't fast enough or ideal. Now, seeing his wound, Nangong Qingjin hesitated and slowly tore off the scab that had already formed. Huang Fu Kong Ming furrowed his eyebrows in intense pain due to the unexpected agony. She had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, why would she make him endure such torment? Her heart was breaking just watching him in pain. I'm sorry, I don't have another way. Bear with it. Nangong Qingjin said while gently pulling her hand away from his wound, heading outside to fetch a basin of clear water. Quickly, she returned and helped Huang Fu Kong Ming clean up. Afterward, she went to the well in the front yard, took out some ice blocks, broke them into smaller pieces with a small hammer, and applied cold compresses to Huang Fu Kong Ming's left arm. The wound was clearly deteriorating, and she could see that. As a doctor, she was well aware that if he didn't receive appropriate treatment soon, things could become disastrous. On the surface, she seemed calm, but internally, she was bubbling with anxiety. After dealing with his wound simply, she swept her sleeves and walked out from the inner chamber, sitting quietly under the pomegranate tree in the yard. In the afternoon, with poor appetite, she ate very little. Time passed painfully slowly, and the weight on Nangong Qingjin's mind wouldn't dissipate. It seemed an eternity before the evening rain started, first striking the banana leaves and then the pomegranate tree in the courtyard. This drew her attention back. By then, Sienna had come over with an oiled paper umbrella and held it above Nangong Qingjin's head. Miss, look at you, so distracted. Even though we are in the height of summer, the ground is still cool. Please take care not to fall ill. Yes, good Sienna, what you say makes sense. Nangong Qingjin stood up. Sienna, can you think of any excuse to leave safely? Are you going to look for herbs? Sienna saw through Nangong Qingjin's intentions immediately, to which Nangong Qingjin was straightforward. He is near death, and as a doctor, I understand that. With that, Sienna could only nod. Let me go. I know what herbs and items need to be purchased. If you leave, what about here? If they find Huang Fu Kong Ming, we will both perish. To be safe, you should rest well today. All worries and troubles can be set aside for tomorrow when I will replace you in the search. It seems the capital city's medicinal supplies have been destroyed. Same goes for here. If any medicine can cure this kind of poison, all have been destroyed by Zi Sanghe. What a ruthless man he is. Nangong Qingjin said with a sigh. He used poison arrows like this. Surely there must be antidotes on him. The one who ties the bell should be the one to untie it. Perhaps you should search his body. No, he is a cunning person. If he has an antidote, it certainly won't be on his person but stored in a place even he might question as safe. To be safe, tomorrow you should watch over the house while I find the antidote. Miss, let me go instead. You stay here. While they were arguing, the door opened. Wudakai came in. As much as he searched through the entire capital, he could only find 2 or 3 herbs. One essential herb for this antidote remained elusive. Now, with no other option but to follow Sienna's suggestion and hope it would help, after Wudakai left, Sienna prepared some of the ingredients for the antidote under Nangong Qingjin's assistance, boiling it until evening when the medicine was ready. Nangong Qingjin did not trust leaving both people behind. Holding the medication, she headed inside, while leaving Sienna at the entrance as backup. Fortunately, most people in this residence had already been bought off by Nangong Qingjin. Even those who hadn't been bribed were subordinates of General Wu Dekai. Thus, there was no worry about matters spiraling out of control. For now, this group concealed everything upwards but openly below, an unprecedented event in this mansion. After all, soldiers also have families, parents, and wives. They knew assisting in evil acts would lead to disaster. Now, Zisang He and Huang Fu Wenliang's harsh policies have made everyone grind their teeth in anger, yet not a single person has risen up in rebellion. By now, everyone has witnessed Huang Fu Kongming's extraordinary abilities. Huang Fu Kongming fought for survival against all odds and slaughtered 20,000 men with an army of only 300. This kind of surprise attack is unprecedented in the annals of great battles, as is this victory where so few triumphed over so many. It's an incredible feat that defies belief, but it actually happened. Now, while the situation remains complicated, as long as people know that Huang Fu Kongming and Nan Gongqingjin are here, things can be managed more easily. They are the hope of the future, and therefore, many people are willing to help them. However, the situation has worsened, as has the condition of his illness. Even the food that was just brought in went untouched by Huang Fu Kongming. Now, due to this severe poison, his face has turned pale, and various herbs are required to regulate his health. His condition continues to deteriorate day by day. Nan Gongqingjin must find a way to help him. Finally, the bowl of medicine has cooled, and Nan Gongqingjin grasps the porcelain spoon, gently trying to feed him. But Huang Fu Kongming clearly lacks the strength to eat. Seeing no other choice, she takes the medicine into her own mouth and passes it on to him. With great difficulty, Huang Fu Kongming manages to finish the entire bowl of medicine. The situation is far from optimistic. If the antidote isn't found soon, he won't last more than 2 days. Chapter 189. Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir. Now, as a healer, what he couldn't bear to see was someone who could clearly be saved, being taken away by illness. Not possible, not possible. She got up and paced back and forth in the room. Not possible. I need to find a way. I must think of something. Although she said find a way, when push came to shove, neither she nor Nan Gongqingjin herself had any idea what that would entail. After pacing 2 laps in the room, her eyes finally settled on Huang Fu Kongming's face again. The antidote in the capital has already been destroyed. The only remaining one might be on Zisang He, as mentioned by Xianer. Although Zisang He is a cautious person, no one would fail to keep their own antidote behind. Zisang He's antidote must certainly be effective because this poison itself is very special. Realizing this, Nan Gongqingjin understood she couldn't watch the situation develop without action. She had to do something. As she thought about it, her brows furrowed, and she headed towards another position. With the door locked, it was like a dead man lying there in dangerous condition, breathing faintly. Just now, after exiting the moon gate, Nan Gongqingjin immediately went to Xianer. Seeing how long Nan Gongqingjin had been inside, Xianer realized that Huang Fu Kongming's condition was now extremely perilous. Perhaps I should go steal the antidote. What do you think? This kind of dangerous task, Xianer dared not let Nan Gongqingjin take the risk. If Nan Gongqingjin were to die, they'd both lose everything. No, I'll go, Xianer. You have to guard well here, I'm going. She spoke haltingly while saying, you need to help me get ready. I will dress up gorgeously, and if needed. In truth, Nan Gongqingjin had made up her mind. To save Huang Fu Kongming, losing her virginity once didn't matter much. After all, lives were at stake. This was truly the time for not concerning oneself with trivialities. Xianer understood Nan Gongqingjin's intention and tearfully helped her put on makeup. It wasn't easy, but eventually everything was prepared. By the time it was done, the moon was high in the sky, looking particularly beautiful tonight. But Nan Gongqingjin's face didn't look good. It had just rained earlier, yet the rain had stopped so quickly, and so fast everything had already been completed. Nan Gongqingjin looked into the mirror and saw that after Xianer's careful hands, she now looked quite beautiful. Even she herself found her reflection mesmerizing. Turning from side to side a bit, she finally nodded, stood up, and upon leaving, repeatedly instructed, Dear Xianer, you must understand that we women have no power. Whatever happens, don't confront head-on. Use your wits instead. Wisdom often prevails. Stay calm, no matter what happens. If anything goes wrong on my end, you immediately flee with General Wu. Preferably, take Huang Fu Kongming with you. If not feasible, then even death. Miss, please don't say such things. Good people always meet a good end. Xianer started sobbing, covering her ears and refusing to listen. However, Nan Gongqingjin solemnly gave her a speech meant to settle her affairs afterward. Xianer, everyone dies eventually. I simply want to prepare well beforehand. You must remember, if you can take Huang Fu Kongming with you, do it. There may be more capable healers elsewhere who can save him. If not, you shouldn't fear. Just leave with Wu Dekai. Wu Dekai is a trustworthy person for life. Miss, Xianer was already kneeling on the ground. Xianer, stand up quickly. Your current expression has already betrayed you. Do your best. I'm going. As she had countless times before, Nan Gongqingjin turned around decisively, heading toward the front without looking back. Soon enough, Nan Gongqingjin reached the front yard, which was far from quiet. Surprisingly, Huang Fu Wenliang had arrived late at night, which was unexpected. From afar, Nan Gongqingjin could already hear Huang Fu Wenliang's voice. That voice was coarse, anything but gentle, making her heart race faster than ever before, rapid and irregular. It gave Nan Gongqingjin a bad feeling. Heaven above, her heart was already under unbearable strain. This time, she wasn't here to chat with Zisang He or do other random things. It was about stealing. Nan Gongqingjin had never stolen anything in her entire life. If she failed, She knew well enough that failure would spell disaster for everything. If she failed, not only would she be doomed, but Xian'er and Huangfu Kongming would also suffer. Most importantly, even Wu Dakai was now under suspicion. At this moment, Nan Gongqingji knew that the fates of many people rested in her hands. With so many lives hanging by a thread, she absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. Now, she took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Calm down, she urged herself repeatedly, insisting that she must stay composed. The thievery tonight had to succeed. It simply wasn't an option for it to fail. She began moving step by step toward the target location. In the past, this short distance used to pass by in no time at all. But today, it felt as if the colonnade walkway stretched endlessly, taking far longer than usual. As the two figures came closer, Nan Gongqingjin's heart grew increasingly tense, a situation that had never occurred before. Eventually, she reached her destination. From afar, she could already hear Huangfu Wenliang laughing loudly. Ah, you're worrying unnecessarily. Think about it. If Huangfu Kongming were still here, wouldn't your poisoned arrows have already injured him? Even if he were here, he'd already be dead by now. So you really don't need to doubt that. The subject shares this sentiment, but look at this. Saying so, he produced a wrist guard studded with rivets, a familiar style to Huangfu Wenliang, who immediately seized it, scrutinized it closely, and then nodded. It's the second son's belongings, he declared confidently. Then he asked, since it is his, where is he now? This mansion isn't large. There's nowhere for him to hide. I've searched every inch of this place. If only I knew. Sang, he interjected, lifting his wine cup and clinking it against Huangfu Wenliang's. I can't figure out who in this estate might be a double dealer. I'm at a loss. No rush. He's been poisoned for over 2 days now. By the third day, even an immortal would be beyond help. And now that you've ordered the destruction of all herbs in the mansion and on the streets, any attempt at inside-outside cooperation would be impossible. Don't worry anymore. Haha, indeed, exactly right. It's been a long time since we've properly had a drink together. Let's get drunk tonight and return home staggering. Sang, he proposed, while Huangfu Wenliang grinned broadly and laughed heartily. Indeed, yes. Right now, we should have a proper drink and become completely drunk until the world turns upside down. As they became increasingly tipsy, both men burst into laughter. Just then, Huangfu Wenliang noticed Nan Gongqingjin standing on the corridor bridge from a distance. Ah, the beauty has arrived. Our guest has graced us with her presence. Sang, he saw her too and snapped his fingers. A nearby maid instantly understood what was implied and quickly went over. Kneeling half beside Sang, he and Huangfu Wenliang. Your instructions, please. Ask Miss Nan Gong to come over. Tell her that the two of us are enjoying a drink tonight, and kindly invite her to join us, perhaps offering a song to accompany our evening. He gestured as he spoke, and the young maid smiled prettily before leaving. Actually, Nan Gongqingjin was heading their way anyway. Even without the invitation, she would have participated. With the formal invitation extended, Nan Gongqingjin felt it was her duty to accept, and promptly walked over. Upon arrival, her gaze met Huangfu Wenliang's, whose eyes were already misty with intoxication. She bowed gracefully just then. Brother Huangfu Masterby, how do you fare? Well enough. However, it lacks the charm of a woman's companionship. You've come at the perfect time, though it seems you're late. For arriving late, you must punish yourself by drinking 3 cups. 3 cups, please. Nan Gongqingjin stepped forward with a smile, sniffing the wine goblets held in their hands. This is the finest pear blossom white wine. Though seemingly mild, it's quite fierce, much like the folks' burned spirit liquor. This liquor, yes, it warms from throat to stomach with fiery heat, agreed Huangfu Wenliang. He continued, beautiful maiden, surely you won't refuse a cup? It's not that I wish to avoid it, but my tolerance for alcohol is very low. If I drank, I'd surely lose consciousness after just 1 cup. That wouldn't be amusing. Instead, let me sing a tune for the both of you. Meanwhile, why don't you play finger-guessing games or pass the flower as the drum beats? This works. Both men nodded in agreement. Get an instrument. Sang, he waved his hand, and by then, Nan Gongqingjin had already smiled. No need. Although I didn't excel in every art form like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting during my youth, I do know a little. So, he continued while speaking, placing a large stack of wine bowls in a straight line on the table and pouring wine into each bowl. Each bowl received slightly more than the last, and after filling 5 bowls, Nan Gongqingjin finally looked satisfied. Leaving Huangfu Wenliang and Sang, he completely puzzled as to what this could mean, unsure of Huangfu Kongming's intentions. Once everything was prepared, Huangfu Kongming smiled and nodded. You see, these are gong, shang, jiao, jiu, the notes of the scale. All I need is my golden hairpin. This is not only unique, but also very elegant. Haha, good. Huangfu Wenliang praised enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Sang, he watched curiously as this woman arranged all sorts of peculiar things, which made him begin to wonder if Nan Gongqingjin might actually be Empress Helion. If Nan Gongqingjin were indeed Empress Helion, the previous empress did not understand music at all. This strong-willed woman had many blind spots in different areas. For example, the earlier Empress Helion enjoyed listening to music, but couldn't play it herself, nor did she bother to learn. Furthermore, the previous Empress Helion couldn't even distinguish colors in clothing, sounding utterly ridiculous. But there truly are some people in the world who are quite bizarre. If Empress Helion dressed herself, she would even manage to put her clothes on backward. How? Very strange. Nevertheless, that was how it was. Sang, his attention was now entirely captured by Nan Gongqingjin, who knew exactly what method would make Sang, he willingly reveal his precious items. Such valuable medicine would never leave his person. Chapter 190, Played in Circles. Singing a tune is actually simple, but I want to play a game here. That's what makes it interesting. This dice, you can gamble just like before. Whoever has the highest number becomes the banker and doesn't have to drink, while whoever has the lowest number starts drinking a cup. How about that? It's getting more tempting and fun. Miss, there's no need to say anything further. Here are my dice. This is mine, I'll also give it to you. Beside him, Sang he handed over his dice to Nan Gong as well. In that era, each person had their own dice. Sang he held his dice, which was the same size as Huang Fu Wenliang's. However, Huang Fu Wenliang's dice were black, while Sang he's were white. Nan Gong Qingjin smiled, then closed her eyes. In her left hand was the black dice, and in her right hand, the white one. After gripping them, she said, "For fairness, the two of you decide if the first round involves the higher or lower number drinking." Truly, even before the game began, it already felt very stimulating. Who would have thought that the seemingly proper Nan Gong Qingjin could devise such a game? Now, both men were amused and agreed that those with smaller numbers would drink. Just now we've settled our rules. It makes it much more interesting. The two of you have been drinking for nearly an hour. You're probably reaching your limit. If you really can't drink anymore, you can bet something valuable. What do you mean by bet? Sounds fascinating. Huang Fu Wenliang was even more intrigued than Sang he. At the mention of betting, his eyes sparkled. Nan Gong Qingjin nodded and explained, "If this time around you really can't drink much, place something important from your possession on the table. That's what betting entails." That sounds simple enough. No objections from me. What about you? I agree. Sang he quickly nodded. Huang Fu Wenliang then took the dice and, after checking each side, confirmed that these dice were reliable. Huang Fu Wenliang's dice were made of rhinoceros horn, while Sang he's were carved from ivory. The weights of both dice were almost identical. After carefully calculating, she finally tossed the dice onto the adjacent table. She quickly covered the dice with 2 porcelain bowls and said, "Now, who gets the higher or lower number depends purely on luck." As she spoke, she gestured for the two to reveal the results. "You two please go ahead yourselves." Sure enough, if nothing unexpected happened earlier, Sang he should have 5 dots, while Huang Fu Wenliang should have 6 dots. 6 against 5, Huang Fu Wenliang triumphed completely. Sang he had 1 cup of wine to drink. Now, both men carefully held the bowls covering the dice and lifted them up. Huang Fu Wenliang saw the 6 white dots on his dice and laughed heartily. "There's no need for further comparison. The winner is clear. Please have your cup," he said, gesturing with his hands. Immediately, the nearby maid came forward, filled the cup, and delivered it to Sang he, who had indeed drunk quite a lot tonight, but still drank this cup. "Fine, I'll drink." Sang he muttered as he picked up the cup and started drinking until the wine was all gone. After finishing the wine, he said, "Miss, you mentioned that a song needs to accompany each turn. You mustn't let us off the hook easily with these 5 bowls. If the music is bad, you must drink another cup. If you sing poorly, you will have to drink a cup," said Huang Fu Wenliang as he poured wine into Nan Gong Qingjin's cup. With an indifferent smile, Nan Gong Qingjin responded, "If I don't perform well, I accept my losses and will happily drink a cup. But if I do well, it's your turn to drink." Having said that, Nan Gong Qingjin took down the golden phoenix from her hair. In her hands, the phoenix began striking out melodious tunes. There is a fine lady in the north, unmatched in the world and standing alone. Her smile topples cities, and her laughter topples nations. Such a little ditty not only charmed the 2 men, but even the servants and several women beside them swayed gracefully, using bowls to create harmonious rhythms. It was inherently challenging to make such beautiful sounds, yet Nan Gong Qingjin did so flawlessly, so enchanting and delightful that it seemed almost unbelievable. When the musical performance ended, everyone remained lost in the spellbinding resonance, unable to shake off its charm. What? This melody comes straight from heaven, rarely heard on earth. Miss Nan Gong is truly extraordinary. Already slurring his words, Huang Fu Wenliang marveled. Thus, during the following rounds, Nan Gong Qingjin tried to ensure Huang Fu Wenliang drank less. However, Huang Fu Wenliang didn't care. Very soon, he had already taken out something important from his sleeves. "This is the red pill," he said while producing it. Nan Gong Qingjin did not know what this red pill was, but Sang he had already started explaining. "Men who take this red pill generally turn into mongrels, and women into bitches." Where would Nan Gong Qingjin understand these hidden meanings? What do you mean by male and female dogs? People taking this kind of thing would bark, right? Not only that, they will howl quite intensely. As he spoke, he began laughing heartily, and Sang he beside him followed suit with laughter. The group's lively scene continued for a while, until a heap of random things had accumulated next to Huang Fu Wenliang. It seemed like there were many things one could hide in such big sleeves. Meanwhile, Sang he grew increasingly clear-headed with each drink, much to Nan Gong Qingjin's surprise. By the 20th toast, Sang he finally decided not to drink anymore. "This way you two would be cheating. I should at least manage to get through somehow." As he spoke, he took off his golden sash. "This golden sash is up for the first round. Let's start." Seeing the situation, Nan Gong Qingjin naturally aimed to let Sang he lose continuously. Sang he quickly brought out important items: a white jade plaque, a tiger-shaped jade amulet, the sachet Nan Gong Qingjin once gave Sang he, and a pouch full of silver coins. Most of all, there was jade. There wasn't much room in his sleeves, but within them, there was also an ivory fan. By the 26th round, he finally produced an unremarkable black bottle, which appeared small, its contents unknown. At this point, Huang Fu Wenliang interjected. You've even brought out your most valuable possession now. It looks like there's nothing left for either of us to stake. Since we have no more belongings, I suggest tonight ends here. As he spoke, he began placing his things back into his sleeve. Seeing this, Nan Gongqing grew even more anxious than before. With a quick movement, she tipped over the lamp nearby, on purpose. Tipping over a lamp wouldn't normally cause problems, but now the flames spread across the table, blazing fiercely. Saying he hadn't prepared to tidy up yet, but Nan Gongqing already scrambled to clean up. She scattered everything on the table in disorder. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Gongqing immediately reached for the recently dropped black bottle. Just as her hand was about to close around it, the woman who troubled her earlier arrived. Squatting down, she helped Saying pick up the fallen objects, their hands both reaching towards the black bottle. This young maid frowned slightly, as if hinting at something. Quickly, Nan Gongqing realized what the maid meant. This bottle must not be taken away. In other words, the current game had developed since Saying he started picking up his wristband earlier. Although luring the snake out of its cave was not easy, testing Nan Gongqing would be even harder. In this moment, Nan Gongqing grabbed the bottle and handed it along with several other items to Saying, all with a faint smile. I'm truly sorry. I just tipped over the oil lamp, but it seems you are still sober while I'm the one getting drunk. Wine does not intoxicate. People intoxicate themselves. This fits perfectly. I seem genuinely tired. Playing with both of you brothers went unnoticed, reaching the late night hour when it has grown colder. So I'll take my leave. Good idea. Saying he swiftly grasped his things and gestured toward the servant girl nearby. Escort her out. This attendant happened to be the same one from the daytime. As they walked through the corridor and arrived at the front, Nan Gongqing yawned and slowed her steps. What exactly did that sister mean earlier? Without turning around, she questioned the woman trailing behind her. Taking a step forward, the woman glanced around to ensure there were no suspicious individuals, then responded. How could my meaning not be clear to you? Such cleverness, Saying. Such a cunning Mr. Bai to doubt me. Nan Gongqing sighed. What should she do now? Huang Fu was already in dire straits. If she couldn't secure the antidote, what might happen tomorrow, or whether Huang Fu Kongming would see another day, was uncertain indeed. Gun Yin is so confused. A person like Saying, is there anyone who does not suspect him? The reason I wasn't executed was not solely because of your one word. After all, he knows that finding the wristband here means Huang Fu Kongming never left this place. So what are you implying? If the bottle had vanished just now, he would certainly have checked it immediately. At the banquet, all the maids nearby were well trained. 1. These maids do not have the guts to steal anything. 2. If they stole the antidote, it would be useless. Therefore, who the finger would point to is clearer to you than to me. Thank you, Nan Gongqing said, frowning as she continued. But I really don't know what I should do now. As she said this, a wave of melancholy already began to spread within her. The poison in the third prince's body is quite powerful. 3 days will take someone's life. Not to mention humans, even elephants would die if they come into contact with it. Oh heaven, oh Huang Fu Kongming, has your time truly run out? Nan Gongqing didn't dare to imagine further and could only sigh quietly in her heart. What on earth should we do? She asked in her melancholy thoughts for a long while before turning back. If you stopped me, it must mean you've already come up with a plan, right? The maid finally nodded. To be honest, I'm responsible for destroying these medicinal ingredients, but before doing so in the mansion, I kept one contingency item for myself. I know, he's the kind of person who acts unpredictably. We servants are easily seen as scapegoats. The last 2 herbs you required are extremely rare, but I have preserved them for you now. Saying this, the girl handed over a small pouch of medicine in her hand. Chapter 191, Receiving Unexpected Help. Why are you helping me? Nan Gongqing didn't look at the herbs, but asked instead, for surely there must be a reason. After all, in turbulent times, no one would offer goodwill for nothing. She was an adult and knew that accepting someone's favor always meant helping them in return. The girl said, You've misunderstood. I just suddenly remembered something. Tell me. I remember 6 years ago when our nation was peaceful and prosperous. If only that could have continued forever. My brother and father wouldn't have had to build the Great Wall then. My older brother is already 26, yet he has to do hard labor. My father is already 60 and cannot enjoy family bliss anymore. It's hardest for my little brother who is only 12 this year, yet has been sent to guard the borders too. All of this is due to Saying, he and Huang Fu Wenliang. It turned out that she was also a victim of oppressive policies. Listening to this, Nan Gongqing finally understood. She smelled the herbs briefly. They were indeed what she lacked. Actually, at this moment, regardless of anything else, Nan Gongqing felt immensely grateful inside. However, she wasn't one to show her emotions openly, nor did she admire people who got overly excited. So, she simply nodded and said, I will thank her on behalf of her, though since you are helping me, it indicates you are now on my side. I didn't have clear position before, but now I've thought it through. Even General Wu Daikai knows what should and shouldn't be done. It's truly unwise to assist tyrants, and I know I've been wrong. Luckily, I've realized my mistake in time. Very well. Nan Gongqing nodded again. I understand your importance within the estate. From now on, allow the maids to turn a blind eye occasionally, and don't watch me so closely. Yes, I'll make sure to give you space, rest assured, the girl said, getting up as she spoke. He is the kind of person with deep suspicion. Now I've explained everything that needs to be said. For safety's sake, I need to stay by Saying he and Huang Fu Wenliang at all times to know what they are up to right now. All right, we are friends, Nan Gongqing said. The maid nodded and stood up, about to leave when she turned back. With a warm and sincere voice, she softly asked, "Could it be true that you're Empress Hellion?" Her voice was so low that perhaps she hadn't realized she'd whispered it aloud. "What?" Nangong Qingjin frowned deeply. Seeing the gradually furrowed eyebrows, the maid grew bolder and asked again, "You truly are Empress Hellion, aren't you? Trust is fundamental among friends. This question has troubled me for some time now. If possible, I hope you can answer me." She spoke while looking directly at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin never intended to conceal the mystery of her own background. However, with a slight smirk, she shook her head and said, "Not at all. As for Hellion, I've never seen or met anyone like her, though I once admired her from afar. In life, it's both making and breaking, just like how Xiang Yu met his downfall due to Fanzine. It seems things are merely similar, yet different. Sometimes good, sometimes bad." The maid went on to say, "They both admired Empress Hellion, but she was such a cold and merciless person, like an iceberg. So Huangfu Wenliang and Zi Sang he eventually backed away. So you have had the chance to meet Empress Hellion. Tell me, what was she really like?" "I observed from afar, never close enough to feel personally, but her image lingers vividly in my mind. She was a person who rarely smiled, someone 9/10 similar to you. Truly a twist of fate. Even I once mistook you for Empress Hellion. The late Empress was far more accomplished than I could ever be, so I'd never dare to impersonate her," she replied and added further, "Go now. I hope this answer satisfies you. I have no intention of lying, and you know that." She waved her hand lightly in dismissal, and the maid bowed slightly before leaving. In the front yard, because Huangfu Wenliang and Zi Sang he were thoroughly drunk, a group of maids escorted the two men into their chambers. In one room, Zi Sang he had hidden the only remaining pill. At first glance, everything seemed fine. But indeed, Huangfu Kongming was still present, although without the herbs he needed. There remained roughly 4 to 5 square feet of free space nearby. Still, unexpectedly, things took a sudden turn. Tonight, he had drunk quite heavily, and the wine, being top-notch, was particularly intoxicating. His eyes blurred and unfocused as he carefully stowed the medicine bottle, casting a lazy glance at the bustling maids nearby. Meanwhile, Huangfu Wenliang had already been laid down carefully by other maids. Despite his drunken state, he slept restlessly, wanting left-right arms wrapped around him. And naturally, those maids were keen on taking advantage of Huangfu Wenliang's inebriated state to get close to him. As several maids let Huangfu Wenliang have his way, Zi Sang he frowned and waved his hand. Then someone took Huangfu Wenliang to the next room. Huangfu Wenliang was still holding a girl's delicate hand. Without uttering any words, it was already surprising enough. But when he opened his mouth, his words astonished everyone. "Hellion, Hellion, you give me. I've longed for you for so many years. Give me what I desire. Do it ruthlessly. Give it to me." No one knew exactly what happened in the other room, but judging by the sound, some of the girls were. On this side, hearing those faint, indistinct sounds, Zi Sang he finally sat down on the couch. His pupils scanned the busy maids inside the house. Some were burning incense while others were sweeping the courtyard. A suffocatingly peaceful ambience formed within the room, creating an atmosphere of harmonious reciprocity. Actually, as a ruler, he quite enjoyed such moments. With the vast expanse of heaven and earth, he always believed that he had everything under control. But when he looked at these people, he realized that he actually had nothing. Thinking carefully, what did he truly possess? Now seeing people moving about busily, he started to reflect. Indeed, he should be richly blessed. At this moment, he felt satisfied, and Zi Sang he interpreted this sense of satisfaction as happiness. Smiling, he thought of himself as being happy. However, it wasn't exactly like that. While these people worked tirelessly and efficiently, their greatest fear was Zi Sang he. Whenever Zi Sang he acted, no one would escape alive, buried or not. The sense of happiness and harmony here was merely an illusion created under extreme pressure. He knew how to enjoy, rule, and dominate everything. Every blade of grass, every brick, every person. Tonight, as the number of people in the room gradually diminished, Zi Sang he finally turned to a maid. "You come here." This maid had just returned from Nangong Qingjin's place, and she hadn't expected him to call her back. Consequently, her face turned unpleasant, but since she had served Zi Sang he for a long time, she was well aware that her expression could betray her. She immediately began to bow before Zi Sang he and then stood up. "Recently, you must closely watch over Nangong Qingjin for me," Zi Sang he said. "I believe there is something suspicious about this Nangong Qingjin." It was the perfect assignment. She nodded quickly in agreement. "Yes, I know what to do. You can rest assured. Report anything unusual immediately. In my opinion, Huangfu Kongming is currently somewhere in my residence, but I don't know exactly where," he added. The maid continued to nod. "Master, please trust me. I will carry out your orders thoroughly. You're reliable with your work," Zi Sang he replied, waving his hand slightly as he concluded. "It's late now, go rest." And with that, the day finally came to an end. The maid stepped into the neighboring room, and through the green gauze window, she saw Huangfu Wenliang indulging in lewd activities with some girls. Upon seeing this, all she could do was sigh. This man didn't regard any woman as human beings. Whatever he wanted, he indulged in recklessly. How could such a person become king? Reflecting further, she remembered the previous emperor who, having seen the current ruler's flaws, placed the heavy responsibility of choosing the heir to the throne onto Huangfu Kongming's shoulders. Huangfu Kongming was an exemplary individual whose governance during his reign ensured the well-being and prosperity of the people. There were no stories of forcing innocent citizens into servitude or large-scale selections for court consorts every year. The maid firmly believed that, sooner or later, Huang Fu Kongming would again have his place. Hence, she stood firmly by Nangong Qingjin. She also deeply admired Nangong Qingjin. As night fell quietly, she naturally did not disturb her in the rear courtyard. Instead, she granted her unprecedented freedom, knowing that with Wu Daikai and herself around, Nangong Qingjin could maneuver skillfully within these confines. But Nangong Qingjin herself understood. Given that Zisang he was both intelligent and sensitive, things might eventually be discovered. Nangong Qingjin hoped the day wouldn't come too soon. After all, they needed to cure Huang Fu Kongming promptly. After arriving at the rear courtyard, she looked around the house and noticed there were too many servants present. She motioned them away. All of you may leave. Having seen her here alone will suffice. Though the eyes inside the room belonged to many people, these were all Wu Daikai's confidants or loyal to the maid herself. Knowing Wu Daikai's and Siener's relationship as well as their loyalty towards Nangong Qingjin, the remaining maids respectfully bowed and left one after another. After seeing that the crowd had all left, Siener finally walked over and firmly grasped Nangong Qingjin's hand. Miss, you truly dare to do anything. For him, you've almost disregarded your own life. The girl kept looking at her while speaking. No, Siener, this time I received an unexpected help. Hurry, fetch the medicine we boiled last time from the rear courtyard. I need to add entirely new herbs. Siener understood that time was of essence, and without asking any questions, she went to the back annex, took out the medicine pot from the room, and after Nangong Qingjin double-checked, the two newly acquired herbs were tossed into the pot. Go boil the medicine. You must be extremely careful. Make sure no one puts anything unclean in it. After finishing his sentence, he still held onto his sleeve. Forget it. Let's do it together. Chapter 192. Is love uncountable? The two of them were in this grand hall, having already ignited the small red clay stove. Before long, the medicinal herbs had begun to boil. The room was instantly filled with a pleasant smell of herbs. Sensing this, Nangong Qingjin finally broke into a happy smile. Very good. It is indeed very good. This is the last day. If we don't have medicine tonight, he will be gone completely tonight, Nangong Qingjin said. Such matters, Xian actually also knew about, but Xian couldn't be as composed and calm as Nangong Qingjin, always wearing the same expression as if something happens. In fact, recently, the most common expression on Nangong Qingjin's face was an expressionless one. Xian knew that Nangong Qingjin was anxious. After all, perhaps others might not believe, but Xian did believe that from a certain perspective, she, Nangong Qingjin, was also an ordinary person. Once the medicine was ready, the two immediately extinguished the lamp and took the medicine to the rear hall. Huang Fu Kongming showed no signs of getting better. Now he looked so weak that his face had lost its healthy glow, those once bright red lips now a pale white. It was such a striking sight. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Huang Fu Kongming was breathing faintly. With great difficulty, under the help of Xian and Nangong Qingjin, they managed to feed him the medicine without any drops left. Now that Nangong Qingjin had finished feeding him the medicine, she stayed by his side. First, she feared he might suddenly vomit in the middle of the night, which would ruin their efforts, so the medicine was reheated again. Second, she needed to observe his condition. Third, she had to carefully bandage the wound on his left arm. Xian assisted her from the side. Nangong Qingjin remained as cold as ever, methodically doing what she should do. Her expression was still the same as before, expressionless. It was clear that although it seemed like she wasn't worried, it could be seen that she was worried about him. Knife wound medicine, she said, and Xian immediately handed her the white medicine that had been prepared earlier. Nangong Qingjin's movements were quick and professional. Bandage. Here, Xian had already handed the bandage to Nangong Qingjin, who quickly wrapped it around his left arm. Only then did both of them breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the night sky, Nangong Qingjin said, Xian, it's late. Tonight is the most crucial day. I hope you go to the front courtyard. As soon as the sky brightens tomorrow, I will come immediately. The two of us staying here now. If someone from Zisang he comes to check tonight and neither of us are here, there may be suspicion. You go back. Aren't you alone here, can you? Xian looked worriedly at Nangong Qingjin, who merely smiled. You underestimate me. Why can't I? I've always been capable of everything. Go ahead, go ahead. She waved frequently. Seeing this, Xian bit her lip. All right. If anything happens, your servant will find a way to inform you. Don't be afraid. As she spoke, she went, even though being afraid was more Xian's concern. As for Nangong Qingjin, she considered herself someone who had died many times. Someone who has died many times doesn't know what fear is anymore, or what it means to not fear. She hardly knows fear anymore now. Her current stability and efficiency have actually been cultivated. With a faint smile hanging on the corner of her mouth, watching Xian leave, only then did Nangong Qingjin reach out and caress Huang Fu Kongming's face. I hate you, but I love you. I could let you die, yet when it came to saving you, I found I couldn't just stand aside. Huang Fu Kongming, heaven has been kind to you. Live well, do something worthy of respect. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she looked at Huang Fu Kongming, who naturally didn't understand anything. However, his face trembled as if he was cold. She reached out to touch him. His temperature was indeed low. Immediately lying down, she held Huang Fu Kongming tightly in the dry straw bed. This night was already very cold, but Nangong Qingjin couldn't warm him up immediately. Instead, she had to give him warmth gradually. He looked much better, and his facial expression gradually returned to a rosy hue, slowly recovering a fine, peaceful red. Nangong Qingjin's eyes focused on Huang Fu Kongming's face for a long time, until she finally placed her burning lips on his brow and the corners of his eyes. How many times had she longed to be so close to him? But Huangfu Kongming was extraordinarily formidable in his own way. When he was cold, he was like a pure and icy moon hanging high up in the sky, unreachable. And when he was passionate, he turned into a fiery sun, equally unapproachable. What happens when someone gets too close to the sun? They burn themselves, which she had known before. Now, finally, there was such an opportunity for them to be together. She was rather worried. On one hand, she hoped his health would recover soon. On the other hand, she wished that after his recovery, he wouldn't forget how she had meticulously cared for him during this time, helping him. Now, the two were already together, and the intimacy between them was something they had never experienced before. Huangfu Kongming didn't vomit. Honestly, he was healthy, and her care was truly meticulous. By the next morning, Huangfu Kongming had already regained consciousness. The situation now was, with his elbows bent open, Nangong Qingjin lay on his right elbow. Due to lack of rest the previous night, Nangong Qingjin's dark circles were very severe. Her lips also lost their slight red hue. Now, he was simply incredulous. He knew about her help toward him, though he couldn't recall many details. Nangong Qingjin had slept beside him, fed him medicine, and taken care of him with utmost attentiveness, feelings he had genuinely sensed. Now, he was gradually becoming more lucid. Seeing Nangong Qingjin like this, he could hardly believe it. In Huangfu Kongming's eyes, Nangong Qingjin was also a person similar to an iceberg, one who no one could approach. But now, she lay docilely in his arms, like a gentle kitten. Her previous arrogance was gone without a trace. Such a Nangong Qingjin was almost unrecognizable from her former self. He slowly extended his hand, gently caressing her hair, which resembled black silk, while tender kisses landed on her ruby lips. Nangong Qingjin was overly exhausted from the past days. She wasn't entirely aware of what was happening at the moment. However, soon, sensing something amiss, she instinctively recoiled and opened her eyes in alarm, retreating as she swung a hard slap towards him. The slap was so swift that Huangfu Kongming had no chance to dodge. Thus, slap, the harsh sound resounded as it struck Huangfu Kongming's face. Slightly stunned, he touched his cheek. "Thank you," he said, unclear what exactly it meant. She tidied her disheveled hair, cursing under her breath. A glance at her clothes confirmed their disarray, not only outside but inside as well. She knew last night, if someone hadn't been touching her, well, how could this possibly have happened? Truly, because of exhaustion, she had fallen asleep quite early. Unaware of any improper touches, she vaguely enjoyed the sensation in her dreams. But that was still in her dreams. It was normal to yearn for these sensations when it was time for certain dreams. After all, although Nangong Qingjin appeared cold-hearted, she was still a girl in her prime years. "No, it's unnecessary, I apologize," she said, scrambling towards the bed's edge. Then again, no, this can't be possible, inside her skirt. No, this damn man. She should have known better than to stay with him since he would take advantage of her vulnerability. But there is no such thing as if only here. I know I wronged you before, and you've suffered silently. But today's your helping me shows you still hold some lingering affection for me. Nangong Qingjin, last night we were already together. You must clearly understand what happened. I hope to be with you. It was my fault in the past, and I will treat you well from now on. What happened last night? No, nothing happened. It was just simply sleeping together. While tidying her clothes, she moved toward the door. Don't move recklessly. There are eyes everywhere in this mansion. Just rest here. I'll find an opportunity to come back. Every day, Zisong he comes over. Be careful not to meet him, because he's quite formidable. I'll bring your food here, and the medicine is by your side. You just need to boil it. Afterward, hide the medicine pot well. He will definitely come today. All right, I'm leaving. After saying that, she blushed furiously and walked towards the front courtyard. However, just as she opened the door, Huangfu Kongming had already grabbed Nangong Qingjin. She struggled a bit, but Huangfu Kongming tightened his hold on her. She turned around and stared at Huangfu Kongming with wide, dark eyes. "You let me go? What are you doing? If it were possible, I wish I could embrace you for the rest of my life. But I know, you need to leave here, to go away. Now, I will let you go, but I hope you understand one thing. One reason why I risked coming here was to find you." This reason was unexpected for Nangong Qingjin. Chapter 193, Huangfu Kongming pouring out his heart. "I thought you came just to take a look at what secret Zisong he and Huangfu Wenliang might have. And the second reason was to see what's going on with them now, or even assassinate someone. My main purpose here is actually for you. As for them, do you really think I would care about these two good-for-nothings?" This, Nangong Qingjin did not know what good-for-nothings meant and asked, "What does good-for-nothing mean?" "It means utterly useless people," he said, while adjusting Nangong Qingjin's face as he spoke. "Promise me, to be with me forever, and I will give you everything you desire. I will take control of the world back into my own hands." These things sound far away, but they aren't so distant after all. Nangong Qingjin's tears were almost at the brink of her eyes. Now it wasn't because of being moved, but because of understanding. "You've been looking for me for a long time, haven't you?" Nangong Qingjin asked, looking at Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming let out a bitter laugh. "Ever since you arrived at the cold pavilion courtyard, I've sought you out 3 times, but each time you remained shut indoors, treating me as though I didn't exist. I hate you." The hatred toward Huangfu Kongming was so clear, so cold, expressed in such an explicit manner. Huangfu Kongming nodded and already said, "I was wrong, punish me. You shouldn't have saved me." "Yes, indeed, I shouldn't have," she said. After speaking, she pushed away Huangfu Kongming. "Take care of yourself. It's best not to entertain any thoughts of killing anyone here. Zisong he is not only skilled in martial arts, but also has at least 20 different poisons that can instantly claim lives. You need to be cautious, he said, while heading towards the door as he spoke. Huangfu Kongming nodded. Xian wanted to go to the backyard to see Nangong Qingjin, but was afraid that if she went to the backyard, Zisong he's men might come to the front yard. If she didn't go, it was already morning, and Nangong Qingjin had still not returned, making this situation rather anxious. Finally, Nangong Qingjin came, allowing Xian to put her worries at ease. She approached Nangong Qingjin and noticed how disheveled she looked. Xian clearly knew what had happened, but just smiled faintly. Miss you truly. So this is what you mean by spending some time with him in the backyard. It seems that you have already. Xian didn't know what else to say. Seeing Xian sneaking giggles, Nangong Qingjin became serious. It's not what you imagine, you mischievous ghost. While saying this, she continued, the sky has turned bright. I need to prepare my appearance now. Today requires even more carefulness than usual. Pay attention. Yes, everything is clear to me, Xian replied. A moment later, Tianlong Dea, the maids who cannot hear or speak, arrived. While assisting Nangong Qingjin with her grooming, Nangong Qingjin immediately asked about today's unusual activities concerning Zisong He. Zisong He's medicine vial from last night had not been stolen by Nangong Qingjin. This was unexpected by Zisong He. He assumed that since Huangfu Kongming had died, this made him feel happier due to his hangover-induced sleep. This morning, Zisong He woke up quite late. As for Huangfu Wenliang who partied through the night, he was now snoring loudly, totally ignoring future concerns. Setting the precedent where from now on the king won't rise early. The current Huangfu Wenliang slept like a dead pig, surrounded by a few girls lying beside him, similarly snoring like dead pigs wanting only more sleep. Seeing this, Zisong He realized that Huangfu Wenliang would definitely not go to court today. Thus, substituting for Huangfu Wenliang, Zisong He took his place in performing what needed to be done at the imperial court. By the time Zisong He arrived at the court, the sun had already risen high, prompting many complaints among the officials. When the censors saw Zisong He being the boldest ones present, naturally they began accusing Huangfu Wenliang of misconducts. This marked a critical point where Zisong He started to truly win over Huangfu Wenliang. Thus, in the court session of the day, after addressing all matters at hand, Zisong He laughed and said, today, while wandering in the imperial garden, I noticed that many plums have ripened. I believe none of our esteemed ministers have ever experienced eating fruit directly from the garden. So, I've already instructed for ripe fruits to be harvested using golden trays, which will be delivered shortly. Firstly, this allows all of you to taste the fresh fruits of the royal family. Secondly, and most importantly, it is intended to impart a certain principle upon eating these fruits. At this, Zisong He clapped his hands, and the eunuch monitors entered from the doorways. Each one held a golden tray. Among the 100 civil and military officials who could be in the court, over the past few years Huangfu Wenliang and Zisong He had collaborated to persecute loyal officials. Of those who previously followed Huangfu Kongming, some had mysteriously died, others were now bedridden with serious illness, and yet others had simply vanished without a trace. And then there were those who changed sides at the drop of a hat, quickly becoming people of Huangfu Wenliang. Given the current situation, it was clear that something was going on. The officials were all extremely uneasy, exchanging nervous glances. They looked at each other, unsure of what Zisong He's intentions were. As Zisong He saw the supervisor of eunuchs arrive, he lifted the red silk covering the fruit platters and smiled. Please try them. These are the plums from the royal garden. Zisong He spoke while laughing. Everyone else also laughed, opening their red silks to reveal assorted fruits before them. Some plates indeed contained plums. The people with plums knew that this signified their standing in the political field had been established. It proved they were highly regarded by Zisong He. One by one, they began to kneel and thank him for his favor. Thank you, your majesty, for your great grace. Such excellent fruit. I dare not eat it all alone, and must bring some back to my family. Fine, you may rise. About 20 individuals stood up and quietly retreated, because whatever would happen next had no relation to them. Moving on, Zisong He opened the plate in front of him, which also revealed plums shining like jade. He ate one himself and said, please taste them, for plums are meant to be eaten, not just admired. After tasting them, surely everyone will know the flavor. Although, as is the water, so shall the warmth be known only to oneself. Still, I wish to hear all of your opinions on these plums. Hearing this, the wiser ones among them already understood, smiling faintly as they started to taste the fruits. Though some ate apples, peaches, or even grapes, nothing stopped them from confidently declaring, this year's plums truly are excellent. So good, very good. One man started this proclamation, and the rest followed suit. Seeing everyone agree, he nodded and said, if it's good, then that's the best possible outcome. Minister Zhang, do these plums really taste delicious? Well, on Minister Zhang's plate was not an apple, nor a pear, nor even a grape, but a durian. Because of its strong smell, Minister Zhang didn't dare to taste it. But upon hearing Zisong He's question, he immediately chuckled loudly and said, it has a unique flavor, unlike anything I've ever tasted. Certainly the best Lizi plum I've tried. Good. If it is thus, we will have many more chances to eat such delicacies in the future. Please retire early to your estate, Minister. Your great contributions will not be forgotten. And he slowly rose to stand before Minister Zhang. And I will forever feel indebted. Your Majesty's grace is immense. This minister will certainly take the plum home and enjoy it thoroughly. This was akin to playing the historical game of calling a deer a horse, and everyone present now understood. Around 50 people had already left. Now, the rest looked at the fruits in their hands, unsure of what to say. Seeing the main group begin to disperse, some quickly switched sides, claiming they were eating plums. Another portion insisted they weren't. Thus, the rest allowed Zisong He to record their names. These people would soon face various unexpected calamities, such as drowning, exile, or even having their homes raided and property confiscated. The current situation had indeed surpassed their expectations, but there were even more unforeseen twists. They had already peacefully departed. This was something they couldn't imagine. Temporary safety didn't necessarily mean much. When all of these people had gone, he coldly turned his gaze towards Wu Dakai beside him. Surely you have seen it. I am not blind, Wu Dakai replied, lifting his robe to expose the names he had recorded of those who dissented. The names written on his robe were now clearly visible. Kill, he said. With just one word, Wu Dakai understood. There are so many people involved. It must be done gradually. If this causes tension between you and the emperor, then it might. It wasn't that Wu Dakai would take action himself, but rather, he had certain reservations about the matter at hand. Zisong He nodded. Most of these people are useless, and those who have no value need not be kept around. Simply find a reason, and help the prince to thoroughly examine those who agreed that the plum was a plum. Among them, there are varying levels of opportunists, and for those who truly deserve punishment, swift action should still be taken, correct? Correct. In that case, I have no other business today. You will need to identify capable individuals in future groups who can aid me. Though talents abound now, I shall make use of your discernment. These tasks must all be executed well. Do you understand? I do. Chapter 194, Nangong Qingjin's Seizing the Opportunity. Your servant shall dedicate himself utterly, and die only when all is done. Seeing Wu Dekaix's appearance, Zisong He smiled. You will receive everything you desire, Wu Dekaix, he promised. Wu Dekaix hurriedly thanked his sovereign for the great favor, adding, my lord is wise. At this, even Zisong He laughed heartily, delighted. And Huangfu Wenliang did not wake up on his own. Instead, it was due to a sobering soup. This sobriety-inducing broth had been concocted by Nangong Qingjin. After eating in the morning, Nangong Qingjin had asked Xiener to send all the delicious food over to Huangfu Kongming. That was when she learned that Huangfu Wenliang had yet to rise because of his intoxication from the previous night. Taking advantage of the situation, she quickly prepared the soup without delay and arrived at Huangfu Wenliang's quarters. Seeing Huangfu Wenliang sleeping like a dead pig, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but recall the words, Ziyu sleeps during the day. Decayed wood cannot be carved. You may leave now. I'll handle this, Nangong Qingjin said while glancing at the similarly disheveled girls beside him. The girls, though resolute, refused to leave until Nangong Qingjin sternly declared, enticing the emperor into sharing a bed is a capital offense. As women, you have lost all sense of propriety, truly shameful. Leave at once. These women begrudgingly departed one by one, leaving Nangong Qingjin alone with Huangfu Wenliang. She gently grasped a porcelain spoon and fed the entire bowl of the sobering soup to Huangfu Wenliang. Only after a while did Huangfu Wenliang awaken. Upon waking, the first thing he saw was Nangong Qingjin shedding tears. Reluctantly staging this drama for her own safety and future plans, she wanted to appear as sorrowful as possible. For men, tears mean nothing, but they can break down all defenses. In this way, Huangfu Wenliang, just awakened, felt completely perplexed by her sobs. What? Why are you crying? Huangfu Wenliang's speech was already slurred, made worse by the lingering effects of drunkenness. Nangong Qingjin deliberately sniffled before wiping her tear-streaked face. I'm relieved you've woken up. What could be more delightful? You say, didn't someone mistreat you? Speak up. Here I am. Who else dares hurt you under my watch? He asked, gripping her hand. At a loss for words for a long moment, she finally sobbed. I didn't want to tell you, but how dare I hide anything now? To be honest, Zisong He hates us deeply upon hearing about our intimacy. He frequently tries to make advances towards me whenever you're absent. What can a mere woman do but resist as much as possible? But it's futile. Now what should I do? I'll take you away. We must escape together, Huangfu Wenliang vowed. Hearing these words, Nangong Qingjin waited for them, but still maintained a weepy demeanor. That's easier said than done. You don't realize how ruthless he is behind the scenes. That third son is becoming uncontrollable. He sighed, continuing, but I'm ready to eliminate him root and branch. He's nothing to fear. Your Majesty, please spare your strength. I'm genuinely worried about my growing lack of safety here. Just let me offer 2 words. Sometimes it's safer to play it safe like a turtle pulling its head inside its shell. Turtle. A cowardly turtle indeed. And who am I? The true Dragon Emperor. Do you ask me to act like a coward? This is absolutely intolerable. Your Majesty, if there's another better solution, why wouldn't I suggest it? I've thought through this. We have no alternatives. Your Majesty, stop seeing me altogether moving forward. Nangong Qingjin spoke sorrowfully, prompting Huangfu Wenliang to suddenly stand up and glare coldly, eyes like an enraged leopard. This is simply unbearable. It's like the 8-row dance being performed in the courtyard. Where does this put me? Brother 3 shows me no respect, and I will certainly wipe him out entirely. My dear beauty, don't grieve. Your Majesty, waiting for this day seems more and more unlikely. With that, Nangong Qingjin burst into renewed tears. Unlike his usually mild-mannered self, Huangfu Wenliang furrowed his brows coldly and stood firm. Now I see I can't avoid conflict with my younger brother. Rest assured, I'll have you away within 3 to 5 days, my beloved beauty. And with that, he turned to go. At the entrance, Huangfu Wenliang drew his own Longqin, Dragon Spring, Baojian from his waist. With a whooshing sound, he had already cut down the wintergreen tree in front of Zisanghe's quarters. Beauty, as this tree has become obsolete, so will Zisanghe. You need not worry any longer. Yes, I humbly bid farewell to your majesty, Nangong Qingjin replied, adding, wishing your majesty success and long life. Huangfu Wenliang let out a hearty laugh and left. He had no idea what had happened. Today, it was just pure luck for Nangong Qingjin. On other days, despite her cleverness, truly fomenting discord between Huangfu Wenliang and Zisang, he would have been much harder. But today Zisanghe arrived at the imperial capital with utter audacity and started barking orders around. That man's arrogance was beyond words. He was completely overbearing and unruly. Good heavens, he must have put every ounce of effort into openly behaving so intolerably on the court floor today. Later that afternoon, after dismissing the morning assembly, Huangfu Wenliang and Zisang, he unexpectedly met each other alone on the street. The two men's carriages crossed paths on the road under the scorching sun, when Huangfu Wenliang lifted the pearl curtain of his carriage. Ah, it's Brother 3. Stop, Brother 3. Immediately, the imperial sedan chair halted, and Huangfu Wenliang stepped down using the back of an eunuch supervisor as support. On the other side, Zisanghe also alighted. Following the earlier incident during the court session, Zisanghe appeared even more justified than before. Although unclear about Huangfu Wenliang's exact relationship with Nangong Qingjin, Zisanghe understood clearly. If he took no action, trouble would surely ensue. Therefore, he had staged a small farce during the assembly that ultimately led to a complete rift between the two parties. There wasn't an ounce of fear or hesitation in him. Rather, Zisang, he was actually laughing. As for Huangfu Wenliang, he had no clue what had transpired earlier that day. Elder brother is finally awake. Truly, the sun is high above now, said Zisanghe, glancing up at the sky. It was September, and the cloudless azure stretched endlessly like translucent jade, with the blazing sun hanging overhead, resembling a yellowish egg. My brother-in-law, where are you coming from, and where are you going? Can my elder brother not see? Or is he pretending ignorance? Zisanghe retorted. Upon hearing these words, Huangfu Wenliang couldn't help but grow livid, but managed to restrain himself. To his ears, Zisang, he sounded as though Huangfu had lost the authority to question anything anymore. Furrowing his brows, Huangfu Wenliang asked, what do you mean? What nonsense? While my elder brother stays up late working through state affairs and rises early, you're still asleep at this time. How can younger brothers sit idly by while officials scramble aimlessly, waiting without direction? Zisang, he continued. Thus, I have taken your place. Initially, Huangfu Wenliang had no intention of severing ties immediately with Zisanghe. However, with just one sentence spoken now, Huangfu Wenliang made his decision. He would separate himself distinctly from Zisanghe, making their estrangement absolute. Good, brother. While I slept, you seized control of my court. What do you intend to do? What exactly have you done? What could little brother possibly do? What does little brother dare to do? Replied Zisanghe, tapping his temple thoughtfully. I've simply dealt with a few people who were no longer needed. Elder brother always taught me. Zisanghe paused again and tapped his temple as if deep in thought. That useless individuals should be disposed of. Looking at elder brother's court today, there are far too many such people, so I've taken care of some for elder brother. This is a fine thing. While saying this, Zisanghe smirked without the slightest hint of fear. Beside him, Huangfu Wenliang fully grasped the situation now. The help Zisanghe referred to amounted to removing people Huangfu trusted and slowly replacing them with his own cronies. Oh heavens, how could this be? Has Zisanghe gone this mad? No. Huangfu Wenliang felt dizzy and stumbled back 2 steps before steadying himself. Meanwhile, Zisanghe remained calm and composed, watching Huangfu Wenliang with detached indifference. Frowning deeply, after a moment's deliberation, Huangfu Wenliang understood everything. His restraint snapped. You, good. I now understand all you have done. As he spoke, he turned to his nearby stable boy, ordering, bring me my whip. I shall teach this man a proper lesson. Clearly, Huangfu Wenliang had completely broken off relations with Zisanghe. The carriage driver stared warily at Huangfu Wenliang, torn between whether to obey or stay frozen. Still not going quickly, he stressed again. The carriage driver, realizing how drastically the situation had turned for the worse, understood it was now simply a battle of which force would overpower the other, and obeyed meekly. With trembling hands, he fetched the whip. Huangfu Wenliang gripped the horsewhip and without hesitation, swung it down in an instant, directing the lash straight at Zisanghe. Although the street seemed empty, there were many spectators behind the walls who had never seen members of the royal family engage in such public conflict before. The rumor mill whispered that Huangfu Wenliang's empress was originally Zisanghe's. These two had lived by an unspoken rule. What's mine is yours, but what's yours remains yours, making this kind of violence between them entirely unprecedented. But the current situation, oh heavens, it clearly showed their relationship had shattered irreparably. The crowd watched with bated breath as Huangfu Wenliang's whip came whistling through the air towards Zisanghe, who didn't even flinch. As the tip of the whip neared within an inch of his cheek, he suddenly moved like a striking snake, and with just 2 fingers, easily pinched the furious end of the whip. Zisanghe wasn't merely adept in literary pursuits. These years, he'd honed his martial arts skills as well. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration at this moment. Zisong he let out a cold laugh, then with sudden force, pulled the whip towards himself. Despite Huangfu Wenliang's bulky frame, his lack of genuine fighting prowess made him no match. After all, Zisong he was a seasoned fighter well-versed in techniques like using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. In the blink of an eye, the hefty Huangfu Wenliang was stumbling directly into Zisong he. Chapter 195. Zisang he meets Huangfu Wenliang on the long street. With a stumble, Huangfu Wenliang let out an exaggerated ouch and was about to fall straight into Zisang he's arms. Ouch, ouch. Unable to maintain his balance, Huangfu Wenliang leaned towards Zisang he, who immediately gripped Huangfu Wenliang's shoulder tightly, pinning it. Huangfu Wenliang now looked utterly disheveled. Where was the demeanor of a true dragon emperor? He appeared more like a worm. At this sight, the crowd murmured with surprise, and whispers filled the room. It seems that a change is coming. A change is coming, someone said, prompting another nearby to chime in. That's right, it's obvious. Based on my observations, Huangfu Wenliang has truly failed already. This year, aside from collecting taxes, what great deeds has he accomplished? His performance in governance is mediocre at best, which only makes us grit our teeth in frustration. Perhaps a change would be for the better. You speak too easily without understanding the consequences. Do you really believe this can simply be changed? Consider carefully, if the world belongs to Zisang he, our hard times are just beginning. Things were much better under the late king. The previous monarch was diligent and cared for the people. If we had him now, wouldn't we be living in good times instead of this chaos? An old man sighed while speaking. Don't you bring up stories of the Tianbao era. Those are ancient tales. And stop mentioning them. Not so fast. Huangfu Kongming is still alive and well. Watch closely, because the future still belongs to Huangfu Kongming. I believe Huangfu Kongming is the true dragon emperor. You and I will soon see. Now, my brother and my older brother have both joined the military. Were I not disabled, I'd have been taken too. Our army is large, serving both Huangfu Wenliang and Zisang he. Talking about Huangfu Kongming rising again is easier said than done. As the man spoke, he patted his prosthetic limb. Then, the elder who had previously spoken cleared his throat and added, You're worrying needlessly. Didn't you know how formidable he is? In the mountain estate, with just 300 men, he defeated 20,000 soldiers. How could anyone easily defeat him? Yes, I do know that, and I enjoy recounting his exploits frequently. Exactly. Since you understand, then you should also realize that there's nothing wrong with the situation as it is. All we need to do is wait and see. Claims that Huangfu Kongming has already been captured by them are absurd. That's correct, one person echoed. If it were that easy, he'd already be caught. As for the concern that our comrades might oppose him, that won't happen. Our brothers within the camp already realize they've been serving evil forces. If my brother opposes Huangfu Kongming, I won't recognize him as my sibling. I'd sever ties with my younger brother instantly. Such nonsense. Everyone, let's tone it down and watch the drama unfold. One person cautioned, pointing toward the door. The group turned their attention back, where Huangfu Wenliang was already panting heavily. Zisang he, what crime do you commit? How dare you offend me, your emperor? My humble self indeed offends your majesty. Brother king, tell me what is my crime? Does your majesty wish to exterminate me entirely, or plan something else? I humbly await instructions with 4 words. All ears. You are beyond reason, beyond comprehension. As Huangfu Wenliang said this, he glared coldly at Zisang he, who suddenly burst into laughter. All right, brother king, I must return home. I cannot stay to accompany you. As Zisang he left, Huangfu Wenliang fell onto the ground, landing flat on his face. It took him great effort to rise, but everyone realized it. Change was inevitable. The situation had become even more complicated than they expected. 2 groups of men departed one after another. Support me, support me. Huangfu Wenliang called out pitifully. The carriage driver quickly approached to assist him. Huangfu Wenliang brushed off dust caused by the fall while sighing. Heaven above, I am almost dead. Your majesty, the 3rd prince is now utterly fearless toward you. You've lost your authority. Hurry to the court and investigate what remains to be addressed. Yes. Saying this, he walked over. After the incident where Huangfu Wenliang publicly whipped Zisang he in the streets only to embarrass himself by falling flat on his face, Huangfu Wenliang's mood was already rather bleak. By the time he returned to his estate, it had become crystal clear. Most of his loyal supporters had been dispatched elsewhere or now cowered in fear. Some knew that supporting Huangfu Wenliang equated to opposing Zisang he. Although they appeared outwardly supportive of Huangfu Wenliang, they secretly aligned with Zisang he. Absurd. Huangfu Wenliang clenched his fists tightly and waved them around furiously. This sudden movement startled the person applying medicine to Huangfu Wenliang's face nearby. Your majesty, please calm down. Your majesty, calm yourself. It is my fault. Get up. I wasn't speaking to you. Continue treating me. The young girl became even more cautious than before. After finishing the ointment application, Huangfu Wenliang finally picked up the bronze mirror beside him, staring at his own reflection and sighing deeply. That day, Empress had adorned herself extravagantly. She already knew about today's court session. How Zisang he had fully exercised his power for the first time in 6 years. This feeling of satisfaction couldn't be put into words. Today, the Empress dressed herself beautifully, her magnificent chiju trailing long like a cloud of red mist, stunningly beautiful. Hearing that the Emperor had returned, a few eunuchs suppressed their laughter. Immediately, the Empress dismissed the giggling group with a wave of her hand as she tossed fish food onto the surface of the water, watching the golden carp swim and leap above and below the ripples. She then asked calmly, "What's the news? As a woman bound to these walls, I am unable to venture out. However, all of you servants seem to have smiles on your faces, suggesting there must be something interesting to tell. Go ahead." At her words, one of the nearby eunuchs nodded immediately. "This piece of information might be undesirable for the royal family, but it's an extraordinary good thing for your highness," replied the eunuch, who then repeated in detail what happened on the street earlier. Upon hearing the account, the Empress could not help but burst out laughing aloud. Yet, very soon, she covered her mouth, knowing that rejoicing prematurely over her husband's misfortune would not bode well. Zi sang he was gaining more and more influence now, and Huangfu Wenliang seemed powerless against him. When she heard that Huangfu Wenliang was currently having medicine applied to his face in the main hall, she immediately nodded. "Escort me there. I need to go personally and offer some care and concern." "Yes, yes." A eunuch held up the Empress's plump hand, and together the group quickly reached the main hall. Upon returning, Huangfu Wenliang had been throwing tables and chairs around in a near frenzy, completely distraught. Seeing this state brought heaviness to everyone present. Just then, the arrival of the Empress brightened the somber atmosphere as she arrived at the entrance, waving away all attendants except herself, entering the inner chamber alone despite knowing Huangfu Wenliang was in a bad temper. Move aside, move aside." The emperor vented his anger silently, kicking aside those nearby. The woman who had just applied ointment to the emperor's face was utterly terrified, retreating step by step until she quietly knelt down, resembling a sculpture from ancient times, frozen in place. The Empress had arrived. Suppressing her grin of schadenfreude as best she could, she adopted an expression of deep sorrow once inside. "Truly, why must you two squabble so openly? Wasn't the third prince always a good man?" Well, here came the Empress. Huangfu Wenliang was aware long ago of the connection between the Empress and Zi Sanghe. However, because Zi Sanghe was being utilized for the Emperor's purposes, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. After all, the Empress was aging. This type of person meant nothing to him anymore, even if he wore the metaphorical green hat. There was no regret in that regard. When the Empress came this day, Huangfu Wenliang glanced back and eyed her from head to toe. Sensing the Emperor's gaze was odd, she immediately bowed her head low. "Are you well?" she asked, then added, "These maids are inefficient. Allow me to help." Taking the ointment from the maid's hands, she approached the Emperor and performed a brief bow, kneeling halfway in front of him. Sometimes, when a woman becomes understanding and tender, she can truly leave others speechless, as evidenced by this moment right here. The current Empress now looked tenderly at the Emperor. She slowly reached out and took out the ointment, gently applying it onto the Emperor's face. To tell the truth, her skills were not bad. At least, this was how Huangfu Wenliang felt. Alas, alas. What are you sighing for? In fact, the third prince has been wronged. If he were planning a rebellion, he would have had many more chances. These past few years, he has almost exhausted himself for the country and family's welfare. Yet, here you are believing others' slanderous words, leading to estrangement between you and your own brother. That should not happen, right? Upon hearing what the Empress said, he remained silent. Well then, after all, even the Empress was on the side of the third prince. It is now evident that she is favoring outsiders over her own family. Although clearly seeing his facial injuries, the Empress still argued in favor of the younger brother. Yet now, it seemed he himself was deemed incorrect by the Empress while the third one was believed to be correct. Huangfu Wenliang wished to use the Empress as a tool to suppress Zi Sanghe's arrogance. However, he merely listened without any rebuttal or comment. At this moment, the Empress continued. "Look at you. Why can't you just speak things out properly? Instead, you make such a scene on the street with the third prince. Those who know about it may understand what happened, but those who don't, they might think the royal family is on the verge of ruin. According to you, the third one is in the right." Now finally came the time for the Empress to defend Zi Sanghe. The Empress, in reality, has always been a cautious person. Chapter 196, Lighting a Fuse. Now, upon hearing Huangfu Wenliang's words, an indifferent reply came. "Right and wrong are but matters of subtle use, and depend on the heart alone. You should not listen to others, just tell me. Just talk about his great achievements over the years," the Empress said. The Emperor immediately replied, "What great achievements does he have?" This. The Empress then covered the ointment in her hand, then gripped the sapphire blue glass bottle, and began recounting as if reciting from memory. "Let's not mention the events from before. Let's only speak of the recent events. Think about it. If it weren't for this third younger brother, how would there have been the previous ambush of Huangfu Kongming? Here's one. If it weren't for our third brother diligently searching for Huangfu Kongming, do you think Huangfu Kongming could have been so easily discovered? Isn't this just a pipe dream?" the Empress said. After speaking, she saw Huangfu Wenliang nodding in agreement. She continued enthusiastically. "In these 6 years, our third brother has truly worked hard. Even without any accomplishments, he deserves credit for his efforts. Yet, you listen to slanderous words, and others with a single sentence paint him black as coal, like white sand turning black in mire. These people have mouths that spout nothing but filth. Our third brother recruited soldiers before, and now our country enjoys peace and prosperity because of it. If the third brother hadn't gradually increased corvée labor and taxes, the treasury would already be empty by now. And the most important point is, every year for the past few years, the third brother has arranged a grand selection for you. Aren't all the young ladies in your palace once provided by our third brother? Our third brother doesn't take credit for his achievements. Don't you see that clearly already? How can there be any mistake? When has the third brother ever actively asked you for anything? To say that the third brother would rebel is completely nonsense. What more can I say? Even a woman's opinion can see through this. Shouldn't you have realized this by now? What do you mean? How should the emperor remedy the situation now? The emperor was already turning into a laughing tiger. Tragically oblivious was the empress. The empress, unaware, was under imminent danger when she saw the emperor consulting her. Oh heavens! This matter was originally quite difficult to handle, but you need only to tell the third brother that you acted rashly, acknowledge your mistake. Oh, the emperor seemed suddenly enlightened. Yes, indeed. I should acknowledge my fault. Yes, I must beg forgiveness and humility. With that, the empress immediately beamed with joy. You are the emperor, after all, who understands everything perfectly once it is spoken. The emperor says to you, you shameless woman, do you think I don't know what's on your mind? I will kill you. The emperor's countenance changed abruptly. How dare you have me humble myself in apology, you shameless wretch. Guards, your majesty. An old servant had already come in. The empress has lost her virtue. Bring the items for the third elder brother. The emperor commanded coldly. The eunuchs didn't dare delay, soon bringing the 3 chosen implements for execution of unfaithful women throughout history. A vial of red gandu, deadly poison, a strip of white silk, and a dagger. Choose one yourself, quickly. Do not make me lay hands on you. Now, the 2 of you playing tricks has made me the sacrifice. I will not die. I will not die. I will not die. As the empress spoke, the eunuch supervisors were already coldly blocking the doorway. Empress, it is time to meet your fate. We servants humbly request you take your leave. As the empress prepared to escape again, the eunuch supervisors rushed in, surrounding the empress individually, all chanting together. We lowly servants humbly request you take your leave. The empress glanced around, and the situation was urgent beyond delay. At this moment, she began banging her head on the ground while shouting at the top of her lungs. I've erred. I beseech you to show mercy. High eunuch, move ahead. The emperor gestured, and a eunuch approached, presenting the golden platter to the empress's mouth. 2 other eunuchs came forward, forcibly prying open the empress's mouth, while giving High eunuch a sign, which he understood. Empress, forgive us? High eunuch said as he poured the entire contents of the drug bottle down her throat. The medicine, lethal even when merely cutting skin, still followed the emperor's intent, who hadn't grown tired of playing yet. After drinking the red gandu, the empress was utterly terrified. She frantically reached into her throat while violently coughing. On this side, eunuch Gao had already stepped forward and held the white silk with his hand, suddenly strangling the empress's neck. As the empress struggled once again, the 3 items of execution were promptly at hand, and a dagger accurately pierced the heart of the empress. Blood flowed profusely as the empress named Qianyan went to the Yellow Springs. The emperor looked at the deceased empress and then said, take off the coat and send it over to Zisong quickly. Yes. On this side, the supervisor of palace attendants had already seen to the matter. Let's talk about Zisong after he caused some embarrassment for the emperor on the main street. He returned, and upon entering the house, he first checked on Nangong Qingjin. When Nangong Qingjin heard that Zisong had returned, she greeted him with a smile. When did elder brother leave? She asked. I started getting ready in the morning, but he kept insisting on delaying my departure. In my view, you should make arrangements for me to leave here early. Your elder brother is simply like a madman, muttering nonsense to me and declaring that from today onwards, he would sever all ties with you. I have finally understood now. As she spoke, she took steps backward, showing how frightened she was. You are. Go on. Zisong coldly gazed at Nangong Qingjin, who knew there was no need for scheming between intelligent people, so he continued. He called you the third prince, old 3. Initially, I wasn't sure what this third or old 3 meant, but when I occasionally heard someone address you as king or royal highness, everything became clear. You. Speak. Zisong looked at Nangong Qingjin. You're the third prince. I was ignorant before, but now I fully understand. The emperor said today that anything that belonged to you, he would seize regardless of whether he liked it or not. Like Empress Queen and also me. Your woman. He intends to separate us. Very well indeed in wanting to break our bond. Now that I know I am not by Gongzi but the king, do you fear? On the contrary, how could someone like you be just an ordinary businessman? I realized something was wrong about you right from the start. She appeared relaxed instead, her expression calm. Seeing this, the emperor nearby nodded. So you suspected me since the beginning, didn't you? Yes, your actions seemed suspicious. The army by your side seemed countless. Thus I grew skeptical, but I couldn't have guessed that you were actually old 3. Now I finally know, so I must lend you a helping hand. How do you find me off-putting? Zisong asked. Since things were out in the open, there was no point hiding anymore. So Nangong Qingjin frankly continued. Everything about you seems correct, but on closer inspection, from head to toe, nothing fits quite right. How will you help me? With those extraordinary means, Huangfu Wenliang being an emperor himself was fundamentally a mistake. Nangong Qingjin honestly stated, nodding, continuing. As for other affairs, they become more unpredictable, but I will assist you. Will you trust me? I wish to know if you, Nangong Qingjin, are actually Hellion Queen. No. Good. I accept your assistance, but if you go back on your word, I will consume you entirely, Nangong. He said this while forcefully opening Nangong Qingjin's collar. Yet, she remained still, wearing a sweet smile. I know. After making these agreements, Zisang had withdrawn half of the surveillance placed on Nangong Qingjin. Now, Zisang wanted to know how Nangong Qingjin would help him. Qingjin didn't want harm others yet. She intended to utilize Huangfu Wenliang further. Thus, ensuring Huangfu Wenliang maintained power was necessary for now. The matter stands as such, similar to you. Each year, you increase the grand selection process. Isn't its purpose to make it apparent to common folk that Huangfu Wenliang is an incompetent philanderer? This is your intention. You might as well bring forth these suppressions once again. Then, in due course, you'll be justified. Actually, Zisang he also knew that doing this way would be good. However, he hesitated for a moment and sighed. Just as he was about to say something, someone requested an audience. Recognizing them as people from the front yard, Zisang he nodded and headed towards the front. When they reached the entrance, a person was already there, kneeling at the side. My lord, this. The emperor has sent you a gift. It's a bloodstained coat. Upon hearing this, Zisang he didn't understand what it meant yet, frowning coldly. What kind of absurd nonsense is this? What do you mean by bloodstained coat? What thing? Lord, it's the Empress Queen's blood-soaked robe. Today, after the emperor returned home in anger, he forced the empress to drink the redcap poison, then strangled her with a white silk scarf. Finally, he killed the empress with a dagger and sent her red blood-stained coat to you. Originally, it was meant to intimidate you. Good. What an excellent emperor. What an absolutely splendid emperor. As he spoke, he glanced at the blood-stained coat. It should be returned to him. Yes. The supervisor of the eunuchs left. Initially, Zisang he had intended to return and chat some more with Nangong Qingjin, but because of this bloodied garment, his interest was now gone. Seeing that Zisang he wouldn't be returning, Nangong Qingjin headed toward the rear courtyard where the food delivered at noon had already been eaten by Huangfu Wenliang. Huangfu Wenliang had awakened by now, appearing much more spirited than before, and his complexion looked healthier as well. Seeing Nangong Qingjin enter, he immediately greeted her politely, while Nangong Qingjin maintained her usual expression. You're gradually recovering. I'll arrange for your departure soon. Whatever comes next, what to do and how to do it, you know already, so there's no need for further explanation. As she spoke, she began tidying up. The traces here will eventually be exposed. For your safety and mine, you must leave. Everything that needs arranging, I've already prepared. Here's a map drawn by General Wu Datsai. Take a look. The black dots indicate places where Zisang he's army is located. Chapter 197. Arranging for Huangfu Kongming to leave. I'm leaving, what about you? Huangfu Kongming asked, looking at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin smiled. Just go ahead. Even after you leave, I'll still be fine. It's not that big of a deal. I'm completely fine. While speaking, she kept her gaze on Huangfu Kongming. You truly aren't Empress Hellion, are you? If I were, my life with you, Huangfu Kongming, would be worse than death. No matter how much better you might seem compared to your elder brother or younger brother, all of you are the same, ruthless and merciless. None of you leaves any room for retreat. Now, I've seen clearly enough. This is the last time I help you because... Go on, he said, gazing at Nangong Qingjin. It's not because you like me, is it? You guessed right. If I didn't like you, would I have helped you? Right now, my only intention in helping you is to tell you that the country needs you now. Many people need you. Go on, Huangfu Kongming. I've already cleared my conscience toward you. In the future, if we meet again, we'll just be passerby A and passerby B. What a great way to describe passerby A and passerby B. He said this, growing increasingly agitated as he took a step forward. And what does the future matter? Today, I have to ask you, how long do you plan to misunderstand me? Yes, I wasn't good before, but circumstances forced me into it. I also didn't know you well enough then. All those things happened, yet you never gave me even one word of explanation. In fact, an explanation? Even if I told you that I didn't do those things, would you believe me? Would you? Huangfu Kongming, everything has already passed. I don't want these senseless matters to make me unhappy anymore. I already have someone I like more than you, someone far superior to you. It's not that I insist on staying with you, so please leave. I'll arrange everything properly. Do you want a map? You? Huangfu Kongming stepped forward abruptly and forcefully grabbed Nangong Qingjin's wrist. Her face flushed red. What? What are you doing? You can't be with anyone else. Was this what he was saying? On what grounds? Why? Nangong Qingjin slightly hesitated but quickly shook off his grip. You should rest well. Recently, I'll arrange your departure from here. Things I should forget, I already have. Time will wash away all memory entirely, and that's that. I'll take my leave now, she said, eager to leave. But him? In his cramped quarters, he wasn't willing to let Nangong Qingjin leave. Every time she tried to go, he would always move forward. Now, with Huangfu Kongming standing in her way like a roadblock, escape was impossible. She steadied herself, addressing him calmly in a conversational tone. What are you doing? All I want is to apologize to you, but you won't even listen. Honestly speaking, lately, he had nearly gone insane with longing. Love at first sight was a fine wine. As time passed, its fragrance grew stronger and more intoxicating. Huangfu Kongming risked his life coming here. Firstly, to carefully assess the situation, distinguishing between Zisang he and Huangfu Wenliang's military forces and reserves, and secondly, to find out what condition Nangong Qingjin, who had fallen into his clutches, was in. It was incredibly difficult to extricate oneself cleanly from this situation. He knew Zisang he much earlier than Nangong Qingjin, understanding fully that Zisang he was the kind of person who pretended to be harmless but harbored malice within. People like him were untrustworthy by nature, synonymous with betrayal and disloyalty. In such a person's world, what could they not do, and what could they not accomplish? Huangfu Kongming frowned now, cautious in thought, while observing Nangong Qingjin. I accept your apology. Is this the way a high and mighty prince apologizes? I assumed humility was required. it seems I am mistaken. She said this cuttingly, preparing to leave once again. Seeing Nangong Qingjin trying to flee repeatedly, Huang Fukongming felt deeply conflicted inside. Suddenly, without warning, he embraced her tightly. The beautiful lady trembled in his arms. What are you doing? Don't you realize this place is filled with danger everywhere? If you let me go, I can protect you better. Huang Fukongming, have you lost your mind? Nangong Qingjin struggled. She resisted, but neither struggling nor resistance changed anything. Holding her face gently, he studied her features meticulously and said, if I feared death, I wouldn't have come here. Since I have come, I've already set life and death aside. Instead of treating me this way, you should kill me outright, giving me peace now. Before, it was my fault, but I too was constrained by circumstance. Based on my character, reaching the level I previously did already. I've done all I could, haven't I? She added, her heart growing colder. So, it turned out that all along, he was that kind of person, selfish and self-serving, never having the slightest concern for her. I don't mean that at all, and you twist my words deliberately. If I had meant that, may the 5 kinds of thunder strike me down, and I die a miserable death. You? Why curse yourself like that? It's as if you intended for me to be struck by lightning, suffering an ignoble death, isn't it? She said, looking at Huang Fukongming with bright, hawk-like eyes. Huang Fukongming was completely at a loss for words now, clearly seeing that this woman was deeply vexed with him. Each word and sentence she uttered carried the sharpness of needles against wheat stalks. But what could he do? You, why must you always be like this? I need to prove something to you. I have to do something, no matter what. My apologies, Nangong Qingjin. Whatever I am about to do next, you won't agree with. You might even hate me forever, but that is exactly what I want. He said this while already grabbing hold of Nangong Qingjin. She struggled, but it did no good. His speed took Nangong Qingjin off guard. She couldn't believe she would be in such a room with him. No, this had to be a dream. She bit her ruby lips so hard they were almost bleeding, tears soaking her face like dew on white jade. He looked at her face, feeling some remorse, but quickly proceeded to. Nangong Qingjin couldn't say a word now. The sudden pain and a secretive touch made her whole body tremble. Now she wanted to scream and release the pain, but she couldn't. Crying out here would surely draw the guards. Dangerous though the situation was, she gritted her teeth enduring the pain, while he didn't feel triumphant, like releasing his own pain and sinfulness instead. Broken sobs escaped from Nangong Qingjin's lips, encouraging him more to bring happiness to her. Unknowingly, after some time, a feeling arose within Nangong Qingjin herself, one too embarrassing to admit, yet undeniably present. She found her soul gradually ascending, floating up to the 9th heaven. There was no way to describe the pleasure. The initial pain had passed, replaced by a deep satisfaction impossible to articulate now. Finally, she became his, wasn't she? Finally, she had let the wolf into her house, hadn't she? Events unfolded far too quickly. Initially resisting and struggling, Nangong Qingjin knew deep down her feelings for Huang Fukongming were filled with love. And if it was love, nothing was truly off limits, right? At last, he finished, emitting a feral roar akin to conquering the entire world. Nangong Qingjin covered his mouth. This place already seemed suspicious. If outsiders entered, there would be no graves for either of them. This place was dangerous. How inappropriate for them both to act this way today. She had no idea what just happened. Feeling confused and disoriented, she looked at their present predicament and blushed furiously. Everyone has a sense of shame, but he continued to look at her with curiosity. The more he looked, the angrier Nangong Qingjin grew. You damn bastard, she muttered, wanting to slap him but ultimately pulling back her hand after raising it. Her eyes stared at him silently for a long while until finally, he spoke. I agree. Since you've misunderstood me, why continue misunderstanding now, right? Huang Fukongming refused to move away from her, which only made Nangong Qingjin feel even more embarrassed. In order to avoid revealing too much, she tried to adjust her clothes modestly. However, Huang Fukongming laughed, saying, You're already mine. What's wrong with looking? As he said this, he deliberately gazed at her. Nangong Qingjin had never experienced such a moment. Awkward, frustrated, countless emotions rushing upon her. She sighed and frowned, preparing to leave. When she remained still, everything was fine. But when she moved, suddenly she realized that once again, he needed her. She looked at Huang Fukongming. What are you doing now? I really must go. You'd better not misbehave, don't get reckless. Seeing Nangong Qingjin's face turn red with anger, he smiled. You're scared after all, aren't you? You? Huang Fukongming, I'm not afraid. I just want you to understand. Even though it is like this, I still don't like you. I hate you so much. I have no feelings for you at all. I want to report you so badly right now, It's fine. His peach blossom eyes already turned towards Nangong Qingjin. He lowered his head. The cold strands of his hair, resembling black jade, had already fallen near Nangong Qingjin's ear, chilling her to the bone. She didn't know what to say and tried to avoid him, but his icy voice had already reached her ear. If you desire something, that's good. What I fear is your lack of desire. As long as you desire it, this prince will always be ready to give it to you, anytime, anywhere, such as now. Saying this, he began another round of conquest. Nangong Qingjin hadn't expected him to be such a person. Frowning slightly, she exhaled coldly. You? I hate you. I truly hate you. This prince has been hated by many people, yet my feelings for you remain the same as ever. You are the apple of my eye. This prince treats you differently from others. He continued while saying these words and raised his brows, glancing at the woman beside him whose face had turned bright red, like a lychee. You twist my words. I never thought you'd be such a person, Huang Fukongming. You're selfish and only cared about yourself from the very beginning. Your intention was to use me, and you knew well how capable I am. I've never intended to use you, Nangong Qingjin. It's too harsh of you to speak this way to me. If I really wanted to take advantage of you, I would definitely not resort to such methods. Chapter 198. Rather than being possessed. I am not Empress Hellion. I don't have the same strength as Empress Hellion, but I will still tell you I will never forgive you. Empress Hellion has passed away, and I no longer dwell on it. You now are all that matters to this prince. To be honest, the only person I sought when I came here was you, and the one I desire is also you. Do you understand now? Yes, I understand. He closed his eyes. As he watched her slowly close hers, he smiled faintly. Do you even have the courage to look at this prince? Don't you want to see what our situation is now? Are you ever going to stop? Nangong Qingjin was angry, speaking while coldly glaring at Huang Fukongming. Huang Fukongming, of course, wasn't done yet. On some matters, he was an expert, and she was a novice. Now, the veteran needed to guide the newcomer as they ventured together into a treacherous cliff. Nangong Qingjin had never imagined that she would be with such a bitter enemy under such a crude, desolate, and mysterious setting, engaging in intimate acts reserved for lovers. This thought hadn't crossed her mind. Even more unexpected was that his seemingly brutal behavior actually seemed to be something she liked. It wasn't that Huang Fukongming had gone mad, but it seemed like she might have been the one losing her sanity. Nangong Qingjin didn't know what to say. After a long silence, the air felt frozen. In this modest room, she received his signals. On that not-so-short summer afternoon, again and again. By nightfall, Nangong Qingjin was finally ready to leave. Huang Fukongming, having already taken full advantage of her, was in a different mood. Initially, she resisted. Then, she submitted. Now, there was a mix of fear and reverence in her eyes towards him. This girl evoked a feeling that was hard to describe. Now, as they stared at each other, bright moonlight had illuminated the room, casting through the red door. The atmosphere became clear and luminous. Outside the window, cicadas were endlessly chirping. Chirp, chirp. This sound was perhaps the most vivid symbol of summer. Though soothing, it also carried an undertone of irritation which had gradually faded as she silently put her clothes back on. I hope you'll take responsibility, a real man would. Yes, I promise you that. You must leave here, and I will arrange everything. All right. Huang Fukongming immediately nodded. Nangong Qingjin looked at Huang Fukongming, remaining silent for a long while before saying, I'm leaving. I will continue to help you by killing Huang Fu Wenliang. Nangong Qingjin said this, prepared to go, but hesitated. Suddenly, she turned around, her clear eyes shining like stars in the distance. I know that you regard me as your empress, isn't that right? She said while looking at Huang Fukongming. Huang Fukongming immediately stood up and approached Nangong Qingjin. With his hand cupping her face, he softly whispered, I've already said it. Empress Nangong, the former queen has passed. My previous infatuation was my mistake. But now, I can no longer persist in my delusion. How could I continue being so blind? I cannot. And I need to protect you. Recognize who you truly are, understand who you are, and treat you well. Moreover, I need to take care of you. Huang Fukongming looked at Nangong Qingjin's face. Gradually understanding, Nangong Qingjin nodded slightly. It seems I've understood a lot. Not just understanding, you'll come to know everything clearly. This prince will prove it with action. It's not safe here. We need to leave, but I will always bring you along. He spoke. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin merely smiled quietly, intending to leave with him, but then hesitated. No. You in your current state are utterly unsightly. You should go first. I have my reasons to stay. I know what I should do, and I'm clear about what is necessary. Now, there's one thing you shouldn't forget. And that is, I'm protecting you, and you owe me, Huang Fukongming. Even your life belongs to me. Alright, I understand. Just be careful with everything. If Huang Fu Wenliang is killed, Zi saying he will suspect you next, and then this prince will be the target. At that time, the court was troubled by both internal and external problems. When the moment comes, what will you promise me? The Empress of the Emperor. He said, and Nangong Qingjin just laughed it off. Or perhaps, what I wanted before isn't what I desire now. But one day when I went out on the streets and saw the plight of the common people, I had a firm belief. Many things aren't simply as we wish them to be or dismiss as irrelevant. Now what I need to understand is, what are you saying? Is your affection for me genuine or just feigned tenderness? I love you. Huang Fukongming said. Nangong Qingjin knew Huang Fukongming's character. Under normal circumstances, this kind of person harbors rich emotions within their own mind, but never expresses them outright. Yet now, after all these provocations, he spoke his feelings aloud. As usual, Huang Fukongming didn't say much, but every time he opened his mouth, his words carried a startling impact, which was already at his limits. Nangong Qingjin understood this. She nodded her head, reaching the door. I hope you truly comprehend. I am not the same person as the former empress. I already understand. Good, I'll go then. I'll deliver 3 meals a day and the medicine for you. Just remember, you owe me. How to compensate later, you know yourself. Having said this, she left. Coincidentally, Xian was looking around anxiously at the doorway. Seeing Nangong Qingjin come out from the house, Xian hurried forward immediately. Miss, if you don't come out, could it be that you and His Highness were having a baby? Xian, even you are talking nonsense. Nangong Qingjin scolded her lightly, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment as she changed the subject. Right now, you must help me take care of him. We need his assistance. Miss, taking care of him is my duty, said Xian mischievously, guessing what Miss had been doing in the room with Lord Huang Fukongming. Presently, Xian, A cunning girl stepped closer and exclaimed, "Ah, miss, your body smells like a man. Being in that room so long, naturally, I've caught some scent," Nangong Qingjin said while flicking her wide sleeves, which flowed like clouds. The motion seemed intended to disperse any lingering odors, but only she herself knew it was futile. "I'm going back to bathe. Have the food been prepared on your side?" "Yes." Xian smirked, already guessing what transpired inside the room between the miss and Huang Fukongming. Now being a wily girl, Xian walked ahead beside Nangong Qingjin. "And has the medicine been made?" "It's ready, correct?" asked Nangong Qingjin, who glanced back at Xian after thoughtful deliberation. "Then quickly bring it over." "Yes, Mississippi." Xian nodded. However, instead of delivering the items, Xian sidled up next to the miss. "Did it hurt?" Xian asked with an inquisitive look aimed at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin, unsure initially of Xian's intent, took a moment before understanding. I'm just trying to probe around. According to Wu Dakai, it really hurts, so he hoped that on my wedding night." "Ah, he's a good man, Xian. Come here." Nangong Qingjin whispered into Xian's ear, and obediently Xian followed through. Nangong Qingjin then shared her insights and personal experiences. Xian blushed crimson red, wanting to hear more, but also feeling awkward. Still, being girls, the two chatted heartily about it all. "It's clear that old Wu genuinely loves you. Now, we need old Wu's help, Xian. In our dealings with others, sincerity outweighs manipulation anytime. That's all I have to say. You do what you need to do and stay safe." "Miss, in this place, I am safer than you." Xian smiled brightly, walking confidently toward her position ahead. In this courtyard, Xian felt a sense of superiority. Not just in this courtyard now, but she also possessed a gold medal from Wu Dakai. This gold medal belonged to Wu Dakai, not easily obtained by just anyone. Giving it to Xian meant Wu Dakai was implying she had free passage everywhere without interference from anyone. Though Xian didn't often use it, she clearly understood its function. After arriving in the main chamber, Xian delivered the food and the medicine to the rear room. Upon confirming it was Xian outside, Huang Fukongming opened the door. Xian meticulously took out the medicine. "You shouldn't take medicine when full. The best time for this medicine is at night. Eat now, then take the medicine after passing the hour of the rooster." "All right." Huang Fukongming nodded. After Xian respectfully placed everything down, she prepared to leave. As she was leaving, Huang Fukongming looked at Xian's retreating back. "Do you hate me too, don't you?" "No, I don't hate you. I'm just often upset for our Mississippi. His favor toward you is your fortune and our Mrs. Misfortune. I will prove in practice that you're wrong, Xian," he said calmly, and Xian immediately used provocation. "You'd better let Xian see. Otherwise, one day Xian will surely poison you to death." All right, Xian, you and she are like-minded, both sharp-tongued but soft-hearted." "You're the one who's sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, not me," Xian replied hurriedly before leaving the room, already gone. In no time, Huang Fukongming began eating with complete ease. Being a patient, he mostly ate liquid food. Jing rice porridge accompanied by a few good dishes, which was already excellent. Everyone knows his love for wine, yet now drinking would only harm the healing of his wound. Although Xian could not make the decision to give him wine herself, there was still a cup of wine per meal, neither too much nor too little, only one cup. From Xian's upbringing and her various traits, it's clear to see that she's an excellent girl. This proves the adage of learning from those around us. As Xian had just stepped out, she saw the courtyard ahead illuminated brightly with lights. Upon seeing this, Xian immediately turned back, her face losing its usual cheer as she leaned against the door. "It's either Huangfu Wenliang or Zisonghe. You need to be cautious. The guards are already on our side. Even if they find some clues here, they wouldn't come. Others, though, are more dangerous. Your ability to evade detection is strong enough, so I won't say much about it." Chapter 199. Zisonghe's precaution. There is just one point. Now is a special period. You must not take desperate risks like assassination or anything, because we are all in this together with Wu Dakai and Mississippi. We have our own plans. Do you understand? "I know, I'll act dead," he said. "That sounds terrible. You always make Miss worry without reason." Xian complained, then added, "I'm going now. People from our side will knock on the door, 3 long knocks and 2 short ones. If anything changes, it means enemies. Be cautious, be cautious." Actually, Xian also knew that there was no need to say much. Someone as smart as Huang Fukongming would naturally know what to do. But now it was Zisonghe who had come over. Zisonghe was a very cunning and meticulous person. It couldn't hurt to give an extra warning, even if Huang Fukongming might get annoyed. Xian sighed and took the lacquer tray decorated with gold patterns. She picked 2 brightly colored hibiscus flowers by the entrance and headed toward the main hall. Meanwhile, it wasn't Huangfu Wenliang who came, but Zisonghe. Actually, if you think about it, it made sense. Since Huangfu Wenliang and Zisonghe had developed some resentment and estrangement between them, they wouldn't be reconciled so quickly, and their mending fences would not be so easy. Now, everything was unfolding according to Nangong Qingjin's arrangements. What an impressive woman she was. Nangong Qingjin always filled Xian with awe. After all, Nangong Qingjin was such an intelligent person, knowing how to infer many things from a few hints. However, the only unexpected variable that Nangong Qingjin failed to foresee was, right now, things had already taken a different turn. Heaven help her. Today when she was bathing, just stepping into the tub, he came over. The housemaids inside were dismissed long ago because Nangong Qingjin didn't trust or habitually use them. Now, a group of people came storming in. Through the green bamboo screen, she had no idea why this crowd stormed in. "Nangong young lady, are you there? Sir Bai has arrived." "Sir Bai." Haha, still calling him Sir Bai? It was long exposed that so-called Sir Bai was actually Zisongyi. These people were indeed skilled at pretending. Nangong Qingjin frowned, preparing to stand up, but then thought if she stood, and he entered with ill intent, it wouldn't be good. So, she submerging herself below the shoulders underwater, pondered a bit, and for fear he noticed something, tossed the clothes which Siener called masculine, into the water, making them soggy, and threw them onto the embroidered carpet. I'm taking a bath. Please ask Sir Bai to wait in the flower hall. I'll come out soon. He told the guard, who immediately went. Zisongyi stood in the middle courtyard, smelling the faint osmanthus fragrance, while gazing at the bright moon overhead, and started walking, asking, what did he say? He says he's bathing, and hopes you stay briefly in the flower hall. The guard said so, and Zisongyi nodded. Go to the flower hall. The king will be there soon. Go on. While speaking, he was already by the door, and Nangong Qingjin had indeed foreseen that the visitor could only be Zisongyi. It was just getting dark outside. Zisongyi thought, she wasn't likely to bathe every night. Was there really something suspicious happening in this house? Without waiting for Nangong Qingjin to speak, he pushed open the door and entered. Nangong Qingjin turned pale, hugging herself in fear as she looked at the incoming Zisongyi. Her face wasn't pleasant, her lips trembling. How dare you come in? Her voice soft, glancing ahead as the silver-like moonlight streamed onto the floor. It was quite beautiful, stretching the black silhouette of Mr. Bai longer until it fell onto the ground. Not knowing what to say, she saw Zisongyi stride toward her bathtub. What are you doing? The king merely came to look around. First, I have some business. Second, I am worried that your place might suffer infringement from the court, which would not be good. Already standing beside Nangong Qingjin's wooden bucket, his hand lightly moved outward and casually stroked a few times. Nangong Qingjin felt an overwhelming force. Then the wooden bucket shattered into pieces and quickly exploded. Siener arrived in time. In fact, at the moment Zisongyi came in, Siener was already at the door. Now, seeing Zisongyi about to trouble Nangong Qingjin, things happened quickly despite the delay in words. Siener saw the wooden bucket shatter and immediately grabbed the nearby clothes to cover Nangong Qingjin's body. Sighing, Nangong Qingjin said, I told you to pick flowers for bathing, but you've just arrived now. She complained. Then Siener immediately responded. It was all my fault. I came too late. Apologies, I will be at the flower hall. Not a single word of apology had been uttered before he left swiftly. Seeing the room soaked with water, including Siener who was drenched as well, Nangong Qingjin sighed. Good Siener, you've saved me once again. It seems we should leave this place soon. Miss, let me help you get dressed. That beast is waiting for you in the flower hall. While I assist you in changing, take your time to think why he came here, and whether his intentions are malicious or not. Siener spoke while helping Nangong Qingjin dress. I trust Wu Dakai, Nangong Qingjin replied, continuing. If he isn't here to investigate, then he must have come to seek someone's help. Nangong Qingjin added, I don't yet know what has brought him to seek my assistance, but I need to figure out an approach accordingly. In my opinion, considering the strained relationship between him and Huangfu Wenliang, it's most likely about Huangfu Wenliang. Siener spoke while tying Nangong Qingjin's silk sash into a matching knot, gently untangling her wet hair. All right, miss, I will accompany you. I have already arranged everything in the backyard. The prince doesn't need our concern. Rather, I worry more about you. Siener, there's no need, she replied, and as they both moved forward after speaking, they soon reached the flower hall. With Zisongyi's arrival, the hall sparkled brilliantly, the silk lanterns above lit up, and bright candles on either side of the columns illuminated everything. Bathed in transparency and light, Nangong Qingjin and Siener took their places at the front. As they spotted Wu Dakai, Nangong Qingjin smiled faintly, and so did Wu Dakai, indicating that Zisongyi was probably here for consultation. Once they reached the center of the flower hall, upon seeing the two of them enter, Huangfu Kongming raised his hand and signaled the servant girls to bring tea, then quietly withdraw. Nangong Qingjin understood this was a signal for confidential discussion, instructing Siener also to step aside. Now the two of them were seated face to face. He looked at Nangong Qingjin for a moment before pressing a button on the side corridor. Instantly, the bead curtains closed, creating an atmosphere of serenity. This wasn't the only detail. Uniquely designed objects within the column caused tiny droplets of water to cascade down rhythmically. Drop by drop, it effectively divided the world inside and outside into two realms. Nangong Qingjin hadn't touched the tea, but Zisongyi held the teacup, offering it toward her, saying, My previous actions were disrespectful. Allow me to apologize with this cup of tea instead of wine. Please forgive me. Unworthy. Nangong Qingjin immediately accepted the teacup, taking a sip before placing it back where it was. At such a late hour, you must have come for a reason, correct? I cannot hide anything from you. Since you're now aware of my identity, I would like you to assist me in a task, something I believe you will agree to. My livelihood depends on you, so I naturally cannot decline. Although, in reality, if aiding evil deeds truly went against her principles, she would still refuse. This was related to one's faith. However, Zisongyi nodded, saying, Knowing how appreciative and loyal you are, I'd like you to teach me a way to eliminate my elder brother. Nangong Qingjin listened as Zisongyi stared at her expressionless face. I wish for you to devise a method that kills my older brother without anyone noticing. I need the killing to be done without a trace. I'm listening. Nangong Qingjin remained calm, her composed demeanor eliciting a subtle irritation from Zisongyi. Are you not shocked? Zisongyi questioned, eyeing Nangong Qingjin, who slightly sneered. Throughout history, such occurrences have been common. What's surprising about it? If you can kill the second brother, why spare the first? Everyone knows you are the true king without a crown. Fortunately, times wait for no one, and now your brilliance is about to shine. Nangong Qingjin, I have not underestimated you. Zisong, he was genuinely surprised that even confined within the yard, Nangong Qingjin could analyze the political landscape so clearly. Excellent, excellent. So, you will help me, right? I admire dealing with intelligent people. If you can aid me, whatever you want, I will give you. All I desire are 8 characters, a serene life and peace in the world, Nangong Qingjin said, taking a sip of tea as she spoke. On the other side, Zisong, he chuckled lightly and responded leisurely. Fortunately, what you seek is not world peace and prosperity among the people. Your Highness knows well that the latter would be an unachievable proposition, Nangong Qingjin replied. Zisong, he nodded repeatedly, indicating he was fully aware. At this moment, after furrowing his brow, he added, what I seek is a method, preferably one that doesn't require a single soldier, to kill the eldest brother. I assume the Empress has already passed away, Nangong Qingjin said. The news of the Empress's death had been suppressed, so he eyed her suspiciously, glancing toward the corridor where Wu Dakai was patrolling. His gaze lingered on Wu Dakai. If it weren't for Wu Dakai secretly relaying information, he wouldn't believe that Nangong Qingjin could deduce all this based purely on her own judgment. Your Highness should either trust your men completely or not at all. In truth, they don't dare to inform me. And currently, I don't have the power to buy off anyone near you. The reason I can say this is simply because I knew from the very beginning that you harbored no affection for the Empress. What if I were to tell you that I did have feelings for her? How would you see that? He asked. As he spoke, sorrow etched on his face like the grief over the loss of a companion. He held his wine cup and poured its contents onto the ground in tribute. Yet Nangong Qingjin paid Zisong he no attention. If you truly loved her, would you be entirely indifferent now? You know, when even the Empress and the Emperor disregard each other one day, it serves as a warning to you. This Huangfu Wenliang is indeed foolish. He killed her without concern and even expects you to know, perhaps thinking it's a show of force. But you know better than that. Chapter 200. Nangong Qingjin sees everything clearly. Because Empress was your well-placed barometer, and now that she's dead, you know about it and are indignant. But you still understand a principle, that the lion has finally roared in anger. Nangong Qingjin understood all of these matters like a seasoned manipulator. He didn't expect such words would come from a woman. How capable she must be is already self-evident. Her power of observation was so penetrating that with just a glance, she could perceive things so deeply as to inspire awe. So, what should I do now? He asked outright, allowing his query to roll forward like an accumulating snowball. Haven't you already had the intention to take her place? You've only felt the timing wasn't right until now, she retorted. These were Zisong he's secrets and a commendable side to his flawed political career, but she too effortlessly penetrated these dark aspects. She had already seen it all. Zisong he frowned as he looked at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin still smiled, with a face serene and radiant but inducing a faint sense of cold dread. Zisong he calmed himself inwardly and said, in fact, this time I came here. I actually have something to ask of you. If you've come prepared, just speak, and there will be no hesitation on my part to assist you, she said sincerely. She was an intelligent person, and he was an equally intelligent one. Between two intelligent people, not playing around is actually the best way. Seeing Nangong Qingjin's expression, he seemed to have understood everything, and thus laughed. It seems we're the same kind of person. However, I'm still curious why, knowing this matter to be treasonous, you would still help me. Perhaps, it is merely because events are trending towards this inevitability. Bravo for inevitability. As he said this, he spread out his hands. Since it's like this, then I'll listen to your suggestion. My lord, please wait, she said, then entered the inner chamber. Not long after, she walked out calmly with an additional bottle, a small-sized pale green bottle. Without waiting for Zisong he to inquire, Nangong Qingjin had already spoken. Colorless, odorless, but deadly upon contact with blood. Do you want me to kill the emperor? His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Nangong Qingjin, unable not to admire this woman's sharp insight and ruthlessness. Nangong Qingjin slightly moved her eyebrows, then smirked. Regicide? Why put it so harshly? This Huangfu Wenliang. Even if you don't replace him, others surely will. This is undoubtedly the best approach. There are always talented individuals succeeding each other in history. Do you think that if you don't act first, he won't die, and peace will reign eternally? Foolish dreams. It was hard to imagine these words coming straight from the mouth of a woman. Zisong he felt a chill running down his spine, frowning as he looked at the current Nangong Qingjin, who remained unperturbed, not even glancing at the green bottle, offering a cup of tea from a jade pot instead. At first sip, this tea might seem bland and uninteresting, but if you close your eyes, meditate while sipping slowly, you'll discover it's indeed a rare treasure. She continued after finishing speaking. There are so many plans ahead. I don't need to mention them as you're already prepared to move forward. If you plan to make your mark, why hesitate again at this moment? Even if I couldn't assist you entirely, I would give my utmost effort. Nangong Qingjin, you dare say you aren't Hellion? Hellion. She chuckled softly. If you say so, that's fine. After all, these years, I've often been mistaken for someone else. How ironic. The Hellion Empress passed away 6 years ago, yet people still talk about her endlessly. After saying this, she raised her teacup. Would you care for a cup? This tea is called olive green and is exceptionally rare. I assume you're aware of it. What kind of person can so nonchalantly drink tea while plotting to end someone else's life? From this single gesture, her vast and profound inner world became visible. Her calmness and composed action spoke volumes. We're planning to assassinate the emperor, he said. But you don't seem the slightest bit anxious. Are you not the Hellion Empress? To me, only the Hellion Empress would possess such an unruffled and composed bearing. The historical Hellion Empress I've never met, nor do I know exactly how great she was, but I'm willing to be the second Hellion Empress. She continued, saying, you wouldn't be deterred by this cup of tea, would you? Have you already become too frightened to drink it? Not so, for I know you wouldn't kill me, he finished, taking hold of the teacup and drinking it all in one gulp. Nan Gongqingji nodded. Time waits for no man, go ahead. The wind blows bleakly, the water of the river is cold. I am leaving. As she said this, she rose and held onto the pale green bottle. After Zi Sang he left, Nan Gongqingji still held onto the edge of the table for a long time. Only after a very long pause did Xianair enter. Miss, you incited someone to commit regicide. Xianair could hardly believe it, but even though it was hard to believe, she had just witnessed it and heard it with her own ears. Nan Gongqingji now appeared frail and weak. Such actions shouldn't belong to her, yet she had no choice. Without regicide, we would suffer harm today. She continued and added, now that these people have gone, they won't be back for a while. Let's go see the prince, Xianair. All right. Xianair immediately nodded. The two arrived at the rear courtyard, where Huang Fukongming had already eaten lunch and taken his medicine. He was closing his eyes to rest when he heard the door open, then he smiled. The curve of his lips was so perfect that it influenced her with its pure smile, momentarily dissipating the tension from Nan Gongqingjin's face. Just now, she had incited Zi Sang he to commit regicide. This was a significant matter, one that should not originally have been instigated by a woman, but she did not think there was anything wrong in doing so. She had been nervous before since planning such an act, which is the grave crime of stealing a nation deserving punishment. Now she gradually calmed down. You've come. I have. She nodded, already approaching Huang Fukongming. Xianair noticed this and nodded. Miss, you are here. I'll go watch the door. As she spoke, she left. Seeing Xianair depart, Nan Gongqingjin then nodded and grasped Huang Fukongming's pulse. While listening, she spoke. You are getting better. Although this medicine isn't a miraculous drug, it has significantly mitigated your condition. I will send you away tonight. It's going to change sky colors, Huang Fukongming. As she said this, she looked at Huang Fukongming. He understood what changing sky colors meant, reversing the order of days, but he didn't understand why things progressed so quickly. Who among all involved acted as the essential catalyst? He frowned and stared at Nan Gongqingjin. Was it you? It was you. He didn't know what to say, only nodding repeatedly. Good. I will leave here soon. What about you? Where will you go afterward? 2 places. Either the imperial capital or the villa. But logically, it's more likely the imperial capital. You reassemble your army. You'll have your chance for restoration. We don't have much time to talk now. I will arrange everything. Take care of yourself. When you arrive, find a way to notify me and let me know you are safe. Nan Gongqingjin spoke words that did not seem appropriate for a woman to say aloud, but ultimately, she still clearly articulated her thoughts in a commanding manner. Your Highness knows, but I do not plan to leave here for now. My army knows I'm still alive. I've already left this place once. Damn it. Are you not cherishing your life? If I leave, you'll lose yours. If it's inevitable that someone needs to sacrifice, let it be me rather than you because, after all, I am your protector, he said, then gripped Nan Gongqingjin. I am not some Hellion Empress. Maybe you're obsessed this time around, but I'm not her. Huang Fukongming, please realize it clearly. Every hair on my head isn't hers. Neither is every finger or toe. Nothing about me belongs to her. Although there might be similarities, we're not the same person. At first, I confused you with her, but now, I am crystal clear. You two are separate individuals. So, why are you still infatuated? She asked a question, looking at Huang Fukongming. Actually, she hoped Huang Fukongming would treat her well, yet felt uneasy because making Huang Fukongming like her seemed extremely difficult. In the past, you were infatuated with her. Now it's become infatuation with me. You. Nan Gongqingjin wanted to retort something, but found herself speechless. His embrace grew tighter, causing her to sigh and hug him back. Prince Wang is unwavering until death. I hope Prince Wang remains the same as ever, unchanging. That would be good. Prince Wang is not a fickle person. Once I have said I would treat you well, I will do so for a lifetime, never giving up halfway. That works too. Tonight, I will arrange for your departure through the safest route possible. You must leave. I will ensure my own safety while staying here. Now, can you still not trust me? I do trust you. Then, please leave this place, she said, adding, I will prepare everything. Just be reassured. However, if I leave, there's no way I can do it silently without causing a stir. I hope we can go together, he said, each word heavy and resolute. How could Nan Gongqingjin not want to leave? But she was still waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for her arrangements to succeed gradually. If they failed, then what was there to talk about in terms of departure? I need to hear that news before I can leave. Opportunities are scarce, Nan Gongqingjin said, and Huang Fukongming nodded. If that's the case, since opportunities are so few, I will wait to hear the news as well. For now, at least we are still together. You're unbendingly stubborn, Nan Gongqingjin remarked, but Huang Fukongming only smiled faintly. You and I were the same. Why mock me for being just slightly more obstinate? Nan Gongqingjin nodded and said nothing more. tightly embracing Huang Fukongming. Her grip on Huang Fukongming's arms tightened almost imperceptibly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Time seemed to stop, everything frozen in place. She didn't know how long she had been in this room, but surely a very long time had passed. Eventually, she reluctantly let go. After bidding their farewells, he remained as always, staying in the room to support Nan Gongqingjin. As for Nan Gongqingjin, she returned to the front house, continuing her routine exactly as before, showing no difference from any ordinary day. No one would have guessed that the greatest conspiracy in the empire was intricately connected to a seemingly unarmed woman who looked utterly unremarkable. These bone-chilling matters were entirely inconceivable to all. She waited for the conspiracy to emerge step by step, waiting for it to ascend onto the political stage in another form. This period of time was undoubtedly filled with restlessness. If they succeeded, both would share glory. If they failed, they would suffer equally. Chapter 201. Nan Gongqingjin's Restlessness. As the one who makes plans and wields a feather fan, she would certainly be implicated at the end, thinking about the involvement of 9 families. But then again, she realized that she was alone in the world now, without such familial ties. Siener, if we encounter danger now, I will protect your escape. You must ensure the safety of the prince. If possible, take Wu Dakai with you. He's a good person. Siener knew that Nan Gongqingjin was waiting, but Siener had never seen Nan Gongqingjin this tense before. Miss, it's just about assassinating someone useless. Why are you so serious and uneasy? My dear Siener, you all think Huangfu Wenliang is a useless man. Haven't you ever thought why such an useless person can still hold a high position? This man has the ability to pretend to be a pig while devouring a tiger. Don't let his false facade deceive you. He could very well be someone who conceals their true strength. How could that be? I see Huangfu Wenliang indulging himself in wine, women, wealth, and gambling. Simply a wastrel, nowhere near as capable as you describe. Siener, people are multifaceted, and he is no different. There's an ancient saying, do you know it? Nan Gongqingjin was rather tense. Siener immediately said, is it knowing a person's face but not their heart? Siener, she said, it's the mind of an emperor is unpredictable. Such a person can't possibly expose themselves so easily. It's been years, they absolutely couldn't have avoided harming him. He remains as a political puppet. Actually, your meaning, mistress, seems like I'm gradually understanding. That is, Siener began to articulate. That means he has become quite formidable already. Taking just one step forward could allow him to. He has concealed his real abilities and talents behind these appearances of incompetence for years. If it were true, then, that means, Siener started to fear, that Zisong he has now fallen into some kind of danger? Siener, that's merely my conjecture. Zisong he is a smart man. Thoughts like these must have crossed his mind already. Now, Zisong he is slowly consolidating his military power, which means currently between the two of them, Zisong he appears to be gaining the upper hand. She continued, but look more carefully. What do you mean? It's possible their skills are evenly matched during this confrontation. The result might be either both die or one gets injured. Either way suits us fine. However, if the one who gets hurt is Zisong he, we're doomed soon after. She said desolately. Sienna nodded at this point. There won't be many guards in the mansion tonight. It may be better for me to arrange people to protect you and leave. No, Siener, Nan Gongqingjin said. You're overly naive. Today in the house, heavy troops must already be guarding us. Even a fly would find it hard to escape. How do you know that? Siener didn't believe her, but Nan Gongqingjin chuckled softly. The ambush might be unseen by you, yet those people can definitely see you. Don't take risks, Siener. Siener nodded and silently remembered Nan Gongqingjin's words. Nan Gongqingjin urged Zisong he to act promptly, and indeed, Zisong he followed through on the prompt action. The queen's dress was returned untouched. This dealt a significant blow to Huangfu Wenliang. He had initially believed that since Zisong he understood the situation, a threat was already established. However, Zisong he seemed to have no fear after the last split. Currently, the chief eunuch had brought the blood-stained clothes over. Huangfu Wenliang remained lost in thought within his quarters. Now, the only plan not executed successfully concerned Huangfu Kongming. At present, he and his third disciple Zisong he finally engaged in strategic battle, thereby entirely changing the situation. Huangfu Wenliang didn't know what to do. How should he proceed? On one hand, he wished to preserve his strength, and on the other hand, kill Zisong he opportunistically with a higher chance of success. In 6 years, Zisong he had already built up all defenses needed, making it quite difficult now to eliminate him. Just then, the emperor noticed an attendant eunuch entering. Focused on this eunuch who knelt on the ground. Report to his majesty. Prince Three's side has sent back that particular dress. What? Huangfu Wenliang burst into anger, throwing down his sleeves. If this is tolerable, then what is not? Your majesty, the third prince has already sent it back. The third one now is incomparable to what he used to be, and you must, the old eunuch supervisor was saying while drawing a gesture of wielding a knife for an essential cut, and from his aged lips came the sound of snap. What good ideas do you have? How can this slave possibly have any good ideas? It's only for you to speak them out and let me listen. I've seen many things, so in moments of crisis, I can perhaps provide some counsel. Good. Huangfu Wenliang pondered for a moment before speaking. I seem to understand what I should do. Now, I will summon my troops, gather my army back, and lay an ambush around Hebe Palace. Tonight, I will invite the third brother over for drinks, and during the banquet. But it's uncertain whether the third brother will come or not. This worried him. Now, your relationship with the third one has completely broken down. It's better to end prolonged pain quickly. Over these years, the third one has indeed been too obstinate. Since you have this resolve, this old servant will definitely accompany you till the end. Go arrange my army, place the Imperial Guard all around Hebe Palace. When I throw my goblet as a signal, all of you must strive hard to ensure my safety, kill Zisong-he, and restore order to the capital. After he finished speaking, he threw up his sleeves and rose. Seeing this, the kneeling eunuch supervisor had left. But soon he returned again. Huangfu Wenliang ultimately understood the old servant's meaning and nodded, then began writing rapidly beside him. Not long after, he had already written an imperial edict. An edict was needed as a form of trust when calling upon troops. This edict continued to flow endlessly out of the inner court, summoning both dukes and ministers as well as the Imperial Guard, though there were also those that seemed insignificant. Still, today's imperial capital appeared unusually lively. After the last time he got drunk, everything had changed beyond comparison. Those people who were hardly trained by him had already died in large numbers. From a certain perspective, these deaths actually provided leverage against Zisong-he rebelling against him. Now, among the officials inside the palace, there weren't many left, and there was little possibility of real joint efforts. Moreover, his team suffered severe aging. Realizing this, he regretted indulging himself in pleasure previously. The pleasures of the past now caused him deep regret. Fortunately, these few elderly ministers remained loyal. Since His Majesty has decided to take away his military power through drinking wine, from this old minister's point of view, this matter should not be delayed as delays may lead to unforeseen changes. Yes, how could I not know about such risks of delay? But we need a plausible excuse, or he won't come. With the current state of the capital and myself, our relationship with him has become very strained. He won't come easily. As for creating a plausible excuse, there are no particular holidays at the moment. We might first use a general reason to contact Zisong-he. If the rebel doesn't come, you visit him directly. No matter how clever he is, you are the emperor. Killing him would be justifiable, hence there is nothing to fear. So be it. The emperor nodded, indicating his rare astuteness. Bring the Minister of War into the room. Yes. An eunuch supervisor lifted the bead curtain, and a man with a full beard stepped in, striding powerfully. Each step felt like a great iron ball striking the ground, firm and resonant, making the floor quiver. Seeing this giant-like towering figure, Huangfu Wenliang gradually felt more satisfied. The general retains the same youthful vigor. Excellent. I have a task for you here. Take my 200,000 soldiers, surround the area where he stands now. As soon as there's the slightest movement, act immediately. Here, I have an arrow that penetrates clouds. Once this matter is done, I'll give you a signal immediately. Just infiltrate and execute the plan within Bai's mansion thoroughly. Regardless of gender or age, leave none alive, except for the Empress Mother. Yes. The Minister of War immediately nodded. Satisfied with this, he thought for a while and looked at the several people kneeling by his feet. Get up, go arrange your own matters. You know what roles you should play, don't you? Yes, this old minister understands well. The several people, as they said, nodded and left. Watching the empty room, Huangfu Wenliang didn't dare to relax for a moment. Rising from his seat, he called, summoned the commander of the Imperial Guards. Yes. An eunuch supervisor left and stood at the entrance of the Golden Hall, stretching his voice high and low, sharp and piercing like a dagger cutting the sky. Summoned the commander of the Imperial Guards. The situation in the capital city rarely reached such an urgency. Every 1,000 men in the Imperial Guard constituted one unit. A unit of 1,000 men is called a Qianzong, and in the Imperial capital, there are 30,000 men all belonging to the Imperial Guard, led by 30 Qianzong. This was the moment for these Qianzong to contribute their blood and lives. For many years, he had been somewhat neglectful in terms of military strength. It had already caused an indescribable situation. Right now, Zisong-he commanded more troops than him, far exceeding his own forces. From what it looked like, he needed to use minimal force with maximum effect, and could only resort to underhanded tactics to ensure success. Summon the Qianzong of the Imperial Guard to come forward and pay respects. The eunuch supervisors standing on the red stairs below the Golden Hall began to shout one by one, and before long, 30 individuals arrived. These 30 men all appeared physically powerful. Upon entering the Golden Hall, they began to kneel down. Layer upon layer surrounded the emperor, who had previously felt uneasy but upon seeing this, immediately felt his chances of victory steadily increasing, and he smiled faintly. Excellent, excellent, rise, all of you. Tonight, I require your service. I have prepared a night feast at Hebe Palace, and during the banquet, I plan to play a game that casts shadows akin to the rustling of wind and the glint of axes. You will surround me and ensure my safety. When I cast my goblet as a signal, and once the goblet hits the ground, you will enter without hesitation or discrimination and slay Zisong-he. The victorious shall be rewarded without question. Not only will promotions and riches await you, but anything you desire, a princely title, a city, it shall be yours if you succeed. Hearing this, every single man was now driven by ambition for the princely title and the city. They nodded their heads collectively. By this time, Huangfu Wenliang had already waved his hand, dismissing the Qianzong. Whispers spread among them as they left. Now, the emperor leaned over the desk and started writing, composing an imperial edict addressed to Zisong-he. When the need arose, this document would be presented. Even though Zisong-he knew the peril he faced, he dared not ignore the call to the capital. Even if Zisong-he were aware that he had fallen into danger, there was still no way out except for him to appear in the imperial capital. Chapter 202, The Night Banquet at the Hebe Palace. Because, no matter what, Huangfu Wenliang was still an emperor, even if only in name. Now, Huangfu Wenliang's imperial edict was already written and given to the eunuch supervisor beside her. The eunuch supervisor carefully held a golden tray, placed the edict on it, and then left with a group of people. They knew this matter was significant, so everyone was more cautious and tense. Looking at everyone leaving as the sun began to set, the emperor slowly closed her eyes. Before engaging in the bloody battle with Zi Senghe, she needed a good rest. Preparation is essential for success, and now she needed to recuperate for any unforeseen needs. The medicine Nangong Qingjin gave to Zi Senghe was indeed a very powerful concoction, researched and developed. It was colorless, tasteless, transparent, and could cause instant death with just one drop when it met blood. This kind of medicine gathered many kinds of poison and was rare. If used well, a small bottle could kill many people. Nangong Qingjin had the antidote, but Zi Senghe did not. This time, they were going to eliminate Huangfu Wenliang through Zi Senghe's hands, so the medicine bottle had no tampering from Nangong Qingjin's side. Zi Senghe knew that Nangong Qingjin also hoped he would succeed, so holding the medicine bottle, he didn't dare to examine it carefully, or even try it once, just staring at it. When the sun finally set behind the mountains, they came. The eunuch supervisor from the capital had arrived, dust flying everywhere. These eunuch supervisors dismounted their horses, and with great authority entered the mansion. At the gate, Zi Senghe went out to welcome them. Prince Senghe receives the imperial edict. His Majesty has decreed, recently there have been deep misunderstandings between us. His Majesty has prepared a banquet today to drink heartily with you. You must not make excuses not to come. Thus ends the decree. This imperial edict was straightforward, giving Zi Senghe no room for deliberation, and he nodded. With respect, I will comply. Tell His Majesty that I will arrive shortly. Zi Senghe, he said while preparing to go back and change clothes. But here it wasn't agreed. The eunuch supervisor had smiled coldly. His Majesty's intention is, after receiving the edict, you need to leave immediately. To be honest with you, all the courtyards outside are already occupied by the imperial guards. You are a wise man and understand His Majesty's intentions. This is an urgent matter. Otherwise, a simple edict wouldn't have been necessary. Do you understand? So it is like this. However, I do need to change into another piece of clothing. That's easy. The eunuch supervisor smiled and several others approached. Several eunuch supervisors stood 3 meters away from Zi Senghe, forming a formation by standing on all 4 cardinal directions. Zi Senghe couldn't comprehend what these people were about to do. Soon enough, a huge woolen felt was brought over and laid down on the ground. The eunuch supervisor quickly surrounded this area with red silk, unknowingly placing Zi Senghe right at the center of this silk. Come on, His Excellency wishes to change. Assist him in changing. Upon hearing this, a line of women already giggling arrived. Holding golden trays, these trays contained custom-made red robes tailored specifically for Zi Senghe. In that era, yellow was first rank, red was next to the emperor's level or second rank, blue was third rank usually worn by dukes, while commoners were known as cloth-clad peasants, wearing light brown. This red robe had very intricate embroidery. The young girls entering to dress Zi Senghe also looked gentle and were laughing. Coming closer to Zi Senghe. Serving maid Xiao Lan, serving maid Xiao Hong, serving maid Xiao Lu, helping you change your clothes. While saying this, they took a step forward, and seeing this, Zi Senghe understood. Huangfu Wenliang was not someone to underestimate. From the current situation, Huangfu Wenliang was indeed quite extraordinary. However, Zi Senghe didn't feel greatly threatened, instead lightly smiled and closed his eyes. Those maids moved forward systematically, removing Zi Senghe's white skirted robes, replacing them with the red garment. This was a final check before entering the palace. This inspection was quite necessary and meaningful. The reason was simple. These maids were highly skilled, and after this examination, everything that Zi Senghe might hide inside his sleeve or person was thoroughly removed. All right, we will fetch the mirror for you. One of the maids grinned, taking everything related to Zi Senghe and showing them to the eunuch supervisor, who ordered them to temporarily keep those items safe. For eunuch supervisors carried a massive silver mirror to the middle of the square, placed it there properly. A female servant smiled coyly, pulling the red curtain covering the mirror aside, revealing his reflection inside. The outfit he had just changed into was a vivid red, so radiant that it seemed akin to the clouds at the horizon, without any seawater patterns or even the slightest trace of golden dragons or dragon motifs. Adorning this garment were the alluring, crimson peonies and tulips, blooming one by one with breathtaking beauty. This attire carried a touch of femininity but lacked masculinity. With a simple nod, Zi Senghe accepted it. This is the emperor's gift. His Majesty mentioned that if you do not fancy this outfit, we have other choices prepared for you. You can try them on one by one until you are satisfied. I'll take this one. He spoke, placing the medicine bottle in his sleeve as he finished speaking. The vial was small, so when clenched in his fist, no one noticed its presence. It was simply a container capable of holding a few drops of liquid. Naturally, it wasn't bulky. Have someone carry the mirror away. I shall go to the capital with you now. Yes. The maids signaled and not only had the mirror removed, but soon after, they also took away the red silk and woolen felt as if nothing extraordinary had happened. But Zi Senghe had already changed clothes. Please follow this way, Your Highness. The cheerful girl named Xiao Lan who guided earlier was now at the entrance leading him onward. There were quite a number of people gathered there. A 4-wheeled carriage was ready, with someone kneeling down for Zi Senghe to step onto their back before entering the carriage designed like a sedan chair. Inside the carriage, everything was spotlessly clean. Surprisingly, several female musicians had arrived as well. It turned out that not only did girls like Xiaolon know how to serve people, but they could also play musical instruments beautifully. A tune called Maiden Zhaojuan's Lament began playing, without waiting for Zi Sanghe to utter a single word. It seemed like a last requiem composed especially for him. Closing his eyes, he waited until the piece ended before looking at the young woman in front of him. The young woman, Xiaolon, looked at him with bright eyes and said, "Prince, if you wish to say something, please speak freely. I'm all ears." What did he want to say? Though there were countless words on his mind, what was there to communicate with these girls? Is all this really according to the emperor's intention? Are you referring to the music just now? This maid deliberately avoided answering directly. Quickly, Zi Sanghe showed an icy expression. You clearly know I wasn't asking about the music. Were all these arrangements truly from the emperor, or was there another party involved? I genuinely don't understand what you mean. His Majesty kindly invited you over for a drink. The music was carefully selected by His Majesty. Doesn't the scenario remind you of Lady Zhaojun leaving her homeland? Isn't it strikingly similar? It turns out that both sending the red embroidered peony dress and now Maiden Zhaojuan's Lament were subtle reprimands from the emperor towards him. Zi Sanghe neither nodded nor shook his head because he knew he wouldn't fail. Was Huangfu Wenliang preparing troops while he, Zi Sanghe, idled around? Not at all. In the current court, more than half of the people supported and aided Zi Sanghe. Among those people, some from the other half had already sent him messages. The reason why Zi Sanghe wasn't worried was that all necessary preparations were in place. Killing Huangfu Wenliang might be slightly harder than expected, but certainly not impossible. Now, he remained silent and didn't look at these women anymore. These women started giggling like silver bells. The speed of the carriage was not slow, and before long, as the sun set, Zi Sanghe's carriage arrived in the capital. After entering the West Hua Gate, rows of eunuch supervisors knelt to greet Zi Sanghe, whose face remained emotionless. Not long after, they arrived at the forecourt. "I, your humble subject, am here. Where is the emperor?" he asked, and the grand hall stood empty for a moment. Soon, the emperor arrived, followed gradually by scholars and ministers. The emperor pointed to the first position closest to his left side and said, "My dear younger brother, you have finally come. There were many mistakes in the past due to me, and today I prepare wine, not just to apologize to you, but also as reparation." Older brother has faults too? Yes, indeed, plenty of them. Younger brother San, come closer. I wish to have a private conversation with you. The emperor believed that assassinating Zi Sanghe was 10-9 guaranteed success. Yet Zi Sanghe merely smiled and nodded, sitting comfortably in his designated place. An eunuch supervisor approached to offer tea. Glancing at the eunuch serving tea, this was precisely the one scheming with Huangfu Wenliang to murder Zi Sanghe. Their eyes glinted venomously, cruelly calculating. The eunuch supervisor held a bowl of tea, then respectfully kneeled down. "Please accept this tea, Your Highness." Zi Sanghe opened his clenched fist slowly and took hold of the bowl of tea that was offered to him. Instead of drinking, he set it down at his side. Upon seeing this, Huangfu Wenliang clearly showed signs of displeasure. "Wine is for small people, tea for gentlemen. Younger brother San, you have come all this way. Why not take even a sip? This here is Shueting Hansue, an exquisite kind." Oh, so that's how it is. Only then did he grasp the teacup, shielding his lips with his wide sleeves before draining it in one go. He then placed the empty teacup back on the side. "Your Majesty brewed wine, inviting your humble subject over, and as you said, tea is for gentlemen and wine for small people. Since there is a distinction between gentlemen and small people, why not start with the latter and proceed to the former?" "Ah," the emperor applauded. "I did not expect you to wish to drink immediately. Very well, let's prepare the wine right away, Grand Eunuch Chao." "Yes, Your Majesty." Grand Eunuch Chao retreated to prepare the wine. It was indeed the same eunuch who had served the tea to Zi Sanghe earlier. Watching Chao retreat, a sly and enigmatic smile appeared on Zi Sanghe's lips, perhaps even noticed by Huangfu Wenliang. However, Huangfu Wenliang no longer felt any thrill regarding today's seemingly foolproof assassination plan. Soon, as Grand Eunuch Chao brought out the wine and handed it over, other attendants also began distributing it to the civil and military officials present. Everyone's cup was filled brimming with wine. The solemnity of the ceremony seemed icy and detached, yet carried an unspoken seriousness. Not long after, the emperor already laughed loudly, speaking generously. "Let everyone here indulge freely tonight. This wine, from our imperial capital, is called Pear Blossom White. It's rare and hard to make. So now, don't be restrained. As they say, whoever comes is a guest. Please enjoy." New paragraph starts here. Chapter 203, A Scheme of Mutual Deception. Hearing Huangfu Wenliang say this, everyone had already raised their golden goblets. Golden goblet clear wine was originally a rare good thing. It was a fine hour, peaceful and prosperous times. Most importantly, the clear wine was prepared by the emperor himself, so people were happily drinking. "Ladies and gentlemen, please drink up," Huangfu Wenliang said, but did not drink himself. Looking at Zisong, on his left. "Why does my royal brother look so gloomy today? Is it because we haven't been so intimate with each other for a long time that you feel out of place?" With this question, Zisong sighed and said, "At such a scene, I cannot help but think back 10 years ago. 10 years ago, go ahead and tell the story, brother 3. The emperor said. While speaking, he kept looking at his own wine goblet. 10 years ago, you and I, even second brother, father emperor, all gathered together in harmony and joy, he said, sighing as he continued. Truly never expected things to come to this today, all fragmented. If father emperor knew from beyond the grave, alas. He said this, The rest that went unspoken was known to everyone. Huangfu Wenliang, upon hearing this, could only laugh foolishly with forced cheerfulness. The matter has already passed. Originally, it was nothing significant. People will naturally die. Let those loyal ones rest under the earth forever. We are today's heroes. It was rare to see Huangfu Wenliang speak this way. Zisong he nodded, remaining silent deep in thought. Over here, Huangfu Wenliang had already looked towards Zisong he. Royal brother has something on your mind, looking melancholy. If a man doesn't worry about distant troubles, there will surely be nearby concerns. He said. After saying this, he finally grasped his wine glass, looking at the clear liquid inside, which was so pure it seemed like a piece of coagulated jade, glittering and shining, as if the light of stars and moons had fallen into the wine goblet. This wine truly was exquisite, and indeed it would send him to the chopping block. After lightly sipping a mouthful, without uttering a single word, Huangfu Wenliang continued staring at Zisong he, waiting for what Zisong he would say next. After waiting a bit, Zisong he then said, many matters will ultimately pass. My current concern is whether Huangfu Kongming is dead or alive. This wasn't just a problem that plagued Zisong he, but also troubled Huangfu Wenliang. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Wenliang clenched his fists and pondered silently for a long time before finally asking, you have always possessed keen insights, so how do you view it? I wouldn't dare claim to have such profound insight, but based on logical deduction, this person should still be alive. Zisong he said, you shouldn't spread fear unnecessarily. Even if they're alive, with both of us. Huangfu Wenliang pointed at himself, then at Zisong he. What threat can they pose? No matter how capable he may be, he is just an ordinary person. Nowadays, the entire city is ours, so why worry needlessly? Although that is true, the situation isn't quite that simple, Zisong he said, holding his wine glass while he spoke, taking a sip afterward before glancing at Huangfu Wenliang. Isn't brother having a rather poor appetite today? Not a drop of wine has touched your lips. With someone like royal brother around, one becomes drunk without even drinking alcohol, he said with chuckles, still not taking a sip, almost leading Zisong he to believe that he had already uncovered Zisong he's plan. Yet, Zisong he wasn't anxious. What extraordinary means could Huangfu Wenliang possibly possess? In no time, the two brothers stopped discussing recent affairs, and the air grew taut like a tightly strung bowstring. After a while, it was Huangfu Wenliang who broke the heavy silence, sighing as he spoke. When I was 10, Father Emperor once gave me a gift. This gift, without exception, Father Emperor also bestowed upon you. Does royal brother remember what it was? He asked while looking at the person before him. Are you referring to Zongfeng Lianda? Actually, Zongfeng Lianda consisted of two parts, Zongfeng, a knife, and Lianda, a sword. When the knife and the sword came together, they were invincible. On Huangfu Wenliang's 10th birthday, their late father emperor personally presented these items to the both of them. Likely starting from that era, the wise former emperor already foresaw that these two individuals were prone to acting impulsively and were rebellious. The meaning behind father emperor gifting us Zongfeng Lianda was already very clear. I still remember, in those days I often took the sword and fought with your knife, making it very fun. Today, I unexpectedly found an old account book and, coincidentally, stumbled upon a painting I drew back in the day. Oh, Zisong he mused. Bring it forward. Huangfu Wenliang commanded, waving his hand as he spoke. Not long after, an eunuch supervisor already held a scroll and walked over. Huangfu Wenliang didn't even look, directly instructing the eunuch supervisor to send this scroll over to Zisong he. Wary of hidden traps, Zisong he had noticed suspicious signs ever since he entered. He was naturally a cautious man. Thus, while the eunuch supervisor hadn't left yet, Zisong he already said, help this king open it. This forced the eunuch supervisor to reluctantly unfold the scroll bit by bit. Inside the scroll was a childishly clumsy painting, revealing no sinister plots as one might have expected from such gestures. Furrowing his brows in confusion as he looked at the image, it was indeed unmistakably painted by 10-year-old Huangfu Wenliang. The painting showed two boys fighting. The one wielding a knife must have been Huangfu Wenliang, while the figure engaged in combat with a long sword was certainly Zisong he. So, had it really been that long already? I never thought. What was then merely a simple doodle by me? Today has truly led us to such confrontation, Brother Wang. You've made me thoroughly disappointed, he said, sighing unhappily as he continued. I've always trusted you immensely, treating you just like a real sibling. I've entrusted both major and minor affairs to you. But what about you? How have you returned the favor to me? I'm heartbroken. I never would have imagined that you would treat me like this. It's as if the prediction in my painting from years ago has come true. He spoke, while gripping his wine cup tighter and tighter until the veins on his hand started to bulge noticeably. Zisong he knew that if this cup were to fall to the ground, swords and knives would soon fill the room. Nevertheless, there was not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he gazed calmly at the current Huangfu Wenliang before him. What exactly does His Majesty want to say? I want to ask you, by doing all this, do you really intend to take my place? I originally thought you lacked any wolfish ambition. That's why, seeing you mingle with the Empress, I chose to turn a blind eye because, fundamentally, I wanted to reward you. Don't think I've been oblivious from the start. It's not easy for brother to wear a green hat for so many years. Not every man can endure that. He spoke, continuing to sip his wine alone as he observed Zisong he showing no sign of repentance and appearing rather indifferent to tonight's banquet. This couldn't help but stir a competitive resolve within Huangfu Wenliang. I've given you multiple chances, yet you've never done anything good and upright. Now, the rift between us is great. You've also replaced the civilian and military officers around me, which is an unpardonable offense, Brother 3. So, Brother's intention is to kill your younger brother? He showed no sign of fear, instead wearing a calm smile, looking absurdly serene. Seeing this, Huangfu Wenliang could only sigh. I'll give you one last chance. Frankly tell me, do you harbor any intention to take my place? Does your younger brother dare to say no? Speak sincerely. Tonight's Huangfu Wenliang had changed, becoming cold and distant, seeming completely different from before. Previously, Huangfu Wenliang was perceived as incompetent and foolish, but now, he was stern, wise, with insight and political acumen. Despite this transformation, it posed no threat to Zisonghe, who simply maintained his calm smile, glancing at the bed, and the water in the wine cup, which seemed like a tranquil lake reflecting himself. He saw his own modest reflection in the goblet. It was as if he were looking into another world, slowly smiling. The realm belongs to those of virtue. This was the lesson left to us by the late emperor. Could it be, brother, that you've forgotten? Nonsense. This realm is mine. It's mine, he said, weakly clenching his fists as though truly holding onto the entire world. Beside him, Zisonghe chuckled, laughing silently, leaving Huangfu Wenliang uncertain of what to say next. Brother 3, if you stayed as your prince, I'd treat you well for life. Whatever you desire, I'd give it to you. If you wanted to control wind and rain, I'd grant it too. But now, I have a cruel thought. Surely you've already figured it out. As he spoke, he gripped the wine cup tightly. This wine cup, once gripped, then placed down, set down, only to be gripped again, the motion repeated several times. Even someone not particularly astute, let alone clever Zisonghe, could see something was amiss with this cup of wine. Still, Zisonghe remained calm, waiting peacefully for danger to arrive. Outside the pearl curtain, by the door, there were sounds of eunuchs and supervisors coming and going as well as the friction of armor. For Zisonghe, a veteran in palace intrigues over many years, these sounds were all too familiar. Yet, he only smiled faintly, showing no trace of panic or fear even when fully aware that he had been placed inside Huangfu Wenliang's carefully devised ambush. The curve of his smile grew gradually, and then he set down his wine cup neatly. Brother Emperor, do you truly think your position is so righteous? It seems you have forgotten events from back then. Without me, your dear Empress and the second prince would not have fallen to treachery. For years we have bended our heads low, enduring together for shared hardships. But now you wish to live a life of leisure at my expense? Is this truly who you are, Huangfu Wenliang? Never would I have thought it of you. I never expected this of you either. What more can you not accomplish? In the court, you've already exiled more than half of my loyal officials, reducing me to nothing but a puppet on strings. Aren't you aware this goes far beyond reasonable measures? Despite all you've done, don't you still fear me? Fear you? What is there to fear if you aren't even a tiger? He said, laughing while speaking. Though I may not be a tiger, Huangfu Wenliang accentuated his voice. I am the true son of heaven. You may be powerful, but you're nowhere near as strong as I am. Today's banquet was prepared with purpose. Surely my third brother must know what its intention is. All these years, Brother Emperor has never so openly revealed his intentions. Since stepping in just now, I've seen the people you've hidden behind the pearl curtains, mobilizing so many to deal with me alone. Surely you regard me as equal to Huangfu Kongming. As he spoke, he forcefully pushed away the scroll, causing it to fall to the ground. The surrounding swords left their scabbards, emitting glints of cold light. This radiance landed on Huangfu Wenliang's brow, his long eyebrows resembling willow leaves. He closed his eyes heavily, revealing not the slightest hint of fright. Chapter 204. Why such haste to boil each other? Your Majesty has already made full arrangements today, almost wanting your brother to die for sure. But I still think that I will retreat from here unscathed today. There was a story in ancient times called Xiang Zhuang's sword dance, aiming at Peigong, Huangfu Wenliang said. As he spoke, he already looked towards Zisonghe. Zisonghe said, it is the story of Hongmen Feast. Do you think this Hongmen Feast, your younger brother? Zisonghe picked up the wine glass in his hand and placed it back in its original position with nonchalance. Is it the first time? Of course not the first time. However, I am not truly that kind of foolish person. All these years I have concealed my abilities, adhering to the late emperor's last will. But as for you, younger brother Wang, you are simply overstepping bounds. Today, I can hardly pardon you. Do you know what is match in strength? Only when two people have equal abilities, they can confront each other. It seems like you've forgotten, or have you become blind by one leaf, unable to see the thunderclouds through your deafened ears? Zisonghe, how dare you talk to me like this? I must ensure you have no place to be buried, he said, glaring fiercely at Zisonghe while grinding his teeth. Zisonghe sighed, then slowly stood up. Let me play a game with you. Let's talk about the story after Wei Wu Chao Chao passed away. Chao Pai became the emperor, thus making difficulties for his own brother Chao Ji. He said, if you can compose a poem within 7 steps, I will forgive you. So, the first step, while speaking, he had already taken a step forward. Boil beans using bean stalks. Huangfu Wenliang did not know what Zisonghe intended to do. Meanwhile, Zisonghe continued walking forward expressionlessly, looking extremely majestic, as if carrying a killing aura. Huangfu Wenliang gazed at Zisonghe, seemingly truly seeing the tragic scene of many years ago on Zisonghe. Sieve for juice. That was the second step. Huangfu Wenliang still could not understand what Zisonghe was going to do. Zisonghe sighed, and the third sentence followed gently. The beanstalk burns beneath the pot. The bean weeps inside the pot, originally grown from the same root. Why such haste to boil each other? After 3 sentences were finished, Zi sang he was already very close to Huangfu Wenliang, so close that their breaths could reach each other. Huangfu Wenliang was inevitably tense, but Zi sang he, despite facing a covert attack, showed no fear. Royal brother, it happened many years ago. They fought among brothers, and now, it's you and me. While saying so, Zi sang he pointed mutually at them. Huangfu Wenliang didn't know what to say, he could only lower his head, remaining silent. Do you know, royal brother? In these few years, not only have I mastered your army, even many of your civil and military ministers who appear to support you actually don't. The grand old officials from all 3 dynasties are here already, along with some newly emerged ones too. Now let's try something. After saying this, he picked up a plum from the golden plate in front of Huangfu Wenliang. I see, this is a peach. Do you all agree? After speaking, he placed the plum into another golden plate. The plum spun around in the golden plate, like a piece of glass bead. A few people looked at each other awkwardly for a while. Eventually, someone with an aged appearance walked over, reverently kneeling beside Zi Sanghe. This old minister sees, it is indeed a plum. Nonsense, it is originally a peach, how could it be a plum? Mixing plums and peaches, what sin should you bear? Drag him down to be beheaded, and put on public display. Huangfu Wenliang was already infuriated. This old man actually dared to openly challenge him. Now, if Huangfu Wenliang didn't take any action, it seemed unacceptable. Royal brother, please calm down. He is after all elderly, his eyes may be blurry. Who can still tell this fruit is a peach, and that is a plum? Step forward. A humble minister sees, this is indeed a plum, and it hasn't ripened yet, but it will soon. This man said as he kneeled beside Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe nodded. It seems this fruit really is a plum. Is there anyone else who wants to come forward now? Upon seeing that even the 2 most senior ministers have switched sides, everyone realized whom they should submit to. For so many years, every big and small matter has been under Zi Sanghe's control. Although it looked like Huangfu Wenliang had surrounded Zi Sanghe, he did not show any fear. If he did not have a follow-up plan, he wouldn't remain so calm. He was always cautious and wise with deep planning. Even though today he had changed into a different set of clothes, it hadn't affected anything at all. Huangfu Wenliang's brows were twitching violently. He was furious, and the wine glass in his hand was already raised high. Royal brother should take a look first, don't miss the best part, he said with a laugh as he spoke. On this side, Huangfu Wenliang could only watch as the invited guests at the banquet were now mostly gathered around Zi Sanghe. Initially, many of them were undecided, and some even belonged to Huangfu Wenliang. However, at this moment, they knew that standing in the wrong place would result in their death. Seeing everyone gathering around Zi Sanghe, these people also moved to Zi Sanghe's side. Zi Sanghe showed no expression on his face, maintaining his composure just as before. After a long silence, he smiled faintly. Your Majesty must have already seen it. This king subdues people with virtue, not through power. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward an adjacent seat. Now, without exception, all the people had gathered around Zi Sanghe. Huangfu Wenliang was utterly enraged and stood up immediately. All of you, I've always treated you well, and yet you dare betray me now. I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you. Royal brother, calm down a bit, he said, while turning his gaze toward the nearby position. Minister of War, you may tell His Majesty how many soldiers in the capital belong to this king, and how many belong to His Majesty. Replying to Your Majesty, the person addressed Zi Sanghe as Your Majesty, and Zi Sanghe nodded. The Minister of War then said, Your Majesty, currently in the capital city, apart from 3,000 guards under Huangfu Wenliang, the rest are already your army. Ah, good. He nodded approvingly, and then added, things have reached this point. Surely Royal Brother already knows what's expected of him. Trying to suppress the 20,000 troops outside the city with just 3,000 imperial guards is like using an egg to hit a stone. It will be overpowered. He laughed softly while speaking. You might not have trusted your younger brother back then, but I still had ways to ensure my own safety. Do you think because you placed me in your encirclement that I feared you? Now, there's another thing about which you'll be shocked to hear, something you do not even know. You have such a cruel heart. The standing Huangfu Wenliang began to tremble, almost like a bamboo stick swaying in the wind, shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zi Sanghe chuckled, a cold laugh. Director Chao, why haven't you come out? With these words from Zi Sanghe, Director Chao, who was behind Huangfu Kongming, emerged from the darkness. Laughing, he responded, this old servant has been giving His Majesty golden pills and red pills daily as per your instructions. Rest assured. What exactly are these golden pills made of? They claim to be celestial prescriptions from the sea, but they're nothing more than arsenic and mercury concocted by some fraudsters on the street. This old servant dares not take them himself, but they're things specifically requested by His Majesty. Director Chao chuckled while looking at Huangfu Wenliang. Huangfu Wenliang truly did not expect it. Director Chao, the man who had served by his side for so long, turned out to be a spy playing both sides. It was unimaginable. Now, he could only deeply inhale and exclaim, Director Chao, I've treated you well. I've treated you well. Yes, precisely because Your Majesty has treated me well, this old servant must serve you even better. Hence, besides feeding you arsenic and mercury, I also commissioned someone to produce red pills. These red pills are nothing extraordinary, but long-term consumption will surely cause one's demise. Your Majesty needn't worry, your life? Director Chao glanced sideways at Zi Sanghe. The new emperor has already ordered that this old servant isn't allowed to take it away, so I'm merely ensuring you ingest them daily. Director Chao, I never thought this would happen. There are many more things you never thought of, things that will leave you dead with regret. Therefore, your younger brother will now disclose everything you couldn't possibly anticipate to make sure you understand. Zi sang he, I will kill you. I will kill you. Zi sang he gave a soft chuckle. Then go ahead. Why are you hesitating? You're afraid that the large armies will attack soon, right? Anyway, you'll end up having nowhere to be buried. Actually, let me inform you that there's no reason to remain confused. After you became the emperor, I increased the forced labor and committed numerous actions that angered heaven and people. In the past, the grand selection ceremony occurred every 3 years, but now it happens 3 times a year. All of this was done under your name. Once you pass away, your humble brother will reduce taxes and labor duties and also abolish the grand selection ceremony. These were all things you did, your majesty. With such widespread resentment against heaven and earth stirred by your actions, it has caused an overwhelming confusion that's difficult to articulate. Now please depart. He said this, smiling confidently while speaking. Huangfu Wenliang, who had been so sure of success in ensuring Zi Sanghe's downfall without a burial place, never anticipated such a turn of events. Trembling now, he collapsed back onto his seat. Like a broken reed or a marionette whose strings have snapped, his face turned deathly pale, his lips devoid of color. Every bit of the expected red was gone. That face now appeared somewhat terrifying. At this moment, Zi Sanghe laughed faintly nearby. Master Chow, present the wine. Grasping the wine cup from beside him, Master Chow delivered the poisoned drink. Knowing it to be lethal, Huangfu Wenliang immediately flailed with wide sleeves. Who dares? Who dares? I am still the emperor of this great nation. It's only a glass of wine. Do drink it, your majesty. Zi Sanghe said this as he laughed softly. Glaring at the wine glass being offered, Huangfu Wenliang pushed it fiercely away. But Master Chow remained unshaken. After all, Master Chow was no ordinary man, but a skilled fighter trained under the Eastern Depot. Please take this drink. On your journey to the netherworld, perhaps you might glance back at my prosperous realm, far better than yours could ever be, 100 times over. You've always underestimated yourself, placing yourself above others unwisely. Initially, I intended to let you live, brother emperor. But it is you who insisted on confronting fate. The blame doesn't lie with me. Go then, go then. Zi Sanghe urged again. Chapter 205. Zi Sanghe seizes the throne. Mr. Chow, let his majesty set off, he said, waving his hand as he spoke. Chow Gongsun nodded, already gripping the cup of wine, and together with several eunuchs, had already pressed the emperor down onto the dragon throne. Then, a cup of poisonous wine was poured into the emperor's throat. The emperor trembled twice, white eyes rolling back, and soon lost consciousness. Following this, a patch of red blood sprayed from his nostrils and eyes. Seeing this, Zi Sanghe just laughed. Inspect the punishment. On this side, Mr. Chow wasn't afraid. He gripped the dagger at his waist and threw away its sheath. This so-called inspection wasn't merely to see if the emperor was really dead, but to deliver one more strike. As Mr. Chow's knife rose and fell swiftly, it had already pierced 17 or 18 transparent holes in the emperor's body. Only when Huangfu Wenliang was thoroughly dead did his wine cup slowly fall toward the ground. It was right at this moment that Zi Sanghe gently held it, and then placed it more gently on the table, reaching out to cover the emperor's eyes. The red clothes on him were perhaps already stained with the rushing blood of his own brother, but there wasn't even a trace of fear. Rather, he smiled calmly. Brother Emperor, you travel well along the Yellow Spring Road. Although Huangfu Wenliang had already died, he didn't die peacefully. Zi Sanghe helped close Huangfu Wenliang's eyelids, but as soon as his hand withdrew, the eyelid opened again. This surprised Zi Sanghe. When he looked back, it turned out it had only been an illusion, and he chuckled openly. What have all of you seen? The former emperor has passed away. His diet was unclean, so we need to ask the royal physician to come take a look at why the emperor passed away, so the historian can write about it accordingly. At this, one official spoke, and Zi Sanghe nodded continuously. Good, good. Now summon the royal physician. The physician never expected such events to happen. By the time he arrived here, far away he already saw the emperor killed by someone. The gradually appearing blackness on his face indicated death after drinking poison, and that body full of holes this. The physician advanced cautiously, already kneeling beside Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe immediately nodded. Go take a look. Look carefully, look clearly, and then tell the historian how exactly the emperor died. With this statement, the doctor already understood perfectly. Taking another step forward, though it was clear the emperor was murdered, yet this person needed eloquence, pretending to have discovered nothing about tonight's palace coup. The sticky blood on the floor almost glued to his boots as he stepped slowly towards the emperor. Then he pretended seriously to examine for some time before finally declaring, having looked over everything, that all was concluded. Thereupon, the physician came over to Zi Sanghe. Report to His Highness the Prince. The emperor suffered exhaustion due to too much work, hence accumulated illnesses. The emperor is now deceased due to these 5 labors and 7 injuries. Have you inspected carefully? Is the emperor not poisoned, nor drank something wrong? How could there be such a thing? You're joking. I've been a medical professional for half my life, and I'm sure I've examined properly. Indeed, the emperor has died from 5 labors and 7 injuries. Oh, then let the historian write it this way, clearly and decisively, no dragging feet, he said, glancing at a nearby celestial supervisor. I imagine, isn't it likely the emperor left something behind before his passing? Right. This celestial supervisor suddenly realized. For Zi Sanghe to ascend legitimately, he would need an imperial edict for abdication. Now, the celestial supervisor immediately understood. Yes, When the emperor was unwell, he had already written all necessary matters. The emperor was wise and also took excellent care of post-mortem affairs. So, is this document with you, or in the office of the Honglu Temple? In previous times, those who sought higher positions needed the celestial supervisor to check the timing, and officials of the Honglu Temple to chant the edicts prepared. Officials from the Honglu Temple, standing up on the ground, their eyes turning shrewdly as they watched Zisong. Seeing the stammering manner of the Honglu Temple official, Zisong chuckled. It must be with you, isn't it? Speaking while withdrawing a decree from his sleeve, the Honglu Temple official immediately nodded. Before his death, the former emperor had already arranged all post-mortem matters. Now, the legacy order is in my hands. In order not to cause confusion later, I will present this decree in front of the civil and military ministers. Let the celestial supervisor and me seal and proclaim it. As he spoke, he handed the decree to the celestial supervisor, who upon receiving it began reading systematically. The content of the decree was not complicated, it merely involved the abdication. After completing the ceremony, Zisong already held the decree and asked, Diviner, you must find the most auspicious moment for my ascension to the throne. The country cannot go a single day without a ruler. From now on, there can be no leaderless chaos, correct? Yes. The celestial supervisor immediately responded. Choosing a specific day is unnecessary. Instead, let's act upon today's fortuitous moment. I've already observed this. The best day will fall on tomorrow. Excellent. Tomorrow it is. Everyone has toiled hard today. Let the news of His Majesty's passing spread out so arrangements can be made accordingly. I am tired, and I will retire to rest. Saying this, he turned and left with great resolve. Only then did everyone wipe their cold sweat from their foreheads. Exiting, they noticed that the royal guards were already fully informed about the situation. The emperor had passed away. Thus, none dared cause trouble for Zisong. In fact, they had to curry favor with him. With that, Zisong emerged respectfully alone as he walked past those inner servants and spies who had long been positioned beforehand, all now kneeling before him. Our Lord lives 10,000 years. 10,000 more. 10,000. Their chanting rose threefold, echoing through the halls until the tiles rattled. Zisong smiled, a laugh like a nocturnal bird, observing these individuals who quickly submitted to his authority. Delighted almost beyond measure, he couldn't close his mouth. Having descended from the highest steps, Zisong now stood at the first step, lifting his eyes toward the splendidly gilded buildings under the dimming night sky. Yet despite the lamps obscuring the moonlight and the carriage covers overshadowing the flowers, this place still radiated the grandeur of the imperial capital, the chosen domain of dragons. The towering structures glowed brilliantly. Laughing softly, while walking, he could still hear the repeated prayers. Our Lord lives 10,000 years. 10,000 more. 10,000. Knowing the coronation would take place tomorrow, tonight, Huangfu Wenliang, overworked, had already perished. Zisong now reached his residence in record time. Those who had eagerly awaited his return inside saw him arriving, realizing that his success meant only one thing, that in the capital city, Huangfu Wenliang must have died. The meticulously laid plans had proven flawless, and no one expected Zisong to triumph so swiftly. But now, Huangfu Wenliang had truly met his end. Welcome back, third prince. The people lying in ambush bowed low at his approach. Smiling, Zisong said, I feel good today, so I won't hold your actions against you. Be gone. They immediately prostrated themselves in trembling submission before dispersing with great speed. By the time Zisong entered the room and met Nan Gongqingjin, the hour of Yu had ended, giving way to the hour of Su, the evening when bright skies faded and the moon embraced everything. She already waited here, hearing the tolling bells announcing the death. It rang 12 times. 12 tolls signified the emperor's demise, an established number. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but shiver. Still, Zisong's triumph brought relief, indicating that a future rival had disappeared. Though compared to Zisong and Huangfu Wenliang, she much preferred Huangfu Wenliang as her opponent, given his inferior intellect and strategies, while Zisong clearly surpassed them both. The emperor has departed, exhausted by excessive labor. Indeed, governing daily complexities leads inevitably to fatal conditions. Tomorrow, I shall ascend to rule. Nan Gongqingjin, no matter whether you are Nan Gong or Helian, you must follow me to the capital. This is my command. I am aware, Lady Subject is honored to serve you and wishes nothing more than to join you. Refusing nothing, she replied. Truly, Zisong seemed skeptical, watching Nan Gongqingjin closely. Without hesitation, she nodded. Naturally. As you say, you are the son of heaven. Every word of yours is golden. How could I dare defy such an edict? Well, then come along with me. Finishing this, he laughed lightly and said, Thank you for your bottle, truly colorless, odorless, and instantly lethal upon contact with blood. No need. Lady Subject wishes only to aid your majesty further, Nan Gongqingjin said while smiling brightly. Watching her stunning smile, Zisong remarked, You'll assist me, right? Look, what should I do next? In the future, you will certainly need reform. No change means no history, but history is created by men. Remove the old problems and root out the weaknesses of previous eras. Then, you may open a brand new chapter. Nan Gongqingjin stated. What about the first task? Zisong actually asked for advice. In his eyes, this woman was formidable. Though he clearly knew that Nan Gongqingjin was herself and not Empress Helian, he still regarded Nan Gongqingjin as if she were Empress Helian, out of respect, and also out of love. That should be reducing forced labor and taxes, cutting them down to 1/10 of their original amount. Only then will the people realize you truly govern for the masses. You've always harbored dissatisfaction toward Huangfu Wenliang. Now it's time to start your own politics. This is exactly about prioritizing people's urgent needs, he said, nodding as he spoke. What's next? What should I do second? The second task involves changing yourself while reshaping the court at the same time. The court must recruit a large number of young talents in one stroke to prevent aging of the bureaucracy. And apart from that, there are still many other measures needed. Do you want to hear everything tonight, or a little bit each day? Of course, renewing every day, constantly innovating. He said. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqingjin immediately smiled, a radiant smile. You're someone who welcomes constructive criticism. Good. I've understood already. I am tired today, and I shall rest early. So should you. He finished speaking and headed toward the courtyard entrance. Watching Zisong he walk far away, Nan Gongqingjin turned her gaze back to Xianer, saying, Xianer, make Wild Fun prepare early tomorrow before we leave. Your meaning is, we'll disrupt things tomorrow so the enthronement turns into nothing but an illusion? Chapter 206, suggesting the prince relocate. No, tomorrow we need to uphold this enthronement matter. Disrupting things now isn't necessarily the best plan. Haven't you noticed, Xianer, that Zisong he trusts me a great deal? Given that trust, when it truly reaches its pinnacle, this empire may be said to be his, but in reality, it is also mine. Miss, you are truly impressive. Hurry up and inform the prince. Tell him to prepare early. Leaving tomorrow is the best decision. Otherwise, if we wait, it won't be as easy to go. After speaking, she looked at Xianer. Xianer turned around and went to the back room to tell Huangfu Kongming. In the rear hall, Huangfu Kongming also heard the tolling of the morning bell, but he still wasn't entirely clear on what had happened. Now, upon seeing Xianer approach, he immediately questioned her. Xianer, with her quick tongue and strong ability to perceive and recount matters, quickly informed him of the developments. Finally, this day has come, he said, slowly closing his eyes as he spoke. Father instructed Brother 1 and Brother 3 to get along peacefully, which is why he gave them concealed edge and hidden blade. However, I didn't expect that Brother 1 would die under suspicious circumstances. Victory and defeat are common in war strategies. These two were never well-intentioned towards each other. If they genuinely regarded each other as good friends or good brothers, how could they end up devouring each other? Xianer asked. Is this her suggestion? He inquired, looking at Xianer, who immediately nodded. It's Mrs. Suggestion. It's for your safety. Right now, after dealing with Huangfu Wenliang, all his focus will be on us. A tragedy is bound to happen soon. You're right. She has considered everything carefully, he said, then continued. At least, allow me one last farewell tonight. All right, your servant will make arrangements early. Please don't worry. As for your health, can you move now? There's no problem, he said. Xianer nodded, and the two parted ways. On this side, Xianer already reached Nan Gongqingjin to relay Huangfu Kongming's intentions. Normally, farewells are unwelcome due to their inherent sadness and the danger they bring. There are eyes everywhere in this estate. If we're not careful, we might ruin Wu Dakai's hard-earned trust from Zisong He. But since Huangfu Kongming made this request, she found it difficult to refuse and reluctantly agreed. Xianer went to the back courtyard to pass on Nan Gongqingjin's intention, prompting him to smile and say, I'll be fine. Tell her not to worry and that I'll take her away as soon as possible. Yes, your servant believes in you. Knowing that once you speak, you act, Xianer responded before departing. In the capital city, the news of Zisong He's assassination attempt on Huangfu Wenliang was widely known. But in public discussions, the term assassination did not exist. Instead, people spread different versions of the event. Some claimed Huangfu Wenliang died suddenly after being drunk. Others suggested his death was due to poor health. Speculation and differing opinions ran rampant, without any consensus among the masses. The truth was known only to those involved, but these individuals dared not gossip freely. Politically speaking, Zisong He was much stricter than Huangfu Wenliang, and also far more skilled. Zisong He was a cold person, but still had a certain degree of restraint. His past indulgence in revelry was merely an illusion created for a specific purpose. Now, that facade was gradually unraveling. The situation had become momentarily out of control. Watching Huangfu Wenliang's corpse being carried away, he feigned sorrow and grief. Oh, elder brother, my heart is cut by sharp knives. I never expected you would leave first. Now that you have departed, you leave behind such a legacy for me. How can I not exhaust myself for it? I hope you rest peacefully, protecting me from beyond. I am endlessly grateful, so endlessly grateful. He cried loudly, tears streaming down his face as if nothing could be more genuine. Nearby attendants, eunuchs, former palace maids serving the emperor, and concubines cried uncontrollably, overwhelmed with grief. Since the emperor's sudden death in the afternoon, everyone had been frantically busy. Over at the astronomical bureau, someone had already changed Huangfu Wenliang into clean clothing, erasing all signs of murder. Girls came to comb his hair and placed Huangfu Kongming's golden crown properly on his head. Everyone followed suit, sobbing deeply in sorrow. Hearing such a heaven and earth moving wail of sorrow, those unaware of the true situation almost all mistakenly assumed that Huangfu Wenliang had truly died suddenly. Over there, after Zisong He finished his mournful display, he was already so exhausted from crying that he could hardly walk. The chief eunuch immediately handed over a clean silk handkerchief. Your Majesty, grieve not too deeply. With the previous emperor gone now, it is you who holds responsibility for national affairs, family matters, and the welfare of the realm. You bear the burden of righteousness upon your strong shoulders. This is no time to indulge in excessive grief. With your succession to the throne, you must take extra care of your health. I never expected that my elder brother would depart so soon, leaving this heavy burden on me. What merit or virtue do I possess? How could I possibly deserve this? Although he claimed no virtue, he still constantly referred to himself as I, the Emperor, Zheng. In details, his conduct was already imperial, but formally speaking, it wasn't yet appropriate since the burial of the former emperor was necessary before the coronation, a procedure that had been followed since ancient times. Now, he showed no trace of hesitation because no one would dare oppose him anymore, unless they wanted their life taken. Your Majesty, you should eat something first, otherwise, you may faint when weeping later tonight. Upon hearing this, he nodded slightly. Fine, I understand. While speaking, he sat at the side where dishes were already served. In Zihua City, the Son of Heaven's meals were always kept warm on stoves daily. Though he wasn't hungry, he had to put up a pretense and eat some. As he ate, he questioned Eunuch Chao beside him. Which high official oversees the construction of the Imperial Mausoleum? Tell him to come in. I have matters to inquire about. As soon as he said that, Eunuch Chao immediately went to summon the official. Shortly after, a thin man resembling a bamboo stick arrived. This man wore a robe with an egret emblem, knelt down immediately without daring to raise his head, performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, then said, Your Majesty, this humble subject Li Guang is the censor responsible for overseeing the construction of the royal tomb. Censor, rise. From your travel-worn appearance, let me offer you a seat. Saying this, he waved his hand, and someone granted the seat accordingly. Li Guang cautiously sat, but did not dare to look directly at Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe spoke. It's likely the mausoleum isn't fully completed yet. But now, since His Majesty has passed away suddenly, we need immediate burial considering the weather. It's common knowledge that one should rest in peace as soon as possible. That's correct, the censor replied while wiping beads of sweat rolling down his face like pustules. Did you hurry here, feeling hot? Zi Sanghe asked, instructing someone to bring over a block of ice. A servant held a large round fan, standing in front of the ice and gently fanning cold air towards the visitor. Inspector Li Guang felt significantly refreshed. Initially heated, he now experienced chill, reacting with an involuntary shiver, a slight tremble observed by Zi Sanghe. You might elaborate. What is the progress on the mausoleum construction? Replying to Your Majesty, the structure has reached its preliminary form. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, the dynasty began constructing the mausoleum for the Son of Heaven. Truly, I didn't foresee the emperor would pass away prematurely. Currently, the mausoleum stands halfway complete. Good. Given this status, completing the construction appears unfeasible. Now, under my order, ensure utmost efforts in the collective endeavor for tomorrow's imperial burial. Agreed. Yes, this lowly official will dedicate every ounce of effort. Please rest assured, he answered, bowing again before leaving. Over there, after Zi Sanghe finished eating, he turned around and told the nearby chamberlain, I shall return momentarily to deal with some matters. I will come back before nightfall. Everything here has been well arranged. Guard the household and prevent troublemakers from seizing opportunities. Saying this, he drifted off with dignity. Yes, a group of chamberlains prostrated themselves in reverence. After the chamberlains left, the cries grew even more fervent, shaking the heavens. It seemed that people restrained themselves during Zi Sanghe's presence, and now that he was gone, the cries filled the sky, sending chills down the spine. The capital was draped in ominous gloom, becoming eerie. Haunting resentment lingered everywhere, creating a dreadful atmosphere. Rumor spread that on that afternoon, 2 chamberlains and 3 young palace maids saw the emperor stand up. It seemed he wanted revenge, but after standing, he collapsed again. At this moment, Eunuch Chao came, ordered people to place the emperor's body inside a coffin made of golden thread Nanmu wood, and sealed the coffin firmly. Then, he also knelt beside and loudly cried out, This lowly servant failed to serve you properly. I am guilty. I deserve death. This was considered a minor crying as opposed to the major crying. The major crying would come later, after the mourning period had been more contained. It would be the final collective lamentation where everyone shared in the sorrow. Even now, this minor crying was extraordinary. Listening to the wails of grief, everyone couldn't help but feel their spirits dampen. They looked at each other, one by one beginning to cry. Your servant is guilty, guilty. This was the time for showing loyalty. Eunuch Chao represented both the chamberlains and palace maidens factions. As he wept, he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Seeing this display, people began sobbing uncontrollably, their cries rising together spontaneously, waves of sorrow echoing throughout. After some time passed, the cries gradually subsided. Over there, women from the imperial harem were destined to accompany the late emperor in death. These women numbered around 600 or 700, all of whom lost their usual charm and beauty. Panic filled their faces. Even Queen Consort had already met her end under tragic circumstances. Among the consorts, those of higher rank were the 3 palaces, the several noble consorts. But the noble consorts knew well that they either awaited death tonight as sacrificial funerary rites or faced dishonor at Zi Sanghe's hands. Among them, 2 of the noble consorts had received no favors during Huangfu Wenliang's life and chose suicide via hanging instead. One noble consort, however, did not take her own life. She joined in the lamentations. Though Huangfu Wenliang hadn't shown her much affection when alive, after his death, she grieved deeply with visible sincerity. It was clear that her sorrow was genuine. That outpouring of emotion was real too. Ah, Your Majesty, why have you left me now? How am I supposed to go on without serving you properly? I have sinned. I deserve death. She cried, heart-wrenchingly tormented, completely consumed by anguish. Her pain was evident, her sobs breaking continuously as she mourned endlessly. Chapter 207. The capital changes its name and clan. Your servant deserves death. I deserve death. Over here, with her cries, more women had already begun to weep, like a grand river in turmoil. This thunderous wailing had started but never seemed to stop, and soon the capital welcomed this black evening of its black day. After knowing that Huangfu Wenliang had died, the people were all happy, as Huangfu Wenliang's cruel policies had become quite famous. The saying, tyranny fiercer than tigers, could no longer fully describe Huangfu Wenliang's actions. When the people knew that Huangfu Kongming was dead, everyone passed the news along from person to person. This was a sorrowful matter for the ruling class of the capital, but for the common people in the neighborhoods, it was a good thing, an excellent matter indeed. Yet the people also had new fears because although Huangfu Wenliang had now passed away, it seemed that things were not entirely over. After Huangfu Wenliang, Ziseng, he gradually ascended the throne. Everyone understood clearly that Huangfu Wenliang had previously been nothing more than a puppet emperor, and the real force pulling the strings behind the scenes had been Ziseng he. Now, Ziseng he who would take his place should quickly bring about a series of reforms and actions. People could only pray at the imperial temple that events would proceed smoothly, according to what they anticipated, but right now, there was no way to deliberate further on the situation. As conditions slowly evolved, the general public remained utterly unaware. Ziseng he arrived home just as dusk fell. Nan Gongqingjin, who had been waiting for him all day, seeing Ziseng he return, although information in the capital was sealed, still knew that someone as wise as Ziseng he would surely have the kind of means that couldn't possibly end in failure. Seeing him come back, she bowed. You've succeeded? That much is obvious, she said, looking at him. He smiled faintly in return. Indeed, everything is thanks to your help. Without you, I wouldn't have succeeded so swiftly. In this capital, you truly are the uncrowned king. The emperor speaks too humbly. What do you intend to do going forward? Asked Nan Gongqingjin, looking at Ziseng he. Ziseng he sighed and replied. In this capital, there is an endless amount of work to be done. Naturally, I am prepared to let the common people live their best lives. After all, water can both carry a boat and capsize it. This is what Ziseng he said, leaving Nan Gongqingjin somewhat disbelieving, and even Ziseng he himself felt a little skeptical. That's exactly my intention, which you'll understand soon enough. All the previous actions, without exception, were simply aimed to make everyone despise Huangfu Wenliang. Now, they need to accept me. In truth, no one actually cares what surname or name our monarch bears within this capital city. As long as they can bring blessings to the populace, that's what matters, she said, and then added. I don't intend to go to the capital. I want to stay in the manor you built for me. What do you mean? Because I've gotten used to living as freely as clouds and wild cranes. I don't want anyone to restrict me. If you need to find me, I'll wait for you. Actually, Nan Gongqingjin herself knew he wouldn't agree, but unexpectedly, Ziseng he readily consented. Fine. Whatever you wish to do, whatever you want to pursue, I allow it, he said. Nan Gongqingjin nodded, but didn't feel any gratitude toward him at all. Tonight, there will be loud crying again. You should rest first. With the travel fatigue, you might be exhausted. That makes sense. Ziseng he went to rest. He rested in his residence for less than an hour before Mr. Chow of the capital had already sent someone over. Starting from the hour of 9 p.m., people came continuously to the capital, and every civil or military official was dressed in white. The entire capital was shrouded in a desolate whiteness, appearing beautifully draped in silver and exceptionally enchanting. Everyone was in white, and the presiding eunuch was Mr. Chow. There was the Minister of Rites and officials of the Honglu Temple working together, discussing what needed to be done next based on the current situation. Soon after, the civil and military officials had gathered under the veranda, each wearing a mournful expression. Some, upon seeing that Huangfu Wenliang had died, were relatively glad, but kept their expressions calm and unnoticeable. Some were gleeful about others' misfortunes. The majority feared standing on the wrong side. Regardless of whether it was genuine or false, all cried with apparent broken hearts. Judging from the current situation, this funeral arrangement was proceeding well. Officials of the Honglu Temple and the inner supervising eunuchs had already begun mourning. Mr. Chow took a step forward, holding his whisk in hand. High-ranking officials commenced mourning. The top-ranking officials from the court had arrived. People, while crying, were bowing their heads, all watching the enormous coffin made of golden thread Namu wood. They secretly followed behind, but still dared not to offend Ziseng he. Although Ziseng he seemed inactive these past years, such a person truly is one who doesn't make a sound until making an astonishing move. As soon as he acted, unexpected things would immediately happen. Everyone solemnly began to cry, forming an imposing and somber black procession. This line was extremely long, with people's cries shaking the heavens. Afterward, those top-ranking officials had already arrived at the entrance. There, a specially designated position for lamentation was set up. According to their rank, these first-class officials knelt in the front row. In truth, they had no tears, but the formality must be completed. Thus, each cried more tragically than the last, truly lamenting like they'd lost their own parents. Kneel down and pay respect. First bow rise. Second bow, third bow conclude. Mr. Chow chanted aloud, then had the second-rank officials also kneel and worship. These second-rank officials followed suit and knelt down, every face washed in fake tears. Next, Third-rank officials all the way down to sixth rank ones began kneeling as well. Gradually, a 100-person procession marched grandly. Finally, it came to an end. Looking at the time, it was about to turn to midnight. Midnight was the hour chosen for deep mourning. At that time, not only could these civil and military officials not leave, but the new emperor must come too. Mr. Chow knew this was protocol. Initially, he feared that Zi Sanghe wouldn't arrive, but fortunately, just before the great mourning was to begin, Zi Sanghe came. Following Mr. Chow's instructions, he also performed the 3 bows and 9 prostrations ritual to the late emperor and then began weeping. Here, after pretentiously shedding some crocodile tears, he knelt in the atrium as well, white mourning clothes already wrapped around his head. He began to weep, leading everyone. Right at this moment, a woman in the crowd who was standing close to Zi Sanghe, he suddenly lunged. A cold glint of a dagger was already heading towards Zi Sanghe's back. Though Zi Sanghe sensed impending danger, it was too late. Ultimately, this frenzied woman managed to wound his arm. Zi Sanghe hadn't expected something like this to happen and immediately frowned. Who are you, daring to attempt regicide against this emperor? He grabbed the woman's wrist, her lips curling into a cold smile as her tears streamed down her face, without saying a word. The dagger clattered onto the ground, and everyone present probably didn't expect this to occur. The atmosphere momentarily grew silent. Those intermittent cries of grief ceased as well. The air quickly turned frigid, and all eyes fixed on Zi Sanghe, wanting to see how he would handle the assassination attempt. Mr. Chow had already brought over several palace eunuchs. Seize her. Seize her. To plot against the Son of Heaven carries what crime? Yes. In no time, they seized the woman. She glared ferociously, hating Zi Sanghe with fiery intensity, and began yelling uncontrollably. Just let Zi Sanghe, this murderer of his sovereign, ascend the throne. Kill him. Kill him. You blind fools. Kill him. Kill him. Who is she? Zi Sanghe watched as the palace overseers restrained this wild-eyed woman, who continued hurling invectives. Even though Mr. Chow had struck her across the face multiple times, she showed no fear, instead cursing even more viciously. This wretch, this madwoman, actually dares to shamelessly call herself emperor. The heavens have perished. The heavens have perished. Seeing this woman babbling nonsense, Zi Sanghe couldn't suppress his impatience any longer and asked a question. In reply to your majesty, she is one of the former emperor's concubines. Nowadays, the former emperor has over 30,000 concubines. These 30,000 women will all need to accompany him in death tonight. So, this woman likely doesn't wish to die. But regardless, following tradition, it must be done. This is human sacrifice. As you know, after the passing of the first emperor, 3,000 slaves were also executed. Saying this, he glanced at Zi Sanghe, perhaps asking for approval of the old custom. Zi Sanghe nodded. 30,000 women and another 3,000 slaves add up to more than 30,000 people. Killing so many individuals is overly cruel. For now, don't proceed. Bring this woman over. He said this while tearing apart his white silk shirt and wrapping it around his wound. Freed from her restraints, the woman collapsed on the floor, knowing her chance to assassinate Zi Sanghe was gone. She could only weep sorrowfully and helplessly. Zi Sanghe, you servant. Is a servant capable of becoming the master? Servant, nothing but a servant. She kept on cursing non-stop, though it was somewhat better than before. Seeing this, Zi Sanghe said, you wish to live, don't you? I naturally want to live. I not only want to live, I also want to see your death, to see you die in front of me. Her words came out between gritted teeth. If you want to live, then why don't you beg me for mercy? You treacherous servant. How could I degrade myself so low as to entreat you? Do you think I don't know what you intend? I have already come to hate you deeply. Whether you kill or torture me is entirely up to you, but I won't even flinch. I'm no weakling. As she spoke, she glared at Zi Sanghe with utter hatred. Everyone around had heard her defiant and rebellious words, but Zi Sanghe didn't appear upset. Instead, he pointed at her and said, you are my elder sister-in-law. It seems that even if I wanted you to become an empress dowager, you would still be this obstinate. Rather than allowing such defiance, I'd prefer to send you away. Bah, do you think I'd believe you? What kind of person are you, Zi Sanghe? Deceitful and treacherous, you do anything to get what you want. You're nothing but a snake, a spider, you're a centipede and scorpion. The woman's curses never seemed to end. Over here, even Mr. Chow couldn't stand it anymore and prepared to step in, but Zi Sanghe waved him off. There's no need, Mr. Chow. Let her curse. He was right. After all, she would be killed anyway after finishing her curses. Even the consort herself knew this, which is why she unleashed her anger fully just now. Once her rant was over, the consort finally stopped, panting heavily from exhaustion. Chapter 208. Much better than expected. Eyes glaring fiercely at Zi Sanghe. Over here, Eunuch Chow had already prepared the implements of punishment. According to precedent, after the emperor's death, these concubines, whether they had a relationship with the emperor or not, needed to follow him to the netherworld and continue serving. This was the lingering connection between slaves and their masters. A complicated and inescapable matter. Now, the implements of punishment were already ready. Along with the concubines, 1,500 eunuchs and 1,500 maids would go together to the sacrificial burial. The scale of this killing spree was vast, striking fear into everyone's hearts. People couldn't look away, as this method of execution had existed since ancient times. Now, the tools for execution were prepared, a pair of wooden boards connected by springs. At the top of these boards was a hole, through which a hemp rope formed a noose. The method of death was to drag these women over and strangle their necks using this noose. Two eunuchs worked together. One pressed the spring, lifting the board 90 degrees, while the other pulled the rope from behind the board, ultimately strangling the person. This death appeared frenzied but did not leave a particularly ugly appearance on the deceased. This practice of human sacrifice had been carried out for centuries. Human sacrifices required women to prevent the emperor from being lonely in the next world. When the tools for execution arrived, all these women trembled in fear. Many of them hadn't even seen what Huangfu Wenliang looked like. These young girls had gradually been selected from the common people. Previously, there was a selection every 3 years, but after Huangfu Wenliang came to power, it became an annual event. Each year, the focus was on selecting concubines from the general populace. And in the common population, any girl above 12 years old who hadn't married yet needed to be sent to the capital city. Over 6 years, although it might not seem like much, only about 5,000 girls were chosen each year. These naive girls eventually realized that entering the capital led to tragedy. But they didn't expect that their lives of fine clothes and food would last merely 6 years before coming to an end. Looking around the crowd, most girls were in the prime of their youth, around 16 or 17 years old. Massacring so many girls at once was something not everyone could accomplish. Now, seeing the tools ready, Zi Sanghe sighed. Eunuch Chao approached and forcibly dragged the woman who had just cursed Zi Sanghe. Her frantic struggle left marks on the ground. Zi Sanghe saw Eunuch Chao place the woman's neck into the noose, causing her such terror that she lost control of her bladder and bowels, entirely losing the haughty demeanor she displayed moments earlier. Send the Grand Dowager Empress to heaven. After this command, the two eunuchs prepared to act. However, just as they were about to move, Zi Sanghe stood up and gestured to Eunuch Chao. Hold, I have something to say. Hearing this, Eunuch Chao nodded and paused the execution. Zi Sanghe looked at the 30,000 women, all beautiful, all crying pitifully, making for a terrible sight. One by one, the women shivered, stepping backward, dreading it might be their turn to face execution next. They knew well that their fate was inevitable. You can avoid the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Now, cries arose among the women. Some were already losing their minds. Zi Sanghe, observing their panic, declared loudly, I am the new emperor, and my words are irrevocable. I have nothing else to say right now except this message. Everyone glanced at Zi Sanghe with pity and also at the wailing women kneeling on the ground. I know many of you have never even met the previous emperor, and now you're forced to die for him unwillingly. Therefore, I hereby announce that you will receive your monthly stipend today, and then you may leave the capital. Is it possible? In the crowd, the women looked at each other incredulously. It seemed like something Zi Sanghe wouldn't say, but he had. And after saying it, Zi Sanghe moved to the position of the noose, untied it himself, and released the concubine. You insulted me earlier, but you made me come to my senses. Yes, I ascended the throne, and you naturally don't submit willingly. But do you think anyone besides the former emperor can lead the country to prosperity and strength? How would I know? The woman no longer dared to be arrogant, her demeanor a stark contrast from just moments ago. So, it is decided that your emperor has taken the throne. I want all of you to accept my rule willingly. Now, not only will I pardon these women, but also you. How does that sound? Impossible, simply impossible. Do you think I don't know who you are, Zi Sanghe? Even if you publicly forgive me in front of everyone, I'll still end up being killed by someone later. I have already spoken disrespectfully, and deep down, I am prepared to die. Surely, you understand this. Rather than let you torment me into a living death, why don't you let me die with dignity? As she spoke, the woman had already identified an opportunity for suicide. She knew well that since she'd insulted Zi Sanghe, there was no way she could survive now. Even if Zi Sanghe pardoned her openly before everyone, he might very well kill her on the way out of here. In this moment, the woman decided it would be better to die immediately. Chao Gonggong, Zi Sanghe called in a grave tone. In an instant, Chao Gonggong stepped forward with incredible speed. By the time everyone looked again, he had already seized the woman. Your Highness, spared from calamity, surely you are blessed. To rush off like this and follow the late emperor would truly go against the new sovereign's wishes. Let us hear his arrangement for you first. While speaking, he raised his eyebrows slightly and dragged the woman closer. The woman went limp as though turned into mud at the sight of the situation unfolding before her eyes. My lord, she muttered weakly. I won't kill you. Go, he said simply, then added. All the other women should follow the eunuch's instructions, collect their monthly allowance, and leave the capital immediately without delay. Initially, the women thought this was merely a lie. However, they soon realized it was indeed true, and thus left joyfully under the supervision of the chief eunuch. Surprisingly, Zi Sanghe forgiving this insolent woman turned out to be a reality too. Not long after, the woman also departed, leaving the place quieter. Then Zi Sanghe turned around. He looked at the large group of people kneeling beside him who still maintained solemn expressions. These were all the maids and servants who had served the former emperor, each looking utterly grief-stricken. Witnessing this, he nodded and said, From now on, continue to live peacefully here. I will not demand your lives as sacrifices. Again, the crowd believed they'd heard incorrectly. Such a thing had never happened before. Originally, these individuals were supposed to die alongside the emperor as part of the sacrificial burial. But now, they appeared to all be pardoned, a rare event indeed. They looked at him with disbelief. Not only for the previous emperor, but for all future emperors as well. No human sacrifices shall ever take place when any emperor passes away. Our court includes countless people. Our imperial capital houses even more citizens. If the emperor truly cares about his people, we cannot allow human sacrifices anymore. The Ministry of Rites and Astronomical Bureau, remember what I say today. In years to come, if I depart, there must be no decree required. Just use wood and stone as substitutes for humans. You may resume whatever practices you did before. Mourn according to protocol. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The people cried more intensely than ever before, sorrow echoing everywhere. When it struck midnight, the mourning ceremony had finally concluded. Everyone was utterly exhausted, yet Zhang, who had just sat on the golden throne, had fallen asleep. It was precisely during this bustling night that Nan Gongqingjin prepared to leave with Huangfu Kongming. There was not a single soul remaining in the mansion now, and all was quiet. Huangfu Kongming followed Nan Gongqingjin closely. On such a night, the moon shone brightly. They could not possibly walk toward the main gate, where guards or others might spot them. Instead, there was a small boat awaiting, linked to a pool within the estate. Nestled among lotus flowers, the little boat drifted gracefully toward them. Sheer was manning the oars. Seeing the two arrive exactly as planned, she gave a nod. Miss, I've prepared provisions and clothing, both placed in the bundles. I'll wait ashore for you. Although tonight, he most likely won't return, you surely know how unpredictable he is. I fear if he returns, it might hinder Lord Wang's departure. Wu Dakai and I will keep watch. Hurry along with a few last words and get on shore quickly. After speaking, Sheer bowed and took her leave. Sheer wasn't like this before, he remarked. Yes, once, Sheer was a flustered and nervous person. Now, she carried herself calmly, wise and composed. Nan Gongqingjin gestured toward the small boat. With that, he jumped onto the deck. The shore was lined with cattails, already grown tall and mixed among the reeds, so dense they could almost block the view. Nearby stretched a vast expanse of lotus flowers. In June, the lotuses bloomed brilliantly, their red and white petals flourishing. Even though it was night, the sight was dazzling and pleasing to the eye. Get down, he said, extending his hand as he spoke. Nan Gongqingjin leaped gracefully into Huangfu Kongming's arms. Knowing the way, she pointed to a spot nearby. Once you pass through this marsh, head northeast. Be careful. I know what to do, he replied. Knowing is good. Though I may escort you for miles, eventually we must part ways. I'll leave first, Nan Gongqingjin declared and began to step away, but Huangfu Kongming quickly grabbed her hand. So, you are really leaving me behind after all? I knew it. What nonsense is this? If both of us leave, do you think he will just let us go? It's necessary for me to leave. Staying here would only harm your future plans. You're an intelligent person, Huangfu Kongming. You should understand why I need to go. Nan Gongqingjin looked at the man beside her as she spoke, prompting Huangfu Kongming to sigh heavily and reluctantly release his grip. This is your choice then. I understand your meaning, but I must stay behind. Take care of yourself ahead, she said, preparing to disembark. Sienner knows that if we leave, Wu Dakai can find our own path forward. You forgot, didn't you? The young maidservant left earlier too, but she's doing well. Nan Gong, stay. For me, will you? He pleaded, perhaps only in this moment distinguishing Nan Gongqingjin from Empress Hellion truly. Chapter 209, Wild Creeping Grass. Sorry, from now on you will need to rise again in the east. I hope that you will continue to be an emperor who stands alone, so, I must leave, she said, already prepared to go after finishing her sentence. Come back. He suddenly waved his hand. Before Nan Gongqingjin could understand what was happening, Huangfu Kongming had already sealed her acupoints. Aside from still being able to speak, blink, and breathe, she simply couldn't do anything else. Huangfu Kongming had already reached out, embracing Nan Gongqingjin. What are you doing? Indeed, she hadn't expected him to seal her acupoints amidst such a dangerous atmosphere. The wind of the water palace wafted, blowing the lotuses red and white. He smiled with weariness and held Nan Gongqingjin tightly. If it's dangerous, how can your prince let you face it alone? My lord, no, someone must remain behind. If both of us go, it will be even more perilous. You must understand. I would rather be selfish this one time and not understand, he said, and then laid Nan Gongqingjin flat on the Wupeng boat. Then he looked down at her face, in the darkness. Her face seemed like fine white jade that could reflect light. It was extraordinarily beautiful. Besides this, her whole body seemed to radiate a delicate fragility, an indescribable charm. Her eyes, like translucent lacquer-black agate beads, looked innocently up at him, understanding but half aware. He chuckled and leaned forward. The small boat rocked gently on the lake's surface, swaying like floating geese following ripples. His strands of hair coldly fell onto Nan Gongqingjin's face, making her feel tense. Because at the moment, she truly did not know what exactly he intended to do. I'm not leaving, she said, while saying so, looking directly at Huangfu Kongming. Sorry, you have to leave. After Huangfu Kongming spoke, he extended his hand. Seeing her button undone because of this subtle movement, her cheeks immediately turned crimson. Her nervous voice trembled. What are you doing? He proceeded just as meticulously as that night before. No, she dared not imagine it further. All she felt was that someone was ravaging her, but her body had no strength to resist. Strangely enough, at first, she clearly wanted to resist, but by the end, she blushed and yielded. This was something even Nan Gongqingjin herself found incomprehensible. Yet, inexplicably, precisely the kind of unimaginable incident happened to Nan Gongqingjin herself. Outraged, Nan Gongqingjin clenched her fists hard. How could this desire-driven man not consider where they currently were while doing certain things? On the lake, Water waves rippled as faintly cool aromatic breezes continuously swept past, as if trying to infiltrate every part of her body through her nostrils. That refreshing summer night air carrying the dew indeed made anyone smell at once and lose oneself in ecstasy. She closed her eyes, enjoying that chill, unaware of how much time had passed until he finally stopped moving. Only then did she look toward Huang Fukongming. Without a word, Huang Fukongming lay parallel beside Nangong Qingjin. "You've done such a thing to me. Will you take responsibility afterward?" asked Nangong Qingjin coyly. Huang Fukongming nodded immediately. "Of course I will." However, his hand remained there. So, she just nodded without uttering a word as the boat glided downstream. Calculating the time, they would probably leave here very soon, at which point she nodded and inclined her head, saying, "To overthrow Zhang, we need cooperation from both inside and outside. As you know, if there is no one close to him, we wouldn't even know what he is doing, hence it's necessary." "But how can I leave you by his side alone?" he said, moving his hand slightly as he continued speaking. Only then could she speak normally. "Huang Fukongming, look into my eyes." He gazed into her eyes. Nangong Qingjin's eyes shone brightly like stars in the sky. "So what? I want you to look into my eyes." Nangong Qingjin thus spoke, forcing him to lock gazes unwaveringly with her dark, sharp yet inexplicable eyes, resembling obsidian stones. "Now, at least I can guarantee that I'll be safe. And then you let me go alone, right? Huang Fukongming, you're intelligent. You know, right now, even if we stay together, nothing good will come out of it. At present, it's only with great difficulty that I've managed to establish this crucial relationship. This is an opportunity. If such a great opportunity passes, it won't be easy to arrange someone next to him later. Please think carefully about everything." Finally, she voiced her thoughts. After listening to Nangong Qingjin's explanation, he finally reached out and released her acupoints. The two exchanged a glance. She moved around a bit before sitting up straight and looking at the man in front of her. "Huang Fukongming, I do want to leave with you and start a new life, but for the sake of the future, I have to stay." "I understand." He nodded. "A person who is always restless will surely lack profound insight, so we need to calm down and analyze the situation gradually. After all, he will return. Therefore, I must go back now. We'll protect each other, all right? Be careful." He sighed, looking at Nangong Qingjin. As Nangong Qingjin stood up, she glanced at her disheveled clothing and felt her face turn red. When it came to desire, the man in front of her could act anytime, anywhere. She sighed, finding an outlet for this childish distress. The two parted ways as she noticed they were already close to the waterside. She headed toward the nearby position, under the moonlight, while Huang Fukongming watched Nangong Qingjin slowly disappear into the distance, her small figure gradually vanishing from his sight. Under the vast night sky, his already lean silhouette appeared even more indistinct and pitiful. Once Nangong Qingjin was completely out of sight, he sped up the boat, which moved swiftly like the wind, soon leaving their previous spot behind. He went on without looking back, resolute. Actually, Nangong Qingjin hadn't gone far, watching quietly as Huang Fukongming left. Sighing, she turned back toward where she had come from. This round trip had already wasted half an hour, but fortunately, tonight Zhang he hadn't returned since he was busy mourning, allowing another day to pass peacefully. By the next day, the capital city had undergone a complete transformation, and Zhang he had become the new emperor. Although Nangong Qingjin had strongly requested to stay either here or at the estate, her protest was utterly ineffective. By noon on the second day, amidst all the hustle and bustle, Zhang he still managed to arrange for Nangong Qingjin to be brought to the capital. She hadn't expected that one day she would enter the imperial capital, where its splendor defied description. Everything there was dazzling and unforgettable, and as she looked at the surroundings, Nangong Qingjin thought that no wonder many people wanted to come to the capital. Indeed, the imperial capital was a place blessed by divine energy, displaying magnificent grandeur. Just judging from the scene before her eyes, there were already countless buildings different from those she had seen before. Everything here radiated beauty and an almost unreachable elegance. Xian followed behind Nangong Qingjin, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Miss, how come we've been walking for such a long time and still haven't reached our destination?" Originally, Nangong Qingjin and Xian wanted to reach the front, but Zhang he had made special arrangements for them, at least ensuring they stayed in a quiet residence. This residence was said to be newly completed. Thus, led by a eunuch supervisor, the two headed forward. The supervisor was extremely composed, as if carved from stone. Comparing him to a sculpture might be an exaggeration, since his eyes did blink occasionally. They walked for quite some time until finally seeing a large mansion complex. This complex was far from the noise of the world, perfectly suited to Nangong Qingjin's tastes. Upon arrival, the supervisor pointed at the large compound. It was clear that this mansion covered a vast area. At this moment, the supervisor, with fine eyebrows and eyes, smiled faintly and turned to bow respectfully to Nangong Qingjin. Though inexperienced, Nangong Qingjin was intelligent enough to catch on quickly, returning a graceful gesture herself. "Master, please don't go through formalities. In my presence, there's no need for royal protocol. I am but a woman of little influence." While speaking, Nangong Qingjin glanced at Xian, who had already understood. From a box prepared during her earlier departure, Xian took out a jade bottle. "This belongs to our miss and is intended for you. If consumed in a critical moment, it can save a life, curing any injury caused by venomous insects. Even if not harmed by insects, consuming this medicine will prolong life and enhance health." "Ah, this old servant is extremely grateful," For those walking before the emperor, their lives were naturally very important. As for the golden seal given as a reward, it actually didn't have much effect on these elderly eunuchs because they regarded money lightly in daily life. After all, in the imperial capital, money was far too easy to come by. When he saw Nan Gongqingjin take out a bottle like that, he immediately started nodding in gratitude. Actually, in the capital city, he knew this well. Nan Gongqingjin had the reputation of a medical sage. Although she may not bring people back from the dead instantly, those who received treatment from her were sure to recover quickly. Nan Gongqingjin now looked at the man before her and smiled faintly. You may rise. All right, let's go inside. As she walked, she added, from now on, this place will be my residence, correct? In reality, it was obvious. This question was unnecessary, but she asked just to assert her authority over its usage. The head supervisor of the inner palace also understood clearly, nodded immediately, and bent over to proceed forward. Upon reaching the gate of this enormous mansion, he clapped his hands, and immediately, several women accompanied by maids, housekeepers, a few supervisors, and several servants poured out in one go. A rough estimate placed their number at about 100 people. Seeing this scene, even Nan Gongqingjin felt uneasy, losing a sense of security. Fewer people would have been better. On one hand, Nan Gongqingjin was a person with a reclusive personality who preferred silence over noise. On the other hand, such a large number of people meant there would certainly be constant hustle and bustle. Nan Gongqingjin disliked such activity more than anything in her life. She believed that someone studying medicine and excelling in it required composure at all times. With so many people around, it was impossible to remain calm. Nan Gongqingjin sighed. Chapter 210. Nan Gongqingjin is forced into the palace. Are all of these people mine, right? She looked around at the eunuchs and maidservants. The maidservants each wore bright smiles, while the eunuchs all showed readiness to serve her at any time. These people, in blunt terms, were born to serve others. The chief eunuch nodded while hastily having someone bring over a ledger, which was then spread out in his hand and presented to Nan Gongqingjin with utmost respect. Miss, here are all the maidservants and supervisors under your care. From now on, you only need to call out their names, and they will step forward. Of course, these names are what they currently use for convenience, originally assigned by me in the capital city. When you call a name, they'll step forward. If you're satisfied, it stays. But if you dislike the name, feel free to change it to something more suitable. Siener. Nan Gongqingjin gave an order, and Siener immediately nodded, holding the register for Nan Gongqingjin's perusal. She flipped through until she reached the last page, checking the total number of people. How can there be so many? 500 people. Does this house really have 500 individuals? Clearly, only 100 or 200 people stood before her. How could there be 500? This puzzled Nan Gongqingjin as she looked down, questioning the chief eunuch, who then explained, at the moment, only 100 or so people are visible. However, you must realize that we still require gardeners and maids responsible for sweeping and cleaning. Oh, there truly are many. She chuckled lightly, making no comment further. Do you have any other arrangements? If not, let's move inside to see your chambers. Chao Gongsu, being close to the emperor, do you understand my relationship with His Majesty? This question carried a hint of ambiguity, but how could Chao Gongsu, as clever as he was, misunderstand its implication? He quickly nodded, bowing and scraping as always. Please say, please say. Chao Gongsu remained servile. You are esteemed as His Majesty's honored friend. Good, you know your place. Therefore, I also carry certain commands. Among these people, except for the guards stationed at every entrance and connection point, 2 remain behind while the rest may depart. I prefer a quiet life and don't enjoy crowded surroundings. I believe you understand this. Upon hearing Nan Gongqingjin's unexpected arrangement, the inner chamber steward was left astounded. Typically, people complain about too few attendants, yet this was the first case where someone considered them excessive. The situation posed a difficult predicament for the steward. So what exactly do you mean? My intentions are straightforward. I need only 20 guards, while the rest, since I've lived independently alongside Siener for years, I'm used to self-sufficiency. We do not require so many attendants. Let the extra maidservants and eunuchs go. We shall take care of ourselves, she stated plainly. But the steward immediately found a counter-argument. His Majesty intended for nothing to worry you here. If I act according to your wishes and the emperor learns of it, heads might roll, not just mine, but everyone involved. Our lives are at stake. On this matter, I will immediately inform the emperor in detail. Nevertheless, I genuinely cannot adapt to having so many people around. Rest assured, since he has already granted me authority, it's not a rigid decree. With control vested in me, I insist on sending these excess people away. Very well. You decide how you'd like things to be arranged, and I'll report directly to the emperor. Nan Gongqingjin appeared much more satisfied, and soon followed Chao Gongsu inside her quarters. Before entering, Nan Gongqingjin had expected nothing remarkable, but upon stepping in, both she and Siener beside her were astonished. The steward quickly approached with a smile. This arrangement is from the emperor. Even though our kingdom can achieve great feats such as moving mountains and filling seas, the new residence may differ slightly from the previous one you burned down. However, we've managed to replicate approximately 90% of its former likeness. His wish is for you to examine the place carefully, and should anything seem unsuitable, we'll make immediate adjustments. It must look identical, the steward added as he waved a hand, prompting a nearby wooden statue-like figure to step forward. Clearly, this wooden person was a recorder tasked with documenting every aspect Nan Gongqingjin found displeasing. Then, the reconstruction and renovation began. With that, Nan Gongqingjin found herself at a loss for words, and could only smile faintly. His Majesty has already taken such care, everything is now identical to before. I am very happy, and it's best if nothing is changed. Then we'll proceed according to your wishes. The chamberlain waved his hand, dismissing the wooden figure. In this estate, which was quite large and almost exactly the same as before, there was one difference. Everything here was lavish. At first glance, it all appeared modest, but upon closer inspection, one could see the extraordinary craftsmanship everywhere. In fact, Zisang he took pride in this work, assuming that by building in such a grandiose style, Nan Gongqingjin would certainly like it. What he did not know was that Nan Gongqingjin preferred something pure and natural. The simpler and more rustic, the better. Nan Gongqingjin nodded and moved toward the front area. Just as before, upon entering the main hall, she saw the characters Nan Gong Yuan engraved on a plaque. It was evident that they were written by a renowned figure of the times, with a weighty brush stroke conveying solemnity and elegance. Nan Gongqingjin was thoroughly satisfied with everything here. It's done so quickly, troubling him. In truth, Nan Gongqingjin might not have known that this courtyard had been a project started by Huang Fu Wenliang before his death. Originally, according to Huang Fu Wenliang's intention, this place was meant to be rebuilt exactly like where Zi Qian and Nan Gongqingjin lived. Unfortunately, Huang Fu Wenliang ultimately passed away. However, even after his death, the project did not stop, and soon enough, it was fully completed. Now, the courtyard was entirely ready. Her arrival was perfectly timed. The timing was exceptionally coincidental. Seated here, watching the wisteria swaying in the wind beside her, Nan Gongqingjin felt so at ease that it was as if she had returned several years ago. Even Sienna had an inexplicable feeling of belonging. Please thank His Majesty on my behalf. She said this while also adding, there are no other matters on my end. If you have any other tasks to attend to, please do so. Yes, this is the old servant's jade token. If you need anything later, give this jade token to the nearby maid, and I will make time to come over immediately. Now, I'm going to report back. Tell His Majesty that I am very satisfied with everything here. The arrangements for the maids and servants have been clearly stated. He will understand what I want and don't want. Go ahead. Yes. Seeing old Chao Gonggong finally leave, Sienna sat beside her, patting her long numb left leg. Miss, tell me what is going on now. I'm completely confused. This courtyard is just like before. It's probably to make sure you never leave. I'd rather not become a gilded bird in a cage, she said, glancing around at the courtyard and then looking at the table beside her. There was a brand new set of tea ware on the table, and Nan Gongqingjin simply picked it up and began pouring tea, 1 cup for each. She handed the first cup to Sienna. Sienna immediately grasped it, expressed thanks, and started sipping it. After seeing that Nan Gongqingjin was also drinking, it wasn't until Sienna finished her sip that Nan Gongqingjin asked, how about it here? Good though it may be, I feel that it won't be as lively as before. It seems like it's trying to suppress everything about you. No, she knows I'm someone who can be relied upon. This place is the best for our resurgence. We'll connect with the 2 girls and General Wu Dekai soon, and everything will get better. Miss, your heart is truly vast. Of course, Sienna, we're not strangers to each other. She smiled faintly as she spoke. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously lowered their heads. Indeed, this place was good, but it had also become a gilded cage, a beautiful one that prevented further advancement. All of this was Nan Gongqingjin's own choice. Actually, she didn't have to take such an extreme path, but in the end, she still came. Now, she was somewhat restless, but she maintained her outward composure nonetheless. After all, restlessness is an emotion that harms people. Right now, she looked exceptionally calm, with a slight curve of a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. All the maids and matrons had been dismissed, yet when dinner time arrived, food was immediately sent over. Today, the dishes were especially delicious, not only tasty but clearly tailored to Nan Gongqingjin's palate. The items served now were common homestyle dishes, distinct from those in the imperial capital. Even the utensils used to serve these homestyle dishes were simple and ancient-looking. Everything seemed so ordinary, but within this ordinariness was a regal solemnity. Now, Nan Gongqingjin simply ate something and began exploring the estate with Sienna. Beyond this estate lay the heavily guarded areas of the imperial capital. Every person held a weapon. One stood roughly every 5 meters. These people looked as if they were statues, standing perfectly still. Nan Gongqingjin watched as Sienna tiptoed to peek outside the wall at the scenery. While looking, she sighed quietly. In truth, even without looking, Nan Gongqingjin already knew everything clearly. What could there possibly be outside the courtyard? Just the usual sight. She sighed again. Sienna, stop gazing around and come back. Sienna immediately leaped gracefully from where she stood, landing lightly beside Nan Gongqingjin. Miss, it's packed with people out there. Beyond this wall, it's an extremely fortified place. We're not just golden birds in a cage. We're poor little creatures locked in a prison. No harm done. These people are mere decorations, like ears on a deaf man. Don't make such a fuss. Come, let's walk this way. Indeed, the scenery here was quite nice, surrounded by lush greenery. The two had already taken a full circle around the outer perimeter of the vast estate, noting all the things that needed to be remembered. Around the estate, there was an excellent green belt. Each courtyard featured a small-sized atrium, and it was currently the season when pomegranate flowers and roses bloomed. The yard was awash in colors, making for a very pleasant view. It felt like she had spent the whole day here just enjoying the landscape. Chapter 211. A Friend's Trust, a Youthful Ambition. In every unfamiliar courtyard they searched, and she knew full well that these estates would remain unoccupied even after 100 years. But this was the royal family, and now that she had entered the core of the capital city, she could see many flaws. She wanted Zisong He to trim down on many matters. The capital wasn't meant to be in such disarray. Besides dismissing these women and maidservants, there were many other ways to gain more favor from the people. She had come hoping for approval, and to help Zisong He carry out a sweeping reform. But today, Nan Gongqing Jin hadn't seen Zisong He all day. As for Zisong He, after crying himself out last night, he was completely exhausted. This morning, he went to the imperial tomb with officials from the Ministry of Rituals. Construction of the imperial tomb began as soon as Huangfu Wenliang ascended the throne and became emperor, and under normal circumstances, people feared an early demise of the emperor. Therefore, they did not dare take the construction of the imperial tomb lightly. The emperor's tomb was only 2/3 complete, but with the sudden death of the emperor, the rest had to be hastily covered over. A long procession clad in silver and white had already made its way toward the imperial tomb. From the very start of the day, the internal eunuch supervisor from the palace city had emerged from the Jiui Avenue. After crossing 6 streets and 3 markets, they started asking the common folk to step aside. The traders and small business owners couldn't possibly pack up their goods quickly enough. It just so happened that they caught sight of the funeral procession for the emperor. Naturally, these people were gleefully lingering around, reluctant to leave. In clusters of 3 or 5, they stood nearby, whispering among themselves. The palace eunuchs arrived, carrying large brooms to sweep the ground spotlessly clean as they advanced forward. These eunuchs needed to ensure the entire road leading to the imperial tomb was pristine. Cleaning the road symbolized that the emperor's path to heaven would also be perfectly clear. Once the road was cleaned, pairs of eunuchs began descending from ox carts and nodded at each other before laying wool carpets on the ground. These carpets were laid end to end, and no one knew how much money had been wasted in doing so. When everything was ready, a soft green sedan chair emerged amidst a crowd of people. Some of the eunuchs began playing music. Sorrowful music was a must. The sound of the gongs was 3 long and 2 short beats, which conveyed a very clear meaning. For those who failed to avoid the procession or tried to sneak a peek, they knelt down immediately. People fell silent, solemn, and respectful. Through the wind-swept lotus seeds, it was visible that the first carriage contained Zisong He, his face mournful, wearing a white headband of mourning, appearing as frail and sickly. Following him were the princes and ministers. Every single one was dressed in hemp and wore garments of mourning, roughly 50 people in total. Then came clusters of yellow cattle and white horses, and finally, a huge coffin made of golden Nen wood, its size shocking to behold. Indeed, the capital city had prepared a rather large coffin for the emperor. Besides the coffin itself, there was another layer known as a wooden outer shell. This structure was built to prevent grave robbers from opening the coffin, thoroughly enclosing it within. The princes and ministers began to weep, because Huangfu Wenliang had no prince or heir. Thus, more than 60 eunuchs carried the immense coffin, everyone sobbing uncontrollably. The common people were also moved to tears by the scene. Amongst the crowd, someone watched as their friend cried, and said immediately, "What are you pretending? Cry if you will, though you're clearly not sad." "Brother, I am happy. I am joyful. I am overwhelmed with joy and gladness. Just think about it. Huangfu Wenliang is finally dead." Another person cried as well, sounding genuinely emotional. The person asking knelt beside this individual. "Friend, you look truly saddened, almost heartbroken." "I grieve, for the next emperor is Zisong He. You don't know, Zisong He is far crueler than Huangfu Wenliang." After this statement, even more people began to cry. Naturally, this was just a minor episode. The army had taken the coffin away. The number of people involved wasn't clear. But now, the situation had completely occupied the ground. Upon arriving at the imperial tomb, everything had already been prepared. The head supervisor of the eunuchs loudly proclaimed, "Send the emperor off to ascend." The people started moving around left and right, and soon, the emperor had been buried. Thus, everything had come to a close. Here, they were busy slaughtering cattle and horses. In no time, the 3 sacrificial animals had been prepared. After bowing and burning incense, Zisong He threw his mourning attire into the adjacent flame. "Brother Emperor, today you may ascend peacefully. Your humble younger brother will take care of everything for you." "Brother, I must go." Having said this, Zisong He didn't even look at the enormous mound and mounted his horse, leaving under the escort of an army detachment toward the imperial capital. As for this event here, it was simply about completing the burial process. According to Zisong He, all necessary formalities and matters had been handled thoroughly. Now, Zisong He was quickly heading back to the imperial capital, where numerous tasks still awaited his attention. The mess Huangfu Wenliang had left behind was almost impossible to tally up. And last night, Huangfu Kongming had smoothly departed from Bai's estate. Traveling by boat swiftly, by midnight, he had already emerged through the city gate. The night was pitch black, and soon after that, he boarded the ship. The things prepared for him by Nan Gongqing had been readied. After great difficulty, he finally reached the inn he had found beforehand. There, General Gao Qi had been anxiously waiting. After all, rumors had spread that Huangfu Kongming was already dead. Given the current circumstances, should their army dissolve immediately or wait a bit longer? It had been a week since Huangfu Kongming went on his secret mission. Without news of either his survival or death, this was something that troubled Gao Qi deeply. That evening, Huangfu Kongming unexpectedly returned, not only returning but also unharmed, a fact that greatly pleased Gao Qi. Your Highness, you are truly safe and sound. They say one who survives a calamity is bound for good fortune. You don't know how our army has been leaderless since you left, teetering on the edge of collapse. Now, with chaos in the imperial capital, Huangfu Wenliang has already met his end at the hands of Zisong He. Alas, it's difficult to explain. My lord has returned, General Gao. Let's talk inside. By now, Huangfu Kongming's body had gradually recovered. With the knowledge that Huangfu Kongming had returned, their army slowly calmed down again. In recent days, so much had happened. Now that Huangfu Wenliang was dead, they felt a newfound sense of security. Since solely sorting out the imperial capital's affairs would take a long time, Zisong He currently had no leisure to concern himself with them. And so, everything changed. Seeing Huangfu Kongming return made General Gao overjoyed. After resting for a night, the next day came and the former emperor, Huangfu Wenliang, had already been interred. Once everything settled into place, Huangfu Kongming led a group of mourners there. Indeed, he was aware of his elder brother's sudden death. His older brother was a puppet, while the puppet master was his younger brother, Zisong He, who could make Huangfu Wenliang die anytime if he wanted. Now, as Huangfu Wenliang was already dead at Zisong He's hand, it was expected. Now, having finished burning incense, Huangfu Kongming didn't quite know what to say, merely sighing repeatedly. Then he returned. After reorganization, General Gao proposed they seize power immediately. However, Huangfu Kongming thought the capital was now utterly chaotic. He believed it best to let Zisong He stabilize the situation before doing anything else. Thus, the current Huangfu Kongming seemed to have completely disappeared from sight. Zisong He knew he hadn't killed Huangfu Kongming, but at present, he wasn't particularly concerned about where Huangfu Kongming was or what he intended to do. Based on the current situation, even if Huangfu Kongming remained alive, he wouldn't dare set foot in the capital. This reassured Zisong He. Today, after having dealt with all the matters, Zisong He rested for a few hours and then headed over to Nan Gongqingjin's place. Nan Gongqingjin had guessed that he would come today, so when she saw Huangfu Kongming, she smiled gently. "You've finally arrived. Over these busy past few days, I wanted to help, but given my position, I dared not interfere in politics. Now that you've come, it couldn't be better. Do you like it here?" he asked, glancing around at the wisteria surrounding the area, seemingly dissatisfied as it looked somewhat wilted. At the moment, Nan Gongqingjin and Xian were watering the plants with buckets and gourds, both sweating profusely in the summer heat. "Why do you insist on doing things yourself? I've arranged so many people for you. Now look, the two of you are busy. That was your Majesty's idea, but I have always enjoyed working alone here. It's a kind of pleasure for me. When every blade of grass and tree in this courtyard carries my own touch, it gives me a sense of accomplishment. It makes me truly happy." "Oh, I see," he said, and then added, "How has your rest been lately? If there's anything inconvenient here, you should tell me. Don't keep it to yourself. Now, the imperial capital is mine. Everything belongs to me, and what's mine also belongs to you. You can use whatever resources as you wish without hesitation. No need to be so surprised. Aren't you much happier now?" he continued with a smile. "You can go wherever you like every day. I won't stop you. In a few days, I still need to consult you about some issues. Seeing that you're happy today fills me with joy too." Nan Gongqingjin didn't know how to respond. Zisong He was cruel, ruthless, iron-fisted, and left no one alive in his world. But he treated Nan Gongqingjin differently. Upon reflecting deeply, although Zisong He had never given her freedom, no matter what happened, he had never intended to harm her. This was quite rare for Zisong He. After checking up on Nan Gongqingjin, she immediately said, "I would prefer to stay here quietly with Xianer. I appreciate all the people you've arranged, but I am used to staying secluded. I don't want anyone disturbing my peace." "I understand." Chapter 212. Nan Gong doesn't pretend to be a moral scholar. "There is a thatched cottage here. According to my intention, tomorrow you should let all the doctors come over. I will give them some guidance. Everyone should learn from each other and grow together. How many skilled doctors are there in the capital right now? When life hangs by a thread, people just sigh or prepare for burial, which is not good." She said that Nan Gongqingjin would teach everything she knew in her lifetime. This was something Zisong He didn't expect at all. Usually, people wouldn't selflessly give up their survival tactics, but seeing that Nan Gongqingjin wasn't joking around, he finally nodded. "Really? Naturally. Tomorrow let the medical practitioners from the capital's imperial hospital come over one by one, here to be trained by me. They must not loaf on the public payroll because that's useless." While speaking, she looked towards Zisong He, who nodded. Nan Gongqingjin noticed that Zisong He didn't look very well. "Whatever you say goes," Zisong He said. Now, it was clear that his complexion had worsened compared to before. With years of medical experience, Nan Gongqingjin at least understood one thing. Zisong He was overworked. Before she could finish speaking, Zisong He stumbled and fell over. If it weren't for the solid wooden table beside him, he would have crashed onto the floor already. Seeing this, Nan Gongqingjin hurriedly helped steady the heavy body. He seemed dazed and saw stars everywhere. Nan Gongqingjin finally caught such an excellent assassination opportunity. How could she waste any time? While supporting Zisong He to the cloud couch, she swiftly revealed a short knife hidden in her sleeve and placed it against Zisong He's pale neck. Zisong He was completely unconscious. For Nan Gongqingjin, there wasn't much danger right now. However, given the situation, if she really proceeded with the assassination, although it would be successful, it wouldn't give her any sense of accomplishment. Her dagger almost cut into his throat. Then Xianer came in. She couldn't fail to realize this was the best moment. Thus, closing the door behind her and lowering her voice. Mistress, take action. What's making you hesitate? Such a great chance won't last long, quick. As she spoke, she made a gesture as if wielding a knife decisively. In fact, clever as Nan Gongqing was, how could she not know this was the best opportunity? If Zi Sanghe woke up, even 10 of her combined would still face a nightmare trying to kill Zi Sanghe. Her hand moved slightly. Her palm gripping the short knife was already sweating profusely. At the final juncture between life and death, she ultimately withdrew the short knife. Then, she thought about it. Actually, it wasn't compassion that stopped her. Indeed, she had no sympathy for Zi Sanghe whatsoever. However, at this moment, she decided to abandon what she was about to do. As Zi Sanghe hadn't woken up, Nan Gongqing retracted her short knife and sighed. Siener, help me save him. Mistress. Siener almost thought her ears deceived her. What did you say? Am I hearing wrong? Did you mean you want to save someone like this? Are you sure? Yes. Nan Gongqing nodded, sighed again, and already grasped Zi Sanghe's wrist, starting to check his pulse. Zi Sanghe's current physical state was very weak. Originally, she had a heart to act decisively, but currently, especially based on what Zi Sanghe had done yesterday, this person also wasn't utterly stubborn to the point where he must be killed immediately. It takes 10 years to nurture a tree, but 100 years to nurture a person. To be an emperor requires more prudence. With a good beginning, whoever becomes emperor could potentially do well. This was what she believed. She felt it would be better to have Huang Fukongming as emperor, but if not, having someone capable of bringing welfare to the people as emperor wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing either. Now, the world was already extremely chaotic. At least she should see how Zi Sanghe acted in certain matters. Currently, though cruel, his sins didn't reach the level of deserving death. Mistress, have you gone mad? He is Zi Sanghe, the man who kills without blinking an eye, consumes people whole, and doesn't spit out the bones. You can't be too lenient now. You must act. This opportunity isn't something that comes easily to mind. If you show too much pity, let me handle it. While saying this, Siener had already approached Nan Gongqing's side. Dear Siener, I don't see him as an irremediable person. Although he has done all these things, it seems they were under duress. Can't we offer him another chance? Besides, do we need daggers to assassinate someone? Nan Gongqing said, while looking at Siener. Go and fetch a basin of water. Bring me the acupuncture tools. I need to wake him up. She said. Siener knew that Nan Gongqing was a person who always followed through on her words without hesitation, so she could only nod reluctantly and left. For Nan Gongqing to reserve killing for the last moment in such a perfect opportunity was something Siener absolutely couldn't understand. Not long after Siener left, she returned with the acupuncture tools and laid them out in front of Nan Gongqing. Given the past harmonious cooperation between the two, it didn't take long before Nan Gongqing reached for the items in Siener's hand and began performing acupuncture. After a while, Zi Sanghe regained consciousness. Seeing the steel needle glinting coldly in her hand, Zi Sanghe couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. However, he managed to suppress this fear since receiving treatment was essential for saving his life. An involuntary feeling of melancholy arose within him as Nan Gongqing put away the steel needle. You'll recover quickly. I will prescribe some medicine for you. Just rest assured. If I really intended to kill you, I would have had many chances, especially just now. So, just focus on recovering, she said, and as she spoke, she reached out to dampen a silk handkerchief nearby. She then placed it on Zi Sanghe's forehead. Zi Sanghe looked at Nan Gongqing, wondering when he had gained her trust. At this moment, he nodded slightly at her. Meanwhile, she moved to another position, holding her brush pen and thinking deeply before writing down the list of medicinal herbs fluidly. Afterward, she handed it to Siener, who went to get the medicine. Nan Gongqing wiped her own moist forehead and then walked over to Zi Sanghe. You're currently unwell and need rest. The medicine I've prescribed should be taken after each meal, and I will personally ensure you take it. For now, you need to rest well while also managing state affairs carefully, paying attention to your every word and action. What ailment do I have? It's merely exhaustion-induced fainting, nothing serious, so there's no need to worry. Nan Gongqing said. The medicine I've prescribed will first consolidate your vital energy, and secondly, primarily aims to adjust your physical condition. You'll gradually improve, don't be afraid. Are you hiding anything from me? How could I? She replied, as she held the damp silk handkerchief on his head. Although the cloth was warm and wet, she realized he was running a low-grade fever. Like typical low fevers that people cannot perceive themselves, Nan Gongqing silently gazed at the man in front of her. She then helped replace the warmed handkerchief, repeating this process multiple times until he finally nodded contentedly. As evening mealtime approached, his condition had not improved immediately, and his eyes appeared swollen. The maidservants had already brought the evening meal. Seeing that Zi Sanghe had lost even the ability to take care of himself, Nan Gongqing didn't rush to eat her own meal, but instead instructed Siener to assist her in propping him up. Then, she sat beside him. If there are any areas where my maid Siener is not thorough in serving you, please bear with her. Currently, I'm not comfortable letting others near you, as many don't respect you. If they try to harm you secretly, it would cause significant trouble. You truly escort Buddha all the way to the west. No, I must do these things. You and Huang Fukongming are different. Starting from yesterday, my perception of the old you versus the current you has shifted significantly. I want to see whether you'll meet my hopes or disappoint me in the future. As she spoke, she blew lightly on the bowl in her hand, which contained rice porridge alongside a variety of dishes, so many that it was almost inconceivable. Before entering the palace, Nan Gongqing had already learned that in the imperial capital, especially among the nobility, a single day's meals might cost tens of thousands of coins. A single meal's worth could easily take commoners a very long time to afford. Now, it seemed her previous understanding differed somewhat from reality. Currently, the food presented here indeed had an unimaginable value. How can you eat so much in one meal? It was clearly impossible. Looking at the table, there were numerous dishes, and even more kept being delivered by attendants. When the small wooden tables couldn't hold all the food, they simply added another. Now, the scent of the food on the tables began to waft around as the breeze carried it toward them. He glanced at it and said, "This is the rule in the imperial capital." "Oh, such a grand set of rules," Nan Gongqingjin said, but she paid no attention to it. Since they were rules, be it outdated customs or already well-established norms under control, from her own perspective, she had no right to voice them, and even less authority to change them. Her gaze fell on the bustling inner supervisors. By this time, not only were there more internal supervisors, but also an increase in palace maids. Now, Nan Gongqingjin seemed to gradually understand why the former Huangfu Wenliang had become so extravagantly luxurious. Because that kind of survival environment was continuously altering people's thinking. When people perceive these actions as reasonable, over time, everything will seem justified. Nowadays, these reasonable things have clearly become very unreasonable. Such extravagant waste? How much can one person eat? With so many dishes, it's impossible to try every single one. "What do you like to eat?" he asked, looking at Zisanghe. Zisanghe mentioned a few of his favorites. Nan Gongqingjin had already nodded, placing all the tasty items in the bowl before starting to feed him. She felt somewhat awkward about it. If it weren't for his current impaired vision, Nan Gongqingjin wouldn't have helped him. But once started, she couldn't give up halfway. The food was now in hand, and he slowly chewed it, eventually finishing his meal not long after. In fact, the cost of this meal is exorbitant, and it's based on the same principle, spending 10,000 coins daily just for sustenance. But when it comes to having thousands of rooms in a mansion, one needs only 8 feet of space to sleep, Nan Gongqingjin said, sighing as she spoke. Chapter 213, Nangong's Advice to King Wang. Today, Zisanghe wasn't feeling well, but he had quietly remembered what Nan Gongqingjin had said. The next day, at mealtime, he didn't leave the palace. As for the affairs of state, people seemed not to have taken them into account, because now, everyone was more tired than ever. The emperor declared dismissal from court, which was what everyone wanted. Those who needed rest went to rest. Not long after, the eunuch supervisor brought in small dishes and breakfast, greatly surprising Nan Gongqingjin, because the girls and eunuch supervisor who came to deliver the food today totaled only 3 people. Perhaps they had to take turns bringing out the items on the serving trays. Otherwise, not even 3 people would be necessary. Now, there was very little food on the tray. Compared to yesterday, it was drastically less, leaving one astonished. Now, as he watched the eunuch supervisor approach, he immediately went towards them. From far away, the eunuch supervisor saw Nan Gongqingjin and started bowing. "Why is there so much less food delivered today?" "This is the emperor's decision. The emperor says that if every day goes on like yesterday, even a prosperous empire will eventually run dry. Instead, we should select preferred side dishes for the 3 meals each day and consume everything cleanly." Is this the emperor's wish? She couldn't understand why she hadn't been informed of such an order already. Yes, this is the emperor's wish. While speaking, the eunuch moved forward toward the front flower hall. After setting down the small porridge and side dishes, the eunuch stood respectfully by the side. Nan Gongqingjin walked over and checked the food, confirming that none of it contained poison before picking up the porcelain spoon beside her. Nan Gongqingjin began feeding Zisanghe. Only these eunuchs knew the current condition of Zisanghe's health. These attendants were smart enough to know when to remain silent. So after finishing their duties, they all stood still, like statues carved from wood. Living in the imperial capital, each eunuch had his own viewpoint. To summarize, unless absolutely necessary, it was better to feign ignorance and deafness because, in the imperial capital, the stupid died young, but the cunning ones didn't last much longer either. Those who survived till their age did so through caution. There was no denying these individuals possessed methods of self-preservation. "What else would you like to eat?" Having served Zisanghe, Nan Gongqingjin watched as he cleaned his plate entirely without any waste, something unexpected. "No more. Attendants, please remove the leftover food." As he said this, waving his hand, the 2 eunuchs and 1 maid silently approached and collected the things quickly. The area became quiet and tidy again. Nan Gongqingjin held Zisanghe's wrist, rechecking his pulse, then said, "You need rest right now. Regardless of how big the calamity may seem, do not panic or pay attention to it. If you damage your body now, it will be difficult to recover later." "Yes, I understand." He nodded. "Well, I'll go eat too. This thing I made yesterday is ready. Just pull this rope, and the copper bell will ring. I've already arranged for General Wu Datsai to guard you here. Sleep peacefully now. Our place is safe. Don't overthink things." Nangong, seeing Nan Gongqingjin preparing to leave, he grabbed her wrist. "Thank you. Thank you for your meticulous care. I originally thought you'd kill me while I was unconscious. But after these past few days, I realize I misjudged you. A great favor requires no thanks. Shouldn't you promise me something?" Nan Gongqingjin turned back and looked at Zisanghe. After pondering, Zisanghe asked, "What do you want me to promise you?" Nan Gongqingjin hesitated, then decided against it. What could she ask him to promise at such a time? She sighed. "Never mind, it was just a random thought. Your recovery makes me happier than anything else. All right, it's also time for me to have a meal, so I'll go." Saying this, she left. Nangang Qingjin was different from others in the imperial capital. Initially, she ate what the people of the capital sent over, but soon discovered that these dishes, cooked slowly over low heat, weren't to her taste and overly soft. This made it worse for her. Accustomed to being self-sufficient, Nangang Qingjin began making food that she liked herself. Today, the dish prepared by Siener was quick to make. Soon, the two were sitting at their usual spot to eat. From the very beginning, Siener had always eaten with Nangang Qingjin, and Nangang Qingjin, right from the start, had never treated Siener as a mere servant. The two of them were like sisters. Their bond, akin to sibling affection, evolved over many life and death situations. Now, Siener had already prepared Nangang Qingjin's meal. As Nangang Qingjin ate, she said, "You seem unhappy lately. Is it because I saved Zisonghe? Miss, you know this well. There are chances every day to kill Zisonghe now, yet you have no intention of making a move. Not only have you gained Zisonghe's trust, but even the slightest action could have taken his life. Still, you show no inclination." "Yes, I haven't, so, does that disappoint you, doesn't it?" Nangang Qingjin continued eating. "Miss, though it may sound bold of me to guess, there must be a reason why you refrain from killing Zisonghe. It seems like you've developed feelings for him. Am I correct?" This was absolutely absurd, leaving Nangang Qingjin without words, except for a slight smile. "No, definitely not. The reason I don't kill him is because I realize he is truly someone worth developing." "Someone worth developing? What makes you say that?" "You'll see soon enough," she replied while placing some dishes on Siener's plate and added, "In truth, eliminating him would be effortless. But likewise, at this point, if he wanted to kill us, it would be just as easy. Remember, things have two sides. Don't always focus on the side where we're in control." "That's true, but you should still be cautious. Do not let your kindness become your weakness. Don't you remember the story of Donghua and the wolf back when we were in the estate? That happened a long time ago." They both remembered how Donghua encountered a fleeing wolf who, battered by hunters and severely injured, pretended to be a dog to gain Donghua's sympathy. Donghua hid the wolf in his sack. When the hunters left, the wolf showed its true form and bit Donghua's neck. That incident became widely known. "I understand. We'll keep an eye out and hope I'm not mistaken about him." Today, any hope of improvement seemed impossible. By noon, his body began aching, so Wu Datsai helped him stand up, and they walked around the garden. With the flowers blooming, a touch of red from peach blossoms, white from pear blossoms, and yellow from mustard flowers, he couldn't help but sigh. "I regret my body isn't my own, and when will I forget worldly affairs? Since I fell ill, I seem to have understood much more, also seen people clearly. You'll get better soon. Please don't dwell too much on these thoughts, or the illness won't improve quickly." Wu Datsai encouraged him, and then asked, "What do you want for lunch? General Wu will arrange for it." Hearing this, he told Wu Datsai what he wanted to eat. Wu Datsai went off quickly. In no time, he returned and soon after, brought the delicious food over. At the mealtime, Nangang Qingjin did not forget to come and serve Zisonghe. She immediately noticed that the quantity of food had been drastically reduced, and fewer attendants were around her, which made her curious. At lunchtime, Nangang Qingjin finally asked, "Why is there so little food today?" Zisonghe laughed and replied, "Yesterday, after what you said, I realized it myself. Luxury can be precious, but eating so much wastes even more valuable things. Instead, it's better to produce only what we need to consume." "Is this your personal view?" Nangang Qingjin didn't expect her own influence to extend this far onto Zisonghe, who was such a stubborn and self-willed person. But Zisonghe chuckled again. "It was all because of what you said that I've thoroughly thought through it. You've seen how the number of eunuchs and old women has decreased significantly. That's my command. I've assigned these people to other tasks. And, not only me. In the capital city, whoever eats, whether royal or commoner, needs to reduce their consumption. No extravagance should exist. In fact, cutting our own rations doesn't really save much." To Nangang Qingjin, it was merely a matter of quality, but the next words from Zisonghe, he utterly transformed her perception of him. Zisonghe swiftly continued, "Yes, even if I alone or if I with everyone cut down on rations, my country won't become rich and strong through that. But since I am the emperor, if I don't set an example and continue wasting national resources, subordinate officials will see this and imitate me. The next level will do the same as the one above them. By the time it reaches the farmers, they might not even get a sip of cool water. Now, I have already started reducing things here. Even if they don't follow suit, I will forcibly make sure every household cuts back on their consumption. This might be troublesome. Not only do I think it's good, but I have already begun implementing it. I want these civil and military officials to at least understand one thing. What we eat comes from the people. I also need to gradually establish other things I must do in the future. I need your help." He said this while looking directly at Nangang Qingjin. Nangang Qingjin nodded. "As long as you believe my suggestions are reliable, truly useful for our country, I will assist you." She nodded as she spoke. "All right, let's make it a deal. Even 4 galloping horses can't retract my promise." All of Zisonghe's current decisions were due to just one sentence from Nangang Qingjin. Indeed, now it is so. Before, even the food allowance for eunuchs near the emperor was shockingly extravagant. But after Zisonghe's adjustments, what everyone eats has changed dramatically. Chapter 214, Non-Simple Higher-Ups. Now, although some indeed have objections, the majority of people have quickly adhered to this reform. Yes, Zisonghe cannot rely on just reducing his own or surrounding officials' expenses to fundamentally solve the problems for the commoners. However, as it stands now, everything is spreading rapidly. In a short time, high-ranking families began cutting down on their expenditures, not by choice, but out of necessity. Since Zisang he came to power, he has reduced officials' salaries by 1/5. Don't underestimate this 1/5. After the officials' expenditures were cut by 1/5, a substantial amount of silver started accumulating in the national treasury every month. The officials fear Zisang he, so even though everyone is gradually developing resentment towards him, no one dares to openly express it. After 3 days, Zisang he's health gradually improved, and when he left, he was almost as light as a feather. It wasn't long before he returned. In this way, Nangongqingjin thought that this policy was actually quite good. On the second day, there was talk of a banquet in the capital requiring all civil and military officials to attend. After all, the current wielder of imperial power was Zisang he, and these individuals needed to become familiar with his character and decisive manner of doing things. No one knew exactly what this banquet entailed, but the civil and military officials still arrived. Among those invited to the banquet was Nangongqingjin. Since she was a woman, she arrived late and separated herself from others using pearl curtains. Some people knew who this guest was, others didn't, but whether they knew or not had little impact or difference. People quietly waited, and not long after, Zisang he arrived, sitting upright. As wine was being poured, he instructed the palace attendants to serve everyone. I have now personally taken control of governance, and all of you must work without slack. I have already planted one of my confidants among every 5 of you. Which of the 5 is my confidant, I will not disclose. However, if any of you officials behave improperly, this person will directly report to me. Once I see the report, there will be strict punishment. And I hope that among the 5 of you, you can also supervise each other. That is all I have to say. Now, everyone may start drinking. While speaking, he raised his wine cup. It truly feels different now that the new emperor has ascended the throne. Everyone looked at each other, none knowing which among them had been secretly placed there by the emperor. It became an atmosphere of unease immediately after drinking the first cup of wine. Concealed behind the pearl curtain, Nangongqingjin lightly smiled as she sipped her tea, while Xian'er, her attendant, served her tea. Seeing her smile, Xian'er asked softly, "Miss, why are you laughing?" "Now, Xian'er," Nangongqingjin replied, placing her teacup carefully. "Do you know who his spy is? There are 100 people here today, and within every 5 people, there's one of his confidants, meaning that among these 100, at least 20 are his trusted ones. Can you identify them?" Xian'er peered through the curtain at the assembled civil and military officials. For a long while, she could discern nothing. Finally, she said, "I'm dull-witted and can't see it." Nangongqingjin, lean your ear closer. Nangongqingjin gestured, and Xian'er tilted her head. With a gentle smile, Nangongqingjin whispered something. Miss, you mean, he hasn't actually planted anyone at all? This is simply a strategy to make the officials supervise themselves. But isn't this too clever? Doesn't he worry that the officials will protect each other?" Xian'er was astonished. Nangongqingjin believed that Zisang he did not, in fact, plant those 20 spies because finding 20 reliable people out of 100 is far from simple. After all, arranging 20 individuals within a group of 100 is an incredibly challenging task. Currently, those 20 people don't exist. It's merely Nangongqingjin's speculation based on the present situation. These kinds of actions require time, and where would Zisang he find such ample time? The officials are suspicious and will now act more cautiously than ever. If my guess is correct, today's banquet is like a banquet of feigned friendship, because soon, he will begin executing people. Nangongqingjin said, looking at Xian'er as she spoke. But, that's impossible, isn't it? Everything seems calm right now. Xian'er glanced furtively to the side, seeing the apparent harmony between ruler and subjects. However, Nangongqingjin said, the true calm is when it's most dangerous. Look at the lake's surface. Though it appears serene and windless, this is the best time for surging undercurrents to form in the lake's depths. Today, my coming was merely for observation. I needn't do anything. Miss, you might be mistaken this time. He just invited all the civil and military officials here for some idle chat. There doesn't seem to be any intent to kill. Nian'er, Nangongqingjin replied. He isn't Huangfu Kongming or Huangfu Wenliang. He is someone who enjoys killing people. If you don't believe me, we'll wait and see. Xian'er embraced the idea of wait and see. At least for now, the banquet seemed far less terrifying than what Nangongqingjin had suggested. Is this gentleman Lord Lu, the Minister of Rights? Apparently, there were still some individuals Zisang he didn't recognize, like this Lord Lu, who immediately knelt on the red carpet beside him. While kowtowing like a burning candle, he proclaimed, "Your humble servant is Lu Cheng, Minister of Rights. I greet His Majesty. May you live 10,000 years. Ah, Lord Lu, please rise." Zisang he responded while continuing. "Yesterday, I received a fine painting named Night Banquet. It was originally created by our imperial court painter in the capital. Tonight, with the clear breeze and bright moon, it's perfect for viewing art. Allow me to show this treasure to everyone." As he spoke, he gestured his hand. The eunuch supervisor quickly brought out last night's Night Banquet painting and personally unrolled it. Regardless of whether they were eating or drinking, the audience immediately stopped what they were doing and respectfully focused their attention on the Night Banquet painting. Once the Night Banquet painting was fully unrolled, its subject wasn't entirely clear, but one could tell that the painting depicted many people crossing paths in a lively and bustling scene, almost as if the liveliness could leap off the canvas itself. On the painting, a group of women, appearing to be courtesans, numbering about 10 or so, gathered around a cloud bed. On the cloud bed lay a portly man, exposing his chest, probably in his 50s. Aside from the women by this man, There were also around 60 musicians playing happily alongside the celebration. It appeared as though they were celebrating something joyfully in an all-world carnival. This, Zisang, he continued, is a gift I received last night, Lord Lu. This very familiar scene depicts your 60th birthday celebration, which took place in your home last night. I had initially wanted to forgive you, but please spare me, Your Majesty. Please. This Lord Lu began banging his head frantically on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Last night, he only invited people whom he thought he knew well, yet who would have known that such a celebration would end up getting painted. And not only did it get painted, it even reached Zisang's ears. Now, he could only plead Zisang to show mercy and spare his life. You must understand, during the creation of rites and music under the Zhou dynasty, for people dancing together was already considered quite extreme. Haven't you ever heard the phrase, 8 rows of dancers dancing in the courtyard? How can this be tolerated? He slammed his fist down forcefully onto the side table. You used 60 dancers, thinking as the Minister of Rites, you would be knowledgeable and well-versed in propriety? Men gain virtue through learning, women achieve virtue through modesty. Clearly, your understanding of Zhou rituals is flawed. And furthermore, 10 women indulged in lewd behavior with you. These women have all been brought before me. I know these women come from brothels. They are not virtuous housewives. So I've instructed them to serve you today. With a wave of his hand, a stern-faced eunuch Chao pulled a rope dragging more than 10 wailing young girls inside. They sobbed uncontrollably, knowing full well that survival was unlikely. Upon seeing the emperor, they all started kowtowing in fear. Mercy, Your Majesty. Mercy, 10,000 years to our emperor. Zisang, he frowned and asked, I want to ask. You, how did you end up at Lord Lu's residence last night? We went with the household troop, hearing that Lord Lu celebrated his 60th birthday. None of us expected issues to arise. We all come from impoverished backgrounds and were forced into prostitution. If not for hardship, none of us would willingly enter the pleasure quarters. Please enlighten yourself accordingly. The women cried profusely, imploring for mercy. Please enlighten yourself, enlighten yourself. An older maid pleaded while bowing her head to the ground. The other maids followed suit, all incessantly begging for mercy. Seeing this, Zisang's gaze turned icy cold, like a sharp blade that had already landed on the nearby Lord Lu. I thought you merely hired others, but never expected you to have your own troupe of female performers. To such excess at your celebration. How wasteful. Did you think I hadn't someone calculated? Eunuch Chao. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Chao had already retrieved another scroll from beside Lord Lu and moved toward him, standing behind him as he unfurled the scroll and began reciting its contents in a mocking tone. Apart from the women from your personal troupe, there were also girls hired from Shokong Workshop at 10 silver taels each, totaling 120 taels altogether. The pigs and sheep slaughtered last night cost 100 taels. Various seasonal fruits and different utensils came to 600 taels, a detailed and solid list of expenses. Tell me now, where did all this money come from? As he spoke, Eunuch Chao flung the scroll at Lord Lu's feet. Indeed, Lord Lu was a corrupt official, powerful and wealthy as it seemed from the information so far. Though already 60 years old, his personal troupe consisted of 20 women, with 30 young wives and concubines combined. And yet, he was nothing more than the Minister of Rites. With such extravagant spending, questions arose about the source of these funds. Now, the emperor took measured steps down the steps. Gentlemen, please do not be nervous. I've already stated that among 5 individuals, I will appoint one to help investigate for me. And now, my chosen person is quite capable. Chapter 215. Zisang's harsh policies. The investigation has uncovered something that leaves no room for error. Consider the Minister of Rites. His annual salary is only 200 taels of silver. But now, a single banquet can cost 600 taels. Clearly, there's something fishy going on here. So, I believe Minister Lu of the Ministry of Rites has been overreaching. As he spoke, he continued, Eunuch Chao from the Western Bureau, can you cure this illness of overreach? Your Majesty, this ailment can be cured with swift efficiency by an old servant like me. Chao responded with a chilling smile. Shall we start the treatment now, or? Now. First, to show all the officials the consequences of embezzlement and malfeasance. Second, since I don't have many performers for you today, let this be a little appetizer to liven up our drinking. As he spoke, he gestured grandly. The crowd still had no idea how this overreach would be treated. A line of eunuchs approached with stern authority and pulled the limp Minister Lu off the ground. A wooden block was placed in front of Lu, and one of the eunuchs grabbed his wrist, examining it closely. With a cold laugh, he placed Minister Lu's wrist on the block. Everyone still couldn't guess what the eunuchs were about to do. Then, suddenly, a large blade appeared, and with a clean swipe, Minister Lu's hand was severed at the wrist. Lu screamed in excruciating pain, blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering onto Eunuch Chao's face. Chao just smiled faintly, looking at Lu who was gasping for breath, before standing up and turning back to look at Emperor Zisang. Zisang, he seemed dissatisfied. I wanted you to show all the officials how this overreach should be treated. You did well, by removing his hand. Eunuch Chao replied, Your Majesty, we of the Western Bureau specialize in curing these stubborn ailments of people. As long as you give us such people, we'll make them behave properly. This kind of long hand disease can certainly be cured. Once they've lost their hands, will anyone dare stretch too far? I find this solution somewhat bloody. Zisang, he sighed. If everyone followed the rules, why would I need to constantly warn them? As he said this, he looked at the minister. The man on the ground was already gasping for breath, clearly close to death. His body twisted in agony like a shrimp thrown into a boiling pot. It also resembled a venomous snake plucked from the grass and tossed onto scorching floor tiles. His plight was both pitiful and horrifying. Seeing this, Zisong-he's lips curled into a beautiful smile, one filled with cold warning, instilling fear in those present. Those drinking finally realized they were attending a deadly banquet, and trembled in fear. Zisong-he's gaze swept across the gathered officials, saying nothing but maintaining a cool smile. Everyone felt chilled despite the bright summer weather, as if entering another world entirely. After a long silence, Zisong-he finally sighed, and stood up. Clean this up and confiscate his property. Hearing this, everyone grew anxious. Soon after, Eunuch Chao stepped forward, leading several palace attendants into action. In no time, Minister Liu, barely clinging to life, was dragged away. The scene quickly settled into eerie quietness as the eunuchs began cleaning the blood-stained ground, leaving it spotless as if nothing had happened. When everything returned to normal, everyone felt shaken awake from a nightmare. However, the desire to drink gradually vanished. No one knew what to say until much later when Zisong-he urged them. Drink and forget the unpleasantness. Drinking leads to a stable path worth frequent visits. Beyond that, there is nothing else worthwhile. Let 3 cups lead us to enlightenment, and 5 mountains feel light. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly while imbibing copious amounts of alcohol. The crowd, following him, forced smiles though they wanted to cry. One by one, they began drinking again. Before long, the banquet resumed normally. However, Zisong-he evidently had other plans at the feast. He raised his wine glass and approached an official at the front. This remonstrating official was an upright man. The sole reason he came today was because of his own cause. He knew Zisong-he was a jealous and talent-envying person, and if he didn't show up, it would very likely cost him his life at Zisong-he's hands. Having come today, sure enough, Zisong-he had noticed him. Yet this official drank wine fearlessly, for a man awaiting death had nothing to fear. Zisong-he approached this person. Minister Xue the other day actually united with others to impeach me, accusing me of having 10 grave offenses. Now, with everyone here witnessing this, Minister Xue, tell us all what these 10 grave offenses are. Ha 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 ha. Minister Xue was not in the least afraid. Laughing wildly, he stood up with imposing strength and stared coldly at Zisong-he. His hawk-like eyes were filled with toughness and defiance. Do you think I'd be scared of you? You insignificant boy, you usurper. You must be mistaken. It was merely that the former emperor fell ill, so the throne came to me through abdication. How could this be considered usurpation? Your statement is pure nonsense. What you truly are, you know it yourself. But regarding your 10 grave offenses, would you like to hear them? Minister Xue said as he glared icily at the man in front of him. As long as you say it, I'll correct my faults if they exist, and remain vigilant otherwise, he said, watching the minister while speaking. Minister Xue scoffed and replied, if you were willing to change, that would be good. One should not hesitate to correct one's errors. This was said by Confucius. A gentleman has 9 reflections. Am I not capable of self-reflection? I'm not obstinate and arrogant. Go ahead and speak. As he spoke, he continued to look at the man in front of him, who sneered and said, Zisong-he, do we even need to talk about your first offense? You murdered Huangfu Wenliang. This matter was not kept secret. Everyone already knew full well about Zisong-he's assassination plot against Huangfu Wenliang. People saw it, but none dared to speak. I did not do it. Zisong-he flatly denied it, eyeing the minister, who smirked and said, Your Majesty enjoys perfect health, originally strong and vigorous, with thousands of women in the harem. Such a person wouldn't simply pass away suddenly. Gentlemen. With great persuasiveness, Minister Xue stood up, waving his wide sleeves dramatically in the air. Gentlemen, haven't you thought there might be a conspiracy in this matter? Think about it. Why did the emperor die suddenly? The adult has already said that there are more than 3,000 girls in the imperial harem, the largest number of wives and concubines among emperors throughout history. It was quite a chaotic scene bringing such a large number of women into the capital, causing widespread resentment among heaven and people. Was this not wrong? I sent these ladies away with gifts, yet now this is regarded as incorrect. Censor, what do you think? Isn't it right? This. Xue found himself speechless as he looked at Zisong-he. Zisong-he still maintained his cold stare towards Xue. Xue then said, even if the emperor did something improper, he should first be advised. Only when he doesn't listen can one use forceful means to handle it. Clearly, you're being overly extreme. Naturally, the emperor made a huge mistake in this matter. At the time, you were a censor, yet you remained silent back then. Now, only after the emperor's death do you start complaining. Zisong-he said, gazing at Xue as he spoke. If there are 10 offenses, surely there must be a second and third one. Tell me, and I'll listen attentively. As he spoke, he stared intently at the man before him. Sighing deeply, the man then said, the second offense. You have become extremely cruel. Everyone knows it. Even if Minister Liu made mistakes, you shouldn't have killed him. Look around you now. Your mind seems utterly deranged. For someone like him, I see clearly he no longer fears death and indulges too much. All I needed to do was take his life as a punishment. But even then, I did not really kill him, just used it as a minor punishment to teach him a lesson. At the very least, I want him to understand a principle, that to live quietly and obediently is the best choice for comfort and prosperity. Why waste resources when a meal costs 600 taels of silver? Sir, you probably don't know how much 600 taels of silver mean in ordinary lives. As he spoke, he cast a cold glance toward the man. Minister Xue sighed and added, the harsh policies you're enforcing now are far too many. If I were to list them one by one, I wouldn't finish even by tomorrow morning. There's no harm. Let's say it will be tomorrow morning. Zisong-he said, and Minister Xue confidently nodded, Good, good. It seems you want this minister to speak. I'll not hesitate then, and spare you no respect at all. And while he was saying that, he continued, You've disgraced Her Majesty the Empress. Yes, he actually nodded in admission. Now, Minister Xue finally felt as if he'd grasped a real piece of leverage. You've disgraced Her Majesty the Empress. This matter is now indisputable. I'm pointing it out now, and you already know it yourself, right? The Empress herself has always been a licentious person, such a promiscuous woman accessible to all men. When I first indulged in her, there were reasons for it. Can't an emperor claim even one woman? He said, sounding even more justified than Minister Xue. You may have that privilege, but at least you should understand that you cannot take another man's wife. Isn't that correct? Minister Xue struck hard with his argument, looking straight at Zisong, who responded, Minister, your teaching is well placed. From that moment on, I have had no women. Now, in your opinion, there are still more offenses of mine. Please list them one by one, as I am now truly eager to hear your loyal advice. Well, Minister Xue thought carefully. As things currently stood, the 10 grave offenses were fabricated charges, and other circumstances were less easily addressed. A few people also looked at Minister Xue, leaving him unsure what to say, and eventually tongue-tied. As for Zisong, he was waiting for the so-called 10 grave offenses. Only then did Minister Xue realize that the offenses he had previously mentioned weren't enough to stir divine wrath or public indignation. Even if Zisong had 10 grave offenses, one noble action or exemplary word could already compensate for them all. Chapter 216, Orderly Governance. Furthermore, these 10 offenses combined do not equal the widespread damage caused by Huangfu Wenliang's previous sins. Looking at the man before him, he was at a loss for words. After a long silence, he sighed and nodded, saying, I don't know what to say either. I feel respect, fear, anxiety, and even fondness towards you. Huaranrenhua is how I see you, he said, then added, Someone, attend. Before his sentence finished, everyone had seen someone bring out a tiger head chopping block, meaning that Lord Xue was about to be executed without hesitation. Yet, Lord Xue did not exhibit an ounce of panic. He calmly headed forward, approaching the tiger head chopping block. Only when he reached it did he turn back and look at the officials gathered there. There's something I ask of you. Speak. Zisong nodded as Lord Xue glanced at the people around him, continuing, I'm not entirely alone in this life. When I die today, please take care of my humble wife on my behalf. Speaking this, he closed his eyes, awaiting the final death. All right, I promise. Zisong nodded. Everyone thought this man died unworthily, but the man himself seemed oblivious to anything amiss. After all, he was heading towards truth. Upon reaching the tiger head chopping block, Eunuch Chao already opened it with cold, gleaming edges. The weapon was sharp. Eunuch Chao, in front of everyone, plucked one of his own hairs and gave it a slight blow. In an instant, the hair split cleanly in two. Everyone witnessing the cut hair falls instantly couldn't help sighing. There were some so timid they covered their eyes. Some, remembering that Lord Xue was their colleague, feeling that now he had ascended to the execution platform, couldn't help but draw a breath, becoming increasingly fearful. Yet, Lord Xue, the protagonist, seemed completely detached, showing no fear at all. Eunuch Chao said here, My lord, you truly have the gall to defy fate itself. After your death, you should note, next time avoid such reckless speech, lest calamity arises from words, my lord. As he spoke, he pushed Lord Xue, holding the chopping device firmly. Life shall be for heroes. Death shall be noble too. Do you think I will ever defile myself with you and your pack of dogs? Ha! A spittle flew directly onto Eunuch Chao's face, making him irate enough to grab the hair knot of Lord Xue, preparing to pull him over to humiliate him when something unexpected happened. Eunuch Chao, stop. From afar came Zisong's voice, causing Eunuch Chao to immediately release his grip. Walking leisurely closer, he stopped nearby, looking at the man who remained expressionless beneath the blade, stating, Truly, you show no fear of death. I promise to kill you, so I shall act accordingly. Once an emperor promises, he doesn't retract, a fact which you must understand. To bow to survive 5 measures of rice, to serve as your hounds and spies, impossible. It's all a dream. Laughing wildly, he continued, Lord Xue, despite your wild behavior, because of your courage and spirit, I've seen it clear, you're truly the talent we need. Our court desires men like you who act boldly and are fearless. Stand up, forgive me if I have offended earlier. Please harbor no resentment going forward. As he spoke, he stepped closer personally and gripped Lord Xue's hand. So I realized, you wouldn't let me go easily, would you? You torment me thoroughly first before finally letting me die. If that's the case, why should I fear you? As he spoke, a cold smile emerged. I didn't mean it like that. I sincerely wish good fortune for you. Rise. Not only will I spare your life, but promote you, bestow upon you gold and jewels. Moreover, anytime you encounter issues, speak freely. I shall give you the authority. These were Zisong's words. Previously, imperial critic Xue always felt unfulfilled, especially during the era of Huangfu Wenliang. Every time he spoke, Huangfu Wenliang responded only with silence. Now, judging by Zisong's intentions, he was truly willing to let him speak what needed to be said, act how he should. Truly, is this how it will be? Is it not? He said, pointing to a position nearby as he continued speaking. You should go there now. I need people like you now, who can tell the truth even if it is hard to hear. Harsh truths are beneficial for action. Having an upright person like you is my good fortune. Not only will I not kill you, but I will also protect you well. As for your recent impeachment of me and saying that I have these 10 offenses, if I indeed have them, You may supervise me. I can acknowledge and correct mistakes. If I don't have them, I will thoroughly change myself. Now, we need officials like you, so please do not dwell on past grievances and serve me faithfully for the benefit of our people. Ah, Your Majesty, I was blind. How could I mistakenly think you were of the same type as Huangfu Wenliang? I have always thought you both were the same kind of hypocrite, but now it's clear I was wrong. You and he are not at all alike. I am naturally different from the former emperor. He almost ruined the court entirely. It's time for me to sort things out. What I need from you is not criticism but assistance. Even if I make 1,000 or 10,000 errors, I'm still the son of heaven, requiring your support. He spoke earnestly. Please, for the sake of our commoners, stop fixating on minor issues concerning me, and look towards the greater needs of the empire. This is what would be good, Lord Shui. People like you are truly talented individuals whom I must rely on heavily. He nodded affirmatively while expressing his intentions. I, your subject, thank your Majesty for such profound grace. Long live the Emperor, my lord, live forever. Lord Shui bowed deeply with respect, performing 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. Zisong he nodded and pulled him up. Then Zisong he stepped forward, examining his sleeve. Chao the eunuch had already gathered something within his robe, information in the form of intelligence sent by Chao Gongong. From this, he understood clearly what should be done and who among the ministers were mere pretenders hiding behind a mask of righteousness. Reaching near the position of a certain elder official, he raised a cup of wine. Esteemed sir, since you are advanced in years and your health isn't too good, isn't it perhaps time for you to step down and allow another more capable person to take your place? Immediately upon hearing this phrasing known as cup of wine dissolving military power, this ineffective official understood. Yes, I've recently been feeling quite unwell. Hence, I must pass the baton to someone better suited. As he spoke, he took hold of the wine cup, symbolizing submission. Through this method swiftly employed, those without accomplishment or merely average officials were thoroughly dismissed. With this approach, the court required recruiting genuinely talented individuals, a comprehensive recruitment that needed to be executed on the largest possible scale. This action benefited the current generation as well as generations to come. Despite the decline of talents in the court, Zisong he was remarkably calm under these circumstances. In today's banquet akin to Hongmen Feast, some lost their hats of office, others their heads, and yet others their salaries. Still, others remained completely untouched. Zisong he, a most capable man, had hidden his exceptional political acumen behind Huangfu Wenliang. Now, that ability gradually came to light. Zisong he was incredibly resourceful, astonishing all those present. Those surrounding him stood with trepidation, watching cautiously, no longer daring to underestimate this newly enthroned young emperor. This individual proved highly skillful and exceedingly cunning. In my view, he began. Throughout history, impartiality leads to integrity, and integrity inspires authority. The situations are being handled progressively. Everyone must shine brilliantly in your positions for the welfare of the state. What I need to see is the prosperity of our nation. Here today I declare, anyone in my court, if they embezzle silver exceeding 10 taels, this individual will surely lose their head. My arrangements now are perfect. All of you understand, and avoid doing foolish acts like goats breaking through fences or moths flying into flames. At a time when long-term vision is necessary, everyone should know what actions best serve the purpose. As he finished, he smiled and left. Thus relieved, the crowd watched Zisong he go. Some had wet themselves from fear, others dared not even chew their food during the gathering, now finally managing bite by bite to eat the chicken leg in their mouths. Amongst those present, sighs echoed and sentiments expressed how the decisions were ultimately sound. The rumor spread that out of every 5 individuals, one was a secretly embedded informer. In fact, this wasn't true. Whenever groups of 5 assembled, they eyed each other suspiciously, thinking, it must be you. Each believed themselves the target selected by Zisong he. Zisong he's arrangements had been quite severe. For corruption, anyone who embezzled more than 10 taels of silver would face execution. The people surmised and no longer dared to undertake other improper actions. Over time, the court was filled with sorrow, yet it was peaceful. Now, having finished dealing with these matters, Zisong he went toward the rear hall. Today, there was no doubt where Zisong he was headed. It was undoubtedly Nan Gongqingjin's quarters. Within the residence, Nan Gongqingjin had already learned through palace messengers what Zisong he had done today. This made her revise her opinion of Zisong he. These actions seemed unlike something he could do, yet paradoxically, they were his doing. This was truly remarkable, and at that moment, she turned her gaze towards Zisong he. Just as she prepared to bow in greeting, Zisong he grasped her hand. Is there a need for such formalities between us? His tone indicated displeasure, his expression grim. His air of indignation became clear immediately, and Nan Gongqingjin nodded hastily. Yes, not necessary. If not necessary, then from now on, don't perform the formal bows. When you see me, it should be as if you're seeing an ordinary person, he said, continuing while also saying, regarding those recent affairs, you must have heard others talk about them. What do you think? How do you feel about what I've done? Your Majesty combines kindness with authority. It indeed shows great generalship, she responded, adding further. Truly makes me look at you differently. Nan Gongqingjin concluded by saying, currently, there are still a few things here that require discussion with you. If you listen, it will surely be beneficial criticism addressing current issues. If you don't heed any of it, it doesn't matter much either. After all, it's just my personal view. Chapter 217. Debating the problems of the times with Nan Gongqingjin. In fact, Sang he knew that if it came to foresight and various impressive statements, this girl was even more outstanding. Therefore, he wanted to hear what Nan Gongqingjin thought about the matter. Nan Gongqingjin had already figured out Sang he's intention. Your Majesty means for me to speak, am I correct? Speak. I know you see things clearly, while I, as an involved party, have become blind. I no longer understand many things. You should speak. The woman softly laughed and said, Your Majesty, your servant has some suggestions for you to listen to. I am all ears. Sang he immediately nodded. Encouraged, Nan Gongqingjin continued resolutely. Firstly, today your Majesty has taken away quite a number of talented individuals from the court. This fresh blood needs to be replenished promptly. Where will we find our fresh blood? Nan Gongqingjin asked, looking at Sang he before her. This. You can recognize the issue and ask this question. I assume, your Majesty, you must already know how to address the situation. Why not give me a suggestion? Speak up. Yes, your Majesty. Your servant believes that it takes 10 years to grow trees, but 100 years to cultivate people. It is indeed difficult to produce talent. Each year, we merely select one top scholar in this manner, leading to a gradual shortage of talent. Therefore, your servant suggests abolishing the imperial examination system. Instead, the court should choose officials based on their true abilities, without regard to status or background, and certainly not favoritism or nepotism. What do you think, your Majesty? This was truly something Sang he had already considered long ago. Good. The best thing I've heard today is this sentence. Surely you have more to say, don't you? He asked, glancing at the person before him. This person had changed. In Nan Gongqingjin's memory, Sang he used to be different, but now, evidently, he had transformed. Indeed, I find it uplifting. This is what you, Nan Gongqingjin, have seen. Good, good. I feel compelled to clap and cheer. Come, come, I want to drink wine, I must drink wine, he said, waving his hand. By then, Siener had already brought over the flower-scented rice wine. Nan Gongqingjin poured wine for Sang he. Both of them each took a cup of wine. Then Nan Gongqingjin added, Besides that, there's another matter. You need to be close to the common people. After becoming emperor, the hearts of the people may naturally not be easily won. Throughout history, when officials were wealthy but the commoners poor, natural disasters and man-made calamities would inevitably occur. Take a cup first, and your servant will explain slowly, said Nan Gongqingjin. Sang he had already started drinking heartily. He felt that the cup of wine here, in front of Nan Gongqingjin, was absolutely the most delicious drink in the world. After he finished drinking, he exclaimed, What else? I am simply eager to hear what you wish to say. Yes, there are still many, many things. I believe that the treasury used to be so vast, full of gold, silver, jewels, and all kinds of grain. Rather than watching these items accumulate dust and lose their value, wouldn't it be better to start using them now? Open the treasury earlier when needed, whether for disaster relief or other necessary measures. What do you think? Good, good. Furthermore, Nan Gongqingjin continued, I have considered other issues as well. Siener, go fetch the 4 treasures of the study. Not long after, Siener arrived nearby, bringing paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. While carefully grinding the ink and wetting the brush, she handed it to Nan Gongqingjin. Quickly, Nan Gong grasped the brush and began slowly drawing on the paper. It seemed like she was writing big characters. First, she wrote a very large field, can, character, then she wrote a small square character, hiku, in the middle of the cross, fi, within the field. Good. Now, let His Majesty look. This is called the well-field system. Nowadays, the amount of grain levied by the court has already become too much. The well-field system is such that in 4 farming households, the field in the center is to be harvested annually by the common people as tribute. Across 4 fields, it only accounts for 1/10. For 4 families now cultivating such a small amount of crops, it is not difficult. First, it allows the populace to understand the importance of teamwork, and second, planning like this benefits the future as well. Ah, good, good. I am nearly drunk listening to this, Sang he said as he kept drinking. Immediately, Nan Gongqingjin snatched away his wine glass, without hesitation. My point is that this well-field system must be established. Furthermore, you should send people to visit the recluses in the mountains. Have you not heard that great talents lie among the common folk? If there are remarkable, extraordinary figures in the populace, why should they not serve the court? Isn't that right? Yes, yes, absolutely correct. Sang he was exceptionally pleased today. As the saying goes, a joyful occasion brightens one's spirit. With laughter and happiness, he had unknowingly overindulged in 2 cups of wine as he gazed at Nan Gongqingjin. Nan Gongqingjin continued, Besides this, I have many more suggestions. You will gradually come to know them. For instance, I wish to excavate a grand canal that connects the southern land of fish and rice, transporting its aquatic produce to the north. Connecting the north and south by shipping would truly be the foundation of prosperity. Good, good. Whatever you say, it shall be done. Your words are always correct, and I like you. As he spoke, his eyes lingered on Nan Gongqingjin. Seeing that Sang he was already intoxicated, her breath caught at the hazy look in his eyes. She sighed. You should go back and rest now. When you're feeling better, I will help you implement these matters one by one. Siener, please escort His Majesty back. Yes. Siener stood up. By then, Sang he had left with a chuckle. At the door, Chao Gongsun and Wu Dekai supported him away. Sang he hadn't expected that he would receive such help from Nan Gongqingjin, nor had he anticipated her coming up with so many ingenious ideas for his sake. This proved highly significant. After returning, Sang he carefully analyzed everything Nan Gongqingjin had said and found it all very reasonable. Afterward, Nangong Qingjin went home, and Sienna returned after seeing off Zi Sanghe. Watching Nangong Qingjin, she said, "Miss, look at yourself. Before, you harbored such resentment towards him. Now, you're beginning to support him. Have you forgotten about Prince Wang? I will never forget, but now is a critical time. We cannot experiment with the lives of commoners, nor use them as pawns. That would be disgraceful, and I won't do it," she replied, then asked further, "Do you think he will act according to my suggestions? Our lady and I are merely ordinary girls. It might be better if we stayed humble and quiet about other matters. Enough. But I want to accomplish something. Sienna, life is fleeting. It's not as though we have many chances or much time to waste. If we've identified an issue, it needs addressing, doesn't it?" she said while looking toward the woman beside her. "Perhaps you're right. But still, we are essentially trying to plot with a tiger. Do you think Zi Sanghe is any simple man? Though he may appear docile now, haven't you considered how some eagles stand as if sleeping, tigers walk as if diseased? This is their way of concealing their true nature. He isn't someone easy to deal with. How could I not know that? Right now, I simply can't allow harm to come to the people. Sienna, for the time being, let's proceed like this. Don't let him suspect our loyalty, or we'll meet our doom without burial. One must sometimes bow beneath the eaves. As I see it, once in this world, there's no escaping destiny. Very well, miss, you haven't eaten properly yet. Let me prepare your meal. What would you like? I'll get it done immediately." With that, Sienna cheerfully set off to prepare food for Nangong Qingjin. After eating, Nangong Qingjin rested that evening. The next morning, she was genuinely surprised when Zi Sanghe arrived after court, smiling gently as he declared, "I have already prepared to put into action everything you've suggested." "Good. Then, you will also assist me, correct?" he asked, looking earnestly at Nangong Qingjin. These were endeavors for the welfare of the people. Even if Nangong Qingjin weren't capable, she'd still try her utmost. "I will help you from start to finish." "Excellent. In due time, you and I will seek out talents buried in obscurity, those brilliant souls neglected by the court. Then, we'll distribute the treasury funds to alleviate disasters. As for the well-field system, I've discussed it today and will begin implementing it shortly. I have never dismissed your words as mere trifles." He reached out, intending to grasp Nangong Qingjin's hand. She swiftly moved aside. "This would bring fortune to the people, fortune to the commoners. There's another matter. You ought to select a consort. A man should manage external affairs, a woman internal ones. Having a concubine would be most advantageous." What Nangong Qingjin couldn't foresee was how this single statement would lead to unforeseen consequences for her later on. But this was all part of events yet to unfold. Now, both in the court and among the people, everyone was apprehensive and no longer dared to act recklessly. The once muddle-headed officials had become increasingly astute, and the Western Bureau's inspectors hadn't let up at all. As soon as an official made any improper move, they immediately reported it to Zi Sanghe. At first, Zi Sanghe would forgive them once, but if he quickly saw that the official had no intention of reforming, mercy disappeared, and more than a few useless people met their end. Now, the court urgently needed to recruit people who truly benefited the people. Though the court was once as solid as an iron plate, it was gradually changing. Huangfu Kongming had also heard about this. The tyranny Huangfu Wenliang had brought to the people had finally ended. A new era was dawning, and he didn't know what role Nangong Qingjin had played in it. But it was clear that Nangong Qingjin must have been pivotal and held significant practical meaning. Now, the court was gradually transforming, and society followed suit. As he drank his wine, pushing open the window to see outside, the streets were filled with bustling crowds. The tranquil, unhurried life of the countryside was gradually returning. Huangfu Kongming wasn't sure whether this was a good omen or an ill one. According to his understanding of Zi Sanghe, it seemed Zi Sanghe wasn't someone who could genuinely benefit the common people. He was now rather puzzled. Yet the people were happy, joyous laughter returning after so long. Not only had Zi Sanghe stopped the forced conscription, but he even granted gold rewards and sent some of the previously conscripted soldiers back home. As for women, he had completely returned those 30,000 and no longer considered choosing a consort or empress. Chapter 218, so-called perfect match. Everything started with good intentions, and even the results were good. However, Huangfu Kongming still felt a kind of indescribable suffocation. Were all these things genuinely done or merely for show? Or perhaps they were intended to demonstrate just how capable he really was. Now, Huangfu Kongming didn't know. He wasn't overly enthusiastic about the throne. If he could see such peace and prosperity, then it wouldn't be so bad for him to remain anonymous. Regarding the throne, he thought that if he truly inherited it, the merits and demerits of his rule would likely come down to this. Lost items are not picked up on the road. Doors aren't locked at night. Everyone is happy with sincere smiles on their faces. That's what he wanted to achieve. Stability for the people, prosperity and strength for the nation. This is probably the result every emperor would want to see. A month had quickly passed. Time flew by, and people gradually began to enjoy many benefits. Initially, those who weren't convinced by Zisong, he now sincerely admired him. Even Nangong Qingjin didn't expect that in the end, he would change his ways so thoroughly, becoming pure-hearted and upright. Compared to his former self, Zisong he had changed significantly. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin started to feel that Zisong he wasn't as bad as he had imagined. During this month, Zisong he used the method of giving up military power over a cup of wine, dismissing those elderly nobles and their children who held high positions without any real talent. These individuals seemed impressive but lacked genuine ability. Zisong he realized that if the court were truly left in their hands, it would collapse under their incompetence. Next, Zisong he vigorously recruited talents. In less than a month, the court once again became filled with capable individuals, even though these people came from all over. Nonetheless, this group of individuals fostered a spirit of collaboration and contributed ideas, resulting in success after success. This was something Nangong Qingjin hadn't anticipated. Nangong Qingjin hadn't imagined that events would develop in a better direction. Presently, both the court and the common people were being governed effectively, combining kindness with authority. Very soon, everything improved. The positive conditions accumulated gradually, and Nangong Qingjin observed this process with great satisfaction. Now, he decided to open the national treasury and distribute grain in the western city of the imperial capital. This relief effort had actually begun last month, with officials going out to disaster-stricken areas around the capital. It was flood season after all. In the north, summer usually brought droughts, while in the south, summer brought excessive rainfall and floods each year. He had already sent troops to provide disaster relief. His plan aligned perfectly with what Nangong Qingjin had expected. The harsh policies implemented by Huangfu Wenliang years ago had greatly enriched the national treasury. Now, looking back, the amount of silver in the treasury was practically endless. Loads of money had been transported to remote regions, and the relief efforts continued. Once the people received food and silver, they developed loyalty to the court. In the north, whenever people saw the carts of the court, they all knelt reverently in respect. Nangong Qingjin couldn't have imagined that someone so cold and unpredictable, so prone to mood swings, could be this capable. Relief efforts in the south also continued. People traveled in large caravans, distributing gold, silver, jewelry, and grain. These efforts lasted nearly a month along the borders, and eventually, all problems were resolved satisfactorily. Surprisingly, some folk even built shrines dedicated to Zisong He. This was rare, even among the emperors throughout history. Gradually, suspicions toward Zisong He diminished. Huangfu Kongming also couldn't believe that such an astonishing event could happen in the world. It's often said that improving oneself is like climbing a mountain. It's hard. On the other hand, falling into vice is easy, like a collapsed hill. But no one had expected that a complete and utter rogue could transform into such a benevolent and wise gentleman within such a short time. This baffled many people. Now, as time went on, people's prejudices against Zisong He gradually disappeared. On this wind-clear moonlit night, he visited Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin wasn't resting. The cool evening breeze carried the fragrance of roses through the waterside palace hall. Amidst a soothing light aroma, the two walked in the corridor, one ahead and the other following. Zisong He walked in front, and Nangong Qingjin followed behind. He said, "Your proposal of the well-field system is excellent. I've already assigned people to implement it. Your ingenious ideas have truly broadened my horizons. With these, I can now fully utilize my capabilities. I did not expect," she bit her lips, "that you would follow my advice and suggestions so closely. I thought you were the type of person who is arrogant and wouldn't act according to my ideas, but after all, you did it. As long as it's good, why wouldn't I listen?" he said while moving to the front position where it was quiet. The moon shone brightly, stars were sparse, and crows flew southward. There was no chirping of birds, only the croaking of frogs. There were many mosquitoes around. He sat there, and immediately an attendant walked over to pull down the pearl curtain and quickly lit the incense lamp. Thus, everything became hazy and filled with a faintly pleasant aroma. "It's too warm. We should raise the curtain again," Nangong Qingjin said. Although the real reason wasn't about warmth, it made him very uncomfortable. After all, Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He were of different genders, so hiding behind the pearl curtain like this felt rather uneasy. As Nangong Qingjin moved forward, just as his hand touched the pearl curtain and began to pull it back up, he stopped because Zisong He smiled beside him. "If we're truly above reproach, then why be afraid?" "This, Nangong, come closer, there are quite a lot of mosquitoes," Zisong He said while pressing a button nearby. This pavilion had been remodeled, and well remodeled at that. When the button was pressed, a clear stream of water descended from the sky like rain. With that, he looked at Nangong Qingjin with twinkling eyes. Feeling unable to show shyness anymore, Nangong Qingjin stepped forward, performed a light bow upon finishing, and then said, "I didn't expect that you would perform your task so well, let alone have aspirations for further improvement. Your efficiency has far surpassed even the previous emperors. To hear a word of praise from you is truly harder than anything," he replied, laughing while pointing to the seat opposite them. They quietly took their seats. Not long afterward, maids came in with chilled lotus root powder and lotus seed soup. It was sweet and rich, and she, somewhat embarrassed, immediately picked it up. Holding the porcelain spoon, she started eating. He watched her silently from the side with a gentle smile. "You don't need to feel this way, just eat. Now it seems like there's a gap between us, which must be because I am now an emperor. To eliminate this distance, from now on, between you and me, everything will remain as before. How does that sound?" "This, I will always be like this," he said, holding his bowl of lotus seed porridge and starting to eat. After finishing, he placed the bowl down and gazed intently at Nangong Qingjin. Indeed, when examined carefully, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but return a faint smile. Her smile was sweet, clear, and radiant, looking at the man in front of her through starlit eyes. "You do have time tonight. Everything has been arranged properly, so time has become available. In truth, don't I long for a life without the wearisome burdens of paperwork? However, as you might laugh, such a life isn't easily attainable. It demands countless hours of effort. Alas," he sighed while speaking. Now we can rest a little. Everything appears to be running smoothly. At present, there is no corruption within the court. Under your stern governance, everything thrives harmoniously. You mentioned it yourself, it is stern governance. He waved his hand as attendants approached and tidied away the leftovers, replacing them with wine. This is green ant wine, have a glass. My tolerance is shallow, but still, I'll have 1 cup. She poured the wine gracefully with extended sleeves, handing him 2 glasses and beginning to drink hers as well. After gazing silently at her for a long time, he finally spoke. You seem in better spirits than before. Actually, I came today with a difficult request. Your Majesty, please say. Don't leave, all right. Did he get drunk or something to speak like that? But actually, Nangong Qingjin never intended to leave. Her life in the capital had already become accustomed to, despite its limitations. Outside, she also knew well what life entailed for women. A summary could be encapsulated in 6 words. It's not easy to live in Chang'an. This was the truth. Upon hearing this, Zisong he finally nodded. I am not a bad person, you've probably realized that by now. In fact, I've been influenced by you. Otherwise, I would still be the same as before. He said while continuing. Actually, when I wanted you to go out and help me with disaster relief, I intended to go myself too. It's just that. I'm willing, Nangong Qingjin said. With these words, Zisong he became quite happy, his eyes crinkling in delight as if he had heard incorrectly. You truly want to come along? I've already said so. I'm willing, she replied, smiling while taking another sip of green ant wine. The wine in this capital is good, but as a woman, I can't drink much. Tomorrow, we will head out, correct? Yes, which is why I hope you prepare early. Along the way, General Wudaka will escort both of us for safety. Good. Then I will rest early tonight so that tomorrow I can finish the mission perfectly. How does that sound? Excellent. I have waited for those words for a long time. From now on, if you see any political issues, address them immediately. There's no need for hesitation or reluctance. I consider you akin to the Grand Academician of the Hamlin Academy, or even how I once regarded Empress Helion. Helion. Nangong Qingjin paused. Because of her, I've endured much undeserved blame. Now, Nangong Qingjin is just herself. Compared to being Empress Helion, Nangong Qingjin truly wishes to be herself. She clenched her fists tightly as she spoke. Seeing Nangong Qingjin's displeased expression, Zisong he chuckled softly. All right, I know who you are. You must return and rest early tonight. I will send someone over right after finishing morning court tomorrow. Go ahead. As he said this, Zisong he waved goodbye with obvious reluctance. Chapter 219. After all, it's the cicada being hunted by a praying mantis. Nangong Qingjin nodded and prepared to leave. However, just as she took her first step, he had already risen, embracing her from behind under the moonlight so unexpectedly that Nangong Qingjin widened her eyes in shock. You. She looked at the overlapping shadows on the ground and immediately pulled his arms away from her. What are you doing? I love you, he said, preparing to embrace her again, but soon waved his hand dismissively. Please don't be like this. I'm going. Watching her leave like that, he sighed. This woman did not belong to him and never would. He did not know how to face such a girl. He had a deep affection for her, an unbreakable bond, impossible to describe with words. But Nangong Qingjin simply ignored his feelings entirely. Nangong Qingjin would not accept Zisong He's courting, and it wasn't just Zisong He. She would not agree to Huang Fukoming's pursuit either. The two of them walked away silently. Now, Nangong Qingjin was back in her room, her heart still pounding. Xianer quickly came over holding a candle. Miss, you look like you've seen a ghost, she said while lowering the curtain and closing the window because mosquitoes could easily enter at this time. Once Xianer shut the windows, Nangong Qingjin turned her gaze to her nearby. Xianer, I have a bad feeling. She said this, and upon seeing Nangong Qingjin's expression, Xianer couldn't help but smile. Your servant also has a feeling, though a good one. Your servant thinks there might be some silver coins to find. As Xianer spoke playfully, Nangong Qingjin felt unable to respond. Xianer, I'm serious. I have a real bad feeling. Although she didn't know what exactly the foreboding sensation entailed, Nangong Qingjin almost felt as if it were a divine hint. Gazing at Xianer for a long time, Xianer finally sat next to her. In fact, your servant knows why you're worrying unnecessarily. That's because, Xianer lowered her voice. Lately, His Majesty has been changing rapidly, completely different from before. Previously, he was ruthless, almost a beast in human form, and cruel towards the common folk. But now, he's become very benevolent and compassionate. Such a huge contrast is strange not only for you. Even I find it peculiar. However, everything seems to be developing in a positive direction. As Xianer continued, looking at Nangong Qingjin, Miss, stop overthinking. Sometimes it's easy for someone to change for the better. After all, his identity now is different from before when he was merely a candidate for emperor. So before, Zisong he wouldn't pay much attention to his behavior. Now, those careless days are completely gone. Nowadays, he's truly in a position of high authority. If his words and actions don't set an example, then how can he possibly be an emperor? What do you say? Xianer, you speak wisely, but still, his change has happened too quickly and gives an unsettling impression. You're overthinking this. Don't you hope Zisong he gets better instead of worse? Between getting better or worse, you surely wish for him to improve. After all, if Zisong he gets better, it benefits the common people. But if he becomes worse, it causes upheaval. Thus, in my humble opinion, just let things settle quietly. Nangong Qingjin gazed at Xianer. I feel no matter what, I cannot calm down. This sudden transformation is indeed baffling. All right, Xianer was tired. Look, it's already late. Why aren't you resting early? Nights are short these days, and the days are long. Without rest, you won't wake up tomorrow morning. After Xin'er's reminder, Nangong Qingjin realized how late it was. Oh, yes, I've agreed to the Emperor's request. After the morning council tomorrow, I will accompany him to the Western City to oversee disaster relief and distribute funds. Check what needs preparation and help me prepare it tomorrow morning. Sure, rest assured, your servant will make sure everything is ready properly. Xin'er spoke while helping Nangong Qingjin stand up. Xin'er still had her usual carefree demeanor. Now, we have more time, so I'll teach you the things you haven't learned yet. Given your good aptitude, would you like to learn? Xin'er, skills never weigh down a person, do they? Xin'er said with a smile as she pressed her lips together. Yes, good Xin'er. You and I are truly harmonious in spirit. Nangong Qingjin said as she made her way to the house. Once inside, Xin'er finally spoke. In fact, deep down, you still feel regret. The emperor you've been waiting for should be him. But now where is he? He probably never imagined that Zisong he would change. The previous Zisong he was already a fixed image known by all. But now it has changed and everyone is greatly surprised. But after all, things are heading in a better direction. Nangong Qingjin said while gripping Xin'er's hand. Be safe. Xin'er nodded. Both of them were tired, so they went to rest. That night, Nangong Qingjin slept well, and her exhausted body got completely relaxed and rested. By the next morning, she woke up rather late, which indeed proved Xin'er's words true. Now, the days were longer and the nights shorter, just 3 hours or so. When the sky became bright in the morning, the air was still chilly. Morning and evening were perhaps the best times now. As Nangong Qingjin woke up, Xin'er had already risen. She seemed quite energetic. Seeing Nangong Qingjin get ready to dress herself, Xin'er walked over immediately. After all, Nangong Qingjin never required her maids or servants to help her dress. But this time, when she was about to put on her clothes, Xin'er had already approached. Miss, please wait a moment. You almost forgot what you told me last night. Xin'er said while bringing a rinsing jar over. It contained saltwater tea. Nangong Qingjin took a sip, then spat out the tea water. Only then did she look at Xin'er. Xin'er asked, last night, you said you're going to go to the West City with the Emperor after the morning court session today to oversee disaster relief efforts. Are we really going? I've already promised the Emperor. How can I not go? Nangong Qingjin replied, and Xin'er immediately nodded. Since we're going, we must not look like ordinary people. Since early morning, I've been looking for appropriate attire for you. This event today represents more than just yourself. Indeed, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but admire Xin'er's sense of responsibility and carefulness. She slowly sat upright. You must be fully prepared already, so bring the clothes over. I haven't prepared too many outfits, but I do have a plan ready. Wait a moment, I'll fetch your clothes right away. In this large courtyard, Xin'er was the only maid, making her life a bit hectic. Actually, Nangong Qingjin also felt somewhat guilty towards Xin'er. At the beginning, Xin'er wasn't her maid. But after saving each other's lives, the two of them relied on each other to survive through these years. Whether Xin'er was doing something for Nangong Qingjin or Nangong Qingjin for Xin'er, the two of them were indeed sisters in heart. Now, even with housework in this room, Xin'er still doesn't want the miss to do anything. Her idea is simple. She's a miss. Even if fallen on hard times, she's still a Mississippi. And currently, their lives aren't that bad. Xin'er reached the wardrobe and brought out the outfit she had prepared earlier. Look, this is the set of clothes I picked out for you. The roll-on shirt paired with apricot yellow skirt is option 1. If you choose blue, it appears much more dignified, and option 2 is white. White symbolizes purity and cleanliness. And since you're representing the clean governance of the court when you go out, there are just these two options. Take a look and choose the better one. There's no room for carelessness. I think the roll-on shirt with the apricot yellow skirt looks better. What do you think? Nangong Qingjin immediately sought Xin'er's opinion, who promptly applauded. I thought the same thing, so let's go with this one. Xin'er handed the clothes to Nangong Qingjin. After helping Nangong Qingjin dress properly, Xin'er brought out the head ornaments, glittering with golden light for Nangong Qingjin's review. Miss, since you're going out today, you cannot appear overly modest. Look, this is the headdress I've prepared for you. Snow willow adorned with gold lace. Isn't it wonderful? There's also this one, which looks a little simpler. It's a jade hairpin made of Shouyan jade. Which one do you choose? If you pick the jade hairpin, you need to wear tourmaline earrings. Besides the earrings, there's plenty more I've prepared. Nangong Qingjin inspected everything and found that it was indeed well prepared, as well as quite comprehensive. She took away the gold and silver jewelry. Xin'er, we're going out to oversee disaster relief. Such magnificent decorations are not appropriate for this occasion. For now, let's just use this Shouyan jade hairpin. What do you think? As for the tourmaline earrings, I feel they could be a nice embellishment. Good. This is exactly what I thought. It's excellent. As Xin'er spoke, she started gathering up the other items and fixed the Shouyan jade hairpin onto Nangong Qingjin's head. This jade hairpin had been gifted to Nangong Qingjin by Zisong he just a few days ago. Shouyan jade may not be valuable, but the hairpin design was unique. It was made with pierced carving, forming an elegant hole with interlocking loops. When viewed closely, its beauty was undeniable. As Nangong Qingjin wore the jade hairpin, delicate chains dangled gracefully from it. As she walked, they swayed gently, sounding like a breeze passing through grassy fields. There was a melodious chime of metal against jade, harmonious and clear. After putting on her shoes, Xin'er then helped Nangong Qingjin finish her makeup in a simple yet sophisticated style. Once done, Nangong Qingjin smiled softly at her reflection in the mirror. Xin'er truly had her own set of techniques when it came to dressing people. In no time, she made Nangong Qingjin look stunning. Nangong Qingjin was naturally beautiful without makeup. A little enhancement was all it took for her radiant youthfulness to shine brightly. After everything was completed, Nangong Qingjin said, "A few days ago, I saw a calligraphy masterpiece left behind by a court artist. The artwork depicted the late Empress Helian. Xiener, upon looking at it, I realized how strikingly similar she looks to me. It makes me think about Empress Helian. She met an unfortunate demise, though she is already gone." Chapter 220, Princess Peepa's Many Grievances. So, when I opened my eyes and saw that I had become Empress Helian, it was like reincarnation through someone else's body. It's quite a scary feeling, but luckily, I've gotten used to it. Do you think such a possibility exists? Dear miss, you shouldn't think about this question anymore. Honestly, this servant advises you not to mention this ever again. Anyway, in my eyes, you are one of a kind. You are the real Nangong Qingjin. Whether or not you are Empress Helian is everyone else's business. I don't see things that way. Oh, Xiener, you're very good to me. Then how about Miss marries me now? That way, I can be good to you for an entire lifetime. As Xiener spoke in a flirty manner, she hugged Nangong Qingjin, who also embraced her back. Today, do you want to stay at home and guard the estate or go out? Well, first of all, it's been a long time since I've gone out, so I want to go buy some things. Second, if you were to go alone, how could I possibly feel at ease? There's General Wu, isn't there? Said Nangong Qingjin, as she held the powder puff nearby and retouched Xiener's makeup. Xiener smiled faintly and replied, "Even with him around, your safety is still my priority. I will keep an eye on you from afar. Please take care of yourself." That makes sense. With you here, it's like we share a tacit understanding when I give orders. The other girls just don't cooperate well, wasting so much time. She continued, "I haven't eaten anything in the morning yet. If we go out, it won't be practical to eat whenever we want because we'll be following the royal entourage. So, you prepare the meal while I tidy up here a bit." "Yes, Mississippi." Xiener immediately left. Nangong Qingjin realized that after following her for so many years, Xiener had developed many valuable qualities and had become smarter than before. It seemed like Xiener now had her own opinions on various matters. The current Xiener was indeed much better than she used to be and had learned to think ahead. With these improvements, Nangong Qingjin began to trust Xiener more. Meanwhile, Xiener finally met her love interest, General Wu Dakai, who turned out to be an excellent person. In contrast, Nangong Qingjin found herself without anyone to lean on, unsure of what the future would bring. She didn't want to be a powerful woman, but everything seemed to force her into that role, gradually pushing her past her comfort zone. Thus, she had no choice but to change. After breakfast, Xiener helped Nangong Qingjin prepare everything they needed for the day, making them ready to leave anytime. This morning, Zisong he also got up early and finished dressing himself. Afterward, eunuch Chao came over. There was still a short time before the court session, and Chao bowed deeply and asked, "Your Majesty, should we prepare the meal?" "I have just woken up." Zisong he paused, grabbing a peacock feather beside him, inspecting it briefly before tossing it. This was an ancient game called Tuhu, where the peacock feather landed precisely in a nearby general-shaped vase. He smiled faintly. "I'm not really hungry right now, so..." Speaking intermittently, he grabbed another peacock feather and started playing Tuhu once more, effortlessly landing each throw into the vase. Eunuch Chao looked on, stunned. Zisong he had already possessed basic martial skills even before becoming emperor, but now, due to his position, he feared assassination attempts and practiced martial arts daily to improve his combat skills. Over time, his health improved, and his movements became increasingly agile, an impressive feat. Soon enough, he turned around casually. No need for breakfast. Although he woke up early and did not feel like eating, today was different as he had to go out and distribute disaster relief. So, Chao sincerely advised, "Your Majesty, you must go out today to oversee the relief efforts, therefore." "I know what you mean, but I'm not feeling particularly hungry. Prepare some venison snacks for the road instead. I'll eat them along the way." While speaking, Zisong he prepared to leave. At this moment, Chao quickly nodded and responded, "Yes, Your Majesty. Your servant has prepared everything." As Chao rotated his mostly white eyes, Zisong he glanced at him and nodded approvingly. "You're the man who sent the former emperor to the netherworld. Your actions, I fully trust. However, despite sending you to investigate, why hasn't there been a single trace of news concerning Huangfu Kongming?" The investigation into Huangfu Kongming remained fruitless, but today, Zisong he wasn't complaining. Rather, he transitioned the discussion smoothly from one topic to another. "I've heard that each person from the West Bureau is a born investigator. I trust you to take care of things without rushing, but the third brother keeps playing hide and seek with me. However," he smiled, looking at eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao also smiled. "If you're reassured, that's all good. There's an old saying. So long as the green hill is there, one need not worry about firewood. He'll come soon enough." "That's fine. I appreciate your craftiness. Whatever you do, never leave yourself an escape route. But remember, this matter isn't something I ordered you to do, nor should it seem like something you decided on your own." Speaking thus, eunuch Chao immediately nodded earnestly and replied, "Your servant knows what needs to be done. Please rest assured, Your Majesty." "Chao, you're an eunuch, so I can only keep adding to your stipend repeatedly. I am quite good to you. It's just unfortunate that you are an eunuch. Otherwise, I would grant you power and authority. But even now, you've become quite capable. While I'm around, you should remind me when necessary, sometimes whether certain things should or shouldn't be said. I shall have great appreciation for you, in every way. Additionally, during my absence, observe carefully which of my officials truly deserve promotion and which ones are utterly useless. You must ensure those who are no good get weeded out like nails being extracted, one by one. Yes, I understand. I will stay vigilant, he said while smiling menacingly. At this, the emperor nodded in satisfaction. All right, time is pressing. I'm off to court. Today at court, the main issue revolved around recent matters concerning displaced civilians and unruly mobs. Zisong he intended immediate action to settle the refugees and help them resettle. As for these rioters, if the situation allowed handling them through legal means, they could be dealt with appropriately. If not, then these people should simply vanish. And regarding methods of vanishing, they were certainly worth considering. Now, civil and military officials stood trembling with fear, worried during the early court assembly. The day before, someone had been exiled for making an improper comment, sent to Huangzhou, a godforsaken place where return was almost impossible. Yet, silence was also unacceptable in Zisong He's eyes, as merely holding office without acting would not pass either. Therefore, everyone was extremely uneasy, and court matters proceeded swiftly, ending the morning assembly soon afterward. Meanwhile, the emperor had already changed into casual attire, although faint embroidery still revealed the imperial dragon motif, glorious and distinct. Swiftly ready, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror. Now, he was indeed the supreme ruler. Not only had Nangang Qingjin gained Zisong He's trust, but gradually, Zisong He had reciprocated the same confidence in her. Initially, the plan was to go out after lunch, but since the weather was too hot, having lunch first and then traveling westward would waste too much time. Thus, on the carriage, they had a light meal. Nangang Qingjin and Zisong He shared the same sedan chamber, whereas Xian'er occupied the one behind. Streets were bustling with activity. Upon seeing the emperor's ceremonial entourage, everyone knelt reverently, singing praises in unison. Our emperor 10,000 years, 10,000 years. This emperor rules forevermore, 10,000 times over. The chants echoed continuously. Although Xian'er hadn't accompanied the emperor outside before, she thought silently as she listened to the harmonious sounds around her. No one should aspire to power. Those in official positions act alike. Were it us, perhaps we'd be more corrupt than them. But now, they couldn't afford corruption, needing to use every penny wisely. Behind were several similar-sized carriages, filled with loose silver and copper coins. Each person was limited to 10 cash coins. Soldiers would register these citizens in advance in the western city to prevent fraud. Not long after, the caravan moved away from the city center towards the West District. This area, interconnected and well-accessed in every city, was typically among the most destitute places. The further traveled, the greater the signs of poverty became. It looked dirty as well. Upon reaching the nearby road, troops were on high alert to maintain security. People behind bowed low in submission, chanting phrases of praise such as, "Long live the emperor," and "Wise and noble our lord." Xian'er spotted the former maid in the crowd, and it had been over 3 months since she last saw her. The maid now appeared with a rosy complexion, suggesting good health. When they two left, Nangang Qingjin and Xian'er had given them sufficient silver to help them start anew. Now, from a distance, the two kneeled down as the carriage approached the maid. Upon recognizing Xian'er, the maid immediately stood up. Xian'er was thrilled and prepared to greet her from the carriage, but it wasn't an appropriate moment for the maid. If Xian'er were to enthusiastically greet her without caution, the maid could become a target for ill-intentioned people. There was even the risk of someone kidnapping her, so despite their excitement, all they could do was look at each other from afar through a sea of people. Xian'er smiled and waved at the maid. The maid's emotions were clearly intense, mouthing words silently that Xian'er couldn't understand. Trying to mimic the maid's lip movements, Xian'er speculated whether she said, "Are you well?" or "I miss you." She wasn't sure. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. This was the most frequent sound heard along the way. Seeing such peaceful and prosperous scenes filled Nangang Qingjin with joy. Though she was no Hellion empress, she knew she still deserved partial credit for the betterment of life around. Nangang Qingjin felt relatively pleased. After arriving at the venue, there was a tall platform where 2 large bronze tripods stood. Engraved on them were the characters, "Yearly Surplus," representing a set called the Carp Basin in the Imperial City, a symbol of good fortune. Zisong He had already disembarked earlier and, supported by several eunuchs, had reached the high platform amid the crowd. As soon as he ascended, thunderous applause broke out. Many had heard about Emperor Zisong He, yet for the majority, this day marked their first encounter with the young sovereign. Chapter 2:21, So Unexpected. He too was seeing for the first time these poor and destitute people. Although the West Market had been cleaned as much as possible, it was evident that this place was still dirty, the air carrying the smell of cow and sheep dung. This was one of the more declined areas in the capital. Had he not truly come here, he would hardly believe that within the imperial capital, there would be such a poor and decrepit place, with so many who could no longer afford food. The people's hands were large and rough due to ceaseless farm labor. When Nangang Qingjin arrived, the crowd quickly gathered around her. It was the first true disaster relief effort in the history of the nation, the first real distribution of grain and money. The people, faced with this sudden welfare, all came without delay. From the afternoon onwards, the crowd gradually swelled without any signs of decreasing, continually increasing instead. Naturally, this also gradually increased the workload for Nangang Qingjin. She had already been busy to the point of exhaustion. Sweat beads on her face sparkled like pearls, crystal clear. Her red cheeks presented a healthy, yet beautiful red, due to fatigue and labor. After about an hour, the crowd eventually became bustling. She didn't have time to catch her breath. But just at this moment, the crowd began to become restless. At first, she thought that this unrest was simply caused by the dwindling number of people, but soon realized it was something else. The unrest began to expand and spread. Before long, chaos erupted like a tidal wave. Zisong He nearby noticed the situation was amiss and immediately stood beside Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin saw a group of masked men appearing far away. Beside her, Zisong He immediately stepped forward to protect her. No good. Someone is coming to rob us. It's unsafe here. Get into the carriage first, he said while blocking Nangong Qingjin with his body. Apparently, she didn't know what exactly was happening, but seeing his tense demeanor, she could only nod and follow him back to a nearby position. However, before they could enter the carriage, similar chaos arose. Such situations often happen during disaster relief efforts. In chaotic times, who wouldn't want to seize unrighteous wealth, especially since the funds were from the court, seemingly easily accessible? Firstly, since this was taking place within the capital, the army did not provide specific protection at the scene. Secondly, it was never anticipated that such a thing would happen. Therefore, when the masked men appeared, the surrounding area had already fallen into chaos. A eunuch called out loudly, protect the emperor, defend his majesty. It was then everyone understood. The head of the imperial guards immediately approached the scene, but speaking is faster than doing. Even before reaching them, the head of the guards was already surrounded, attacked by a group. Fighting alone, his hands couldn't withstand many attackers, quickly engaging fiercely in battle with them, unable to advance. From afar, Nangong Qingjin witnessed this scenario and could only retreat. Just then, the previously mentioned head eunuch realized the situation was serious and rushed over holding a long blade to protect both Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He. Your Majesty, hurry, I will escort you to safety. That palanquin won't attract attention. Hurry, Miss Nangong, hurry. This old servant was loyal to the bone, protecting them while urging the two to retreat to another location. Just as they were about to board the sedan chair, an arrow shot through the sky and precisely hit the heart of the eunuch. Io! The eunuch held his chest and collapsed limply before Nangong Qingjin. Instantly, the scene became entangled and difficult to manage, and he jumped onto the carriage, seizing Nangong Qingjin by the hand. Hurry, he ordered, and she promptly placed her hand in his. The two mounted the carriage. He spurred the horse forcefully. The startled horse swiftly charged through the crowd down the long street ahead. Due to the horse being panicked, the carriage nearly crashed everywhere. Fortunately, the West Market didn't contain anything valuable, so after charging for a while, they finally left the market, the horse gradually stopping. Only then did the two breathe a sigh of relief. Let's go back, he said, getting off the carriage while extending his hand to lift Nangong Qingjin. As for Nangong Qingjin, she wasn't about to care now about the propriety of no touching between different genders. With a leap, she was already embraced by Zisong He. Zisong He nodded and said, this carriage belongs to the emperor of the capital, making it a big target. Let's leave it here for camouflage. We'll leave. While speaking, Zisong He carried Nangong Qingjin toward the next position. With the wind whistling in her ears, all Nangong Qingjin could see were the rapidly retreating landscapes. Before long, they reached a place with a huge wat tree, Chinese wat tree. He seemed truly exhausted. Put me down. I'm fine. I can walk myself, she said, making this demand. He looked around and, seeing no apparent danger, placed her gently on the ground. I was too abrupt just now, sorry. Things happened too quickly. Actually, I had no choice. I understand. Thank you, Nangong Qingjin replied, while reaching into her pouch for her embroidered handkerchief to wipe the sweat off Zisong He's face. The rush had already worn him out completely, and sweat poured off his face without pause. It seemed incredible that after wiping the sweat from Zisong He's face, she commented, who would it be? It's quite strange to encounter an assassination outside. This disaster relief effort in the capital wasn't initiated yesterday, so what was peculiar was why it hadn't occurred before then. Indeed, it was very strange. Relief troops often meet similar situations, but today, as emperor of the imperial capital, I thought there wouldn't be any issues here at my feet, so I underestimated the situation. My mistake nearly caused you to suffer such undeserved calamity. To speak of it, we should have properly managed the situation by now. I find it curious. If it's merely for relief, why would people envy it? First, how did the news leak out? Secondly, what are these people's targets and goals? For silver, perhaps, but not entirely. If really for silver, one could snatch it any time, yet it happened precisely when both Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He arrived. It's easy to imagine they're not aiming for silver, but plotting something more sinister. They always believe it is unjustified wealth. Since it's taken from the people, they feel entitled to manage or use it. Therefore, he continued, as your emperor, assassination attempts occur frequently, but I'm not afraid. While saying this, he slowly unbuttoned his shirt. I have this. What? She asked, looking at Zisong He who pulled out a piece of soft steel. Made specially for him in the capital by craftsmen, his cautious nature made this clear. It was purely for self-protection. Is this a soft armor? Such protective gear cannot be pierced by swords or weapons, so he needed it. Now, seeing the bright yellow soft steel, Nangong Qingjin frowned involuntarily. Put it on immediately. It's still not safe here. Now, shall we go back or head to the scene? Here, take it. He handed over to her. Nangong Qingjin could hardly believe it. To me? Yes, for you. His calm demeanor didn't waver. Nangong Qingjin observed the item being handed over. It resembled a vest, thin as cicada wings, yet extremely strong, generally impervious to any weapon under normal conditions. It was a highly protective item, incredibly powerful. It wasn't easy to fabricate something like this. Nangong Qingjin knew that crafting a soft hedgehog suit in the capital wasted a lot of time. Such precious items, I can't accept them. Nangong Qingjin refused, continuing her journey towards the capital. Mine is yours. It's for your good. I hope you understand here, he said resolutely, handing it to her. Unable to refuse further, Nangong Qingjin accepted it. Lighter than expected, it was clear from its tailored craftsmanship and quality, an unparalleled treasure. Then, smiling, he spoke earnestly. Since it's for you, and since you know its worth, you'd better wear it daily moving forward. In this way, even when I am not by your side, if you face any danger, I won't worry about you. He paused. Now, there's no one here. Will you put it on? He dared make such a request, causing Nangong Qingjin to pout slightly at the suggestion. Even though no extra people were around, the idea of changing clothes in broad daylight was out of the question. Although improbable, if someone saw, the indiscretion of such a display embarrassed her. Women and men differ greatly. Men may undress freely anywhere without appearing indecent or loose because it's their norm. However, for women, exposing themselves publicly, even unintentionally, is unimaginable. She simply couldn't do it. Now, she looked around, her lips pressed together as her face turned rosy. I'll change it back when I get home. As for your gift, I will treasure and use it properly. You can rest assured about that, she said while continuing to walk forward. After the recent assassination attempt, her mind was in disarray. On one hand, she wondered why someone would attempt to assassinate them, and on the other hand, she questioned what these people's true intentions were. Was it merely to kill the emperor, or did they want to seize all the gold and jewels? She couldn't figure it out. Many things remained unclear. And now, looking at Zisong He before her, her thoughts swirled. Zisong He also gazed at himself. This place still isn't safe. If I wanted to give you another one, I could send someone to make it for you later. You understand what I mean. His eyes shone piercingly bright at this moment, and his tone unmistakably conveyed an almost confession-like sentiment. At this point, she no longer felt she could decline, so she could only nod. But here. Rest assured, I'll keep watch for you, he replied, then surprisingly turned his head away. Only after this did she feel reassured enough to nod, albeit slowly and timidly, as she cautiously took off her own clothes and quickly put on the soft armor. It was done swiftly, and once finished, she spoke up. Could you help me with the back, please? She stammered nervously, and immediately understanding her request, he approached without opening his eyes and started feeling blindly along his own back. Surprised, she blurted out, you should open your eyes to check. This way isn't good. His hands. Chapter 222, An Unexpected Murder. At this, Zisong He opened his eyes and looked at the smooth, jade-like green stone that resembled congealed fat. He soon blushed furiously. How could the world nurture such a perfect beauty? He was unsure, but quickly helped Nangong Qingjin fix the back of her clothes. It turned out that the back of her dress had 2 strings that she couldn't tie herself. Normally, girls would have their close friends help them with it after dressing. Actually, Sienna would be taking care of this task, but today, Sienna wasn't around. And he, having already made her wear the soft armor, didn't know what to do next. He eventually helped her tie the ribbons at the back, then flashed a grin. You'll be much safer wearing this, he said, pointing toward the front as he spoke. Gradually, it was approaching dusk, the sky dimmed, and wisps of flying clouds lay idly in the waning sunlight. A patch of red twilight hid behind the clouds, dyeing the white clouds a light fire red. This fire red hue was like a burning flame that seemed to set the cotton candy light clouds ablaze. She gazed at the position ahead, staring at the sky above, unknowingly slowing her steps. At this moment, they were still some distance from the capital. Truthfully, walking back this way would be rather dangerous. They needed to find a carriage. Usually, the streets bustled with people and vehicles alike, but today it was unknown why not a single passerby could be seen, let alone any carriage. Nangong Qingjin thought perhaps the recent assassination attempt had instilled fear in the populace. Thus, one by one, they closed their doors and dared not step outside. After all, there were few who dared to plot against the emperor right under the sun of heaven's nose. Now, Nangong Qingjin walked alongside Zisong He, the two moving forward side by side. She slowly said, Thank you. Thank me for what? Don't forget, you've saved and helped me many times before. If we're friends, uttering these words seems overly mundane, he replied, dissatisfied. Nangong Qingjin smiled slightly, acknowledging it. Since she considered Zisong He a friend, being so formal would indeed be inappropriate. They exchanged glances, and Nangong Qingjin continued walking ahead while pondering. I believe the imperial capital should increase the number of military officers, especially within the city. Should the commoners rise up in rebellion, that would truly be extraordinary. I'm already planning on this. These bandits aren't from the capital. I've just noticed they have tattoos indicating their affiliation. It's very likely they are remnants from previous anti-bandit operations. Rest assured, I will take action to ensure no harm comes your way, he said. No, I'm not afraid of danger, Nangong Qingjin stated. Today, coming out with you was originally intended to show the commoners that you genuinely care about them, not anything else. As they say, a century isn't enough to achieve success, but an instant is more than enough to destroy everything. All of your efforts would end up wasted otherwise. She continued speaking as they moved forward. The riverside willows swayed gently like mist, while swallows flew under the pale moonlight. A slight breeze swept across the water, lightly stirring the lotus flowers, also rippling their garments. Nangong Qingjin felt the discomfort of the flexible armor binding her body unexpectedly transformed into something as light as cicada wings. When properly worn, it felt as if there was nothing at all, an unparalleled comfort. As they proceeded forward, he watched her from behind, walking together for a stretch until Zisong he finally said, "In fact, I don't think today's incident came without warning. You've likely noticed already, their goal is me." "Yes, I figured it out long ago," Nangang Qingjin nodded. "Therefore, I suspect, these troops." He hesitated mid-sentence. Nangang Qingjin understood what Zisong he was implying, nodding and replying, "Speak directly. We're friends, after all. Just now, you mentioned how between friends there shouldn't be any barriers to discussion." Hearing this, he took a breath and declared, "These people have a high likelihood of being disguised forces from the second prince. The second prince has always been against my reign and held biases against me. Huang Fukongming." From his description, this second prince was undoubtedly Huang Fukongming. Still, Nangang Qingjin sought confirmation, which he provided with a nod. "Then it must be the second prince's men. Now that they've left, his meticulous nature makes me concerned there might be hidden traps. That's why you gave me the soft armor, correct?" Nangang Qingjin turned her gaze to look at the person before her. "Yes, and yet not," he said, scratching his scalp. "Anyway, if you're by my side, I'll protect your safety." As he spoke, he walked forward. Nangang Qingjin watched Zisong He's retreating figure, which seemed gradually to merge into the sunset. Gradually, it seemed as though his silhouette would blend with the golden horizon. Strangely, until today, Nangang Qingjin was not entirely clear. Was Zisong He a bad person or a good one? This man, when he acted wickedly, he was so despicable it was beyond comprehension. When he was good, he was astonishingly virtuous in a way that defied belief. So who exactly was he? A bad person or a good one? Now, her mind was completely disordered. These three brothers, they merely intended harm for each other. Now, Zisong He had emerged on top. What were Huang Fukongming's thoughts about Zisong He? How much did she truly understand Huang Fukongming? All these tangled questions in her head resembled a jumble of knots. Completely lost without even a trace of clarity, after a long silence, he finally took a step forward and said, "I think it's not the second prince." He turned back, looking at Nangang Qingjin. "He's not that kind of person," he said, taking a breath as he continued. "I've spent time with him. I know the prince's temperament clearly. If you can genuinely lead the nation towards prosperity and strength, he will be very pleased to see it. After all, compared to you and the former emperor, he doesn't actually have such an intense craving for power and wealth." She said this while realizing there wasn't a real need to defend him. But seeing him misunderstanding the prince like this, Nangang Qingjin wanted to protest. Thinking about it like this, before she realized it, she had already spoken up. Upon hearing this, he breathed in deeply and looked at Nangang Qingjin. "Do you like him?" he suddenly asked, nonsensically. Confused by what he meant, Nangang Qingjin stared at Zisong He, who stood beneath a willow tree. It was already September. In the borderlands, September would mean snow-covered mountains, but in the capital, it was just barely entering early summer. Here, it was still hot, with gentle breezes swaying the willow branches, making them resemble a young maiden's braids. He looked at those lush green willow threads, and then turned his gaze to Nangang Qingjin, who was slowly approaching. "What do you mean, your majesty?" "Like," he repeated, "do you like him?" Well, Nangang Qingjin didn't know where to begin. True, she couldn't deny liking him somewhat, but it was just that, mere fondness, nothing more. The rest? It simply didn't exist. He overreacted, assuming it was because of affection that she defended Huang Fukongming. No causal relationship existed between these two things. She believed she had some understanding of Huang Fukongming. Now, her face flushed red, but she neither nodded nor shook her head. He is not the kind of person who would resort to underhanded tactics. That's something he wouldn't do. "I believe it," she said while looking directly at Zisong He. "How well do you really know him? Those seeking to become emperors, their hearts change from red to black once they covet the throne. You should know this. My elder brother died by my own hand. People like us, our ways of thinking are different from yours," he replied. "Maybe so, but I believe he isn't part of your kind, as you say," Nangang Qingjin responded, looking at the man in front of her. He merely nodded faintly with a distant smile. "Everyone has their views. But for now, let's return home and continue talking." "All right," he agreed with a nod. The fresh air carried the chirping of birds and the scent of floating water plants, as if they hadn't been outside for a very long time. Being outdoors gave Nangang Qingjin the impression that even the air seemed fresher. Breathing in this pure oxygen, he thought, if everything were truly safe, strolling around here wouldn't be unpleasant either. The imperial gardens were indeed beautiful, but felt more like a cage, confining all within its boundaries. Outside, however, lay a myriad of true wonders. Lost in such thoughts, Nangang Qingjin soon noticed a carriage approaching. "Your Majesty, it's time to go back," she urged. She figured that by now the situation must have been handled by the Imperial Guards. Today's disaster relief mission was far from pleasant, but hopefully, tomorrow would be better. From now on, if possible, she didn't intend to leave her quarters anymore. Seeing an empty carriage approach, he immediately nodded and moved to the front position. The carriage driver was an old man, hunched over, who upon seeing the two of them on the long street, laughed heartily and said in a simple manner, "Ah, honored guest, please get in. Where would you like to go? I'll take you there." Hearing this, Zisong He nodded and moved forward to help Nangang Qingjin into the carriage. As soon as Nangang Qingjin entered the compartment and drew the curtain to one side, she began gazing at the outside scenery while waiting for Zisong He to board. Zisong He quickly joined her, saying, "To the capital." After speaking, he remained silent and took his seat beside Nangang Qingjin. The carriage promptly started moving. not towards the capital, but unmistakably heading out of town. Nangong Qingjin wasn't familiar with the landmarks around her and thus had no basis for memory. Therefore, although at the moment the carriage veered towards the outskirts, she seemed to sense something but harbored no suspicion. On the other hand, Zisong, realizing the situation wasn't right, immediately asked coldly, "Where are we going? Are you deaf or blind? I told you to head to the capital, yet you're taking us in the opposite direction." "Uh-huh. To the capital? Yes, the capital." The driver ignored him, insisting he was on the right path, while vigorously wielding the horsewhip. Each strong lash landed hard on the horse's back, causing the animal to gallop furiously as if enduring extreme torment. In no time, they were racing further away from the capital. Chapter 223, Who's Assassin? After leaving Hongguang Gate, Nangong Qingjin became even less familiar with the surrounding scenery. However, she already knew that they were gradually approaching the outer city. Now, they were no longer heading towards the capital. "Stop the carriage, stop the carriage." He gave the order. "I'm not blind. A blind man wouldn't be able to drive. I'm also not deaf. A deaf man wouldn't hear your words. Are you the emperor? Then I must be the assassin sent to kill you. The delicate young lady up front must be the one who has made all three of you lose your senses. Ha ha ha. Truly effortless, eh?" As he laughed, he had already pulled the reins and turned the horse's head. The horse had stopped on the spot, breathing heavily. The carriage driver's previously seemingly broken back had now straightened like a spring. Even faster, his hands had moved into action. It turned out that the supposed hunchback was intentional, hiding a dagger in his waistband, now drawn out gleaming bright. Even quicker, the dagger swung through the air. There was no way for anyone to avoid it. Fortunately, Zisong was a trained martial artist. Seeing the danger approach, he immediately engaged in combat, punches and kicks exchanging. Alas, the one inside the carriage suffering this scene helplessly was Nangong Qingjin. Faced with the danger, Nangong Qingjin had also prepared to attack. In her hand, she held a steel needle, a weapon she had long prepared. As a frail woman, differing greatly from a man, ambushing, for a girl, wasn't something shameful. However, the martial arts techniques she had learned were insufficient, not formidable enough. Thus, she could barely see clearly who would win or lose between these two. Furthermore, now, she almost dared not move, fearing an accidental injury. In such circumstances, after an unknown number of exchanges, the carriage driver delivered a kick to Zisong's chest, causing him to fall down at the foot of the attacker. Witnessing this, the carriage driver sneered coldly and stepped onto Zisong's shoulder. Breathing heavily, Zisong looked at this person coldly. This man grasped a ghastly broadsword in his hand, silently gazing at the man struggling on the ground. "You see, you failed. You are about to die, and I will ensure your demise is painless," the man said while continuing to watch Zisong. "Are you sent by my second brother?" Zisong's expression tightened, showing no sign of danger. To be truthful, today he himself was playing a role, so was this man part of his script? He now believed this individual was. Yet, the next sentence suggested otherwise, whether or not, remained uncertain to him. "You're wrong. Who is the second brother? I don't know him. All I can tell you is that I bear the double surname Huangfu, a cousin of Huangfu Wenliang. Once, I was among the imperial kin, though why have you never seen me before? Simply because these past years I was keeping a low profile. I have never appeared. I came for the sake of safeguarding my king brother. But I didn't anticipate that a despicable man like you would betray my brother. Today, I will avenge him by killing you. Your brother is also a base and contemptible man. Do not forget the current era of peace and prosperity which exists thanks to my governance, promoting virtue while concealing evil. Do you think it was all created by your brother alone?" Zisong said as he struggled to rise while speaking. "Get out of the way. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have died. Wouldn't. The man resumed gripping his ghost head blade as Zisong showed no fear, even as the blade was wielded midair. Suddenly, the man froze, as if his vital points had been struck. This was something unexpected by Zisong. And then there appeared behind the still man, a woman, Nangong Qingjin. "He's dead. With one transfixing needle, I precisely pierced through his heart. Now his heart has stopped beating." "Get up," she said as she advanced a step, holding the emperor's hand. With one swift kick, Zisong threw the corpse away. "How annoying," he muttered. "I initially thought he was sent by the second brother, but looks like he's from the eldest brother. What does it matter whether he bears the surname Huangfu or not?" Even in the imperial city, despite being royal descendants, ancient times emphasized seniority, respect based on hierarchy. Truly, a person whose surname isn't Huangfu wouldn't possibly become the emperor, but now he indeed had become one. Whether this person was someone arranged by himself or truly dispatched by Huangfu Wenliang. Currently, he tended to believe it was the former. "Are you alright? It was so dangerous just now. In my opinion, this soft hedgehog armor should be yours," Nangong Qingjin said, and while speaking, she began to take off the soft steel armor. He did not utter a single word, but merely smiled calmly. "Never mind, I have encountered much more danger. If no one attempts to assassinate me one day, then I will find it unusual." He spoke as he brushed the dirt off his clothes. "Well, we still have the carriage, let's go," he said, and as he spoke, he took a step forward with Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin noticed that this man also had a small black mark on his face, a tattoo, which was probably something they used to confirm their identities. Now, she quietly memorized it before heading toward the carriage. But before the two of them approached the carriage, an arrow already flew through the air. The arrow had hit the nearby cart shaft warningly, quivering there. "You will regret taking another step forward." As the sentence ended, a man stepped out. This person had a bearded face and looked like a professional killer. You can think of me as the devil sending you to heaven. I am here together with that skinny guy from earlier. I need your heads. To introduce myself, I am also from the Emperor's side. Now, I am replacing the Huangfu clan in eradicating Zi Sanghe. I won't lie, the unrest earlier was arranged by me. Ah. This person laughed while gripping the ghost head blade on the ground and rushing over, and Nangong Qingjin saw the danger. They were completely unarmed, so a sudden idea sprang to mind. Before this person got close to them, Nangong Qingjin had already kicked up the dust on the ground. This person was skilled in martial arts and showed no obstruction at all, but he didn't expect that this was actually another plan of Nangong Qingjin. Mr. Chow cut his arm. She looked behind this person who immediately turned around only to see no Chow Gong, but rather the two people slippery as an eel, having entered the carriage already and quickly driven the horses towards the official road. If today the horses weren't overly exhausted, they would surely leave quickly. However, today, the horses were too tired, and soon the assassin had caught up. He chopped down the horse with a single slash and started entering the sedan. Seeing the ghost head blade come inside, Nangong Qingjin quickly dodged. Zi Sanghe joined the fight instantly. Soon after, the two had fallen on the ground. This bearded man wielding the ghost head blade was clearly more capable than the stick-thin figure from earlier. He had already figured out that Nangong Qingjin was trying something else. He had truly seen how the last person met his end, and upon noticing Nangong Qingjin's movement, he immediately prepared to deliver a killing blow. At such a close range, killing someone was almost as easy as flipping your hand. Nangong Qingjin now had no chance to dodge, and could only close her eyes and wait for death. Time seemed slow as the big knife appeared ready to fall onto her when, suddenly, his body blocked it. Then the sharp sword pierced through his clothes. Now, Zi Sanghe's chest was covered in red, and weakly, he looked at Nangong Qingjin beside him. Quick! He knew that Nangong Qingjin had some kind of hidden weapon prepared. Witnessing the abrupt change, Nangong Qingjin remained calm and quickly acted with the transfixing needle, piercing it into this person's chest. The man fell down, convulsed slightly, foamed at the mouth, and died. At this moment, Zi Sanghe also collapsed due to pain. If he were alone without Nangong Qingjin, he likely would have died then and there. But Nangong Qingjin was there. Nangong Qingjin, having seen such situations more often, knew what to do for first aid. She pulled out the ghost head blade, tore apart his shirt quickly, and sprinkled white powder from her sleeve onto his chest wound. Hurts? Bear with it, Nangong Qingjin said, checking the blade carefully to ensure if any poison existed. Fortunately, there was none. Examining the wound further, the cut was dangerously near his heart. Luckily, Zi Sanghe managed to escape this disaster narrowly. Reflecting on these moments, even now, there was lingering fear. Don't move around. Now we can no longer ride in a carriage. Let me support you over there. We'll rest in a nearby farmhouse. As long as we don't show up, we have nothing to fear. She said this, and at the same time, she began to forcefully help Zi Sanghe stand up. Zi Sanghe was completely drained from his injury, and could only take extremely difficult steps toward their destination. This place had an empty thatched cottage, with not a soul inside. Nangong Qingjin quickly helped him reach it. Inside the hut, there was wild grass everywhere, things scattered about, disorderly. There used to be a chicken coop here. It clearly belonged to a farming household. But now, it was abandoned. In front stood a tiny house, which looked like a nest shelter. Though she guessed it might be dirty, it didn't matter now. She guided him right into the shack. Once inside, the smell was overwhelming. It was a pig pen. Clearly, the piglets had been slaughtered, but for whatever reason, the farmers here had vanished without any trace or explanation. Nangong Qingjin knew little of the details, or why they had left so suddenly. How foul, he complained despite being injured. Although unhappy with Nangong Qingjin's choice, he admitted even an emperor couldn't bear such stench easily. However, the girl by his side seemed unfazed, taking his hand and supporting him still. Sure, don't speak. Judging from what just happened, I think it's almost certain our royal guards won't be coming. Right now, we need to save ourselves. No one would expect that a delicate young woman like me and a pampered emperor like you would hide here. It's absurd. And because it's absurd, it will work for now, shhh. While speaking, she reached out her hand and quickly covered Zi Sanghe's mouth. Chapter 224, Dirty but for Survival. This place was absolutely disgusting. Just imagine, a mix of pig's feces and urine in summer. The makeshift shed was now filled with flies and mosquitoes buzzing loudly, making it quite nauseating. Yet, he finally managed to endure it. Moving forward, what could be found? There were dried grasses here. Among this patch of grass, Nangong Qingjin took a breath, already supporting him to sit there. She pulled down the green vines and pig grass on top, which could probably obscure the outside view. This thatched bin was originally very shabby and very conspicuous. In Zi Sanghe's view, this was the most dangerous place. If no one was chasing them, it would be fine, but if indeed someone was pursuing, this was bound to bring disaster soon enough. However, looking at Nangong Qingjin, her face was completely calm. That calm clearly said, this was the safest place. Hey, he thought. First, the place was utterly indecent, stinking. Secondly, it was in the forefront. Anyone who entered the yard would see this place first. This target was too easy to expose, so he wanted to say something. She reached out and covered his mouth with her hand. He didn't know what to do, just hearing Nangong Qingjin say, no one will notice anything wrong about this place. You can rest assured. But, he knew clearly that this was dangerous, yet he was powerless to argue. No more buts. Just wait. She said it with such confidence. He had no idea where this confidence came from as his eyes looked toward the side. Now, it was probably safe because indeed no one came. But she, her fluttering eyelashes and dark lively eyes somewhat betrayed an unnamed tension. Don't speak. Suddenly, it was as if she had noticed something. She warned while forcefully pulling the vines on top. Now, both of them were thoroughly hidden within the vine foliage. This place was indeed an excellent visual blind spot. Thus, although many people soon arrived at the entrance, coming and going, stepping chaotically, searching high and low, even digging up the inner court like they were trying to unearth everything from the ground. Afterward, when they got to the outer court, they did not dare relax either. They searched frantically in places that could be investigated and stabbed vigorously into areas that could not be easily examined with daggers or knives. Fortunately, they were not inside. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known how they died. He was injured, and his facial expression was not pleasant. Looking at Nan Gongqing beside him, her face still bore a serene composure. This girl possessed a certain transcendent charm. That kind of charm was highly captivating, bringing in her tranquility a sense of concealing precious qualities. He looked at that face, and the owner of that face also looked back at him. After a long silence, she turned her head away, probably because he was staring at her like that, making her somewhat uncomfortable. Their eyes met just like that, her eyebrows curving gracefully, showing a clear smile, smiling at how others proved just as she had expected, laughing at herself being smart after all. They actually survived in such a dangerous place. Big brother, we've searched inside and out, but we don't know where they went. There were footprints right here recently, said someone resembling an executioner, speaking while letting out a cold snort. The leader stood there, using his hand as a visor and looking around for a long time. After glancing left and right thoroughly, he let out a breath, unsure of what to say. Search again. If we can't find them, it'd be like leaving a treasure mountain empty-handed. We clearly saw them here earlier, and now they're gone. It's strange. All right, everyone, search harder. If you find them, great rewards await, said the second leader, leading a few others to continue searching. Indeed, it was fortunate that the two weren't among those searching, or they wouldn't have survived such an intensive search. Search everywhere. These two are clever, the leader said while already walking towards the pigpen. This place reeked horribly, muddy and foul water, making even these rugged men feel uneasy. Nan Gongqing saw the man approaching, but said not a word, instead handing a steel needle over to Zisang, he beside her. The meaning was clear. This thing was laced with poison. If he dared come to search, they might as well fight to the death. No one would benefit. He gripped it tightly, his gaze sternly focused on the approaching leader. The moment the leader was almost upon them, Nan Gongqing even thought she must have exposed their position, attracting the leader over. Thus, the problem lay in the footprints on the ground that had just been left unattended. Beyond this clue, it was unclear where any trace might still remain. She didn't know either. Now, as she saw the leader gradually approaching, her heart started to race, her body following with growing tension. The leader was already very close to them. At this moment, the steel needle she clutched tightened its grip even more imperceptibly. Step by step, just 3 steps away, he could be upon them. He wielded a large blade known as a ghost head knife, which followed the principle of being longer and thus stronger, but she wouldn't let that intimidate her. After all, short weapons carried their own dangers. It would be interesting to see who came out on top. While contemplating this, she waited silently for the shadowy figure to draw closer. In an instant, just before the leader reached their side, something unexpected happened. Unable to bear the overpoweringly foul stench any longer, the man started sneezing uncontrollably. Achoo! This was clearly something South Qing hadn't anticipated. Seeing the leader's endless sneezing, she shrank back, the stiffness in her previously taut back gradually easing off. Her eyes now fixed on the person beside her. Zisang, he smiled faintly beside her, secretly marveling at how formidable this girl truly was, sharp-sighted like seeing through fire, knowing what to sacrifice and what not to sacrifice, capable of using every means necessary to survive danger, protecting herself and others alike. Such girls were rare. He formed another impression of Nan Gongqing, one that deepened his admiration. The two looked at each other, her lips now curling into a faint, tranquil, yet peaceful smile, while a heavy solemnity graced his face. A moment later, outside the pigsty, the second-in-command arrived with several minions in tow. The second-in-command had a thunderous voice, booming out before even stepping into the area, an impressive display of presence. We've searched and found nothing. They must have escaped already. Leader, we should look again around the perimeter, he said while looking at the leader. You seem to have caught a cold? Noticing the leader's continued sneezes, the second stepped forward quickly, patting the leader's back in concern. The leader sighed. Call it off. We'll search the surrounding areas again. All right, good. Without delay, the second trailed closely behind the leader, leaving with the group in a disheveled manner. Only when the crowd had finally dispersed did Nan Gongqing move slightly, removing the cluster of vines atop her head, then standing up to assist Zisang. They will soon realize. It's no longer safe here. Therefore, we must relocate our position immediately, she said, continuing while supporting Zisang toward the front. Though his injury wasn't severe, it was located on his arm, making walking difficult. To make matters worse, he realized that the wound was poisoned, rendering even slight movement arduous. Under Nan Gongqing's support, they barely managed to reach the orchard at the rear. The orchard was spacious, offering some semblance of safety, accompanied by the pleasant sound of flowing streams, as if jewelry tinkled in the breeze. She stopped by a clear stream deep within the bamboo groves and nodded lightly. Good. This is where we stay, she declared softly. Here, surrounded by a faint sweetness of fruit, and under thick tree shadows as dusk settled, everything was tranquil. All one could see were fiery clouds streaking across the horizon. Beyond them, there was little else visible. The calm was such that only the sound of each other's heartbeat could be heard. Nan Gongqing supported Zi Sanghe carefully, placing him against a tree trunk nearby. His eyes drooped heavily as his energy faded. This poison. I'm so sleepy now, said Zi Sanghe, fixing his gaze on Nan Gongqing. Naturally, she understood it was poisoned. The earlier commotion had not allowed time for closer inspection, but now that everything was calm, she examined the situation more thoroughly. The poison in his arm was not particularly lethal. It was mainly a sedative mixed with a mild toxin, clearly intended for hunting small animals, which immobilized and slowly led to death. From her sleeves, she produced various bottles and vials, setting them out on the ground, a mix of white jade and porcelain ones. It was hard to fathom how so many containers fit neatly inside her narrow sleeves. Yet, here they were, clear evidence of concealed utility and resourcefulness. Zi Sanghe observed this spectacle, his eyes clouding over, stunned by a sense of profound power engulfing him completely. He was incredibly drowsy, on the verge of closing his eyes and falling asleep. With no other option, Zi Sanghe succumbed to it, safe for now as he drifted off. Nan Gongqing applied medicine to his wound, and tossed a bowl of pills into his mouth before tearing her own skirt into strips to help bandage his arm. Those people would soon realize something was amiss in return. It happened this way. The leader was the first to notice. As he stepped out, he realized that although they had searched everywhere, they had neglected one stinking place, the spot no one would have expected anyone to enter. Old 2. Hurry up, check the pigsty? This whole estate shows footprints leading in but none leaving. It's suspicious. Go check. They must be in the pigsty. At this guess, the group immediately turned back. Old 2 was more ferocious than ever, gripping his knife and hacking wildly around. Unfortunately for them, they were still too late by a step. The pigsty had already been searched, but it was empty, nothing left inside. This baffled the leader, who ordered everyone to search the surrounding manor once again. After checking everything, there wasn't a trace of anyone. Infuriated, the leader roared, "Set fire to this place. These bastards refuse to come out? Fine, I'll turn it all to ashes and cremate these two myself." As he spoke, he seized a torch beside him and hurled it onto a pile of dry straw nearby. Chapter 225, The Hesitant Blade. In this season of burning July, everything was so dry that the flames on the hay had already ignited. Not long after, with a crackling sound, it set everything nearby ablaze. Watching the flames gradually soar higher, the leader finally seemed somewhat satisfied. "You wouldn't come out before, but now, there's no hope for you to come out, no possibility." He laughed wildly while looking up at the sky, thumping his chest as if he were a great ape, and his laughter carried immense power. The sound traveled far, quickly reaching the distant orchard and falling into Nan Gongqing's ears. Nan Gongqing listened carefully as the fading voice slowly disappeared. Only when the sound completely vanished did she settle her heart back into her chest. She looked at the man before her. The moonlight had gradually appeared, shining bright from above and landing on this modestly sized Guiyuan area, lighting up Nan Gongqing's and Zi Sanghe's faces. As long as there was no open flame, those people would never search over here. This was merely an orchard in the western suburbs. Wild beasts wouldn't appear. Thus, she had no intention of lighting a fire. Taking another bottle from her sleeve, she shook it lightly against the air, then took a breath. It was something to repel mosquitoes and prevent various wild animals from approaching by altering the surrounding scents. Now, after meticulously spreading this protective aura, she quietly took a few steps and moved to the side. Tonight, it was foreseeable they would have to stay overnight here. It wasn't a pleasant night, but what could they do? She was extremely famished and could only move forward. Fortunately, though it was summer, the fruits were already abundant. Above their heads, lush branches bore flowers and heavy fruits. Red peaches, green unripe apples, soft and glutinous apricots, and besides these, other types of fruit. There weren't too many kinds, and not all were fully ripe yet. Thanks to the dim glow of the moonlight, under its light, they could see the rough outlines of these fruits. She exerted herself to pick peaches and apricots because only these two types were truly ripe. While eating some herself, she also stored a bit as provisions. Soon, she delivered them to Zi Sanghe. Due to the effect of the anesthesia, Zi Sanghe hadn't fully recovered yet. She placed the fruits beside him so that he'd find them as soon as he woke up. When he greedily ate them, Nan Gongqing had already gone to fetch water. There were no containers here, so fetching water was quite a challenge. But humans couldn't survive without water. Seeing the clear spring water, and noticing bird footprints nearby, Nan Gongqing knew the water here must be sweet. Slowly, she found a large rock, squatted down, and picked up a broad leaf. She poured water onto it and began drinking directly. With the moonlight cradled in her hands, it was such a serene scene. As she drank water, she started to contemplate deeply, her mind in chaos. What exactly was going on? The situation was truly strange. Why had this happened? Judging from everything currently at hand, there was an indescribable feeling. Now, Nan Gongqing kept thinking and pondering why so many people had already arrived. Was this arranged beforehand, or was it an unexpected development? To whom did these people belong? Based on their tone, they claimed to be part of Huang Fu Wenliang's army. But how possible was that? If Huang Fu Wenliang indeed had the skill to keep a hidden ace, how could they be facing these unusual situations now? But clearly, Huang Fu Wenliang didn't possess that ability. So, where exactly did this army come from? Were they really Huang Fu when Liang's troops? While contemplating, she gazed at her reflection in the water. It had been a long time since she had carefully observed her face. She knew her host was Hellion Empress, who had caused her much persecution. Yet, because of Hellion Empress, she had gained many unimaginable things in the past. Was this fortune or misfortune? Looking again, she saw the radiant moonlight reflected in the water. Soon, this moonlight turned into the face of Huang Fu Kongming. Since last bidding him farewell at his mansion a month ago, this man had given no news. Where had he gone? Or, was he originally right by her side? Unwilling to come out, she was unsure, her expression filled with fanao and confusion. Now, she couldn't sort out a clear thread. She could only slowly take a deep breath and think. It was more important to take care of Zi Sanghe for now. The rest would eventually reveal itself. At this point, she faced another small difficulty. How exactly could she fetch the water here? After considering various options, she decided to tear off another piece of her sleeve. As a result, her lotus-like arm was now exposed, smooth and white as jade. She then carefully cleaned the piece of her torn sleeve. Once it was thoroughly clean, she soaked it with water and held it in her palms before returning to her original position. Meanwhile, not long after Nan Gongqing had left, Zi Sanghe woke up. His first thought upon waking wasn't about eating, but searching around for Nan Gongqing. Where could that girl have gone? He looked for a while and found nothing, which caused him to grow increasingly restless. After a short while, he got up and realized his arm started to ache from the anesthetic wearing off. Damn, Zi Sanghe cursed under his breath as he saw a red glow emanating from their previous location. The rural farmhouse they had taken shelter in was now completely burned down. Fortunately, they had fled in time. Otherwise, the outcome would have been disastrous. Now determined to search nearby, someone appeared suddenly, as if by magic. It was like a ghost falling lightly beside him from a distant tree branch. Startled at first, Zi Sanghe soon recognized him. There was no reason to be overly alarmed, for it was none other than Chao Gonggong. The elderly servant bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I apologize for my late arrival. Please forgive me. Now, our army is already outside. Please prepare to leave. With a smirk, Zi Sanghe responded. Chao Gonggong, you've arranged everything so well, so realistically. I hadn't expected you to pull it off flawlessly. However, I'm not planning to return just yet, because... He glanced at his injured arm. I have sustained this wound. Now, I need to gain her goodwill and assistance. You may go now. But your Majesty, Chao Gonggong said, worriedly eyeing Zi Sanghe. After the recent pigsty hiding incident, he already understood that with Nan Gongqing around, what danger could there possibly be? With a faint sneer, he continued. Just go ahead and leave. There will be no danger here. Yes. Chao Gonggong nodded, preparing to depart. However, soon his small eyes shot beams of keen insight. Recalling something, he asked cautiously. What did your Majesty just say earlier? Do you mean those troops were arranged by me? Isn't that correct? Have you forgotten our conversation yesterday? You mentioned that during disaster relief, a bit of unrest would be preferable. This way, you can build your trust with Nan Gongqing, appear suddenly, and protect her immediately. Chao Gonggong replied fluently, having memorized the emperor's orders meticulously. Yes, indeed he had orchestrated such a charade, a rather good one at that. But now, your Majesty, you believe those assassins were part of my plan? My people haven't moved yet when those assassins appeared. Even I myself wonder where they could have come from. What? Chao Gonggong, do you know what it means to deceive the emperor? Were these people not actually under your command? Zi Sanghe questioned sternly, his eyes wide. Immediately, Chao Gonggong nodded. No. These individuals aren't mine. I'm investigating who they are, but they're definitely not my doing. I understand. All of them must be arrested immediately and punished according to law. Investigate and uncover the true mastermind behind them. Go on. As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling dismissal. Chao Gonggong nodded promptly. His body sprang upwards swiftly, vanishing into the dense forest like a shadow. Indeed, with such a capable person, everything became easier. After some investigation, Chao Gonggong confirmed that these individuals weren't part of their own plans. Initially, he suspected internal betrayal, but now, that clearly wasn't the case. Judging from the circumstances, these intruders didn't seem connected to Huang Fu Kongming either. Thus, there was only one possibility remaining. It was Huang Fu when Liang's men lurking beneath the surface. This revelation gave him a chill. He glanced around and was ready to look for Nan Gongqing, who at this point seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He had just emerged from the dense forest toward the stream when he noticed Nan Gongqing approaching, holding something in her hands. When she saw him walking over, there was a hint of surprise in her expression under the moonlit night. She quickly calmed down and asked, How did you manage to come here? Don't you realize it's very dangerous? You might fall, and with your injuries, you should have waited for me there. As she spoke, she extended her blouse towards him. I didn't have much choice. There were no vessels available here. I washed my blouse thoroughly so that it doesn't carry any cosmetic scent since I've never used such makeup anyway. Therefore, you can drink it safely, she said as she handed the piece of cloth to the man beside her. He accepted the cloth, slowly squeezing out the clean water from it drop by drop before drinking. After finishing, he smiled slightly and said, I thought you'd left me behind. Worried that you wouldn't care about me anymore, I came here. How could I do that? With your current condition, how can I possibly leave you alone? You're overthinking again, she responded, pointing to an adjacent spot. You must be hungry too. At least eat some fruits. It's already late, so we'd better not wander aimlessly. We'll find a way to leave early tomorrow morning. While talking, She turned her gaze toward his injured arm. Are you feeling better now? Does it still hurt? She inquired, looking at the man in front of her. The man nodded gently in reply. Much better. Chapter 226. Not to call at night. Have some. These are all ripe. You can eat peaches to quell your hunger, she said, offering the peach in her hand as she spoke. He took it and began devouring it hungrily. After finishing one, he still felt famished. At this point, Nangong Qingjin had already picked some large, fully ripened peaches and handed them over to him. He ate them one by one until there were none left. Then he smiled at Nangong Qingjin before him. She was truly considerate. Now, the two of them made their way back to where they started. When they arrived, Nangong Qingjin helped Zisong he lean against the tree trunk. His arm pained him due to an accidental touch, causing him to wince. Nangong Qingjin looked at the man before her, feeling somewhat empathetic. Thank you for coming to my aid without hesitation. If you hadn't shown up, I might not have gotten injured. They were obviously after me. I don't want you to suffer collateral damage because of my involvement, he replied while looking at the man next to him. They were clearly targeting me. But how odd. They claimed to be from the former emperor's army. Nangong Qingjin noted as she bit into a peach, her actions strikingly graceful. There really was no other woman like her in the world. Her every smile, even the motion of eating, was breathtakingly beautiful. The two exchanged glances. Nangong Qingjin blushed. Why do you keep staring at me? I can't fathom why, she asked, directing her gaze towards Zisong He, who merely grinned. It's just because you're so beautiful. There are many beautiful women in the capital city. Clearly, you're fibbing, she countered, averting her eyes. The beauty of others cannot compare to yours, he insisted, sighing softly. Previously, I misunderstood you. But, let's leave the past in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. I've never met a girl like you. Bold when needed, yet utterly feminine when necessary. Anyway, I hope you can forgive me, he added. Indeed, but killing won't solve anything. The best solution isn't always through brute force. It's weaponry, something we use only as a last resort. Excessive killings lead to endless cycles of revenge, Nangong Qingjin advised with deep insight. You see much, but letting these people live leaves my heart unsatisfied. Zisong He sighed deeply. But I will heed your advice and give them a chance to live. Zisong He conceded. Nangong Qingjin nodded afterward, agreed. Your word is final since you're the emperor. An emperor is an autocrat. Now how about it? Does your arm still hurt? Nangong Qingjin inquired, eyeing him intently. Zisong He didn't feel much pain anymore, but seeing her concern, he furrowed his brows dramatically. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it, but now I suddenly feel the pain becoming unbearable. Ah, I see. You're purposefully exaggerating. It's late now. You should rest. We'll leave when dawn breaks. She leaned against a nearby tree and looked at Zisong He. And what about you? Will you rest too? Zisong He questioned, gazing at Nangong Qingjin. She laughed lightly. Of course. However, propriety between men and women dictates certain boundaries. Yet, resting near you seems fine, doesn't it? But why don't you come closer? Because of propriety between unmarried individuals, Nangong Qingjin explained. Zisong He smirked and gestured toward the space beside him. Come here. I'm neither a ferocious tiger nor a lecherous wolf. I assure you nothing untoward will happen tonight. Besides, if I face danger and you're too far away, you might not be able to help in time. In that case, if you face danger, I also wouldn't be able to assist quickly enough. Therefore, I insist you come closer. Right now. While speaking, he patted the spot next to him. Nangong Qingjin reluctantly agreed, recognizing the logic in Zisong He's words. After all, the long night is filled with uncertainties, and no one dares to say that they won't encounter danger. As for him, he's already injured. It's time for her to step forward. The two leaned against each other. Actually, Nangong Qingjin had already been feeling drowsy earlier, but now she gradually became more alert. She gazed at the moon and stars above, staring for a while before taking a breath and saying, Isn't it beautiful? The stars. I think the moon is more beautiful, Zisong He said. Look, it looks like a jade plate, or perhaps a fairy mirror. It also resembles your face, Nangong. Oh, what kind of metaphor is this from your majesty? Truly uneducated, she replied, and continued. I haven't admired the moon with you before, but tonight's moon is exceptionally enchanting. Thinking of someone brings me memories of the full moon. Every night dims my radiant beauty. From the time you've left, I haven't benefited even from an incomplete loom. Nangong Qingjin thought as she looked at the moon, and after a while, she felt his hand rest on her shoulder. Good heavens. Nangong Qingjin shivered. You? What are you doing? Did you lure me over here, just to have an ulterior motive? She asked, frowning and glaring disapprovingly at the man in front of her. Zisong He responded. Don't misunderstand me. I just want to hold you. Right now, I feel so alone, so utterly alone. You are the emperor. Naturally loneliness befalls you. Otherwise how could there be expressions such as solitary sovereign? Nangong Qingjin. He seriously looked into her eyes. I want to take you as my wife. I only need you to be the empress of this emperor. Can you agree to me? You can, right? I will always treat only you well. Even if there are millions of people in the world, I will not look at anyone else. Zisong He, stop this nonsense. Otherwise, our friendship will come to an end. She spoke and attempted to move to the opposite side, but he had already used force, ignoring his own pain, to hold on to her tightly. Don't go. At least, don't leave when I'm in despair. I need you. I just want to embrace you. She trembled and stiffened in his arms. They stared at each other for a long time before sighing deeply. The rebellion in the capital city was something Huang Fukongming learned about rather late. After those rebels were gone, he rushed over. Once he heard that these people were with Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He became confused. Were these people part of his group? No, they weren't his men. They weren't his men, but why would they mistake them for adversaries? Something wasn't right. Who were these people? Unable to figure it out, he began searching around with his army, following this group to a small country courtyard. Prince, they're all inside, Gao Qian said as he clenched his fists. Huangfu Kongming nodded. Capture them alive and interrogate the exact situation. Yes. Gao Qian immediately pursued, but shortly afterward, hoofbeats could be heard on the main road. Upon hearing the sound, he furrowed his brow and touched his nose bridge. General Gao, someone is coming. We shouldn't stay here. We must retreat now. But Lady Nangong is still inside. She knows how to protect herself. We must leave now. Initially, he also suspected this might have been deliberately orchestrated by Zisong He, considering the number of coincidences together, making speculation almost unavoidable. Yes. Gao Qian swiftly retracted the army to nearby positions, then the royal troops arrived. However, the criminals had already fled upon sensing their approach, so neither army met. This made him begin to ponder. Who exactly owned this army? Along the way, he encountered the tattooed troops. He observed them. They indeed possessed a considerable force, appearing like local warlords. He suppressed his anger and instructed his men to track this army. An hour later, the rural courtyard caught fire. When Huangfu Kongming arrived for the second time, he saw heavy armed guards present. Qiao Gonggong didn't appear to be worried at all. As he strolled back and forth, he gave orders near the fire, which perplexed everyone. Thus, he ordered further investigations into who these people were and what their backgrounds entailed. Seeing this, he had no choice but to disappear. As for Nangong, he knew her quite well. This girl excels at self-protection, and she was surely safe now. At midnight, the crowd dispersed. Qiao Gonggong did not leave. As dew gradually formed, he stood firmly as though made of iron, unmoving. Calmly standing in place like an icy sculpture, he gazed towards the orchard nearby. Behind Qiao Gonggong, there was also a large group of people, who now appeared as if they were all sculptures. The next day, as dawn broke, Qiao Gonggong had already returned. The ministers were told that the court session was cancelled for the day because Emperor Zisong He had caught a chill from traveling between two places. In the current imperial court, Zisong He's power had long surpassed any limits. These loyal aides were often used by him. Although everyone knew things were not as simple as they seemed, no one dared to disobey Zisong He's orders since opposing him would result in losing their heads. The civil and military officials had already come out of the Meridian Gate, yet not a single whisper of private conversation was heard during the entire time. Nangong Qingjin's suggestion turned out to be quite useful. Now, the civil and military officials all believed that among every 5 of them, one was Zisong He's spy. Over time, this spy problem became a lurking threat, a bomb ready to explode, causing everyone to be cautious with their words and actions. Even though Zisong He was absent today, no one dared to act recklessly. In any previous dynasty, this would have been unimaginable. They originally planned to return today. However, when she woke up in the morning, Nangong Qingjin felt incredibly drowsy from the night before. It was only the glaring sunlight piercing through her eyelids that woke her. Her eyes glanced at the bright moonlight, and after waking up, she rubbed her sleepy eyes. Only then did she notice that Zisong He was already coming over holding a big carp. Are you awake? Seeing that Nangong Qingjin had woken up, Zisong He smiled and said, I just want to wash my face and saw some fish by the stream, so I managed to catch one. You and I will have a taste of earthly delicacies today. Chapter 227. In the mountains, there is no way to mark the years. He said this while lighting the firewood with a flint beside him. He arranged a stick to hold the fish that was now placed over the flames. Nangong Qingjin stood up and realized her blouse was a little disheveled. Zisong He, you promised to behave properly, yet last night. As a woman, she never imagined he would take advantage of her. Last night, she was so exhausted that she had no strength left at all, and he behaved disgracefully. She looked at her clothes, her face already flushed red with embarrassment, but it appeared the rest of her garments showed no signs of being disturbed. Sorry, he said, walking over to squat beside Nangong Qingjin. Some people say that when sleeping, one always tends to grope around. Who says so? Nangong Qingjin persisted, her big dark eyes glaring angrily, a cold expression of dissatisfaction fixed on him. Zisong He glanced sideways at her, scratching his head as he replied, It's Confucius who said, when sleeping, people like to. Before he could continue, noticing a leaf on her head, he gently removed it, then turned serious and disciplined, saying, Get up. Honestly, I didn't know either. Forgive me, I really didn't know. Were you sleepwalking? She asked, looking puzzled at Zisong He. His face showed discomfort and uncertainty after what happened. Staring for a long time at the man before her, eventually Zisong He gave a somewhat embarrassed laugh. He threw the leaf in his hand away. Recently. Thank you, he said, glancing at his own elbow. Had it not been for Nangong Qingjin's quick rescue, this arm might have been useless by now. This much he knew clearly. No thanks needed. Nangong Qingjin immediately stood up, pointing to somewhere ahead. You don't turn around or look. Let me tidy up. He nodded understandingly and went to sit near the campfire. This morning, he felt fully secure because these surroundings were filled with people. Zisong He instructed Qiao Gonggong to deploy. The reason he wasn't in a rush to return was because he found being outside also quite enjoyable. Soon, Nangong Qingjin had finished arranging herself, though her face still remained suspiciously crimson, a red almost akin to a fully ripe guava, giving an indescribable sensation. Seeing that beautiful shade of red, Zisong He momentarily lost words. After a prolonged silence, she took her seat nearby where the meat was already well roasted. Typically seasoned food contained chili and spices, but today they roasted pure, organic ingredients whose fragrance surpassed any previous meals. Holding up the grilled fish, he handed it to her. Eat. Nangong Qingjin usually only ate properly after washing up, out of hygiene habit. However, today, it was no longer possible. She brushed her messy hair with her fingers, standing next to him semi-crouched, gazing at the grilled fish, but not eating right away. You're doing much better now. Later, we'll go back. He lowered his voice. Here, Zisong. He immediately nodded. Truthfully, Zisong he wasn't in a hurry to return. First, he wanted to lure out the snakes to find out who led the army last night, according to Chao Gongong's investigation, claiming they belonged to someone influential. Huangfu Wenliang was dead. How could there be an army? This puzzled Zisong he endlessly. If it was truly possible here to bait and annihilate those forces, he hoped to do just that. Secondly, Zisong he wanted to observe if the court would fall into chaos should he leave for a while. He desired to confirm that the court treated him with due respect. Whether or not he was present, it would be impossible for chaos to arise, which indeed proved true. Actually, there was another unspoken third reason. Recently, he felt that in the wild, this girl's survival skills were incredibly strong, and it sparked a newfound protectiveness in him that he couldn't experience in the capital. Despite knowing Nangong Qingjin wasn't your typical fragile noblewoman, seeing this other side of her made him very, very fond of her, a feeling he found difficult to put into words. There is a kind of attraction that truly cannot be described. It's because the other person possesses charisma. After a long, silent gaze between the two, Nangong Qingjin finally blew on the fish meat, carefully removing each and every bone, leaving it perfectly clean, before lifting it up and handing it to Zisong He. This was something Zisong he had never expected. For years, no one had ever sincerely and patiently done anything like this for him. In the imperial capital, although he had countless maidservants, each of whom was more adept than Nangong Qingjin at serving him, they all performed their tasks mechanically, as though they were part of an unending machine. Others would do as instructed simply out of habit, but the Nangong Qingjin before him was completely different. As he thought about this, he reached out and gratefully took hold of the piece of fish. Nangong Qingjin didn't seem to notice much. Picking up another stick from the ground, she smelled it and began to eat. Watching her eat like this, he hesitated, thinking that the fish today must be the most delicious he'd ever tasted. He now chewed with a mix of tension and excitement. After taking a bite, noticing that Zisong he hadn't moved, Nangong Qingjin asked, "Did I not clean it properly?" While speaking, she prepared to take the fish back and redo it, but at that moment, Zisong he shook his head immediately. "Never so clean." "That's sarcasm," she said, continuing, "You should be careful. Fish in the stream have many bones. Deeper water fish have fewer bones." Hearing this, he said, "You truly seem like a naturalist, knowing everything. Living in the villa for a long time eventually made me know things even if I didn't want to." She paused, and then added, "Fish heads like these are best for making soup. Only one type of mushroom is needed to make the world's best flavor." "Truly? Then, do we need no seasoning?" Zisong he asked, looking at Nangong Qingjin. Before, he always suspected that Nangong Qingjin was actually Hellion, but various signs showed they were clearly two different people. Hellion preferred tranquility and disliked movement, whereas Nangong Qingjin combined both stillness and action. Hellion was indifferent to what she disliked, but Nangong Qingjin demonstrated broad interests and remained calm under pressure, using quick wit when faced with danger. She had true perseverance and resourcefulness. People like her were rare. If she were a man, without question, he would have already eliminated her, because someone like that, if male, could potentially threaten his throne. One wouldn't allow others to snore by his bedside. This was certain, but in front of him was just an innocent girl. Back in the villa, everyone called you the medicine immortal. Just a nickname in the martial arts world, not worth mentioning. She paused again, then added, "Actually, I miss those days. That was a carefree life of leisure, doing whatever I wanted. But it's all gone now. I will let you live that life again," he said, while beginning to eat silently. Nearby, Nangong Qingjin laughed, tapping her stick on his fish. "Are you really not planning to harm me anymore?" "I am not going to harm you anymore, because I know you're not someone I can use," he replied, seriously gazing at Nangong Qingjin. In response, Nangong Qingjin scoffed without saying a word. He looked at her and couldn't help but ask, "Do you not believe me?" "No, it's not disbelief. I just find you entertaining." "What about me is entertaining?" He glanced at himself, unsure what Nangong Qingjin meant. Nearby, Nangong Qingjin said, "Everything is entertaining. You always think I know nothing, but I know everything. Aren't you just trying to use me to lure Huangfu Kongming out?" "Actually, Huangfu Kongming won't come out." "Why not?" "Because he sees how well you treat me, so he stays hidden." "Actually, Huangfu Kongming isn't the kind of person you think he is. You two are overly passionate about the throne, especially Huangfu Wenliang, but he is different. You seem to know a lot about him." Immediately angered, he stopped eating as if what was in his mouth had become inedible. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin gave a casual smile. "I don't know much, but I do know this. He is an upright man, nothing like so many others who pretend to be righteous while secretly harming others. It's disgusting." "Are you talking about me?" he said, raising his eyebrows in surprise as he spoke. Nangong Qingjin giggled and covered her mouth. "It doesn't matter who it is, the guilty person knows best." "Huh." As she spoke, she walked over to the campfire to add more wood. At that moment, all thoughts of using Nangong Qingjin as bait vanished from his mind. "Perhaps I did have such thoughts before, but now, the Emperor truly has none," he declared. "Is it because I saved your life?" he asked with a laugh. "No, it's not because of that." he replied quietly, continuing to eat in silence. Nangong Qingjin felt a little puzzled. Clearly it was because she had saved him that he had abandoned the idea of using her as bait. This man was stubborn, but then again, his small tricks weren't meant for others to understand, and it was bad luck on his part that Nangong Qingjin had seen through them. She stayed silent, busying herself by roasting the fish and watching the firewood burn brighter. Nangong Qingjin. Suddenly, he stopped eating and looked at her intently, making the atmosphere slightly tense and complicated. It's because I, like you, I don't want the person I care about to face that kind of danger. You can help me when needed, just as I won't stand idly by when you're in trouble. Chapter 228. Taking the Emperor to Survive in the Wilderness. She looked at Zi Sanghe in confusion. Zi Sanghe. Oh Zi Sanghe, this excuse was too clumsy. There were so many girls in Daijing, and Nangong Qingjin believed herself not to be an outstanding one that would catch his eye. This was clearly a lie or an excuse. Yes, I like you. Rarely, Zi Sanghe actually admitted it. Looking at Nangong Qingjin, he expected her to nod and say, I like you too. But Nangong Qingjin never said those words. She just silently smiled, her thoughts unknown. In Nangong Qingjin's eyes, Zi Sanghe wasn't the type of person who felt sentimental. In fact, Zi Sanghe didn't show any special emotion. Such a person was cold, selfish, and could easily sacrifice everything about himself if necessary. Of course, such a person could also without hesitation sacrifice anyone nearby. How could someone like him talk about like or dislike? The reason she didn't contradict him now was simply because she didn't want to waste her breath. As for Zi Sanghe, he had obviously noticed disdain from Nangong Qingjin's movements and expressions. He didn't say a word, nor did he add much explanation. He just seriously looked at the girl before him and tentatively asked, when someone says they like you, shouldn't you at least give a response? Shouldn't you at least have some attitude? Her big bright eyes, which seemed to return from wandering through space and time, stared at the man before her. Zi Sanghe immediately nodded. At this moment, Nangong Qingjin already said, very well, my attitude towards you is, I don't like you. Why? Everyone was shocked by her firm rejection, leaving no room for discussion. It was hard to accept since he was the emperor. Filled with annoyance and disappointment, Zi Sanghe slowly clenched his fists. Because I simply don't like you. Is it because I am an emperor, or an enemy of Huang Fukong Ming, right? His sharp question exposed what he thought to be true. But Nangong Qingjin just laughed. Wrong. If one truly likes another, there are no such conditions. To like is to like, to dislike is to dislike. Fine, Nangong Qingjin, I will make your dislike for me into like. As he spoke, he tightened his fists again. Nangong Qingjin smirked faintly. Then don't waste your time on me. Don't hope that I'll like you. I will. Stop being stubborn, he replied as he started eating. Nangong Qingjin also began nibbling carefully. An hour later, after both finished their meal, they filled up their water bags from the stream beside them. Looking at the fruit orchard nearby, Nangong Qingjin asked, I've forgotten where we entered last night. Do you remember? Even now, for Zi Sanghe, remembering the place they entered last night was difficult too. Last night, around dusk, they accidentally stumbled into this area trying to escape the pursuers, plus Zi Sanghe, he was injured at the time. Nangong Qingjin's gaze constantly lingered on his injured arm, having completely overlooked the possible exits around them. Moreover, yesterday when Zi Sanghe was wounded, he hadn't paid attention to anything else around him either. So he could only shake his head. We're lost. Nangong Qingjin immediately concluded. Then she added, if we don't leave soon, it'll cause chaos. With no one taking care of your court, don't you fear someone might take advantage of the situation? Do you mean my second brother? He asked, looking at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin thought if Huang Fukong Ming were here, it would be great. Unfortunately, Huang Fukong Ming wasn't that kind of person. No, she responded unwillingly. However, Zi Sanghe continued, probably you think my second brother might come over. But based on what I know, he isn't that kind of person. No, there are so many bad people in the court. Aren't you really afraid? She questioned while watching him. There are many bad people in the court, but are they worse than me? Even if I leave Daijing for a day or two, or even a week or two, these people won't dare to act recklessly. Really, you'll see. Emperors actually plan ahead for everything. Without any crisis awareness, how could anyone become emperor? Simply impossible. While saying this, he gave a sly smile at the woman before him. Nangong Qingjin smiled faintly. Indeed, it's quite rare for you to say something like this. Sure. He nodded. Now, we need to find a way out. As he said this, he picked up a broad oak leaf and dipped it into the nearby stream. Nangong Qingjin then took out the pin from her hairpin and dropped it into the water. A compass. I understand what you mean, she replied, also adding her own decorations into the water. Zi Sanghe immediately nodded, pointing towards his right, that way, and started walking. However, there was obviously no way out in that direction. Rather than taking the old paths, both Nangong Qingjin and Zi Sanghe, he decided to enter the dense forest quickly. This was a grove of pomegranate trees. On one side, apricots and peaches had already ripened, while on the other side, pomegranates in the forest were just beginning to bloom. With the breeze blowing, red petals scattered everywhere as they walked side by side. Considering he was injured, Nangong Qingjin wasn't rushing. She explored the path ahead while frequently looking back at him. Zi Sanghe, however, merely smiled. Do you think I've become too weak to walk even a step? I only injured my arm, not my ankle. I am a healer, and I must take care of you, she said, keeping her eyes on Zi Sanghe. Huh, really? He sighed. Unexpectedly, their direction was correct, but it was definitely not where they had been the night before. After about half an hour of walking, both Zisanghe and Nan Gongqingjin realized they had gone the wrong way. Stop, something's off, he said, observing the dense forest around them. There were loquats here, which had already been harvested. The leaves rustled beautifully in the wind, creating a harmonious melody. Leaning against a loquat tree, she rested for a moment, pulling out her water bag. She sipped some water and said, "In fact, I've noticed too, there's something wrong with this place. For safety, we should go back. Once back, you rest and I'll explore alone, okay? You rest, I'll go exploring. You're injured. In such summer heat, if you sweat profusely, it will affect your wounds healing. Me? I'm physically fit," she said, while gazing at the man before her. Sighing deeply, Zisanghe couldn't help but smile as Nan Gongqingjin laughed. "Ha! You don't actually think I'm going to leave you behind, do you?" "I wouldn't. Not exactly, but I feel like you've done so much for me. It's time for me to repay you now. If you truly wanted to abandon me, it would be easy, yet I know you have no such intention. Brother, as long as you're reassured." She wrapped her arms around his neck. "I won't leave you or ignore you for no reason. In my opinion, it's easier for us to conserve energy by walking separately. So, you need to rest here. As for me, I'll search the surroundings. It would work well." "No, you stay here and rest. I'll go and explore the area around us," he insisted. Knowing it would be futile to argue further, Nan Gongqingjin nodded. All right. No matter how you put it, you are the emperor. If you don't listen, what can I do? Let's go back. It'll get hot under the sun soon, making travel more difficult." Unfortunately, there wasn't a hint of sunlight today. Before Nan Gongqingjin's so-called sun came out, after a loud thunderclap, rain began to fall, a scenario she had not anticipated. The plum rains hit every home so swiftly, he muttered, holding Nan Gongqingjin's hand. Both moved forward and found shelter under a low banana tree. Nearby stood a tall mango tree, a perfect spot for seeking refuge from the rain. However, as Nan Gongqingjin attempted to move toward it, Zisanghe abruptly held onto her hand. "What is it?" Nan Gongqingjin looked at Zisanghe in confusion. "We'll get struck by lightning if we hide under that big tree," he explained. Indeed, Nan Gongqingjin was aware that sheltering under large trees during thunderstorms was dangerous. Having lived on a farm for some time, she'd simply forgotten. Now, she smiled faintly. "Thanks. Along this journey, I've discovered that there is indeed friendship between you and me. So, I will protect you," he said, looking at Nan Gongqingjin. "Right now, there's no rush. They will not expect us to be here. Even if chaos breaks out across the world, what could we possibly do?" Zisanghe, do you know what mountains high and the emperor far away means? Nan Gongqingjin chuckled, looking at the man before her. Immediately comprehending her implication, Zisanghe gave a gentle smile, pointing to his own nose. "I am the emperor, and right now, we are miles and miles away from Daijing. You're right. There's no need for us to worry unnecessarily about things beyond our control. Instead of dwelling on those issues, we should focus on what to do and how to proceed next," Nan Gongqingjin said as she kept walking. When she reached a certain spot, she added, "Look, we need a makeshift shelter." "What? A shelter?" Nan Gongqingjin explained. It was an entirely new term to Zisanghe, who had never experienced life in the wild. Having always traveled in luxury carriages, Zisanghe had never encountered such a situation. Now it seemed the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon, and Nan Gongqingjin worried that his wound might become a burden if not properly managed. This place wasn't entirely safe, so his wound mustn't worsen. They needed a simple shelter. Nan Gongqingjin hesitated, unsure how to explain further, waving her hands around until Zisanghe chuckled. "What is it? Why don't you just say we need a little house?" "Forget it. Talking to you is such a hassle," Nan Gongqingjin replied, already moving forward to a suitable location. She discovered a strategic high ground, perfect for building their makeshift shelter. It was an ideal choice under the circumstances. "The rain has lessened. I'll start working here. You pluck down some banana leaves with your hands. If that's too difficult, I'll fashion you a tool." As she spoke, she crouched beside the area. The rain was still fine and misty, but much lighter than before. Chapter 229. Do not yearn for the homeland among old friends. Dim and hazy, it looked as though a faint mist of smoke and water. Nan Gongqingjin squatted by a stone, reaching out to take a sharp rock. After a few quick strokes of polishing, she handed the rock over to Zisanghe. "Do you know how to use this rock?" "Yes, I do. How to use a dagger is how to use this rock," he said, while looking at Nan Gongqingjin. "I'm not that foolish, so why do you always assume I am?" "Not at all. You're quite clever. It's just that you don't work with your hands much. I need to guide you in the wilderness." As she spoke, she collected the wooden pieces left behind by farmers nearby and soon nailed stakes into the ground. He had never seen a woman perform manual labor so attractively. Now, Zisanghe's eyes were glued on the busy Nan Gongqingjin without blinking, while she wiped sweat off her face. "Hey, are you slacking off and not doing any work?" No. He immediately got to work. Soon after, the banana leaves were cut down using the stone shards, covering the ground extensively. Then, he struggled to gather them up and carried them over to Nan Gongqingjin. "Are you sure we're not leaving and instead playing house here?" This puzzled Zisanghe. After all, the rain had already stopped. Nan Gongqingjin only looked at Zisanghe. "You don't trust me." "Not at all. I think we should make good use of the time when the rain has cleared to find our way out." Zisanghe, look above. These low-hanging leaden clouds. Do you know what these anvil-shaped cloud masses are called? As she said this, she pointed to the sky. Zisanghe did not know but asked, "What?" "They're called cumulonimbus clouds." "Why are they called such?" because these cloud masses contain a large amount of water vapor. It's not raining now, but I calculate that within 3 to 5 hours, there will certainly be a heavy downpour. Earlier, you mentioned preparation. Have you forgotten what you just said? Nangong Qingjin, are you joking with me? I think this mass of clouds will be blown away soon by the wind. It's always better to prepare. If it rains later, you'll croak like a frog. If it doesn't rain, I'll croak. What do you think of this bet? Or would you rather bet something else? Nangong Qingjin playfully said, which made Zisong he want to laugh, although he ultimately restrained himself. Since they wouldn't be able to leave for a little while anyway, the time spent together with Nangong Qingjin was a kind of delight that Zisong he had never felt in his 20-odd years, a kind of free-spiritedness and ease. It was incredible. Now, he quietly moved closer to Nangong Qingjin's side. Fine, I accept your challenge. If it really rains, I'll be the frog croaking for you. Haha, great. A deal sealed with a handshake, Nangong Qingjin said, extending her muddy and damp hand as their palms touched. Afterward, Nangong Qingjin said, I have work to do. You can watch from the side. If you want to help, come over, but don't overexert yourself. You're still recovering. I understand, he replied, watching as Nangong Qingjin gradually built a thatched hut. A faint smile crept onto his lips as his eyes took in the small structure slowly taking shape, with sunflower stalks surrounding it tightly, impenetrable. Nangong Qingjin began plastering mud around it, moving busily. The house might look crude, but it could certainly shield them from the wind and rain. On top, layer upon layer of banana leaves mixed with mud were placed. Before long, it appeared finished, giving Nangong Qingjin some leisure time. With other broadleaf trees nearby, she scattered those leaves inside the shelter. Then she said, stay inside, I'll go get fruits and corn. Are we truly going to stay overnight here? It seemed evident that they were staying, yet Zisong he couldn't understand. They could have continued traveling and left, but why did Nangong Qingjin insist on staying? Nevertheless, she was evidently a determined person. Anything she decided to do, she would see through. As long as he could be with Nangong Qingjin, he didn't mind too much. Not long after, Nangong Qingjin had already brought over water skins and fruit. She then said, I hear a gurgling spring nearby. I'll go catch some fish. Please wait for me. Together, he said, standing up as he spoke. He looked around and saw a bamboo pole, which he immediately grasped. All right, Nangong Qingjin said, and the two moved to a nearby spot. Sure enough, they found a clear brook with fish darting about in its stream. Nangong Qingjin positioned herself upstream, her gaze fixated, seemingly deep in thought about something. Then she clapped her hands, pointing downstream. Find the big ones. Leave the small ones alone, understood? While saying this, she stepped onto a rock nearby and pulled out a small bottle from her hand, carefully pouring its content into the water. A streak of white liquid entered the water. He didn't know what it was and assumed Nangong Qingjin needed tools to fish. Soon after, a large amount of fish floated down from upstream. He frantically began catching them, tossing the caught fishes on the bank, then catching more and doing the same again. Back and forth, soon the shore was covered with wriggling fish. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin jumped down from the rock, walking over. Good job. Today will truly be a day of plenty. As she spoke, she prepared the fish for transport before heading back toward their thatched hut alongside Zisong. What was that? What? Nangong Qingjin pretended to misunderstand while playfully kissing the fish. Zisong asked again. What was that you poured into the water just now? That was powerful. It's merely a sedative, rest assured, not poison. The other fish will recover quickly. All right, clean up around here. As she spoke, they arrived near the thatch hut. Zisong chuckled. You said it would rain, but it's already been 2 hours, no sign of rain, nor has the heavy cloud above dispersed. Therefore, any moment now, Nangong Qingjin had barely finished speaking when droplets of rain started to plop down. Rain beat against new lotus leaves, and the ground became drenched with scattered droplets. Seeing this, Zisong could only stare in amazement, almost wanting to prostrate himself before Nangong Qingjin in reverence. If they had insisted on leaving earlier and searching for an exit nearby, they would have certainly turned into soaked rats. But now, Nangong Qingjin had already ignited the kindling at the door of the thatched hut. The flames gradually rose, and Nangong Qingjin then instructed, sit closer, dry your clothes. All right, he replied, sitting beside Nangong Qingjin as their clothes dried. During this time, Nangong Qingjin seemed thoughtful. After some moments, she smiled. Time for someone to croak like a frog. Quick. Reluctantly, Zisong strained his voice to mimic the sound of a frog croaking, a noise that sounded far from pleasant. Time seemed to pass very slowly, yet it also flew by so quickly. Indeed, spending days with Nangong Qingjin was extraordinarily wonderful, allowing him to forget everything else. He gazed at her beautiful profile, unknowingly wishing to get closer. Nangong Qingjin, noticing Zisong moving closer, instantly grabbed a piece of firewood. Behave yourself. You, the ancient said, do not approach a sharp sword, nor become too intimate with a beauty, understood? Nangong Qingjin said, throwing the firewood stick into the campfire as she spoke. Watching this, Zisong knew she wasn't joking. He frowned. Your temper always seems sour. I can be both righteous and sinister. Don't provoke me, she said, grabbing an apple nearby to begin eating. Zisong was left feeling awkward, only able to watch the flame turn redder. On the other side, after the chaos erupted, Nangong Qingjin had been separated from Wu Dakuai and Xianer. Now, Xianer was desperately searching among the crowd, but where could she find Nangong Qingjin's figure? She was getting increasingly anxious. In her search, she unexpectedly met the previous servant girl. Though the servant girl had only one arm, her strength was not lacking. Amidst the bustling crowd, she firmly gripped Sienner's hand. Sienner tried to resist, but upon recognizing the girl, she furrowed her brows. Did you see Miss just now? No, this isn't the place for conversation. I'll wait for you at the 18-hole bridge ahead. Come quickly, don't let anyone follow you. I assure you the miss is safe. Hurry. As she spoke, she confidently led her attendant away amidst the chaos. Sienner wasn't entirely sure what all this meant, but after informing Wu Dakuai briefly, she headed to the appointed location. Thanks to the commotion and her servant-like appearance, no one paid her any mind. After walking for a while, when she reached the 18-hole bridge, it had begun to drizzle. The 18-hole bridge was a remote place in the imperial capital, once serving as an access point for one of the capital's roads, though now long abandoned. This made it a rather quiet and desolate area. As Sienner noticed the rain starting to fall, she grew anxious and immediately quickened her pace. Sienner, this way, over here. In the distance, she saw a small house with a low thatched roof and green grass by a stream where a servant girl waved from afar. Hurrying toward the house, Sienner stepped under its eaves just as the rain became heavy, looking like countless threads tangled into glistening pearls. However, soon everything ahead grew indistinct as dense fog enveloped the surroundings. Here, amidst an eerie silence, the girl pointed inside, saying, I've set up a medicinal herb collection station here. Although it's messy, I think you might like it. Let's talk. Not necessary. I just want to ask you about Miss Nangon Qingjin. You seem to know something, so if you do, tell me straight out instead of being evasive. Sienner, it has been 6 months since I last saw her. The last time I left was shortly after the start of spring. Now it's September. It's already been that long. Frustrated, Sienner stamped her feet before entering the room anyway. To her surprise, the interior was indeed to her liking. Inside, her attendant was bustling around, the same girl as before who upon seeing Sienner entered couldn't contain her excitement and joy. Ah, Sister Sienner, it really is you. You're here, good Sienner. Speaking while rushing forward, the girl hugged Sienner, who almost teared up at the sight. Chapter 230, Staying Overnight in a Desolate Village. It has been half a year since we last met. I can see that everything here is running very well. Sienner finished speaking, and then the girl had already pressed her hand on Sienner's shoulder. I didn't ask you to come in just to talk about Mrs. Affairs. I saw something today. The girl continued. You go out and see if there is anyone nearby. This is a confidential matter, and if it leaks out, our heads will roll. The servant understood clearly and reluctantly left, going to check at the door. Then the girl poured tea, handed a cup to Sienner, and said, How did the miss end up in the imperial capital? There's a long story behind this. Z saying he wants to be emperor, and now he intends to use our miss as bait to lure out the prince. This is absolutely insane, and the miss, she knows how to negotiate with a tiger. She has the chance, but she doesn't follow my advice. Sienner, don't rush into anger. I think she has her own plans. What exactly have you heard? Speak out so that I can clear my mind. Sienner held the hand of the woman before her while speaking. The girl sighed and then said, Today, originally, it was you who were distributing disaster relief food. I happened to pass by and was planning to return to tally the accounts, when I suddenly arrived at a small alley called Yixiao, and, what? You must say quickly, or you'll drive me mad. I overheard some people talking, among them, a person called Chao Gonggong saying that everything had been arranged. How could I know what had been arranged? But I do know that the eunuchs from the West Chamber are even more adept at fabricating rumors than each other. Thus, I didn't dare to move, and after a while, a group of tall and short individuals appeared. He actually said, this was His Majesty's arrangement, allowing these people to impersonate the prince's men and attack her. This way, they would create discord between the miss and the prince. As for the purpose of doing this, I simply don't know. I secretly peeked and saw that the opposing side had many people. I intended to inform you, but found it impossible to get close to you. So, heaven, conspiracy, a conspiracy. So I'm saying, the miss is safe. The current turmoil is nothing more than a case of thieves shouting, catch the thief. At present, the miss must certainly be with Z saying he. You needn't worry. With that, Sienner immediately stood up. Z saying he is such an evil-minded person, yet our miss saved him once. Truly repaying hatred with virtue. But what about reciprocation? No harm done. Now that you already know the truth, you shouldn't worry too much. Just look around casually before heading back. I think the miss will return soon. Rest assured, your miss, based on what you've said, is already his pawn. No one would abandon a chess piece before the board is set up, so she's safe. Don't worry, Sienner. Sigh. Sienner sighed. Recently, the civil service appears astute and far-sighted, but in fact, all of it is arranged by the miss. If following Z saying he's intentions, it's chaos he seeks, not peace. More people know Z saying he, while fewer understand the miss. Don't worry about making new friends, because everyone in this world knows you. Sienner, since you're here, stay calm and composed. One reason for opening this humble herb cottage is knowing that you need medicinal herbs. Any herb you need hereafter, you only need to take this silver token and pick it up from any pharmacy or collection point in the city under my name, without charge. This. Sienner held on to a silver token, carefully examining the pharmacy's name inscribed on it, and then nodded. Lately, seeing your improved complexion suggests that life has been treating you well. Take care of yourself. Anyway, in this turbulent period, everyone plays two-faced games. How has society become so full of deceit and betrayal? What do I have? These herbs can go to whoever needs them. It's you guys that are walking on eggshells now. The girl said and then added, remember what I said, never let a fourth person know. Otherwise, both of us will suffer repercussions. By the way, is the miss doing well? She's fine. When you have time, come to the imperial capital. I'll arrange for someone to bring you in. Wu Jiangjun treats me well, very well. Ah, good Sienna. You little seductress. When did you manage to charm the commander of the imperial guards? The girl teased while reaching to tickle Sienna's armpits. Sienna smiled along. And you, dear sister, do you truly intend to live out your days alone? In this era, it's impossible to thrive without a man's support. Before we cross that line, don't rush. It's not about whether I'm in a rush or not. You know this world far better than I do. Anyway, when someone can't make it on their own, don't ever forget that they'll need someone else. Sienna said, looking seriously at the woman before her as she spoke. The girl used to be an extremely introverted person who was reluctant to communicate with anyone, but now, although still not overly cheerful, she had already changed greatly compared to before. This was something Sienna did not expect. Now, she had changed, and this change made Sienna extremely pleased. She would rather see her become so optimistic than watch her become dejected, refusing to say even a word. Well, no beating around the bush with you, I'll go first. Knowing where you've settled down, it will be easier for me to find you later. Sienna began to leave as she spoke. The girl knew this meant immediately going to inform Nangon Qingjin, so she nodded promptly. Anyway, timing is crucial. Remember, Zi saying he isn't a good person, warn the miss to be cautious. As for the rest, I'll keep an eye on things, she said, while watching Sienna leave. But just as Sienna had taken a step forward, she turned back and said, you need to take care of yourself too. To tell the truth, after the turmoil broke out outside, the miss and Zi saying he have disappeared. The imperial guards are searching intensively nearby, but they remain nowhere to be found. It seems he indeed has countless contingency plans. Such a scheming and malicious person. She clenched her teeth, gripping her fists tightly, then slowly opened them. Emotong looked seriously at Sienna and said, since it's like this, it seems he's probably already left with her. Anyway, the miss is temporarily safe. I want to ask you, what about His Highness? Has he really lost contact with all of you? His Highness? If His Highness wants to rise up, he'll need a reason, right? Zi saying he appears so righteous and proper. He handles everything seamlessly. Now, trying to turn the tables, there are many constraints, and we simply don't know where to start. He sighed as he said this. All right, I'll be careful. Sister Sienna, always prioritize your safety. This was truly a farewell. However, the thunderstorm outside the door was pounding fiercely, like exploding beans. Such thunderous rain was relatively rare in the imperial capital. Sienna hesitated to leave, as stepping outside under such large droplets would quickly soak her clothes. I'll wait a bit longer before leaving, she said. Instead, the girl seemed delighted for her to stay. The girl immediately came over and grasped Sienna's hand again, saying, if Sister Sienna isn't leaving, that's perfect. Come, let me brew some tea for you to sip. This way, it won't have been a wasted opportunity today. All right, let's just steal half a day of leisure from life, Sienna said as she sat by the side. Over there, the girl already smiled and started brewing tea. She was genuinely proficient in the art of tea, and those myriad of peculiar tea tools looked dazzling. Sienna picked up a device resembling a cricket cage, examining it while asking, what is this and how is it used? It's merely a tool for filtering tea leaves, she said, and started demonstrating skillfully. Upon seeing this, Sienna suddenly understood and exclaimed, ah, I see. The girl evidently had deep knowledge of the tea ceremony. Before long, a cup of tea was served. For me, Sienna looked at the teacup without drinking yet, already captivated by its fragrant aroma. Previously, she thought tea tasting was just about sipping tea, nothing extraordinary. But now, after taking a sip, she felt immense comfort, a warm and touching sensation flowing through her throat straight into her stomach. Good, very good. Previously, I once loved someone deeply, but was also deeply hurt. Later, I realized it wasn't bad here at all. Time flows without record. Flowers blooming signify spring, and falling flowers signal autumn. Each day passes simply with rising with the sun and resting when it sets. Our lives were once like this, weren't they? But now, Sienna paused, then emphatically continued. No matter what, our past is in the past. Life now isn't bad either. I should let fate take its course, and this way, I can be worthy of the miss. Good Sienna, I didn't mean that. I only wanted to tell you that one must always be vigilant. Staying by his side, you need to take better care of yourself. Dangerous deeds must never be attempted lightly. Even if unavoidable, it will surely come at a cost. Above all, you must look after the miss on my behalf. Do you understand? You haven't changed. I thought that living a life surrounded by human affairs would make you forget all the past. Sienna, if it weren't for you and the miss, I would have turned into a pile of white bones long ago. How could I be here today? The only reason I haven't changed is because I know how good you both have been to me. Anything I can possibly help you with, I will do it without hesitation. There's no way I'll just stand by idly. But as for you, if there's ever something within my capability, you must speak up then, don't hold back, she said, her eyes on Sienna as she spoke. Sienna immediately nodded, listening to the sharp rain outside the window gradually grow quieter, before finally rising. It's truly inconvenient to trouble you today. There will be plenty of time ahead. I'll take my leave. Very well. If there are any new developments, do let me know. I'm uneasy about everything, the girl said, already stepping out while holding an oiled paper umbrella to see him off. Sienna nodded right away. To ensure the girl's safety, they parted ways shortly after turning the corner. Sienna was clever. After leaving, she headed straight for the Imperial Guards. Wu Daka had already been soaked to the skin but hadn't ceased searching nearby. In the capital, members of the Imperial Guard were almost like statues carved from wood. They wouldn't stop what they were doing. not even in the harshest weather. Rain or hail, nothing would keep them from carrying out their duties fully. Hey, come over here. I have something to say. Sienna called from afar, and Wu Daka rushed over immediately. Today's search radius was arranged like this. Eunuch Chow led his team to the outer city to look around, while Wu Daka commanded the troops to search near the Meridian Gate, beginning with the Western Market. It was clear that they had thoroughly searched every inch of the ground, but Wu Daka still refused to give up. After all, two legendary figures of the imperial capital had gone missing this time. Chapter 231. Shun Yao Pan Bean's Deterioration. At the beginning, Wu Dakai actually had little reverence for Nangong Qingjin. However, he later couldn't help but admire this woman's abilities. This woman was truly extraordinary. Her decisiveness and calm composure in handling matters left one speechless. Now, seeing Sienna walking over with an oiled paper umbrella, she immediately came over. Sienna lifted the umbrella, covering both of their heads. She then extended a brocade handkerchief to wipe his face. Miss is no longer here. Everything has been arranged by the Emperor and Eunuch Chow. Now what should we do? I have already heard some rumors. Don't worry. I've sent people to check on the situation. It seems the rain won't stop soon. You'd better go back. No, I want to stay with you, General. Sienna said, looking at the person in front of her. The man had a coppery complexion, exuding a spirit of adventure and confidence. That feeling of a drawn sword wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. He was majestic, healthy, full of vigor that words couldn't describe. Take care of yourself. I just want to look at you more. Now it seems they are starting to suspect me, but it doesn't matter. Not only will I ensure my own safety, I will also keep watch over you in Mississippi. All right, go home now, he said, as he looked down earnestly into the eyes of the woman before him. She knew that his eyes spoke volumes. People always thought that Wu Dakai was cold, his sharp hawk-like eyes always giving off a dangerous aura. But it wasn't entirely true. He gazed at the person in front of him for a long time, silent, and then sighed, saying, "Look at you, soaking wet like a drowned rat. How can your body handle this? It's fine. I can see you smile from afar, and having you beside me makes me feel much better. Ho ho, I'm not some magical panacea, but if you like seeing me smile, I'll gladly smile every day for you, brightly so. It's twilight now. Things might get chaotic soon, and here it's already full of disorder. I'm worried about your safety here. Let me send someone to escort you back safely now. Matters concerning the Emperor, as well as those related to our miss, leave them all to me." He handed over the oiled paper umbrella and gently patted Sienna's shoulder, letting her stand still. "All right, leave happily. I'll return safely. Go ahead. Wu Dakai, I want to marry you. Don't ask why. Right now, I really want to. Sienna, right now, I want to take you as my wife too, but with the Huns not yet defeated, how can there be talk of a home?" he said, sighing. Sienna chuckled merrily. "All right, let's not talk about these trivial things anymore. I'm leaving." As she saw someone coming over, Sienna immediately got onto the carriage. "Go," he waved his hand, giving 2 instructions to the nearby carriage driver, and quietly bid farewell to Sienna as she went. After she left, it took quite a while before he finally lowered the curtain. At this moment, the carriage driver remarked, "You seem to be reluctant to part from our general." "Who's reluctant to part from whom?" "I was just taking a look." Sienna's cheeks were flushed red as she stubbornly insisted. "I was just looking around, to see if our miss has appeared or not. There's no other meaning behind it. Just focus on driving the carriage. In fact, our general also likes you. I've never seen the general pay attention to any woman before. I almost thought the general didn't like girls. But now it appears that he simply hadn't met someone who could touch his heart until now." "Hey, what exactly are you trying to say?" Sienna asked, raising her eyebrows curiously. "All I'm saying is that there's nothing wrong with this. Our general is someone worth spending your life with. You've made a good choice," he said. Hearing this, Sienna softly giggled. "You're sweet-talking me, aren't you? Surely it's because he told you to speak kindly. Such flattery isn't good." "Miss, I am not helping him talk." The carriage continued its journey, swaying unsteadily amidst the wind and rain. This seemingly inconspicuous carriage wobbled along for quite a distance. Inside, Sienna chatted for a long time with the person next to her, and finally arrived safely in the imperial capital. And today, it was like a long drought meeting sweet rain. Heaven didn't care whether people needed the rain or not, and rather irresponsibly started pouring down hard, splashing everywhere. The courtyard's banana leaves and pomegranates were beaten off the ground. Sienna, despite her growing worry for Nangong Qingjin, had no way to know where or what Nangong Qingjin was currently doing. This ignorance tormented Sienna in a painful manner. On the other side, Wu Dakai hadn't stopped searching, but the army was beginning to relocate. He was spreading his forces wider, and at dusk, although the drizzle had not ceased, it was much gentler compared to the downpour of earlier. Mounted on his horse, he started searching around the area. Today, the city was rather chaotic, with the Imperial Guard actively searching nearby, yet no trace of either the Emperor or the young lady could be found. However, this allowed him to come across Chow Gonggong, Eunuch Chow. Eunuch Chow was already enjoying tea with a few palace attendants in a tea house close by. Seeing Wu Dakai storm in angrily, Eunuch Chow greeted him with an impish grin as he rose from his seat and began speaking in official tones. "Oh, General, there you are. The weather's getting colder. Won't you join us for a drink?" He moved forward as if to take Wu Dakai's hand, but Wu Dakai looked around the tea house disdainfully. Even before Eunuch Chow got near enough or attempted to grasp Wu Dakai's hand, Wu Dakai had brushed off the sleeve of his arm as if to rid himself of something dirty. Eunuch Chow, who was normally one of the most powerful figures in the capital, could feel Wu Dakai's open contempt for him. This made Eunuch Chow uncomfortable. On the one hand, Wu Dakai was indeed an exceptional man, so despite their mutual dislike, it wasn't wise to provoke him immediately. On the other hand, in Eunuch Chao's view, both he and General Wu were, bluntly put, pawns of the court. Since they were in the same boat, there wasn't much point in opposing each other unnecessarily. Thus, he smiled and pointed to a seat ahead. You still have the same temperament. Come, let's have a cup of wine. As he said this, Eunuch Chao went to pour some wine. Quoting poetry, barking dogs heard at the che doors signify the return of friends through wind and rain. He stepped forward and handed over a full glass. To be honest, what's going on? Matters related to your Western Bureau should have nothing to do with me, but as it seems, I must get involved. There's more than meets the eye, isn't there? What secret or conspiracy? Aren't we both here serving the royal family, catching rats? And the rats? The rats? If even a great general like you hasn't managed to find them, how can you expect me, an old eunuch, to do any better? I'm nowhere near as capable as you, favored confidant of the emperor. All I do is go in clean and come out bloody. As he spoke, he sighed theatrically. Come on, have a cup. Eunuch Chao urged while offering the cup. This is green ant wine, newly brewed, served with a red clay stove, specially prepared by the innkeeper. He smiled as he said this, his small eyes glinting with shrewdness. It didn't seem like he was representing the court, more like a local innkeeper. Already uneasy, Wu Dakai gripped his wine cup and noticed that Eunuch Chao's clothes were perfectly dry, indicating that he had arrived much earlier. With this thought, Wu Dakai lost all desire to drink. He slammed the cup heavily onto the table. The emperor's whereabouts are still unknown, yet here you are indulging in revelry, completely heartless. Saying this, he unsheathed his ghost head blade with a sharp clang. Clang. A corner of the table was chopped off in a single stroke. This act was meant as a warning to Eunuch Chao because Wu Dakai realized just how cunning this eunuch was. After the assassination of Huangfu Wenliang, this eunuch was gradually replacing him. In the past, Zisong he always consulted with Wu Dakai about important matters, but now, the person the emperor first sought for counsel was no longer Wu Dakai, but this smiling tiger before him. As though predicting his outburst, Eunuch Chao watched as the nearby palace attendants were shocked by the unexpected event. Some guards instinctively drew their swords, but Eunuch Chao remained unperturbed. Smiling still, he coldly reprimanded them. You brats! What do you think you're doing? This is a tea house. Sheath your weapons. Yes, the weapons of a few internal attendants had already been put away, but their sharp eyes had not left Wu Dakai. Every move Wu Dakai made became the focus of their attention. Wu Dakai moved closer to Eunuch Chao. You're a favorite in the Western Bureau, so what is this all about? Why are you keeping secrets from me? Truthfully, it's the emperor's arrangement. The Western Bureau and your Imperial Guard have always operated independently. At least for the emperor's sake, let today pass peacefully. Tisk, is this how you speak to this general? In fact, Wu Dakai had long wanted an excuse to teach these arrogant people a lesson. Once he lost his temper, his hand unconsciously reached out, intending to strike Eunuch Chao's face. But Eunuch Chao was not slow. Just as he finished saying, don't hit the face, he already gripped Wu Dakai's extended hand. General, do you really forget that one doesn't hit another's face? We each have our own responsibilities. You maintain order on site, and I just lead my men around to inspect the surroundings. Now you seem restless without any reason. Tisk. Over here, Wu Dakai had already started fighting with Eunuch Chao. These people in the Western Bureau certainly had their skills. Normally, Eunuch Chao didn't seem very imposing, but when necessary, he proved to be incredibly formidable. Using both hands and feet, he was almost as agile as a monkey. His deep and powerful movements could easily kill an ox. Luckily, Wu Dakai was no ox. Soon, the two were engaged in combat. Onlookers couldn't help but join in. Without further ado, the royal guard actually clashed with the internal eunuchs, an uncommon sight in this dynasty. Chapter 232. He is not quite clear about the situation. People in the tea house saw one after another start to fight, while those outside were unaware of what was going on. Once the royal guards and the internal eunuchs began fighting, the people outside also joined the fray. This made Huangfu Kongming, who was watching from afar on horseback, very puzzled. Find out what happened up ahead, he ordered. After Nangong Qingjin and Zisong he disappeared. He had been searching for them as well. Though he didn't have many people arranged for this, each one was more capable than the last. Truly, among the strong, there are always stronger ones. His army's ability to detect and counter-detect was equal in strength. A person beside him dressed like a beggar immediately nodded, holding a tattered straw hat, muttering, "Have mercy, give some coins," while heading toward the front tea house. Not long after, the beggar had figured out the situation. While the details remained unclear, the general situation was reported back to Huangfu Kongming on horseback, who frowned upon hearing it. What do you mean? The Royal Guard and the Western Bureau's eunuch surveillance team are fighting in the tea house. Both groups serve the emperor, and they usually don't interfere with each other. Now they're fighting. How disgraceful. My lord, based on our intelligence, General Wu Dakai was searching in the Western market earlier, and Eunuch Chao has already arrived nearby. There's something fishy here. We can't clarify it until we see these individuals ourselves. Fine, let's wait. As he spoke, he pressed his bamboo hat lower over his head, shielding it. He wore white clothes drenched with water, no weapon in hand, not even at his waist. From afar, he appeared to be an elegant young scholar. Such attire was fairly common in the capital, and he didn't want to reveal his identity just yet, especially now. With Nangong Qingjin still missing, revealing himself seemed all the more unnecessary. After the hour of view, according to custom, the city gates should close. The local residents naturally weren't worried and were calmly making their way home. Regarding the emperor's and Nangong Qingjin's disappearance during the famine relief mission, rumors abounded. But there was one point everyone could agree on. Neither had returned by now. By the time the gatekeepers arrived to prepare for closing, there was already a loud commotion. Your Highness, the city gate is about to be locked. About to be locked. A member of the eunuch surveillance bureau rushed into the tea house as quickly as possible. Inside, the tea house was already in disarray. The shopkeeper never imagined that the Western Bureau and the royal guards would come to blows, and not in his establishment. Worse still, his property had been damaged. Initially, the shopkeeper tried persuading them kindly, but in the middle of speaking, a thrown dagger from one of the eunuchs narrowly missed slicing off his scalp. Now hiding behind the counter, trembling along with one of his assistants, the shopkeeper heard a voice from the surveillance eunuchs, at which Chao Gonggong immediately ceased his actions. However, Wu Dakai had torn Chao Gonggong's flying fish uniform. Panting heavily, Chao Gonggong looked at Wu Dakai. General, the city gates will be locked soon. If they lock before you return, if anything happens, both of us will be in trouble. Eunuch, why won't you tell me and let me go back then? Today, I'll rather die than leave without answers, and you will see whether I'm afraid of anyone. General, you're fearless, but I value my life. Right now, whatever you need to know, come closer, come closer. Chao Gonggong urgently waved him forward. At the time, once the city gates were locked, it was generally forbidden to reopen them, a strict curfew. Only the Son of Heaven could freely pass at midnight without any regulation. Any others wishing to leave the city faced significant difficulty. Chao Gonggong couldn't have known that Wu Dakai would fight recklessly regardless of life or death. Back and forth they clashed, causing Wu Dakai to grow increasingly concerned. Looking at each other, neither knew what to say next. General, lean in closer. I can only tell you this personally. You're too noisy. Had you told me sooner, we wouldn't be here now. Before the gates close, I must return. As for you, stay here and guard. Speak. Wu Dakai frowned hard as he leaned in closer. The emperor is now at. He deliberately lowered his voice, but Wu Dakai still heard it clearly. Good. Since you know the details, I will go back. Let bygones be bygones concerning today's matter, and make sure the emperor doesn't find out, or neither of us will escape unscathed. All right, if the emperor really asks later, just say we were practicing martial arts. General, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to return. If you can't come back, whatever happens, it won't be the fault of this old servant. Chao Gonggong kept waving his hand urgently. Fine, I'm leaving. Wu Dakai said with satisfaction as he turned to go. The outer city was under the responsibility of Chao Gonggong, who didn't need to leave, but had to prepare for the night. These eunuchs from the inner court were supposed to stay there overnight, but Chao Gonggong never expected someone to pick a fight, leading to his tea house being smashed into pieces. Now, after their fight was over, they saw that the tea house floor was littered with glittering shards of broken porcelain, and all the tables and chairs were shattered. As a result, the room looked shabbier than ever. At this moment, the shopkeeper finally emerged from behind the counter, kowtowing repeatedly and trembling on the ground in fear. Oh my lord, I am only doing small business. What shall I do? Seeing the shopkeeper crying, Chao Gonggong immediately pulled some golden melon seeds from his sleeve. Why cry? This place. We'll buy it. These golden melon seeds are enough for you to establish a proper estate. Clean up quickly, let our people rest here well, and bring out your best wine, dishes, and tea. My mood isn't good today. Seeing how generous Chao Gonggong was, the shopkeeper feared being cheated. He bowed respectfully while biting each melon seed one by one at the edge of his mouth. Realizing they were all real gold, the shopkeeper smiled and ordered a few assistants to come out and start working. Chao Gonggong was fuming, and it seemed he had suffered some setbacks that night. From this point onward, Chao Gonggong and the royal guards began to have disputes, which only escalated further over time. According to Zisang He's prior arrangement, no matter what, the army had to be divided into two parts. Internal and external cooperation worked exactly like this. Outside, there needed to be an active Chao Gonggong leading a group to both ensure the emperor's safety and carry out necessary tasks. Internally, Zisang he trusted Wu Dakai the most. Thinking about this made Wu Dakai feel much better. It was entirely possible to return now, but when Wu Dakai reached the city gate, he encountered a rider approaching. The man wore a white curved skirt robe covered with a dark cloak, and beneath his bamboo hat, his black eyes resembled gemstones from Kunlun Mountain. At the entrance of the city, his gaze had already fallen upon Wu Dakai. Wu Dakai recognized him as Huangfu Kongming, so he immediately walked over, noticing that the city gates would close in less than 15 minutes. People had already started working diligently, pulling the thick ropes upward, and those managing the city walls began removing the colorful glass lamp covers to replace candles. The wax candles, thick as arms, soon ignited brightly. Amidst the glow of the lanterns dimming the moonlight and obstructing blossoms, people who needed to leave or enter the city were making their final preparations. Wu Dakai promptly approached Huangfu Kongming, who remained completely silent without uttering a word. Respected sir, why are you here? Wu Dakai asked while glancing around. The city gates were almost closing, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay too long. Pointing to the address nearby, he said, I cannot linger. Here's where. While speaking, he abruptly turned his horse around and leaned toward Huangfu Kongming, whispering something in his ear. All right, is it confirmed? This is according to the Western Bureau. They've never dared lie recklessly before. If they truly lied to me, I won't easily forgive these dogs. Wu Dakai cursed loudly while gripping his fist tightly. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Kongming nodded immediately. All right, go back quickly, take care of things at court. Wang Ye, you aren't coming back? He questioned hesitantly, looking at Huang Fu Kongming curiously. Logically, this was the perfect moment for Huang Fu Kongming to seize power. With the emperor absent, invading the capital would be an effortless task that could conclude everything swiftly. However, it seemed that Huang Fu Kongming had lost interest and allure in the throne altogether. Water can carry the boat, but also capsize it. If he does a good job, I naturally won't return. If he can prolong the country's fate, what difference does it make whether it was me killing in the past or him now? Besides, everything seems to still be on track, he said while looking at Wu Dakai before him. I owe you an apology for troubling you. Your Highness, those were all Nangong young lady's plans. Without Nangong, the court would have already fallen into chaos. How could you still show such mercy like a woman? Now if you immediately attack the city, my lord and I inside and outside together will surely perish. You should really consider this carefully. No, Wu Dakai, I know your meaning. However, I won't proceed for now. If I must face off with the third prince, I wish to confront him directly rather than through deception. Since these actions are from Nangong young lady's plans, surely even he supports them. We'll just wait and see. It's time for you to go back. So be it. Wu Dakai nodded, and right at the moment when the city gates were about to close, he respectfully left. After seeing Wu Dakai leave, he immediately spurred his horse. Go to Chisong Forest. Beside him, a group of people who barely looked like soldiers were already leaving one by one toward their positions in small groups. Mentioning Chisong Forest, it was named as such due to the presence of two enormous pine trees there. By this season, their branches grew lush, casting heavy shades over vast areas. From afar, it appeared dark and shadowy, thus earning the title of Chisong Forest. Far away, he had already seen a group of inner eunuchs nearby. In addition to these imperial eunuchs from the capital, another group had already headed toward the Chisong Forest. Seeing them from afar, he furrowed his brows and said, "Protect around here, don't act rashly yet. Moreover, don't raise any alarms. I'll be back shortly." Chapter 233, Draw the Bow to Shoot Strong. After saying this, he had already gripped a flying fish pouch, holding a long bow, and entered the Chisong Forest. This king will take care of my own safety. I may only come out tomorrow. All of you, please wait patiently. Under no circumstances should you get into conflict with the Nashi supervisors. If these people cause chaos, both you and I will risk exposure. Yes. At this side, the Nashi supervisor immediately nodded. He quickly entered the Chisong Forest. Although the distance was quite far, he could still see that furtive group of people. They were truly Huangfu Wenliang's last remaining army. This army, from the beginning, only wanted to help Huangfu Wenliang assassinate Zisong, He, and Nangong. But now, they had clearly already injured Zisong He. If they could chase after him and capture Zisong He alive, in that case, gaining control over the realm would indeed be a very easy task. Now, it had caused this leading figure to become elated. His heart raced, because spies had already discovered very quickly that these two were in the Chisong Forest. Actually, within the Chisong Forest, there weren't only pine trees, but also many fruits. It was currently the season of abundant harvest. The group quickly entered the orchard, and the scent of mature fruits was already being carried over by the evening breeze. It was a tense night, yet Nangong and Zisong He remained completely unaware. Even though, in such a dangerous atmosphere, they should have been on high alert. In Zisong He's view, at least the Nashi supervisors of the Western Bureau surrounded them. Such thorough protection without a single flaw, from the internal situation perspective, was genuinely safe. Therefore, he had no worries. And Nangong Qingjin, she thought. First, they hadn't left here yet. Secondly, they were now still deeper in the denser forest, so there wasn't much possibility of anyone discovering them. Thirdly, it was raining, and in the rain, no one would dare attack. The last point was that in the rain, their tracks and footprints had already been erased. Thus, there wasn't any need for worry. In the rain, she looked at Zisong He beside her. Zisong He's arm was injured. He leaned against a nearby wooden pillar, casting an indifferent glance this way. How do you know everything? When did you learn all this? Zisong He asked while tapping on the spot beside him. It was a long time ago. For survival, I must be skilled in everything, she said as if it was entirely self-evident, and something that must be fulfilled without hesitation. Actually, given the current situation, since Zisong He was already injured, she needed to do her best to help someone. The present situation was one full of crisis. They needed to complement each other. You really know a lot. Before, I always suspected that you were of the Hellion family, but later I saw that in many aspects, you are superior to the Hellion family more than once fold, he said while looking at Nangong Qingjin. I naturally dislike having myself compared with others. And now, your comparison is even inappropriate. But, I like it because at least I can be mentioned alongside her. I thought that I could not be equated with the Empress Consort Hellion. She said this while looking at Zisong He. Zisong He already smiled faintly. In many ways, you're really good. The former Empress was certainly skilled, but when it comes to life and survival, she was actually a complete fool. People cannot excel in everything, she remarked before adding. Now, look, the rain has soaked thoroughly. I dare say, about an hour or so, the rain will stop. Let me ask you, will your Nashi supervisors and guards in the Imperial City realize you're missing and come look for you? They'll act immediately, excavating every inch within 50 li, he said. Hearing this, Nangong Qingjin became somewhat satisfied. Then we endure this together now. As for me, I don't care. Honestly, your body is already overburdened. To tell the truth, I am reluctant to let you suffer by following me. No, Zisong He cut firmly. Every day with you is a pleasure. You've shown me many sides of yourself, so many. When the rain clears up, stay here and I'll go find a path. What do you think? She suggested, her eyes flickering as she looked at the man before her. Zisong He neither nodded nor shook his head, appearing utterly indifferent. Seeing Zisong He's unconcerned attitude, Nangong Qingjin immediately furrowed her brows, slightly dissatisfied as she said, "Whether it's good or not, you should give me an answer." "Not good. If you leave, what happens if I encounter danger?" he said while furrowing his eyebrows, appearing innocent as if he couldn't help it. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but pause for a moment in consideration, but soon she already gave a radiant smile, handing over a vial from inside her sleeve to Zisong He. "Here, hold this in your hand, and I can at least guarantee that wild beasts won't come near you." "How can I trust you?" He was greatly shocked, looking at this tiny bottle that seemed utterly unremarkable. This bottle was so small as to be unbelievable. How could such a minuscule volume contain anything extraordinary? However, Nangong Qingjin was resolute. "Look, you don't believe me, do you? This bottle may be small, but it can emit at least 100 scents that animals are sensitive to. When the time comes, you just need to open this bottle, and soon those animals will retreat immediately. It never fails." "Did you develop this?" he said. While speaking, he had already opened the bottle and was about to sniff it when Nangong Qingjin immediately reached out and held the bottle's opening. "Don't. This is lethal. Truly, will we part ways like this? It might be even more potent. All right, I'll give you this bottle. Use it carefully. After an hour of opening it, you can close it. Don't keep holding it. That's dangerous. And when the rain clears," she said while stretching out her hand to test the rain. The rain fell like tangled hemp. There was no sign of it stopping anytime soon. Yet, Nangong Qingjin showed no worry at all, as if the rain truly intended to clear up. Seeing her pale hand in the rain, he chuckled. "It seems the rain won't stop quickly. It's currently the plum rain season where every household gets soaked. Yes, it falls fast and clears up fast. Before long, follow my arrangement. I will search for an escape route around the perimeter, and you, stay here safely." "Is that not possible?" "I refuse. I want to be with you. That's the safest place. What if I encounter bad people here? Should I shout loudly for help or surrender quietly?" he said. While speaking, his eyes flashed once and focused on the woman beside him. "In general, they won't harm you. They will merely threaten to control others by force. So how much can they actually do to you? You should be at least 120% assured on this." After finishing, Nangong Qingjin already dipped her hand into the rainwater. Rainwater trickled down the eaves of the arrow tower drop by drop. Nangong Qingjin slowly closed her eyes and counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By the time she reached 5, the last droplet of rain, resembling Xian's tears, disappeared. The rain has stopped. Nangong Qingjin opened her eyes, stunned and wide-eyed at how well she could predict the weather changes. She found it hard to believe how skillful this woman was. With that realization, Nangong Qingjin prepared to go. "Follow the original plan. Stay here quietly and wait for me. I'll leave immediately. Everyone get ready." As she spoke, she prepared to leave, prompting him only to sigh. "Why must you leave me behind? I do not want to stay here now. I want to go with you. I command you. Wherever you go, you cannot leave me behind." Nangong Qingjin had never seen such a pitiful side of him before. Turning back with a smile, she said, "What's wrong? It's just a temporary separation. Pay attention to your own safety here. Staying a while doesn't matter much, but you," she pointed at the man next to her, "you, being so grandiose, are originally the young emperor of the capital. If something happens to you, it would be a huge event involving regime change. So now we must act quickly. Just wait for me here. I'll be right back." "I won't." He immediately stood up, preparing to follow Nangong Qingjin. She almost laughed. "All right, I won't leave for now. The plan won't change, just postponed for an hour," she said, patting the nearby dry grass. "Sit down. I want to hear about things between you and your siblings. You can choose to tell me or remain silent. Now anyway, you can either talk or not. I have nothing to conceal, especially not from you, Nangong Qingjin, because, at least, you and I are friends," he said, sighing. "However, our story is very long. From where exactly do you wish to start listening?" "Knew it would be long, so you need to shorten it. Like this, I ask and you answer, all right." Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes earnestly stared at Zisong He. Be it Zisong He or anyone else cold-hearted, under the gaze of such exquisite eyes, perhaps they would reveal everything they know. Thus, he soon nodded, indicating his willingness to open up and talk. Only then did Nangong Qingjin nod and gaze at him. "First, I want to know why your relationship has escalated to this point. I thought you all had a good relationship before. Why did you suddenly become enemies?" Forget it. I've overstepped my bounds, so as I said before, you don't have to answer if you're not comfortable," she immediately added, fearing she was crossing into forbidden territory. But Zisong He shook his head vigorously. "No, that's not what I mean. You are my savior. Since you wish to know, how could I not tell you? Besides, this is nothing that needs to be hidden. In that case, just lay it out plainly for me." As she spoke, she plucked a blade of grass, placed it in her mouth, and idly watched Zisong He in front of her. Zisong He sighed before beginning his narrative. "I imagine you already know that the three of us are not from the same mother." "Not exactly. Rumors on the street say that your mother was once a..." Nangong Qingjin didn't know quite how to phrase it, because the gossip around town was that the mother of the man in front of her was actually an unsuspecting palace maid who was graced by the emperor one drunken night. Whether this palace maid was lucky or unlucky, no one could decide. One might call it luck because, right after being favored by the emperor, she became pregnant, which for a lowly palace maid meant an unparalleled chance to rise to prominence. But one might also consider it bad fortune because the maid quickly ascended to nobility without surprise, only to be thrown directly into the terrifying power struggles between concubines, a deadly game filled with open hostility and hidden conspiracies. Chapter 234, The Moon of the Past Year. In fact, from Zisong He's wisdom, it can already be seen that going back in time, Zisong He's mother indeed had some cunning. In the imperial capital, that year, Huangfu Wenliang's mother, who was also the previous empress, was pregnant. In fact, from that time on, Huangfu Wenliang's mother had already secretly memorized this pregnant palace maid, fearing that she might give birth to a girl while this maid would deliver a boy. In that era, lineage and inheritance depended on two conditions most importantly. First, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. Second, gender differences. What is meant by the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring could be traced back to the enfeoffment system. If an illegitimate child grew up well and maintained a good relationship with the crown prince, they could possibly receive a fairly desirable geographical area, vast fields stretching across the plains. However, being far from the emperor in terms of geography didn't make much difference compared to being under the emperor's direct supervision. This was concerning material enjoyment. Another aspect was about legitimate children, who still needed to be divided based on gender. If male, then he was the future heir to the throne. If female, she would be of the princess category. A man, in the future, was to become emperor, so the empress, while pregnant, originally paid more attention, always ready to let this big-bellied palace maid miscarry. But this large-stomached maid often skillfully avoided those unexpected plots. Moving forward, if the empress did not bear a son, then the hope for the future emperor would have to be sought among other branches and their women. In extremely desperate situations, choosing the future heir could extend to all women. These were just women capable of pleasing the emperor, any of whom might possibly become the emperor's mother. Thus, one person became increasingly worried. A year later, amidst calculations, the palace maid's body became noticeably thinner, almost as if on the verge of death. But surprisingly, this woman actually gave birth to a child, 1 week earlier than the empress's own child. This child was eagerly anticipated to finally arrive. When the empress saw she had given birth to a son, she gradually began to curb her intentions to harm the maid. However, regrettably, this maid also bore a boy, and over time, the empress again turned insidious. Finally, on a breezy sunny afternoon, Zisong He's mother drowned. There was no sign at all. After childbirth, Zisong He's mother's health had significantly deteriorated, so drowning was deemed a reasonable cause of death. Despite the emperor having doubts about the matter, it couldn't withstand many people's collective defamation. Many palace maids and eunuchs all swore they saw someone in Tai Pond from afar, but when they approached, upon salvaging, the noble consort had already passed away. So the emperor confirmed it. From that point on, the empress once again initiated persecution against Zisong He. However, for years, starting from childhood, Zisong He became humble, understanding what he should ultimately do in life. 2 years later, the third prince was born, Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming's mother was even more dramatic than Zisong He's mother. Huangfu Kongming's mother was a lotus picker the emperor encountered in the commoner district. Now there are no records left behind of this lotus picker. However, it's imaginable that a child bearing such a fate wouldn't receive attention. When Huangfu Kongming was born, the empress had already started fully opposing him. As this back and forth happened, naturally, Zisong He's side was neglected, allowing Zisong He to survive in the crevices. The events of that year roughly came down to this. After hearing this, Nangong Qingjin also clenched her fists. Then, did you really kill the empress? It's said that the empress died under very suspicious circumstances, she said, looking at the man before her while speaking. It turns out, Zisong He's hatred towards Huangfu Wenliang was justified, as he had only understood one side of the situation at the start. Now that the entire story had been revealed, she slowly understood. She looked into his eyes as the man sighed and nodded. The previous empress, I truly wanted to kill. Unfortunately, she suffered from chronic illness. If a person constantly harbors harmful thoughts, and things remain unresolved for too long, one eventually dies of melancholy, doesn't one? That's true. Nangong Qingjin nodded. But, you shouldn't have killed Huangfu Wenliang. If you kill Huangfu Wenliang, there will never be an end to this cycle of vengeance, she said, and then asked further. But, do you regret killing him? Huangfu Wenliang is not the good person that you see on the surface. I don't regret killing him, not even a bit. These were Zisong He's exact words. Nangong Qingjin did not know exactly what this badness referred to, and Zisong He had not elaborated either. After a moment, Nangong Qingjin seemed to recall something. Her face turned red to her ears, wanting to speak, but stopping halfway, unsure if she should or not. However, she had a certain doubt in her heart. Seeing her puzzled expression, Zisong He already understood. The gossips say he's a pervert, don't they? Yes, Nangong Qingjin immediately nodded interestedly. For anything curious, everyone has a sense of curiosity. Indeed, for years, rumors around town said that Huangfu Wenliang was bisexual. Not only did he like girls, but also boys of any age. He turned his head away, unwilling to look at Nangong Qingjin. I used to be his young lover. What exactly young lover meant, Nangong Qingjin had already understood by now. She realized why Huangfu Wenliang could tolerate him for such a long time. Because there had been love between them. Cough cough. This matter made her feel both alarmed and nauseous, yet it amused her as well. She immediately stood up, making an excuse to leave. On this side, seeing that Nangong Qingjin was about to go, Zisong He immediately rose. But, I am pure. This secret, I've only told you. Actually, if someone did that to you, you would kill that person, wouldn't you? Disintegrate their body, crush their bones into powder, and do it as cruelly as possible. I finally understand you, Nangong Qingjin said, while saying so, looking at him with a somewhat suggestive gaze. So how exactly does it work between two men? Never mind. Let's just say I didn't ask. Dear heavens, even he could turn out so lewd. Nangong Qingjin. Indeed. Zisong, he was irritated, his eyes darkening with displeasure. I told you this secret not for you to mock me later, but to make you understand. I have many reasons for killing Huangfu Wenliang. At least you need to understand that I was forced to do it. I finally understand. I won't ridicule you anymore. Anyway, I'll choose to forget about it. Now, the rain has cleared. We can't stay here forever. Do you have a firework flag? Bring it out. Bring it out. This. He nodded but looked around and found none. Firework flags were usually available in royal households, hidden within the sleeves. Once lit, they would explode quickly, illuminating the surrounding sky brilliantly, hence called firework flags. Actually, it was also a real rescue signal. However, he didn't have one, which disappointed Nangong Qingjin. Never mind, I'll rely on myself anyway. A 1,000-mile journey begins with the first step. I'll be right back. Take care of yourself. Oh yes, we need to reapply medicine for your wound. Close your eyes. Why should His Majesty close my eyes? Do you think I'm afraid of pain? He asked, glaring with wide-open eyes. It's not because I think you're afraid of pain. Just close your eyes. Nangong Qingjin replied, continuing to unwrap his bandage as she spoke. Under normal circumstances, these bandages should not be unwrapped for at least 3 days, but this wasn't a normal situation. For one thing, the weather had been abnormal recently, and heat was not beneficial for wound recovery. Secondly, wet conditions from the rain could erode the wound. Therefore, before leaving, Nangong Qingjin needed to check it. Right now, he stubbornly stared at Nangong Qingjin, showing no intention of closing his eyes. Nangong Qingjin stopped insisting. If you still want to watch, fine then. But it might make you sick. Poison wounds aren't pleasant to look at. They resemble those of a corpse, not pretty at all. It will hurt afterward. You mean, I should endure it, right? He asked provocatively, casting a suggestive glance at Nangong Qingjin. Initially, Nangong Qingjin hadn't caught onto his teasing, nodding solemnly and stating, "That's why you shouldn't look. Don't be nervous, take it slowly. I'll be gentle." She said this while observing the nearby wound. Now, the area was somewhat dim due to the dense forest and the recent rainfall. Nangong Qingjin felt around in her sleeve, and fortunately found that the flint stone still worked. Afraid of accidentally aggravating his wound, she set some dried grass on fire nearby. "Endure it a bit, here I come," Nangong Qingjin said, gradually leaning closer. He lay down cautiously, while Nangong Qingjin focused entirely, carefully uncovering his arm and gently removing the soaked, partially healed bandages layer by layer. The bandage was wet and smelled foul. Nangong Qingjin sniffed to identify the state of the wound's healing, but at this moment, a surprisingly suggestive moan suddenly escaped from his throat. Nangong Qingjin immediately stiffened her back. "What's wrong with you? It hurts. Could you be gentler?" he said, while stretching out his movable hand and lightly stroking Nangong Qingjin's hair. Now she was concentrating on helping him re-bandage the wound, undistracted by anything external. Another practical reason was that her hair kept falling down and obstructing her view, so he helped tuck it away for her. A simple act, nothing grand. Nangong Qingjin carefully wrapped the wound bit by bit. Once everything was done, she let out a slight sigh, her eyes gazing ahead. "It's almost finished, just endure a little longer." Nangong Qingjin said this as she continued working. There was still residual poison in the wound, making it appear black. She used both medicine and careful bandaging, clearly exerting all her efforts. Before long, she had already wrapped up the wound, leaving her sweating profusely. He finally sighed with relief and gave a content smile. "You're quite skilled at this task. How many times have you done it before?" Nangong Qingjin would never have guessed that someone nearby was already watching them. This person was Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming had been tracking these two prey items for quite some time. In fact, these two prey also had their own hunting targets, Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He. The two archers had already arrived and were now watching the two inside the tent from a distance outside the tent flap. Chapter 235, Huangfu Kongming's Choice. In the distance, under the candlelight, he could vaguely see Nangong Qingjin squatting there, gently placing Zisong He on the ground. Then she did something he couldn't quite make out. No, he didn't dare to think about it right now. But after a while, the exchange between the two eventually reached his ears. "Do you think this is my first time?" she said, adding as she continued. "When I was 14, I started learning this, and by now, I've lost count of how many people I've helped." Her voice carried clearly, though from afar. "An old hand at the craft indeed. It should hurt, but conversely, it feels quite comfortable," said Nangong Qingjin, wiping sweat from her face. "Thank you. I've rarely heard anyone say such things. But now that I'm done, I'll go out. Take care of yourself." "Okay, I will," she replied. Watching her prepare to leave, Nangong Qingjin had indeed already stepped toward the door, but then, inside the tent, Zisong He suddenly noticed the change in Nangong Qingjin's expression. Her delicate face instantly turned pale, and she kept stepping backward. Seeing her reaction, he knew they were in danger. What kind of danger, however, remained unclear. Struggling with all his strength, he leaped next to Nangong Qingjin. At the entrance stood a man with a wide grin on his face, laughing boisterously. "Ha ha, we finally found you. You dirty pair here in hiding, huh? Truly like looking for a needle in a haystack." This vulgar man spoke while preparing to touch Nangong Qingjin's face. "Touch her, and I will shred you into pieces and scatter your ashes, came a commanding voice. Despite appearing to be at a disadvantage, there wasn't the slightest falter in Zisong-he's demeanor. This declaration froze the offending hand midair. But soon, the lewd man realized his advantage despite their numbers being even. Both opponents were weaponless, and one appeared injured. With a smirk, he took a step forward confidently. You two best stay still. Times like these, Zisong-he, you can't even take care of yourself yet talk nonsense about protecting such a frail beauty? She's mine. Drool streamed down his face as he spoke. Nangong Qingjin saw Zisong-he, who could endure no longer, move his injured hand towards making a fist. Yet before them stood a man wielding a heavy yet sharp guillotine-like sword, an intimidating weapon not easily matched. Clearly well-trained himself, if they were truly to act rashly against the rough-hewn warrior before them, defeat would be swift. Zisong-he, noticing the movement, gave Nangong Qingjin a look indicating the plan must rely on intelligence, not brute force. Understanding instantly from the gaze shared through years together, she retreated half a step swiftly. The officer has seen, the emperor is wounded. You're not taking his life today. Killing the emperor ruins any hope of succession for you. As for Zisong-he, why don't you take him hostage? The big-mouthed man immediately widened his eyes, pulling back his guillotine blade, hoisting it onto his shoulder. What kind of words are these coming from a woman? You're indeed promiscuous. Haha, come closer, let me have a kiss. Officer, please calm down, it's just a kiss. Nangong Qingjin casually approached beside, but at this moment, Zisong-he truly could no longer bear it. Emperor, she swiftly glanced back, feeling the imminent killing intent emanating from Zisong-he. However, initiating combat here and now would surely be perilous. In that split second of turning back, she made a subtle gesture with her right hand near her chest. He saw it, but the crude man ahead did not. To be honest, I've been tracking you two for a very long time. I thought Zisong-he, you were quite formidable, but now, seeing this foul woman before my eyes, let me tell you something. All it would take is for you, the fallen emperor, to kneel down and beg for mercy, and then bark out a couple of grandpa 10,000 years to me, and I'll let you go. As for this girl, haha. This man leered licentiously, already preparing to claim Nangong Qingjin as his own. However, Nangong Qingjin was already smiling and had moved beside the officer. To encounter you in such a desolate place is truly destiny, she said, continuing as she approached him with her smile. This officer, feeling flattered, nearly dropped the guillotine-like sword he held, his eyes now filled with blood-red lust. Good. Officer, as for that person, she pointed at Zisong-he, he's actually impotent. You know, once a man wears the cap of being useless, he remains so no matter where he goes. But now, seeing how robust and virile you are, I feel completely satisfied. While speaking, she drew closer to the man with the big mouth, who found it immensely pleasurable that Nangong Qingjin was flirting back with him. His grin grew wider than ever, revealing crooked frog-like teeth that looked both grotesque and nauseating. Yet, she still maintained a pleasant demeanor toward him despite the feeling it gave her being incredibly distressing. Let little master have a sniff. Come here and give me a kiss. This man spoke while inching his lips toward hers. Nangong Qingjin responded with an alluring smile, blushing red on her cheeks. At the moment when the man lunged toward her with intent to embrace and sniff, tragedy struck. As soon as his lips extended forward, Nangong Qingjin's mouth expelled a small steel needle, which wasn't particularly lethal but coated with a deadly poison. Of course, this wouldn't harm Nangong Qingjin herself since she was naturally immune to poisons. That right hand of his quickly reached towards Nangong Qingjin's chest, but fatefully froze mid-air, as a gleaming steel needle already pierced through his palm without him even realizing it. You tricked me. The man realized his situation too late. Luckily, the steel blade lay just nearby. Unfortunately, before his hand could grasp the blade, Zisong-he delivered a sweep kick, sending the weapon flying. Acting fast, Zisong-he landed on the man's shoulder, breaking bones upon contact. A crunch echoed, chillingly signaling the man's death. Nangong Qingjin watched firsthand the swift yet skilled kill from the partially disabled emperor. It was so fluid that one couldn't help but imagine the extent of his prowess had he not been injured. Anyone plotting to assassinate me shall die without doubt. Zisong-he coldly stood up, kicking the limp body aside. Shaken but reassured, Nangong Qingjin murmured, You're actually this good? The mighty tiger in decline gets bullied by dogs. He sighed. I almost failed to protect you, but don't worry. I will spare no effort. As long as I am alive, I will never let any harm come to you. He retreated back, breathing heavily and sitting on the ground due to exhaustion. Are you alright? Seeing his pale complexion, she immediately asked, to which Zisong-he simply grinned. Not dead yet, that's enough. Our plan misfired. We assumed they had gone, but these people are like lingering ghosts. So now, I must take you away. If we stay, there might be no chance later. Let's go now. Alright. Zisong-he knew if they didn't leave now, this spy's tracks would soon be discovered. In the current muddy surroundings, it would be dangerously easy to trace their movements. With strength returning, Zisong-he gripped the guillotine-like sword in his left hand and headed towards the tent's exit. Brother! Outside the tent, after the corpse flew out, a figure resembling a thin bird rat rushed over, not knowing exactly what befell his brother until observing the darkened expression on his brother's face. This way, he could at least determine that his brother had either been poisoned or suffered a sudden death. But the exact cause remained unknown. The older brother's face had turned purple, resembling an eggplant. At this sight, the man stood up. Brother, I will avenge you, he said, and with that, he already had his bow drawn and arrow aimed at Nangong Qingjin, who emerged from the shack. Now, Nangong Qingjin was supporting Zisong He. From this angle, hitting both targets wouldn't be difficult. After aiming, he sneered coldly. The monk might escape, but not the temple. Your Majesty, we meet again, he said in a sarcastic tone. Nangong Qingjin felt her scalp tingle as she immediately spotted the man not far off who had targeted her. This time, I'm not here to hear any of your reasoning. My brother's life was taken by your hands, and I will avenge him. If you have anything, bring it on me. Am I afraid of you, a mere boastful thief? Zisong He noticed the situation wasn't right, so he quickly positioned himself to shield Nangong Qingjin behind him. And yet, Nangong Qingjin started laughing. Young master, please give us a way out. Or, at least give me a way out. I would go with you. Young, come on. Do you think I am my brother who'd fall for your tricks? Clearly, this person is not interested in women, leaving Nangong Qingjin helpless. Even though Zisong He was formidable, he was now injured. All his strength was spent killing the previous man. Had she known earlier, she should have told Zisong He. In fact, the poison she used before was powerful enough. That man should die soon. However, there wasn't enough time. Zisong He stood tall, calmly looking at the wiry man in front of him, who had already armed his bow. Die now? I won't listen to another word from you. Chapter 236, Polar Rescue. You ask for anything, and I will give it to you, including my imperial throne. I will willingly relinquish it. I know that you have gone mad. From the first day I became an emperor, I've never feared death. Now I'll give you the abdication decree, but there's one thing. You must guarantee Nangong Qingjin's safety no matter what. Can you do that? This person did not expect that Zisong He would be like this for Nangong Qingjin. Zisong He was selfish and treacherous. At first, he believed him, but upon seeing the elder brother's black corpse, he seemed to suddenly understand something. Do you think I would be like my elder brother? What hidden weapons do you have in your hands? Nevertheless, you better not come closer. Prepare to die. As he spoke, he forcefully pulled, and the arrow cluster flew out. Nangong Qingjin saw the arrow flying toward her, recalling she had a flexible armor on, immediately moved to the side position. She wasn't afraid because she knew what protection she carried. The nearby Zisong He tried to push Nangong Qingjin away, but his right arm now had no strength at all. The situation was extremely urgent and critical. In the blink of an eye, Nangong Qingjin only heard the sharp sound of metal cutting through air. Swoosh! A whistling arrow shot down the previous arrow cluster. This sudden turn of events was unforeseen by anyone, not just Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He. Even the attacker didn't expect it. Who is it? Come out, come out. Shooting from the shadows. What kind of hero does that make? If you've got any guts, then. Initially intending to say logic, old man, he eventually changed his words. Show yourself. Step out if you dare. None of them knew who it was, but a second whistle arrow already came hurtling over and quickly pierced into the neck, coming out from the throat with blood spilling all over. This person fell down motionless, already dead. Nangong Qingjin turned pale, but soon stepped forward and pulled out the arrow cluster. After examining it, she said nothing and made her way towards the door with great effort. There wasn't a soul at the entrance. Everything was utterly silent, only a desolate wind sweeping through. It carried a faint scent of sweet fruits and blew a peaceful rhythm through the surrounding leaves, making a harmonious sound that gradually led her elsewhere. Upon entering a dense maze forest, her eyes searched methodically through the orderly maze. Despite her lightning-fast scanning, though bright, she found no one. This was unexpected. Just as the arrow cluster slipped from her hand, preparing to call out someone's name, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She immediately turned back to find none other than Huang Fukongming before her. I knew it was you. Thank you. She threw the arrow to the ground and rushed forward. She hadn't seen Huang Fukongming for a long time, and her excitement was indescribable. Her trembling hands reached to fall into the gentleman's embrace. He didn't dodge. However, without showing the slightest reaction, it was as if he were carved from wood or clay, surprising Nangong Qingjin somewhat. Slowly raising her eyes in confusion, she gazed at the man before her. You, be cautious, there are still pursuers. Eunuch Chow is outside. Head towards the east sunrise direction, and you'll leave safely. Here's the map, he said while taking out the map. Clearly, from his passive, lethargic, and even somewhat dispirited attitude, Nangong Qingjin sensed something was amiss. You, what exactly is wrong with you now? Are you feeling unwell? As Nangong Qingjin asked, she held onto his pulse to feel it, but Huang Fukongming had no signs of discomfort. His demeanor remained calm, but distant. He extended his hand, parting Nangong Qingjin's wrist gently from his. I have other matters to attend to. Be safe. He spoke as he prepared to leave. Watching his figure walking off dejectedly, she could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward. I don't want you to go, or perhaps, I wish to follow you. He didn't look back or respond, maintaining the same cold and distant manner as before, rejecting her outright. Such behavior from Huang Fukongming, though witnessed many times in the past, always led her to believe after going through so many emotional ups and downs and long periods of separation. Surely, this cold log of a person would finally soften due to her affection. However, she never imagined he had not changed in the slightest, remaining as he was. His coldness so intense it seemed to pierce straight from his very bones, leaving a chilling effect on those around him. He didn't say a word. What on earth happened? Even if I am with him now, it is only out of necessity. You, Huang Fukongming, you won't even listen to an explanation, right? Nangong Qingjin said as she anxiously stepped forward, closing the distance between them. But Huang Fukongming had clearly anticipated this. His phoenix-like eyes slightly narrowed as he looked ahead at the uneven crops and quickened his pace. You have helped this king countless times, and this king will help you in equal measure. This is the first time. Remember that, Nan Gongqing. Why did he suddenly change like this? She truly did not understand what was happening now. After a long while, Nan Gongqing sighed. What has happened? Can you tell me? He had obviously seen everything, their intimacy, their fervent passion, but now, this woman showed absolutely no shame, her face betraying not a hint of embarrassment. She remained calm and resolute as she declared her stance, leaving him speechless. Even sages have said, women and small-minded men are difficult to deal with. He moved ahead, and after stepping away, Nan Gongqing stood dazedly nearby. At the end of the maize field, she saw a figure, his face deathly pale. Apparently, he hadn't seen who she was talking to or the topic of their conversation earlier. Has he arrived? Ziseng, he asked, raising his voice without any sense of mystery since he too held an arrow tip, which had dropped to the ground. According to royal custom, these arrows would bear the engraving of their user's name, but Nan Gongqing didn't utter a word. Is that so? He demanded sharply, pressing her with a piercing look. Nan Gongqing's face turned ashen as she approached Ziseng. This was your bitter flesh plan, wasn't it? She said clearly, firmly, and with strength. Her words carried weight. The question made him feel utterly humiliated, but soon he regained his composure. I apologize. Part of it was a bitter flesh plan, but those people weren't my arrangement. Why did you do this? To draw the snake from its hole. Tears rolled down her cheeks. I knew it. Your target is someone else. You can kill Huang Fu when Liang so effortlessly. By all logic, you could just as easily have killed Huang Fu Kongming. All my fault, for doubting you too late. I thought you might have changed, but now I realize, you haven't. You're still the same devil, she continued as she disregarded him completely, heading towards the front, her silhouette looking pitiful amidst the muddy path. Seeing her pathetic yet heart-rending back, he couldn't resist any longer. Stepping forward, he was about to embrace her when Nan Gongqing turned her gaze fiercely upon him, her sharp eyes carrying an unyielding coldness. Don't touch me. Aren't you afraid we'll both be annihilated? As she spoke, she walked away icily. Now, she decided to leave. It was pointless to stay here any longer. Taking out the map, which was roughly drawn, every coordinate point could be deciphered clearly. She began moving eastward. This direction led out of there, possibly familiar even to Ziseng. However, why would he go to such lengths for this bittermeat scheme? Her heart pounded incessantly due to uncovering the deepest secrets in this man's mind. She kept consoling herself, telling herself it was nothing, that she should remain calm. Human hearts are always inscrutable and abominably silent. Especially when confronting Ziseng, the prince known as a killing machine, who stressed something then pressed ahead. Not much later, many muddy footprints came into view. These clearly indicated a squad had been through. Nan Gongqing found herself on a winding side path. Hey, Miss Nangong, wait for me. Your emperor commands you to wait for me. The emperor? Nan Gongqing stood stock still and soon turned around, her eyes icy as they watched the man trailing behind her. Command me? Yes, stop. He ordered as he desperately rushed forward until finally reaching Nan Gongqing's side. Her eyes met Ziseng's. So, if I don't stop, you'll kill me, right? No, I think I must explain a bit more. Now, I've made everything worse. It's true, I did plan to stage a bitter flesh plan, but I never actually carried it out. I met Grand Eunuch Chao yesterday, but after getting lost, I lost contact with him. The danger we're facing is real. What else do you think it could be? Would you rescue me like some sort of knight saving a damsel in distress? Nan Gongqing said, each word sharp and heavy. Clearly, from her previous understanding, he absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. Even the man himself thought it impossible. He immediately shook his head. I wouldn't. So, rescuing me was a sudden impulse. Nan Gongqing asked, continuing forward without another word as she spoke. No, for you, I would do many incredible things, he replied, already rushing to catch up beside her. Beside them stretched a field of maize. Now, the afternoon wind had swept through, causing the ripe crops to emit a muted, harmonious sound. She reached the front position, where two roads diverged, one southbound, one northbound. According to the map, they should take the left, the southern road. But after only a few steps, Nan Gongqing already saw a group of people approaching from ahead. This group looked ferocious, almost demonic. Their faces were dark and sealed, colder than ice. Their black eyes filled with bloodshot veins, resembling wild beasts that feasted on raw meat and drank blood. They sent shivers down one's spine, appearing dirty, with disheveled hair, clearly having not cared about their appearances for quite some time. Though, really, there was no need. Chapter 237. This is not a stratagem of self-mutilation. After all, they were nothing more than machines for killing. A machine only needed to function properly, and no one cared what it looked like. In those days, killing could be an honored profession. Now, Nan Gongqing had no hesitation at all because in his eyes, this was part of his arrangement, an essential link in what he called his stratagem of self-mutilation. Don't waste your efforts. I want to go back, she said as she walked towards these people. Undoubtedly, this move was foolish. In fact, even Nan Gongqing herself knew that if there were really any danger, Huang Fu Kongming, who was lurking nearby, would certainly appear. Since Huang Fu Kongming hadn't shown up, it meant that this truly was Ziseng's so-called flawless stratagem of self-mutilation. Nan Gongqing looked at the few people in front of her. These people didn't expect that this delicate weak woman not only wasn't afraid of them, but also seemed to have the intention of standing up to them. As a result, The few exchanged glances, and after a mutual glance, the person leading them had already approached. This person had dirty hair, clearly unwashed for a long time. His beard was the same, dirty and unkempt. It was a face of habitual coldness and nonchalance from being immersed in death and killing activities for a long period. The pitch-black eyes seemed oddly mismatched with the pale face. "I want to go back. Get out of my way," she said as she gradually got closer to this group. "Nan Gongqing Jin, come back, quickly come back," came Zisang He's voice from behind. Nan Gongqing Jin didn't turn back and had no intention of returning. She had already advanced to the side, causing the people in front of her to frown. One of them, gripping a large broadsword, had already stood beside Nan Gongqing Jin. The nose was so sensitive, it seemed to waggle around Nan Gongqing Jin like a poodle, lecherously circling her while sniffing before finally bursting into exaggerated laughter. "Aha! This is the woman the current emperor can't live without. Look at you, little girl. Don't know how tonight you're going to make this old fellow lose himself in wine and women," he teased. "Want to leave? No problem. But tonight you have to serve us brothers, or do it right now. That's also fine." As the leader spoke, he already reached out his hand lecherously. Nan Gongqing Jin was furious, reaching out to slap his hand away. "Presumptuous. Hey man, this lady is something else, brother one." Perhaps the speaker was number two. After exchanging glances for a moment, the short moment of astonishment in the elder brother's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a smirk. "Good. Chili pepper, big brother likes this kind. Get out of my way, or I won't be polite." Nan Gongqing Jin continued moving forward, but just as she reached the front, the leader was already there, smacking his lips. "Brothers, let's see how you dare to be impolite with me. Do you intend to kill me in bed or here? Your words are quite bold, yet we brothers aren't scared of you." "You?" She didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she turned back and looked at Zisang He in the distance. "How long will you keep making unreasonable trouble? Tell these people of yours to get out of my way." Her tone wasn't pleasant, and finally, the gaze full of tenderness of Zisang He far away fell upon Nan Gongqing Jin. "They aren't my people. I don't know." "You're still lying," she said, dissatisfiedly looking back and staring at the few in front of her. "Get out of my way. I have no intention of acting with you. All of you, get out of my way." "Red chili pepper, no one's acting with you here," the leader said. "You hanging around with that king who lost his country is meaningless. I'll take good care of you. Brothers, tie the young lady up. This little chili pepper, I'll take her first." "You?" She wanted to say something when the group was already smiling lecherously, surrounding her. Her hand swiftly plunged into her sleeve. "Hold it." Interrupting her was Zisang He's voice, full of vigor, bearing a commanding air. The cold sound came from above, making these seemingly imposing individuals instantly lose their momentum. They promptly turned around one by one, looking toward the man beside them. "Ah, almost forgot. You are our target," the leader said as he moved next to Zisang He. Thus, two pairs of icy pupils collided, fiery sparks flashing between their eyes before they angrily faded away. "Let go of Nan Gongqing Jin. She's innocent. You claim to be a man. Why don't you come for me instead?" Zisang He said as he coldly stared at the man in front of him. "Hey, good guy." The leader spoke while clenching his fists hard. "I'd like to see what you're made of. Who do you think you are, worthy enough to be an emperor? All these years you've received homage from officials. Now look at you kneeling before me. Bow, salute, and shout 3 times. Grandpa forever. Grandpa will soon forgive you. It can begin anytime." "Really, Grandpa doesn't lie," he said, while observing Zisang He closely. Zisang He remained silent, and had already reached Nan Gongqing Jin's side, holding her hand. Nan Gongqing Jin was astute. She quickly sensed something wasn't right. These people were definitely not his arranged operatives. Then, no, she didn't dwell on that anymore. In an instant, her eyes fell upon that face. "Everything I do is for you. Then, he communicated through his gaze, telling Nan Gongqing Jin that after they went outside, she must bring Chao Gonggong in to kill all these people, leaving none behind. She solemnly nodded her head. Then Zisang He stepped up to the man. "Fine, I'll kneel before you if I see Nan Gongqing Jin leaving unscathed." This response was clearly unexpected. According to legend, you're an extremely cold individual with supreme self-regard, unwilling to lower your noble head to anyone. But now it seems legends are just legends, they're false. The leader continued speaking while drawing a weapon, settling into a horse stance and pointing at his crotch, saying, "You're the emperor, aren't you? If the emperor can endure the humiliation of crawling under my legs and shouting Grandpa forever, Grandpa will forgive Nan Gongqing Jin. However, though Grandpa forgives Nan Gongqing Jin, I won't let you off since you killed our big brother Huang Fu Wenliang. He deserved it." Zisang He's voice was as cold as ice. This immediately caused the leader to grit his teeth. "What did you say? Don't you know I could kill you right now? Do you still consider yourself an emperor? In my eyes, you're nothing more than rebels. Whatever I do, it's all because of Nan Gongqing Jin that I retreat. Do you truly believe you've succeeded? You're wrong. It's you who's surrounded. Our royal guards have encircled the outer perimeter of this forest. Besides, even if I give you 100 chances, you wouldn't dare to kill me unless you're a complete fool. My life equals the imperial succession edict. If I die, the matter of succession naturally ends. Wars arise only because of this. You've proven yourself, Zisang He, to be a wise and far-sighted emperor." The leader laughed aloud while saying this, and strangely, everyone around also burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqing Jin noticed all attention gradually shifting towards Zisang He. Seizing the opportunity, she furtively held onto the map in her hand to take a peek, while the crowd mistakenly assumed she was merely an ordinary girl. This girl looked frail. Although her temperament seemed fiery, she was after all just a simple girl. What was so remarkable? Now, the main event unfolded and no one paid heed to handling Nan Gongqing immediately. On her part, during the precious moments Zi Sang he bought for her, she discerned additional information on the map. Actually, the information itself wasn't significant. Most importantly, Nan Gongqing needed to pull out a steel needle instantly. Regardless of who she attacked among so many people, her mind turned to the old adage, capture the king first to defeat the thief or shoot the horse first to capture the rider. So, obviously, her target would be the leader before her. Holding the steel needle tightly, she thought one wasn't enough and grabbed 3 instead. Moreover, there were needles concealed within her teeth, yet nobody noticed them. Undoubtedly, Zi Sang he was buying her valuable time. The emperor is never meant for filthy pigs like you, he asked rhetorically, looking at the person in front of him who appeared truly grotesque, making the term mud pig apt for him. Surprisingly, the leader didn't show any anger. In the end, will you endure the humiliation under my legs today, or not? The leader gritted his teeth while looking at the man in front of him. As Zi Sang he began to laugh. Now, you also know, I am the king of a fallen nation, and if I kneel before you, will you truly release Nan Gongqing? I will immediately release Nan Gongqing, he said, implying that I might release Nan Gongqing, but whether my men do so is another matter. This was actually a common trick used by villains. Zi Sang he understood it completely. Now he didn't utter a word but stared coldly at the person in front of him. Hurry, or I'll change my mind. All right. Zi Sang he nodded. In the moment just before kneeling down, Nan Gongqing had slowly approached from the side. Hey, there are 2 things I need to clarify. You've come to stir up trouble. Take her away and control her. The leader ordered. No sooner had he spoken than several people rushed over. Immediately, Zi Sang he shielded Nan Gongqing. How can you break your promise and still expect me to kneel before you? What's all this about breaking promises and titles like me? Stop behaving so arrogantly, the leader warned sharply. At that moment, Nan Gongqing's hand touched Zi Sang he's hand. She lowered her voice. Deadly poison, lethal on contact with blood. Zi Sang he's face remained expressionless. As everyone began to close in, suddenly Zi Sang he gazed at these people's backs. Hi Lord Chao, why haven't you acted yet? What more are you waiting for? Everyone turned around immediately, believing that Chao Gonggong was indeed here. But when they turned back, they realized it was merely Zi Sang he's ploy. In the next second, they saw Zi Sang he already pulling Nan Gongqing forward at high speed. But without hesitation, they pursued them, because there were many of them and only 2 individuals to chase. Chapter 238, they were close to death. Even if they were being chased, they would still emerge victorious. After running a short distance, the boss had already caught up beside the 2 individuals. Then, the boss saw Zi Sang he suddenly turn around. Her amorous eyes carried a faint glint of intrigue, and that thin lip curled into an alarming arc. Before the boss could fully grasp the situation, a flying needle had already arrived. He stared at his chest as intense pain began spreading from the heart's position. Then he couldn't help roaring and shouting while reaching out, forcefully clutching his own chest. You're despicable. You tricked me. He said this while falling to the ground, already dead. Seeing that the boss was gone, everyone else slowed down their movements, changing from chasing dependently to surrounding them. Then Nan Gongqing started to resist. A few people smiled cheerfully in front of Nan Gongqing. Her lips also curved into that mysterious smile. The distance was so close that these people would die without understanding why. Because they indeed found it incredibly hard to believe that Nan Gongqing, such a delicate girl, could kill people, and with such cruel techniques and fierce actions that others couldn't even keep up. A number of people fell to the ground. At least 3 were hit by arrows. On this side, Zi Sang he also waved her hands, and 2 people fell down accordingly. Nan Gongqing discovered that someone was still pursuing her relentlessly from behind. She turned her head, spitting out the golden needle in her mouth, causing the man to emit a painful cry before expiring. In Nan Gongqing's historical records, this was the first time she achieved complete victory and the only time she killed so many people. She didn't feel any fear because, in this world, there were always some people who were born to die. At first, perhaps not even she herself understood this truth, but gradually, she comprehended it. Several individuals who had collapsed on the ground were already dead. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqing, along with Zi Sang he, quickened their steps towards a nearby location. However, something Nan Gongqing had never calculated for was when she initially thought that the black line marked an official road. But upon finally reaching the black marker, she realized it wasn't. That black mark was a cliff identified by Huang Fu Kong Ming, something Zi Sang he hadn't expected either. Upon arriving at the edge of the cliff, the swirling winds had already picked up, lifting their garments. And from behind, a large group of pursuers quickly approached. One person stepped forward, shouldering a guillotine blade. It was evident that this was the second in command of the group. The second laughed. Now try to run. Even with wings, escape is impossible. Haha, did you actually think you could get away from my clutches? TSK. Fate has decreed you to fall into my hands. Haha. Are you sure they weren't your arrangement? Asked Nan Gongqing, looking directly at Zi Sang he. Zi Sang he immediately nodded. Given the critical moment, he couldn't possibly be lying. In certain principle-related matters, Zi Sang he wouldn't lie. Often, he was someone who dared to take responsibility. Seeing Zi Sang he nodding, Nan Gongqing apologized with a smile. Sorry, I almost misunderstood you. It doesn't matter. At least it's all clear now. So, your choice is rather like preferring death with dignity rather than survival in disgrace, isn't it? Asked Ningong Qingjin. Actually, she understood clearly. Falling into the hands of this group meant no hope for survival. With little possibility of living, they shouldn't attempt struggles or sacrifices that could lead nowhere. After staring at each other momentarily, Ningong Qingjin smiled, and surprisingly, Zisang he also grinned. I have killed so many people today, and now, I will kill myself. Though I don't want to die, apparently, I have no better option now. I'm not afraid of death, she said with laughter. Meanwhile, the second-in-command had also come closer. What are you muttering about? Huh, right now, not only can I seize the beauty, but I can also use you to gain power over others. Haha. Probably, sir, you will not succeed. Zisang he retorted with a frown. Because at the very least, I will kill one person. Who? The minimum limit is that I can end my own life? Huh. With those words, he embraced Ningong Qingjin, who actually smiled too. Before anyone could react, they both leapt toward the cliff. No one had anticipated that the pair would choose death. No. The second-in-command watched as the two figures plummeted and immediately rushed forward to grab a clump of moss at the edge of the cliff. This precipice was tall and treacherous, thousands of miles of mountain where birds ceased to fly, cloaked in an impenetrable green haze. Now, all traces of them had vanished completely. That dream of returning with a beauty, or controlling others by using a superior figure, ultimately, came to nothing. The second frowned deeply for a long while before finally standing up. At the very least, I killed these two people. At the very least, it was my actions that forced them over the edge. But, finally, tears welled up in the second's eyes. His fantasy of becoming emperor was utterly shattered. His gaze lingered on the position ahead, lost in silence for what seemed like an eternity before he sighed and walked away. This cliff was incredibly high, almost inconceivably so. It appeared pitch black at first glance, but revealed itself to be lush green upon further inspection. The greens blended seamlessly into one another without any clear boundaries. As Zisang he and Ningong Qingjin leaped off, in fact, Ningong Qingjin had embraced a resolve to die. Now, if survival was still possible, that would have been truly impossible. But often, life surprises us in ways we can't comprehend. When you're determined to die, reality might refuse to let you go. As the two rapidly descended, they unexpectedly landed on a crooked-necked pine tree. Although the pine did not immediately stop their fall, it significantly reduced their downward momentum and gravitational potential energy. Thus, after some tumbling and fumbling, the two inexplicably landed safely on the ground. Ningong Qingjin could hardly believe it. She was unscathed. As for Zisang he, however, his condition was far from good. The wound on his arm had reopened, a given. Other parts of his body were visibly scratched and bruised. He looked like he'd been through the ringer. Seeing Zisang he in such a state, Ningong Qingjin began to apologize. I'm sorry, I thought those men were your doing, so? Her voice trailed off as she bowed her head. So? It's fine, we're both still alive, aren't we? In the moment when we jumped together, I was actually quite happy. Ningong Qingjin, at least that instant, you were willing to die with me. He smiled even as the pain made him wince. Ningong Qingjin too felt the aches now settling in her body. Because everything had happened so fast, they hadn't noticed the thrill or the pain earlier. Now, though, they were acutely aware of their soreness. They looked at each other, unsure what to say next. Well, Ningong Qingjin glanced around. You and I are stuck out here with the mountains. Oh well, there's nothing extraordinary about it. You're not dead yet, and you can still move, right? They could die 10 times over, and I still wouldn't. Believe me. He said this while raising his eyes toward the towering cliffs above, where only a sliver of sky remained visible. Here, at the bottom of that narrow slice of light, they couldn't see anything on the cliffside above them, only the wind swirling incessantly overhead. Since we can move, we need to find somewhere to rest. Given our current stamina, if we attempt to leave forcefully, we might die along the way. Let's just rest and preserve our strength for now. Speaking, he moved forward and quickly arrived at the location ahead. There was a cave here. Ningong Qingjin inspected it. There were no signs of wild animal footprints anywhere nearby, indicating that this cave should not harbor any danger. Moreover, it probably wouldn't have any wildlife inside either, given its pristine white sandy interior. The two cautiously approached the cave entrance. To be sure, she picked up a stone and tossed it into the cave. The hollow echo resounded within, a deep thud. Only then did they feel safe enough to enter. Once inside, Ningong Qingjin discovered the cave wasn't as deep as she initially imagined. That was better. Shallower meant safer. Inside the cave, they found some animal bones that had fossilized over untold eons. She couldn't tell which creature had chosen to pass away here countless years ago. Glancing around, she saw the interior of the cave bathed in a surprisingly bright glow. When Zisang he had finally lain down comfortably, Ningong Qingjin noticed his injured arm. Copious amounts of blood continued to seep out. Under normal circumstances, the first injury wouldn't matter much, nor would the second reach such severity. But this was the third time. And this time, it was the worst. I know it hurts, but don't move around, Ningong Qingjin said. As she spoke, she had already brought his left arm over and quickly began to untie the bandage. When she saw that his wound was now in a state too grievous to bear looking at, Ningong Qingjin drew in a sharp breath. She then felt inside her sleeve, her fingers searching and fumbling. Greatly disappointed, for all she touched was a large amount of powder mixed with fragments of broken ceramic. This was utterly bad luck. Looking at the shards, she muttered, everything's gone. I only have the steel needle left. Now, I'll leave it with you. We'll share one between us. We can't perish here. The infection in your wound is spreading. You need my care right now, and we might face wild beast attacks. So, wait for me. Earlier on the way, I spotted a medicinal herb. It may help reduce your pain to some extent. As she spoke, she prepared to go. No, Sang, he interjected. I'm fine. This is just a minor wound. It won't kill me. I'll be all right. As he said this, he tried to stand up, but his wounds cried out in protest, the throbbing pain indescribable. His eyes betrayed him. Nan Gongqing then said, if you really want to help me and not give me more trouble, I suggest you take better care of yourself for now. Once you recover, we can leave sooner. Now, I need to go. Take good care of yourself. With that, Nan Gongqing set off. Seeing that he still stood there woodenly, Nan Gongqing walked back and offered her support, letting Sang he sit down properly. Then she handed him a nearby stick that could serve as a weapon. For self-defense. I'm going now, she said lightly and flitted away like a butterfly. Sang he realized that previously, his luck had been so abysmal, but ever since being with this girl, he'd managed to escape from dire situations every time. Could she be his destined guardian angel? As Nan Gongqing disappeared into the distance, Sang he watched silently. His thoughts turned to the resilience and strength she exuded. Chapter 239, An Empty Mountain Without People. At the thought of this, he felt startled and immediately shook his head. What was he thinking? She didn't even have him in mind. Nan Gongqing had lied. She hadn't actually seen any plants that could stop bleeding earlier. She had come out to look for both remedies and the path. Also, before nightfall, she had to find food. Judging by their current situation, He's stamina was much worse than before. The reason she remained relatively unscathed while he was battered all over was because, as it turned out, he had been protecting her mid-air during their fall, which caused more injuries on his side. As she walked along, she carefully observed the surroundings, but there was nothing, not even a trace of medicinal herbs. Feeling utterly disappointed, she started growing anxious. The sky grew darker. It was already afternoon overhead, but down in this canyon, it looked like dusk. The light couldn't penetrate through the dense trees above, leaving the area completely dark. Now, all she could do was return with heavy disappointment. When she reached the cave entrance, she saw that he was already outside, sitting there, obviously waiting for her. From his vantage point, he looked around left and right. All he could see were Nan Gongqing's footprints, no other signs of anyone else. He was really about to lose his mind now. This place was dangerous. If given another chance, there's no way he'd let Nan Gongqing leave like that. Nan Gongqing was injured too, and in this valley now shrouded in darkness, she, a frail woman. If something were to happen to her, what would he do? As he thought, he hated himself, cursed himself for not being able to spread his arms wide and protect her like a normal person. Rather than complaining, it was better to act now. But when he finally managed to stand up, another worry struck him. What if, just as he stepped out, Nan Gongqing returned? What should Xiao Mingbai do then? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. He plopped down on the ground, grabbed a handful of dust from the earth, and instinctively sprinkled it onto his wounds. What use is this arm if you can't even protect me? Strangely, the fine dust fell onto his wounds without causing pain or irritation, yet quickly staunched the bleeding. For the first time ever, someone discovered that the best hemostatic agent might just be fine soil grains. It was undoubtedly a medical miracle, one even Zisong he hadn't expected. After a long while, Nan Gongqing returned, unaware of Zisong his small act just now. Finding an herb that could treat bruises and injuries here was indeed extremely difficult. Despite her perseverance, she returned empty-handed. She was disheartened, but also helpless. Leaving this place seemed equally impossible. After examining the terrain, she had confirmed that this secluded ravine offered no clear path to escape. Now, although she still wore a calm smile, her heart was troubled. Truly, this predicament was maddening. Step by step, she moved forward until the sky grew increasingly dark. Not only had she found no herbs today, she, an able-bodied person named Nan Gongqing, hadn't even found food in this remote ravine. With a sense of failure, she returned. Seeing him leaning against his cane at the cave entrance, she didn't know what to say. Yet from her eyes, he already understood her troubles. Fortunately, he chose not to press the matter. You finally returned. While you were gone, I was restless. His lips moved slightly as though wanting to say, I missed you, but somehow changed his words. Nan Gongqing chuckled and approached him. See, I'm back. As she spoke, she helped Zisong he into the cave. At least they could rest assured now, there were no animals nearby. This cave had existed for centuries. To find some sort of colossal creature in this canyon was akin to a dream. At this moment, although Zisong he hadn't examined the surroundings closely, he already understood. Smiling with a tranquil face, once inside the cave, Nan Gongqing noticed something unusual. It was unusually bright inside. Why, during this twilight hour, did the cave shine as bright as day? This was incomprehensible to Nan Gongqing, but Zisong he had realized it early. It was a firefly cave. The constantly shimmering lights came from the glow of fireflies on the cave walls. The dense, speckled light was so abundant, so beautiful that as she gazed at it, her face gradually lit up with a smile of finding joy in sorrow. Then she nodded slightly, a mixture of exasperation and delight in her tone as she said, I have never seen anything so beautiful. I've also never been to such a poetic place. Fireflies were very clean, their droppings were barely noticeable, so the dry cave was also pristine. This explained why they hadn't encountered the fireflies earlier. It was the only prerequisite condition. Now, those dazzling lights looked like rainbows shimmering on the walls of the cave. In the glow of such radiant and beautiful luminescence, Nangong Qingjin's face naturally lit up with a charming smile, as if everything else had become trivial. The cave wasn't deep, so they had no plans to venture further into it. However, those stunning lights warmed everyone's hearts. I remember someone saying that the best scenery lies at the summit of perilous peaks. When we reach the most dangerous moment, what we see will be the most beautiful. I once fantasized about this kind of situation, but I didn't expect. I have also never witnessed anything so beautiful. If this beauty weren't being shared with you and instead with him, it would have been better, but Zisong he restrained himself from finishing the sentence. For reasons unknown, he finally bit his lip. Hey, Zisong he, should we make a wish? Were they still children? They were adults now, and yet, faced with such an exquisite, complex, and passionate scene of fireflies, it seemed like everyone felt the urge to make a wish. That fleeting thought passed through his mind quickly while Nangong Qingjin's enthusiasm remained unquenched. She closed her eyes silently. I want to end this life, for the people to live well, for everything to be fine. But I wonder, will my wish come true? It will, it will. After all, there is me, the emperor. As he spoke, he glanced at Nangong Qingjin who corrected one word. You or me? What him? He raised an eyebrow, looking confused at the girl before him. In such a radiant light, and under the rainbow-colored glow, her face appeared exceptionally beautiful, like the embroidered curtain opening to reveal a lotus smile. As he watched her, he involuntarily wanted to embrace her. Still, he ultimately resisted that inexplicable impulse. You shouldn't be arrogant, always speaking in royal isolation. Who are your courtiers here? You may consider yourself a ruler, but frankly, I will never bow down to you. Nangong Qingjin said, standing up as she spoke. Let's rest inside. We'll continue searching for an escape tomorrow. To be honest, we're trapped here now, and there's a chance we might die. In that case, my wish is that if misfortune strikes, let it take my life, sparing yours. I wish for you to live 100 years. I don't care about the common people right now. I'm trying to save myself and focus on protecting you. He said this sincerely, kneeling to the ground in devout prayer. That gesture made Nangong Qingjin startle momentarily. She shook her head repeatedly. No, no. As she gestured, his clear eyes had already met hers, watching her with a gentle smile forming on his lips. Your wish isn't bad, though boys are born to protect girls. I hope your wish comes true, she replied, stifling a yawn as she did so. The cave interior was indeed very dry and comfortable, providing that ideal winter warm and summer cool environment. Nangong Qingjin lay down, using her arm as a pillow. Nearby, Zisong he soon followed suit, lying next to her with a faint smirk. His eyes fixed on the front wall. Time slipped by, and eventually, exhaustion overtook Nangong Qingjin, pulling her into sleep. He watched as her furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and her features softened into peace. A soft smile played on his lips as he extended his hand toward her forehead, not wanting to disturb her deep slumber after how hard it was for her to fall asleep. Though without any immediate drowsiness himself, he knew it was crucial to get some rest. The situation around them was perilous. After what seemed like a long time, he finally succumbed to sleep. Then, inexplicably, the two disappeared entirely, a fact impossible to comprehend. After bidding farewell to Nangong Qingjin, Huangfu Kongming had returned. Yet, despite having withdrawn his troops, unease lingered. So, he came back to search once again. But, Nangong Qingjin and Zisong he were already gone. As for eunuch Gao, he had not received clear instructions recently and could only move around the perimeter, never imagining that danger would come so quickly. He furrowed his brow and sighed. Over here, Huangfu Kongming had already dispatched General Gao Qiqian to search. The result of the search was that these two had slipped and fallen off a cliff. There was proof. There were obvious signs of a struggle. On a thorn bush at the edge of the cliff, they found the pearl hairpin atop Nangong Qingjin's head, and the torn clothing of Huangfu Kongming. Such fabric wasn't something just anyone in the capital could use. When he heard this report, he nearly fell off his horse. No, Huangfu Kongming reminded himself. Don't worry about anything. At least it was necessary to figure out whether this thing was real or fake. Now he seriously looked at Gao Qiqian. It's already been clarified. He paused slightly, a subtle pause, fearing that Gao Qiqian might not understand the situation, and quietly said, My meaning is, has their slip off the cliff been confirmed? It cannot be confirmed, but you see, on the thorn bush at the edge of the cliff, there is this, and this. The pearl hairpin on Nangong Qingjin's head. Huangfu Kongming recognized it. Now, the hairpin was handed over, and his hand immediately began to tremble. He did not even glance at Zisong his tattered clothes. Instead, with a stumble, he became dizzy and rolled off the horse, landing heavily on the ground. Gao Qiqian noticed the situation was wrong and immediately took a step forward, supporting him. Prince, are you alright? Are you alright? Chapter 240, Distant Dreams in the Day. This, quickly take me to the scene of the crime, he said, already walking forward as he spoke. Gao Qiqian had already grasped Huangfu Kongming's hand. He now realized how utterly dejected Huangfu Kongming was. His mind was completely lost, and his hands were icy cold. After a moment, Gao Qiqian supported him upright. The cape slid off his shoulders as they moved to a nearby position. Step by step, nothing could be more arduous than this. In these past years, it was either him proving her danger and death, or her proving his danger and death. Now, upon hearing abruptly that she had died, this indescribable grief overwhelmed him. However, the distance between there and here wasn't far, so they didn't waste much time before arriving at the spot. At the edge of the cliff, signs of a struggle were evident, obvious to anyone who looked. It was self-evident. Seeing this, he couldn't help but tremble violently and stumbled towards the high and precipitous cliff. No, 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 no. His muffled cries rang out. Observing his complete emotional collapse, General Gao immediately approached, gesturing to the two people beside him. They barely managed to hold back Huangfu Kongming, preventing him from falling over the cliff. Your Highness, Gao Qiqian seemed composed amidst all this chaos. Regarding Nangong Qingjin, though he'd only known her for a short while, hearing tales about her from others hadn't influenced his judgment. To him, his stance toward Nangong Qingjin remained clear. In fact, to put it another way, he did not want Nangong Qingjin's death to cause such despondency that it affected the future emperor's clarity. He certainly didn't want the death of one woman to ruin a potential ruler. Your Highness, my subordinates will search for a way down the mountain, he said. You should stand up. You need rest. The dead cannot come back to life. If Lady Nangong is still alive, I shall surely find her. We must either find her alive or find her body. We'll make sure everything is clarified for your Highness. What lies below? Judging by the terrain, it might likely be a desert wasteland, said General Gao as he continued. But it may also be a river. If someone fell into the river, there could be a slight chance of survival, 1 in 10 perhaps. But if they landed on the wasteland, the person might have been torn apart. General Gao, tell me, are they still fine? Your Highness, I will look for them, and once found, I'll report immediately. I dare not affirm their well-being at this moment. However, there's something I wonder if I should mention. I know what you're going to say, he replied slowly, turning back. My plans have never changed because of anything. So rest assured, as long as I still draw breath, I will move forward resolutely. Go, search everywhere, turn the earth upside down if you have to, but you must bring me some news. That is understood. He struggled painfully to rise, feeling utterly terrible but knowing there was nothing to be said. All he could do was hope that the person who fell off the cliff would be unharmed. But deep down, even he knew that surviving a fall like this was practically impossible. Survival seemed almost unimaginably difficult. After a very long time, he finally sighed, gathered himself, glanced ahead, and sighed again. After a prolonged silence, he closed his eyes, only for tears to soon seep through. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the pearl flower in his hand. After a lengthy silence, he let out a sigh. In the end, you both perished together, Nangong Qingjin, Nangong Qingjin. Descending from this cliff proved extremely challenging, yet General Gao persisted in searching. The cliff was perilously steep, and they hadn't given up hope despite the difficulty. It had already been 3 days of continuous search with little rest. However, none of their efforts bore fruit. No trace of those sought was found. Upon reaching the base, it was pitch black, a vast world of canyons stretching endlessly under towering mountains where cuckoos cried. The group was left disoriented, unsure whether to advance or retreat. In truth, Eunuch Gao had begun to lose hope. A fall from such heights was almost certain death. Even though Nangong Qingjin was always considered to have great fortune and strength, Gao thought, it's impossible. He wouldn't survive. Though their search had not ceased completely, they paused further progress, waiting instead for Prince Huangfu Kongming's orders. By the 4th day, Huangfu Kongming himself realized they were making a futile effort. Finally, he accepted this painful blow. General Gao, withdraw the troops, he commanded. His order was followed promptly, and General Gao retreated almost eagerly. Did you find any clues? No, just straight to the cliff. Actually, if we want to find anything, we should look for other signs, such as, I know what needs to be done, he replied, looking back as he spoke. Search the armies from this week, or even before, thoroughly. We must determine who pushed them down. Yes. The group had already started moving out as he finished speaking. In his hand, he held the string of exquisite pearl flowers. After forcing Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He to their deaths, these people hadn't immediately left, but lingered around. Though aware that the cliff was immeasurably deep, without confirmation of their deaths, they dared not act prematurely. Now, it was practically confirmed by the 4th day. If those two were still alive, it would indeed be strange. Now, the leader with the scarred face was so delighted that he seemed to have lost himself entirely. Emerging from a cluster of cornfields, he looked exceptionally joyful. Ahaha, I will be the emperor in the future. Me. Though it might be a dream far from reality, wasn't dreaming of being an emperor something everyone occasionally entertained? Now, his delight knew no bounds. He was so smug and brimming with confidence that he had nearly forgotten his own name. In truth, they were part of the army that supported the previous king, Huangfu Wenliang. This force was small, and their members were a mixed bunch. They suddenly rebelled upon learning that Zisong He and Nangong Qingjin planned an outing soon. Now, several of them were happy beyond measure, exchanging smiles with one another. Oh, when you return, you'll also be the emperor. Long live my lord, 10,000 years. Some were already fawning, making the journey seem amusing. Yet this troop had unknowingly become the hunting target of Huangfu Kongming. Alas, these prey remained oblivious. Arrest them. Huangfu Kongming barked from afar. Huangfu Kongming's sight fell on these dozens of soldiers. The ragtag army never sensed the danger lurking within the dense forest. Each soldier was joyous. Not long after, Huangfu Kongming's army arrived, quickly surrounding them. Ha. The leader continued laughing, but upon seeing the newcomers, all laughter froze on his lips. What do you intend to do? What? We serve the 3rd prince. Upon encountering you carefree souls, we've decided to engage you in some light conversation. Which one among you is the leader? Speak up unless you wish for total annihilation. General Gao frowned, showing no intention to waste time with pleasantries. Reluctantly, the so-called leader emerged, hoisting his ghost head sword, creating a shimmering glow on his shoulder. It's me. Come out and speak. The leader's knees quivered noticeably. Watching the man tremble with fear, he smiled slightly. Eventually, the reluctant leader appeared at a nearby spot. This here is the third prince of the court. He has questions for you. General Gao explained while leading the terrified leader aside. The leader's complexion turned pale, yet his gaze remained sharp. You. The man was about to say more when Huangfu Kongming turned around on horseback, this being the first time they encountered him. Without reason, the man's knees went weak, nearly forcing a bow instantly. Over there, Huangfu Kongming flickered a glance, perceiving this person's thoughts clearly. Are you the older brother's man? Am I loyal to the court? The man countered, prompting Huangfu Kongming to shake his head. I'm like a free bird. Current or future matters are beyond anyone's control. Just like now. No, even the present escapes the cleverest strategist's foresight. After all, Nangong Qingjin had died, a reality too dreadful for him to even consider. She was so robust and vibrant, such a joyful and wonderful woman. Words failed him for a long moment, until finally, an inquisitive expression graced his features. This man said, perhaps I'm not completely aligned with Huangfu Wenliang either, though I once was. Good. Seeing how jovial you've been. That is because I thought I would be the future emperor. The leader said, sighing as he continued. Perhaps I was daydreaming, but had I not met you, I believe I would have been an emperor one day. Today, though, either you or I will become the other's downfall. Brother deserves death, the man stated, his hawk-like eyes still focused intently on the person in front of him. I want to ask you, where did you force Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He to their deaths? As he spoke, his fists clenched tightly. This person dared neither nod nor shake his head, because he realized that at this moment, Huangfu Kongming exuded a level of aggressiveness never seen before. Fear gripped him now, and Huangfu Kongming's voice grew heavier. I am speaking to you. Why are you so timid? Be a man. Speak clearly. Did you do it or not? Yes, he nodded, causing Huangfu Kongming to feel an immediate weight pressing down on his heart. So it was all true. Everything that had happened was indeed real. With a deep and weary sigh, after a long period of silence, Huangfu Kongming finally asked, are they dead? At least in their last moments, these two were still alive, albeit injured, but not fatally so. You might think I wanted them to die, but holding the emperor hostage to issue orders would have been far more interesting. However, they preferred to break rather than bend. It really had nothing much to do with me, correct? No, you're wrong. Huangfu Kongming slowly gripped the hilt of his long sword, dismounting from his horse. Anyone who kills Nangong Qingjin is my enemy. Now, I'm going to kill you. The cold glint of his sword chilled the atmosphere. Swallowing hard, the leader trembled and asked, What? What exactly are you planning to do? Chapter 241. A few sounds accompanying the moon reached the curtains. Kill, he said. Without waiting for the person to speak, he had already attacked in a rage. The angry waves were so fast that this person couldn't hold out and was knocked down by Huangfu Kongming in 3 moves. Without hearing any explanation from this person, his hand rose and fell. A brilliant spray of blood flew up, and this person's means of sustenance disappeared without a trace. This satisfied him greatly. After a long silence, he sighed and looked at the person in front of him. You're dead, but can she come back? As he spoke, he gave Gao Qiqian a cold glance. Kill. General Gao understood. It meant torn into pieces. Quickly, he led his army to scatter the surrounding people and swiftly killed them all without leaving a single one alive. On this side, General Gao, who was wreaking havoc, was doing what he must do. On the other side, he had already reached out, gripped a leaf, and started to play. It was the tune of Phoenix seeking the female Phoenix. The sound was mournful, enough to make listeners' colors change. This was a farewell song. Phoenix flies gracefully, seeking its mate in the 4 seas. Alas, the beauty is not behind the eastern wall, not behind the eastern wall. That sorrowful voice gradually faded away outside the cornfield, and Lord Chao heard it too. In recent days, the relationship between Lord Chao and General Wu Dakin had become utterly strained. Remember, on that night, Lord Chao was going to send General Wu Dakin back, but although Wu Dakin went home, he never heard news about Zisong He and Nangong Qingjin again. For General Wu Dakin, this was simply unbelievable. Now, he didn't know how many rounds of disputes with Lord Chao they had gone through. Lord Chao also didn't know how long the emperor would stay in the thicket. He had recently been following orders without deviation and dared not even enter the thicket. He did not know that an unexpected event had occurred these past few days. In fact, what should have happened 3 days ago. It was now the 4th day, making the situation even more unimaginable. The difficulties were right there in front of them, requiring these 2 men to overcome. But neither of them managed to overcome. The open and hidden competition made Lord Chao anxious. Today, seeing that General Wu Dakin intended to throw punches, Lord Chao sighed and frowned. My heavens, my general. Don't you still understand the current situation? My general doesn't want to hear your current situation. I just want to take a specific look. Move aside. While speaking, he led a group toward the thicket. Lord Chao hadn't contacted the emperor for 3 days, so naturally, he was also filled with dread. Understanding that he was wronged and dared not refuse, he thus followed after Wu Dakin's army. Wu Dakin personally led the charge and searched for a long time, but still could not find what he needed. Instead, he found a lot of clues. Now, he had also found the corpse of this small detachment. What kind of people are these, Lord Chao? Clearly, Lord Chao thought everything in the thicket was safe, or rather firmly believed that nothing dangerous existed there. But as things stood now, such danger undoubtedly did exist. His complexion changed significantly. The corpses on the ground lay in disarray, as tragic as death could be. It seemed whoever wielded their hands was extremely skilled. This made the cautious and suspicious Lord Chow instinctively turn left and right for reassurance. After scrutinizing, he realized that there was nothing around them, and everything seemed calm once again. I, Lord Chow, simply do not know. You were clearly left here to protect His Majesty. Is this how you protect? Look now, whose armies are these? I simply do not know, said Lord Chow, as he rectified a body to confirm, but unfortunately could not identify whom this corpse belonged to nor ascertain its origin specifically from the body. This made Lord Chow quickly draw black lines on his face, but over here, he frowned, saying, it seems they met with calamity. Lord Chow, if something happens to His Majesty, it will be on you. General, how could it all be on me? Clearly you command the Imperial Guard, and I am merely someone from the West Bureau. If His Majesty encounters any danger, then you bear responsibility too. Do you think you can remain completely clean? I'm not clean, but the biggest responsibility is on you, he said, while speaking clenched his fists hard. Lord Chow began searching among the crowd. Not far away, on the ground, he picked up a rusted arrowhead. Moving forward, he saw the house built by Nangong Qingjin. Upon seeing this, his expression became increasingly detailed as he said, look, there are 2 arrows here. If they were used to kill His Majesty and Nangong Qingjin, then the markings etched into it indicate that it was meant for imperial use, and its user must be Huangfu Kongming. This was strange. Huangfu Kongming should have absolutely no reason to harm Nangong Qingjin or Zisong He, yet all the evidence was becoming murkier. Without knowing what to do, both men could only cooperate and search the surrounding area. Fortunately, Huangfu Kongming hadn't left the cornfield. He was resting ahead while his army followed closely behind. The soldiers wielded daggers with precision, quickly chopping through crops that weren't even at the late autumn harvest stage. As a result, the entire field had been cut down. Seeing the rows of fallen maize, someone turned back in shock, realizing Huangfu Kongming had already spotted the approaching army. At the front was Wu Dakin. Surprisingly, Wu Dakin knew that Huangfu Kongming might not have left this place. When he unexpectedly discovered him there, all he felt was alarm. Is that General Wu Dakin? Asked Lord Chow from a distance, riding his horse while asking a question. On the other side, Wu Dakin nodded promptly after seeing who approached, smiling with an eye flicker. Clearly, Wu Dakin's troops didn't expect to encounter Huangfu Kongming in this area. Each soldier gripped their weapon tightly. At that moment, tension filled the air. Wu Dakin waved a hand and announced, it's our own people, so don't cause trouble. The army temporarily stopped moving. Meanwhile, Wu Dakin dropped his long sword and walked over. Reaching Huangfu Kongming, the latter jumped off his horse and, looking directly at Wu Dakin, said, have you found them? Not really. They've completely vanished, Wu Dakin replied. To him, it seemed like there was nothing more to find. Once separated, they were impossible to locate. Furthermore, it seemed as though Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He were safe enough anyway. But he miscalculated this time. These were the men led by the boss I just killed, explained Huangfu Kongming as he retrieved a piece of cloth tied around his arm. Look, does this belong to your second brother? Wu Dakin, part of the Emperor's personal guard, was quite familiar with the Emperor Zisong He's attire. Recognizing it instantly, he nodded. Yes, it's his. I also found this hairpin. While showing it to the man standing beside him, he continued hesitantly. This belongs to Nangong Qingjin, right? Yes. Did you find it on the cliffside too? It happened 3 days ago. It seems Lord Chow has made trouble. Wu Dakin lamented as he handed the 2 items over. What does the prince plan to do now? Now that we have lost direction, it's my opportunity. The dead are gone, but those still alive must endure. We need to regain strength, replied Huangfu Kongming, his eyes fixed on Wu Dakin. Wu Dakin never expected that, in the end, the emperor would still be the previous Huangfu Kongming. Nodding joyfully, he responded, Good. I'll assist from within and let your army act accordingly. The corruption in the court needs cleansing. These eunuchs think they're invincible. Now's the perfect chance. If we can dismantle the Western Bureau during these investigations, that would be ideal. Don't you agree? That aligns with my plans. What do you require from me? My men will lure Chow into a trap, and then we will join forces to wipe him out. How does that sound? Excellent. I trust your judgment completely. He nodded approvingly as Wu Dakin left shortly thereafter. Not long afterward, Wu Dakin arrived with Lord Chow and his entourage, muttering complaints. His Majesty isn't far ahead. You simply failed in your duty. It's been 3 days, and you haven't managed to contact the Emperor, whereas I've only been gone half a day. Yes. The general is truly remarkable, replied Lord Chow sarcastically, grinning mockingly at Wu Dakin, who felt quite uncomfortable. All right. Who has time for idle talk? Let's investigate carefully ahead. As Lord Chow moved ahead with his group of palace attendants, he was alert to any signs of ambush or unusual activity. From afar, he sensed something was wrong and advised against advancing further. But how easy was it to stop once decided? It was dangerous. Very dangerous indeed. Lord Chow retreated step by step. On the other side, his butcher's knife was already raised. Lord Chow, even though you can't see the Emperor, don't lose heart. Very soon, I will let you see another person, the King of Hell. You really have the intention to assassinate me, Lord Chow said, while starting to command his troops. The 2 armies began fighting fiercely. Meanwhile, Huangfu Kongming's forces also joined the battle, which caught Lord Chow completely off guard. Thus, Lord Chow fought with the notion of failure in mind. This time, he didn't bring many men. Now, Huangfu Kongming and Wu Dakin's imperial guards were more valiant warriors than ever before. If it were just General Wu Dakin, that would have been manageable, but now there was also Huang Fu Kongming's army. Huang Fu Kongming's army, combined with Wu Dakin's forces, quickly became entangled in a fierce battle. It wasn't long before they crushed Lord Chao's soldiers. Watching the surveillance eunuchs in their flying fish uniforms fall one after another, Lord Chao panted heavily. You, when did you conspire together? I ask you, where's His Majesty? Where's the Emperor? Could it be that you both colluded to murder him? His Majesty? The one you're talking about. You couldn't protect him yourself. Why would you expect me to? Wu Dakin spoke while advancing step by step. At this point, Lord Chao realized that he wouldn't escape safely today and could only respond helplessly as the situation unfolded. Unfortunately, Huang Fu Kongming's army was truly an elite force. Before long, they defeated him and killed Lord Chao, the eunuch. From then on, the domination of the eunuchs came to an end. Chapter 242, Once Granted Rain and Wind Coupons. Now, we can go back, said Wu Dakai, as Huang Fu Kongming nodded. The court had been without an emperor for a week, leaderless, and in fact, many people were already scheming about what exactly happened. Ever since the disaster relief mission, the emperor simply disappeared. There must be something suspicious here, but precisely what was unknown to the people. Now, they began making wild guesses. Wu Dakai had returned, but Chao Gonggong never came back. In the capital city, every single palace attendant with even slight martial art skills in the Western Bureau's supervision department had been dismissed by him. Currently, the court was undergoing a dramatic transformation, yet everyone could barely grasp what this change truly was or what extraordinary secrets it held. After Zisong He's repeated upheavals, all officials of the court were utterly exhausted and dared not inquire recklessly, fearing their entire families might be implicated in punishment if things went south. As of now, the atmosphere within the court was tense but perfectly controlled. Today, General Wu had arrived at the imperial capital. When they announced the welcoming of the emperor, the masses finally relaxed, realizing everything might actually be fine after all, and everyone smiled cheerfully. They arrived at the Tongming Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, everyone eagerly awaited the event. Not long after, the court assembly convened, and after following the formal procedures, the pearl curtain was lifted. Everyone still dared not look up. At that moment, Huang Fu Kongming spoke with gravitas. The sky cannot have two suns, nor the country two emperors. From today on, my kingdom shall once again be governed by myself. I am back. Only then did everyone dare to raise their heads. They saw Huang Fu Kongming's radiant face. Rumors had circulated in the capital that Huang Fu Kongming had died years ago, but now it was clear he was alive and well. People looked at each other in astonishment. The Son of Heaven, he has returned. He has truly returned. Yes, His Majesty, the Emperor. Indeed, among all the factions within the old court structure, only when Huang Fu Kongming ruled did the empire seem exceptionally remarkable. Through the frequent changes in government over recent times, very few emperors inspired sincere admiration. The previous emperor indulged himself in debauchery day and night, pursuing excessive luxury until his end. This was the father of both Huang Fu Kongming and Huang Fu Wenliang. When it came to Huang Fu Wenliang, he never cared about the lives of commoners, despite the saying, water can carry the boat and water can capsize it. He never really gave it much thought. Consequently, the furious masses eventually grew contemptuous. What followed was the stern tyrant Zisong He. Though Zisong He gradually brought order to the chaotic court, the amount of intrigue and conspiracy behind this order was evident to all. Now, people felt more dissatisfaction and tension than ever, longing for a new emperor. But he returned. After he finished speaking those words, some had already fallen to their knees in obeisance, banging their heads on the ground. Others burst into tears. Your Majesty, my 10,000 years. My 10,000 years. 10,000 years. May you reign for 10,000 years. More and more individuals prostrated themselves before him because they knew only Huang Fu Kongming could reconstruct the dynasty and achieve the desired future where myriad nations would come to pay tribute from the West and bring gifts from the South. This was where everything started anew. Looking down at his subjects, memories of his youthful ambitions stirred his heart after so many years. Ministers, you may rise. Why did he like power so much? Even he wasn't sure. It might just be ingrained in his blood. With a wave of his hand, everyone rose. Starting from today, the court changed, the emperor changed, and everything that should change altered course. Now, he was the emperor. By nightfall, General Wu, having completed his patrol duties, wearily returned to his quarters. On the side, Sienna had already waited. Seeing him come, she sighed immediately. Why haven't you brought Miss back? Could she really have met danger? General Wu recounted everything he had seen and witnessed. Listening attentively, she asked further, is it true then that the pearl flower belongs to the young miss? At that time, they were surrounded. These things are beyond doubt. Being coerced to death would happen sooner or later anyway. As for that pearl flower, it need not be questioned. It certainly belonged to Nangong girl. Or perhaps, she merely wanted to leave a marker so that people could know from which place she fell. Think about it. Why weren't similar items like pearl flowers and clothes found anywhere else? According to me, there is much significance hidden here. But that is an abyss thousands of feet deep. He sighed as he continued. Moreover, it has been searched for several days, and yet we neither see her alive nor find her body. Hearing this, Sienna could only sigh. But Sienna refused to give up hope. I know that place. I have something to do outside recently, so you must spare no effort to look for her, and I need to go busy myself. Sienna, will you marry me? Right now, he proposed. Sienna had been waiting for this moment, but now she felt deeply grieved because there was no lady to officiate at their wedding. Everyone said the lady had already met with misfortune, but naturally Sienner believed the lady would turn the calamity into good fortune. Rather than grieving like this, Sienner thought it would be better to leave immediately and start searching, but this subtle thought could not be revealed to him. Therefore, Sienner sighed. I accept your proposal, but not now. Now is a turbulent time. General Wu, you understand. I do understand, Sienner. The two clung tightly to each other, but Sienner's mind was already in turmoil. What should she do? And what was reality? Should she trace the source until she truly saw the lady's body? Even if she did see it, what then? The lady, is she alive or has she passed away? Has she already perished on some dangerous road, or perhaps fallen off a precipice, or even been eaten by wild beasts? At the thought of this, Sienner's heart tightened painfully. She now had an impulse to prepare and leave immediately. Sienner wanted to search for the lady right away, and regret crept into her mind for not staying by Nangong Qingjin's side. If she had stayed with her from the beginning to the end, then whatever difficulties or dangers the lady might face, there would be nothing to fear or dread. Seeing Sienner's melancholy mood, after sending her back home, General Wu also stepped out. That night, when he returned, he had assumed Huangfu Kongming had already rested, but instead, he saw Huangfu Kongming drinking alone on the waterside corridor. On the opposite side, seeing General Wu approach, Huangfu Kongming gave a faint smile. Care for a drink? It's been years since I've had any alcohol. Drinking a little bit makes it a fine thing, but too much always causes trouble, he replied, bowing slightly as he prepared to leave. Huangfu Kongming apparently didn't want him to leave just yet. I'm the emperor, and yet it seems you hold grievances against me. No, I don't dare, Wu said, disbelief coloring his voice as he turned his head back. No. Was this man about to dispose of me once he got what he wanted? His hand clenched tightly around the hilt of his sword until beads of sweat formed. His teeth pressed hard against his lower lip. Pointing to the opposite seat, he muttered, I always used to want to be an emperor, ideally for life. Care for a drink? Came the invitation again. While speaking, the wine cup was already filled. Flowers bloom amidst our two cups, glass after glass. As he spoke, he handed over the cup personally to General Wu. Reluctantly, Wu took a sip, eyes fixed on the man before him. My lord knows you're not in the best of moods, but what can be done? My people haven't stopped searching, they are still looking. General Wu, you and I already know the answer. Huangfu Kongming gripped the wine jug while saying this, downing a full cup in one gulp, and a pained smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Seeing this, Wu nodded slightly. Perhaps, there may be a miracle. She has managed to survive many times before. Perhaps fortune favors the good. Are you comforting your majesty? Huangfu Kongming asked, while simultaneously refilling his cup. By now, Wu had drained his own cup and answered. How could it be mere comfort? Until we've seen the outcome, neither of us dares to speak rashly, does it not? In the court, the person I should most thank is you. Without you, I wouldn't have returned so quickly. I shall strive diligently night and day. You mustn't always think I intend to harm you. I cannot possibly harm you. I guess I suspected a gentleman with a villain's mind. I've never harmed a single person. Whatever I do, my hands are clean, and you must understand this. So, you needn't fear. I command you. Before finding her, keep searching. Continue searching until whatever day she is found. Promise me, all right? The emperor's order must not be disobeyed, Wu said, nodding his head in agreement. But here, Huangfu Kongming sighed. It's not about the weight of the emperor's order. I ask you as a personal favor between us. Don't tell me, General, you and I have no private connection? All right, I promise you. Upon hearing his subject become Wu finally nodded with a faint smile. Very well, your majesty needs a friend like me, General Wu, who has lately been worried. I know why. Does the emperor really know? The foul-mouthed girl you fancy and the foul-mouthed girl I admire are simply peas in a pod, driving one to both tears and laughter. Your majesty, a smile finally cracked General Wu's lips. It really is. I think that, sooner or later, that girl will be my honored guest. Since she'll be my wife, I must indulge her and pamper her. As he spoke, he chuckled lightly. The man beside him, upon hearing this, offered a faint smirk. Let's drink a few more cups tonight, you don't mind? Of course, there was nothing to mind. For years, he had sought someone with whom he could get gloriously drunk, but no such person existed. Now, very quickly, the general already nodded, beginning to drink without hesitation. However, alcohol entering the sorrowful gut transforms into yearning tears. The search for Nangong Qingjin hadn't slowed down even a bit, but those chaotic mountains and treacherous cliffs made finding just two people exceptionally difficult. At first, everyone was full of hope, but halfway through climbing the cliffs, it seemed like there were no signs of life at all. Thus, people started losing enthusiasm. Moreover, it was summer, meaning rest time was long while work time was short. By the time they truly reached the valley, it had been an entire week. During this week, what happened remains unknown. Nangong Qingjin did not expect nor hope for anyone to come help or look for her, because if she were in the superior position, she wouldn't have advised anyone to undertake such a search either. So, regardless of location, self-reliance always came first. On the second day, something miraculous occurred. Zisong He, whose wound had been severely inflamed, inexplicably got better. The wound began healing. This was an unbelievable event to both Zisong He and Nangong Qingjin. Chapter 243. As distant as the stars in the sky. How strange and bizarre, even though it was already that way. Why did it get better? For Zisong He was glad. After all, if he got better, he wouldn't be a burden to Nangong Qingjin anymore. Whatever Nangong Qingjin wanted to do in the future, she could just go ahead and do it. That would be the best outcome. For Nangong Qingjin, This was an entirely new discovery in medicine. Despite the lack of medical supplies here, her condition had gradually improved anyway. What was the reason behind it? Nan Gongqing looked at the wound that was gradually getting better and marveled. Yesterday, I saw you looking for herbs. I hated myself for not being able to protect you. In a fit of anger, I sprinkled the soil from the roadside onto my wound, and surprisingly, it got better today. Soil. Nan Gongqing glanced at the adjacent spot and pointed toward the cave entrance. The soil there? She thought the soil there must be special somehow. Even though their lives were hanging by a thread now, anything that sparked her interest was something she'd never give up on learning about or pursuing. At the door, Nan Gongqing extended her hand and grabbed a handful of the fine soil from the ground. With her hands, she crushed the soil until it became a fine yellow powder. She sniffed it lightly, but found nothing particularly unusual about it. She couldn't help but be startled. Just this. Yes, it's exactly this soil, and also right here. I find it very hard to believe myself. He tried to move his left arm, where the elbow bend was the most severely injured. The less he could move it, the more he wanted to move it because he knew he wasn't dead yet. As long as someone isn't dead, they should always fight to survive. Seeing his arm gradually improving, Nan Gongqing picked up some soil and walked under the sunlight nearby, where she quickly compared the moist earth with other samples. The results showed no difference. This soil was exactly the same as any other. There didn't seem to be any fundamental distinctions. Yet why could mud heal wounds? This question perplexed her endlessly. After gazing silently at the place before her for a long time, she finally took a deep breath. Clay, it's simply amazing. I'll keep a little bit of it, and once we ascend again, I want to study it further. All right, he nodded. The two then went to the edge of the stream, and it was only then that Nan Gongqing realized how disheveled she looked all over. It was as though she had crawled out of a grave like a wandering ghost. Her face was pitch black, and thorns had torn her cheeks, yet her face alone seemed filled with vigor and vitality. That was because she had rested well last night. Now, nothing could disturb her rest. When they reached the stream, the two determined their location. According to Zhang, they needed to head downstream, while according to Nan Gongqing, the opposite direction upstream was preferable. She believed there was at least hope upstream, whereas downstream, people tend to climb higher, water flows downhill. Downstream surely leads to vast seas and oceans. The deeper they went, the harder it would be to leave. Currently, despite no signs of human movement upstream, she thought if any real hope existed, it would certainly be found there. Without hesitation, Zhang immediately agreed. Right now, he had no fear nor stubbornness. As long as they were alive, anything was okay. As for court matters, at first, he was indeed rather anxious, worrying secretly, but now, he understood. If one cannot return, worrying is futile and merely depletes one's energy and spirit. Thus, everything became indifferent. The two journeyed upstream. They didn't travel much on the first day. Along this route, it appeared identical to the areas downstream where they had descended. Nothing at all to see, raising doubts. By the second evening, the two finally realized how impossible it was to leave here as easily as they imagined. Fortunately, the entire path consisted of riverbank terrain, so there was no need to blaze trails. Here, all streams were small. Although Nan Gongqing's fishing skills weren't initially remarkable, after practice, catching fish now felt effortless. If she wanted mountain birds, she could also knock them down with stones. Throughout this trip, she never abandoned the hope of survival. As they moved forward, they marked their paths to prove how far they had come. First, if they turned back later, they'd know where they started. Secondly, these marks might leave clues for others. Should anyone live nearby and see these things, they would likely track them down. The two continued their journey, searching as they walked. By the second night, Nan Gongqing let out a bitter laugh as she gazed at a cave nearby that looked almost identical to the one from yesterday. She sighed and supported Zhang, saying, "Perhaps you were right all along. Upstream or downstream, they're basically the same. I think I was wrong. No, I believe we must continue upstream. Just look at the sky now. It seems closer to us than before." This, she had not noticed, as her heart was filled with urgency, and she only sought reasons for their struggle. That day, the two walked strenuously, panic-stricken. In truth, neither knew how far they had truly traveled, as there was no way to measure it. She often wanted to stop and wait for Zhang, but in this unmeasured time, she did not know how long she had been walking. Gradually, she realized that if she had been so exhausted, they must have gone very far. Now, Zhang followed leisurely, appearing disheveled with tattered clothing. There wasn't a trace of imperial pride left. When the two arrived at the cave, Nan Gongqing lit a fire, building up the campfire well into the late hours of the night. She noticed that the interior of the cave was pitch black and took a stick nearby to begin sketching on the ground. Now, this canyon looks like this. Although we don't know where we are exactly, we've marked our path along the way. If someone comes looking for us, they'll understand these signs as both rescue signals and clues about our current location. The best thing would be to confirm the direction, but we're afraid that those who come might be our enemies rather than our friends, said Nan Gongqing, letting out a sigh. At least I'm still the emperor. They wouldn't dare to annihilate me completely. What they want is merely the throne, and to be honest, I, Zhang, don't care for the throne. What I value now is. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Nan Gongqing, whose eyes locked onto him. Go on, say it. What I truly care for is you. The throne? It's just an external object. In this life, what I can never choose is the throne, and what I can never choose is my birth. My courage, my arrogance, and my desire to surpass both my elder brother and younger brother, they remain unchanged. That will never change, which means I'm not the most important person in your life. Yes, yes, he agreed firmly, looking at the woman before him. But I do know whom you love, and I won't delude myself. All I want now is to protect you. Do you think I need protection? She asked, sighing. I don't think so, it's I who needs it. Thank you for taking care of me all along. I once tried to scheme against you, he confessed, sighing. As he looked at her, he added, what you didn't know is that while you were scheming against others, others were scheming against you. You must know, while a mantis hunts a cicada, the oriole is watching behind. Nan Gongqingjin paused, then said, let's leave this aside. We should focus on finding a way out. It seems that the terrain around here has gradually become higher. Did you notice anything today? I noticed, Sang he began, but as he opened his mouth, he suddenly saw, in the tranquil darkness behind Nan Gongqingjin, 2 green points shining even brighter than stars. He didn't know what it was, but it seemed dangerous. Moving forward and grabbing a branch, Sang he signaled for Nan Gongqingjin, who quickly turned around, seeing him heading deep into the cave. Given that this area had already been explored, it seemed there was nothing unusual. The cave was similar to the ones they'd seen previously, certainly empty. The two exchanged puzzled glances as he prepared to go further, but Nan Gongqingjin stopped him by holding his hand. What's going on? I thought I saw some green light inside the cave earlier. It disappeared instantly, like ghost fire. Was it really? Nan Gongqingjin said, breaking a bone in her hand. When it snapped, flames emerged, displaying a vivid green glow similar to what Sang he had described. Seeing this, she sighed. My nerves are frayed. I'm imagining things. It's fine, Nan Gongqingjin replied. Tomorrow, we'll still head upstream. For now, we're not starving, so we'll keep searching step by step. We'll eventually find a way out, right? We will. He added, smell this. There's a foul odor in this cave. Nan Gongqingjin sniffed the air, agreeing silently. There is something dead in the cave. Let's go to the entrance. As she spoke, they moved towards the mouth of the cave. At the entrance, amongst shimmering sand grains, there were semi-transparent scorpions, bustling about, and, under the clear moonlight, looking rather fearsome. The water here is deeper. I've already observed it, he said. Nan Gongqingjin immediately responded. You have been observant indeed. Fortunately, you're here. So, what exactly do you want to say? I don't know, but I feel like there's some kind of danger nearby. What about you? I think I also sense it. But where exactly is this danger? Nan Gongqingjin spoke while examining the ground. There were signs of animal movement. Large, meter-wide indentations that, if they were indeed footprints, must belong to a giant animal. She wondered, could there possibly be such a large animal here? It wasn't plausible. And it wasn't as if they were facing black apes or bear-like creatures either. They initially felt danger was near, yet after resting all night in the cave, nothing happened. They realized they had overreacted unnecessarily. They woke up early in the morning when the sky still seemed hazy and gloomy. In reality, back in the civilized world, it would already be dawn. However, the thick woods here blocked much of the light, making it appear pitch dark with poor visibility. But at noon, the place became unbearably hot. If they were serious about finding a safe route, now was the time to carefully test the waters. She casually washed her face by the riverbank and used a piece of dry grass to tie up her hair. Noticing he had finished his routine as well, she handed him a long wooden stick to Sang he. Chapter 244, Sharing the Lamplight. Hey, what are you looking at? Staring off into space again. You've been like this since last night. What's got you so distracted? Nan Gongqingjin asked, glancing at Sang he beside her as she spoke. Do you see that? Those are cicadeer tracks. In previous years during the imperial hunts in the capital, I would always come across tracks like these. Cicadeer here? Nan Gongqingjin wanted to laugh, but maintained a serious expression while gazing at the lake's surface, which was calm and serene. By the streamside, there were indeed cicadeer tracks visible. Deer usually kneel half down when drinking water, making the tracks appear rather adorable. But they weren't very clear. What do you want to say? Nan Gongqingjin continued, adding, it seems there are only tracks coming to drink water, but none leaving. This. She appeared to have noticed something and immediately stepped back. Meanwhile, Sang he sighed, clearly troubled. This. He was about to speak when he caught a glimpse of something. No, some creature. In the water. It quietly submerged beneath the surface. Nan Gongqingjin thought she had seen it too, but upon looking again, the water surface was empty. She wiped her eyes, assuming they were playing tricks on her. He also thought his eyes might be deceiving him, but after exchanging thoughts, both laughed. Let's go, stop daydreaming, she said, tugging at Sang he. Just as they rose, Sang he felt a cold gust of air burst from the water's surface, accompanied by a foul stench. What was it? He hadn't even time to see properly. A massive dark shape emerged from the water as if aiming to consume Nan Gongqingjin. Yet she hadn't noticed a thing. Upon checking the lake's surface again, it remained undisturbed with gentle ripples. You're still looking? There's nothing to see here, just reflections of light and clouds. Come on, let's leave, she urged. Actually, they should have taken another look. But what good would looking do? So without further ado, Sang he redirected his focus. Once both he and Nan Gongqingjin truly left, it seemed as though a piece of driftwood had vanished from the water. Why did Xian decide to leave the city? Because Xian always felt that the people of the imperial court lacked true substance. They were lazy, despite the fact that the young miss was alive and well, yet not a single person truly searched with diligence. They owed the young miss their lives, yet now, in her time of peril, others might turn a blind eye, but Xian and I absolutely could not. After a brief discussion, The two decided to search for Nan Gong Qingjin themselves. Though the pair may not have had great power, they were both experienced servants who had never feared anything before. Now traveling together, they started their journey from the cliff where someone had fallen. When the soldiers saw Xian approaching, they were unsure what to say. Xian and Ai moved ahead without hesitation, searching for clues. Fortunately, they came across several alert sika deer. Following the deer took immense effort, spanning 2 days. Surprisingly, these two young maids managed to reach the canyon more efficiently than the soldiers. However, once in the canyon, there was no trace of anything, just an empty expanse of land. After examining it, Xian said, "I've already told you. The young miss is fine. The young miss has done so much good. Heaven itself must increase her blessings. It seems we need to thoroughly search." However, it had already been 2 days, and it was now nightfall. Neither Ai nor Xian dared act rashly. There are sika deer around, meaning there are likely other creatures. Let's not wander recklessly. Starting now, we face any dangers together. Xian was fully able-bodied, but Ai had lost her left arm years ago. Now Ai required protection. To ensure Ai's safety, Xian set up many obstacles and traps at the cave entrance. No large or small animals would approach them temporarily. The two girls rested inside the cave. Ai couldn't sleep and played with some sand nearby. Upon noticing the mark of a recently used matchstick, she exclaimed, "Xian, look, they've just left not long ago. The charcoal mark is fresh, see? How could one tell its freshness? A freshly burned coal leaves a faint layer of white ash, whereas older coals buried in the sand are pitch black." With that, Xian immediately nodded in agreement. "So, what we need to figure out now is whether they went upstream or downstream. I didn't expect that there could be wind in this valley causing such movement," Xian said, implying that without wind, the traces might have long been buried under the sand. Based on conventional thinking, people usually go downstream. However, Mrs. implication is that it's more likely she headed upstream. Let's search upstream first anyway. We have dry rations, so it's manageable. If we find nothing upstream, then we'll try downstream. What do you think? Agreed. Ai nodded in support. The next day marked the 4th day since Nan Gong Qingjin fell into the canyon and the 3rd day of Xian's search for her. The urgency mounted as the duo trudged onward. Upstream proved stranger than expected. It had less food compared to downstream. Edible fruits were either too muddy from rolling down, not yet ripe, or worse, deceptive. Some looked harmless, tasted safe, but caused vomiting and diarrhea. As a result, Nan Gong Qingjin and Zi sang he had missed many potentially edible treats. Seeing things didn't always mean daring to eat them. They walked at an uncertain pace, unsure how long they had trekked before finally stopping. Birds chirped above a tree, so Nan Gong Qingjin prepared to throw stones to knock some down for food, as they hadn't eaten anything all morning. But as soon as she raised her hand, the birds flew away. It was strange because these birds should not have detected any danger. Yet, one by one, they fled fearfully. With no energy left after the failed attempt, Nan Gong Qingjin plopped onto the grass beside her. "No rush. There's still plenty of time before dark. Look, here's a big tree. I'll climb up. Birds on trees often nest there, and nests contain eggs which are food." "I'll do it," Ziseng he said. "We can't wait. The longer we delay, the weaker we become. Once our strength wanes completely, climbing will be impossible." "As you say, but it's been 4 days since I've had a proper meal, plus 5 days prior to that. I'm famished," she responded. "I understand," he replied while stretching his wrists, readying himself to climb. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Qingjin observed him closely. "Does your arm still hurt?" "Much better. You stay here, and I'll return quickly," he said, then climbed nimbly upwards. Watching him ascend, she closed her eyes to rest, falling asleep almost instantly due to sheer exhaustion. She dreamt of a fateful day when Huangfu Kongming tried to kill her, an unforeseen turn. Crying and arguing vehemently in her dream, she woke abruptly to find Zi saying, he descending with bird eggs in hand. "I've gone to the highest point ahead. Endless green stretches forward, but I believe we'll eventually leave this place behind. Here are bird eggs. How would you like to cook them?" Handing over several bird eggs, Nan Gong Qingjin glanced at them curiously. Though unfamiliar with the kind of bird, the eggs were noticeably large and round. Smiling, she said, "Start a fire, and I'll take care of the rest." "All right," he agreed, sparking a flame before observing her intently as she worked. Placing 3 stones upright, 2 served as supports for a thin stone slab set across them. The hollow space below accommodated burning coals, quickly heating the slab red hot. Throwing the eggs onto the slab, a sizzling sound indicated success. Using pre-prepared wooden sticks, she flipped the eggs until golden brown and handed them over to the amazed Zi Sanghe. "Take a look," she encouraged. Such survival skills were beyond what Zi Sanghe expected, holding a perfectly cooked egg comparable to one made in an iron pot. Respect welled up for Nan Gong Qingjin. Following suit, she continued making several more in the same fashion. With an abundance of perfectly cooked eggs, their meal became flavorful and satisfying, something truly remarkable. Gazing at each other, they weren't satisfied yet. Nan Gong Qingjin opened more eggs, placing them near the embers where, surprisingly, they soon cooked perfectly. This novel approach astonished Zi Sanghe as if seeing her for the first time. Nan Gong Qingjin explained, "Actually, you know I'm not smart about daily life. All this comes from methods Xian taught me. I simply copy what she does. Before, she liked trying out different things." Thus ended their shared meal. Color, aroma, and taste combined wonderfully. Their bond strengthened through simple means, proving resourcefulness even amidst adversity. "You've been a good teacher in one word." "That's not true," she said, starting to eat as the birds returned to find their nests empty and began to wail. But what could they do? This was an era of survival of the fittest. Either you eat me, or I eat you, or we both perish. Nan Gongqingjin had no time for excessive compassion. If it meant her survival, she would do anything. In this way, she seemed to be rubbing off on Zi Sanghe too. Downstream, Xian started searching as well. Along the way, the two girls were overjoyed because they found some traces left by Nan Gongqingjin and Zi Sanghe. Though not many, some had been damaged by animals, but they had still found something after all. Walking back and forth for a long time, Xian and Ai still found nothing. Now, they optimistically believed that Nan Gongqingjin and Zi Sanghe might have already left and were safe. So, the two girls felt a bit more at ease. That night, the two of them reached the cave where Xian discovered signs of Nan Gongqingjin's fire. Observing carefully, she moved deeper into the darkness. Xian, come back. Ai's tone changed, becoming tense as she trembled. Meanwhile, Xian had no idea what danger she faced. Just as she took a step back, a chill ran down her spine. Looking behind her, she was already horrified. Chapter 245, Absolute Danger. Xian only came to the cave out of curiosity, drawn by two swirling masses of eerie green light. When she reached the source of the light, she discovered, my goodness, what on earth is that? It seemed to be moving, and the girl realized that it was the eyes of a wild beast, a type of creature she had never seen before. In the dark, its body looked as massive as a mountain range. Other areas nearby were slightly elevated. Boar dragon. Although the girl didn't know this creature was called boar dragon, she clearly remembered seeing an illustration of such an animal many years ago. The boar dragon was just the modern crocodile of the Sand River. Back then, because of its ugly appearance and pig-like features, it was called boar dragon. Xian, who had never encountered such a huge creature, was already terrified. Though she anticipated danger here, she never expected to meet such a monstrous beast. No, Xian immediately retreated. Beside her, the girl began trembling in fear. The boar dragon's size was colossal, and its movements were like hurricanes. Before they could react further, the boar dragon roared and charged toward the two women. As its claws rose and fell, dust swept through the air. Xian quickly grabbed the girl's hand and fled to the side. Fortunately, it was night. Otherwise, these two women would have become prey for this ferocious creature. In the darkness, though everything was black, one could still see the pallor of Xian's face. Boar dragon, Xian whispered, her lips trembling. She hadn't expected to find something like this here. She also knew that boar dragons generally traveled in groups, not alone. They didn't appear easily during the day because they hunted fish and shrimp in rivers and streams at that time. At midnight, however, boar dragons are known for their nocturnal habits. Thus, they encountered one, which perhaps could have been avoided if they hadn't entered the boar dragon's lair. This cave stayed warm in winter and cool in summer. It was originally used by the boar dragon for rest. The two women turned pale, unable to say a word for a long time. Silence filled the air with tension until finally, Xian broke it. You think, is Miss okay? She asked, her gaze fixed on the girl's face as if hoping to get an answer from her. The girl sighed, her disappointment evident. It's hard to say. It's possible she's already dead. After all, you know how powerful boar dragons can be. But, we saw traces of Miss earlier today. What about now? Should we still search for her? How can we search when we don't even have weapons? Even if we did, what good would it do against such a giant? Now, our top priority is ensuring our own safety. We need to return and gather reinforcements. Gather reinforcements? Xian blinked with difficulty. If reinforcements could solve the problem, why would they have been sent here? Still, she didn't voice her doubts, but lowered her tone instead. I think we should just go back. You can return along the same route, while I'll keep searching. If there really is no hope, I'll come back too. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Let's leave this place first. After narrowly escaping danger, they instinctively moved toward brighter, more open areas. Firstly, brightness could dispel inner fear. Secondly, with wider geography, they'd see more and avoid unnecessary trouble or conflict. Finally, at this spot, they felt safe enough to speak loudly. I couldn't have imagined there'd be a boar dragon here, Xian finally said after suppressing her emotions for a long time. Neither could I. This place should have been empty, yet it isn't. How bizarre. Now what should we do? The girl had never experienced something so disorienting. Though her question was rhetorical, it was also self-reflective. Encountering such danger, though the girl lacked assurance of escape, she knew the threat was immediate. A single mistake could mean. The boar dragon was enormous and its attacks utterly devastating. Luckily, it was nighttime, and it seemed to want to rest, too lazy to deal with them. Otherwise, both of them might not have survived just now. The boar dragon was terrifying, capable of destroying anything in its path. Just moments ago, under the cover of darkness, they barely escaped with their lives. Does it smell awful? Xian said, wrinkling her nose as she spoke. Yes, it did smell pretty bad. Why hadn't they smelled it earlier? If they had, they might have avoided such danger. Yes, so? There might be a second, or even a third one around here. The girl's lips trembled incessantly. Now, she was caught between a very contradictory and delicate choice, whether to retreat or to face the danger head-on. If they left now, there was a 50% chance they wouldn't encounter danger. If they stayed, there was a 50% chance of danger. Actually, the risks were equal. However, leaving seemed relatively safer than staying. So, should they choose safety or risk? Xian's attitude, however, was quite clear. Even if danger loomed imminent, it would not sway her courageous heart. How about this, we part ways. You return tomorrow, while I keep moving forward. If I don't come back, it means I've met with danger. If I do come back, then perhaps. Xian, Wherever you are, that's where I am. Miss didn't just save you. She saved me too. Now, I can't possibly stand by and watch danger unfold without doing anything. She needs me. Good girl, why put yourself through all this? This is standing together in hardship, not putting myself through it, she said, emphasizing her words. Then, let's proceed carefully tomorrow, paying close attention while searching for any trace Miss might have left. She's smarter than either of us, so I believe she won't run into any trouble. I hope so. The girl immediately nodded. Tonight, they truly dared not rest after being frightened so badly before. After their scare, they stared at each other in silence for a long time. After a long period of silence, Sienna finally said, the night is long. Now, we're both feeling sleepy, but these creatures get sleepy too. I'll keep watch while you rest. No, I'll keep watch while you rest. Take turns, Sienna said. Though the girl now feared closing her eyes, worried she might never open them again, they still had a tough journey ahead of them. Tomorrow, they would need to overcome difficulties and persevere, so they must maintain their strength and energy no matter what. They could only close their eyes briefly to rest their spirits. Sienna leaned against a large tree, her eyes constantly darting around. Now, she fully understood that danger surrounded them. By the late hours of the night, it was the girl's turn to keep watch. Thus, everything remained safe until morning. On the second day, the two young women continued on their way. However, all clues seemed to have ended here. There was no longer any sign left by Nangong Qingjin. Finding any trace now was incredibly difficult. Apparently, a few days ago, they had also taken shelter in that cave. And coincidentally, they had been attacked by the beast in the middle of the night. No, they couldn't dare to speculate wildly. They pressed on forward. Just as they had predicted, the daytime heat was intense, and the boar dragon had become stealthy, almost invisible. When they needed water, the two girls tried to find relatively shallow streams. As they moved forward, had they not brought dry rations, they might have starved. Here, it felt like the very center of the earth, and there wasn't much fruit available to eat. The only thing left to satisfy their hunger was the food slowly decreasing in their backpacks, food that had been hard-won and fortunately brought along. Otherwise, it was unimaginable. On the third day, it was the 7th day since Zisong He and Nangong Qingjin fell into the ravine. It had been a whole week, and in the capital, Huangfu Kongming had lost all hope. But still, he was anxious and hopeful. Yes, they probably had perished, but that alone shouldn't extinguish the hope of finding them. Still, the same sentiment held true. We must see life or death to confirm it. With this notion in mind, the army soon began its search. Yet, the soldiers were working lackadaisically, moving rather slowly. Each one seemed to trail behind Sienna and her companion, reaching this valley due to the terrain. Because of this, the army could spread out less freely than before. Their actions were slower compared to previous ones. The sluggish army, dragging its feet, seemed almost unable to move. Searching through the valley all day, they found nothing. And tonight, the dusk arrived quickly. The two girls had already found a relatively safe spot. Tonight, it was pitch black, and it seemed more interminable than any other night before. Now, even if they saw a cave, they wouldn't dare to enter. Here, there was a huge palm tree, and the two girls had already started resting under that towering tree, closing their eyes to recuperate while taking a break. About an hour passed. The night dew began to rise, and red dew soaked their clothes, but these weren't the main concerns. The pressing issue was that rumbling thunder had begun rolling in from the horizon. Flashes of lightning illuminated the canyon as bright as daylight. The 1,000 mountains and gorges all became clear, transparent, almost unimaginable. After a while, it started to rain. Indeed, it was already the time of the plum rains when every household would experience rainfall. The drizzle soon turned into a steady downpour. Sienna sighed, looking at her surroundings, thankful that they had the foresight to choose a broadleaf tree for shelter. Otherwise, they would have been completely drenched by now. The two women, cold and shivering, embraced each other for warmth. Upstream, Zisong He and Nangong Qingjin did not yet know about the boar dragon. Though the atmosphere had become increasingly mysterious, neither of them felt a hint of panic or fear. The two were resting under a cliffside. It was quiet here, with nothing but the sound of rain. Nangong Qingjin chuckled bitterly. The last rain was a week ago, and now it's the season for flash floods. Nangong Qingjin said, looking dejectedly at Zisong He while speaking, do you think we'll die? If a real flood comes, we won't. We can climb the trees. There are quite a few big trees around here. Or, I shouldn't have insisted on my own views. You've already warned me. Maybe all this danger is because of me. If we'd gone downstream, maybe we wouldn't have encountered this. Nangong Qingjin spoke while heavily sighing, furrowing his brows. Chapter 246, Intermittent Cold Chopping and Interrupted Wind. Regardless of what will happen in the future, at least we are safe now. Why dwell on gains and losses? You are not the type to give up easily. There's never a time for throwing caution to the wind. We're merely facing nature, not treacherous humans. For now, you should rest well. It will get better. But, actually, Nangong Qingjin knew that, when dealing with people instead of nature, there might not be such danger. Even if dangerous, one can still anticipate it and prepare accordingly. Here, these two individuals were up against a potentially man-eating forest, the dangers within this forest unknown. It was clear that Nangong Qingjin was feeling discouraged. Fortunately Zisong, he was by her side. Fear nothing, damn it. Those who shouldn't live to see the end won't make it. Those who should have long lives. This is merely adversity for you. Nangong Qingjin, difficulties and hardships forge your path to success. This is just the beginning. You shouldn't feel this way. While speaking, Yibin glanced at the person before him, and Nangong Qingjin nodded. That's true. Why have I become so melancholic? Perhaps she feared if she truly couldn't leave, she would never see Huang Fukongming again. And now, what exactly was Huang Fukongming doing? Where was he? She had probably anticipated that massive changes would sweep across the realm, but she hadn't imagined his timely appearance. He had already become emperor, a real emperor indeed. Huang Fukongming had his own approach towards governing the state, having once been an emperor, and was now resuming duties. Unlike others who speak only words without action, he truly understood the suffering of the common folk. By now, he had finished reviewing all memorials. Exhausted as he was, a general nearby had already presented a cup of tea. General Wu Dekai. Your Majesty, please drink some tea. Gripping the teacup, he took a sip, then placed it next to his seat, glancing at the many pages finally reviewed, feeling a stirring sense of accomplishment. Alas, that sense of accomplishment soon faded because all his joy could not be shared with another person. He did enjoy this feeling of supreme power. Imagine, who wouldn't like it? This sensation meant wielding control over the elements, obtaining whatever desired. If only Nangang Qingjin were here, but alas, it seemed that heaven enjoyed playing tricks on mortals, for she was not present. His mood plummeted, but fortunately, there was an endless stream of work, almost making him forget he was human, functioning more like a machine. He glanced at the seat beside him and sighed. After the summer solstice, the weather gradually turned cooler. But the excessive coolness could no longer be described simply as cool. It was progressively becoming cold. Tonight, the rain drizzled. Watching the droplets cascading from the eaves, he sighed. I didn't expect that I am alone now, standing solitary. What use is this magnificent land to me? Huang Fukongming spoke, while sighing, eyes fixed on the rain shrouded in mist. I desire rain, yet I fear rain. If it rains, crops that suffer from lack of water would flourish wildly. Your Majesty, good rain knows its season. You needn't be so worried, said General Wu Dekai as he approached. However, if the rain grows wilder, eventually everything would be submerged. Thus, I fear the rain. As he spoke, he looked back and gazed at General Wu Dekai. Are your men still searching? Have they found any clues? Actually, clues did exist, not just ones left by Nangang Qingjin, but also traces after Siener's departure. But after being washed away by torrential rain, what remained? All signs vanished quickly from the surface of fine sand. Your Majesty, perhaps they may have already. How? He dreaded hearing the news, but what choice did he have? Sighing, General Wu Dekai replied, my men have always been adept at reconnaissance, yet not a single clue has been found. Moreover, it's a canyon, which is perilous by nature. Now it's a time of frequent flash floods. You know how few people with great fortune survive calamities like these. Not only have they likely encountered trouble, even the troops you dispatched most likely have run into peril as well. As your general, I must humbly request that you reduce the loss as much as possible and order the troops back to camp. At first, upon hearing such a suggestion, he was extremely saddened and felt that General Wu Dekai had gone too far. However, at the moment he was about to refute it, he suddenly enlightened himself. Yes, you're absolutely right. Human life is most precious, more valuable than 1,000 pieces of gold. Nangang Qingjin's life is important, but aren't their lives equally valuable? You should bring your army back as soon as possible if they find no clues. What you said is correct. This is a time when flash floods frequently occur. Yes, thank your Majesty for your great grace. While saying so, he knelt down. Go then, I need some rest now. The emperor waved his hand while speaking, and finally returned to his seat, resuming the position of an isolated monarch. However, his mood became even gloomier than before. He did not know why he felt this way. Now, while pondering, he also felt heartache. Every detail of his interactions with Nangang Qingjin played in his mind like a silent black and white film. The small details were no longer important. What mattered was that everything seemed vividly present. Some say that there's no greater sorrow than a dead heart, but actually Huang Fukongming experienced no greater sorrow than a living heart. His mood was exceptionally heavy. If he could, he would have someone dig up the canyon 3 feet deep. But he knew well that all these efforts would be futile. Rather than sacrificing more people, it's better to stop here. Their fateful connection had come to an end. What was meant to happen has happened. What shouldn't have happened has happened too. All is past. She must be feeling quite heartbroken too. He sighed deeply while watching the raindrops that glistened like strings of pearls. The raindrops were so crystal clear, each one round like pearls strung together. As he gripped the Long Quan sword which flashed with light before falling into water, the raindrops soon reconnected again. Tonight, his mood was indeed bad, the worst day since his coronation. He could quickly return to his imperial duties because, in fact, Nangang Qingjin had helped pave the way for him. He originally thought that they would end up together eventually, but in the end, they went their separate ways. The current situation mirrored parting as if through death, filled with sorrow and longing. While contemplating, he had already plunged into the dark rainy night. The palace attendants nearby had just been dozing off. Now they saw the emperor practicing swordsmanship crazily in the rain and came toward it one by one. The cold rain of September was different from the torrential rains of July. After all, the weather was gradually turning colder. In the rain, his movements were remarkably graceful, swift like shooting down 9 suns, majestic like divine emperors riding dragons in flight, sudden as thunder calming after its rage, and calm as oceans crystallizing clear light. His moves were graceful, seamless, beautifully captivating to those who watched. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. Your humble servant brings you a shoulder covering. However, the martial man showed no signs of stopping his practice. A shoulder cover? He did not need it. With the slash of the sword, He split the cover the old servant tossed over him into two parts. Watching the cover roll to the ground, the servant's heart sank with sorrow. Your Majesty, please come back inside. Take care of your sacred body. You've achieved much every day. Please return, come back. The eunuch supervisor knelt on the ground and began knocking his head. But Huang Fukongming acted as if he heard nothing. After a long time, he finally sheathed his sword. Soaked wet, the palace maids immediately went to prepare dry clothes. The aftermath was that Huang Fukongming fell gravely ill, unable to recover. In fact, this was exactly what he hoped for. He was not a physically frail person, but lately, he had been tired from work and troubled emotionally. The temperature fluctuations caused him to fall sick. Fortunately, the court had recently entered a stable phase. He wanted to see whether things would proceed smoothly without him leading the charge. Everyone remained dutiful and neither overly tense nor excessively relaxed, making him rather pleased. Previously, he might have thought that having the empire meant gaining everything. Now he finally realized, beautiful landscapes and beauties cannot both be possessed. Forsaking beauty allows him to hold on to power. He did not understand why heaven seemed so cruel to him. After finishing his medicine, he looked at General Wu Dekai beside him. Are your troops back already? Yes, Your Majesty, they've returned. Each of them went home without seeing anything. He initially wanted to say, without seeing any bodies, but swallowed these words at the last moment. Good. Huang Fukongming nodded, but not another word was spoken. After a long silence, it seemed as if time had stopped flowing altogether. His eyes stared at the golden boson incense burner, where wisps of blue smoke were curling out from the lotus in the copper crane's mouth. Retire now. I wish to rest alone. Your Majesty, you should hold a grand selection for a consort. There are so many women in the land. You can't be lonely all your life. If being an emperor truly means this, then it's utterly meaningless. Without doubt, these words were a bit excessive, but he didn't seem to care. You make a valid point, but my heart cannot get over this hurdle. That's all. Go attend to your duties. This matter isn't urgent, he said. In reality, Huang Fukongming was already 26 this year. In ancient times, among the three forms of filial impiety, having no heir was considered the greatest. Men would usually start families and discuss marriage around age 20. But now, clearly over 26, he remained alone. About that grand selection or no grand selection, the previous one had already caused public resentment. He did not want to repeat that process. Deep down, he was still waiting for a miracle. Nangong Qingjin might come back to life. After all, after such a long time had passed, the girl was still alive and well somewhere. After a long silence, as he watched the crowd gradually retreat, he sighed deeply. It had rained continuously for a day and night. The rain was abundant. Listening to the endless sound of it, watching each drop fall like countless droplets, his heart was heavy with sorrow and despair. It felt as though the rain carried away something important. Chapter 247, May ride the wind and break 10,000 li of waves. Tonight, it is destined to be the hardest night in this desolate wilderness. As night falls, the rain shows no sign of stopping. Sienna and Yitu are already shivering, though thankfully they have banana leaves nearby for some semblance of warmth. Although the leaves don't really provide much heat, they offer the two some relief. Sienna's lips have turned a purplish blue, indicating her condition isn't good, and Yitu looks exactly the same. At this moment, it doesn't even seem possible to continue forward or retrace their steps. Big sister Sienna, do you think we're going to die? Yitu said as she pulled out their last rations, which had hardened into rock-like chunks. There's nothing to be done, so Sienna could only leave the food where it would get soaked by the rain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to eat. They were caught unprepared for such a situation, rushing out too hastily. Now, all they can do is pray to the gods for protection and hope that they can pass through this danger safely. But safety was almost an excessive luxury. Looking at the remaining food beside her, Sienna spoke slowly. I've dragged you down. If it clears tomorrow, we must leave this place. I can at least confirm one thing now, they're dead. Big sister Sienna, how can you blame yourself? Besides, we're not entirely without options yet. We still have a chance for survival. I won't allow you to give up like this. You used to be different, but now, you've become so sorrowful. If the rain clears tomorrow, we must leave immediately. This is a valley, and flash floods might occur. When that happens, we won't be able to leave. Sienna said with melancholy while paying attention to the food beside her. She split the food in half and began eating, trying to find joy amidst the hardship. Yitu also started to eat. They looked at each other, sharing a glance. The dry provisions had become hard as stone due to being dried out, but they still had to eat. If they didn't, hunger would kill them immediately. After finishing their meager meal, Sienna and Yitu exchanged glances and both smiled. Big sister Sienna, Miss is surely blessed, right? Yes, Sienna responded with tears welling up in her eyes. Such adversity wasn't something an ordinary person could easily endure. Nangong Qingjin and Zisong, he did not stop either. In the rain, they continued on, having no choice but to move forward. Their path ahead was uncertain, and survival depended on moving forward. Because everything required progress, Nangong Qingjin's resolve was clear. If they stopped moving forward, they would be consumed. Even if forward motion brought danger, it still carried a possibility of survival. This was her decision, and once made, there was no turning back. She knew that landslides or flash floods could strike at any moment, and what that would mean, she didn't dare imagine. They pressed onward until they reached an area where the scenery suddenly seemed brighter and more open. Yet voices continued unabated. For the entire day, the two hadn't eaten anything, and they were now completely drained of strength. The rain drenched Nangong Qingjin, soaking her clothes and stealing away her body heat. This was the most terrifying situation. Cold and hungry, he dared not let her push herself further. Seeing the cliff ahead, he rushed forward and declared firmly, "We need to rest. No matter what, you need to rest." As he spoke, he brusquely scooped Nangong Qingjin into his arms. She had no choice but to comply, finding a spot to rest. Her complexion was ghastly, any rosy hue fading from her cheeks, leaving behind a pale visage akin to white marble, devoid of its usual luster. Upon seeing the alarming pallor of her face, he understood that Nangong Qingjin's strength had been completely depleted. He regretted not noticing sooner. "We should rest properly now. Don't rush. We'll recover," he consoled her. While speaking, he began searching around for any edible resources. On the ground, he found mushrooms, many of them, but colorful ones that made him wary. At present, mushrooms seemed the only option to fill their stomachs. "Can we eat these?" "Zisong, those are lethal white death caps. Far more dangerous than the colorful ones you saw before. They're truly fatal," Nangong Qingjin warned. Hearing this, he quickly drew back his trembling hand in fear. Zisong wanted to hold Nangong Qingjin, but seeing that his clothes were also soaked, he could only look at her. Now everything was wet. In the age of drilling wood for fire, starting a campfire had become increasingly difficult. "Cold?" Zisong asked, and as he spoke, he began searching around for any dry grass or anything else, but there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not only was there nothing, he now realized an even worse situation was approaching. In theory, his wound should have healed by now, but unfortunately, shortly after it had started recovering, the relentless rain made it itch even more severely than before. Upon closer inspection, due to the lack of medical supplies, the wound had begun to deteriorate badly. It was already a dire situation. But despite this, he couldn't express the concern over his personal injuries right now. Their priority was figuring out how to leave this place. He looked around and found not even a single dry leaf nearby. This narrow cliff seemed like their prison under the wind and rain. After a long period of silence, he finally took a deep breath and shifted his gaze toward a nearby spot. "Let's rest here. You need to rest while I look for some food," he said as he pointed to a location nearby. It was damp, but at least it was better than being drenched in the rain. After all, Zisong was still a man, and now he needed to protect this frail woman. "I'm sorry. It's me. I've dragged you into this," she said regretfully. "In fact," Zisong said, "if I hadn't harbored ulterior motives, none of this would have happened. It's me. It's my fault for dragging you here. If we can return, I'll give you everything I have." As he finished speaking, he helped Nangong Qingjin sit down comfortably. At this moment, he held a leaf, filled it with water, and handed it to Nangong Qingjin. She drank it all in one go. Meanwhile, Zisong kept drawing water and drank a little too, though rainfall clearly wasn't enough to substitute as real sustenance. Now, he needed to leave temporarily to find food, yet there didn't seem to be anything edible nearby. If he left, leaving Nangong Qingjin alone, she might encounter danger. Thinking about this, he stepped forward and broke off a nearby branch, then divided his belt into two segments, reserving one piece for continued use. The other piece became a crude bowstring. By bending the ends of two wooden sticks and applying force discreetly, he created a makeshift bow and arrow. He handed a stick to Nangong Qingjin. "You know, there are dangers here. If you encounter any, remember to call for help," he instructed as he pointed to the ground. On the muddy surface, footprints visible from the rain-soaked earth. What exactly they belonged to, both Nangong Qingjin and he didn't yet recognize. Perhaps these were the prints of black bears from the canyon, but logically, it shouldn't be possible, since black bears normally roamed the forested areas. Then again, what exactly left those large tracks? Though Nangong Qingjin had noticed them early on, she could not identify the source definitively. The surroundings were undoubtedly dangerous. On a clear day, Nangong Qingjin might have been able to detect a faint odor. However, with the current rains, no such smells lingered in the air. She gripped the rough bough tightly and shot an arrow experimentally, nodding afterward as if satisfied. "You must not wander too far, all right?" She now truly depended on him completely. Previously, she was a feminist, but now, if given the chance, Nangong Qingjin genuinely hoped to end all these dangers sooner. Zisong nodded and smirked mischievously. Squatting beside them, he picked up a stone from the ground and began polishing it, likely preparing something specific in Nangong Qingjin's mind. He shaped the stone akin to an axe head, sharpening its edge until it gleamed brilliantly with a greenish light. He then attached the blade to a suitable wooden stick using vine ropes, securing it well. Swinging the new tool experimentally brought a sense of satisfaction. "Do you really doubt me so much?" he laughed as he spoke. "Don't recklessly eat anything, especially off the ground. There are deer resting under the cliffs. Keep an eye out and stay safe. I'll wait for you." "All right." Zisong nodded and set off towards the front. Nangong Qingjin gazed pensively at his retreating back. Now, this man had changed, become uniquely different. At least compared to before, he was no longer the selfish person he used to be. Now, in order to ensure his own safety, he had already begun searching everywhere for strength and started meticulously carrying out all sorts of tasks. With this man guarding her now, there was really nothing for her to be afraid of. After he left, she did not rest immediately. Instead, she paused and began examining the large footprints here. Could there be a gene-mutated species of animal in this canyon? What exactly were these animals? These creatures were truly peculiar. Such large footprints were rare. Nangong Qingjin held the bow with an arrow nocked, studying the footprints on the ground while looking around. However, there was no trace of any animals nearby. Looking forward, she saw a rather steep hill. Given its higher geographical position, Nangong Qingjin moved forward. But as soon as she arrived, she realized that the hill was quite soft with fine grains of sand. Nangong Qingjin brushed away the fine sand and discovered many round eggs. Eggs of what? This remained unknown. Because these eggs were excessively large, like ostrich eggs, when she tapped one, it felt heavy inside. After great effort, Nangong Qingjin finally managed to grasp one rounded egg, pulling it out from its position. Nearby, she opened the egg. The internal structure was identical to that of a chicken egg. Surprised and delighted, she immediately started shouting. But because of the rain, Zisonghe did not hear her. Nangong Qingjin studied the egg further, finding that it was non-toxic and could simply be cooked with fire. Now, she needed to gather firewood. They would have to split up from Zisonghe to do so. Chapter 248. Zisonghe encounters a fierce beast. Zisonghe's luck wasn't good. No, or rather, Zisonghe's luck was quite good, because not long after leaving here, he noticed the footprints gradually becoming clearer. To tell the truth, what could one find for food out here? It would be more accurate to say that he followed these footprints forward instead of searching blindly. In fact, he intentionally went looking for these tracks. Why? Because he wanted to see clearly what lay at the end of these footprints. Now, he needed this massive creature to fill his belly. Humans are at the top of the food chain, but such a giant beast could also be his adversary and enemy. Now, he had finally tracked down these footprints. The footprints led into a narrow stone cave. The cave looked pitch black, but it was small enough to allow him a view inside, where an animal with its jaws wide open lay resting. Its heavy eyelids were already closed, likely due to the rain. The creature's scales had become as transparent and sharp as jade pieces, extremely resilient. This was a pig dragon, thick-skinned and tough. Normally, when humans encounter such fierce beasts, they keep their distance. Real weapons often have no effect on these creatures, let alone anything else. His own weapon was so crude. As the pig dragon rested with eyes closed, Zisonghe initially thought about attacking but quickly reconsidered because he knew it would be suicidal behavior. With a deep sigh, he began preparing himself cautiously and quietly. The pig dragon's vision, hearing, and touch were very sharp. Zisonghe had no intention of becoming its meal. My goodness, he had never imagined encountering such danger here. He needed to go back immediately and tell Nangong Qingjin what he'd seen. It made sense why he had always felt some impending danger. It turned out it wasn't just his premonition. There truly was a huge creature lurking nearby. This peril needed to be avoided. There should be no direct confrontation. He slowly emerged from the cave, suppressing the fear in his heart, yet the overwhelming sensation still made his back crawl and his face pale. Walking a while longer, he eventually saw Nangong Qingjin far off. Nangong Qingjin had already prepared the egg. Up until now, she hadn't pondered too much about what kind of animal the egg might have come from. She only believed it was edible and thus worth utilizing. She was someone who believed in making full use of everything, especially during these trying times. Seeing that Nangong Qingjin was eating the pig dragon's eggs like this, Zisonghe's expression turned even grimmer than before. Before he could speak, he noticed behind Nangong Qingjin a massive pig dragon heading towards her. From a distance, it was clear that he wouldn't have time to rescue her. Thus, he immediately picked up a rock nearby, aiming perfectly and throwing it toward the charging beast. Although the stone struck the top of the beast's head, it had no effect on such a large creature. The pig dragon roared fiercely. Nangong Qingjin suddenly turned around, dropping the egg in her hand. Even though she had thought about it for a long time, she didn't expect that she had eaten the egg of a pig dragon just to satisfy her hunger. How terrifying this fierce creature was became evident. Her gaze fell on the monstrous beast behind her, whose blood-filled mouth was now rushing toward her in fury. Just as the ferocious beast was 2 meters away from Nangong Qingjin, an arrow hit it right in the heart. The one who acted was Zisonghe, while Nangong Qingjin appeared somewhat dazed. Yes, previously, she had heard others talk about what a pig dragon was, but that was mere hearsay. Now, she had encountered one live, and in the flesh, an indescribable fear overwhelmed her. Then, upon further observation, she realized the enormous carcass was rolling toward her. If Zisonghe hadn't arrived in the nick of time, what would have happened is self-evident. At present, her limbs felt cold. Looking at the monster on the ground, her complexion grew pale, her breathing became heavy and strained, almost unable to speak. Despite having faced countless dangerous situations in the past, her opponents had usually been elusive humans. Such a situation was nearly unprecedented. It's okay. Everything is fine. It's all over. He instantly embraced the trembling woman, pressing his hands harder and patting her back gently. They stared at each other silently for a long while. Nangong Qingjin then sighed. You're lucky you came in time. I didn't expect there would be such a monstrous creature. What should we do now? Let's still go upstream as you suggested, because there are also some downstream, he said while sighing. Nangong Qingjin could only nod after a long while and finally stepped out of Zisonghe's embrace. The weather these past few days hadn't been good. The plum rains would soon come, and no one knew how long the persistent drizzle would last. Even though it was nearing evening, it was already time to rest, but they couldn't dare to do so at the moment. The keen sense of smell of ferocious beasts meant that the scent of blood here would quickly attract a large number of them. Already, Zisonghe held tightly onto the sharp flint knife he had crafted during the day and hacked down large chunks of meat from the back of the beast. Then, carrying the bloody meat on his shoulder, he urged them on. Let's go. Hurry up. It'll be too late if we linger. Nangong Qingjin fully understood the imminent danger and immediately followed behind Zisonghe. Indeed, not long after, a large group of wild beasts arrived, their numbers massive. Luckily, the two women remained unseen. The fierce animals began their mournful cries around the dead creature, and the wailing horns echoed throughout the canyon. Although the two people had walked far away, those overlapping cries continued to rise and fall in the distance around them. Cold sweat rolled down Nangong Jin's face. Beside her, Zisang he firmly grasped her hand, and the two moved forward step by step for a long time until they felt somewhat safer. Though it seemed somewhat safe, that was entirely an illusionary belief, since this area looked relatively open and spacious. In such a geographic environment, they usually wouldn't encounter much danger. Upon reaching this spot, he finally took a deep breath, calming himself down somewhat before throwing the heavy meat off his shoulder, placing it right on the ground next to them. On the green grass covered with crystal-clear dewdrops, shimmering round beads like pearls or translucent crystals rolled. These drops refracted all sorts of colorful light spots. The two sat down directly on the ground. Nangong Jin let out a sigh and looked at Zisang he. Zisang he couldn't help but smile bitterly. His expression wasn't very good. How did you discover this? She asked, still panting, clearly shaken. That was right. When encountering such a powerful and enormous animal, anyone would feel fear. Her previous composure had vanished without a trace. I was just wandering aimlessly and then noticed it. Do you remember the hoof prints of the deer we saw by the stream? There were only prints going in, but none coming out. This at least indicates one thing. There is danger nearby. If there were no dangers, how could there be footprints leading in with no return? So, I paid extra attention, and indeed, there turned out to be danger. Fortunately, I spotted it early enough to nip things in the bud. He wiped the cold sweat off his face as he spoke. And now, do you think going upstream will definitely get us out? Have you calculated how far we've walked each day? Nangong Jin eventually calmed down a bit, asking while secretly pondering. He didn't reply for a long time, brows furrowed, until he finally spoke. We've probably walked about 12 miles a day. After truly pressing ahead, it's already been 4 days. All right, 12 miles a day, even assuming 10 miles per day, in 4 days, they should have covered 40 miles. If leaving were really possible, they might have already reached the end, but no, it wasn't so. At first, the suggestion to move forward toward the upper stream came when Nangong Jin noticed that as they kept walking, the geographical position gradually ascended, which meant that once they reached the end, it must lead to the necessary path up the mountain. From the valley to the foot of the mountain, from the foot of the mountain to the mountain passes. Once they reached higher elevations, escaping would be easier. However, it seemed now that they had continued marching tirelessly for so far, yet stayed effectively in the same spot, making both increasingly anxious. If only things could remain as they were previously, but now, with clear signs of danger, how should their future plans be carried out? How should they proceed safely? She fell into deep contemplation. He, too, began reflecting after a long period of silence, and ultimately, it was Nangong Jin who broke it. Now, the only option left is to keep moving upward. What do you think? Yes. But we'll face many dangers along the way. We need to take our time, perhaps unable to leave for half a year or more. You can't rush things. Safety comes first, all right. She was both consoling him and speaking to herself, comforting her own fears. Given the current situation, if they lacked proper psychological resilience, how could they manage? What are you thinking? I already know it unsaid. But if there's a first pig dragon, there will surely be a second. What exactly are the weaknesses of these creatures? He said, glancing at Nangong Jin in front of him. Since water and fire do not mix, these creatures are aquatic. So logically they should fear fire. Wherever we go from now on, we should light a fire first. Not only will it serve as a signal that might help someone find us for rescue, but it'll aid in our survival too, right? Yes, you still have the upper hand. If I were truly so skilled, how would we have ended up in this situation? Nangong Jin gave a self-deprecating laugh and glanced at the food beside her, the blood-soaked flesh of the pig dragon. It looked neither appetizing nor flavorful, and it was sure to be unpleasant, yet it still had to be eaten. Let me check if this is poisonous first, she said. After careful observation, Nangong Jin determined there was no poison, so it was safe to eat. Words into action. With much effort, they finally managed to ignite a fire just as the drizzle started falling again. The two began roasting the pig dragon meat, and though its taste left much to be desired, any food was better than none. At this moment, satisfying their hunger took priority. Picky eating simply wasn't an option. No one knew when their next meal might come. So today, like a great snake devouring an elephant, they ate voraciously. Zisang he stuffed his formerly empty stomach until it bulged round and full, then patted it with satisfaction. I haven't eaten like this in such a long time. It's been a long time since I've eaten anything without being picky. Thankfully, we still have something. If one day, even that isn't possible, well, I wouldn't know what to do then. Chapter 249. Watching is desolate now that people have left. Now, I no longer have the heart to strive for superiority. What throne, what gold and jewels, in the face of fate, are simply. Zisang he forcefully uttered a few words. Worthless. Yes, they're indeed worthless. But what can we do? Often, we still have to act, she said, as she leaned closer to Zisang he. You truly see through both imperial powers. Feces and dirt of the myriad marquis of old. If I could really leave here, I wouldn't need much anymore, he said while looking at Nangong Jin in front of him. That face, illuminated by the red flames nearby, looked soft like a warm jade, with its rosy hue drawing one's gaze. Then, he embraced the woman in front of him without restraint. He shuddered and immediately prepared to push away Zisang he, but Zisang he, having fulfilled his wish, wouldn't be pushed away so easily. He dreamt about holding Nangong Qingjin, and now, his wish was gradually coming true. He didn't leave her right away but slowly extended his hand to grasp her tattered clothing, preparing to. Nangong Qingjin immediately realized the situation wasn't right and forcefully pushed the man close to her away. His strength was immense, as if he wanted to conquer everything. She widened her eyes out of fear, but soon, he calmed down. "I love you," he said, 3 words, decisive and resounding, echoing in the empty valley. Especially here, in this quiet drizzle, the pitter-patter of raindrops was not too intense, resembling background music that highlighted the theme of his sentence, quickly spoken. These words caused her to momentarily freeze in thought, but after a long while, there appeared a deeply troubled expression on her face. "But, you've never seen me. Sorry, Zisong-hee, I don't love you. I cannot because of you force myself to change and suffer for myself," Nangong Qingjin said, wiping her lips as she spoke. There were traces of Zisong-hee's ravages earlier. Her face didn't look good, but he cleverly avoided looking at the woman beside him. "What's so great about him? Worth your doing that? He may not be perfect, but our mutual affection is enough, isn't it?" Nangong Qingjin said, sighing as she spoke, watching the person before her who remained silent for a long time until eventually apologizing. "Sorry, I lost control just now due to my impulsiveness and didn't think too much. You mustn't afterward," she said, sighing as she spoke. "You can find many, many people. I am not one of those people." As she spoke, she adjusted her already disheveled clothes. Damn, in such an environment, Nangong Qingjin had lost a piece of clothing suitable for covering herself. At first, Nangong Qingjin hadn't noticed anything wrong with herself, but now, she realized it was her disheveled attire that sparked his interest. Nangong Qingjin took a breath. "When we go up, I will help you find a morally and intellectually capable woman. Rest assured, and remember, I always keep your life-saving kindness in mind. You have helped me many times, which troubles me greatly. Why don't you give yourself to me as a sign of gratitude?" he said. "You," Nangong Qingjin looked at him, feeling that this idea was utterly speechless and irrational of Zisong-hee. She sighed and frowned. "Sorry, I can't." After speaking, she turned around and didn't look at Zisong-hee, going to sleep with her clothes on. "Sorry, I've thought too much, but being with you, I can't be a virtuous recluse like Lu Xiaowei. Do you know? I need you, I want. Zisong-hee, it's time to rest. You know I won't," she said, coldly turning away from Zisong-hee without a glance, leaving him with her back. Zisong-hee had no response and could only quietly lay next to Nangong Qingjin. He reached out and intimately embraced Nangong Qingjin. "You." Nangong Qingjin frowned, looking at the person beside her. He then said, "I won't misbehave. I just want to protect you. Purely, I want to protect you. If even this makes you feel that I'm dirty, then He prepared to take his hand back. Nangong Qingjin immediately said, "I'm not repulsed by you. I'm afraid that holding me would make you forget your identity. Now, during this period of uncertainty, for our safety, we should be more careful. All right, let's rest." As she said this, she silently closed her eyes. He wore a satisfied expression. That night, they rested beside the bonfire. Zisong-hee and Nangong Qingjin at least deduced one thing. Wild beasts were quite afraid of light sources and flames. So, for now, they were safe. But what about later? On the second day, they thought the weather would clear up. However, unexpectedly, when they opened their eyes in the morning, the rain was just as heavy as the previous day. There was no decrease at all. Now, it seemed dangerous. Both knew that if they didn't leave early, there might be flash floods or landslides. They started to feel uneasy but still pondered where they could go in this kind of rain. Walking around covered in mud all day would not bring any results. They couldn't go far. The two looked at each other helplessly but continued moving forward. Now, a tacit understanding had formed between them, a silent agreement that flowed between them. Today, they hadn't gone very far, but the valley gradually opened up, giving a sense of sudden clarity. There were no tracks of fierce animals found around, which made it seem relatively safe. They continued walking forward, and within a day, they overcame the cold and hunger. They resembled mountain spirits, continuing their march ahead. By evening, they began resting regularly. The fire was lit even though it was drizzling, and it did not go out. Its vitality was incredibly strong. Both stared at the blazing fire and lost themselves in deep contemplation. If they hadn't come here, what would their current lives be like? He imagined that he would certainly have just lifted his head from endless official reports, while Nangong Qingjin would likely be here offering her assistance with delicate charm. The two could discuss state affairs, family matters, and everything under heaven thoroughly, since Nangong Qingjin was wise and insightful. Each word she said contained unique perspectives. If they hadn't come here, it would have been better. It was all because he wanted to lure Huangfu Kongming out. Now, he hadn't even seen Huangfu Kongming's face, but encountered so many dangers instead. Now, he already guessed that the world had changed hands. But what could be done? He was anxious, but knew that leaving this place would be impossible with mere anxiety alone. Dependent on each other for survival, and showing mutual care, today, the two found some mushrooms. Nangong Qingjin discovered they were non-toxic and began roasting them. Eating using the most primitive and simple methods actually tasted pretty good. After eating, they began to rest again. His wound healed quickly and well recently. Now, his arm could move flexibly, enabling him to do everything. Both were silent. Downstream, after yesterday's rain, Xianer and Yao Yao had painstakingly begun searching. Any trace left by Nangong Qingjin and Zisong, he had vanished. These two weak women didn't dare stay in the valley for too long and had retreated. The army also descended from the cliff and discovered traces of pig dragons nearby. It wasn't that people were afraid. Rather, there was no reason to concern themselves with these creatures. Their suggestion now was that, without any clues, they should return since natural disasters such as landslides or earthquakes might occur at any time here. This was unforeseen. After searching, they had lost hope and, ensuring the safety of the two women, returned. Regarding the search for Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He, the matter was abandoned without resolution. Could Miss really have ended up in the belly of a fish? Though difficult to believe, both of them had witnessed with their own eyes the massive creature within this cave, a terrifying beast. If it attacked, forget an individual, even an entire army would be devoured. Now, another rainy season with high humidity had arrived, increasing the feeding needs of wildlife. With no trace left behind by Nangong Qingjin, it was highly likely that they encountered something perilous. Now, how shall we report back to the emperor? Xianer sighed and looked at Yao Yao, who also exhaled deeply. What are we supposed to do? Not speaking is a crime of deceiving the emperor. If we tell him, the emperor will surely criticize our ineffectiveness. We truly don't know what to say. It's best to inform the emperor. This matter is too important. Even if you can hide it temporarily, it cannot be concealed forever. After hearing this, the two eventually understood. After a long silence, the group finally returned to the imperial capital. Recently, official duties had indeed increased significantly, keeping Huangfu Kongming busy day and night, leaving no time for rest. In contrast to Zisong He and Huangfu Wenliang, he was a truly meticulous person, and his work style was now harming himself. His body was beginning to feel the strain. Today, after finishing his busy work, he sat in the water corridor, watching the intermittent raindrops. Though it wasn't autumn yet, the rainfall had already been quite heavy, leaving the pond water clear, and the raindrops breaking on its surface like scattered jade beads forming circles. Yet, his heart felt so heavy. He had originally thought that once he became emperor, she would naturally become the empress, unique and irreplaceable, the only person under royal power who could be fully protected. But reality turned out to be something else entirely, so much so that he didn't know what to say. While drinking wine, he gazed at the scenery beside him. In the 6th lunar month, the lotus flowers were splendidly in full bloom. Now, after this desolate rain, those lotuses had shattered completely, their petals floating on the water's surface in vibrant shades of purple and red. At this sight, his mood dropped even lower, heavier with melancholy. After a long while, he finally sighed, his eyes staring forward. Report, General Gao had arrived, half kneeling beside him. This pulled Huangfu Kongming back from his wandering thoughts. He carefully placed down his wine cup and looked at Gao Qiqian kneeling on the ground. Gao Qiqian followed him to the capital and had become one of his trusted lieutenants. He did not know what news this man was about to bring, but judging by his expression, it did not seem to be good news. Stand up and speak. After issuing the command, Gao Qiqian glanced briefly at the emperor's gaze. Behind the imperial headdress, his pupils were dark, reflecting a faintly sorrowful and cold light. After looking at the man before him for some time, Gao Qiqian finally said, General Wu has returned. Chapter 250, Spring Dreams Entwined in Sand. Did you find anything? Out of excitement, he had already stood up. Out of excitement, his voice was almost cracking. Out of excitement, he was immediately prepared to go look for General Wu Dakin. General Wu was always meticulous in doing things. He shouldn't disappoint him like this. On the other side, General Gao's expression turned ashen, and it wasn't a good look. Your Majesty, we've already searched that canyon. The canyon is secluded, with many zubalong in the middle. What? It's a type of large fish, amphibious, found in our Yalu River and even the Yangtze River. People in Jiangnan call this huge creature crocodile, while people in the capital refer to these things as zubalong. So what? His mind buzzed. No, he couldn't tell him that Nangong Qingjin had been devoured by fish. No, he couldn't do that. But reality quickly caught up. Although they could already tell from his expression that it wasn't good, it was hard for him to accept the truth immediately. Still, ultimately, the facts had to be revealed completely. He sighed before saying, even an old servant like me finds it hard to believe. What? Impossible. She has great fortune and destiny. How could she? Your Majesty, the men of General Wu have already searched. There indeed were signs of life below the cliff, but also zubalong. Then, there were no more traces at all. From some remnants, we can see that they have already. As General Gao wanted to say more, he noticed Emperor Huangfu Kongming stagger slightly, and with a boom, he collapsed unconscious. It wasn't that he couldn't take such a heavy blow. Rather, these matters had weighed heavily on his heart for a long time. Actually, he was quite grieving, having thought about it for a long time already, but when things came to fruition, they were incredibly unbelievable. He was deeply saddened. Now, those things that he imagined finally became real. He sighed while frowning. Time seemed frozen for a very long time. Physician, quickly summon the physician. Summon the physician. On this side, General Gao hastily supported Emperor Huangfu Kongming. His complexion wasn't good, so he could only perform first aid, nearly pinching the man's philtrum until it bruised. Only then did the emperor regain consciousness. General Gao, don't bother calling any physicians over. I am suffering from a heart ailment. As he spoke, he tried to stand up, but seeing how weak his body really was, General Gao didn't feel at ease. Your Majesty, death is silent and ascending brings sorrow, but please bear this loss calmly. He said this while sighing. Yes, I will, he muttered. Not long after, the doctors arrived in groups. He didn't refuse their treatment since they were already there. Each one examined him. Afterward, they elected an elder, venerable doctor to step forward. Do I still have hope of being saved? Your Majesty, this is actually a heart ailment. The doctor said further, you need to relieve your own stress. Your subject will prescribe you a cooling powder. However, the most important thing is for you not to hold on to any burdens. It's clear that you haven't been feeling well lately. You need adequate rest. I can't do so right now, he said, adding, still, medicine cannot be avoided. Thank you all. Then he went back into the room. It was already late. He hadn't eaten much that night, and the next day, he also hadn't eaten anything. Generals Wu and Gao Qiqian were at a loss. General Gao said, a person without food is like iron, needing meals for sustenance. One meal missed means hunger will set in. The current emperor has just been holding that pearl flower, as if his spirit has departed. If this continues, the consequences will be ominous. What should we do, General Wu? Now, Lady Nangong is truly gone. According to my limited view, why don't we try to find someone to impersonate her? Would that be acceptable? It is indeed a desperate measure, but are there better options now? We certainly can't let the emperor wallow endlessly. Just then, Xian'er walked over. The emperor hasn't been eating properly recently. Let me go attend to the emperor. This would be fine. Wu Dakai nodded. The next day, Xian'er went to the imperial capital. Thereafter, Huangfu Kongming, when he didn't see Xian'er, was okay. However, upon seeing her, his condition became more dangerous than before. This is called yearning through association. Xian'er realized her attempt at kindness resulted in failure, and all she could do was comfort him. You must get better. If you don't recover, the nation rests on your shoulders. I implore you. Even Mrs. Soul in heaven wouldn't be pleased to see you like this. Xian'er spoke while sighing. Xian'er, good Xian'er, have you found them? Have you? There is nothing to find. Haven't I already said she was devoured by fish? Xian'er's forthrightness left him speechless. He could only coldly say, go out, leave me alone to think. Xian'er knew this unspoken anger wasn't meant for her, but she had no choice but to endure it. Actually, Miss always told me to look after you. Now that she's gone, seeing you like this still doesn't ease my mind. If you eat something, I'll leave. You little girl are actually threatening me. Please have your meal, Your Majesty. While saying this, Xian'er raised the lacquered gold-embossed tray high in the air. On it were various dishes, not much food in each one, but nutritionally balanced. Clearly, everyone had done their best for His Majesty's health. After all, in those times, the leader essentially represented the nation. Seeing this, his mood gradually brightened, and he said, you can put it here, I'll eat. I need to see it with my own eyes. Not only did she show persistence, but she carried Nangong Qingjin's last wishes. Furthermore, he was genuinely hungry and couldn't afford to reject the concern of anyone toward him. So there he sat beside, eating without much savor. After a while, finally, he finished eating, allowing Xian'er to collect everything and leave. From now on, every day, every meal, Xian'er came tirelessly. Before, the emperor refused to eat even a single grain of rice, but now he consumed every meal. As long as it was delivered, it would be eaten until completely clean, an almost distressing scene. However, at the moment, he was still reviewing memorials, writing swiftly, but making mistakes everywhere. A week passed, orders got mixed up or repeated unnecessarily. There were also instances where others waited eagerly for a command that never arrived. Although some of the court officials managed to understand these errors, such inefficiencies could not continue indefinitely. That night, just after finishing his meal and taking a walk in the hall, from afar, he spotted Nangong Qingjin approaching under the dim twilight light. It was mere suspicion conjuring phantoms. In reality, no one was there. It was all self-inflicted delusions. Ah, Nangong Qingjin. Those around him saw the emperor dart towards the Taihu stones. Right at that spot, an inner chamber eunuch emerged and was instantly embraced by Huangfu Kongming, who proceeded to attempt a kiss. Passing by were Generals Wu and Gao deep in discussion about future strategies. Witnessing this, they were both stunned. Had the emperor become so distraught? If this persisted, how could he possibly manage state affairs? Thus, one followed quickly after another until they reached the side of the eunuch. Hey, Your Majesty, it's me, Xiaoguizi. The eunuch spoke nervously, trying to shrink away. But how would Huangfu Kongming distinguish between Xiaoguizi or Deguizi? Suddenly, General Gao roared in front of Huangfu Kongming's face. This snapped him back to reality. Looking disheartened, Huangfu Kongming released Ning Miss and collapsed onto the ground trembling. Don't let him stay. General Gao waved a hand, dismissing the eunuch who immediately scurried away. Watching the emperor's complexion gradually return to normal, knowing he suffered from a condition of delusional possession, General Gao said, Your Majesty, you're burdened with thousands of matters daily, yet your health has deteriorated day by day. Just then, that wasn't the person you yearned for every day and night. It was an inner chamber eunuch. What if things continue like this? I can't control myself. Saying this, sighing, he turned around and walked away. Nearby, the two generals discussed briefly and started searching throughout the marketplaces. Any woman resembling Nangong Qingjin might qualify as a potential empress. In this way, cheers rippled through the common folk. After all, Huangfu Kongming's devotion contrasted sharply with Zisong He's promiscuity. Everyone knew they might eventually replace Nangong Qingjin. Nevertheless, what could they do? They prepared anyway. By the end of the week, many Nangong Qingjins had been found. But none held the same essence. Their faces matched somewhat, but their expressions appeared lifeless, which wouldn't serve well and would likely expose the masquerade. Tonight, when the two generals felt utterly helpless about the emperor's situation, a woman boldly stepped forward. Who could it be? None other than the genuine Lu Meyer from before, the maid who was later falsely accused and imprisoned in the cold pavilion courtyard. The maid had long since ceased using the name Lu Meyer. She was simply a nameless maid, just a maid. Generals Wu and Gao had met the maid before too, and as for the maid herself, she knew all about what had happened earlier. She wasn't there to intervene romantically. After all, seeing him so lost now only made her heart break. That evening, during mealtime, the maid arrived at the imperial kitchen once again. Seeing that His Majesty's preferred dishes were prepared, she personally delivered them over. Nan Gong Qingjin assumed Xian'er had come, but when she turned around, she saw an armless maid standing behind her. Holding the tray in her hands, he froze, and as if suddenly awakened, all the prior illusions dissipated. It felt like a revelation had cleared his mind. You've come. Yes, she replied. While speaking, she took out the osmanthus wine and snacks from the tray and placed them on the side table. Your Majesty, please have your meal, she said, watching His Majesty closely. Huangfu Kongming nodded and moved closer. About what happened earlier. There is no earlier. There is only afterward. Your Majesty, how do you envision things unfolding going forward? Living this way forever, angering both heaven and people? Leaving yourself vulnerable, becoming a king whose kingdom falls. Does that sound appealing? He hadn't initially realized how dire the situation was. Now, hearing the maid speak so candidly, his expression shifted, quickly darkening into something much grimmer. You? Huangfu Kongming's voice carried indignation. Throwing down his jade chopsticks onto the adjacent table, they snapped in half right at the center. But the maid showed absolutely no fear. Chapter 251, Huangfu Kongming's realization. Your Majesty, do you really think the country won't perish this way? She is important, but we live in the vast world like fleeting travelers. Everyone knows how much you care for her, but now, what can be done? Love is love, and unrequited love is unrequited love. If you cannot even control your own feelings, what else can you expect? Girl, that is unacceptable. Today, I have come to offer my advice. What use are all of my courage and fervor if not to speak frankly? I deserve punishment, but your Majesty as a ruler deserves it even more. Under your reign, the kingdom stands under your feet. Yet, you are so weak that having a ruler might as well mean having none. It was something he hadn't thought possible, or dared to imagine, that someone would dare criticize him so openly. But each word, upon careful reflection, was true. He fell silent, and stared at the person before him who dared to speak their mind without restraint. This girl was wise, perceptive. He realized that he had taken a path from which there was no return, and had brought the court along with him. Reflecting on this, he found himself powerless to rebuke someone who dared to tell the truth. After a long silence, he waved his hand. What you say is very right. Surprisingly, he felt some relief. Looking into her dark eyes, you will accept this. Everything will get better. Death is inevitable, Your Majesty. Please rise. As he spoke, he extended his hand, gripping hers. The girl nodded, and both looked at each other, unsure of what to say next. It had been a long time since they had exchanged any meaningful conversation, and it had been too long since they had truly seen each other. Now, her actions had successfully captured his attention. He gazed at her, she gazed back at him. His valor shone like a drawn sword, yet the girl, while showing signs of age, still possessed an enduring charm. In reality, she did look older due to years of hardship and labor. Time had taken its toll. Her eyes were no longer as radiant, her voice less melodious, and even her movements seemed slower, evoking the melancholy of fading beauty. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but lament the passage of time. Truly, time waits for no one, the seasons flow ceaselessly. You've grown old, he said, sighing as he observed the fine lines around her brows and eyes, the merciless marks of time stealing her youth. And he, too, was aging. After all, people always grow old. Yes, I am already old, and so are you, Your Majesty. To someone in their 20s, old age might seem distant, yet they place such emphasis on it. Now he held her hand. Since you've entered the palace, don't rush to leave. Stay here. With you around, I am not alone. Your Majesty, I've never once thought of leaving you. As long as the capital needs me, as long as you need me, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. As she spoke, her gaze deepened. You haven't changed at all, he said, emphasizing each word, his eyes fixed on her face. They looked at each other for a long time, silence stretching as if time itself had frozen. He finally sighed, waving his wide sleeves dramatically. You went looking for her, didn't you? I do not want to hear anyone else's words. I just want to ask you, what has happened to her now? He asked, sighing deeply. Your Majesty, I dare not commit the sin of deceiving you. But since you've asked, I have no choice but to answer honestly. Without exaggeration, I, together with Xian'er, have conducted a thorough search. We initially found traces within the valley, but then, nothing more. That place is rife with miasma and surrounded by ferocious beasts. It is likely she has. Enough. Don't say another word. I don't wish to hear it. He interrupted. In truth, these facts were already confirmed, not about whether he wanted to hear them, but about whether he could accept them. Despite his overwhelming despondency, what could be done when facing a reality that must be accepted? He was incredibly distressed. This sorrow had seeped deep into his heart, making even a single breath feel excruciatingly painful to Huangfu Kongming. Things had seemed to turn for the better after such tribulations, the best outcomes seemingly within reach, but he and she could no longer be together. He found himself so difficult to live on, regretting he hadn't treated her better before. Now, she was gone, and his wish to treat her well remained merely a dream. Staring at the woman before him for a long time in silence, the girl finally stepped forward and grasped Huangfu Kongming's hand. Your Majesty, she said, death has its inevitable sorrows, and so does life. She is already gone. You still need to preserve peace and maintain stability. Control your sorrow and take care of yourself. As the ruler of an entire nation, you must pay attention to every word and action. Nowadays, our court's position is perilous like a sparrow's nest in the eaves of a house. If she knows now, underground or not, she wouldn't want to see you become this self-abandoned because of her leaving. You must wake up soon, Your Majesty. The girl continued, sighing deeply. She knew the sooner he woke up from it, the better. But what could be done now? He wasn't unwilling to move on, yet moving on was simply impossible. His thoughts and love for Nangong Qingjin could not be replaced by any other woman. This love, no one else could substitute for her. Now he was in deep sorrow. Her disappearance and death had completely destroyed him. They stared at each other silently for a long time. Eventually, Huangfu Kongming said, "My heart feels endless grief. How can you understand?" As he spoke, he drifted off into thought, sitting absent-mindedly beside him. Seeing Huangfu Kongming's state, the girl didn't know what to say. Publicly, Huangfu Kongming was the emperor, the monarch of all people. Privately, Huangfu Kongming was her boyfriend, her ex-lover. Now, even if she gave her life, she hoped Huangfu Kongming would get better. Now, his pain had consumed him entirely. It had permeated everything around him. After staring at each other for a very long time, the girl decided to rescue this man who had lost his mind with her actual actions. "I won't leave, at least not until you get better. Emperor, once something has happened, I think instead of being lost in confusion, it's better for you to get over it early. I'll stay by your side watching you, okay? You used to be so capable, so spirited. Beauty may discard rank and honor, but gray-haired men may rest among pines and clouds. But now, you are listless. If you continue this way, you will destroy not only yourself, but also our entire empire. The prosperity of the country has come after great hardship. Yes, Your Majesty, don't you know what to do? I know it. But what can I do?" It was clear that he was excessively saddened, refusing to indulge in such sorrow. With a sigh after much silence, he took a slight breath. "I believe you will get better. Go to sleep earlier tonight." The flickering candle and intermittent leaks often make one lie down on pillows, unable to sit still peacefully. This was recently Huangfu Kongming's life. Talking about going to bed early, tonight, he had no appetite. He ate nothing, just sat there silently mourning, wanting to say something, but holding back as the words reached his lips. "Emperor, you need to rest well tonight." She looked at his bloodshot eyes, knowing he waited every day for news from outside. Now he was still waiting, but no good news came. Her death was a calamity destined by fate. No amount of waiting or avoidance could prevent accepting reality. Now, she wanted to warm him with her tenderness, and he had also lost the coldness that distanced others. Immediately seeing this, she asked the supervisor to bring dinner, since eating poorly wouldn't sustain him, it would ruin him. After not long, food was delivered here. Dinner shouldn't be eaten too full, nor should it contain oiliness, but must be balanced nutritionally. Currently, there was rice porridge and various vegetables, looking simple. The girls served the emperor while eating. Huangfu Kongming's mood was indeed mournful, but amidst countless people, he had finally found someone who understood him. Now, he was genuinely hungry and ended up wolfing down quite a bit. Many truths had gradually dawned on him, and he comprehended them fully. Now, genuine weariness enveloped him, so soon after eating, he began snoring, asleep in the girl's embrace. In fact, she desired nothing more than to hold him and rest together, but she realized sleeping like this was unhealthy for him. She waved, quietly signaling the nearby servants to assist Huangfu Kongming and help him to rest beside her. Finally, everything was settled. Sighing, she stepped out of the room. Outside the golden hall, the moonlight illuminated the night as bright as day. Looking ahead, she saw General Gao and General Wu approaching. These two were deeply concerned about His Majesty. When they saw the girl come out, General Gao was just about to speak when the girl pointed to a nearby spot and lowered her voice. "The Emperor has just fallen asleep. If you have anything to say, please speak over here." Following her lead, the three moved to a secluded corner where the wind filtered through the loosely hung curtains, creating a quiet atmosphere. After bowing to the generals, the girl looked at them intently. General Gao, being more anxious, wasted no time and went straight to the point. "Tell me, how is His Majesty doing right now?" "He has rested. This is a hard ailment." She pointed to her chest. "It's not something that can be cured by a mere dose of medicine from the Imperial Medical Institute. This is a deep sorrow," she continued. "With time, he will understand. Since His Majesty has begun resting, I won't leave the capital until he gets better." At the moment, His Majesty is still in a sensitive phase. Anything related to Nangong Qingjin cannot be mentioned. It would be best if all ministers around him, including you both, keep silent about it. As long as there is mention of Nangong Qingjin or any connection to her, it should simply be avoided entirely. I thank you for your cooperation. She feared that such topics might agitate the emperor. Both generals nodded and took their leave. Watching them go, their furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The girl said firmly, "The emperor will gradually recover, so there's no need for you to create further complications. Just focus on helping him get well." Chapter 252, Inclination of the Monarch. "All right, we understand." The two generals glanced at each other and nodded again. "Well, for now, young lady, you'll have to bear with it." She immediately nodded, thinking how could this be considered a burden? For years, the girl had longed to be by his side, but never had such an excellent opportunity presented itself. Now, this chance fell from the sky, making her goal within reach. Because of love, he would also come close to her. The group dispersed, each going their own way. The girl hadn't returned, yet when she saw Sienna approaching in the distance, she waved immediately, and Sienna came closer. Now, Sienna was at a loss. Though she said Nan Gongqing Jin had perished in the fish's belly, deep down, she knew it was just her and the girl's assumption. What exactly happened still eluded her knowledge. She wanted to send people to look for him, but the canyon was unfamiliar terrain, the environment was unknown, and the weather played tricks as well. Sending a large team on a search was out of the question. Inside, she still felt restless, regretting not having persisted in continuing forward to search, regretting having given up on the act. Now, she turned around, already looking at the person beside her. Do you think she is truly fine? Sienna, I know you can't accept it. Neither can I. Late last night, I still dreamed about Miss, she said, glancing upwards at the position next to her. The bright moon had risen. The moon emerged from Mount Tian, among the vast sea of clouds. Due to the rain a few days ago, tonight's moon seemed clean, as if scrubbed spotless. The clear breeze and bright moon made one feel that tonight's moon was indeed unique. The rain had passed, and the sky gradually calmed, cool like water at night. It could no longer be called summer because it started to become chilly, truly proving that the evening's cooling weather brought good times, with the presence of a bright moon, though climbing towers may now bring fear. They looked at each other. The girl then sighed. Given such a terrible environment, no one could survive. Sienna, imagine, Miss is different from you and me. What's so different? We would descend to search, but they dropped from above. Getting injured was unavoidable. Plus, encountering so many crocodiles and being without food for several days makes survival indeed difficult. Even you shouldn't remain too grieved, right, Sienna? There are still many more days ahead. You shouldn't be like this. The girl said while grabbing Sienna's hand, gripping it, and gently pressing it. Only now did Sienna realize, but tears finally welled up in her eyes, staring at the woman before her. Do you say Miss has truly passed away? Why do I always feel Miss is still fine? That's your wishful thinking. Good Sienna, not only Miss, but one day even you and I will pass. Death is something everyone cannot avoid. There's nothing particularly terrifying about it. At best. Now, I hope you mourn appropriately and let go. Can you? Oh, it was no longer a matter of letting go or not. This was something that must be accepted. Sienna's mood remained heavy due to Nan Gongqing Jin's departure and death. She wouldn't get better soon. Hopefully, time could heal everything. Didn't people say time is great? The girl didn't dare to stay away from the Golden Palace for long, as she wished to accompany him all the time. He was still resting nearby, not far from where they were chatting. Now, Sienna knew that the emperor couldn't separate himself from the girl anymore. Though over the years, the girl had kept her heart as still as an ancient well, she now had the opportunity to truly enter Huangfu Kongming's life. She would make every effort to get closer to him and change everything. In the room nearby, Huangfu Kongming probably had a nightmare and let out a cry for help. Without waiting for detailed words with the girl, Sienna rushed towards the Golden Palace. Huangfu Kongming had awoken disoriented from sleep. Just then, he was dreaming a nightmare. He dreamt the canyon was starting to collapse and numerous dragon lizards surrounded Nan Gongqing Jin. Now, the only path left was thought itself. He saw Nan Gongqing Jin in danger, Nan Gongqing Jin trying to call out for help, but he could do nothing to assist. In the midst of these wandering thoughts, the dream faded, and he seemed to wake up, realizing fully the nightmare was true. Sweat beads covered his forehead. It was so vivid, so unbelievable. Now he felt such deep sorrow, much worse than before. At this moment, the young lady entered gracefully. She guessed that Huangfu Kongming had a nightmare. Your Majesty, did you have a nightmare? She asked. As she spoke, she immediately went to his side. Female attendants had already come in, but what could these attendants do? Nothing could ease his distress. Instead, it seemed Huangfu Kongming became even more uncomfortable. The girl had never seen him so unsettled, so anguished. His eyes looked at the person in front of him for a long time, silence stretched on, and then he sighed. Your Majesty, please drink some water to calm down. What exactly did you dream about? Daytime thoughts turn into nighttime dreams. Perhaps I've been missing her too much. Huangfu Kongming sipped tea from the teacup while gazing at the position beside him. Another long silence ensued. Then he shifted his gaze to the teacup in his hand. The dream just now seemed so real. Or perhaps, was it hinting at something? Didn't you all find their bodies in the canyon? Huangfu Kongming asked, looking at the woman beside him. The woman nodded immediately. Yes, that day in the canyon, there was already a heavy downpour. We discovered numerous crocodiles. It was me and Sienna who suggested not going further. First, the environment was unclear. Second, the crocodiles are highly aggressive and tend to travel in groups. Third, the canyon might have experienced a mudslide. Think carefully. They fell into the canyon, certainly suffering countless injuries. I've already inspected the canyon, and there is barely anything edible. Hence, now there's only one conclusion, one inference, whether you believe it or not. It's the only possible explanation. She said, sighing as she spoke. Beside her, Huangfu Kongming furrowed his brows. Another long silence followed before he finally said, I know, I'm forcing myself to accept it. But the dream earlier was almost as real as life. It made me feel powerless and anxious. Your Majesty, you must accept it. This is the last guess and outcome, not something you or I can change. To put it bluntly, even if we sent 1,000 troops into the canyon, what would it achieve? The event that should happen has likely happened long ago. No matter who goes, it will only mean danger. These risks shouldn't take anyone else's lives, right? She said, sighing deeply and looking at him. Yes, what you said is very reasonable, he replied, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing how exhausted the emperor had been recently, the young lady lit the dragon saliva incense used for inducing sleep. Sure enough, not long after, Huangfu Kongming fell asleep. Reasonably speaking, she should leave. However, if she left now, How would Huangfu Kongming cope if he had another nightmare? After biting her lip, she decided to stay in the room, just in case. No one knows whether the young lady had convinced Huangfu Kongming, or whether Huangfu Kongming ultimately accepted that result, but the latter part of that night, Huangfu Kongming rested well. By morning, when Huangfu Kongming opened his eyes, it was already late morning. He had actually missed the time for the early court assembly. As the birds flew and the moon shone bright, cicadas buzzed in the wilderness signaling autumn. The weather had gradually turned colder. After getting up, his head hurt a little. The young lady walked over with a dragon-patterned jade comb. "Your Majesty, let me braid your hair." She was disabled in one arm, yet she volunteered to comb his hair. Now, he couldn't refuse without hurting the girl's self-esteem. So she stepped forward and quickly began to comb. He had been quite depressed lately, and his hair hadn't been combed properly or cleaned. It took her half an hour to finish arranging it. She thought today would be no different from the previous days when he passed the time quietly and idly. But it wasn't like that. He was already awake, looking at the young lady and at his reflection in the mirror. After finishing the braiding, the young lady pinned a green jade hairpin in his thick black hair, making it look neat like sea kelp tendrils. Because of his good rest, his appearance in the mirror looked better than before. Suddenly, he noticed white hair by his temples, though not much. Using the mirror, he pulled out the white strands and then asked, "What shall I do today?" "The memorials from outside have already been sent over. After you dine in the Yangxing Palace, you need to review these things in the upper study," she said. As she spoke, she moved aside, so Huangfu Kongming could easily see the memorials held by the chamberlain at the door. It had been a long time since he last carefully reviewed them. Because of this, the workload was now considerable. Seeing the tray carried by the chamberlain at the door, filled with many booklets, he finally nodded. "Put all of these in the upper study. I will be there soon." "Yes, Your Majesty." The servants immediately left. The girl placed a crimson mantle on Huangfu Kongming's shoulders, and he stood up. "Let's go to the Yangxing Palace." Quickly, the two of them headed towards the Yangxing Palace. Not long after, food was delivered, all light and appetizing dishes. After eating, he rinsed his mouth and then said, "You've been helping me get better gradually. I am deeply grateful to you. Regarding the memorials, I need your assistance. My state affairs cannot bear to be delegated to others, but for you, I trust that your thoughts align closely with mine." The girl immediately shook her head. No, how can I possibly do this? I cannot, absolutely not. There's nothing that prevents you from doing it. If I say you can, then you can, without question. Even if someone else says they can, in my eyes, they still cannot. Now, you don't need to be surprised. Just follow me to the upper study, and once we're there, I'll make further arrangements. The girl couldn't go against his wishes, especially since she needed to stay close to the emperor at all times. Thus, refusing to accompany him didn't seem appropriate. She could only nod, and the two entered the upper study, which is generally used for storing memorials and state secrets. Chapter 253, Sheltered by the Pear Tree. Without a summons, ministers below the third rank were guilty of a capital offense if they dared to enter, and as for women, only the maids who served tea were permitted to enter. No others were allowed. Not even Her Majesty the Empress could cross this boundary without good reason. However, now it seemed that he wanted help from this maid. The upper study contained a collection of 10,000 scrolls, with maps on the left and historical records on the right, including works from all schools of thought. Everything one might need was present. Upon arrival, Emperor Huangfu Kongming had already moved to a nearby desk. She, looking around at her surroundings, followed suit. Grasping the ink stick, she began grinding the ink. He quickly pulled the maid's hand. "I do not use black ink when reviewing memorials. I use cinnabar ink. Hence the term cinnabar approval." The maid had never been here before and knew nothing about the imperial memorials, having never even seen what they looked like. Now she realized that reviewing these was entirely different from regular tasks. She had planned to assist elegantly in his work, but found out that even such a role was not suitable. The memorials from the capital are divided into 3 categories. The most important matters are marked yellow. Those labeled black concern soil and crops. White ones pertain to scholars, and green ones concern agriculture. These are not serious issues. Here's a black one for you. I'll review the yellow ones. How could I possibly handle this? Why can't you? You are my first aide. If you're unsure about something, just let me know, and I will immediately instruct you accordingly. With so many memorials, if I were to deal with them alone, I wouldn't finish until tomorrow, not eating or drinking. And yet another batch will arrive tomorrow. With so much backlog, it is my failing. Surely, Your Majesty cannot neglect governance. But your humble servant is not. This task was Nangong Qingjin's forte, certainly not hers. Now, she did not dare say anything more, fearing that uttering Nangong Qingjin would ruin everything. So she rephrased, "Your humble servant is no fan Kwai. How could I possibly assist Your Majesty? By now you can. There is time for you to speak up once everything should have been done." Why did His Majesty value her so much? It baffled him greatly. The two of them exchanged glances, and Huangfu Kongming gave a weary smile. "You won't refuse me, will you? I'll give it a try at least." In truth, many others could have done this work, but General Wu and General Gao were unsuitable. They were military officers. Officers always tended toward rash actions and lacked the nuanced understanding required. On the other hand, true relics of the old dynasty existed but harbored too much bitterness against the world. Handling these matters through them wouldn't be appropriate. He needed someone fully committed, someone who consistently stood by his position. And now, as they worked together diligently, their collaboration proved to be far more efficient than working solo. Before long, a significant number of the pending memorials had been reviewed. From initial caution and trepidation to growing confidence, it hadn't taken long. Soon, she finished reviewing all the memorials on her side, while he completed most of his share. More than half of the memorials were done. Neither paid much attention to the time, believing it had passed in an instant. In reality, it was already dusk. Seeing them busy, the eunuchs supervising the inner court dared not disturb them. Instead, they felt pleased upon seeing memorials being processed continuously. Finally, things were getting better. Finally, His Majesty was handling affairs again. Everyone in the court shared in this joy. As evening approached, the memorials still weren't completely finished. Rain started falling lightly, drops hitting the ground steadily. Cool air arrived as well. Despite predictions of late summer heat, it had grown colder since the beginning of autumn this year. This rain was destined to bring change. Sparse chrysanthemums by the railing, disordered paulownia trees near the well, and wisps of smoke lingered after his busy day. Seeing there was still unfinished work, he could only rest for now and gaze at the scenery beside him. In the courtyard, everything appeared desolate. He withdrew his gaze back to the maid standing next to him, who smiled as she asked, "Shall we call for the meal now? Or shall we eat somewhere else?" "Is it raining again?" he asked, despite already knowing. Still, the question prompted her quick nod. They both moved towards the doorway, watching the drizzle together. This year, the rains have been abundant. Hopefully, they will stop soon. Jiangnan may face calamities due to this downpour. He said with a sigh, "Your Majesty, this is heaven's will. Please don't worry about it anymore. Let's return to the previous matter. What do you wish to eat? Where would you prefer to dine?" "The flower hall. Decide the meal, please prepare it." "Yes, I'll go immediately." Over here, the maid went to prepare the food at once. The emperor was in a bad mood, so she had to try her best to improve it, as if by magic. In fact, it could be seen that the emperor's mood had gradually brightened up, but only superficially. Inside, things were far from good. She understood this, but didn't need to show that she did. Since everyone had their own side, they kept hidden from others. These were the emperor's wounds, and it wasn't appropriate for her to tear them open. Now, the emperor had started dining, and matters regarding the memorials had come to an end for the day. Tomorrow would require just a bit more effort. Today, all ministers had noticed Huangfu Kongming's gradual improvement, and each one of them was happier than the last. Tonight, the rain fell heavily, gradually filling the yard with water. This place was after all the imperial capital and saw no natural disasters from the rains. The imperial capital, Yanjing, lacked rainfall, being in the northern region. However, it grieved Nangong Qingjin, who wept in the canyon. Everyone thought Nangong Qingjin had perished, but she hadn't. She had not died, neither had he. Yet now, both of them found the situation dire due to continuous rainfall making the ground slippery, worsening food shortages, and preventing fires from being lit. It had become nearly impossible to move around or climb steep mountains surrounding them, even if they exhausted their energy. "What do you think? The rain doesn't seem to stop soon. We've already passed start of autumn," Nangong Qingjin said while sighing, her eyes focused ahead. Raindrops cascaded down from the cliffs. For some reason, the rain here seemed heavier, larger like pearls, clear and translucent, exceptionally beautiful. Yet, she had no leisure for appreciation. All dangers were looming ahead without food, her body shivering. "We must find a way to leave, otherwise, we will perish here." Nangong Qingjin spoke and continued. "Do we still have any food left?" None was left. Zisong he stood empty-handed. There was almost nothing edible after the rain drove away every bird and animal. They were already on the verge of death in a semi-closed state. "There is nothing left," Zisong he trembled. Nangong Qingjin then stated, "First, we need to look for food here because as evening falls, finding food at night will be harder." "All right, you wait here, I'll look for food." Zisong he replied and prepared to go. "No, don't. It's pitch black, with dew and fog everywhere. If we separate, searching for each other would waste more time. This valley has deer. Do you remember the sound of deer?" "I do. Yo-yo lumine, a poetic reference to the sound of deer." He finished speaking as if finally understanding. "Okay, let me give it a try." While saying this, he placed his hand to his mouth and began calling out the deer's call. Generally, in nature, hearing such calls brings deer over. However, there was no response. After about an hour, they had almost given up when Nangong Qingjin spotted a solitary deer nearby approaching. She quickly handed over the rough bow and arrow to Zisong he. "We'll flank it. I'll drive it towards you. You have few opportunities, so make sure it works." After finishing, she rushed off without waiting for Zisong he's reaction. Seeing people, the young deer fled in the opposite direction. Zisong he stood up from the grass in the moment the young deer charged past, already aiming the arrow, causing the young deer to let out a mournful cry before falling dead. Seeing this, both laughed. Lighting a fire was quite a luxurious action. Fortunately, on this cliffside, there remained a few sticks likely from the previous floods. They managed to light the fire with those sticks, dispersing much of the coldness. Nangong Qingjin helped Zisong he clean and peel the young deer, removing its hide. The hide was not small, and Zisong he handed it immediately to Nangong Qingjin. "Now, it can keep us warm." Nangong Qingjin split the two deer hides using a stone knife, making two medium-sized rain-resistant capes. They could be draped over their shoulders to protect against the chill. Then he smiled faintly. "Thank you. No need. It was hunted by you in the first place." After much fumbling, and about half an hour later, they finally prepared the young deer and placed it on a rack to roast. Before long, the venison emitted a savory aroma that greatly whetted one's appetite. The two dug in without restraint, eating nearly half of the little spotted deer, quite shocking. Having just consumed their meal, they had replenished their body heat. Nangong Qingjin, gazing at the small mountain hollow, said, "Look, All these firewood seems to have floated here from the water, yet there's no water source around here. The only explanation is that floods occurred here. Indeed, we are currently in the flood season, he responded, though he understood this all along, but simply hesitated to voice it. Now, Nangong Qingjin nodded in agreement. Good. We should build a raft, just in case. As for heading upstream, let's avoid it for now. We can't afford to waste precious time. Agreed. Good idea to be well prepared. In truth, neither of them had ever constructed a raft before, but even if they were inexperienced, it was still necessary given the impending danger of floods in the canyon. With their full bellies now, both were brimming with strength. They stripped the bark from a mulberry tree near the cliffs, using it to bind surrounding bamboo and wood, seeking whatever materials available. Constructing the raft proved arduous and required a significant amount of time. Busy as they were, the following day bore out exactly as Nangong Qingjin had predicted. The rain did not stop. Instead, it fell harder than before. Chapter 254. Wish to ride the wind and break 10,000 miles of waves. The food was all gone, and now they were truly in a desperate situation with no ammunition or reinforcements left. At this point, they could only resort to yesterday's method, but it seemed that the wild beasts had sensed some kind of danger, as not a single one would fall for their trap. Without a better plan, they could only search around for mushrooms or fish in the stream. There's always a way out. In such a hot and humid environment, the fish in the stream began to jump more frequently. Nangong Qingjin quickly managed to catch the fish. After the two of them ate the fish, they continued to work on the raft. It was difficult to make, but neither of them gave up. It seems like there really is danger ahead, she said. Animals are quite sensitive. One year, we had an earthquake in our area. Before it happened, all the animals acted wildly crazy. Initially, no one realized it was a sign of impending danger. So, right now, there might be danger ahead. But as long as you and I stick together, we won't fear anything. We'll get through this, he said as he was breaking the last rope with a stone. The surroundings here were narrow, and after much effort, the two finally managed to carry their hard-earned labor toil outside. The situation doesn't look good. Let's go immediately. Now that we've eaten, we need to rest. These two individuals had practically become savages drinking raw blood, as they hadn't shaved for so long. Zhanghe's face was now covered with dark stubble, making him appear much older. As for Nangong Qingjin, her clothes were torn to shreds. Her hair was also dirty and tied up messily with a stick. She certainly wasn't looking beautiful at all. They had gone through a lot together. Life and death situations are the best test of one's character, so their hearts quickly bonded with great strength. However, he still understood that she wouldn't give herself to him completely. He was someone with boundless prospects, but due to one wrong move, he lost a lot. Now, both of them were stranded here, isolated from the world. She didn't expect this to happen. Could it be a fundamental mistake? From the very beginning, she probably shouldn't have suggested heading upstream. Now, being upstream, they hadn't found anything remarkable, and even the food supply was dwindling. It was once again the season of endless rain during the plum rains. Whatever dangers might lie ahead were simply too terrifying to contemplate. She used to be someone who wasn't so fragile, but now, even in her dreams, Nangong Qingjin kept seeing Huang Fukongming. She had never missed anyone this much before, nor had she ever been so attached to someone. That feeling was indescribable. She wanted news about him, but she knew that even a tiny bit of that information was impossible to reach her hands. On her journey, she had made many marks along the way, but he didn't send anyone to find her. Could it mean that he simply wouldn't let anyone come? Or perhaps those sent to look for her had already encountered some danger. What exactly were these dangers? Now, her heart was filled with turmoil despite having Zhanghe by her side. But what use did his presence serve? Even if he was right next to her, what difference did it make? He himself couldn't tell what purpose he served either. After a long silence, time seemed to slow down. Deep down, he actually knew how he felt about her. This feeling was unlike any other. Now, in this damp, low-ceilinged cave, he had countless times thought of speaking out his mind. Outside, the sound of the rain drizzled while his inner feelings roared like floodwaters. Finally, that nearly destructive emotion once again consumed Zhanghe. Hey, Nangong Qingjin. He spoke, his voice in the middle of the night resonating clearly, like drops of rain, falling drop by drop onto someone's heart, comforting yet hesitant. Nangong Qingjin couldn't pretend to sleep anymore. She turned around, her eyes gazing at the silhouette of the man in the darkness. Because of the pitch-black surroundings, only a shadowy contour was visible. This contour was blurry, and she stared nervously at the man before her. Are you asleep? Actually, resting in such an environment was virtually impossible. When he asked this, he knew it well, yet she still smiled. No, I haven't fallen asleep. And you, what do you want to say? I'm sorry. It's my fault. I just want to apologize to you, he said, watching the person in front of him while saying it. Nangong Qingjin was genuinely unsure of what to say or do. He just looked at her with bright, sparkling eyes. Nangong Qingjin took a slight breath, her gaze already directed towards him. In the darkness, he imagined where his eyes would fall upon, and their gazes seemed to touch as he said, What are you talking about? There's nothing. This is fate. No, this is our destiny, he replied, taking a breath as he spoke. Because the cave was not very large, she could already hear his breathing. What exactly do you want to say? Unable to help it, he became more serious. Sitting up straight, she looked at the man before her. I am no longer the emperor of Daijing now. I am nothing. Right now, I am looking at you with the eyes of an ordinary person, and I am speaking to you in the tone of an ordinary person. Do you understand what I mean? Zhanghe asked, looking at Nangong Qingjin as he spoke. Ordinary people. Zhanghe, You and I are all ordinary people. It doesn't matter whether it's now, before, or later. Isn't a revered sovereign also an ordinary person? Doesn't such a supreme emperor have feelings? Can't they have human emotions and desires? She replied, sighing as she spoke. No, I always thought I was someone unparalleled under the heavens, but now I finally understand what I truly want and what I don't want. What I want is not imperial power or wealth, because although these things seem crucial, when you really think about them carefully, dynasties change so quickly, faster than you can imagine. He continued, what I want is to be with the person I like. Even if there's no hope for the future, my heart will still be happy, peaceful, and content. Zi sang he had never thought like this before, and Nan Gongqing heartbeat accelerated even more. She placed her hand on her chest instinctively, her eyes flashing briefly after a long silence. Then, gazing at the spot beside her, she asked, what exactly do you want to say tonight? She realized her cheeks were burning hot, and she feared he might declare his love to her. But this declaration was something she knew she couldn't accept. A confession that came too late, when he was already struggling for survival. Actually, both had the same thoughts. He was anxious. Some words, if left unspoken, weighed heavily on his heart, suppressing him. If left unsaid, there might not be another chance to express them in the future. Now, both clearly knew a disaster like an earthquake or landslide might occur here. He understood fully many things, yet he could only remain silent. And she, equally understanding, glanced back and forth between them. Though in the dark, they were searching for each other, targeting one another. Being with you now, I don't feel bitter. Rather, I enjoy every moment of it, he said, continuing. I hope we can leave here, and I can stay with you forever. Zi sang he I don't harbor those feelings, nor will I entertain such illusions. I'm sorry, Nan Gongqing said, without giving any possibility or hope to Zi sang he. In fact, Zi sang he understood but didn't intend to give up easily on what he wanted to say. Because if many things were left unsaid, there would be no chance again. Death was imminent here. He'd encountered death multiple times and felt his life ebbing away repeatedly. Now, he truly couldn't wait anymore. Waiting would bring death even quicker. Sorry, Nan Gongqing finished quickly, lying back down where she originally was. Yet tears silently fell. People often say love can change someone, and she hadn't expected that the first person she changed was Zi Sanghe, a true tyrant at least until now. But now, Zi Sanghe had become a gentle, scholarly individual, something impossible yet entirely real. Zi Sanghe, however, did not abandon immediately but said, how much I wish to be with you. You should know. I've never cared about anyone so deeply or been attracted to anyone as I am to you. With you, I see the sky as blue and the water as clear. Zi Sanghe, Nan Gongqing turned abruptly. Are you out of your mind? No, I'm perfectly fine, he said while looking at the woman beside him. If I say I'm fine, how would you react? But I truly am fine. Every word, every sentence I utter comes from deep within, filled with sincere affection. Your sincerity, I don't need it. Now, Nan Gongqing lowered her voice. I don't need your sincerity. All I'm thinking about right now is how to leave. All right, she spoke while looking at Zi Sanghe. I understand. I will try my best to take you away. We won't be trapped here. We won't die here. Believe me. All right, then why talk about anything else? Nan Gongqing emphasized. Zi Sanghe had already begun speaking. Actually, in many situations, what I wanted to say is that he's not so great, not extraordinary at all. The only reason you can't let go of him is because of lingering memories. Memories? She laughed bitterly. What memories do I even have? Do I need to rely on memories to idealize someone I love? Of course not. But in your memory, he's the best. But is he really? He was the one who imprisoned you. And yet are you willing to suffer silently without resistance? Zi Sanghe sighed as he spoke. How he wished Nan Gongqing could fall in love with him. In this underground cave, in their current predicament, all his schemes and power struggles were gone. Everything he once cherished disappeared. Now, he was a peaceful man, a tranquil one, a happy and easily content individual. Sometimes, he thought, it would have been better to leave earlier. But other times, he decided against it, believing the best thing would be to simply stay with Nan Gongqing. Chapter 255, Together in Heart, but Living Apart. Now, even if they were to leave the canyon, or even leave the underground caverns, where could they go? In the outside world, he now knew that the emperor was no longer the same. He didn't care much about who was on the throne, but if Huangfu Kongming were the emperor, would he forgive him? Now, what difference did it make whether he went out or stayed in? If only he could persuade Nan Gongqing right now, then perhaps the two of them wouldn't have to return to the imperial capital. They could go somewhere else, couldn't they? Wouldn't that be better? Nan Gongqing, we are already in grave danger. I swear that every word and sentence I say next will be serious. Please listen, okay? His tone grew somewhat less friendly due to his rising anxiety. Nan Gongqing could only listen, unable to give any indication. Lately, there had indeed been more rain. The sound of raindrops falling on lotus leaves echoed in the evening coolness. Huangfu Kongming had already retired for rest. The recent cold rain had caused him to catch a chill. Despite the meticulous care from a maid by his side, what could be done? Illness strikes like a mountain falling. After finally attending court one day, he fell ill immediately afterward. Now, his body was gradually failing. Even he found it hard to believe, for just previously, his health had been good. Now, it felt as if his body was severely overextended. But only he himself understood. It wasn't because of this physical exhaustion. Rather, it was due to longing for someone, yearning for someone who never belonged to him in the first place. The royal physicians had already been summoned, and many waited outside for their judgment. After waiting for a long time, the two doctors finally emerged from the room with difficulty. How is the emperor faring now? General Wudaka immediately stepped forward to ask. The physician dared not speak recklessly, pointing instead to a location ahead. Immediately, everyone followed him to that spot. The emperor's health has deteriorated significantly. Though the emperor could recover, there is a kind of heart fire within the emperor, combined with the recent wind cold. This internal and external clash is like thunder in the heavens, which is why the emperor has fallen ill. Can medicine be prescribed? Asked General Wu while looking at the physician. After stroking his beard for a moment, the doctor nodded. Medicine can be prescribed, but whether it will be effective is uncertain. It is ultimately a malady of the heart, and a heart ailment requires a heart remedy, a truth you already know. So your meaning is, he misses someone. Is this love sickness? Asked the general beside him. At these words, the physician's face immediately paled. General, you must not speak recklessly, you must not, said the physician, though everyone present could clearly see the longing he held for Nangong Qingjin. But what could be done now? She was already gone. With her dead, how could the emperor get better? There was seemingly nothing that could be done, and everyone stood helplessly. Anything could usually be found with enough effort, but now, what they needed to find was someone who had already vanished. Everyone became helpless. Is the emperor feeling any better? Asked the young maiden as she arrived with Siener. Since Siener was fully capable, she held a vermilion lacquered, gold-trimmed tray containing the meal prepared for the emperor. After recent adjustments, the palace had reduced extravagance in food and daily necessities. The dishes, though few in quantity, were all carefully prepared and delectable. Yet, in reality, the emperor would not eat them. How? Do you plan to keep me in the dark? Asked the young maiden as she walked closer and stood by the physician's side. The old eyes of the physician looked at the young girl. After some time, he repeated the earlier words, causing her face to turn just as pale as before, pale as paper. The two stared at each other. The girl and Siener had learned quite a bit from Nangong Qingjin and were well versed in some aspects of medicine. At the moment, unless the emotional distress was relieved, it could affect his physiological health and eventually consume him. This was true. A silence lingered between the two for a long while before the girl finally spoke. I have a last resort idea that may help the emperor get better. All eyes turned to her. Unsure of what to say herself, she addressed Siener. Siener, forgive me for asking you this. Let's step into the inner chamber and take a look. After speaking, she gave the physician and the two generals a glance indicating they should wait patiently. Then she headed toward the Golden Hall, where several people waited. In truth, they all knew that the emperor wouldn't consume much anyway, as it had been an entire week since he had properly eaten a meal. Even though Siener and the young girl had gone to great lengths, the results were minimal. The emperor seemed to be abandoning himself, as if he was inflicting harm on himself, as if he were trying to starve himself to death. The two walked forward into the Golden Hall, where they saw the emperor resting from afar. The young girl coughed lightly and approached the cloud couch. The emperor did not immediately wake up, only slowly turning his head upon hearing the cough. After their eyes met for a brief moment, he managed a weary smile. With support from the chamberlain, he finally straightened his body. You've come. Is Siener here too? He greeted both of them. Siener bowed respectfully and stepped back to a position nearby, while the young girl took out the bowl of food that had nearly gone cold. It was already autumn, no longer the heat of summer. Eating earlier would have been better, otherwise, the food would grow colder. Is the emperor still refusing to eat? Outside, it's already in chaos, like a pot of boiling porridge. Everyone is guessing. Rumors are rampant, saying that your majesty does not have long to live. I am still fine, Huangfu Kongming said, glancing at the items beside him. Her hands held a bowl of icy congee which she then placed down carefully before handing it to the man next to her. Eat. You can't really plan to end your life just like this. I just met with a healer today. Are the healers also spreading such nonsense about me not having long to live? He asked, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The young girl smiled. No, there's no such thing. The healer said you need to take good care of yourself, but all you've done is immerse yourself in longing. This is directly harming yourself. I don't know what you're talking about. He said this to evade the topic, starting to sip the congee. Watching him drink it, the young girl paused momentarily. At this point, Siener sighed. Everyone understood that if things continued in this way, it would get worse. As the ruler of a nation, the emperor must handle national and familial matters. If an emperor remained absent-minded and melancholy, it would not bode well for the state. Already signs of decay had appeared around him, all because of Nangong Qingjin. Now, if there were some way to divert the emperor's attention, that would help, but diverting his attention proved extremely difficult. He didn't know what to do or say. He simply stared at the emperor. Huangfu Kongming seemed genuinely hungry after eating the chilled congee and started eating sugar pancakes next. As he ate one, she noticed his mood had improved, becoming more stable. She looked at the emperor's face and said, "You are the ruler of a country. You should at least try to feel better and not remain gloomy, all right?" "I'm fine," he replied casually, adding, "I haven't missed any days reviewing petitions, I've just not presided over court. A chill has struck me, and everyone gets chills sometimes. Is this not normal?" He sounded perfectly reasonable. "Your Majesty," cried the young girl, falling to her knees. "Must you continue to wallow in confusion? Nangong Qingjin is dead. She's dead. If you don't recover soon, the nation will follow you into ruin. Currently, our country, weakened over 100 years, needs a spirited king. Not a leader who is consumed by grief, Your Majesty. You at least should realize the current situation." She said this while beginning to kowtow deeply. "Myself and Siener have searched everywhere. To be honest, there is absolutely no possibility she can return. Please, recover quickly, recover." To see you like this breaks my heart. I cannot bear to see you like this. I cannot. I'm fine, truly fine. Get up, please, both of you. He watched the two women kneeling on the ground. Xianer's lips trembled when he saw her. Seeing Xianer only deepened his longing for Nangong Qingjin compared to before. Xianer was alive and well now, whereas Nangong Qingjin had parted ways from him permanently. His sorrow was so profound, so desolate. After a long silence, he finally drew in a breath and gazed ahead. Get up. I know what I should do, how I should act. I've already started getting better. I'll improve, he reassured, looking at the two women kneeling on the ground. In fact, if remaining knelt would make the emperor better, they would do it without hesitation. But now, even if they knelt for 10 or 20 years, it wouldn't bring the slightest improvement to the emperor's condition. Both girls had stood up. Your Majesty, please take good care of your health. If you let your body deteriorate, there will be no turning back, the young girl advised before stepping out. The two found themselves outside where not many people were around, and Xianer spoke up. I noticed the emperor's complexion wasn't good. The emperor has grown thin and weak, clearly showing he cannot quickly let go of his love for Miss Nangong Qingjin. This affection will ruin the emperor. It will destroy everything, including this court, the young girl sighed. Have either of you seen the emperor? How is he? Before the two girls could reach their destination, General Gao had already arrived. Recently, General Gao observed that the emperor's health was deteriorating significantly. The emperor's condition isn't good, but what can we do? Generals, don't panic yet. I'll think of a way. She said these words as she moved toward the front, pausing briefly after walking a couple steps, seemingly recalling something important and resolving herself to head towards the healer. Is the prescription ready? She inquired, her gaze fixed on the healer. The royal physician nodded promptly, and at that moment, the young girl held onto the prescription, examined it, and then said, Please follow me. Xianer, come along too. The three proceeded forward. Today was dark with an abundance of rain. Because of the cold drizzle, the temperature dropped sharply, altering everything in the capital city, cloaking it in a chill and quiet melancholy. But soon enough, this tranquil coolness also shifted. The trio moved toward the silent end of the corridor where nothing stirred. Chapter 256, Forget Worry Herb. Apart from the drizzling rain, there wasn't a soul around. The three people looked at each other awkwardly. You look at me, I look at you. Finally, Yao Yao was the first to speak. She had already taken out a piece of paper and looked at the bold handwriting on it before saying, I have a bold idea. Please, as long as it can cure the emperor's illness. This, Yao Yao glanced left and right, confirming that there were no extra people around, meaning the topic was highly secure, only shared among a few ears. Then she said, My point is, the emperor has been pining for someone so deeply that it's eating away at him. If this continues, the emperor will collapse, and this is something we both know clearly. She gripped her collar tightly as the court physician nodded. The emperor hasn't been eating regularly recently, nor resting properly, and his complexion isn't good either. If he can survive this period, naturally, it would be fine. But if the emperor doesn't make it through this phase, it could be very dangerous. These are things we both understand. So, I want to replace the tiger bone herb in this prescription with forget worry herb. Is that okay? As soon as she said this, the doctor standing nearby immediately stepped forward and, in fear, clamped his hand over Yao Yao's mouth. No, we mustn't dare say such things carelessly. The tiger bone herb calms the spirit, but the forget worry herb makes one forget their troubles. Once used, the emperor would forget the most important events that have happened so far. Yes, Yao Yao was now unafraid of anything. Now, the emperor is already like this. What else can we hope for? The emperor won't recover soon. Since he can't get better anyway, why not take a bold and risky approach, letting the emperor simply forget the most important person? There's no other way. Yao Yao kept talking while glancing at Xianer beside her. Sorry, Xianer, I may end up doing something disloyal to her, but what can I do? I just can't sit idly by and watch the emperor die like that. I love the emperor too much, I just can't. I understand. Xianer quickly responded. If this matter truly works, then it's better done sooner rather than later. Don't wait until the emperor's condition worsens further before acting. Let's go to the imperial hospital now. This matter, known to heaven and earth, known to you and me, cannot be disclosed to anyone else. Let's proceed immediately. Xianer, dear Xianer, please understand, everything I'm about to do isn't for my own benefit. It's all for His Majesty. Yao Yao's eyes were already brimming with tears. Xianer understood that the best and possibly the only way was to let the emperor forget the things he shouldn't remember. The forget worry herb is a kind of Chinese medicine. Anyone who takes it after eating it will forget all the most crucial events in their life, especially emotional ones. The advantage of this herb is that while it helps one forget these vital memories, it does not harm the nerves or intellectual abilities. That is to say, after consuming the forget worry herb, the person remains outwardly unchanged but quickly forgets those haunting matters. With their plan settled, the three of them proceeded to the front area and arrived at the imperial hospital, where they immediately started searching. Not long after, they found the forget worry herb. Meanwhile, the royal physician prepared the concoction. Not long after, the required herbs had been prepared and placed in a small black medicinal pot beside them. The royal physician reached in and removed a tiger bone herb from the jar, handing it to Yao Yao next to him. Yao Yao, gritting her teeth, took the tiger bone herb carefully and tossed in a forget worry herb instead. The forget worry herb was rare and had an extremely potent effect, where just one stem was enough to completely erase a person's worries and sorrows. Now, she had already dropped the forget worry herb into the pot. Subsequently, without hesitation, water was added, and the herbs began to boil quickly. Both Sienna and the royal physician watched closely. After an hour, the medicine was ready. She poured the medicine from the pot into a teacup swiftly. Now, once the emperor drinks this bowl of medicine, he will forget that matter. Now, I will deliver the medicine, she said, placing the bowl of medicine onto a tray. Beside her, Sienna nodded, but soon tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. The emperor loved Nangongqingjin. There was no question about that. The emperor genuinely cared for Nangongqingjin. That also went without saying, otherwise, he wouldn't have become like this because of her. But now, he needed to forget Nangongqingjin. Yada had seen people eat the forget-worry herb. After consuming it, they appeared no different from ordinary people and were exactly the same as before. The difference was that all their troubles vanished. This did not cause any harm. Now, for safety's sake, it had to be done this way. Could there be a better method? No, there wasn't one. Yatu accompanied Sienna and had already reached the Golden Hall. Inside the Golden Hall, he was still sighing. Seeing the two girls come in, he finally put away the pearl flower in his hand. It was clear that Emperor Huangfu Kongming cherished Nangongqingjin's memory more than anything. After clumsily hiding the pearl flower, he noticed the two maids nearby. Your Majesty, it's time to take your medicine. Look at you, Yada said as she approached. Huangfu Kongming nodded vaguely. The current state of Huangfu Kongming made him look old beyond his years, having lost the vitality and health that should belong to a young man, losing everything, so much and so much more. He stared vacantly at the spot ahead, until after an extended silence, Yada finally brought the bowl of medicine over, blew on it gently, then started feeding it to him. As he sipped it, he felt a faint fragrance enter his throat. After seeing Huangfu Kongming drink a mouthful, there was now no turning back. On the contrary, his expression brightened somewhat. The two exchanged glances. Sienna was already crying uncontrollably. This was the way to make Huangfu Kongming forget about Nangongqingjin. Though Nangongqingjin had already died, people say a leopard dies leaving its skin behind, geese pass by leaving their sound. It was true that her love with the emperor was real and tangible, something that had genuinely happened. Even this kind of love had been completely discarded. After gazing silently for a long time at the place ahead, Yada sighed. Huangfu Kongming had finished taking the medicine, and now all there was left to do was wait and see. The forget-worry herb has an hallucinatory effect. Thus, after drinking it just now, due to drowsiness, he closed his eyes and began to rest. He should have a good rest now. Seeing that he had fallen asleep, Yata then stepped closer and held Sienna's hand. Sienna, forget. The things that happened didn't actually occur. From now on, we will carefully serve the emperor. Be careful not to let slip the words miss or miss. Alright, Miss is gone. She has already entered another world. She is forever separated from us. If you feel pain too, the forget-worry herb. No, I'll remember Miss for a lifetime. I will. Sienna replied while nodding. Seeing Sienna like this, Yada smiled faintly. Alright, if so, let's not discuss other matters. The two looked at each other. I'm going out for a walk. Sienna left. She didn't want to wait until the emperor woke up and witness his bewildered face when he awoke. That feeling, it would seem like being the murderer herself. On the other hand, Yada stayed here waiting for the emperor to wake up. When the emperor wakes up, everything will be fine. Without memories of Nangongqingjin, nothing remains. Wasn't forgetting her the best option? Now, what needed to be forgotten was precisely Nangongqingjin. Now, she was verifying the current situation. Would he be alright? Would he truly forget someone? What else might happen? So many uncertainties. Now, she didn't dare to leave, nor could she. She remained by his side, and after Sienna left, she cautiously walked towards the emperor, reaching out and picking up the pearl flower from his hand. She examined it briefly and placed it inside the brocade box beside her. Realizing it wasn't appropriate, she discarded it into a nearby koi pond instead. In reality, regarding all traces and evidence related to Nangongqingjin, everything about Nangongqingjin here, if everyone avoided mentioning it moving forward, Huangfu Kongming would completely and thoroughly forget about Nangongqingjin. It was indeed cruel, but it was the only way. Watching him sleep, her heart became restless. If, when he woke up and forgot everything he was supposed to, how wonderful that would be. But if, upon waking, he hadn't forgotten, what should be done then? Even though, she did these things out of necessity. Seeing Sienna come out, Wu Dakaishi quickly went up to her. Why are you crying? Did the emperor just reprimand you? Indeed, recently, the emperor's mood had been volatile, his temperament greatly changed. Immediately wiping the wet tears from her eyes, Sienna gave no reply. No, His Majesty has already recovered, and will never be sad in the future. He will get better soon. His Majesty getting better is originally a cause for celebration across the land. But I see that you don't look at all happy. Your distraught appearance makes me wonder what plan you two have come up with. Why not tell me so I can hear it? He said this while gripping Sienna's shoulders. Sienna didn't know what to say, but keeping this secret was also difficult. She pointed to the spot ahead, and the two of them walked forward. Wu Dakaishi was after all quite anxious. Speak, just say it. What's the situation? If His Majesty has already recovered, why are you so disheartened? His Majesty has indeed gotten better, but after his recovery, he will forget about Mississippi. We had no way to immediately restore His Majesty's health. Everyone feared that His Majesty's condition would worsen, so we had no choice. We could only resort to this lower strategy. We changed the medicine in His Majesty's prescription from tiger bone herb to forget-worry herb. Sienna finished, looking at Wu Dakaishi in front of her. What? Forget-worry herb? The forget-worry herb was something he had heard of before, but he hadn't encountered it in real life, and naturally couldn't know much about it. Now, upon hearing it mentioned, he was quite shocked. eyes wide in surprise. But Sienna had already grabbed Wu Dakaishi's hand. In the future, as long as people don't mention Nangong Qingjin near His Majesty, he will soon completely forget about Nangong Qingjin. As for what might happen later, I wouldn't know. Wu Dakaishi, I am deeply grieved. Now, Nangong Qingjin was already dead, and all memories, good or bad, between Nangong Qingjin and Huangfu Kongming, had thoroughly vanished. They had completely disappeared. Chapter 257, The Only Unforgettable Yearning. Now, his gaze was fixed on the position in front of him. After a long, long silence, the two finally looked at each other. I will be careful, and I'll make sure all the soldiers are careful too. There won't be any mistakes, so you can rest assured. He gave Sienna an assurance, and Sienna immediately nodded. All right, I will also be cautious, Sienna said while looking at the position in front, as it was still raining tonight. The recent rain seems appropriate. It's as if the heavens were mourning for Nangong Qingjin. Indeed, the empire has lost such a remarkable woman who excelled beyond gender roles. Looking at the pitch-black sky, Sienna's heart felt like it was continuously sinking. What would happen when the emperor awakens? Sienna no longer dared to imagine. It's the beginning of the plum rain season, so there is more rainfall, he said, and as he spoke, he already embraced Sienna's shoulders. Wu Dakaixi noticed that Sienna was trembling, shivering, and then he saw the tears in her eyes, misty with sorrow. You say, isn't she really already dead? Despite Sienna not wanting to believe this, the facts perfectly aligned with the conjectures. Yes, various signs had already indicated that she had died, and death had taken everything related to her. She had witnessed everything firsthand. Everything was gone, everything. Fearing because Nangong Qingjin was her savior, her emotions became intense. Now, Wu Dakaixi found himself unable to console Sienna by saying Nangong Qingjin might still be alive. No, there were no life signs left in the canyon, and the slightest possibility had become almost non-existent. Saying that Nangong Qingjin had passed away? Death? No, that word was dangerous, too dangerous to say out loud. With no solution, he could only pat Sienna's back from time to time as she cried and sobbed. He had no way of expressing his own feelings. He could only stand there with the same profound grief. Of course, his grief wasn't about Nangong Qingjin's death, but stemmed from seeing Sienna crying. Whenever we see someone we care about cry, it makes us deeply sorrowful. An indescribable sadness had altered everything. Sienna had cried for a very long time. Will you marry me? I'll take good care of you. Seeing how fragile Sienna appeared, he finally extended an invitation. Yes, they should be together now. Did she not want him to marry her properly and respectably? No, Miss is just gone, and I have no intention of getting married this year. You know, Miss treated me well while she was alive, and I can't go against my conscience and pretend nothing happened. This year, in the second half, I will mourn for Miss. You understand? Next year, okay? Wu Dakaixi naturally understood Sienna's current feelings. In an instant, this girl had lost her idol and the most important person in her life, the person who was also her savior. Previously, regardless of the circumstances, they had always been together and had never separated. Now, every sign pointed to Nangong Qingjin's passing, and Sienna needed to pull herself together. But she couldn't, and he knew it. He was willing to give her time to adjust her mindset. A heavy silence enveloped both, making them feel quite desolate. After a long, long pause, Wu Dakaixi finally gestured toward the spot ahead. Shall we take a walk? This night, deep within the palace, it was eerily quiet, silent like a grave. This place truly seemed unsuitable for human habitation. As the two walked one after another, no one knew how long they wandered until Sienna finally began to feel weary. Right now, everything has returned to normal, but she is already gone. Whenever these thoughts come to my mind, I become so melancholic. Indeed, forgetting someone is rather difficult. I completely understand your pain. Nangong Qingjin had certainly contributed to everything happening now, without question. However, now she has passed. Given all the arrangements and preparations made for the betterment of this era, she deserved some peace in her efforts. Instead, she alone vanished, disappearing completely as if she had never existed at all. There was no trace here, no plant or tree bearing any memory of Nangong Qingjin, much like people gradually forget founders of enemy states or past monarchs. In the endless flow of time, she will likely become irrelevant. I didn't expect that in the end, Miss would die. I always thought she would live to be hundreds of years old. I also didn't expect it, but perhaps this is fate. Now, His Majesty is already confused and disoriented, and if this continues, disaster will befall him. Just think, if Emperor Huangfu Kongming keeps being obstinate, eventually, he'll forget everything. The thought was unbearable for Wu Dakaixi to imagine a life moving forward without the clarity and strength that had once defined their emperor. If such a downward spiral persisted, it would surely drag the entire empire into decline. As he reflected upon these thoughts, Wu Dakaixi embraced Sienna once more. This situation isn't something we can entirely control, but for His Majesty to regain his composure, this is the only way. Moving forward, I hope you won't mention anything about Nangong Qingjin in front of the emperor. We need to remove this unpleasant memory and work together as one. Sienna bit her lips, her face turning pale. Yes, I understand, but... Sienna, there's no second choice here. You must remember, and you must remember forever. He offered her an encouraging smile. Forget if you can. There's nothing we can do. Let the deceased rest in peace. If you don't wake up from this despair, it wouldn't make much sense. How could I not know? And besides, you've done your part. For her, you've climbed mountains and searched through valleys. Right now, you should feel guilt-free, aren't you? He watched Sienna as she sighed. But I really should have looked harder. What if? There's no what if. That canyon is full of dangers. I wouldn't suggest you go there. You know, apart from landslides and falling cliffs, there are so many wild beasts like the pig boas. What they eat or drink, they've long been gone anyway. AI. Sienna understood as well. She realized that although she hadn't seen Nangong Qingjin's body, she had done her utmost to search, more than what was required. Her eyes teared up as she turned them toward Wu Dekaixi. Well, stop talking about this. You still have guard duty tonight. His Majesty isn't in great shape, so keep an eye on things while I recover fast. Wiping away the suspended tears with her handkerchief, Sienna looked ahead. Go, and I'll stay alert. Sienna, I'm going. It won't be peaceful tonight, so please stay safe. And with that, he departed. As the current commander of the royal guards, Wu Dekaixi needed to closely collaborate with General Gao. Lately, everyone knew the condition of the emperor, making some individuals ready to seize any chance they might find. This made Wu Dekaixi realize how critical security measures were. Though he couldn't always be beside Sienna to protect her, he remembered Nangong Qingjin had taught them all to be vigilant, to prepare for any danger. Even though transforming tiger bone grass into forgetfulness grass wasn't initially intended by either Sienna or the maidservant, it now seemed the best course of action. Forgetting someone isn't easy, especially for people who'd gone through such profound trials and emotional turmoil as they had. If it were possible to just completely erase all those memories, then it would show a lack of feeling and humanity indeed. As Sienna walked back, she noticed the maidservant following behind her. At the sound of approaching footsteps, she turned around, seeing the servant walking toward her. The maidservant's cheeks were streaked with tears too. To prevent affecting the girl emotionally, Sienna quickly wiped away her own tears. How's it going? How is His Majesty doing? Sienna's tone was urgent, wanting to know exactly what the emperor's condition was. The maidservant sighed, stepping closer to Sienna. I've given His Majesty the forgetfulness herb. Tomorrow when he wakes, he'll forget everything. Sienna, this may not be a bad thing. One can't simply be paralyzed by grief, letting sorrow consume them until they do nothing. If disorder breaks out, our lives won't even be secure, let alone remembering her. The person has passed. We can remember her, but we cannot live eternally in mourning. Indeed, every word was heavy, every truth hitting home. Leaning against the nearby railing, Sienna gazed at the water surface, black as obsidian, reflecting faint wisps of rising mist off the dark waves. Yes, I understand. Then please cooperate with me as much as possible. I would be deeply grateful. The girl spoke while bowing, but Sienna quickly grabbed her hand. Don't do this. A formal gesture like that makes me unworthy to receive it. Now, the court is entering a tumultuous time. I know what needs to be done without you constantly reminding me. Let's go take a walk ahead, she suggested, and Sienna immediately nodded. The two moved forward, one in front of the other, walking for a long time without speaking, as if everything had solidified within the heavy night. For a very long time, Sienna thought that there wouldn't be any conversation tonight. Likewise, the girl probably assumed that this would be a quiet yet taciturn evening. But as the cool breeze approached up ahead, Sienna cleared her throat and gently asked after glancing back, Do you like His Majesty? Where does this come from? Her voice carried a young woman's bashfulness, avoiding Sienna's gaze but unconsciously gripping her disabled left arm. Did she really like him? Right now, he didn't have the standing to talk about liking or disliking anyone. Right now, perhaps he no longer even had the qualifications at all. I do like him, but it's fine to like. It's obvious His Majesty likes you too. Lovers will eventually unite. You've likely never imagined this before. Don't dwell on your flaws. Being by his side is reassuring for all of us. There's nothing embarrassing about it, and you haven't done anything wrong against the mistress. Sienna continued fluently. On the contrary, His Majesty now urgently needs someone beside him. Rather than bring those disreputable girls inside, causing chaos in the court and scheming in the harem, unsettling both you and me, why not choose yourself? His Majesty still has lingering feelings for you. But the girl still stared at her deformed limb. Chapter 258. The spring clouds deepen once again. But she didn't know what to say. The tears finally fell from her face in sorrow. Now, she wasn't even a whole person anymore. What was she now? Not even deserving of an ordinary person, let alone being with the emperor, who was the true dragon and son of heaven. She was just like an eel that lived in a cold, eternal night. Her complexion wasn't good, but Sienna had already gripped the girl's hand. Enough, you need to understand who it is that you must take care of. Being with the emperor means you must always be cautious. I understand. I truly understand. Her few words were said with great firmness. From now on, we entrust this to you. The emperor's affairs are your affairs. You have to shoulder the responsibilities that Miss left behind. Moreover, there's a possibility when the emperor awakens, he may confuse you for Mississippi. This is something you'll need to endure, all right, she said, looking at the girl while she spoke. I understand, Sienna. As long as there is someone in this world who understands me, I feel that my sacrifices, everything I've done, are worth it. Sienna, my dear Sienna. The two girls were already sobbing and hugging each other. They knew that this cry was a farewell, turning all their sadness into bitter tears. From now on, they wouldn't shed tears anymore, because, from now on, they couldn't display their panic or sadness. This night passed as if it were unbearably long. That evening, after eating the forget-me grass, Huangfu Kongming slept very peacefully. Due to the continuous irregularity of his meals and disrupted biological clock, eating sometimes and not others, his body had deteriorated significantly. Now, it was gradually improving, which was rather good news. That night, he dreamed about a woman in red clothing. The woman's face was blurred. Amidst the mud, he chased the woman while looking at the messy soil on both sides. The woman ran extremely fast and, before long, entered a tunnel ahead, leaving him lost in a desolate night. In such hard-as-iron darkness, he wandered aimlessly, not knowing how long it lasted until he finally woke up. Waking up, it was already late morning. Now, his energy gradually returned, his spirit also improved considerably. A few people had already come over. The girl arrived relatively early. After all, last night, he had already eaten the forget-me grass, and the dosage was relatively large. Now, the emperor was finally awake. The girl, while lifting the pearl curtains on the dragon bed, looked at the emperor. Huangfu Kongming, having woken up, felt a faint sense of loss. Then, his eyes became bright. Yes, today he had forgotten Nangong Qingjin, including the girl and Siener, and many other women in his life. At present, the only one he still remembered was the Hellion family. She didn't dare to speak, reveal who she was, because any speech would expose the secret. So, after lifting the curtain, she just gazed at Huangfu Kongming. Hellion, he said, pressing his painful temples as he spoke. If he didn't press them, it would be fine, but once he did, the headache seemed to spread into his heart, a kind of pain that was indescribably excruciating, as if his heart was being torn apart. My head feels as though it will split. Your Majesty, let me examine you. While saying this, she took his pulse immediately. Huangfu Kongming extended his hand forthwith. She checked his pulse and found nothing unusual. Relieved, she smiled. There's nothing wrong, Your Majesty. Indeed, there's nothing wrong. Get up, let me accompany you for a walk. Where are the memorials? Concerned about the emperor's recent ill health, some ministers cared for him, some slacked off, so there wasn't much important business. These memorials, the girl had already reviewed them in the morning. Having reviewed them, she handled what could be done according to the emperor's wishes. As for those matters that couldn't be resolved yet, they simply had to be put aside. Currently, all the memorials left by the girl were ones with difficult cases, needing the direct attention of Huangfu Kongming. However, there was no urgency now. After consuming the forget-me grass, such conditions could appear. Yes, correct. Right now, the sensation was much stronger than before. After helping the emperor sit properly, she scrutinized him carefully. Huangfu Kongming also looked at her earnestly. Your Majesty, you were injured recently. Look at me now. Do you remember who I am? Ridiculous, you are Hellion. Do you think I have forgotten even you? He said earnestly, and while speaking, continued. The emperor and you have gone through so many things together. How could I forget you? I will never forget you. I am now. Suddenly noticing the girl's left arm which had been broken, he grabbed the empty sleeve tightly. What is this? What happened? I want to ask you, it was fine just a moment ago. Is it the third brother, or the eldest brother? Who is it? Your Majesty. Though she thought that upon waking up his memory might be impaired, she hadn't anticipated this exact situation, holding her sleeve with such agitation, looking at her eyes worriedly and painfully, as if ready to kill at any moment. And there he looked at her. Your Majesty, the eldest brother met an accident during last year's hunting and was eaten by a large tiger with white stripes on its forehead. As for the second brother, he passed away early this year after being ill for quite some time. Now, it's only Your Majesty in the court. And my arm, well, that was merely an accident, but it has been a long time now. It isn't something worth alarming over. She spoke casually. Yes, it had been 4 years already. 4 years ago, Lady Lu Mayer caused her to fall into the dry well in the backyard, breaking her arm. She had survived that great calamity without expecting that 6 years later, they would still be together. This was something she had never dreamed of in her entire life. Now, as she looked at the person in front of her, apparently, both the eldest and second brothers have already passed. My heart is heavy. Your Majesty, yesterday while reviewing memorials, you suddenly became extremely exhausted. The doctors immediately came to see you and said it was due to excessive worrying about the people's affairs. Your ceaseless work led to increasingly worse memory. Now that you're better, I am very pleased. But recently, you still need to rest. Did I faint yesterday? He asked, and since the girl had no other choice, she could only fib. Otherwise, revealing that it was actually a week ago that he fainted would make it too obvious. The reason for the coma was because of Nangong Qingjin. She bit her lips as she gazed at the emperor. Huangfu Kongming seemed to remember now, yet in reality, during this period, his memory was fragmented and hazy. But now, whenever he tried to think, it brought him excruciating headaches. Seeing him about to think again, Siener quickly held the emperor's hand. Please don't let your thoughts wander aimlessly. You're almost fully recovered. After breakfast, someone from the Imperial Hospital will come to check on you. Yesterday's medicine is already simmering on the stove, and I will keep an eye on it. She spoke while watching Huangfu Kongming carefully. Huangfu Kongming nodded. Very well, it's good enough that you're vigilant. Nothing is better than your attention. They glanced at each other, and the girl immediately began helping Huangfu Kongming get dressed. Meanwhile, the other female attendants entered, efficiently handling everything that needed doing. Miss, a maid rushed in carelessly, and being the son of heaven, he was rather perceptive, quickly sensing something off about this maid. Miss? What miss? What are you talking about? This maid realized as well. It was already evident that Huangfu Kongming regarded the girl as his empress now. Thus, the maid dropped to her knees. No, it's my fault, my mistake. Please forgive me, Your Majesty Empress. She hesitated, unsure of what to say next, looking to the girl for help. Thankfully, the girl, quick-witted as ever, immediately explained, to give water to Miss. This explanation left the maid utterly confused as she turned her eyes towards the girl who was now gazing into Huangfu Kongming's. This little maid was summoned here by me to watch my birds. Yesterday, I found a nice parrot and named it Miss, but it seems Miss isn't particularly fond of me. The maid can tame the bird well. so I invited her in to assist. Cough, cough, is that really how it is? She gave subtle hints to the maid, who realized the gravity of deceiving the emperor, a sin of high treason, but now there was no way out except to agree completely. Yes, yes, I'm now asking, what should we do with Miss? Hanging her outside the corridor is fine. After all, incessant chirping isn't beneficial during recovery anyway. Watching the man in front of her, the palace maid instantly caught on and bowed her head gratefully before leaving. Now, people have gradually realized that Huangfu Kongming has mistaken the girl for the previous empress. Therefore, when everyone sees the girl, they must address her as Your Majesty. There is currently no room for error because the emperor cannot be subjected to any form of shock. Your Majesty, you have just recovered, and now the garden is in full bloom. Let me accompany you on a stroll around, she said while helping him up. Huangfu Kongming also felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. This day was rather cool, signaling late autumn. Thus, he followed her. Not long after, they entered the Xianglin garden. Flowers here were beginning to bloom. Coincidentally, the previous Empress Helian loved the Xianglin garden as well. Now, amidst this floral splendor, they walked and observed until Huangfu Kongming stopped under a hibiscus tree. This is the autumn hibiscus that you and I planted many years ago. I had said hibiscus blooms its buds in spring, but you insisted that if cultivated properly, it could bloom even in autumn. Look, it's early autumn now, and sure enough, the hibiscus has begun to blossom. 7 years ago, something like this did happen. She immediately nodded. Isn't it true? Things will bloom when their time comes. As she spoke, she smiled. These lotuses here, you always liked eating the lotus seeds and lotus roots of the blue lotus. I wonder what made it so different from the others. You even reminded these lotus pickers and palace servants not to startle away the mandarin ducks here. This, the Book of Songs mentions, the mandarin ducks fly, caught by nets. It fits perfectly, doesn't it? He said, pointing at the side. At this moment, the girl noticed that his recent memory had vanished entirely. He seemed to have returned mentally to 7 years ago, back when they were still living during a three-way rivalry. Back then, intrigues and mutual massacres were rampant, but hadn't yet come to an immediate showdown. Chapter 259, The West Copper Mountain Collapses and the East Luo Bell Responds. Back then, everyone was fine, but what about now? Now, it seems like everything has changed. Now, seeing Huangfu Kongming mistaking her for Helian, the young lady could only play the role of Helian properly. It wasn't just playing Helian. Even pretending to be Nangong Qingjin, the young lady would do it if it made the emperor better. She believed there wasn't anything she couldn't do for his recovery. Now, her feelings were quite complicated, yet amid this complexity, there was a hint of unexpected joy. After all, Huangfu Kongming believing her to be Helian was already good fortune beyond measure, beyond hope. Now, walking together in the imperial garden, he talked continuously as they walked, reminiscing about how things were with Helian in the past. Actually, those memories, she had no idea about at all, but now she needed to portray Helian. So every word, every sentence, every event he mentioned, she meticulously memorized, preparing herself to convincingly play her future role. In these few days, Nangong Qingjin and Zisong, he found themselves unable to proceed further. They thought the rain would stop soon, but it had been 3 intermittent days, and not only did the rain not stop, it seemed to grow worse. On the day that Huangfu Kongming finally came back to his senses, the rain eventually ceased, but Nangong Qingjin and Zisong, he had already been trapped here for 9 days. These 9 days felt like a nightmare. Now, their clothes tattered, they awaited rescue. At this point, the two were completely cut off from the outside world. Every day, she secretly kept track of time. It had already been 9 days. In these 9 days, the food they ate was scarce, leaving them hungry and shivering cold. Both were utterly exhausted, yet dared not rest immediately at night. Now, any sort of cave-like structure was something they didn't dare enter rashly. After all, caves could be dangerous, filled with various animals. Zhu Polong was nocturnal, so neither had rested well. With dawn breaking, they needed to search for food again. Resting wasn't an option, nor could either leave the other for long. The sunlight couldn't quickly dry up the dew and rainwater, making the area dark and gloomy, and the valley became unexplainably cold. After the rain, the ground was muddy, making movement difficult. Furthermore, there was nothing edible to be found here. With no choice, they took risks, trying their luck by the nearby stream. Because of a week of heavy rain, what initially appeared as calm and clear stream water now looked like a swamp. Zisong he held his bow and arrow, vigilant while moving forward. There weren't traces of wild beasts on the ground. Nangong Qingjin gripped a primitive weapon Zisong he had crafted during the rain. This weapon tied a sharp stone piece to a wooden stick using mulberry tree bark. Swinging it around, it was both offensive and defensive, a truly remarkable creation. Now, she handled their defense since her aim was pretty good. Despite Nangong Qingjin's lack of rest, they still needed to search for food thoroughly. Upon reaching the stream's edge, they found the water terribly murky, tragically deepened, and overflowed to the banks. Even if fish existed, it was impossible to catch them. They had to return disappointed. Heaven wants me dead, but I won't go quietly, Nangong Qingjin said while looking around. Around them, there was nothing left to eat. Now, she thought, if humans could consume rocks, then perhaps hunger wouldn't exist. But, how could stones sustain humans? Even though stones were abundant, littered everywhere. The two continued walking, watching closely as they went. After a very long time, they finally noticed a large tree nearby, whose bark wasn't too rough. Nangong Qingjin immediately began peeling the bark without hesitation, testing if it was non-toxic, and deemed it edible. The two devoured the tree bark voraciously. With the rain having just stopped, No animals or birds were present, their skills hidden. Here, look, Nangong Qingjin exclaimed, noticing something moving on the ground. It wasn't large. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be earthworms and silkworm pupae, which brought joy to both. Eating silkworm pupae was certainly preferable to consuming other things. Although this place was relatively low-lying, there were still some silkworm pupae around. These were cicadas, a larger species that emerged in late autumn as the last kind of cicada, known as cold cicadas. Nangong Qingjin quickly gathered quite a few, while Zisong, he also continued his efforts. Before long, they had caught all the cold cicadas they could find. Returning to their earlier spot, they immediately started a campfire. Once the fire was burning well, they threw the cicadas into the flames. After roasting, they became an extraordinary delicacy. Both began to devour them greedily, their hearts heavy with hunger. They ate for a very long time until they were finally full. Feeling happy, they couldn't afford to sit idle. Soon, they began searching the surrounding area again. At first, they only saw the cold cicadas emerging from the mud and didn't discover anything else. But soon after, it seemed like various hidden creatures from the area were coming out. There were rats, large ones leading the way, small ones biting onto their tails in panic. Following were other small animals, then large ones. Even natural enemies appeared to have reached a truce today. No attacks or confrontations took place, which was strange for both Zisong, he, and Nangong Qingjin. What's going on here? This is strange. I don't know, but I believe something is about to happen. Nangong Qingjin tossed the cicada she held aside. What situation is this? In nature, animals were often sensitive. Now, seeing so many animals migrating in droves, it seemed like she understood. These animals must know the way out, otherwise they wouldn't head upstream. Let's follow these animals. What do you think? The animal migration gradually expanded in size, increasing continuously, which was somewhat surprising. No, if we can't go forward, we might be in trouble. I think we should stay here and wait. Zisong, he had just finished speaking when he noticed movement near a low depression next to a cave. Then, a frenzied Jiaolong, a mythical water-dwelling creature, burst out. Following that, another group of Jiaolongs appeared downstream. Their cries were filled with sorrow, echoing in the empty valley. It wasn't long before what seemed like their leader, a massive, spike-covered Jiaolong, emerged and mournfully cried out to the others before moving forward. Zisong, he immediately pulled Nangong Qingjin back, and the two hid behind a huge tree. This big tree provided excellent concealment. No one knew exactly how many Jiaolongs resided in this canyon, nor did Nangong Qingjin and Zisong he dare calculate. But looking now, it seemed like there were quite a lot. 12 of them had already passed in formation. The leader was the largest one. As they walked, they occasionally looked back and used their voices to remind their team to maintain their formation. 20 had already passed by the time Nangong Qingjin and Zisong, he realized this was an unprecedented animal migration. Deer also arrived. These animals usually clashed fiercely with each other, but not this time. They silently advanced together toward their destination. 30. My goodness, every time one passed, she counted it off. 30 Jiaolongs had already gone by. Now, the last one appeared smaller and more playful, walking around while rolling its big eyes. Suddenly, it noticed the two humans hiding behind the tree. The little Jiaolong approached swiftly. Nangong Qingjin gave Zisong he a meaningful look. It was clear food lay right there. Killing this young Jiaolong meant sustenance enough to last a whole week. So, seeing this lively Jiaolong hopping over eagerly, Nangong Qingjin nodded slightly at Zisong he, who understood her intent. Immediately, Zisong he picked up his bow and arrow and prepared to let the Jiaolong approach its doom in one instant. Suddenly, the Jiaolong let out a loud cry. At once, every Jiaolong ahead turned around perfectly in unison. Both Nangong Qingjin and Zisong, he realized that they themselves had become prey for these Jiaolongs. Swiftly, the Jiaolongs surrounded them, their rage mounting as they half-circled the pair. A leader among them negotiated. Although Jiaolongs hadn't seen humans before, they clearly recognized the situation. Fleeing was necessary, but if food was available, they would take it. So, Zisong he and Nangong Qingjin quickly understood that they had become trapped and were completely at a loss as to what to do. One Jupiter dragon was manageable, but now it wasn't 1 or 2, it was 30. If they attacked, even skyscrapers would vanish quickly, let alone 2 mere humans. Zisong he, looks like we're going to die, Nangong Qingjin said, disbelief in her voice but an undeniable truth settling over them. No, we won't. Zisong he had already stepped forward protectively in front of Nangong Qingjin. Meanwhile, the heavy rain upstream caused great annoyance for the people in the canyon. There were many farmlands up there, lush with crops. Now, the verdant seedlings were almost drowned under the water. The corn that was nearly ripe was lost as well. The wind passed by, the rain continued, and the lives of the villagers became unbearable. Yes, there were people living upstream, in a small settlement called Phoenix Village. Despite its name, there were no phoenixes in Phoenix Village, but there were many villagers. Due to the flood, the people of Phoenix Village were beginning to grow concerned. Today was the day when the villagers of Phoenix Village prepared for the autumn sacrifice, which was a ceremony to worship Hebo, the river god. In ancient times, people attributed mysterious calamities to divine punishment, assuming this flood was due to their failure to properly communicate with the gods. Captain, the temple is about to collapse. This year, the dragon god shows no favor. After the sacrifice, we'll have to rebuild the shrine. A young man exclaimed as he gripped his fish spear and moved ahead. It was the day of the sacrifice, so people wore various colorful clothes, presenting a magnificent sight from afar, quite eye-catching. Up close, all men had rolled up their pants to their knees, wearing green hats symbolizing their fertile fields. Chapter 260, The Sacrifice to the Dragon God. The women behind him were busy playing music one after another, while the men were pounding drums and gongs. Today, everyone was out in full force. Even though people had suffered calamities, they still wore smiles on their faces, because ordinary folk liked nothing more than to find joy in suffering. The village leader, or Jia Chong, was a title given to what we now call a village chief during that era. The Jia Chong was around 50 years old and dressed in a blue rounded cuff robe. He kept looking back at the magnificent procession with a sigh as he walked forward. Alas, this isn't heaven abandoning us. Let's go, we must proceed immediately. It wasn't far from here to the Hebo Temple, Crystal Palace, but suddenly, the Jia Chong started kneeling and bowing repeatedly. Why did he stop moving forward? Because the Hebo Temple had been built on the shore of the river. However, due to heavy rains lasting several days, water upstream had backed up, flooding the temple. Now, all that could be seen was a large dragon sculpture perched high atop the temple, like a pillar reaching to the heavens. It was indeed both grand and beautiful. Also visible were the flying eaves of the temple, which made it look dignified and solemn. Soon, someone approached. Village Chief Shiman, should we start now? Start, let's begin. The 50-year-old village chief, Shiman, wore an expression filled with compassion. Clutching a piece of paper handed to him by someone, he began reciting solemnly, expressing roughly that every year they sacrifice to honor the deity, who ought to bless them with favorable weather instead of unpredictable whims. It was lengthy. After he finished his recitation, a woman resembling a shaman appeared. She shook the bells in her hand and knelt before the temple. Heaven above, earth below, may your wills be done. This was a shaman's sincere worship of the divine spirits. In those times when enlightenment was scarce, sacrifices were social events believed to bridge the gap between humans and the spirit world, activities that were not only widely accepted but also considered sacred. From afar, the Jia Chong observed as others joined in the distance. The shaman held a tortoiseshell adorned with hawksbill turtle decorations and started shaking it. Everyone looked on attentively, hardly daring to breathe, as if any breath might disrupt the entire ceremony. After an unknown duration, the shaman finally exhaled. It is settled, the river god needs a young girl. As she spoke, she stepped closer to the riverbank. The Jia Chong quickly advanced. Will offering a young girl truly bring peace and prosperity? Yes, this is the will of the god. The shaman replied formally. The Jia Chong trusted the shaman, who was, after all, a religious official. With a deep sigh, he covered his face. We can only proceed thus. All right, bring forth the offering. And the offering was a girl, a very pretty young girl, heavily made up. Ordinarily, she would have been quite pleased, since for a whole week she had been well-fed and well-nourished, and now, she was dressed in elaborate finery. But this girl was unaware that she was intended to be the sacrifice. Realizing that the crowd had placed her on a door panel, slowly walking her towards the river, struck fear into her heart. Now she understood what danger meant. She was genuinely about to die. Only then did the attendants show up, and she cried and resisted wildly. But what use was there? Everyone, despite their sympathy for the young girl's fate, knew that sacrificing a maiden to the water deity was necessary for the village's safety. Every autumn they endured severe floods. This was surely the wrath of Hebo, the dragon god. Each year, young girls like her were sent to drown in the river. They said once Hebo took a bride, his temper calmed, leading to favorable conditions for agriculture. Despite her cries and resistance, nothing could prevent what was inevitable. Her sorrowful sobs caused the cosmetics on her face to streak and flake, making her appearance unattractive. In the midst of the ceremonial music, they had arrived. Not far away stood her parents, one man and one woman, both crying as they followed behind. Seeing the girl struggling for breath, the mother hurried over and clasped the girl's hand. Child, this is our catastrophe. You must go. Girl, this is the only way. Your father isn't a greedy man, but I can only give you away. A man muttered as tears started streaming down his face. The woman tried to console him. Master, don't cry. Today is our daughter's big day. It's her finest day. You're making it too sorrowful. Yes, we shouldn't cry. Girl, your father won't cry anymore, and neither should you. Go ahead. Saying this, he waved his hand in farewell. Before long, the girl had already reached the front position and stood on the dry shore. I hope after Hebo marries, he'll bless us ordinary people. This is truly the only way. The Jia Chong spoke while approaching the girl, looking her over carefully. The girl had cried all morning out of fear. Although young, she was still rather pretty. The Jia Chong looked at the girl with 10,000 regrets. But what could be done? After all, every year Hebo must marry. Even though he married every year, despite the fact that each year the Jia Chong dared not go against Hebo's will and sent the children one by one to him. What could be done? Every year, Hebo's wrath would still erupt, and there would still be devastating floods. They would consume everything in sight. Now, they had prepared themselves, hoping to make amends with the water god through this girl for the sake of harmony among neighbors. Soon, the girl's wailing disrupted the silence. No. Father, mother, no. I don't want to go. Child, stop saying nonsense. It's not about whether you want to go, it's that you must go. The mother spoke as she started sobbing, following behind the girl. Not long afterward, the girl was already placed on a mat by the shaman and several strong men. This mat would soon be cast into the river, drifting downstream. Before long, the girl would sink, thus completing Hebo's marriage. The process was brutal and bloody. Even though Hebo married every year, he never cared about these fellow villagers. When heavy rains were supposed to fall, they did. When endless drizzles or scorching sunlight was inevitable, it happened without exception. There seemed to be no possibility for favorable weather conditions. Yet, the people remained ignorant, superstitious, and devout in their worship. For men had already approached, lifting each corner of the mat. The girl suddenly lifted off the ground, completely shocked. Her face turned even paler, almost like a sheet of paper. Desperately, she tried to grab something, anything, but there was no chance now that she was floating in midair. She sobbed, but her crying no longer served as a sign of weakness or a weapon of any kind. The four men were incredibly strong, and before long, they carried the girl into the water. The shoreline was flat, but deep. The girl knew that since she couldn't swim, she would drown quickly. After Hebo married, once she was gone, this couldn't happen. So she cried her hardest, a mournful sound reverberating through the valley. People, disturbed by the girl's plaintive cries, wished to throw her into the river immediately. While shouting for help, she glanced sideways at the emotionless faces around her. Jiachong, everything is ready. One of the four turned back and informed the Jiachong. From start to finish, the Jiachong observed the weeping girl. Now, the girl had stopped her sniffling due to fear, her eyes wet and misty, looking at the side. Sighing, he gave an order. Go on, play your music. With those words, the musicians began playing in unison. The music was melancholic and sorrowful, devoid of any joy expected at weddings. The girl realized that today was her doom. She truly had no escape. But what could she do? Tears, despite being a symbol of weakness. What difference was there between the weak and the strong when death came calling? Apart from crying, the girl found nothing else possible. Her sobs were so profound they made everyone around sad. The young mother and father followed suit in their weeping but dared not protest. Crying bitterly, the girl was deeply heartbroken. The Jiachong finally said in a low tone, Shaman, see if this is an auspicious time. Ask Hebo what he thinks. As he spoke, his eyes were on the shaman, who immediately nodded and stepped forward, gripping the tortoiseshell in his hands to begin divining. The result of the divination indicated that this was indeed the most opportune moment. Thus, the shaman stepped forward and relayed Hebo's wishes in a ghostly tone. Yes, yes, Shaman Jiachong. With these words, the Jiachong dared not delay any further. Nodding his head, he avoided looking at the grieving girl and said, All right, go then go. Seeing that the Jiachong had spoken, the crowd could only watch as the mat was carried toward the river. Reaching the middle of the river, the waves were fierce and the water was deep. As the people released the mat, they retreated one by one. With each rise and fall of the waves, the girl's cries gradually grew faint. At first, she floated up and down, but soon enough, she disappeared from sight. Afterward, there was no way to find her. Whether she lived or died was unknown. The Jiachong watched for a long time, shading his eyes with his hand after Hebo's marriage was complete. Only when the girl had finally vanished did he sigh deeply and say sorrowfully, It is done. It is already done. Yes, it is done, the shaman replied. Then the Jiachong waved his hand and said, Everyone, everyone, let the music play loud and lively. Let the feast be festive. Do not wear mournful faces. Do not dare cry. As he spoke, the people quickly began playing instruments and celebrating on the shore. Watching the girl disappear into the river, they silently wondered if such an act would truly win back Hebo's favor and affection for their village. Chapter 261, River God Appears. But obviously it couldn't. People began to doubt the existence of the river god, but they did not dare to truly bring it up. There weren't many people in this village, or rather, the population of this country was gradually decreasing. The situation had already become precarious. Seeing everyone looking despondent, the headman immediately encouraged them. Next year, there will be favorable weather and bountiful rain. There will be. It will definitely happen. Come on, let's sing and dance. Let's sing and dance. It was clear that for the common people, the headman was willing to do anything. As he spoke, he had already started moving, dancing despite the people's bad mood. However, seeing the headman already enjoying himself with the common folk, soon enough, others also began to move, appearing to enjoy themselves. The girl was swept along by the current, quickly reaching the roof of the ancient temple. The temple now looked terrifying, and the girl was so panicked that she wanted to grab onto something but found no possibility. Before even reaching the top of the ancient temple, the mat she was on began to sink. The girl slowly disappeared beneath the surface of the water. Watching her vanish completely, the joyous atmosphere of song and dance finally subsided. However, someone pointed towards the river some distance away. Headman, the river god, has appeared. Shaman, the headman, thought his eyes were deceiving him. He looked again and saw that indeed, there were large waves on the water's surface. After a huge surge, two figures emerged. No, three. Because of the distance, only the vague outlines of three heads could be seen, nothing else. Ah, great river god, quick, quick, bow down, bow down. Without waiting to see clearly, the headman took the lead and began to kneel down, kowtowing repeatedly. Seeing the headman bowing, the rest followed suit, showing their utmost respect and deference. From afar, the scene looked quite spectacular. After glancing at each other, one after another, people started bowing as well. Meanwhile, the real situation was different. Seeing birds and beasts starting a massive migration, Nangongqingjin felt somewhat panicked. The final type of creature, the pig dragon, had discovered their presence, and soon an enormous group of these creatures came over, thoroughly surrounding Zisang, he, and Nangongqingjin. At that moment, they were almost ready to close their eyes and await death, as being torn apart by 5 horses seemed imminent. But at the last moment, things changed. A tragedy seemed unavoidable, but then the valley began to collapse. A mudslide came rushing down from upstream. Animals who fled quickly managed to escape, while slower ones were left behind, swallowed up by the floodwaters and mudslides. Not long after, the pig dragons in the valley were washed away by the flood. Although the flood didn't necessarily kill all the pig dragons, danger was still inevitable. Realizing the situation was dire and they would likely perish soon, Zisang he tightly grasped Nangongqingjin's hand, and Nangongqingjin clutched Zisang, he's just as firmly. The mudslide was vast, quickly clogging the narrow canyon. Gradually, the danger diminished as they floated upwards, aided by drifting logs which they managed to cling to. Luckily, the raft they had built earlier also proved useful, floating smoothly along. Sitting atop the raft, they floated upward together as the mudslide, more accurately described as an upstream mountain flood, rushed past. Soon, the ground cracked, everything transforming into chaos and fear. The two held onto the raft as the water level rose, eventually bringing them to the surface of the river. Thus, they reached a rooftop. Now, emerging from the water, they found their raft broken beyond repair. Made without a single iron nail, it had disintegrated during the perilous experience. Already in a precarious position, observing the surroundings made the situation appear even more dangerous. They resurfaced from the water. In the pitch blackness, Nangongqingjin couldn't see anything but sensed a human figure nearby, grabbing hold of it. Knowing full well, it was none other than Zisang he. Zisang he suddenly realized Nangongqingjin had released her grip, so he immediately searched around and re-grabbed her hand. Once they broke the surface, they noticed that it wasn't Nangongqingjin. Since it was upstream, the water was clearer and the environment here was better. Now, Nangongqingjin had gradually become more alert. Looking at his left hand, he saw that it was gripping a frightened girl who seemed completely unaware of the situation. He thought he was certainly going to die. She believed today's peril was inescapable. However, they didn't expect to be saved by two people just as they faced danger. They had somehow managed to survive. Since she couldn't swim, she soon began coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. The girl really didn't know what to say, still coughing and looking at the two with gratitude. The two looked at each other and both smiled. Then the girl smiled too. At this point, Nangongqingjin and Zisang he had found a foothold, the temple submerged by the great flood. On the temple roof, they looked at each other, exhausted but smiling. I didn't think I would still be alive. These were the identical words spoken simultaneously by all three of them. As soon as they finished speaking, Nangongqingjin chuckled, and Zisang he also laughed. The previous peril, however, wasn't due to the flood or mudslides. It was from the pig dragons, which are rather dangerous creatures. They had surrounded Nangongqingjin and Zisang he, but now that danger had been entirely removed. The two had already made it ashore and onto the temple roof. Now, while catching their breath, they looked towards a nearby location. On the shore, there were people forming a massive group, all kneeling on the ground. Nangongqingjin didn't understand what these people were doing at first, but soon realized they were watching here. What were they watching? He glanced at himself and then understood. Looking again at the heavily made-up girl beside him, he said, You've been sent down by them. In fact, earlier, Nangongqingjin had also heard about the so-called river god's marriage. This is a folk action passed down through misinterpretations. What appears to be a custom is, in fact, an extremely ignorant act. Now, the girl nodded, sobbing as she nodded. Zisang he's voice turned cold, calm, and steady. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will harm you, nor dare to harm you. After all, he was the emperor, but Nangongqingjin coughed slightly, saying quietly that it wouldn't do to expose their identity so quickly. The dynasty had already changed, and they did not know what the outside world was like now. If anything dangerous occurred, it would be unfavorable. Is today the day you sacrifice to the river god? Nangongqingjin asked, wiping away the tears on the girl's face. She immediately nodded repeatedly. Glancing at each other, the two girls listened as she continued. How did you arrive here? Your act of saving my life. I would repay it even if I had to work as a cow or horse for you. In the future, whatever you ask me to do, I will do, but please don't let me marry the river god again. She said this while looking at both Nangongqingjin and Zisang he. Both of them, in tattered clothes, appeared somewhat divine, resembling the river god himself. Seeing the girl question them this way, Nangongqingjin immediately introduced himself. I accidentally fell into the deep valley below. My surname is Nangong. You may call me Miss Nangong. And this one, Nangongqingjin pointed at Zisang he beside him, is Master Bai. Master Bai is my good friend. We encountered foul play from some wicked individuals, which led us to accidentally fall into the valley. It rained heavily for an entire week, triggering mudslides in the canyon. We came up following those mudslides. As Nangongqingjin spoke, he pointed to the nearby spot. From the downstream, it was clear that the canyon was now full of water currents, and their arrival on the shore wasn't without reason or logic. I see. Both of you have shown great kindness akin to meeting wanderers in a faraway land. Miss Nangong, Master Bai, your great kindness I will never forget. But right now, how should we return? If I go back now rashly, this will likely lead to being sent back. I am truly scared. In fact, even without her saying it, it was obvious she had been frightened out of her wits. Her face was pale as paper. Fear not, I'm here. I will help you. The distance isn't far, and I can swim across quickly. But, no buts, Nangongqingjin replied, glancing toward the shore. These are the people from your village. What are they doing? Because your appearance is quite strange, 8 or 9 out of 10 chances, they have taken you as the messengers of Dragon God, so they began to worship. Now, you need to help me. The girl was already talking nonsense. Every sentence was a plea, fearing that Nan Gongqingjin and Zi saying he would abandon her. All right, we will help you, but from now on, you need to cooperate with us. Answer whatever I ask. As long as you cooperate with me, there won't be any danger here. The girl immediately nodded upon hearing this, and Nan Gongqingjin asked, First, who is the headman? What is his name? The headman's name is Shimin Bao. Where are we? She asked the second question, wanting to know how far this place was from the capital. According to the way the two of them walked in the canyon, covering about 10 miles per day, they were now 70 miles away, within a radius of 70 miles, but Nan Gongqingjin did not know exactly where they were. This is the Yelong Kingdom, the girl said while looking at Nan Gongqingjin. Since Nan Gongqingjin had never heard of the Yelong Kingdom, he couldn't help but furrow his brow in confusion. What do you mean by the Yelong Kingdom? Seeing that Nan Gongqingjin didn't know, the girl immediately explained. Here is the southeastern frontier of our great country. It was once a basin of the Huns, then later some people fought wars and drove the Huns away. That must be Emperor Gaozu, Nan Gongqingjin affirmed. But this is a barren and rugged place. We've established our capital here for 300 years. This is the Yelong Kingdom. After she finished speaking, Nan Gongqingjin already understood. They didn't know that there were dynasties in the outside world. This was their small state ruling itself. Good, I understand now. Soon, they will let us go ashore. Nan Gongqingjin said, while glancing at Zi Sanghe beside him. Zi Sanghe's eyes gleamed with a bit of complexity, and a sly smile hung on his lips. That expression looked extremely strange. Chapter 262, Suddenly Becoming a Deity. Several people looked at each other for a long while before Zi Sanghe's expression finally changed. He slowly got up, and the militia leader on the shore saw someone standing on the temple. This person stood tall and wore strange clothing. His face was pitch black, looking just like a door god. People couldn't help but be frightened. Was this person a ghost or a human? If he were human, why did he come from the water? And if he were a ghost, why did he look human? This man glanced around and loudly proclaimed, I am the messenger of the River Lord. I've heard that the recent flood has caused all of you great suffering. The immortal River Lord specially sent me to help you all relieve your troubles. This year, according to the old immortal's wishes, there is no need for girls anymore. Leader Shimin, have your men bring the boats over. I need to speak with you on the shore. The militia leader, upon hearing this, muttered, Heavenly Master, and immediately had people prepare the boats. These people had never seen such a scene before. Now, suddenly witnessing this, they were absolutely stunned. People immediately began preparing the boats. Not long after, the boats were ready. The militia leader, not daring to delay, personally boarded one and came over. As he approached the temple, he could finally make out two figures clearly. The woman and the man both had faces covered in mud resembling fish scales, dark and ominous. Everything except their glittering eyes was speechless, indescribable. The woman's black hair was bundled up with a wooden stick. Her clothes were tattered, her feet bare, without shoes. The man beside her also had a pitch-black face, looking very terrifying. The militia leader glanced again at the girl in the center. It was the same girl he'd just sent into the water. But now, she appeared much more self-assured. Yes, since even the River Lord doesn't need her, Elder, please let her go and live life as it is. The man standing nearby, who resembled a willow tree on Zhang Street, said coldly, Leader Shimin, why haven't you greeted us yet? I, an envoy of the Sword Spirit, have come to this remote area of Yelong country. Yes. It was a prank. He wanted to mess with this guy. Not only Leader Shimin, but even the oarsmen nearby started bowing their heads. Watching this, he felt slightly more satisfied. After they finished bowing, everyone looked at him, and Zisong, he began to make things up, pointing to Nangong Qingjin nearby. Today, Nangong and I have been dispatched by the immortal River Lord. The immortal knows about your suffering and decided that starting today, this girl won't be needed anymore. Not only not needed this year, there is also no need to sacrifice offerings to him. Don't quickly bow to Protector Nangong. This is all thanks to Protector Nangong's kind words. As he spoke, he had everyone bow to Nangong Qingjin, though feeling somewhat undeserving. Acting was something everyone knew how to do well enough. So, Nangong Qingjin seriously accepted everyone's bows. Soon enough, everyone started bowing. Nangong Qingjin was famished and had no intention of fooling around further. Coughing once, he then said, Get up. This girl is a blessing to all of you. You must not act improperly toward her in the future. All right, take us ashore. The two protector masters are going to help us by coming ashore? Yes, we're coming ashore to help you all escape hardship and difficulty. Hearing this, the militia leader continued to bow his head. It was evident that this was a militia leader who cared deeply for his people, except that sending the girl into the water due to ignorance wasn't right. The oarsmen helped the two protectors board the boat. Soon, the small boat reached the opposite bank. Seeing these two in their bizarre outfits and hearing the militia leader say they were sent from the old immortal to help alleviate suffering, everyone began to kneel and prostrate, shouting, Living Bodhisattva. In response, Nangong Qingjin could only play the role of the so-called protector properly, while Zisong, he occasionally smirked. Not long after, the militia leader took the two protectors back home. Just as they were about to leave, Nangong Qingjin suddenly thought, eradicating evil means digging to its root cause. Then, he looked toward the crowd, where the shaman stood, his mouth twitching nervously. Wasn't this wedding arrangement for the River Lord your idea? Asked Nangong Qingjin, his voice icy as he gazed at the shaman. The shaman immediately nodded, thinking he would be praised. But soon, he realized that not only the situation but also Nangong Qingjin's demeanor was off. Yes, it was my idea. But it's not entirely so. The tradition of Hebo's marriage has been carried on for 300 years, the person said while glancing at the two in front of him. They exchanged a look, and only then did Nangong Qingjin turn toward the nearby Jiachang. The lord he wishes to express his gratitude to the shaman for many years of service. The old immortal loves the shaman dearly and requests that he come to the Crystal Palace to serve. This is the old immortal's will. Come, let the shaman go to the Crystal Palace immediately. The shaman, known for his charlatanism, though still fearful of spirits, now began shaking his bells nervously because of fear and suspicion towards these two unexpected visitors. This can't be done. Unfortunately, due to nervousness, the bell was about to break. This is the old immortal's desire. Every year you wish to communicate thoroughly with the divine beings. Today's opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Do not miss it. Leader Shiman, please send the shaman to the Crystal Palace immediately. Yes, good. Shiman waved his hand, and soon, the group dragged the shaman to the riverside and pushed him into the deep water. After struggling for a moment, the shaman grew weak and died. The shaman had entered the Crystal Palace to meet with the Dragon King. Over here, Zisong He and Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but smile as they said, "Since we've come such a long way, please show us around your village, so that we may investigate the conditions of the people." Yes, please follow me. The Jiachang leader believed wholeheartedly in the two protectors sent by Hebo. Along the way, Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He walked slowly, declining to ride in sedan chairs. Recently, calamities have been frequent. Rainfall has far exceeded the normal limits, leaving the ground muddy and treacherous. Everyone sighed deeply along their journey. Everything looked perilous and unimaginable. Puddles covered the land everywhere. The crops were already dying in the water, which was detrimental to living and farming. The rainfall was too abundant here, leading to a state of near anarchy among the people. As they walked and observed, eventually, they spotted a distant village. Faint walls surrounded it, with modest huts scattered far and wide, revealing the hardships of life here. Though there was plenty of land, it seemed to produce little usable harvest. We're here, said the Jiachang leader, pointing to the village. People returning from afar had already started setting off firecrackers upon hearing of the arrival of two envoys of the immortal. Loiterers, young maidens, and housewives crowded around the village entrance, making the crowd impenetrable. With their heads held high, Nangong Qingjin and Zisong He strode right through. Some saw the two emerge from the water, others heard of it. Regardless, whether witnessed or recounted, all understood that these were no ordinary people. Otherwise, how could they have come up from underwater? And how had they released the girl? Consequently, admiration spread among the villagers. The duo was treated like an emperor himself, welcomed grandly. The entourage arrived shortly at the Jiachang leader's home, whose spacious residence included a sizable courtyard. After inviting the two to sit down, Nangong Qingjin became bashful. After all, she was a girl, and her clothes were tattered beyond decency. To be stared at and whispered about by so many was less than ideal. Someone, report to the emperor immediately. Tell him that during my sacrifice, the immortal protector emerged from the water. Yes, responded the man before moving to act. Upon seeing this, Nangong Qingjin quickly stood. The old immortal's intention is to avoid unnecessary attention. Our aid concerns only you. It has no connection with the imperial court. Moreover, Bai Huofa and I are genuine deities. How can we allow ourselves to be seen by everyone? Yes, I've made a mistake. I should punish myself. While blaming himself, he began slapping his cheeks. After we help you, we must return. If you draw attention and gather crowds unnecessarily, what sort of order would that be? If the River Lord hears about this and becomes angry, you'll all be in great danger. That's right. Humans can be friends with other humans, but if humans stare at deities this way, the River Lord will summon colorful thunderbolts to form swords, striking blind those who continue to crowd together and gawk at us. Remember, do not let such behavior happen again, or the consequences will be borne by yourselves. Just after Zisong He spoke, perhaps due to good fortune, the sky suddenly boomed with a five-colored thunderclap. Grandfather Heaven, frightened, the Jiachang leader hurriedly knelt down and started to kowtow. At this sight, the painter who had just been drawing on the wall quickly ceased his work with a whoosh sound and was already leaving. A piece of paper drifted over, landing at Nangong Qingjin's feet. To be honest, the painting wasn't bad. The young maidens and housewives gathered in groups and immediately left, fearing they would encounter danger if they ran too slowly. Here, the crowd gradually dispersed. The two who had fallen on the ground immediately stood up, preparing to run, but ended up colliding again. The yard was now completely empty. Get up, let's talk inside. That's right, since we're going to adapt to local customs, our clothing as well as our diet will temporarily need to follow your standards. We'll bother you, Chief Jiachang, for the coming days. Actually, Zisong He could already tell that Nangong Qingjin was really exhausted. At this moment, taking a bath, eating something delicious, and getting a good rest is exactly what they needed. After saying this, the Jiachang leader immediately nodded. People, go prepare new clothes immediately, and prepare fragrant water for bathing for the two guardians to remove this fishy smell. There couldn't be anything better, thank you. Zisong He had already bowed and walked toward the house. Here, Nangong Qingjin quickly followed behind Zisong He. Zisong He, oh Zisong He, deceiving people like it's a practice performance repeated 1,000,000 times, so effortless. This act, neither contrived nor frivolous, feels genuine and believable, not arrogant at all. Very soon, The chief Jiachong and everyone else began to feel a divine aura emanating from these two people. Chapter 263, I Am Your God. The two entered a vast hall ahead, where the female servants had already prepared fragrant baths. Rose petals floated on the water's surface, and aromatic steam rose gracefully from the wooden tubs. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin was quite satisfied. Not far away, just beyond a wall, was Zisanghe's bathing area, prepared to the same standard. At this sight, Zisanghe immediately nodded and turned to speak to the captain of guards who accompanied him. I, your lord, am weary today. After bathing, I will need food and rest thereafter. As for leading all of you in daily affairs and production, that is tomorrow's task. So, he continued, glancing back at the captain as a hint for him to leave. The captain immediately understood. Yes, you two have traveled a long way and must be fatigued. I'll leave. You two please carry on freely. While saying this, he was ready to obediently depart. Seeing this, Zisanghe reiterated, as per the old immortal's meaning, our movements must still remain discreet. Do not make it public, or it won't bode well for you. Yes, I remember the old immortal's command thoroughly, said the captain, wiping the cold sweat from his face before leaving. The events of today left the captain feeling utterly incredulous, as though enveloped in a thick fog. Though unbelievable, both divine beings were indeed present right before his eyes. With devotion, the captain departed. Over here, Zisanghe waved a hand. How can mere mortals dare to spy on celestial beings taking a bath? The 5-colored thunderbolts in the sky will. Everyone immediately paled and fled hastily, vanishing completely from the room shortly after. Only then did Zisanghe approach Nangong Qingjin's side once he confirmed no one else was around. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, she said, laughing as she spoke. What? He asked, looking at Nangong Qingjin. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, Nangong Qingjin repeated. We will get better. For now, we need them to gradually understand that we will help them, but before that, we need to eat to regain our strength, take a bath, change clothes, and rid ourselves of these foul odors. Where in the world are gods like this? Yes, there won't be such, but they still believe in us. Zisanghe replied while approaching the neighboring wall. I won't peek at you. It's been a week since I've bathed too. Here we have roses, soap nuts, and various other things. You must clean yourself thoroughly. You are a man of virtue who refrains from improper viewing. I trust you fully, she replied, laughing as she submerged herself into the water. Meanwhile, Zisanghe also immersed his tired body into the water. To be honest, everything that happened today felt coincidental even to Zisanghe himself. However, things have indeed transpired. As for what might happen tomorrow, let it unfold when it does. His wound was gradually healing, but there was a smell akin to rot emanating from his body. Such an odor had nothing to do with deities. It was repugnant, making one want to vomit. Even claiming himself as a god would feel sacrilegious. Yet these people appeared to care little about this fact, believing so effortlessly. It showed how pure their concept of divinity was, and how crucial divinity remained in their hearts. Despite Nangong Qingjin coming through time by borrowing her host's body, her essence remained deeply rooted in materialism. She wouldn't believe in the existence of gods. Now, while bathing, she looked at her reflection on the water's surface. Her face was dirty, marked by wounds and scratches, mainly covered in black mud. Rubbing gently, the black patches disappeared slowly like ink being diluted. Recent incidents had been too many, bizarre and overwhelming, leaving Nangong Qingjin unable to entirely comprehend everything. Things seemed dreamlike. Now, she could finally bathe comfortably here. But deep concerns lingered within her. From the adjacent room, Zisanghe spoke while bathing. I almost thought that we were doomed, out of ammunition and aid, but unexpectedly, life found a way. His tone was filled with profound emotion. She smiled. Yes, many things are unforeseen by anyone. Lowering her gaze to her reflection rippling in the water, drops of water disrupted the fragile image. Will we return? After a long pause, came the question from the neighboring room. This was his query directed towards Nangong Qingjin. Gazing ahead for a moment, she responded with a gentle smile after some time. What do you think? I'll follow your decision. If we can survive well here, returning or not actually makes no difference, does it? He said, pausing slightly as he spoke. In truth, she wanted to go back because there was someone she cared about deeply. Yes, she had to say this. Not going back meant living a life hereafter in contented poverty alongside Zisanghe. Returning would also be fraught with difficulties, but now that they were here, they might as well settle down. Water started rippling from the next room. Soon Zisanghe finished bathing. The rose scents enveloped both of them, making their skin fragrant. Soon after, someone came to attend them. Old clothes were naturally discarded, and now the captain had prepared fresh garments, rough hemp though they may be. They felt good on their bodies anyway since they were handmade. This place might be remote, yet it showed that the captain valued them immensely by preparing everything meticulously. He had even provided hairpins for Nangong Qingjin, which she didn't particularly like. She knew these weren't easily obtained, so with a wave of her hand, the kneeling woman left. Only then did she stand up, put on her shoes, and head toward the hall. Naturally, the captain awaited them there. He couldn't have anticipated that the previously disheveled individuals would look so refined after their bath. He stared at them unblinking, while Nangong Qingjin smiled quickly. All right, we need food. She glanced at the captain while speaking. The captain immediately snapped out of his reverie, struggled to move his eyes away, chuckled awkwardly, and commanded for the already prepared food to be served. Do not disdain the rustic wine of peasants. Even in a bountiful year, hosts can provide chickens and pork generously. There wasn't an abundance of fine cuisine here, but still, enough provisions were made available, something she hadn't known beforehand. Thus, she ate without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zisang he had also completed his bath and changed into a white robe, embodying an elegant scholar's charm. His grace left an indelible impression. The captain promptly bowed, inviting Zisang he to take his seat beside him. The three sat around the 8-square table. Seeing these two eat heartily, the captain began pouring out his grievances, how difficult times had been lately, lamenting how heaven had abandoned them, seemingly driving them towards death. He wished for better circumstances to bring prosperity back to this land. But apparently, this region endured too much rain, leading to insufficient harvests. Amidst the complaints, Nangong Qingjin gradually understood the situation. This place suffered droughts as well as excessive rain. Due to years of torrential rainfall, it had produced little sustenance. By listening attentively to all the complaints from the captain, Nangong Qingjin pieced together a clear understanding of the predicament here. Her mind was constantly analyzing the situation. Yet she refrained from significant actions. Only when the captain finished venting did she nod and reply, "I will help you." "Yes, yes, thank you, thank you." The captain poured wine gratefully for the two deities. Nangong Qingjin drank a cup, glancing at Zisang he who nodded before starting to drink as well. After they clinked their cups, Zisang he remarked, "We need to walk around and understand the actual conditions outside." "Oh, wonderful, wonderful." The captain had initially thought that these two celestial beings would perform magic inside, but hearing their plan to venture outdoors thrilled him, and he willingly offered to show them the local disaster areas. Nangong Qingjin agreed, and the captain led the way out. No sooner had they stepped out than several officers approached and joined the group, walking alongside and sighing heavily. Clearly, the people here lived under difficult conditions. As they walked, they observed much destruction, collapsed walls, and ruins everywhere. It seemed like this area had once been populated, but people had no choice but to flee due to calamities and disasters. Consequently, the place was almost empty except for the elderly and orphaned. Along the path, they rarely saw young people. Children were malnourished, their faces yellow and their muscles thin. Yet despite the hardships, every person here maintained faith in divine powers. Actually, where in the world are gods? If there really were such beings, they would have saved the place long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. While walking, Nangong Qingjin sighed deeply, feeling sorrowful. But surprisingly, the arable lands here weren't small at all. They were vast and abundant. Outside the village, fields stretched endlessly, with some individuals still toiling among them. Nangong Qingjin squatted beside the soil, grabbing a handful and bringing it close to her nose for examination. The soil here was dark and rich in nutrients, but there had been too much rainfall. After examining the soil, she took a look at the wheat growing in it. The wheat and maize had already fallen into the mud. Standing up then, she asked, "Have you planted anything else besides these?" "No, because these are the only things we can eat. Even though there isn't much, they're still essential to plant," he explained. As this statement sank in, Nangong Qingjin gradually understood. It wasn't that they hadn't tried planting other crops, but their mindset remained rather conservative. Moreover, they didn't believe that planting other crops would even survive. With this realization, she recalled something and asked, "You perform sacrifices every year here, right? Not just annually. We sacrifice every month. Do you sacrifice to the river god and the dragon deity?" Zisang he asked after staying silent for a long while, because he had already seen the shrine at the entrance of the village and an opulent temple almost like a palace. It was unclear which deity resided within since it was too far away to see clearly. Since it was some distance, the officer quickly nodded. "We sacrifice not only to the dragon deity and the river god, but also to Bodhisattva. Now, let's go check it out." Zisang he immediately set off ahead. Upon reaching the temple, they found it magnificently built. His eyebrows furrowed for a long moment upon arrival. Within the temple, people moved in and out steadily. Incense smoke curled around as a benevolent-looking bodhisattva sat squatting on the altar. The statue of the bodhisattva was large, making it appear very majestic. Chapter 264, Nangong Qingjin implements reforms. Some people knelt on prayer mats to pray, while others were crying ing something, probably recounting their own tragic experiences. Others noticed Nangong Qingjin and her group enter. They nodded slightly as a sign of welcome. Here, there were many people. The village leader bowed respectfully upon their arrival, as if treating the bodhisattva like his own family. Nangong Qingjin could already see that the backwardness of these people stemmed from laziness and a lack of critical thinking. More importantly, these people had a strong faith in various deities, both real and imaginary. She did not oppose religious beliefs, but this kind of blind faith was ignorant. They should use their time to do proper things instead of sighing here in despair. Now, after circling around with Zisang he, Nangong Qingjin looked at the crowd, and the crowd smiled warmly back at them. Nangong Qingjin noticed a shaman prescribing medicine carelessly nearby. When she went over for a closer look, she recognized the shaman as the one by the riverbank a few days ago. She realized that the so-called Hebo's bride incident was concocted by this person, who was now misleading the villagers once again. "This medicine is a divine gift bestowed upon you. Go home, take the medicine well, and your illness will soon be cured." As he spoke, he wrapped some incense ash and handed it to a kneeling middle-aged woman. It was clear that the middle-aged woman was quite ill, but it was also evident that she deeply trusted the shaman. After the shaman finished speaking, she took the incense ash with gratitude, endlessly thanking him. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin immediately waved her hand. Come over here, let me check on you. Huh, this. The middle-aged woman hesitated, reluctant to come over. The village leader immediately frowned sternly, pointing to the spot beside him. You, come over here quickly. Hearing this, the woman came over at once. Nangong Qingjin felt her pulse and found that the woman's condition wasn't yet beyond hope. Her ailment seemed to be an internal organ issue. Nodding, she went to the doorway, pulled out 2 types of medicinal herbs, and gave them to the woman. Boil these, and you'll get better soon. What? What is this? The middle-aged woman clearly couldn't believe that these seemingly insignificant herbs could save her life. She blinked repeatedly, looking puzzled at Nangong Qingjin. It's medicine. Don't you take medicine? Whatever it is, I've sincerely prayed. I'll get better through my prayers. As the middle-aged woman spoke, she prepared to throw away the herbs. Nangong Qingjin understood at least one thing. This woman believed in deities to the point of superstition. Medicine would never cross her lips, but Nangong Qingjin still insisted sternly. You must use it. I swear on the name of the gods. You? She scrutinized Nangong Qingjin, noticing first that she appeared compassionate, and secondly, she realized how unusual Nangong Qingjin was acting now. Unwilling to disobey, she reluctantly nodded. So, this. While speaking, she took out the incense ash, sniffing it near her nose. It was just ordinary sandalwood incense, nothing special. If someone cut their finger, the incense ash could help stop bleeding, but drinking it dissolved in water as a cure-all was clearly nonsense. Nangong Qingjin smirked, realizing that someone was masquerading as a spirit to deceive people. Ibo wants to have a chat with someone recently, she said, glancing at the shaman beside her. Let's go, by the riverside. I have to stay here. I'm guiding people, curing them here. He argued, obstinately refusing to leave. Nangong Qingjin didn't force him, but Zisong he disagreed, glaring coldly at the shaman. Not only are you going, but your fellow shamans too. Let's go, don't waste time, he growled coarsely. At this moment, the village leader stepped forward to intervene. The Dharma protector has summoned you. There must be profound meaning. Go together. All right, the man reluctantly agreed. Soon enough, 7 or 8 shamans had gathered. These seemed to be the only ones living relatively well, enjoying good food and finer goods. Now, Nangong Qingjin and her companions began heading toward the riverside. Yesterday, when we landed, our elder deity wanted to communicate with your human shamans. Tell someone to prepare the seats. The village leader heard this and immediately grinned, since the spirits had not forgotten them, nor abandoned them. This situation was promising. Someone had already prepared the mats. Nangong Qingjin smiled and said, Hebo wants to talk with all of you, and you must already understand how this will go. Go ahead. How could we possibly do that? It's unacceptable. The shaman realized what they were planning, to use him as a bride for Hebo in the same way he had done to others. This was certain death. The smart ones among them understood what would happen if they sat on the mats and let themselves be pushed down the river by the current. But Zisong he was already stepping forward, patting the headman's shoulder. If your faith is sincere, Hebo won't cause any trouble. If shamans refuse to enter the water, Hebo may punish you all when he hears about it. If you truly believe in the deities, you should treat this seriously. I am being serious here. If you don't, and instead mock the deities in such a manner, misfortune will come upon you, and I mean it. He glanced at the headman while saying this. The headman immediately got the message. The divine spirits are watching over us. Go ahead. Quick, quick. The shamans were already scared out of their wits, but couldn't escape. Before long, they were placed on the mats and gently pushed off toward the deeper waters. In no time, the mats sank to the bottom, and everyone who went in disappeared without a trace. On the shore, Nangong Qingjin watched this with a faint smile curling her lips. Zisong he also displayed a sinister smirk. If only there really were deities, that would have been perfect. They wouldn't have faced death. Nearby, the headman chuckled, asking cautiously, When will they return? Perhaps they won't return anytime soon. But that doesn't matter. Let's ask this person to notify Hebo to come back early. Nangong Qingjin pointed at someone else while speaking. That person immediately started begging for mercy, kneeling frantically, but to no avail. Zisong he simply repeated, Sincerity brings miracles, forcing him into submission. With his face twisted in despair, he was soon put onto another mat and sent downstream. Ripples appeared on the water surface briefly, then faded. In no time, he too met his end. Nangong Qingjin decided to continue one after another in this fashion. I suppose Hebo is hosting a grand banquet today. Since it is an opportunity for communication between humans and gods, everyone should attend. Headman, please gather all the religious figures. The headman didn't dare hesitate and quickly brought all the local shamans together. One by one, Zisong he and Nangong Qingjin found bizarre excuses to send each of them into the water. Soon enough, they were swallowed by the vast river. Afterward, Nangong Qingjin finally turned around, smiling warmly at the headman nearby. All right, let's head back. But the headman gestured awkwardly at the tranquil water surface. All the people who went in were gone now. Scratching his head, the headman asked anxiously, When will they return? Never, she replied coolly, making the headman's eyes widen dramatically. That cannot be. That cannot be. They're supposed to communicate with the deities. Without these shamans, our village will fall apart. Don't worry, there are still us. These people have only been deceitful and manipulative, leading astray with falsehoods. There is nothing commendable about them. Don't pay attention to them. If they truly can communicate with the deities, they will surely return soon. If not, does that not indirectly prove that they are merely hypocritical fraudsters? But, two immortals, please, bring them back. It's too late. Zisong, he finished speaking and headed toward the temple. Once inside, he looked at the deity statue for a moment, then pulled down the sacred veil. Somebody, move this deity away. What kind of nonsense is this? The headman was already sweating profusely. A deity cannot be moved. This place is the home of the deity. Here, precisely here. He stomped his foot as he spoke. Zisong, he sighed. The home seems to have gotten overly comfortable for this deity. You've offered incense and worship to the deity, but the deity hasn't done any real deeds in return. So, it's time for the deity to relocate. But this, absolutely unacceptable. The headman was frantic like an ant on a hot pot, pacing back and forth. For so long, they'd always respected the deity deeply, yet suddenly moving the deity felt sacrilegious beyond belief. However, Zisong, he continued coldly smiling, ordering people to carry the deity away. Hurry, hurry. A few trembling villagers approached and carried the deity away, creating utter chaos on site. Zisong, he instructed his men to thoroughly transport the deity into a small, dark, completely lightless little room, then declared, the temple occupies a vast area. Going forward, this will be the main office of our administration. This, absolutely unacceptable. What about the deity? The deity can go wherever it's cool. Zisong, he chuckled as he spoke, and Nangong Qingjin beside him laughed too. At times like these, the two of them didn't even need to exchange words, they just needed to glance at each other. They had developed an unspoken understanding. Now that the deity was gone, this place would be reorganized into their main headquarters for operations. That day, the area bustled with activity as Zisong, he and Nangong Qingjin examined other parts of the region. After observation, they had already reached some conclusions. This place wasn't beyond saving. The problems here weren't severe. She understood this, and so did he. The day passed in a mix of hard work and stolen moments of rest. By evening, Nangong Qingjin and Zisong, he were already discussing what to do next and how to proceed. It's clear that the people here are very devoted to their deities, and aside from that, they tend to be idle and lack critical thinking. If growing wheat and other crops isn't working, then let's try rice. Do you remember when we got lost in that orchard? Nangong Qingjin suddenly asked, but of course, Zisong, he remembered it vividly. Yes, I do. But at first glance, it seemed like that event had no direct connection to their current situation. However, Zisong, he quickly added, back then, I examined the soil. The earth here has the same color. Chapter 265, Zisong, he's revolution. However, it takes 10 years to grow a tree, and if we really wait until the fruits are ripe, probably people will starve to death. It was the truth, but Nangong Qingjin immediately laughed. The temperature and climate here suit those fruits very well. What you said is quite right. Wanting to change this place through fruit does require time. But if we plant mulberry leaves, it would be different. Mulberry leaves can improve the soil. We should plant them all at the village entrance. After 1 year, we can raise silkworms and make silk textiles. I have already discussed with Jiachong today. There are Rongdi around us, and Rongdi people on the grasslands do not have textiles. Then, we exchange their cattle and sheep for trade, forming a trading country government. After that, we temporarily won't worry about food, right? She said while looking at Zisong, who nodded immediately. Next, we need to plant other fruit trees in remote areas where no one will go. We don't need to care for them. Unknowingly, these fruit trees will grow healthily, he said, glancing at Zisong. Zisong nodded. Now, we need seeds, and more importantly, we need to see how we can get here from the capital city. Jing City is far, but if we could transport many things from the capital city here, it would be great. Why don't we breed fish, turtles, shrimp, and crabs since there are so many mud ponds? Zisong said, and Nangong Qingjin immediately nodded. What you said makes perfect sense. Since there's ample space, let's start this plan tomorrow. Good, I'll take note of it tomorrow, he said as he looked at Nangong Qingjin, who smiled faintly. She never expected she would escape danger, nor did she think she would be giving orders here. She was smart and well-informed, spotting many flaws here. The people here believed in deities and sought divine protection or guidance for every big or small matter. But actually, what do gods know? They know nothing, because the world itself has no gods. We need to establish schools here. If people gain knowledge, their thinking will change. We will proceed step by step after some time. The next day, the deity statue was once again moved back to its old position. Nangong Qingjin and Zisong, he glanced at each other. Nangong Qingjin pointed at a nearby drumstick, and Zisong, he understood immediately. By noon, they had the kind-hearted villagers called over one by one. Villagers came, supporting their elders and carrying children, barely covered, almost naked. Seeing so many people gathered, Jiachong finally asked, we do not know why exactly you gathered us here. Most of us have arrived. Everyone who can come has come, some couldn't come. How could some not come? Nangong Qingjin questioned. Today, what they were doing required everyone's participation, yet apparently, some didn't want to show up. This, because clothes are tight here. Each household only has one piece of clothing. Whoever goes out wears it, and whoever doesn't stay inside stays unclothed. Someone explained while looking sideways at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin nodded. All right, whoever comes, comes. She then gave a glance to Zisong, who grabbed the drumstick and stood up. I'm going to destroy the deity image starting today. From now on, please don't do these things anymore. Everyone gasped, too shocked even to rescue the idol as Zisong, he smashed it apart, leaving fragments scattered on the ground in pieces, colorful yet startling. All right, you may go home. In the future, I will arrange your daily lives and production, he said while waving his hand. People stared in shock, and Jiachong fainted upon witnessing the scene. Nangong Qingjin rushed to pinch the man's philtrum, waking him up with difficulty. What on earth are you two doing? This is inviting heavenly punishment. I am the one who destroyed the deity. Whatever retribution there is, I will take full responsibility. Tomorrow, I still have other things to do. This. Jia Chong deeply doubted bringing them here was the right thing. They all stared at each other, unsure what to do. After a day of adjustments, a plaque bearing the words General Office was hung, marking its official opening. Early the next morning, Nan Gongqing and Zi Sang, he rose early, spreading a map. After assessing the overall age and population here, Nan Gongqing found out that the youth in this place weren't scarce. There were quite a number of people aged over 18 to around 30, all very strong and sturdy. Summon these 500 people here. I have plans for them. Normally, such an occurrence was uncommon, but Jia Chong could only call upon these few hundreds. They hadn't rested well, and yawns filled the air as they stood there. Seeing this, Nan Gongqing couldn't help but feel disheartened. Many reasons led to this backwardness, so Nan Gongqing intended to gradually address each issue. You follow me. As she spoke, she led this group swiftly. Following her lead, these individuals arrived by the side of the village, with a layout consisting of intersecting paths and distant barking chickens and dogs heard clearly. Stopping there, Nan Gongqing looked at the seemingly endless farmland before her eyes. The fields contained crops struggling through a phase where the old crop was depleted while the new one had yet to come. Some crops almost seemed on the brink of death. There were small beans and wheat, but they were congested within the soil, appearing pitiful. Now, what should we do? Jia Chong didn't understand what Zi Sang he and Nan Gongqing planned to do next. Zi Sang he gazed at the fields ahead. Uproot all visible crops from every piece of land and thoroughly plow the soil. Once everything is properly handled, spread agricultural manure. What's agricultural manure? Asked Jia Chong, looking towards Nan Gongqing. She immediately replied, manure is agricultural fertilizer. The people naturally refused to work, not just refusing but firmly opposing Zi Sang, he and Nan Gongqing's orders. Nan Gongqing declared, if you want to prosper, you must listen to me. If you don't comply, calamity will befall you. Saying it quite sternly, Zi Sang he quickly nodded beside her. At first, they weren't particularly afraid. However, Nan Gongqing remained silent and stated simply, today, I expect all crops here to disappear without a trace, then walked away. Jia Chong hurried after her, bowing deeply and pleading, Miss, kind miss, if we destroy these grains, what shall we eat in autumn? It's already summer. But Nan Gongqing said nothing in response. Miss, sir, this cannot be done, it's impossible, he continued, catching up to her desperately. I'll make sure you eat better things. Trust whom you use, suspect those you don't trust. And if by autumn, you don't get cattle and sheep to eat, I swear, I'll commit suicide right before your eyes. After saying this, Nan Gongqing frowned seriously. The poverty here stems from ignorance. You've seen it now. How much grain can actually be reaped even if all those crops were harvested? Such wastage of farmland is unacceptable. Everything is a resource. Now, I need you to follow my guidance. While speaking, she gazed steadily into Jia Chang's eyes. He reluctantly agreed. Don't disappoint me, Zi Sang he remarked, then moved toward a nearby spot. Walking for a bit, he turned back and said, send the map to the general office. It's useful, and the sooner, the better. He left while speaking. Meanwhile, Jia Chong knew full well that these crops were beyond saving. But talking about eating beef and mutton seemed completely unrealistic. The entire village possessed merely a few oxen, and as for sheep, none existed at all. Jia Chong arranged for the maps to be sent over and organized the villagers to start working promptly. Despite their resentment, being farmers meant they accomplished the task rather quickly. In just a day, these 500 people cleared the area of any remaining crops. The next day, another day passed with agricultural manure evenly spread across the field. With clear skies and pleasant sunshine, the manure began to ferment slowly. After observation, Nan Gongqing and Zi Sang he identified a path leading outside. Having confirmed this path, the two began discussing because they were about to execute another shocking plan, which utterly terrified Jia Chong. What? You're going to open a road? No way, absolutely no way. No negotiation possible. For thousands of years, we've lived here. We are locals who don't wish to interact with the outside world. Outsiders are bad, we cannot allow it. Do you mean the mountain cannot be altered? If we don't change the mountain situation, how can herds of cattle and sheep enter? Nan Gongqing asked, looking around. Are there really cattle and sheep? No, digging through this mountain peak for what? Am I insane? Although, at the moment, what Nan Gongqing and Zi Sang he were doing seemed a bit crazy, it still wasn't entirely off the wall. The purpose of opening up a path was to let cattle and sheep in. Seeing their mysterious behavior, Jia Chong suddenly remembered that these two had quite some background. Despite initial disbelief, he eventually had no choice but to concede. All right, let's trust you, I'll trust you. With that, Jia Chong led everyone enthusiastically into action. Over here, Nan Gongqing and Zi Sang he started bustling around. They began recalling certain individuals within the imperial court and proceeded to write threatening letters. A certain name, we hope by a specific date and time you will have 100 taels of silver ready, placed at such and such location, for us to retrieve. Otherwise, your activities last night with Miss Xiao Taohong at Tianxiang Tower will come to the attention of your wife. Otherwise, the matter of your corruption last year involving official Li will be exposed, and so on. After all, Zi Sang he had once served as emperor, thus knowing exactly whom to send the threats to, and how to phrase them so they would be potent and effective. Before long, the threatening letters were dispatched. If successful, there was an 80 to 90% chance of bringing in 500 taels of silver. Judging from the current price of 3 coins per pound of seed and 3 coins per mulberry tree, much could be acquired. Nan Gongqing remained behind, awaiting Zisanghe's good news, while also starting preparations to clear this mountain path to ensure Zisanghe's items could safely arrive once everything was set. Collaborating, each taking responsibility for separate tasks, Zisanghe, after disguising himself, had already departed. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqing, the present-day Nan Gongqing, had started researching something called gunpowder. Chapter 266, Opening the Long Sky Stairway. This was something she had seen before in a book called The Exploitation of the Works of Nature in the Imperial City. It said that by mixing saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, one could develop the raw materials for making divine fire-flying crows. Now, she didn't need divine fire-flying crows, but instead wanted to create an explosive compound. There was plenty of charcoal in the ancestral hall, with many century-old trees around, suggesting that the climate here was rather cold in winter. Thus, there was more than enough charcoal stored by the locals. She had some of the charcoal transported to the main office and then started looking for sulfur. Coincidentally, since it rained frequently here, a cave on the back mountain had rocks composed of sulfur. The sulfur was so pungent that it made people's eyes water profusely. Now having both charcoal and sulfur, all that remained was saltpeter, which was quickly found in the stones nearby as well. After calculating the proportions, Nan Gongqing decided to use gunpowder to blow up the mountain pass. Meanwhile, Zisanghe arrived unarmed, carrying threatening letters. On his first night in the imperial capital, he accurately tossed those threatening letters into the courtyards of high-ranking officials. By the end of the first day, these officials were trembling with fear and sent the silver to the designated place. It was then that he learned the current emperor of the imperial capital was Huangfu Kongming. If only he hadn't come to the imperial capital, it would have been fine. But upon arriving and witnessing its splendor, Zisanghe felt that if he didn't reclaim the throne, life would be meaningless. He wandered outside the purple splendor city for a long time, reminiscing about his past life. Today, he even saw Huangfu Kongming's imperial carriage. It soon came out from the house gate. People were watching the side where Huangfu Kongming got on the carriage along with a disabled woman who followed and also got on. He also spotted Siener, but no one knew where Huangfu Kongming was heading today. There were corrupt officials, and they were all somewhat afraid because this court belonged to Huangfu Kongming. His eyes did not tolerate any sand, so several of them glanced at each other uneasily, one after another leaving. Now, watching the emperor's carriage surrounded by many escorts leave, Zisanghe indeed felt quite disheartened. Fortunately, the silver money quickly gathered. In fact, to ensure safety, these officials gave much more silver than required. When Zisanghe counted everything, instead of 500 taels, he ended up with 700 taels, much to his joy. The next day, he bought a popular Lucian skirt liked by girls in the imperial capital for Nan Gongqing, and then began purchasing other things. A cart cost 10 taels of silver, and using 100 taels, he bought 10 carts. Loaded in the carts were rice and jobs tears, crops resistant to water, and lotus seeds, all very cheap in the imperial capital. With carts fully loaded and ready to go, he hired many people along the way. Thinking about the situation on the other side, Nan Gongqing likely had already cleared the valley path. For days, the sky had been cloudless, with clear blue skies. Now, after careful arrangements, Nan Gongqing had already instructed her men to bury specially made explosives at the mouth of the valley. No one understood exactly what Nan Gongqing intended to do. Everyone diligently worked hard, patiently waiting for her orders. After all, Nan Gongqing had already promised that before long, great herds of cattle and sheep would arrive. People eagerly awaited the arrival of livestock. Meanwhile, after a brief rest, Nan Gongqing reached the valley, and no one knew precisely what she planned to do. Nan Gongqing didn't bother answering their questions, merely saying she would perform a ritual and asking everyone to leave. They all understood she was a person of profound abilities and descended the mountain to wait accordingly. Not long after, Nan Gongqing ignited the explosives. Calculating the safe distance, she moved aside, standing like a snow lotus atop a lofty mountain, silent and motionless. Soon, a thunderous roar echoed loudly, awakening everyone abruptly. Subsequent muffled explosions rang one after another. Everyone immediately covered their ears. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Children cried and hid in their parents' arms. Imagining such a massive and overwhelming sound, how could it not be divine power? Nan Gongqing showed no particular expression on her face as the explosions proceeded exactly as she envisioned. Timing was calculated perfectly. The explosions continued in quick succession without flaw. Before long, it was all over, and amid a thick mist of rolling smoke, everyone gathered at the valley entrance. Previously, the only access to this place was a narrow bird path for pedestrians. Now, it seemed that everything had become extraordinary and was simply unbelievable. Amid the smell of sulfur, people had arrived, as Nan Gongqing said, excavate, without hesitation, and everyone began digging. On the distant high mountains, even the barbarians heard this sound. At that time, the barbarians were divided into southern and northern groups. They were all people who claimed dominance over certain mountains. The southerners bore tattoos and wore distinctive hairstyles, while the northerners were robust and strong. Barbarians could further be categorized into groups such as the Jurchen, Rurin, and Mongols, among others. Their leader, Khan, was bending his bow to shoot a great eagle when he suddenly heard a sound like thunder, which startled him greatly. A big bird escaped from under his bow and arrow. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and headed toward the highest point, wanting to see where this seismic origin was coming from. As they ascended for a better view, one couldn't help but say, "Seeing is believing." Everyone observed that not far away, at the foot of the mountain, there lay vast expanses of black rammed earth, being obliterated under the explosions like a mighty force erasing everything. "What's going on?" the leader of the barbarians asked incessantly. Because of the distance, the nearby spies had no clue what was happening and could only watch open-mouthed, completely speechless. "Hurry and go check," commanded the Khan. The spy immediately went off, but by the time they got there, it was already impossible to find out anything because the evidence had vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, those who initially opposed Nangong now stared with wide eyes after seeing her plan come to fruition. Without spending even an ounce of manpower or resources, she had flattened an entire enormous mountain peak, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed such an event? Several individuals glanced at each other awkwardly, unable to utter a single word. Beside them, the squad captain acted almost like a thief, constantly peeking around nervously, stretching his neck and waiting anxiously. He stuttered, having never witnessed such immense power. Such strength must surely be divine if it wasn't supernatural. It seemed like this place had truly not been abandoned by divine spirits. The few nearby also smiled sincerely. Although most didn't understand exactly what was happening, one thing was clear. Starting today, the path leading out of here would gradually be opened. For thousands of years, they had never left this place, and for just as long, they hadn't seen the outside world. The old status quo had been one of complete isolation between different places, with no contact at all. However, from this day forward, advanced civilizations far away would inevitably soon arrive through this road. Some rejoiced, while others worried. Some were afraid of outside influences disturbing their secluded life, afraid even of leaves falling from the sky and hitting them. Others were eager, expressing a desire to follow Nangong, and she preferred the latter group. By now, the explosion had finished thoroughly. The dust swirling in front of their eyes gradually dissipated. Nangong surveyed the terrain from atop a hill, noticing how the serpentine-like route was beginning to emerge. Satisfied, she nodded. "All right, Captain, trouble you and your men to gather some soil. I've already inspected earlier, and it seems the disaster here has been severe. During the flood season, the river along the bank often floods back. There's no problem. We can carry these soils, return, and build embankments alongside the riverbank." What does effortless achievement mean? Now, the people understood at least this much. Nangong strange behavior hadn't merely opened up the local pathway, but also utilized dirt from the explosion to reinforce against flooding waters during the flood season. Thinking back on it now, it really was extraordinarily clever. People were bustling about busily, working energetically. Over here, the captain saw how everyone was hard at work and came closer, smiling kindly while kowtowing deeply. He said, "Goddess, living goddess, please do not leave us. If you go, we'll really be unsure of what to do in the future." "I won't," she replied briefly, nodding and saying, "This place is overly backward, with many places needing reforms. Naturally, I wouldn't quit halfway through, and I don't engage in half-baked efforts." She continued, "No matter what happens, I will continue to help you as always. But I hope you do not excessively publicize my presence here. Just like Master Bai, I enjoy tranquility and dislike disturbance." No, in fact, it wasn't merely enjoying peace and disliking unrest. Rather, she feared persecution so much so that any trivial move could lead to unforeseen consequences. She understood perfectly well. At least, she didn't want anyone to know she was here. Otherwise, all peace and tranquility here will be gone. After a few words were spoken, the group leader immediately nodded. Good, the immortal can rest assured. How would I dare to speak recklessly? With the immortal here, the common people of the Nightlong Kingdom are extremely grateful, truly grateful. The immortal is a living bodhisattva. From now on, whatever the immortal does, I, Shiman Bao, will follow the immortal's lead and obey fully. That feeling is mutual. I hope you mean what you say. Regardless of what I do, give me strength and support. Never vote against me. Now, I need girls who can walk freely in the mountains and fields. They must be literate, smart, with good memory, and in good health. I need about 20. As for this, I'll arrange it immediately." The group leader didn't know what Nangong intended to do, but after seeing that miraculous display just now, he was convinced from the bottom of his heart. Imagine, who could so easily move an entire mountain peak other than gods or immortals? With a chuckle, the group leader left to make arrangements and, in no time, had gathered 20 literate girls. When the girls walked over in neat formation, Nangong gave a satisfied smile. These 20 girls appeared to have a scholarly air, each possessing her own unique qualities. Approaching the first girl, Nangong glanced down and asked, "What books did you study before?" Chapter 267, Skilled at Using Strength. Your servant married quite early and didn't dare to read many books in the Jun family. My lady once said, "A woman's virtue is not having talent, and a man's virtue is his own talent." As a woman, I can only clean the courtyard and keep within bounds. However, I have read 2 or 3 books such as Female Analects, Admonitions for Women, and Instructions for Women. Though somewhat unsatisfied, Nangong still nodded. "So you can recognize characters, roughly able to write and use them. But may I ask why the young miss has summoned me?" This girl was clearly interested. After all, Her family always thought it wrong for girls to study. Over time, she even doubted her own views and values. However, it seemed that Nan Gongqing was satisfied with her. Nan Gongqing smiled without answering and kept everyone guessing, asking the same question repeatedly. Each person's answers were not entirely comprehensible, but mostly similar. They were generally literate. With this realization, Nan Gongqing knew what needed to be done. It's already too backward here. There's a reason I've brought you all together. Starting from today, come to my office daily. Likely the families will have objections. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongqing immediately turned to the headman beside her. He stepped forward and began conversing with Nan Gongqing. She needed these people because Nan Gongqing had long discovered how behind the times this place was. Here, everything reflected extreme backwardness. First, the locals needed to learn medicine. By mastering medical science, they could ensure physical health. Now, the witch doctors and shamans had been replaced by her. In the future, when someone falls ill, they would need to see specialists. For now, no such specialized department existed, so Nan Gongqing believed she should establish one. Men might be careless, but women were different. They were wise and observant, meticulous in every detail. Now, assigning tasks to girls made her feel more assured, which gradually led her to prefer working with women. Walking along, smiling faintly, soon enough, they reached their destination. These girls, I'm borrowing them. Each day, they need to come to the academy for 2 hours. These girls will become remarkable individuals in the future. Go communicate with their families. Do not dismiss these girls. Girls studying is naturally good. Yes. The headman immediately left. Nan Gongqing looked at these girls, whose clothing and appearance were quite simple. Although exposing oneself in public like this isn't ideal, she hoped the girls could frequently visit her. She intended to impart all her knowledge to them. The girls didn't know exactly what they were supposed to do, yet were glad to follow Nan Gongqing since she had become a true idol to everyone. In a month, I'll have you understand the essentials of various matters thoroughly. Who says women are inferior to men? Everyone must work hard, and I'll teach you everything I know. Really? The leading girl's bright eyes widened as she gazed at Nan Gongqing, who was known for keeping her promises, thus nodded resolutely. I say what I mean. Come from dawn onward, and I will roll call. If you can't make it, please take leave beforehand. Once you arrive, I will teach you some life-saving techniques. Once you've learned these life-saving techniques, others won't look down on you anymore. Alright, for today, we'll dismiss. Nan Gongqing waved as the girls prepared to leave, but suddenly something occurred to her. Don't go in a hurry, leader, come over here. Actually, she hadn't recalled the name of the girl she noticed earlier, but she seemed virtuous and older, potentially capable of being an exemplary figure for the group. Hence, she gestured with her hand. The girl approached promptly. You need to prepare a list for me shortly. It's a roster, so I can roll call tomorrow. On this roster, I expect the names of these girls, their home addresses, etc. Please deliver it to me early tomorrow morning. Don't forget. That's easy. I'll bring it tonight to your headquarters instead of waiting until tomorrow. Even better. Nan Gongqing nodded immediately. Temporarily, she feared forgetting the names of so many students, so using nicknames like leader or second was convenient. There was nothing out of the ordinary about this, and the group departed. Over here, just as Nan Gongqing turned around, she saw a group of children already chattering and playing noisily as they approached. These children were ragged in appearance, clearly indicative of their harsh living conditions. Nan Gongqing immediately walked over and positioned herself in front of the headman. Is there a village school around here? What is a village school? The headman had never heard of such a thing, and upon realizing even he was unaware, Nan Gongqing immediately understood. She pointed at the nearby children who were chasing each other and loudly cursing, displaying rude behavior. Seeing this, even the headman felt quite embarrassed. These children are like uncivilized people. Please don't mind them. How can I not mind? Even if I did not care, wouldn't you still need to pay attention? Nan Gongqing said. Our generation has failed. Now, children represent the future power, the future itself. But with these futures, can you genuinely see any hope on them? To be frank with you, these children will grow up unable to accomplish anything. A village school is the place that imparts cultural knowledge and martial arts to these children, but it's crucial for every child to learn how to read. Isn't it awful living as an illiterate person? She spoke while looking at the man standing beside her. The headman immediately grasped her meaning. Miss. He bowed deeply, saying, Miss, you are truly concerned about matters of national welfare. Without hiding it from you, it's not that we don't want to establish a village school for the children, but 2 obstacles prevent us from doing so. Nan Gongqing, being extraordinarily intelligent, had already discerned these difficulties, articulating them clearly. First, it must surely be a matter of funding, right? The headman didn't expect Nan Gongqing to be so astute, nodding repeatedly. The second issue is, who would teach at the village school, right? This second question raised by Nan Gongqing actually struck at the heart of the matter. At this point, the headman nodded eagerly. Looking at Nan Gongqing, she smiled slightly. Let me tell you honestly, Bai Gongzi is proficient in both culture and martial arts. In terms of literary skills, his talent rivals that of anyone able to compose quickly under pressure. As for martial arts, he is also highly skilled. Would Mr. Bai be willing to teach these untrained kids? That goes without saying. From now on, I hope you lead people immediately to build a Montessori school here. There are plenty of timber, stones, and bricks available. It must protect against wind and rain. Don't let the building look too shabby. Yes. Now, I'll bring some people to start building. The location has already been chosen by you. It should be at the center of the village, where it's convenient for everyone to gather. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the headman left with the others. There were indeed abundant resources here. The bamboo in the back mountain was in plentiful supply, and the houses could be built solidly. However, things beyond basic construction remained scarce. Nan Gongqingjin moved to a nearby position and began reflecting seriously. The problem of growing plants on the land had been resolved, and her medical knowledge had successors, relieving her burden of loneliness. It was essential to prepare early for carrying forward her legacy. Other situations would be slowly reformed one by one. With 2 tasks completed, the remaining problems would be resolved step by step. Now, she quietly pondered what more needed to be done after opening the mountain path. People passed before her eyes. It used to be difficult to reinforce the moat around the city, but now it was effortless. Thanks to the soil Nan Gongqingjin had extracted, which seemed inexhaustible, the people, using wheelbarrows, spread the soil along the riverside in no time, strengthening the banks. Subsequently, other tasks gradually improved as well. Seeing all this, Nan Gongqingjin felt gratified deep down. She then considered other matters, but wasn't in a rush. Presently, having circled around the vicinity, everything ahead had been arranged, so she wasn't concerned. Walking quietly through this stagnant village, she suddenly noticed the abundance of bamboo and wood here. One day, when there's time, arrange for someone to cut down the bamboo and wood. I have big plans. She added, cut down the bamboo and wood and instruct the young and strong men to follow my guidance. I'll think about the rest later. Follow me to take a walk behind. Only then did Nan Gongqingjin realize that Yelong Kingdom was a vast territory. Although it wasn't a capital country, based on the headman's explanation, the nation was not far away. However, Nan Gongqingjin currently preferred not to meddle in unnecessary affairs. No nation or country was of any interest to her. Nan Gongqingjin didn't wish to see any of it, and these matters couldn't spark even the slightest bit of interest in her. Reaching the back mountain, Jia Chong was already out of breath. Upon arriving at the stream, he had filled his water pouch and brought it over to Nan Gongqingjin. After she drank, she continued her examination around the area and discovered a large canyon that emitted an unpleasant stench. Miss, no, not possible. From Jia Chang's reaction, it seemed as if something terrifying lay ahead, his face turning green with fear. This left Nan Gongqingjin rather hesitant. Is there any danger? To be honest with you, the elders say a huge dragon died here. That's why it still smells awful now. We commoners should not go near it, so we don't dare. I must warn you, miss, it would be better to head back now. We've accomplished much today. As Jia Chong spoke, he pointed towards the nearby canyon. The canyon wasn't densely covered by towering plants, but instead presented a foreboding shade of green, indicating an abundance of low shrubs. Even from afar, an unpleasant smell could be detected, initially overwhelming. But very quickly, one would realize this odor wasn't unbearable, having the distinct scent of decay rather than the smell of rotting corpses. Nan Gongqingjin was well versed in recognizing the foul odor of decaying bodies. The two exchanged glances for a while before Nan Gongqingjin finally responded. Am I an ordinary person? Chapter 268. Nan Gongqingjin discovers resources. That goes without saying, but for the sake of safety, we shouldn't go. None of us have been there before. That won't do. The more dangerous a place is, the more I like it. Besides, I enjoy adventuring. If none of you go here, how would you know it's not safe? I'm not overly curious, but this smell, it seems there's more to it than you said. Miss, please don't go, just don't go. Jia Chong looked at Nan Gongqingjin with a bitter smile. To stop her, he was almost bowing and nodding. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqingjin didn't seem to care at all, smiling lightly as she gripped Jia Chang's machete. She had already chopped down a young bamboo plant by its root, sharpened the front end very sharply, then split it into 2 halves, giving one half to Jia Chong, while keeping the other half for herself. The two walked forward, Jia Chong reluctantly stepping ahead. Soon, they reached a nearby position. Strangely, at first, the smell was so foul that it made one want to vomit, but as they got closer, the smell actually started to become pleasant. Nan Gongqingjin realized that this matter was far from simple, immediately moving forward. Upon reaching the spot, she lowered her gaze, sniffed, and said, I think I understand what this is about. Shen Kuo mentioned in Dreambrook essays that this black water will surely be useful in the future. Let's gather some and take it back. While speaking, she emptied her water bag completely, filling it with the pitch black water, then turned back. Miss, what good can this pitch black and foul-smelling stuff possibly be? I don't know, but I will research it. She nodded. If it really proves to be useful, then we will strike it rich. Don't just focus on your immediate grain supplies. Heaven will never close all paths. There are many useful resources here, such as timber and bamboo, or even other things. You must see the usefulness of things and not only their uselessness. Yes. Even Nan Gongqingjin herself did not know the exact use of these pitch black waters. There were insufficient records in ancient historical books. Now, after loading this substance into her water bag, it became heavier than before, feeling weighty and solid. As they walked along, observing carefully, the area seemed remote, but was abundant with natural resources, all gifts from nature. There are frequent flash floods here, so I'm sure there are plenty of fish, turtles, shrimps, and crabs in the river, right? Certainly, where we live has no shortage of them. During flood season, sometimes crabs even wander into our courtyards. These crabs are large. They say that the crabs from Daunting Lake are big, but if we're talking about holding up crab claws in a drinking competition, I believe ours surpass theirs. Have you ever thought about selling these crabs? This place was extremely poor, and poverty and backwardness were common here, yet no one had stepped up to lead them out of such dire circumstances. This kind of poverty could be changed, and it wasn't difficult. Because, after extensive research and compilation, she had gradually understood everything here fairly clearly. But soon, Jia Chang's expression changed. Miss, you may not know, but in our Nightwolf country, people are divided into 4 classes. For classes? I've heard before that we divide people into 9 categories. What are these 4 types of people? Tell me about them. As she spoke, she extended her hand and grasped the large flower cluster of a hibiscus flower beside her, breaking it off. Then, Jia Chang confidently explained. These 4 classes are divided based on people's livelihoods into scholars, peasants, artisans, and merchants. Scholars are the most prestigious, who generation after generation live in wealth and nobility, and are also eligible to hold office in the court. This made sense to Nan Gongqing Jin. Throughout history, people have always placed significant importance on officials, which is understandable. Next come the farmers, who are respected because without farmers, what would we eat? Water alone. It's definitely important. He sounded proud when explaining, though Nan Gongqing Jin didn't feel any particular pride since, given the current situation, being a farmer wasn't exactly something aspirational. Following them are the workers, who are skilled craftsmen. Without these artisans, we wouldn't have anything to eat. Ranging from small items like pots and pans to large constructions like houses and buildings, it's all thanks to workers providing them. Are merchants the most despised then? In fact, in the imperial capital, no one looked down on merchants. But judging from the current situation here, it seemed like merchants were the least respected of all. At this moment, Nan Gongqing Jin was discussing with Jia Chang. A well-educated man had just passed by them, nodding his head as he walked. Manager Jia, hello. Neither overly roaching nor cold, but this caught Nan Gongqing Jin's attention. This person's attire appeared very luxurious, at least, compared to others around. This individual was exceptionally elegant, indicating a strong financial background. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this person was wearing mismatched shoes. This person is quite peculiar. He doesn't seem like someone who would leave home with mismatched shoes. His upper body looks immaculately kept. She spoke while observing the person beside her for a long time. Eventually, Jia Chang explained, that's a merchant. Merchant? How can you tell? In our Yelong country, merchants are not allowed to wear identical shoes. So this is their hallmark. After all, they don't need to work hard and gain wealth through speculation. It's improper behavior. As he said this, he spat once. Nan Gongqing Jin said, tomorrow, prepare some fine wine and gifts, and invite this person over during the hour. I need to meet this merchant. If you want to see someone, just tell me to go fetch them. There's no need for wine or gifts. That would ruin your reputation. Just let out a call, and they'll come running eagerly. You're giving them too much credit. No, I insist that you properly invite them over without any tricks. She understood that this merchant was more formidable than the present Jia Chang, perhaps even hundreds of times smarter. A few people exchanged glances before leaving separately. All right, I'll handle things according to your wishes. Although reluctant, Jia Chang realized after seeing Nan Gongqing Jin's attitude that he couldn't disobey. By the afternoon, the excavation work was extensive. In a single day, only a small part had been dug, roughly about 1/10, but the area surrounding the Grand Canal had already been filled up. It now seemed that this project held meaning. By evening, there came the sound of camel bells on the road. For 2 days, she had been anxiously awaiting, and finally, Zi sang he returned safely. Nan Gongqing Jin led everyone to the roadside, where 10 carts had arrived. Everyone was ecstatic, pointing at and examining the carts. Afterward, Zi sang he descended, opening the carriage doors. Saplings of mulberry trees, lotus seeds, and all other crops have been purchased, especially rice. This is 3-season rice. Meaning, if planted now, it will be ready for harvest by late autumn. The most fertile farmland should be immediately planted with rice for the late autumn harvest. As he spoke, he glanced at Nan Gongqing Jin, who merely smiled faintly. Do not act selfishly. We need teamwork. No one must slack off. This year's rice crop is what we'll use to overcome these difficulties. Whoever is skilled in growing rice, step forward immediately. I, Old Neo, am willing. A person stepped forward, patting their chest. Here, Nan Gongqing Jin nodded. Can you grow rice? I've been growing wheat these past few years, but 10 years ago, when I was in the capital, I grew rice. It's pretty much the same. The difference is that wheat grows in soil, while rice needs water. He said this while looking at those nearby, who promptly nodded in agreement. I'll help too. I know how to do it. Good. Starting tomorrow, regardless of whose rice paddies they are, make sure every single one is meticulously planted. Once the grain comes in late autumn, I'll distribute it among all of you. After making the arrangements, the people began unloading the cart. There was an abundance of grain and seeds, as well as mulberry saplings. There were also plants suitable for cultivation and water. The people exchanged glances as they unloaded the cart completely. Though numerous items were brought, everyone was brimming with enthusiasm. Such methods of planting were entirely unprecedented for them, and they were eager to give it a try. Seeing the carts emptied, Zi sang he leaped back onto the carriage effortlessly, extending his hand which Nan Gongqing Jin grasped. The two drove the carriage until they quickly reached the main office. You've worked hard. Thanks to you, Nan Gongqing Jin said. Then she added, now, is there any leftover money? Give it to me. I have a use for it. Yes, there are 200 taels left. Besides that, there's this. As he spoke, he handed over a brocade box. Nan Gongqing Jin did not know what was inside, hesitantly reaching out and opening it. To her surprise, it turned out to be a gown in imperial crimson. What? A dress? He nodded as he spurred the horse, which lazily plodded along towards the main office. After all, the horse hadn't rested much throughout the day and was quite exhausted. The return path was winding and irregular, sometimes visible, sometimes not. So, the horse was even more tired than before. Yours? Nangong Qingjin asked, glancing at Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe smiled with his lips pursed. How could it be mine? I specially bought it for you. Try it when you go back to see if it fits. The clothes here are simply terrible. You're right. I'll try it on when I get home. Thank you. While speaking, she extended her hand. Where are the other 200 taels? Give them to me. I need money tomorrow to have the mountain work started. Because for similar tasks, to do well requires both rewards and punishments. It's inevitable. In fact, the poverty and laziness here were closely intertwined. Yes, today, people indeed worked very hard, but considering the workload of 10 days, today being only the first day, no one would complain, nor would they tomorrow. However, after 3 or 5 days, people would inevitably start grumbling. After all, carving such a road would be extremely time-consuming and exhausting. Starting tomorrow, I will give each of these 20 individuals 5 qian of silver, and with this, they might accomplish their work better and more thoroughly. Doing this, not being understood by others now, is like harming the present generation while bringing benefits for future generations. Chapter 269, Their Journey of Discovery. Zisanghe, I'll need your help again. Tomorrow, you should modify these carts. I've already had the bamboo cut down, and I will teach people how to make paper from it. Once you sell this paper for money, use that money to buy books, pens, ink, and inkstones. The more you can get, the better. What are you planning to do? I'm going to build a school for children and pass on everything I've learned. We'll need pens, ink, and inkstones for that. So, does that mean you're not leaving anytime soon? He said, looking at Nangong Qingjin as he spoke. Nangong Qingjin nodded hesitantly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips, a thin but meaningful one. It seems like you haven't even asked who rules the world now. Does it matter to me? Nangong Qingjin asked, her eyes flicking toward Zisanghe beside her. Deep inside, though, she knew that the moment the question left her lips, her heart began to sink little by little. Yes, it definitely mattered to her, or else he wouldn't have brought it up. Because, so far, the only person most likely to become emperor was Huangfu Kongming. If Huangfu Kongming couldn't be the emperor, then there was no chance for anyone else. Her heart jolted as she glanced sideways at the man next to her. You guessed right, he replied simply. With that, his horsewhip snapped against the saddle, and the horse galloped forward at an incredible speed. Zisanghe offered no further explanation, knowing well in his heart that what he believed matched her thoughts exactly. Nangong Qingjin gave a seemingly light-hearted laugh. Whoever rules the rise and fall of the world, what does it have to do with me? Nothing. She smiled faintly as she spoke. Anyway, the tasks I assigned to you need immediate action. You've done very well today. Now, we need silver and technology. I understand. Good. Things are almost in place. From now on, let's proceed step by step, he said, a smile forming as he continued. At the general office, their guest house was pitch black. There were no candles available here, so there was no illumination whatsoever. No gatekeeper or maid stood guard. Only an old retainer remained. This elderly man served as both Nangong Qingjin's and Zisanghe's servant. Nangong Qingjin felt uneasy seeing such an elderly man still working for her, so she found a reason to let him rest tonight. Firewood couldn't be used for lighting, but could provide warmth. As they moved along the dark corridor, Zisanghe noticed something heavy in Nangong Qingjin's hands. What is this? It feels heavy. Let me take it. It's not wine, and it's not drinkable. Just hold on to it for now. We'll study it carefully once we're inside. Tonight, Zisanghe was unusually happy. Though he and Nangong Qingjin weren't lovers, he could tell from her tone that they had reached a level of deep intimacy. Inside the room, it was evident that the two trusted each other and wanted to give the other a chance to understand and interact better. They looked at each other in the darkness, and Nangong Qingjin could see the bright, black phoenix-like eyes of Zisanghe. They gleamed like stars in the distance. You have beautiful eyes. Same goes for you. He immediately agreed, earning a gentle laugh from Nangong Qingjin. They stepped into the dimly lit room, where Zisanghe had already prepared some flintstone. After striking the flintstone, he lit the candle nearby and placed a small bowl on the table, pouring the mysterious black liquid into it. Truly, neither Zisanghe nor Nangong Qingjin had ever seen such a substance before. Its purpose remained unknown. To examine it more clearly, Nangong Qingjin moved the candle closer. But suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the crack in the window. Damn, that unexpected draft blew the flame sharply askew. In an instant, neither Zisanghe nor Nangong Qingjin expected what happened next. The black liquid in the bowl ignited, glowing much brighter than the neighboring candlelight. Nangong Qingjin stared in amazement at the burning black liquid. It's truly unbelievable. This can be used for lighting, and anything useful for lighting might also be suitable for cooking or keeping warm. Excellent, excellent. This marks a whole new discovery. Starting tomorrow, we won't need to worry about conserving candles. It's not exactly candles. This water needs a proper name. What should we call it? What do you think, Zisanghe? Nangong Qingjin handed over the naming rights to Zisanghe with a glance. Zisanghe chuckled and replied, Tell me first, what do you think this is? How would I know? She said. Today, the foreman took me there and told me this is the oil of a giant dragon that is rotted. How could such an enormous creature possibly exist in the world? It's absolutely unbelievable, so I'm at a loss. Not only was she confused, but she realized how little she knew. Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but think. If such colossal creatures really existed in the world, wouldn't it be surprising? Beside her, Zisong he had already lifted up a needle with some of the so-called oil, gently sniffing it under his nose. After a while, he said, "It's not that smell. This must be something good from the cracks in the rocks. What about calling it petroleum?" He had accidentally coined a remarkable name that lasted for thousands of years into the future. At the moment, Nangong Qingjin nodded her head. Good, very good. You call it petroleum then, since it does come out from stone fissures. This is truly a gift from heaven. It'd be regrettable not to appreciate it. Exactly, he nodded, saying while nodding again. I've already done what you asked me to do, and soon these mulberry trees will be planted. Excellent. Nangong Qingjin almost wanted to clap in joy because mulberry trees live long and are drought-resistant. They also grow unaffected by mud, which was the true reason behind her entire plan from the beginning. Good. She nodded repeatedly, as if a scene of prosperity was already floating before her eyes. Yes, labor creates money, and money can buy necessities. Then people continue working. It was a perfect cycle. As long as everyone followed her arrangements, this place would definitely become wealthy. One shouldn't meddle in matters that don't concern them, but since she was here now, even though she was just a small figure without clear identity or origins, she was still reluctant to leave. There are other things, including silver, that have been prepared. What else do you plan on doing tomorrow? I'm going to prepare the rest of the main roads tomorrow. Once these roads are ready, everything will be easier. We need to establish civilization here, she said, sighing as she went on. But it will take time, and things will be messy for a while. Nothing in the world happens overnight, after all. After this, Nangong Qingjin continued, you must miss home after this trip to the capital city, don't you? You know, life in the capital is filled with political schemes and infighting. To say it bluntly, even though you might not believe it, it's exactly as described. I feel no attachment to my home at all. Zisong he furrowed his brows as he spoke. Indeed, what was the court like? In Nangong Qingjin's view, the court was indeed dark, brimming with corruption. She sighed deeply at Zisong he's current misfortune but quickly continued. Since that's the case, then why not just stay here? Here we're free, like true wandering clouds and solitary cranes. Even spending one's whole life here, how hard could it be? You really? He hesitated, unsure whether he should say it or not. But given their relationship now, it was better to speak his mind directly, because opportunities often vanish in a flash. For Zisong he to spend his whole life here meant nothing, as he'd experienced so much. Would he still harbor ambitions after everything? Upon seeing such a Zisong he, Nangong Qingjin immediately smiled radiantly, and said, just tell me whatever's on your mind. Watching you struggle to speak makes me uncomfortable too. With those words, Zisong he decided to pour out his feelings. I want to stay here with you, for a lifetime. Nangong Qingjin turned to look at Zisong he. She hadn't expected him to say such a thing, leaving her discomposed. She had rejected him many times before. After enduring so much together, she had come to understand who Zisong he really was. He was actually someone worthy of entrusting her life to. Though strict towards others, he treated her in every possible way. However, in Nangong Qingjin's view, their relationship was merely that of friends who maintained appropriate boundaries despite being emotionally close. But in Zisong he's heart, it seemed destined to deepen further. Sorry. Hearing this, Nangong Qingjin's lips began to tremble. In order to avoid letting Zisong he see her eyes, she quickly and decisively turned her head, moving her gaze from the burning petroleum to the pitch-black night. Tonight, it was very dark here, so dark that it was like a cave. That kind of darkness contrasted sharply with the light indoors. Nangong Qingjin accepted the darkness, and her eyes began to ache. Sorry, Zisong he, I think I haven't thought it over yet. But, I will take better care of you. I hope you can truly think calmly about how I've treated you along the way. You've seen that I would even sacrifice myself to protect you. We should. Zisong he, don't ruin your life for me. There are plenty of good women in the world. How could someone like me be with you? She said as she gripped her sleeve, looking for a reason to completely reject Zisong he, but she knew she couldn't. She had hurt Zisong he many times before, and now she was adding more wounds. Those actions went against her own principles. At this moment, Zisong he had already understood Nangong Qingjin's meaning. I'm not in a hurry. I'm still young. No. She tensed up because she knew that youth had its limits and would quickly fade. She didn't want him to wait for her. Such things were too much for Nangong Qingjin. Her tension wasn't lost on him. But all he could do was smile kindly and reassuringly, because currently, Nangong Qingjin's attitude was just as he had imagined. Since it was within expectations, there wasn't much disappointment. Zisong he also didn't dare to pressure Nangong Qingjin into making an immediate decision, as he knew that rushing things might lead to failure. Chapter 270, Making the Most of a Backwater. Now, he was by her side, caring for her, and had already received the favor of Nangong Qingjin. Now, Nangong Qingjin had also noticed Zisong he early on. Their relationship wasn't extremely close-knit, but in Nangong Qingjin's life circle, after all, the best person was him. He needed to wait and give Nangong Qingjin time. Nangong Qingjin, however, was now getting nervous because she knew that even in 100 years, it would be impossible for her to be with Zisong he. Zisong he remained utterly unaware, and now, she wanted to bid him farewell. Because she discovered that her cheeks were burning like charcoal, and her heartbeat was accelerating. She didn't know what was causing it now. She touched her face and immediately stood up. Zisong he, being an intelligent man, had already understood Nangong Qingjin's meaning and rose to his feet. I apologize if I came off as presumptuous. I'll go rest now. Don't overthink this. What I said was just casual talk. As for tomorrow, do you have any plans? After speaking, he pointed at himself. As for me, is there anything I need to do? I've established a Child Chimeng Pavilion. Prior to this, I need you to share all your knowledge without reservation. Not only should you teach the 6 stratagems and 3 tactics, but also pass on everything else, including writing and the principles of being a good person. Let's not have more ignoramuses here. All right, I understand, he said, while speaking, and had already prepared to leave with large strides. Nangong Qingjin, upon hearing this, immediately stood up and followed his footsteps out. Once outside, he took a breath. The night was pitch black, and she walked behind him. That night, there was a faint, pleasant fragrance of flowers lingering in the air. It smelled sweet, but not overly cloying. It was the scent of fusu flowers. While inhaling deeply, she smiled faintly. So fragrant, so fragrant. The two looked at each other for a very long time before he finally managed to smile. She, too, awkwardly smiled. As they walked further, he turned back. You can head back now. There isn't much distance left. Surely I'll make it to the end. Go back, I'm fine. It's not like that. I wish to see you off, she said, clearly hesitating to say something more. He had already sensed Nangong Qingjin's intentions, but chose not to point them out immediately. There existed a little unspoken understanding between people, which actually wasn't such a bad thing. So, he watched her silhouette in the darkness for a long time after walking out of the courtyard. Only then did he take a deep breath and look ahead. Tell me the truth. What? This opening remark startled Zisonghe for a moment, but he quickly grasped what she intended to know. Having made one presumption earlier already, he didn't dare now. He quietly gazed at the woman before him as Nangong Qingjin let out a sigh. You obviously know what I wish to find out. The matters of the imperial capital, right? His tone was tentative. Yes. Her voice and nod were both heavy. He then turned back, looked at the fusu flowers in the darkness, and pointed to a nearby spot. I almost thought you had forgotten. I could never forget. After all, they had once shared physical intimacy, and Huangfu Kongming was the first person Nangong Qingjin ever truly loved. The first, and probably the only person she would ever love in her life. Naturally, he was someone different from the rest. I won't forget. I can't control myself. Sorry, she said as she leaned against a railing and sat down, eyes fixed ahead. After a long silence, she continued, Speak. Tell me everything you know, everything you've inquired about. I can hear anything you tell me. There's nothing I can't accept. Speak. Her fingers anxiously gripped onto a blooming fusu flower next to her. Her eyes pierced through the dark night, focusing on Zisonghe's face. Zisonghe sighed. He didn't want to tell her these things, but since she had already asked, not speaking would be a problem for Zisonghe now. Well, these matters had to be faced sooner or later. Why not speak now? From this, it was clear how she loved Huangfu Kongming. And in Nangong Qingjin's life, the significance of Huangfu Kongming could be seen too. After staring at each other for some time, a long silence ensued, and Zisong, he shifted his gaze. He has now ascended to the highest position. This was not hard to imagine. In fact, Nangong Qingjin had already considered it. Amidst the chaos of war, the former emperor returned. Even amidst disorder, the true dragon was still a true dragon, a point that did not surpass his comprehension. There's no one else but him, she said, her gaze resting on Zisonghe. What else? They mistakenly believed we had perished. I inquired and learned that the matter has already been shelved. His health hasn't been good recently, though he has just begun to recover. However, the rest of the affairs within the palace were inaccessible for someone with my sensitive status, so I refrained from probing deeper. There's nothing significant anyway. I understand. Thank you, she said hesitantly. Still, they haven't looked for us again, have they? There's no need anymore. After all, even if we survived to fall into such a valley, it would leave us battered. And with no food in the canyon, surviving would be extremely difficult. Moreover, the canyon is filled with pig dragon beasts. The chances of survival were so slim, naturally, no one would search further. Now, even the canyon itself has vanished. What more is there to say about searching or not? Ultimately, we vanished from their impressions, from their memories. But never mind, it's all right as long as we're safe now. When you go to the capital city in the future, take care of yourself. He won't let you go easily after all. Long ago, to become the emperor, he plotted against Huangfu Kongming. Teaming up with Huangfu Wenliang, they also murdered the Empress Dowager. Beyond this, he also harmed Huangfu Wenliang. Such a cruel and heartless man defies the heavens and justice alike. Human relationships cannot turn a blind eye either. Recently, I want to see him, just from afar, but I need to settle things here first. Can you help me? I know you won't refuse me, right? This seemed futile, yet Zisonghe still nodded. The weather is getting cold already. To venture to the capital to meet the emperor is both difficult and dangerous should our identities be revealed. If people discover that you are Nangong Qingjin and I am beside you, neither of us will survive. For safety's sake, during autumn, our imperial family undertakes hunting expeditions known as the Autumn Hunt. On the day of the Autumn Hunt, the emperor will mobilize the whole court. Then, meeting the emperor becomes easier. What do you think? He asked, looking at her. Good. I believe you will make arrangements. Indeed, it was gradually getting colder. Today, Zisonghe had been traveling all day and had accomplished much. The night was creeping in. Though it was summer was passing swiftly, and now the air carried a faint chill. For a while, the two stood staring at each other in the dark. Finally, Nangong Qingjin turned towards Zisonghe. Go back early, please. As she spoke, she took off her cloak and draped it over Zisonghe's shoulders. He nodded and set off toward his destination. He quickly disappeared. This life, although certainly not what Zisonghe favored, how could the life in the capital be better? Once in the capital, Zisong he would lose Nangong Qingjin, making that kind of existence even less preferable to him. Now, to stay by Nangong Qingjin's side, he had already sacrificed a great deal, consciously or unconsciously. It wasn't necessary for Nangong Qingjin to treat him particularly well. Simply being together brought him immense joy. He used to have a strong control complex, but now, there was not a trace of such desires left in him. He had thoroughly come to peace with fate, accepting its arrangements, whether good or bad. Additionally, he had reined in his competitive and ambitious spirit quite a bit. For him, today's errands outside were a test. Returning safely already filled him with happiness. Per Nangong Qingjin's plan, bamboo and timber here needed to be processed into paper to be sold, which would fund their purchases of additional necessities. Bit by bit, they could accumulate wealth and gradually prosper. That night, lost in thought, he reflected deeply, while she did the same, growing restless and troubled. Fortunately, there was a bottle of wine in the house. Though she usually wouldn't drink alone, tonight's mood was stiflingly oppressive, so she indulged in heavy drinking. Half a bottle of wine had quickly gone down, leaving only a little remaining. It seemed that sorrowful feelings were turning into tears of yearning within her. She wanted so desperately to see Huang Fukongming and ask why he disliked her so intensely. This wasn't Huang Fukongming's character at all. After all, Huang Fukongming was the type of person who needed things thoroughly investigated, leaving no stone unturned. Even if he mistakenly believed someone had perished, wouldn't he still look for the body to confirm? But that wasn't what Huang Fukongming had done. Currently, she felt quite distressed. After drinking a few cups of wine, her consciousness grew hazy. It wasn't that she couldn't feel sadness or let out her emotions, but rather, she had to suppress and restrain her own heartache because the next day she would need to shoulder many responsibilities. Anyone could indulge in sentimentality, except for herself. She absolutely could not. Now, even though she was feeling quite miserable, all she could do was go to bed early. When Zisong he returned, he took off the cloak and placed it on a nearby position. But when he sniffed, it seemed as though there was still her scent on it, and this made Huang Fukongming regain his composure instantly. Clutching the garment firmly to his nose, a faint, refreshing fragrance filled his nostrils. The feeling was intensely satisfying. With his eyes slightly closed, he enjoyed this sudden, intense stimulation. Then, Zisong he embraced Nangong Qingjin's cloak and lay down on the bed. He gently caressed the clothing, and his breathing gradually became more rapid. The next day, everything continued as usual. After Nangong Qingjin finished her arrangements, she headed to the back mountain. Currently, the front and back mountains were busiest. People from the front mountain were digging roads. Nobody knew with what strength Nangong Qingjin had used to open up this valley. From far away, the Khan, who always came over to observe from high ground, also remained clueless. They were nomads, but even they never understood what exactly these people were doing. Chapter 271, Actions that Completely Baffle. Because this group of people was truly excessively poor, even the nomads were unwilling to rob them. Now, as he watched this once silent village gradually become lively, he was utterly perplexed. First, he heard the sound of explosions every day, a sound akin to that of bells ringing far off in response to mountainous reverberations, which made the nomads somewhat fearful. Today, scouts finally brought the Khan here for observation. Han people always like to feign divine mysteries, calling this woman the river goddess. Think about it. Where in the world are there actual deities? Besides Genghis Khan under the eternal sky, no hero exists anywhere else. As this person spoke, he pointed toward the gradually excavated geographical location and said, "Look, I don't know what she used, but it's incredibly effective, effortlessly opening up those mountain roads. Even scholars among us have never heard of such things," he said with amazement while shaking his head, looking down at the activity below. The people seemed like ants, bustling back and forth, their activity astonishing to behold. The Khan of the nomads then looked toward the back mountains, also brimming with activity. In recent years, the nomads, especially with the Han Chinese, more specifically with the Nightingale Kingdom, maintained an unbothered relationship. The Han and the nomads do not intermarry and currently are not at war either. They possess their independent language and writing. Life on the grasslands is challenging even for the nomads. Especially in autumn, when the Mongolian grasslands grow cold, for roughly 2 months, people cannot do much besides staying indoors during the time of dead grass and snow accumulation. Thus, before these harsh conditions arrive, everything must be thoroughly prepared. They must gather the dried grass early on. The harvest has concluded now. The land belonging to the nomads does not suit wheat cultivation. Instead, only barley grows there. They use barley for brewing alcohol, lacking other essentials. Now, seeing the busy Han people, the lively scene confounded the nomadic Khan, who had originally intended to inquire about their status, but restrained himself out of caution. You say that those powerful firecrackers make the earth crumble instantly. Not only would humans be obliterated, but whole terrains could vanish. For now, we must proceed carefully. It's all right, my Khan. They haven't finished handling their own affairs yet, and won't initiate any attack on us. Moreover, for many years, we've had no conflict whatsoever with them. Still, our strength and resources are limited. Nonetheless, caution never hurts, he sighed while continuing. Find out discreetly exactly what these people are doing. Yes, my general will leave immediately. As he spoke, he readied himself to go. Satisfied by his departure, the Khan soon followed, holding his horsewhip tightly and striking the horse's flank with vigor. The horse, startled by the pain, neighed loudly and galloped toward the dry steppe. The nomads are referred to as Simu people. Despite having had no conflicts with the Han Chinese, relations between the two weren't particularly warm. Fortunately, this Sinu individual often interacted with Han Chinese, allowing him to speak their language fluently. He knew that tunnel construction was underway on the front mountain, though its purpose remained unclear. He decided to inspect the situation closer to the rear mountain, curious about what precisely Master Zhu Mu was doing there. Over at the riverside, numerous large boxes filled with water had already been set up, making him increasingly baffled the longer he observed. Meanwhile, according to ancient methods, Nangongqing Jin added required ingredients into the water and began experimenting with bamboo and wood fibers. A group of strong men hammered the bamboo and wood, which contained fibrous material. When soaked in water along with kudzu vines, they create a sticky substance. This substance, after soaking and filtering, is fished out, dried, pasted onto walls, allowed to dry further, and then peeled off to form a sheet of paper. Though the process may sound straightforward enough, putting it into practice poses difficulties. Adjusting the right proportions of various components was essential. Having never utilized this method previously, and given that paper remained a relatively costly item in this era, Nangongqing Jin had successfully completed her task, posting the newly filtered paper against a wall. That day, a gentle breeze accompanied sunlight, drying the paper rather quickly. Satisfied, Nangongqing Jin detached the piece of paper in front of everyone from the earthen wall, leaving the crowd amazed. The first to approach was Jia Chong, his excitement already plain to see. He was 50 years old and had never witnessed anything as miraculous as this. Bamboo was so hard, yet something so firm could be turned into paper. It was almost unbelievable. Nonetheless, every single move by Nangongqing Jin had been performed in front of everyone's eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nangongqing Jin took out the leftover oil from last night. After blending it, she held a writing brush and scribbled with great speed. Before long, a sheet was finished. Seeing her write like this, the crowd became envious. She set the paper down properly before saying, "Just follow my method, and if there are any questions, you can ask me anytime." When 100 bamboo wood papers are placed together, they form a bundle called a cut. Starting now, I hope everyone continues to work hard. Bai Gongzi will take these goods out of the city. Upon return, whether you want poultry, livestock, or treasures, that is up to each individual's desire. Let's get moving, everyone. She smiled as she spoke. Holding that piece of paper in his hand, Jia Chong kept repeating, ashamed, because after serving as leader for decades, he had not made as much contribution as this woman did alone. Originally, they could have relied on their surroundings for prosperity without realizing it. He had never known himself to be wealthy. Seeing Jia Chong lost in thought, Nangongqing Jin chuckled. Let's step aside to talk. It's too noisy here. Let them start learning gradually. All right. Tears of gratitude streamed down Jia Chang's face. Witnessing Jia Chang's deeply moved state, Nangongqing Jin lightly scoffed, then moved to a quieter spot nearby. Just as they were about to speak, someone approached to report. "Ah, a Sinu person has come. A Sinu person is here." "A Sinu person?" "From the steps. We don't know why this person came. The Sinu rarely speak with us, for we are different. Tell this person to leave, and I will not expel them from the territory unless necessary. Absolutely do not let the Sinu know what we're doing," Jia Chong said while appearing nonchalant, already waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, the Sinu arrived, and from afar, Nangongqing Jin already noticed a tall-nosed, deep-eyed young man with golden hair and green eyes. This young man, prepared to be sent away unjustly without gathering any intelligence, was naturally unwilling to leave when seeing the hustle and bustle at the rear mountain. His gaze soon fell upon Nangongqing Jin. Though having seen many beautiful women throughout his life, he had never encountered one as exquisitely beautiful as her. The moment he laid eyes on her, he forgot where he was. That day, he finally understood what it meant for a woman to cause the downfall of a nation. His eyes locked onto the woman before him. For Nangongqing Jin, such captivated gazes were nothing new, and she simply offered a smile. This angered Jia Chong, who readied himself to have the Sinu expelled. "Hold on," Nangongqing Jin interrupted. "You go ahead with your work. I would like to chat with this Sinu." Miss, these Sinu from the grasslands are different from us, and there isn't much to discuss. Let's just send them away." As he suggested this, he was already preparing to drive the Sinu away. "No, we need their cattle and sheep later. We should become friends henceforth. You used to think befriending them would be beyond our reach, but now things are different. Go to your tasks, and I'll handle this situation here," she said while waving. Jia Chong had no choice but to leave, though he frequently glanced back. "If this Sinu dares to behave improperly towards you, we'll be over immediately." "Immediately," Jia Chong said through clenched teeth. However, Nangongqing Jin seized this good opportunity to inquire more about the Sinu and their circumstances on the steppes. "I've long heard about the Sinu on the grasslands. Today, I meet one for the first time. If you understand what I'm saying, nod. If not, I can use sign language to communicate with you." As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. The Sinu quickly nodded. "How could I not understand? Everyone here looks shifty-eyed except you, who is utterly delightful." As the Sinu spoke, his eyes remained on Nangongqing Jin. She only gave a faint smile. "What brings you here? Understand this. If one of us went to your steps, wouldn't you look at us suspiciously too?" It said, "If they are not of our clan, their intentions must be different. Isn't that right?" He had not expected that this woman would be so witty and playful in both face and speech. Her previous statement was teasing but not hurtful, causing no undue embarrassment or sadness. The Sinu chuckled, scratching his scalp as his eyes shifted to look at the position beside him. "What are you doing here?" "This is papermaking," she explained briefly before continuing. "Using bamboo wood to create paper. It's an excellent choice. It's recorded in ancient books, something I came across by chance and decided to try out. This place is extremely impoverished, but I aim to turn waste into treasure. As the old saying goes, there is no such thing as garbage, only misplaced resources. He said it with a smile while observing the spot next to him. Both looked at each other momentarily. Like Jia Chong, the Synopsis found it hard to believe what he was seeing. How could something like this exist in the world? Papermaking typically used cotton or similar soft materials, yet now they were using bamboo, a fact that was almost impossible to fathom. He stood there dumbstruck, incredulously watching people moving about in the workshop. Papermaking itself wasn't necessarily a mysterious skill. Thus, before long, there were dried papers adhered to the walls. Nan Gongqingjin carefully took one down, teaching others how to control the process better while glancing at the Synopsis. You believe now, don't you? But I assume paper wouldn't be scarce on the steppes. Chapter 272, Strong Psychology. No, it should be unnecessary. She was very clear about that. Sure enough, the colored-eyed man had already nodded. We are just short of food. As for other things, in my eternal heaven, what do I lack? We are the eagles of the eternal heaven on the grassland. We lack nothing. Food. Please tell us in detail what crops you lack. Are they for planting or eating? For humans or animals? I might be able to help you. Now, without hiding from you, we have also entered a difficult period. Our two tribes need to help each other. I have no other intentions, you can rest assured. In every year, when winter comes, we lack food for human consumption and even animals lack food. Can you help us? Not yet, but you can list out what you lack. Before autumn passes and winter arrives, we will find ways to deliver them to you. However, it's not free. Here you can see we lack livestock. We have herds of cattle and sheep, endless herds, every year. When Nan Gongqingjin heard this, she knew it was time for her to show her skills, so she nodded. All right, let's make a deal first. Exchanging food for your cattle and sheep. Find an accountant to tally up what you need and calculate how much cattle and sheep you will give us in return. You don't even have food for yourselves. Your fields have been planted with mulberry trees and rice. The seedlings of grain have all been pulled up. Isn't this just bragging? You may think it's bragging right now, but you seem to forget that there are countless people in the capital who need paper. If I sell these papers, can't I buy food with the money, and then use that food to exchange for your cattle and sheep? Yes, finding an accountant is quite troublesome. As long as young lady can bring over the food, our grasslands are willing to take a loss and trade with you. After all, our tribe has always been doing such exchanges, so it's no big deal. That's great. Nan Gongqingjin was about to say something when the group leader arrived with someone. Young lady, we've extracted a lot of petroleum from the back mountain. Good. Let's start tonight to turn the city into an all-night city. But remember, this stuff needs to be sealed properly. I've tested it already. As soon as it sees an open flame, it catches fire very quickly. So, households shouldn't store too much. Whenever needed, come and get it. It must be stored in sealed containers, alright? I'll inform everyone about this. Right now, we'll replace the oil in the street lamps, correct? And the oil for the houses. Even if children help today, that's fine too, she said, nodding as she spoke. Understanding the meaning immediately, they set off to act upon her words. Seeing that people had left, the colored-eyed man finally turned towards Nan Gongqingjin. What is called petroleum? Just a dye discovered a few days ago, Nan Gongqingjin said while continuing. These matters aren't crucial, but you need to go back and immediately list down your requirements. In business, we value harmony above all. For now, keep it simple. Understood. I understand what young lady means, but does what you say count? I feel like your group leader seems to harbor prejudice against me. The colored-eyed man said while looking at the group leader, who had been sneaking looks at him secretly for quite some time. Once this happened, Nan Gongqingjin immediately nodded. Group leader, come over here for a moment. Oh, all right. Group leader said as he strode forward boldly, standing proudly between Nan Gongqingjin and the colored-eyed man, glaring fiercely at him. Over here, Nan Gongqingjin couldn't help but smile at group leader's demeanor resembling a confrontational rooster. He will send over cattle and sheep, but it will be compensated. We're currently discussing this matter, and I need to take full responsibility for this task. How about it? Nan Gongqingjin spoke while looking at group leader before her. The group leader grabbed Nan Gongqingjin's hand. For centuries, we've lived separately from the people of the steppe without interfering with each other. So, what? Nan Gongqingjin arched her eyebrows, looking at the group leader before her. So, we don't know their temperament. It's said that the people of the steppe have bad tempers. If they suddenly renege, wouldn't it be embarrassing? No fear. I specialize in dealing with those who renege, Nan Gongqingjin added. Just give me full authority over this, and don't worry about the rest. This, you need to think carefully. If you really have the ability to bring the cattle and sheep from the grasslands over, I would welcome it wholeheartedly. Just don't let yourself get shortchanged, said the squad leader as he approached the colored-eyed man, coughed once, and acted arrogantly due to his seniority. That's something. You go back and tell your Khan not to play any tricks. This matter is entirely under South Palace Qing Jin's charge. Henceforth, you deal with her. I won't be involved. I won't be involved. As he spoke, he yawned, getting ready to leave but turned back again. Don't play any tricks, colored-eyed man. Puffed. The colored-eyed man spat, then watched as the squad leader walked away. South Palace Qing Jin stepped forward. The deal has already been struck, and I still have other places to go. If you want to tour around, I'll take you along. If you want to return, I'll arrange someone to escort you safely out of here. What do you think? Well then, if it's alright, I'd like to stay and take a look. Why not? Why not? Huh. Since this was so, she thought, why not let the colored-eyed man witness her capabilities? Then he would realize that cooperating with her was nothing but beneficial. Right now, autumn winds were approaching. Once past the season of autumn winds, conditions on the grasslands would indeed become difficult. Rather than waiting until then to start negotiations, it was better to begin preparations now. South Palace Qingjin noticed how astonished the colored-eyed man was as he looked around, immediately gave a faint smirk, and promptly said, "Not only can I turn sturdy bamboo and wood into paper, but I can also create many more things. All you have to do is watch." Good, good. The colored-eyed man chuckled repeatedly, following South Palace Qingjin and seeing all sorts of things he had never heard of or seen before. Through this, the colored-eyed man truly recognized South Palace Qingjin's extraordinary abilities. South Palace Qingjin continued walking while providing simple introductions and gradually outlined her overall plans. After hearing this, the colored-eyed man was deeply respectful. Even if such plans were crafted by a man, it would have been expected. But since these plans were conceived by a woman, it made him simply incredulous. This woman was intelligent and destined for great things. He did not dare underestimate her. She had arranged every aspect meticulously, and her capabilities were beginning to surface more and more. "Now, you've seen everything." Once everything was observed, South Palace Qingjin asked, leaving the man beside her in sheer disbelief. Still, amid his astonishment, he finally nodded. "I've seen what needed to be seen. You truly are a one-of-a-kind person, unprecedented in history." "Not at all. I'll prepare whatever your grasslands need. Now, I'll arrange for someone to escort you back." "No, I still have a few questions." "Of course, you can choose to answer them or remain silent," he said. When people typically make such statements, they usually hope the other party will respond, prompting South Palace Qingjin to nod immediately, looking at the colored-eyed man. "As long as you ask, I will truthfully answer everything I can." She added, "As for personal privacy that truly cannot be disclosed, how could it ever be revealed?" The colored-eyed man knew he couldn't recklessly question her, so focusing on the essentials, he began asking sharply insightful questions. "Before, there wasn't anyone like you. They call you the Dragon Lady from the Crystal Palace. If that isn't true, even our Khan is prepared to inquire about this issue. And what about Bai Gongzi, white gentleman? What exactly is his situation?" This question didn't actually require an answer, yet South Palace Qingjin replied anyway. "In this matter, there are some misunderstandings. If I explain it to you, you will surely understand fully." "I'm all ears," he said. Thus, South Palace Qingjin narrated how she fell into a valley, how she was plotted against, how she was pursued, and how she managed to survive floods and calamities, recounting everything systematically to the person before her. After listening, the colored-eyed man applauded, exclaiming, "So that's how it is. You've truly lived through life and death." "Do you have any other questions?" she inquired, doubting that such an astute person would ask merely simple ones. In fact, regarding the origins of South Palace Qingjin, she herself didn't want to divulge too much. Instantly, the colored-eyed man followed up. "The second question, what were you doing before coming here?" "I was just an ordinary girl who slightly understood a few Chinese characters. That's all there is to it. As for what I did, I haven't done anything significant." She spoke, gazing at the colored-eyed man all the while. He sighed, saying, "Ah, so that's the way it is. Perhaps Miss doesn't wish to discuss it further. I won't press for an answer. The matters you have discussed, I will immediately report to the Khan upon returning. Hopefully, we may collaborate soon. Pleasant cooperation. We are interdependent," she said, waving her hand as the colored-eyed man had already left. After the two parted ways, Jia Zhang cautiously approached, glancing at Nangong Qingjin while nervously looking toward the now distant figure of the colored-eyed man. "Miss, how could you discuss such matters with someone like him? We've never collaborated with them before. What if something goes wrong? How would we handle it?" "Just be sincere and deal with others honestly. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, currently, the nomads are our closest neighbors. The art of war says that one should make allies far away while attacking those nearby. That's the correct strategy. You shouldn't worry. They won't start off with malicious intent. Now, you need to calm down and think carefully." "But we've never interacted with the colored-eyed people before." "Indeed. Where was there ever an opportunity to interact with them in the past? Back then, this place was poor and lacking in everything. How could there have been a chance for contact?" Nangong Qingjin almost laughed coldly. "You're right to consider this, but surely closing ourselves off isn't beneficial to us. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility. With divine protection and blessings, how could I not manage this situation well?" "Well then, everything is up to you, Mississippi. I thank you so much. All right, let's take a look around. There are still many arrangements I need to make." Indeed, there were still numerous tasks to arrange. Establishing the Tongming Academy at the earliest opportunity, teaching girls medical skills together, developing routes, promoting the art of bamboo and wood papermaking, and more. Chapter 273. Contentment. Why not? There are countless things to supervise. Every matter big or small must pass through her hands, making each task difficult. She can't delegate, as her ideas are often beyond others' comprehension. She is bold and daring, trying anything that comes to mind. She is also persistent, unwilling to give up her beliefs or hopes for anything. Now, as long as she is alive, breathing, and feeling her heartbeat, how could she not want to achieve greatness? Whenever Nangong Qingjin thinks this way, she feels life has meaning. She now needs to lead the production and daily lives of many, creating a new concept of busyness that amazes everyone. This woman grows more capable by the day. While observing the surroundings, she notices there are many necessary things here, but what is still lacking are soldiers. Yes, soldiers are missing. A people without soldiers are unstable. It takes 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 to educate a person. Building an army is truly difficult. Though the village population is large, it consists mostly of elderly, weak, women, and children. Now, Nangong Qingjin's greatest headache is exactly this issue. For now, though, life and production must take priority. Only with high civilization will there be thoughts of defending home and country. The place here is so impoverished that it makes Nangong Qingjin feel humiliated. This poverty is precisely what she wants to change. Busy all day, her body already feels exhausted. By evening, Nangong Qingjin plans to rest early, but just then someone arrives with urgent matters. After much to and fro, they are busy until the middle of the night. The team leader comes from time to time, fully aware of Nangong Qingjin's fatigue, but knowing other matters still need her arrangements. Others lack such foresight and talent, so there's nothing to do but continue. Although annoyed, Nangong Qingjin has no choice. Despite being utterly tired, she cannot stop doing certain tasks. After a while, Zisong he finishes his duties and returns to the office. He begins helping Nangong Qingjin, giving her some respite. With no maidservant around, Nangong Qingjin frequently misses her attendant, Xianer. With all the bustle continuing, after an hour, everything is finally done. By now, the moon has climbed high, sitting like a white lotus among cloud clusters, bright and translucent. Gazing at the moon outside her door for a moment, Nangong Qingjin lowers her gaze. Indeed, he knows well that despite her apparent composure, she is emotionally sensitive. However, he dare not say more, only staring intently at her in silence. You have heavy concerns on your mind. Why not share them? Though I may not solve your troubles, I am at least your friend. Yes, there are many things in the world meant only for kindred spirits to hear. Currently, Nangong Qingjin's sole confidant is this man before her. How could she not tell him? Even if unspoken, their constant companionship has already revealed her thoughts to him. He smiles slightly, saying, I think I know what you're thinking about him, Sienna, right? How did you know? Asks Nangong Qingjin, pointing to a seat beside her. Obediently, he sits next to her, gazing at the moonlight for a while before turning to look at her face. Nangong Qingjin's face resembles a full moon, her eyes as clear as the moon, reflecting a rippling lake below. In short, these are emotional eyes that express inner feelings. They look at each other, meeting gazes for a moment. Finally, Nangong Qingjin smiles and says, I don't think of him too often, but I do miss Sienna. I wonder how she's doing. Since I left, how has General Wu Daka treated her? General Wu is a responsible person. He'll treat Sienna well, he replies, adding, as long as it's something you desire, I'll find a way to arrange a meeting between you two, alright? Thank you, she says, looking at him. Thank me? Between you and me, do we even need such formalities? But after arranging your meeting, perhaps our paths will part. Facing this moon every night, I imagine I'll miss you endlessly. He sighs deeply, speaking the truth. No, Zisong-he, if you keep talking nonsense like this, how will I be able to get along with you? In fact, others already assume we're a couple. I often think that we should be together. It's like a dream. I always dream of us, and then I don't want to wake up, but eventually I do. The confusion and bewilderment. I can't put it into words. As he spoke, his voice almost choked up. Zisong-he, she finally had to look at him. Have you really fallen for me so deeply that there's no way out? Whether you believe it or not, it's absolutely true. This kind of love exists, and this kind of love is something he has already given. But this love has become dangerous because only one side keeps giving silently, which is indeed a painful thing. I need to go back, and you should rest early too. After saying that, she was about to flee as fast as possible. But before she could move, her hand was suddenly grabbed by him. She froze for a moment, her eyes darting around until they settled on the side. What are you doing? Just chatting, what else can I do? As he said this, he glanced at the corridor. The lanterns from yesterday that used dim oil were now lit with endless petroleum instead of candles. The entire corridor was now brilliantly lit. Petroleum has been abundant on the ground for many years, but no one discovered it. Just as he had loved Nangong Qingjin for many years, and besides himself, no one else noticed. She struggled a little, and he finally released her delicate hand. He just looked at the woman in front of him. Although you are no longer an emperor, you still need a woman. You need to start a family. I hope you can find a good girl here. Look, this is a paradise. What's not good about it? Even though it's isolated from the world, there are advantages to being secluded, he said, gazing at her. I know what you mean, but because I know your intentions, my heart feels heavy. Is it really so hard to just have a chat? Indeed, it was just a simple conversation. He never overstepped with her, perhaps due to her hypersensitivity. She patted her chinley skirt and finally sat down nearby. The cool night air was as cold as water. It was long past July. By the side, in the lotus pond among the calamus, fireflies had started to rise, adding a tranquil romance to the quiet night sky. Their eyes both followed the distant fireflies as they flew closer, only to disappear in a flash of bright light. It was the last summer night, and moths also fluttered toward them, colliding with a thud against the silk lantern beside them before tumbling down. They seemed to tirelessly repeat this game, forgetting their own purpose. The ground was already covered with numerous fallen moths, yet they continued playing this deadly game without fear. Look, the moths flying into the flames, Nangong Qingjin said, sighing while speaking. Knowing fully well it leads to death, why do they still rush forward? It's simply astonishing. To face death without fear has become the most touching moment in their lives, he added. Then he went on. You've arranged everything well recently. This time, when I leave, I'll find out carefully what he's doing, and also what Sienna is up to. Thank you. Look at your expression, he scolded softly, studying the appearance of the woman in front of him. Nangong Qingjin forced a smile due to the prolonged time together. gradually feeling that even her love had become fragile, almost shattering at the slightest touch. She sighed, unsure of what to say. Her eyes flickered as if she'd seen something, then pointed joyfully at the sky. Look, the cowherd star is southwest, and the weaver girl star northeast. Now, Niolong and Jinu follow the glittering Milky Way. He lifted his gaze and soon spotted those two stars, shining brightly against the night sky. After sitting for a while, the cold began to creep in. She entered the room and took out their capes. Initially, Nangong Qingjin wanted to rest early. However, humans are truly strange creatures. Though drowsy earlier, she had now become increasingly awake. This clarity made her feel as if she wouldn't be able to sleep soundly all night. After helping him put on the cloak, the two of them walked forward. Tonight, she knew that all the petroleum in the city had been lit, so tonight it should be a city that never sleeps. The town covered a large area, but there was no management at all. The two of them climbed high to look far. He hadn't expected that in such a remote and desolate place, there could be such a beautiful scene before his eyes. He was almost drunk, his eyes fixed on what he saw, incredulous. Because before yesterday, it was still pitch black here, especially after nightfall. But now when he looked down, he could see the glittering lamps obstructing the moon and the flying chariots hindering the flowers. He smiled. 1,000 trees, 10,000 trees burst with pear blossoms. How beautiful is that? Yes, the people here are very simple, she said as she pointed to a distant spot. In the distance, a shimmering glow of firelight spread out. They all say it's the corpse of a dragon, but they don't know that this oil on the ground can burn and works pretty stably as fuel. The glow in the distance seemed like a giant holding a torch, its brightness quite a sight. The two of them glanced at each other, and soon both started laughing. Seeing her smiling face, he also couldn't help but smile lightly. Now, during the day there was still the heat of autumn Lahu, but once night fell, the temperature would drop suddenly. Zisong he worried that Nangong Qingjin might fall ill if she stayed too long here. After watching for a while, the initial novelty had passed, and he began to feel bored. Chapter 274, Simply Like a Deity. Let's go down, it's freezing up here. A gust of wind blew the lantern on the watchtower, making it sway. The old and dilapidated watchtower emitted a deep hum from somewhere unknown. Then, the adjacent bells and drums began to sound, not loud but in perfect rhythm, as if an invisible hand from nature was directing the beat. The two looked at each other, exchanging glances. She finally nodded. All right, let's go back. In fact, she was genuinely troubled, and he could tell. It was clear that Nangong Qingjin didn't even have the intention to hide her concerns. They walked one after another and soon disappeared into the pitch-black night, the moon swallowing everything. As they vanished, time seemed to freeze momentarily. Everything here was gradually changing, not just the external environment and structure, but people had noticed that many internal situations were also shifting. The Sinu people had returned to the grasslands. On the grasslands, the Khan was snoring loudly, but he didn't stop his movements as he headed toward the Khan's tent. The Khan was resting while he placed his right hand on his left chest, lightly resting there. Khan, I've already investigated thoroughly. This woman is no ordinary person. However, this woman has a man by her side whose skills are incomprehensible, very powerful. She has already consulted with me, requesting a list of our missing grains so that we can provide it to her. The Khan woke up drowsily, suddenly startled. They practically have nothing over there. Do they intend to make an equal exchange with us? We do have cattle and sheep in abundance, but what do they have? Humph. Clearly, the Khan was displeased. The Sinu man stepped forward, lowering his voice. Yes, now they have nothing, but you know, they are ceaselessly excavating tunnels. Once these tunnels are open, they will transport the grain back. Are they not cultivating their own grains anymore? He asked, his eyes looking at the Sinu man, who immediately nodded. According to Miss Nangong's idea, there's absolutely no need to cultivate grain since its yield is indeed too poor every year. It seems like there's plenty of arable land, but farmers still starve to death, the Khan said, while sitting up straight. Exactly. Miss Nangong studied the soil and found out that despite the muddiness, the soil here is very fine and suitable for growing rice and everything else. So, free-season rice has already been planted and will be ready by late autumn. But, wouldn't those grains barely suffice for themselves? How could they give any to us? You don't need to worry about that. They have other ways. Nangong Gunnian is truly a good seedling. In addition, Miss Nangong also planted mulberry trees here and discovered oil on the back mountain. Oil. Reporting to the Khan, he formally explained, for thousands of years, neither you nor Jiachong could solve the mystery behind the oil on the back mountain. It's not some giant dragon's corpse, but decayed substances that have a continuous burning capacity. Thus, they've started collecting it. You might want to follow me outside and take a look from the gate for higher ground. The Khan immediately nodded, although he didn't know why they were going out during the late hours of the night. Leading the Khan, they came out of the tent after a while. From the elevated point where the Khan stood, he could see far away that the cityscape which used to be dark now gleamed brightly, with countless lights scattered in the dim night. Now, watching such beautiful shimmering light, he turned to the person beside him and questioned suspiciously. This is done by igniting dye made from petroleum, right? For the short term, they wouldn't have so many candles, so they've used the seemingly inexhaustible petroleum from the back mountain. But according to Miss Nangong's observation, although it can be used, attention must be paid to dosage and safety since storage is risky due to possible explosion. The exact reason hasn't been fully researched yet. Good. Tomorrow he patted the Sinu man's shoulder, do two things. First, our prairie needs 10 stone of grain. You need to make a list, not just for cattle, horses, donkeys, but also for our people. All right, this is the first. He put on an appearance of eagerly awaiting instructions, looking at the person in front of him, the Khan, gripping his fully grown beard, and then said, "The second task. Have people bring over some of this petroleum as well, lighting up my step's lanterns. The eternal sky of my step will only then be the true eternal sky." "Understood. I shall arrange it immediately." He said this while getting ready to leave. A moment later, seeing the Semu man about to walk away, the Khan immediately asked, "What kind of deity is this woman? And that man by her side? Why does this woman always take center stage? She must have a background, something about being a river goddess or dragon, which is impossible. You wouldn't believe it, even I don't. I've already asked, and it's not any dragon stuff. They were ambushed earlier. These two accidentally fell into a valley, which had risen gradually after last month's mudslide. This way." This humble Khan understands now. Probably what the Han people would say. Those who survive great calamities are bound to receive blessings afterward. The Khan nodded continuously while speaking. It's indeed like that. He nodded immediately as the Khan reminded him. "Prepare well for tomorrow's tasks. If 10 sure cannot be prepared, even 5 sure would keep our step from a difficult winter. Given such an important and arduous task, I'll plan meticulously. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. How could I not trust how you do things? Go ahead, and get some rest early too." The Semu man immediately nodded and returned to rest. Still another night. Huangfu Kongming had already rested. Recently, he was feeling better, but after consuming the worry-free herb, he had completely forgotten about Nangong Qingjin. In fact, forgetting might be a good thing, because Nangong Qingjin was already dead. Tonight, he had just consumed ginseng soup, lain down on the cloud-like couch, while the maidservant beside him had finished all her tasks, holding a silk handkerchief to wipe his head. After wiping, he suddenly grabbed the maid's hand. "Hellion, you still care about me?" "Your Majesty." Lately, many times, he mistook her for Empress Hellion, and in his mouth, this Hellion family was exactly the likeness of Nangong Qingjin. Though he had forgotten Nangong Qingjin, his intermittent memory was quite astonishing. What happened between them before? It seemed as though Huangfu Kongming remembered everything vividly. "Why aren't you cheerful? I see that you often look melancholy, which is not good for your health, Hellion." He pointed to himself while speaking. "It must be my poor health causing you distress, but actually, my body is fine, very fine. Your Majesty, if you're doing well, the physician says you need plenty of rest recently. You've only just recovered. Please temper yourself. Rest, and I shall retire." She spoke while hastily preparing to leave. How could she not understand? Even if she stayed, he didn't like her anyway. All his focus was on Hellion, and this Hellion family had become a fictional person. Heaven, she couldn't bear the feeling of taking someone else's place anymore. Now, there was fear growing within her heart. Fearful that one day, he would regain his senses and realize she was the main culprit behind his lost memory. If there really came such a day when Huangfu Kongming regained full consciousness, wouldn't she become a sinner for eternity? It wasn't that she didn't want to search for Nangong Qingjin. It's just that Nangong Qingjin had vanished completely. How easy would it be to find her? Now, the maid hurried out of the room, where Xian'er also immediately came forward. Ever since Nangong Qingjin went missing, Xian'er frequently attended to Huangfu Kongming. Even Wu Dakai General and Gao Qiqian General frequented here often. "How's it going? Why does your complexion look unwell again? I've said long ago that the palace needs more attendants. But here you are, busy alone. It's improper. Tomorrow, I'll send several more people inside to help you, alright?" If it were before, the maid always thought herself sufficient alone, enjoying the time of a quiet world just between the two of them, and was rather content. But now, her mood had turned utterly terrible. Why? Because now, she felt overwhelmed. She didn't know why, but that sense of being overwhelmed was gradually seeping out from deep inside her heart, a feeling so indescribable. Earlier, hadn't they used the worry-free herb to save Huangfu Kongming from his life-threatening condition without consulting anyone? Now, regrets seemed to be creeping in, as if the previous actions shouldn't have been done. What seemed wise at that time, now appears not wise at all, and even becomes foolish, like being a complete fool. "Xian'er, I recommended using the worry-free herb with absolutely no selfishness. In good conscience, I just wanted to be with him. Even serving as a humble maid would be fine. But now, it's good that he has forgotten his master so easily. Yet why does he keep mentioning Hellion family? This Hellion family was originally a dead ghost. Where am I supposed to find a Hellion family from? You've worked hard, but only you can properly take care of the Emperor. The Emperor's body is gradually recovering. Just endure for a while longer. The Hellion family is gone now. What can be done?" The two chatted casually, chatting while walking forward. Actually, Xian'er had no idea what she was facing now. Not only did she have to impersonate the Hellion family, but also Nangong Qingjin. She was an innocent woman, and it could be seen in many matters that she was a noble and kind woman. There seems to be no other way than to take good care of him, she sighed while speaking. The two exchanged glances for a moment and mutually sighed. "You've worked hard. Whenever I can help you, just speak up. Good sister, there's nothing we need to avoid between us. In this silent palace, how difficult it is to have a friend," Xian'er said while holding the maid's hand. Chapter 275, Ever-Present Thoughts. "I feel wronged, but I have no one to confide in. Fortunately, you are by my side, Xian'er. I always thought no one would understand me, but now it seems I'm not alone. After all, there's still you, Xian'er. Why would I not understand you?" Xian'er sighed as she spoke. The two walked forward. This illness, after all, is a heart ailment that must be cured by a heartfelt remedy. If it improves, then it's fine. If not, it's simply unknowable where it will lead. But I pity you. There isn't much pity to be pitted anyway, since it's about giving for the person I love. She leaned on the nearby railing as she spoke, her eyes looking down at the flowing water. Suddenly, she turned around, as if an inspiration had struck her. Do you think there's a possibility that she could still be alive? After all, we didn't see her body, right? It said, if alive, meet the person. If dead, see the corpse. We saw nothing and hurried back. Now thinking about it, I regret this. How many wild boars were there in the valley? Survival was impossible. You're just dreaming. Rest early. You've worked hard recently. Sienna pointed to the inn nearby as she spoke. Don't overthink things and ruin your health. The weather is gradually getting colder. One feels the coolness of a pillow with every breeze, so don't let yourself fall ill. Good sister, I do know, she said as she bid farewell to Sienna. Actually, Sienna also hoped that Nangon Qingjin was still alive. If Nangon Qingjin were still alive, wouldn't everyone be happy when they returned? However, Sienna also knew well that falling into the valley, enduring harsh living conditions, facing wild beasts, and the devastating flood made survival unlikely. Tears streamed from Sienna's eyes. That night, although Huangfu Kongming rested early, he soon began to dream, a nightmare that shattered his hope for a peaceful sleep later that night. He dreamed of a woman and a man being pursued and hunted. They hid everywhere until finally, the villains triumphed, forcing these defiant souls off a cliff in some remote wilderness. The dream was vivid. Seeing the man and woman fall into the abyss startled him. He woke up, terrified. Sweat like peas rolled down his face. Why was he having such a dream? This wasn't the first time he'd had this particular nightmare. In the misty details of the dream, there were tall bushes, bountiful crops, a woman in white. Who was that girl? And who was the person protecting the girl? An army, the inner court eunuchs, the Dragon Prohibition Corps, the Western Bureau? What did this dream signify? Was it something that had already happened, or was it merely a dream conjured by his mind? Still, amid the deep darkness, Huangfu Kongming closed his eyes again. The scene before him became vivid once more. No, it wasn't just a simple dream. The formation of dreams is complex. Why had he dreamed of such an extensive expanse of towering shrubs? Why did he dream of endless fields of maize in some remote countryside, and crops so abundant their fruits hung heavy above? Or why had he seen the billowing sleeves of a woman and the low groans of sorrow-filled thoughts from a man? What did all of this mean? Why did this dream occur so frequently? He didn't know. After wiping the sweat from his face, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Entering was General Gao. Recently, Huangfu Kongming's spirit had been low. The maids and servants who usually stayed close during the night were all dismissed outside. When General Gao heard the voice inside, he assumed His Majesty had been attacked. Immediately, grasping his luminous Longquan sword, he rushed in. Upon entering, he suddenly realized the Emperor was still intact, though his complexion was pale. Gao immediately lit the lamps nearby. Your Majesty, it is I, your humble servant. Did you just have a dream? Yes, I just had a dream. I dreamed of a wasteland, of a group of people, including the Dragon Prohibition Corps and the Crane Controllers, but I couldn't tell what they were doing. I also dreamed of a woman in white, and many bizarre fragmented scenes. Strange as it may seem, dreams are just dreams, yet this felt so real. It was as if I was experiencing a nightmare. As he spoke, he lightly patted his chest. The attendants by the door had already come in with ginseng soup. General Gao, of course, knew what the dreamt scene was about, but could only awkwardly smile and say, Your Majesty, you've exhausted your spirit and diligently managed myriad affairs. Naturally, the things you dream of are many. This was last month's calamity. Think carefully. Calamity? Yes, 1 month ago, it rained continuously. Wouldn't disasters have occurred everywhere? Upon hearing this, Huangfu Kongming slowly closed his eyes and began to recall. It was strange, however, when he didn't try to remember, it was fine, but as soon as he began musing over it, his head felt like it was going to explode in pain. He himself did not know why this was happening, but soon General Gao realized something wasn't right and immediately pulled aside an attendant. What are you standing around for? Go and summon the royal physician quickly. Go. The attendant nodded repeatedly and scurried off. Not long after, several royal physicians were summoned. By then, Sienna, General Wu, and even the young lady had arrived. Seeing Huangfu Kongming suffer so from the nightmare, the girl's face turned a sickly white. The physicians, of course, knew why he dreamed of such peculiarities. After diagnosing his pulse, they dared not sigh aloud. And Huangfu Kongming, how could mere medicine cure his condition? Heart illness requires heart remedies. Though everyone understood this truth, no one dared voice it. The few people standing nearby exchanged worried glances. Only after everything had been thoroughly examined did the physician finally speak. Your Majesty, your dream was nothing more than an ordinary one. It was just the calamity from a month ago. How would I frequently dream about that? Ordinary? How could Huangfu Kongming think it was anything but extraordinary? If it were ordinary, why would he often dream of it? It seemed there was nothing truly ordinary or extraordinary about it at all. He did not know why he dreamed those dreams, yet they persisted relentlessly. He was increasingly bewildered and sighed while looking at the physician. Your Majesty, this humble subject will prescribe you some medicine. You need rest, the physician said. What else could he offer but these old platitudes? I've rested enough already, Dr. Liu. Indeed, ever since Huangfu Kongming collapsed here, half a year had vaguely passed. Although he hadn't counted the days, he still had some awareness. Rest, had resting resolved anything, he'd already be fully recovered by now. It was clear that rest was futile, so what could the physician possibly say? He looked as though he wanted to say something, but couldn't bring himself to. His heart had been wounded. In order to save His Majesty, they once decided together to use forgetful grass. Yes, it helped him forget what should be forgotten, but now? Slowly, faint recollections began returning. What could be done? Am I meant to lie incapacitated forever, according to the doctor? Every word fell heavily, causing the few people nearby to tremble. Your Majesty, this humble servant has meager skills. Medicine may not heal you, but you still need to take some. As for the situation ahead, this humble servant will visit daily. Will Your Majesty agree? I find. With a loud bang, Huangfu Kongming slammed his fist on the desk, cold fury enveloping the room. Tell me why, quickly. His gaze pierced through the group, leaving them all frozen in silence, necks retracted, quietly staring at Huangfu Kongming. Some people, some matters. How can one simply forget them? That's merely delusional. I want to know now, the source of my ailment. Stop procrastinating and trying to deceive me. Rest. Enough with the talk of rest. I've rested long enough, but night brings frequent nightmares and daytime leads to endless wandering thoughts. You claim to be my true confidants. But clearly, among you there is deceit to keep me unaware. I must ask, why do you treat me thus? What? He spoke with increasing coldness as he stared icily at them all. No one dared utter another word. The young girl bit her lip and finally rose from the floor. Your Majesty, you shouldn't lose your temper when your body is already weak. What purpose does it serve? She had noticed from afar how sweat drenched his face. She immediately rose from the ground, clutching an embroidered handkerchief, and began to gently wipe Huangfu Kongming's cheeks. Without uttering a word, Huangfu Kongming's dark eyes softened just slightly as they met her face. It seemed that among all these people, the only one he truly trusted was the young girl. He sighed, grasping her hand. My heart feels so uneasy. You keep telling me to take medicine, but if it were truly effective, I would have already recovered. There must be something else at play here, isn't that right? I think you're overthinking things, she replied. Even if it means risking my own life today, I want to make you understand. This is nothing but your own suspicions creating problems. There's no illness in your body. As long as you maintain happiness in your heart every day, everything will improve. As an emperor, how can you allow yourself to be this heartbroken? The commoners of our empire belong to you. Instead of tormenting yourself, why not focus on implementing new reforms, allowing innovation to flourish across the land? That is what you, as emperor, should be considering. Holding onto Huangfu Kongming's hand, the girl sighed again. His mind had been wandering so much recently that he had almost neglected his duties in governance. Continuing like this could indeed lead to dire consequences. Looking at her, however, Huangfu Kongming noticed something unfamiliar about her expression. Was she really the Hellion family daughter? Why were there no portraits of Hellion left in the imperial capital? Every time he tried hard to recall, distinguishing between her face and Hulyen's, his thoughts became disordered and chaos filled his mind, followed by excruciating pain. The throbbing pain grew unbearable, and he wanted to roll on the ground in agony. His suffering now mirrored his previous distress. You all may leave. It's suffocating in here. Serve the emperor some tea. Seeing Huangfu Kongming's worsening condition, the young girl immediately waved her hand. With this cue, everyone departed. Once alone, Huangfu Kongming sank back into his gilded throne. Chapter 276, Huangfu's Doubt. His eyes stared at the pearl curtain swaying back and forth. The curtain, like a light mist, had covered everything. Everyone looked at each other. They had all gone through it, and only with great difficulty did he manage to move his gaze from the curtain to the face of the girl by his side. The maid was busy running around, soon fetching water and soaking the brocade handkerchief to wipe Huangfu Kongming's face. Your health has been improving recently, so you should be happy. But look at yourself now. It's simply frustrating. What is wrong with you? You become irritable and angry, disregarding even the most important principles. You should at least listen to the doctor's advice. What do we know? We are merely doing our best to take care of you. Do you really think that everyone doesn't want you to get better sooner? Your illness cannot be cured just by medicine alone. In my opinion, you're overthinking things. Emperor, I have seen many scenes in my mind. They seem like... He spoke while looking at the spot beside him, about to pick up the brush, but then as if he remembered something, sighed and said, It is my mistake. I will change. Your Majesty, may you continue to improve, she said while offering the ginseng soup. Huangfu Kongming took a sip, his eyes moving towards the adjacent position. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally turned his gaze back. What did you say? I was saying that you need proper rest. Look at yourself, Dash. No, he clearly heard her say that his illness wasn't physical. It required mental rest and adjustment. From this perspective, it could prove that she knew his condition. Not only her, those who were closer to him also knew more clearly. But these people unanimously refused to tell him the truth. He began to grow hazy about what the truth really was. So looking at those around him, he realized he couldn't ask them about it. He needed time to think deeply on this matter. He needed a clever person to consult. All right, I understand. I am very tired today after eating this meal. I wish to rest. If you wish to rest, that's good. When you're idle, why don't you read some books? There are inexhaustible resources here from all the scholars, and even I would like to discuss politics with you properly. But since you often act like this, I don't dare to disturb you. Since you wish to rest, please take a good rest. It seems that this rest is something they eagerly expect him to do. He rested passively, yet didn't feel anything unusual. All right, I'm going to rest. You can leave. The maid lowered the pearl curtain and drew down the surrounding drapes, ready to depart as the freezing cold weather outside seeped into the room despite the absence of snow. In the great hall, a whiff of sandalwood incense spiraled upward from the lion incense burner. Seeing Huangfu Kongming rest, the people gradually left their places. At the gate, Xian, while walking, kept glancing back. Not only was Huangfu Kongming burdened heavily, but so were several others. As they walked ahead sighing deeply, they reached the Langyuan area. Finally, Xian sighed again, looking at Wu Dakai. General, do you think it's right or wrong to do this? Why does my heart always feel uneasy? I think this is a mistake. Perhaps I should return and tell the emperor what's happening. He will remember eventually, the sooner the better. As Xian spoke, she turned around, but Wu Dakai immediately grabbed her arm. Dear Xian, don't act rashly. Haven't you forgotten his previous state? If the emperor knows that Miss Nangong is already, he might completely lose hope, and then without leadership, the world will face calamity, Wu Dakai said, sighing deeply while staring at Xian. Xian reflected inwardly, realizing this was indeed the case. What if we do this? What if we do that? What should we actually do? Xian sighed. The current situation was beyond her control. Wu Dakai placed his hand on Xian's shoulder. We'll handle this matter like this for now. What else can be done? Clearly, the emperor is ruminating too much. Autumn hunting season is approaching. Taking him out for fresh air during this period might help or might not make a difference. You must ensure the emperor's safety. Outside, there's all kinds of trouble. Xian had been pursued many times before, and every time she thought about the external environment now, she felt endangered. Other people would remind their own family to be careful, but you, it's amazing. All you do is tell me to watch out for the emperor. Sheer, I have no idea whether you like the emperor more or me more. That's just a joke. You're really, Sheer spat, about to say something, when from far away, she saw a maid walking over. She then withdrew her hand. I'll go talk with her. You take your troops and do what you must here. Don't wait for me. Who'd wait for you? He said while walking away. Sheer approached the maid, and from her expression could already tell what had happened after they left. Before Nangong Qingjin even spoke, the maid said, it was only with great difficulty that we managed to get the emperor to rest. What should we do now? Do you think I don't want the emperor to recover quickly? If the emperor truly knew Mrs. Situation, then he certainly wouldn't remain calm. It was already hard enough to keep this hidden. I can't imagine what would happen if the emperor found out again about Mrs. Condition. Yes, currently everyone wanted to disclose Nangong Qingjin's situation entirely. But everyone also understood clearly. If it wasn't disclosed, it might be for the best. If spoken, an inevitable commotion would surely arise. In such situations, it's better not to talk too much. For now, let's just take things one step at a time. Sheer said as she gripped the maid's hand. Poor you. Oh, it's perhaps just fate. As she spoke, she sighed and took a breath. The two of them looked at the luminous scene of the Forbidden City, the straight and narrow corridors seeming like an endless dream. The flickering lamplights fell on the faces of these two maids. Sheer's pupils contracted slightly, and the maid beside her didn't know what to say. Let's just see one step at a time. What else can we do? The emperor's health is most important. We are, after all, just secondary. Yes, good sister, thank you for your hard work, Sheer said, and then clasped the maid's hand. They thought Huangfu Kongming would consider tonight as resolved, but no one would understand that he had absolutely no intention of giving up. When this crowd finally disappeared, he started sketching out a scene from his dreams or memories. Yes, he needed to carefully sketch it out. What exactly were these scenes symbolizing? What notion did they represent? He had to figure it out. His brush strokes flew like dragons in a short time, drawing everything. After finishing, there was an abundant forest and streams, a woman in red, another in white, a frail and thin woman, various women, each exuding grace and poise. But the face of the woman, he couldn't remember it at all. At every stroke of his brush, he hesitated. Exactly what kind of face was this woman? Was it part of his imagination? Was it a phoenix eye, a worm brow, willow eyebrows, or distant mountain brows? Huangfu Kongming was truly unclear. He could only carefully describe all the details he remembered from his memory. Once everything was finished, he held these sheets, looking at them while pondering deeply. This memory thing seemed to be constantly playing tricks on him. When he wanted to memorize something well, strangely, it all slipped away and was forgotten. It was truly bizarre. He irritably placed the papers away, noted down some details of his dream with a pen, and quickly stored everything into a brocade box. There must be some secret within himself. This faceless woman must also be the most important person in his life, but who exactly, he doesn't know. Now, he needed to find out within the capital what exactly the previous Hellion family was like. Starting tomorrow, he would take action. But on the second day, after searching through the surrounding palaces, all that was said was that there had been a fire calamity before, turning everything into ashes. Now recalling, it seems as if everything has vanished. There were more broken walls and ruins everywhere, as if everything had changed. Yet somehow, it all seemed identical to what it had been before. He couldn't comprehend how he felt, deep in thought, frowning for a long while, until he finally smoothed his brow. Why is there no portrait of the late empress in the entire capital? Clearly, someone destroyed them beforehand, right? He said as he glanced back, coldly staring at the few people trailing behind him. Your Majesty, there are no portraits of the late empress. As for the late empress herself, isn't she by your side, every day? He was almost on the verge of laughter. Initially, he had mistakenly thought that the girl was the late empress. However, the girl lacked the regal demeanor befitting a queen mother. If this girl truly were the late empress, it would be highly unlikely. Now, doubts started to creep in, not just about the girl. He also began to suspect everyone around him. What exactly was going on? What happened? He felt utterly confused. Turning back with a cold glare, he asked, I understand. When did this fire calamity occur? It happened 6 years ago. It has been 6 years. What about one of my elder brothers and one younger brother? He glanced at the girl as he asked, causing the two girls to exchange uneasy glances. Finally, the older one spoke up. Your brothers, due to their treasonous attempts to seize the throne, met their demise through mutual torment and plotting against each other. They both perished. It was I who killed them, he said, clenching his fists as he spoke. No, no. The girl immediately corrected him. Huangfu Wenliang died because of Zi Sanghe's schemes, and as for Zi Sanghe, well, that was... What? Good, good. Finally, he found someone who knew the truth. Hard work pays off. Finally, he would get some answers, but at that moment, from afar, another girl approached. The maid heard footsteps and without turning back, already knew who was coming. Chapter 277, Huangfu Fuan invites a mystic. She was, after all, merely a simple palace maid and certainly dared not to invite trouble upon herself. At the moment, she could only say, he was pursued by the imperial guards and torn apart by 5 horses. This was a different version from many that had been told before. So exactly how did Zi Sanghe die? As for this method of being torn apart by 5 horses, it seemed not to be a usual means of execution used here. Doubts rose again in his mind. At this point, Xian'er and the girl had already approached. Upon seeing the emperor, the girl's smile was already very bright. Looking for you everywhere. You were gone all morning, the girl said while draping a cloak with narrow sleeves over Huangfu Kongming's shoulders, her eyes gazing at him. Look at you. It's getting colder now. If you freeze yourself, what will become of you? Yes, the girl cared for him thoroughly. Logically, he should reciprocate her kindness, offering her all his warmth and adjusting his own attitude toward her properly, being kinder to her, at least appearing utterly compliant on the surface. Yet the present situation wasn't like that. Her growing care confused him more and more, clouding many situations beyond clarity. This woman followed him closely, as if afraid that something would leak out, which was strange. If this woman had intentions of assassinating him, she would have acted swiftly, but it didn't seem to be the case. So what exactly was going on? Why were things unfolding this way? All right, you may rise, he said, looking at the girl as he spoke. Though disabled, the girl had clearly served him tens of thousands of times. Her movements, though different from a normal person's, were just as swift, accomplishing tasks equally well. Seeing the girl thus, he sighed. Recently, there hadn't been much business for the court to handle, and he had rushed through everything cleanly and quickly. Now, he could take some rest while pursuing his research. These matters couldn't remain unclear. He must understand. Life lasts only a few decades, and he couldn't accept the wise foolishness lifestyle imposed upon him by others. Lost in thought, he sighed again. Entering the room, he seemed once more to recall certain scenes and began to outline them, becoming increasingly anxious. After a while, he stopped. Just then, the evening meal had arrived. Everyone waited silently, daring not to see what had transpired. Here, he had already finished eating, having consumed a great deal. He touched almost every dish on the table. Seeing his hearty appetite tonight, both the girl and Xian'er were rather pleased. Have a drink of water, he said, subtly slipping a knockout drug into the cup through his fingernail as he spoke. Xian'er had no suspicion at all and drank it, afterward feeling increasingly drowsy. Realizing her lack of strength, she could only bid farewell and return. As soon as she stepped outside, Xian'er became so sleepy that she had to be supported by a few palace attendants back to her quarters. Not long after walking, the girl fell deeply asleep despite wanting to keep her eyes open, but she'd lost her strength. It seemed as if he had prepared everything. Taking out the brocade box, he refused any help, saying, I am heading to the upper veranda pavilion. No one here must tell anyone else that I've gone. As he spoke, he arranged pillows to form a human shape, covering it with a blanket. That night, the stars were bright, crows flew south, and his shadow was cast by the moonlight. Under a deep, dark silhouette, he proceeded towards the upper veranda pavilion. That day, a royal astrologer was already waiting for him. He had seen the royal astrologer from afar. This astrologer, stationed on the high platform, bowed low when seeing the emperor approach, not daring to shout, long live, nor to raise his head immediately, but simply closing his eyes. Soon enough, Huangfu Kongming arrived and waved his hand. Master Tai, please rise. The royal astrologer, unlike eunuchs or inner court officials, was an illustrious official within the Bureau of Sacrificial Rites. Besides representing the royal family during sacrifices, he needed to set examples in Confucian values of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. Throughout history, many astrologers had also been the emperor's teachers, hence he addressed the person in front of him as master. Immediately, the astrologer stood up. In the dark, there were no palace attendants around, but people below patrolled at night. The railing of the tall tower concealed the two figures well. Mature pomegranates shielded them further. Your Majesty, the matter you mentioned. Take a look yourself. These are my fragmented dreams that I've sketched one by one. I find it strange why this woman keeps appearing in my dreams. My art may not be exquisite, but I believe I have managed to capture 6 or 7/10 of her grace. What do you make of it? I no longer trust the people around me. If you know anything, tell me. I think if you truly don't know, I won't hold it against you. After all, you're merely an astrologer. This is akin to me seeking help from just anyone. He sighed as he spoke. On the other side, the royal astrologer was already nodding repeatedly, taking hold of the scattered sheets of paper. In truth, consulting an astrologer would not necessarily solve the matter, but they were generally smarter than average folk. More importantly, among the court officials, the astrologer was someone Huangfu Kongming trusted to confide in. The two exchanged glances for a moment before the astrologer began reviewing each sheet carefully. After some time, about the length of drinking a cup of tea, he knelt down again. Your Majesty, I have something to say and dare not conceal it. The astrologer spoke while kneeling before Huangfu Kongming. With heaven's eyes watching over us, I am a servant of the royal family and should resolve your troubles. But there are some matters that I cannot simply reveal to you openly. Thus, I too feel conflicted. What conflict do you have? Speak up freely. Master Tai, rise and speak. Huangfu Kongming extended his hand and took the astrologer's hand as they faced each other again. The astrologer then said, Your Majesty, you must realize this isn't merely a dream, yet it also represents more than a mere dream. Could this have happened before? In late autumn last year, you led a pursuit outside the palace to hunt down Zisonghe. Upon returning, your health gradually deteriorated. Although I'm unaware of the exact events, being neither a military general nor someone who ventured out personally, I assure you that whatever these paintings depict can be followed as clues. If such places truly exist, investigate them. By following the map, should they match exactly, then we will uncover what occurred. Is that not true? He quickly realized this method was simple, but might be their only approach at present. The astrologer gently encouraged, The world has many similar places. Think hard about where this could be. Every trip the emperor makes incognito is recorded by historians. To resolve this, look for when the apples ripened last year. That will bring us halfway to the truth. Then search through the official records, and soon the matter will become clear. You are truly my fan Kwai. I must act now. Thank you. Tell me, what reward would you desire? How could I ask for anything? Only for your majesty's rapid recovery and long-lasting blessings. I would rest peacefully even if I die. Speaking thus, the astrologer bowed, and Huangfu Kongming chuckled slightly. I shall grant your reward regardless of whether you like it or not, he said before swiftly stepping away. One more thing. Don't tell anyone about your summons here. Yes, I shall remain silent as commanded, replied the astrologer, departing afterward. Watching Huangfu Kongming leave, he stood up, unsure of exactly what had happened. Had he known more, he would have revealed everything earlier. That night, Huangfu Kongming pored over historical records and circled the places he'd visited. He hoped this would not end disappointingly, though many months had passed since then. Everything had changed. Still, he sent a team of scouts to investigate. He remained unchanged the next day. In the morning, the girl woke up feeling apologetic for succumbing to sleepiness the previous evening. She never imagined she'd fall so deeply asleep, but upon awakening, she noticed Huangfu Kongming seemed somewhat healthier. Indeed, today's Huangfu Kongming appeared in good spirits, lively and energetic, a state she hadn't seen in a long while. How could she not feel delighted seeing him like this? Investigations had already commenced, although no results had returned yet. He knew the empire was vast, with countless similar landscapes, but upon reflecting carefully, identical geography, season, and scenery greatly narrowed the possibilities. He waited patiently in the imperial chambers for good news. More than a month had already passed. Over here, Nangong Qingjin had led her team to clear the path, allowing 8 horses to gallop through unimpeded. Of course, for the sake of the city's safety, she still needed to prepare everything thoroughly. At the city gates, construction on a towering watchtower had already begun. This structure would become the mandatory access point into the area. She oversaw the labor force in their work while on the mountain behind them. All the paper made from bamboo and timber had been sold out. Papermaking was still a burgeoning industry during that era. As such, the paper produced by Nangong Qingjin quickly became popular. Many people were now vying to purchase it. Through the sale of paper, they had amassed a great deal of rice and grain, and the ED tribe had already sent their envoys to collect the supplies. Meanwhile, negotiations were being carried out meticulously. The representatives for the discussions were Zisong, he, and Nangong Qingjin. Since there had been no prior collaboration with the ED, she harbored some trepidation. This was the fruit of many people's hard labor night and day, and should the effort fail, it would be utterly disastrous. She did not want any blemishes to appear in this process, nor for the negotiations to end in failure. On the other side, the opposing representative was a Sinu person. Sinu individuals had also never negotiated with Central Plains dwellers before, and at that moment, they too were somewhat anxious. Although they owned vast herds of cattle and sheep, these animals had been painstakingly reared over time. Let's proceed as follows. We'll weigh our goods on our scales, and you may carefully inspect them. Once you're satisfied with your inspection, we'll immediately load your wagons. Meanwhile, I will arrange for Master Bai to examine your cattle and sheep. The camels and milking cows we require must be your best selections, not those old and near-death ones. This is a collaboration, and I hope we cooperate agreeably. Chapter 278, Nangong Qingjin's approach to governing officials. Good. We will do as the young lady has said. Over here, 10 stones of grain had already been prepared. On the other side, once the grain was ready, the cattle and sheep were also arranged by the Sinu people. Nangong Qingjin had Zi saying he go over to check it out. It turned out that the Sinu people hadn't tampered with anything. Not only did they treat this first encounter and grain trade honestly, but they even gave 2 horses as a bonus. With that, the deal was done, and on the vast grasslands, Nangong Qingjin and Zi saying he seemed to effortlessly drive the cattle and sheep over. A stretch of white was the herd of white llamas, while a patch of black represented the pitch-black boulders like cattle. And those 2 heavenly horses of sweat blood were all rather fine ones. As Nangong Qingjin galloped freely across the grassland, Zi sang he also drove the cattle and sheep forward, whistling on his reed flute. In the past, he was obsessed with imperial ambitions. Now, he had forgotten everything and thoroughly abandoned it all. The 2 lived in the embrace of nature, the heart-stirring green rapidly retreating and soon disappearing from view. The 2 returned home fully laden, which was rare in the history of this place. You slow down, Nan Gongqing leisurely rode her horse, moving so swiftly it felt like flying. Behind her, Zi Sang he was already tirelessly galloping after her, but still appeared to be some distance behind. I am so happy, so happy. Her joy was beyond expression, and even Zi Sang he, who saw it firsthand, felt delighted as well. After all, what they had accomplished was unprecedented, though it wasn't particularly glorious. In that era, merchants and commerce were considered speculative and dishonorable professions among the 3 teachings and 9 streams, having little social standing. But through Nan Gongqing's efforts, based on concrete interests, she had managed to bind 2 previously unfriendly nations together through trade. This was unprecedented. Before, commoners and the Sinu people had no ties to the Khan. Seeing the fat sheep rolling with autumn on the grasslands brought joy not just to Nan Gongqing, but also to the team leader and villagers who came welcoming her with gongs and drums. The villagers were unaware that bamboo could be turned into something valuable or that the foul-smelling black substance on the rear mountain could be used as dye. They didn't understand many things, but now they gradually realized, seeing such achievements made, there was nothing but happiness. Nan Gongqing blew a whistle, and the cattle and sheep obediently moved to the front. Over here, the exhausted team leader hurried over, wiping sweat off his face while smiling blankly. Although we've run out of grain, our paper-making hasn't stopped. Soon, there will be grain again, and these cattle and sheep are something I never dared to dream of in my lifetime. So much, good. People started celebrating joyfully. For Nan Gongqing, however, this was nothing special. With a swift leap, she dismounted her horse. This horse is a pure-blood heavenly horse of sweat blood brought from their homeland of Damascus by the Sinu people. Here, it's for you. Without hesitation, Nan Gongqing generously handed the reins to the panting team leader beside her. This humble one does not deserve such a favor, young lady. You should keep it. You look magnificent on horseback, full of valor and grace, unmatched by any. Though he loved the horse deeply, he understood the saying, one mustn't accept gifts without reason. No, it's yours. What is there to decline? Now, I have more things to do, come over. Nan Gongqing spoke while pointing to the position ahead. The team leader passed the reins to a nearby attendant. Take good care of it. Make sure this horse stays lively, give it a bath. I'll be right back. Young lady, if there's anything, speak up. Let us discuss it. From start to finish, I fully support you. No matter what you want to do, I'll back you up. For they had witnessed that Nan Gongqing was indeed wise and always achieved success in her endeavors, beginning and completing every task successfully. There is simply too much to do, and we must address them one by one. She spoke, glancing at the nearby position and lightly pressing her lips. We need to maintain diplomacy and communication with the Khans going forward. We must gradually grow stronger. But the Sinu people, clearly, the team leader harbored resentment toward the Sinu people. After all, they lacked interest in groups they didn't understand, and such cooperation seemed merely superficial. The Sinu people are human, and we are human too. The most important thing between people is communication at the spiritual level, not all kinds of scheming between you and me. This, you must understand. In fact, how could he not understand? It's just that he didn't know how to say it. Whatever you say goes. You've already calculated everything. I'll nod my head in agreement and support you. The team leader said. Hearing the team leader's guarantee like this, Nan Gongqing was indeed much happier. As long as the team leader supported her, things would be easier to handle. Call over all the merchants. Tell them I have something to say. In that era, merchants were the least respected by others, but now, it seemed that the one who valued merchants the most was Nan Gongqing. The team leader dared not refuse, but also did not nod his head, maintaining an ambiguous attitude. Hurry up, I need them for something. You have business, just talk to me about it. These merchants are the lowest class. What use could there be in finding them? He said, while looking bewilderedly at Nan Gongqing, who quite disapproved of such a viewpoint. How merchants were seen as the lowest class. She believed this categorization of scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants had problems originally. If things continued like this, it would truly end disastrously. Although she felt a bit upset, she remained calm and said, just get someone to call them. Don't bother with the rest. Hesitating for a moment, the team leader seemed powerless and could only nod his head. All right, I'll go. Not long after, the merchants had already been called over. These merchants looked like proper individuals, not haggard figures. This was an era that looked down on commerce, yet only Nan Gongqing understood that if they really wanted to make this place strong, the first thing they needed to address was trade. If views don't change, they will be poor forever. She watched as the merchants approached, each bowing to her. Only then did Nan Gongqing nod. Good. Since you're here, you probably know why I've called you. She came straight to the point, drawing everyone's attention to her words, their gazes eventually settling firmly upon her. Speak your mind. Let's be open with each other. Excellent. All of you are clever men. That's good. Nan Gongqing stood up as she spoke. In fact, you've already seen that we're not lacking here. Paper made from bamboo is rare, tripling profits without issue. Now, we need a person in charge. This individual must be mature, experienced, and possess excellent credibility. This person will sell paper, and when they return, I'll arrange escorts to fill empty carts with grain to bring back. Autumn is coming soon. Although we grow 3-season rice, preparation never hurts. After all, these crops may not even be enough for us to eat. Good, we understand. Let us take a moment and elect someone right away. Several of them murmured amongst themselves. Watching them confer, Nan Gongqing realized they would soon elect a capable individual. Before long, a man with a thin mustache, appearing around 40 years old, but actually only 30, stepped forward. He spoke clearly and forcefully, walked swiftly and confidently, exuding an aura of righteousness as if each word carried penetrating power. So this lowly one steps up. I'll make sure to carry out every one of your arrangements to perfection. For many years, we have not been respected here, and I wish to display talents fit for governing nations. Excellent, excellent. With your ambition, there's no fear of unfulfilled dreams, she said as she took the man's hand. Good, very good. This man smiled in return. Miss, there's nothing to commend or dismiss. It's merely about putting forth our efforts. A journey of 100 miles is half completed at 90 miles. May you approach this task diligently. Your dividends will be accounted for fairly by me, ensuring utmost reasonableness. You can rest assured. I hope you bear the weight of responsibility at every moment, for giving you this task is akin to handing over everything. Not only does your shoulder bear personal interest, but more importantly, the interests of the ethnicity and the community. I hope you understand this well. Since you have the intention to take the lead, every week I hope you take a few people outside, regardless of whether, to sell the bamboo paper. In the middle of this, I will contact a superior, so every time you return after finishing your task, make sure to fill the carts at the riverside with supplies. What we need right now isn't gold or jewels, but grain. The young miss has an exceptional vision. I understand, I truly do, the man said as he stroked his goatee. Seeing this, Nangongqingjin gave him an encouraging smile. Good, as long as you understand. I hope in the future, you can achieve success in everything you do. All right, stand aside. Your task has been arranged. Now you may go to the bamboo paper processing plant and learn how to differentiate the quality of each sheet of paper. These papers cannot be treated equally. Go ahead. This man, clutching his goatee, nodded and immediately left. Watching this, Nangongqingjin took a deep breath and shifted her gaze onto the faces of everyone present. All eyes were fixed on her. The second thing we must do is, I need someone who has previously done business with the Sinu people, someone who speaks their language fluently. Is there anyone here? Aye. Beside her, a person who had remained silent for a long time smiled confidently and stood up, his face glowing with warmth and composure. His calm and gentle demeanor made those around him feel at ease. In fact, when Nangongqingjin first laid her eyes on this individual, she almost felt that this person's joy was beyond words. And such happiness itself proved one thing, that everything could be commercialized. The others glanced at each other, their gazes ultimately resting on this individual. This person smiled faintly, and Nangongqingjin nodded. All right, it's you then. Listen, every time he returns with grain, you'll sell it to the Sinu people. Chapter 279, Everything Can Flourish. In fact, we all have an account in our hearts. But why do we still need you? Because the Sinu people are not easy to deal with. In the future, we want to be good neighbors with them. This means we should not gain too much advantage in trade. The Sinu people still need iron pots and ceramic goods. But for us, we need the Sinu people's leather, their sharp weapons, and their fierce archery skills. None of these can be easily achieved. They require a great deal of hard work and refinement. Here, I hope everyone can fulfill their missions fully. I understand. Don't worry, young lady. I'll handle it well. This was an old hand, and Nangongqingjin trusted him completely. She nodded repeatedly, and then distributed the remaining merchants according to their needs. Moreover, Nangongqingjin even established a chamber of commerce. This time, the merchants could hold their heads high in Yalong. It was an honor almost none of them had dared to dream of, and everyone was quite delighted. Then they all left. There were many tasks, but everything was organized smoothly. She didn't know if it was her intelligence or if she had been tempered through trials and tribulations that she now possessed profound insight and resilience. Being busy stopped her heart from being uncontrollable, and it kept her from yearning for Huangfu Kongming out of nowhere. However, when there was some leisure, she inevitably began daydreaming. What exactly was Huangfu Kongming doing now? Had he ever missed her? What was he up to? And as for her, did she still need to return in this lifetime? Did she need to see him again? These questions were troubling, yet Nangongqingjin was not in a hurry to leave here. The Tongming Academy had already opened. Ri Zisong gave lessons to the children, who swayed back and forth reciting poems and songs. Whenever she saw this scene, Nangongqingjin's heart also ached painfully. If only things hadn't gone wrong between her and Huangfu Kongming in the past. Or perhaps by now, their child would be this old as well. As she recalled their moments together bit by bit, it felt like it was ages ago, even though it had only been last year to this year, a span of just 2 years. Yet these 2 years seemed longer than any previous year. Nangongqingjin was very saddened. She hoped her schedule was always full so at least she wouldn't fall into melancholy due to missing someone. Now, the common people revered Nangongqingjin and Zisong Ri as deities. For his part, Zisong Ri was conscientious and diligent. Whatever he could teach them, he did without reservation. The children learned quickly and excellently. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Gradually, Nangongqingjin organized and recruited an army, whose main role was to escort carriages safely. Their traveling camp required special attention since trouble could arise easily with their increasing prominence. Additionally, she had arranged people to guard against floods by the riverbanks. Soon afterward, Nangongqingjin ordered the construction of city walls, as people still favored self-isolation deep down. Therefore, the construction began promptly and proceeded diligently. Seeing this, Nangongqingjin was satisfied and nodded. By now, everything was orderly arranged. Initially, the head of households did not wish to trade with the Sinu people. However, it became evident that the Sinu were an important group that needed to be respected, for they were truly formidable. Through trading with the Seamew, they gradually acquired purebred horses, cattle, and llamas. Previously, obtaining authentic mutton was incredibly difficult, but now, getting what they wanted was much simpler. It had become effortless, within their grasp. The people were profoundly grateful to Nangong Qingjin and Zisong Ri. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In these 2 months, she made many reforms, which transformed the Yelong Kingdom after revitalizing it. This small territory now seemed visionary. The construction of the city wall was nearing completion, while commerce was rapidly flourishing. The Tongming Academy not only had Zisong Ri, but also employed a few scholars from the area. With all this in place, finally, Nangong Qingjin and Zisong Ri could rest after several months of intense activity. It had been grueling work, bustling about non-stop, but despite these tasks appearing insignificant, they genuinely weren't, at least not for Nangong Qingjin and Zisong Ri. It was already quite impressive, as though the gradual accumulation of sand into a tower, things slowly started to become controllable. Everyone was happy and joyful, and this happiness and joy had seeped into the hearts of the people. That evening, the two of them had been busy until very late. Now, with the moon high in the sky, Nangong Qingjin dismissed the few women by her side. These women were currently learning medicine, and Nangong Qingjin disapproved of the practice where people fell ill but did not take medicine, resorting instead to dancing rituals for healing. Fortunately, she had managed to sweep away these superstitious practices. People had gradually gathered together and now knew what to do and in which direction they should develop. Before long, medical science had also become deeply rooted in their minds. Now, she needed to make these girls understand the properties of herbs and much more. Some of the girls could read, making it easier to teach them. Those who couldn't read took longer, thus wasting quite a bit of time. But among these girls, there were no shortage of those who were talented and bright, quickly understanding and integrating the knowledge. Go on ahead. Come early tomorrow morning, and we'll go up the mountain to gather medicine. Nangong Qingjin saw Zisong He approaching in the distance with a paper lantern glowing brightly, casting a flickering light. It's so late. Surely you haven't eaten yet, he said as he walked over. The beautiful light shone on his face and body, making him look under the gentle milk-yellow glow like a simple, ordinary young man. There was nothing extraordinary about him, but few knew that this was none other than the former emperor, Zisong He, who lightly stretched out his hand, handing over the heavy fur cloak because it had already grown very cold, with the north wind starting to howl. The climate in this valley seemed different, or perhaps autumn had arrived here earlier. Now, all the women had left, some looking coyly at the tall and handsome Zisong He, others glancing meaningfully at both Zisong He and Nangong Qingjin. One by one, the others left. Finally, Nangong Qingjin fastened the ties of the fur cloak beside Zisong He, gazing at the front as if lost in thought. You're only resting now? You know well that these things are slow and need time to permeate. Haste makes waste, so don't overwork yourself. I just hope the people here will gradually improve, she said, sighing. Forget it, why mention such things? Let's not talk about them anymore. Let's walk. Gladly, he said. As the two moved forward, before long they reached an open space where autumn insects buzzed and murmured in the grass. Nearby, oil-dyed lanterns lit up the area like a city that never slept. Let's go take a look, Nangong Qingjin said, pointing to a nearby high-rise. This towering structure offered a broad view. The high-rise was built for viewing from afar, not for watching people, but for observing the war's directions. This tower had a name unrelated to smoke signals, called Bright Moon Terrace. On the Bright Moon Terrace, the moonlight was incredibly clear and transparent, almost like mercury. As the two climbed higher, upon reaching the tower, Nangong Qingjin discovered that someone had already moved chrysanthemums there. The chrysanthemums had begun to bloom, vibrant in color, yellow ones like gold, red ones resembling fire, and the noble white ones, sparkling like stars, forming a scene of breathtaking beauty. Nangong Qingjin sat down in the middle of this high platform, exhaled slightly, and looked beside her. Sit down, why stand? All right. Zisong He followed suit and sat there. In the blink of an eye, they had been together for half a year. More precisely, for several months before falling off the cliff, the two had been inseparable. By now, about 8 months had passed, during which time, Nangong Qingjin had unconsciously developed a reliance on Zisong He. As for Zisong He, during these 8 or 9 months, it seemed he had gradually become unable to part with Nangong Qingjin. Both were happy now. After finishing their tasks, as Zisong He stood there, he looked off into the distance. In the distant night, through the enchanting moonlight, one could see the shimmering surface of the moat, many things, everything gradually budding, and countless incredible things. The old willow tree by the moat seemed like a lonely sculpture. The surrounding area featured a landscape of trees with uneven heights, their green hues gradually fading into the pitch-black night. Nangong Qingjin looked around and said, "It's so beautiful, isn't it?" "Yes, but nothing compares to your beauty," he replied, drawing closer to Nangong Qingjin as he spoke. Nangong Qingjin smiled coyly and asked, "Why say such things? I'm not that attractive." "In the eyes of love, even an ugly duckling turns into sure," he replied, laughing softly as he finished speaking. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin said, "Truly speaking, this kind of life is wonderful. Would you still want to go back? Life only lasts a few decades. If I can go back, I hope to. But if I can't, as long as I can be with you, I would be happy." He glanced at the woman in front of him as he continued his words. "With me? Absolutely." He nodded immediately. Nangong Qingjin pursed her lips and smiled. "I think you should find a better girl. I have no intention of settling down or starting a family right now. But you are already over 20. In that era, a woman in her 20s was considered an old maid. Although Nangong Qingjin still appeared beautiful and well-dressed, only she and Zisong He knew that she was no longer young. Chapter 280. In the south there is a fine tree, not to be thought about. I know, in this life of mine, neither forming a family nor leaving for monastic life, what does it truly mean? He said, looking at Nangong Qingjin as he spoke. Nangong Qingjin hadn't expected that Zisong He would voice such unconventional and heterodox ideas, so she couldn't help but laugh and look at him. And you, aren't you the same? You mock others in front, but fall behind. We are like the pot calling the kettle black. However, I have my plans, but you don't even have those kinds of plans. He said. In fact, Nangong Qingjin was now sadly thinking. Not that there weren't any plans, but the person before her didn't understand herself at all. Lack of understanding is just lack of understanding. The arrangements here are already done. Looking from here is really good, isn't it? Look, during the day, one climbs the mountain to watch the beacons. At dusk, one waters his horse by the crossing river. How splendid. While speaking, he pointed to a distant spot. I actually want to meet him. This is the side of me you don't understand, she said, while talking, sighing in despair. From that dejected expression, it wasn't hard for him to see that she still longed for Huangfu Kongming, and that longing was abundant indeed. Recently, the imperial capital will hold an autumn encirclement hunt. I know, where is it? She wanted to confirm the geographical location. Zisong He had already helped Nangong Qingjin find out. At Dragon Tiger Mountain. By then, I'll try to get you over there, but you must promise me 2 things. First, you cannot leave me. Second, you cannot leave here. Yes, the first thing could perhaps be left aside for later discussion, but the second thing, leaving here, was apparently impossible already. Nangong Qingjin bit her lips, unsure of what to say. She didn't know whether she'd lose her sanity at the moment of seeing him again. Or, no, many things seem unreasonable until they're confronted directly. Nangong Qingjin simply didn't know how to respond. Taking a deep breath, she turned her eyes toward another position. I don't know. No matter knowing or not knowing, your equivocal manner worries me. I'm afraid I'll lose you, he said, while speaking, gripping the railing tightly. In fact, Zisong He understood more than anyone else. Loss? No. He hasn't even possessed her to talk about losing, has he? But Nangong Qingjin said, in this life of mine, I did love one person. I did love someone. Don't force me to make any choice, Zisong He, okay? She said, while speaking, reining in the tumultuous emotions in her gaze. He knew what could be done now. There's nothing but to promise her. Beyond that, he couldn't do anything else. All right, I promise you, but you must be careful about your safety. Now it's late. I'll send you back. Okay. The two walked toward the inn, as if it were very far, as if it would take a very long time to reach there. One after another, Nangong Qingjin walked with a heavy heart, frowning in thought. As for Zisong He, though appearing composed and leisurely, his mind was a kaleidoscope of thoughts. Yes, for now, staying together with Nangong Qingjin was necessary. Nangong Qingjin constituted all of his romantic imaginations. Now, Nangong Qingjin was still the same, loving someone for such a long time. It was rare, indeed. All right, we've arrived, she said, turning around. He almost bumped into her back. Supporting himself, he looked at Nangong Qingjin's beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes framing her dark eyes which exuded sorrow. That sorrow seemed like a dagger, piercing straight through his heart. He didn't know what to say for a long while, and finally broke the silence, saying, I will arrange everything well. You can rest assured. Just take good care of yourself these few days. I want to enter the city tomorrow. I cannot stop you, but I'll advise you to stay safe. Shall we go together? After all, if they went together, he could still protect her safety. Nangong Qingjin merely smiled. No, I intend to walk alone and check on the current situation. Wherever you may be, this place is your last retreat. You can return anytime. I am your final harbor. If you wish to dock here, you're welcome to. Don't become overly obsessed. That's what Buddhists call attachment. Thank you, Zisong He. It's getting late. Go rest now. You've been busy all day. Surely you must be tired, she said, pushing his hand holding her shoulders slightly away while speaking. But Zisong He didn't leave her. Instead, he firmly hugged Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin didn't know what to say. Her face was deathly pale. Such an unexpected advance of affection had not come for a very long time. Honestly speaking, everything currently surrounding her was abnormal. You let go of me, you. What are you going to do? You know exactly. He restrained himself, but his hot breath already touched her face. Now her cheeks were burning as well. Her eyes gazed at the man before her. Zisong He, don't misbehave. I won't have feelings for you beyond friendship. I know, but I can't control myself. Why should it not be possible? Nangong Qingjin. He shook Nangong Qingjin's shoulder. Can we not be together? Is there no such possibility between us? No, please don't do this. She prepared to flee down another path, but his hand held great strength, restraining her so tightly. Nangong Qingjin anxiously looked at the man before her. What on earth do you plan to do, Zisong He? Have you lost your mind? This sentence has been said too many times. I hope you won't leave me. Please don't, all right? I will do anything for you. Don't leave me. Let's sever all ties with him until our dying days. Can we stay together? It's been a year. Haven't you found even a shred of happiness? You're heartless like wood and stone, but you will eventually feel my kindness. For you, I'm willing to forsake my own life, Nangong Qingjin. I hope you understand soon. Sorry. She wiped away the scorching tears welling in her eyes, finally pushing away the man before her. The two of them exchanged looks, silent for a long time, until finally, She forcefully struggled without any mercy. She managed to push the man before her away, leaving him standing still under the night sky, like a sculpture. She entered the door, only to quickly retreat out again, her eyes gazing at the man beside her. I'll help you find someone perfect, someone 10 times better than me. Don't go, preferably avoid such arrangements, I won't allow it. He said, as he spoke, gripping Nangong Qingjin's hand firmly. She sighed, not knowing what to say, yet still resisted strenuously, their grip breaking apart. The two parted ways. That night, her mood wasn't good, while his naturally couldn't be any better. They exchanged glances, then separated. She leaned against the thin doorframe, imagining his silhouette in the moonlight. To not torment herself further, she swiftly and resolutely left, because she knew that even if she continued staring, what would ultimately be gained? They departed. The next day, under brilliant sunshine, all things proceeded according to the original plan. Some minor tasks had been arranged for Jia Zhang, who was rather delighted, as he hadn't used his skills for a long time. Now, Nangong Qingjin wanted to visit the imperial capital. After all, how is Huangfu Kongming doing now? Is Huangfu Kongming mistaken that I've already passed away, thus nobody's searching for me anymore? Nothing at all, right? He feels quite distressed over this powerless situation. How could she not be troubled by it? Getting into the carriage, Zisong, he didn't see her off. An unexpected turn of events for Nangong Qingjin. Normally, Zisong, he wouldn't let her leave unattended, but he also understood that she was a person with self-restraint and wouldn't depart never to return. Life and production here, and even procreation among the people. All these matters couldn't exist without Nangong Qingjin's involvement. She couldn't just leave without thought. Nangong, Nangong. Several village children approached, each holding a willow branch. Nangong Qingjin lifted the carriage curtain and gazed outside. A child came forward, raising high the branch they held. This is from our teacher for you. The parting road stretches long beneath the willow trees. The lush grass reminds one not to forget to report when one returns. She recited as she looked at the willow branch. Which teacher? There were 12 teachers here. Though all had decent relations with Nangong Qingjin and mixed well with her, none had reached the level of giving willows as farewells with her. Her gaze slowly shifted from the willow branch. It took a moment before she glanced around, but saw no remarkable figure or event nearby. Staring blankly at each other, the boy wiped his nose and said, Our teacher, Master Bai. Tell your master that I will be back soon. It's just a trip. What is there to worry about? Go on, go on. Nangong Qingjin said while watching the child with snot run away. Now she was sentimental again. If only she had been with Huangfu Kongming before, their child would probably have been this big already. But those dreams gradually disappeared. A kind of sorrow that she couldn't shake off had filled her heart. She reached out and covered her chest. The carriage driver had already set the carriage in motion. The carriage Nangong Qingjin was riding in today wasn't the usual solitary one. This time, she was heading out to buy clothes and fabrics for the girls. With the formation of trade, everything she wanted could now be purchased. The sound of Nangong Qingjin's horse hooves grew fainter as she departed, leaving the snotty-nosed child to finally reach Zisong He's side. Master Bai, Sister Nangong said she'll be back soon and asked you not to feel sad. I won't, but I didn't rest well last night, so I'm feeling quite weary today. I'll need others to teach you all, he replied, clearly lacking energy. And so, others came over, noticing Zisong He's presence. The snotty-nosed kid and several other children saw his exhaustion too. In truth, she didn't feel much joy inside because he was already gone, hadn't he? Today, Huangfu Kongming sat in a carriage racing like lightning to the place from his dream. The astronomical observatory had already located it through the imperial guards. How could he contain his eagerness? Chapter 281, Deep Affection but Shallow Bond, Strangers Meet Again. Thus, he galloped wildly and soon arrived at the place from his dream. Previously, Huangfu Kongming would never have believed that the scenes in his dreams were actually real. But now, seeing everything before his eyes, he finally understood that everything in his dreams was indeed credible. But why was he having such a dream? Even he wasn't entirely clear. At first, he mistakenly thought it was just an incomprehensible dream, but gradually, due to the vividness and frequency of these dreams, Huangfu Kongming felt compelled to sit quietly and contemplate deeply. Although he didn't know why those around him had kept things hidden from him, he wanted to rely on his intelligence to uncover the truth and reveal the mysterious veil. Your Majesty, we've arrived, the chief astronomer said in civilian clothes, kneeling half beside the sedan chair. With a jump, he emerged from the carriage, stepped onto the solid ground, and scanned the surroundings with his gaze. The closely arranged buildings around him blended perfectly with what he'd seen in his dreams. The astonishment and joy couldn't be described in words. The tremor in his eyebrows revealed how the dreams and the reality he saw now matched completely. Clearly, the chief astronomer had realized the same. Following the map, take a look. This is the place. It's best if you can remember anything. As he spoke, he followed Huangfu Kongming closely. As Huangfu Kongming walked forward, he reached out and grabbed a fruit shaking on a branch. It was a tong li, Chinese quince. The leaves of the tong li tree were red like rouge, and its red fruit stimulated one's appetite. He grabbed it firmly, placed it under his nose, and began to inhale gently. That refreshing feeling brought immense comfort, as if every pore in his body relaxed gradually. He walked further until he stopped at a certain spot. But looking around, there seemed to be nothing here. Before arriving, he'd had some fantasies, but after getting here, all those imaginings gradually faded away. Indeed, this is the right place, no problem. But what exactly happened here? I seem to have no knowledge. About this, your old servant is powerless. The historian only recorded that you once went out that day, but regarding what actually occurred outside, this matter seems to lack any relevant documentation, said the chief astronomer respectfully. Or, Huangfu Kongming said, tossing over a pomegranate nearby. It has been destroyed, hasn't it? He questioned while lowering his eyes towards the chief astronomer. The chief astronomer sighed. Your Majesty, think carefully. People should more or less remember what they have experienced. If not, well, it's hard to say. I won't be lost in idle thoughts, Huangfu Kongming declared while throwing a nearby pomegranate into his hand. There's still a thriving field of corn ahead, and then further along are pear trees. Let's wait and see. Indeed, upon reaching the position ahead, the crops looked exactly the same. This made the chief astronomer also feel confused. Despite everything indicating that events developed in time, why had they all been completely forgotten? He split the pomegranate, chewing it slowly while trailing Huangfu Kongming from behind. Did you ever truly meet the Empress Hellion? Your Majesty, the Empress. In fact, she passed away 7 years ago. But why do you mistake the young maid by your side for the Empress? This truly boggles the mind, said the chief astronomer, observing Huangfu Kongming casually while speaking. Huangfu Kongming was at a loss for words. Indeed, did the Empress pass away 7 years ago? Absolutely true. 7 years ago, a palace coup occurred, and it was during that event that the Empress perished. Why don't you remember even these things? Have you lost your memory? The chief astronomer worried secretly. You're right, said Huangfu Kongming. I've started doubting many things inside my mind. I think I'm not suffering from amnesia, but instead have been given some kind of drug in Daijing, imperial capital, that makes me forget many things. I'm in my prime, a man in full vigor, so it's impossible that I would suddenly forget everything. On closer inspection, it's not that I want to forget, but rather, it seems I'm utterly unable to remember anymore, he said, sighing deeply. Huangfu Kongming gradually realized that his amnesia was caused by human interference, and his anger became evident. Ultimately, why did the people around him cut out this segment of his memories? As he mulled over things, he gazed at the scenery around him. It was exactly the same as in his dreams. That much was certain. After pondering for a long while, he realized that even if he stayed here today, he wouldn't discover anything new, so he prepared to leave unhappily. The official from the Ministry of Rights and chief astronomer also had no idea what had happened. He could only follow silently behind Huangfu Kongming. As they walked, both were lost in deep thought. When they reached the next position, there was a cliff. This cliff seemed even stranger, prompting Huangfu Kongming to stand there and meticulously sift through his thoughts. What was the deal with this cliff? If he didn't remember, it was clearly impossible. But if he did, his memory was blurred. It was utterly bizarre. At this moment, he felt as if he might lose his mind. Let's go back, he sighed, turned his body to mount the horse, and moved toward the side. Watching him depart like that, the chief astronomer immediately followed Huangfu Kongming closely. My lord, please slow down. For heaven's sake, take it easy. Shouting this, the astronomer chased after him. Not long afterward, the two reached the sedan carriage. He boarded the carriage, and on that day, their journey home was silent. After returning, Huangfu Kongming became more attentive. Xianer, the maid, and nearby Gao Qiqian and Wu Dakai all behaved differently than usual. He didn't know what the matter was, but knew he had to figure it out. While secretly contemplating, he made a decision. In the evening, he found an excuse to send the maid away. On duty today was General Wu. Now, he finally had the chance to spend some time alone with Wu Daka. This way, he could ask his questions. Where was I, and what was I doing before last year's Mid-Autumn Festival? As the two walked peacefully, he deliberately asked the question during this quiet moment. Logically speaking, if nothing were amiss, he would have been able to think for a moment and answer easily. However, it wasn't like that. After a long silence and much deliberation, he finally spoke as if remembering something. You should have been in the Golden Hall. No, I wasn't. Today, I already checked the records from last year, and it isn't like that. Was it your mistake or mine? Lately, I felt my memory deteriorating severely. I don't know why. As he said this, he observed General Wu's expression. Your Majesty, you handle myriad affairs daily and exhaust yourself greatly. It's understandable to be unstable at times. You need to stay steady and not always indulge in wild speculation. Do you think I'm indulging in wild speculation? He said, furrowing his brows as he looked at the man before him. I dare not say such a thing. That wasn't my meaning. Wu Dakai said, kneeling beside him. I humbly request your Majesty to rest early. I will rest early. General Wu, there's a reason I trust you. Surely, you wouldn't conceal anything significant from me, would you? After finishing his words, he seriously looked at General Wu, who, glancing at Huangfu Kongming, could only nod. Well, it's late. Go ahead and rest. Tired, he waved his hand dismissively. These people obviously had a secret completely unknown to him. But why were these people keeping him entangled in such a mystery? What was the reason? His memory loss had a cause. Upon deeper reflection, indeed, there was a reason, but what exactly it was, he didn't know. And no matter how hard he tried to rack his brain, he couldn't find the answer. After leaving Wu Dakai, General Wu passed through the corridor and saw lights shining brightly in Xianer's room. Having no choice but to enter since he hadn't knocked, he startled Xianer. Who? What person? How dare you enter here? Turning around, Xianer recognized it was General Wu, realizing no one else could intrude. A faint smile appeared on her face, and she playfully said, Are you trying to scare me to death? How would I know you were lost in thought or spacing out? He said, sighing as he approached. Today, I just came back from seeing the Emperor. He already questioned me on many things, likely the same ones he questioned you about. The Emperor wants to know why his memory is failing. Did you tell him? Xianer hesitated, looking at Wu Dakai. I did not. This is a weighty matter. If I told him, the emperor would surely act erratically again. Wouldn't I then become a sinner for all eternity? Yes, neither of us should say anything. These matters will gradually become a thing of the past. The emperor needs to shift his focus. Is there anything significant happening recently that is hard to resolve? You should discuss it with the emperor. Gradually, he'll come to understand. Saying this, Xian'er held on to Wu Dakai's hand. All right, I'll try to redirect the emperor's attention. Just don't let him suspect we have bad intentions. He sighed as he spoke. Let's just see what happens next. Are you off duty for the night? Xian'er asked, about to remove his cloak, but General Wu had no intention of taking it off immediately. He pulled her hand instead and said, it's not time yet. I'll be back soon, so don't worry. Here it's safe. I know, Xian'er replied, nodding. As Wu Dakai was about to leave, she seemed to remember something and said, lately, I've suddenly developed an odd sixth sense. Isn't that strange? Is there a ghost in this house? He asked, looking at her as he spoke. No, no, no. Xian'er waved her hands frantically. If there were a ghost, it would be fine. This matter is far more serious. Suddenly, I have this feeling that our young lady is still alive. I don't know why I'm having such an imagination, but it truly is strange. It's just daydreaming brought on by too much thinking. You're overly worried. You know very well that under those circumstances, it's impossible for anyone to survive. Even if she had great luck, she couldn't possibly have escaped safely. Stop indulging in such wild thoughts. Chapter 282, A Godlike Presence. Sorry, Xian'er bit her lips, but I really have this very strong feeling. I just don't know what this feeling is. As she spoke, she furrowed her brows with a tinge of melancholy. Go ahead. Go ahead. You go to your business. I'll rest soon. Do not overthink things. Even if she were still alive, why hasn't she returned? This must be for some reason. Go ahead, stop asking me. I already said it's just a feeling, nothing more, nothing certain about it. Xian'er said, while waving her hand. All right, I will return soon. Rest early. Xian'er nodded, noticing the light in Xian'er's room was extinguished. At that moment, Wu Dakai finally left with peace of mind. To say Nangong Qingjin was still alive was impossible. Falling into the valley, facing ferocious beasts, surviving outdoors, and enduring pursuits, staying alive under these circumstances was absolutely out of the question. Since it was impossible, why bother thinking so much about nonsensical matters? He thought while sighing. Tonight, the moonlight was bright, as if everything around had been painted with a faint layer of translucent light spots, as if everything was soaked in silver scenery. Wu Dakai walked absent-mindedly, deep in thought, and even he had experienced such feelings at times. But is he truly still alive, or did his fate come to an end long ago? Recently, Nangong Qingjin has been extremely busy. On one hand, she needed to pay close attention to the affairs here. On the other hand, she needed to carefully adjust and organize ongoing matters. The paper-making project hadn't been neglected. Initially, not every craftsman was adept at it, but after a simple training period, things seemed to have taken a significant step forward. Improvement could be seen both in quality and output, and many aspects were flourishing. She was immensely pleased by seeing how everyone was diligently working day after day. Such happiness couldn't be fully described in words. It had been 2 months since she arrived. Now it was September, though in the Gregorian calendar it was actually August according to the lunar calendar. Today, after looking around at all the areas involved, she concluded that the paper-making process could proceed uninterrupted throughout the year. Moreover, the village children's education was progressing smoothly, and the women's literacy classes were also showing excellent results. Under the tutelage of their teacher, those who once barely knew a few characters were now becoming noticeably smarter. At present, the city walls and fortresses were gradually completed, something the head of the militia, Jia Chong, probably never dreamed of. They no longer lacked cattle and sheep. Trade with the grasslands had deepened, and before winter came, they would need plenty of animal skins from the grasslands, which in previous years people wouldn't even leave their homes during the winter months, hibernating like frogs or bears. But this year, not only was there a need for growing crops, but also handling various other tasks. She had thoroughly inspected everything. By this time, Nangong Qingjin finally felt some relief, and Jia Chong always followed beside her. How does it look? Asked Nangong Qingjin, sighing again. I feel we're nearly done, but you must ensure all details are properly handled so I can better lead you. You seem deeply troubled recently, remarked Jia Chong, clearly sensing something was wrong. Yes, she was indeed weighed down by thoughts. With all now stabilized, she missed Huangfu Kongming more than ever. Previously, she hadn't thought much about him because she had been too occupied with work. Nangong Qingjin turned to the corner next to the city gate and pointed toward a location. Here, tomorrow let someone start digging. We need a moat. Great achievements invite envy. In the past when we didn't have anything, it was fine, but now with everything, we must remain cautious or problems will surely arise. I understand. We will arrange it immediately tomorrow. Afterward, Jia Chong and Nangong Qingjin enthusiastically discussed the plans for the moat, concluding definitively. In fact, I am not a goddess of rivers, she said, turning to glance at Jia Chong, who quickly nodded. Since you came, I've realized you aren't, but you are our true god, the real deity of our Yelong kingdom. Saying this, he looked at the woman before him with great admiration. But I am not an ordinary person either. Nangong Qingjin prepared to reveal herself, her eyes glancing sideways. Jia Chong sighed, understanding perfectly. Looking around to confirm no one else was near, he then said, You are someone unprecedented in the 300 years before and after. Truthfully, I've known but pretended ignorance because you have genuinely treated us well. No, I am the same wherever I go, and treat everyone equally. She continued, So, I want to share my secrets with you, hoping that you'll prepare yourself so you won't immediately change your attitude upon hearing them. As she spoke, she gazed at the person before her. Are you willing to tell me? I now need someone to hear my story and help me make some decisions since I've become lost in this situation. Everyone understood that being lost referred to emotional matters, and he immediately nodded seriously. At least I'm an onlooker. Since the young lady wishes to speak, I'm very willing to listen attentively. Please go ahead. He watched her as Nan Gongqingjin nodded instantly, her eyes flashing as she said, I am the Empress. Ah, you are the Empress. Clearly, this answer startled Jiachang greatly. Seeing his reaction, Nan Gongqingjin regretted revealing everything so impulsively since, due to his lack of experience from living in a remote area, it seemed like she had genuinely shocked him. Yes, she had frightened him. There is no need to be so astonished. Carefully observe people, and you will find that everyone has many identities, complex and ever-changing. Imagine the strangest situations. She smiled as she spoke. Yes. For example, I am the headman here, but at home, I am also the family leader, he replied before asking. How did you end up here? I'm telling you because I want to inquire about something. This matter should remain known only by heaven, earth, you, and me. I believe you're a mature and trustworthy person who wouldn't divulge this to anyone else. I just want to ask, have you heard anything about the Emperor searching for me? The Emperor? No, we're isolated here in our self-important corner. Even if the Emperor were looking for you, there's no way he'd come here. The Emperor you refer to must be the one from the capital, right? Certainly not the Emperor of Yalong. Nan Gongqingjin sighed. It seems he really hasn't come. It's been nearly a year since I fell into the valley. In all these months, I often dreamt that he would look for me, but nothing happened. Unexpected indeed. Given your virtues, you must be an important figure in the capital. The headman paused and continued. The Emperor must have favored you greatly before, didn't he? No. Emperors in the capital are changed frequently, like how we change clothes. Previously, Zi sang he. No, the white-robed young master you see before you was once the Emperor. The reason for my fall into the valley was precisely due to an assassination plot. Irony lies in the fact that it was his elder brother who sent someone to kill us. On that day, we were planning to assist those in need by opening the granaries and treasury in the capital to distribute silver to the West Gate. Little did we know, we would encounter treachery and eventually fall into this deep valley. Thinking back now, it still leaves me shaken. As she spoke, she sighed deeply. Though past events were over, they had caused immense harm to Nan Gongqingjin. These recollections felt like recurring nightmares. Despite trying hard to be fearless, such a possibility was impossible. He feared immensely. On countless nights, she dreamed of falling into the valley, haunted by bizarre assassinations. Yet, overall, she managed quite well externally, appearing calm despite the turbulent emotions within. Not knowing what to say, she remained silent, waiting patiently. Time passed quickly. Almost a year had gone by since the fall into the valley. Last year, pomegranates were ripe enough to eat at the time of her fall, and now it was again pomegranate season. However, time also felt unbearably slow. Regardless of where she was or what she was doing, she could never clearly understand what truly transpired. Jiachang knew that Nan Gongqingjin would never deceive him. Thus, every word she spoke carried no doubt. This meant the current predicament was extremely pressing. Do you intend to leave here? If Nan Gongqingjin truly left, all future matters here would require Jiachang's attention, which was complicated. Still, he understood that as a foreigner, he too might eventually leave. Yes. What do you need? I'll send it to you. I will arrange a special team to protect you at all times. They're all daredevils, and will follow my orders to ensure your safety. You are irreplaceable for Yalong, one who works tirelessly. If only you would stay, but if you must leave, as the village headman, I won't force you to remain. I know you can't sacrifice your entire life for us here. If you're going, then just tell me, what about the white-robed young master? Will he be leaving with you? All I want now is to let the Emperor know that I am still alive and well. I cannot let the Emperor think I am dead. Nan Gongqingjin tightened her fists as she spoke, her gaze drifting momentarily to a spot nearby. Very well, I shall keep this secret until my dying day. When do you plan to leave? The Emperor will soon hold an autumn hunting event on Longhu Mountain, an obligatory royal activity. At that time, I'll leave here and arrange a meeting with Huangfu Kongming. If things don't go well, I'll come back. But if he remembers me, then I may not return. My support is yours. The village headman paused, then added earnestly. Nevertheless, please take care of yourself. Headman, I need none of these soldiers. Nor will I take a single penny from here. If I learn something better in the capital, I'll come back and share it with all of you. In this world, without anyone, everything remains unchanged. After I'm gone, I trust you'll continue diligently. Understood. Understood. Your lessons, miss, are forever etched in my heart. As for my gratitude toward you, words fall short. I humbly bow before you. With that, he prepared to kneel, but Nan Gongqingjin immediately held him back, looking at him reproachfully. You're no longer young. Why trouble yourself so much? If he has forgotten me, I will return at once. Chapter 283. The soul never came to the dream. And I promise, from now on, I will be by your side at all times, living with you. Good, that's good, Jiachang said as he wiped away his tears, blurry-eyed and overwhelmed. After a long silence, Nan Gongqingjin finally said, I observed the constellations at night. It will rain soon. But a week later, there will be an autumn tiger. During that time, all the rice must be harvested. Good, good. I'll get people prepared immediately. Jiachang asked as he spoke. If I may ask boldly, since you are not a deity, Why do you know everything, understand everything? And what is this about observing constellations at night? Is such a thing truly possible? Yes, there is. For example, Nangong Qingjin was unsure of what to say, but pointed to a nearby spot and gently replied. Take now for instance, look at the clouds at the edge of the sky. They are thin like fish scales. Such clouds won't bring rain. There is another kind of cloud mass, shaped like an anvil, looking heavy and black, indicating that these clouds contain many droplets of water. Do you understand now? If we encounter strong winds, such clouds will quickly bring rain. As for why I can be sure that there will be an autumn tiger in a week's time, it's because the time around a week corresponds with the August 15th festival. On the 15th day of the 8th month, it won't rain. This is definite. After the 16th, when the moon becomes bright, the weather will clear up. If we don't hurry up with our work, we might face a natural disaster, thus wasting all our efforts. Surely, you would also fear working fruitlessly. That's true, that's true. I'll arrange everything according to your advice. Jia Chong responded, then added, if you go, will Master Bai also leave? Who exactly is the current emperor to Master Bai? One mountain cannot house two tigers. He cannot go. The current emperor is the brother of Master Bai. The Bai you see now is different from Bai years ago. The Bai of today isn't a completely wicked person, but years ago he schemed against him, causing Huang Fu Kongming to hold on to deep resentment until now. Even though many years have passed since the inner court affairs of the capital city, she still remembered them vividly. Now, if Huang Fu Kongming were to find out that Zi Seng He is still alive and well, he probably wouldn't let Zi Seng He off either. After thorough research and investigation, it turned out that the previous emperor, indeed their father, Emperor Gaozu, in the critical moment of his life, he suddenly passed away unexpectedly. However, he wasn't actually dead from illness, but rather due to some medication. In other words, someone clearly had a hand in his death. It was absolutely impossible that the emperor could have departed this life otherwise. However, neither Prince Huangfu Wenliang back then nor the third prince, Zi Seng He, could have imagined that His Majesty did not depose the elder brother to promote the younger, but instead granted the imperial throne to Huang Fu Kongming. This made Huang Fu Wenliang deeply dissatisfied. At the time, he thought the dragon throne of the emperor was certainly his. Obtaining it was just a matter of time. But he never anticipated that things didn't go as planned, making the possibility of acquiring his current position practically non-existent. It was precisely from that moment on that the walls between brothers began to rise. He started to become wary of his two younger brothers, and toward Huang Fu Kongming, developed a kind of innate jealousy and hatred. Over the years, he had meticulously planned how to ultimately get rid of Huang Fu Kongming. Rationally speaking, the combined forces of the two princes should not be underestimated. They could overthrow one emperor, so logically, it should also be possible to overthrow a second emperor. Yet judging by the situation, they were powerless against Huang Fu Kongming. In reality, Huang Fu Kongming wasn't without flaws himself. But on one day 10 years ago, the capital city welcomed a new arrival, the Hellion clan. Soon after, Hellion became the empress by being officially established as the queen consort to Huang Fu Kongming. As empress, she worked together with Huang Fu Kongming, surprisingly managing to save the court which had been deteriorating and teetering in turbulent storms. The court began to flourish, and everything returned to its rightful course. However, Hellion surprisingly discovered that these two princes harbored ill intentions and aimed to seize power themselves. At first, Huang Fu Kongming almost couldn't believe it, but later, after experiencing numerous events, he tasted bitterness and malice. What was sacrificed was Hellion's life. Years have passed, yet he felt his feelings for Hellion haven't dimmed. It was precisely because Nangong Qingjin looked identical to Hellion that Huang Fu Kongming formed another sort of sentiment towards her. The situation became even more bizarre. On the day Hellion passed away, an event coincided in the imperial capital. The Nangong Qingjin family suffered a massacre. At that very moment, as she was eating eggplants, her soul unexpectedly traveled through time and entered the body of Hellion. Although Hellion returned to life, she was not truly Hellion, but rather Nangong Qingjin. The events developed up to today, and she told everything, messy and complex, to the head of the guards. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion, but let's not elaborate on this for now. Focusing solely on the situation in the imperial capital, Huang Fu Kongming deeply missed Nangong Qingjin. By now, his longing had left him almost delirious, his health deteriorating drastically and his appetite diminished. Now his love for Nangong Qingjin had shifted onto another task. Tonight, much earlier, he had finished eating and drinking. Dismissing Xiener, the young maids, General Gao, and General Wu, he found himself alone atop the towering moonlit terrace. Beaded curtains surrounded the area, while officials from the Astronomical Bureau gathered alongside shamans wearing grotesque masks. They didn't appear like exorcists at all, instead resembling ghosts themselves. Their mysterious faces were downright terrifying. As they stepped forward, they bowed respectfully to Huang Fu Kongming. Your Majesty, your servants have arrived. You are demon hunters, correct? Ningyan is also a shaman, isn't she? Speaking calmly while gazing downward, he observed the few people nodding repeatedly. Huang Fu Kongming remained silent for a brief moment. If it can be done, surely her soul could be summoned. What I ask you to do tonight is simple. Retrieve the queen's soul. I wish to converse with her. As he spoke, he lazily closed his eyes. Nearby, the shamans exchanged glances, seeing that the emperor had closed his eyes, and immediately began to nod in response. Please wait a moment, your majesty. With those words, they began to encircle a fire pit in clusters, jumping and reciting incantations with fervor. The eunuchs nearby grew visibly pale. It was already past midnight, and the moon hung high above. One party claimed they would summon a ghost, another agreed saying, "Of course, you can summon the spirits of emperors and legendary figures." Imagining the scenario, no one could deny its sheer terror. They exchanged uneasy glances and began their ceremonial dance. Their ritual required dancing, and soon one of them retrieved a divination device. A shaman sang a chant and began scrawling something incomprehensible in clean sand. No one understood what was written, and shortly thereafter, the shaman collapsed foaming at the mouth, unconscious, trembling uncontrollably as if near death. Witnessing this, Huangfu Kongming opened his eyes with concern. "What is he doing?" "Replying to your majesty." The official from the astronomical bureau immediately knelt beside him. "This is the shaman traversing to the netherworld, aiming to retrieve her majesty's soul. Observe the screen there. Behind it is empty now, but once successful, a shadow will appear behind it. Merely a shadow. The shadow should belong to her majesty. Is that right?" The emperor pressed further, observing the individuals before him, who nodded fervently. Yes, it's her majesty's shadow." As they confirmed, Huangfu Kongming fixed his gaze intently on the large red silk screen. Soon, cold winds swept across the terrace, swaying the beaded curtains and rustling the distant bamboo forest. Meanwhile, General Wu, patrolling the night, felt an ominous chill creeping down his spine despite being unaware of the exact situation. He quickly approached to ensure the emperor's safety. On the other side, Sienner immediately closed the windows as it seemed rain might fall tonight. Consequently, panic spread among those present. A chilling wind ascended the moonlit tower, lifting the beaded curtains. Huangfu Kongming appeared pleased as the shamans stopped their convulsions and dances, holding their breaths. Everyone's eyes turned to the ornate vermilion screen. Behind it, an elegant figure of a woman emerged swiftly. At this sight, Huangfu Kongming immediately prepared to rush behind the screen. "Your Majesty, Her Majesty resides in the world of shadows, unsuitable for direct contact. If you insist on meeting her directly, misfortune may ensue." Turning toward Huangfu Kongming as he spoke, the emperor reluctantly accepted the advice, maintaining his distance and gazing intently at the shadowy figure of the elegant woman through the screen. "My empress, oh empress." There was no one speaking from the other side, yet he had already burst into tears. The yearning of over a year was released in this instant. Now he sobbed uncontrollably. "I must see you, I must see you." Huangfu Kongming, as he spoke, stumbled and prepared to go behind the screen. But just as that happened, in an instant, outside the moonlit terrace, a group had chased over. What kind of sorcerer dares to deceive the people with falsehoods in the imperial capital? General Wu gives you no mercy. Before the sentence finished, every Nuwa shaman at the door had met their unnatural death. They hadn't expected such an event. Each one frowned and looked around at their surroundings. Meanwhile, on the great red wool screen, the silhouette of the woman had completely vanished without a trace. The feeling of loss could not be described, and with a sigh, Huangfu Kongming said, "Wu Dakai, what are you trying to do? Are you planning to kill even me?" "In reply to your majesty, this general dares not." "This general also had no idea you were here," Wu Dakai said, sighed, then knelt beside him, having no idea what exactly was going on here. They were actually summoning spirits. Upon seeing the woman's shadow gradually vanish from the screen, Huangfu Kongming managed to suppress his murderous rage. He calmed himself and steadied his furious heart. Once he regained his composure, his eyes gazed towards the front. Chapter 284, Arranging the Autumn Hunt. "Please, your majesty, return to the palace," Wu Dakai said. Today he was shocked. What else had the emperor concealed from him? Now the emperor had already sent people into the capital for spirit summoning. How much worse would it get in the future? Wu Dakai spoke with resolve, and with equal determination, he prostrated himself. The two looked at each other awkwardly as the emperor furrowed his brows, then said coldly, "Wu Dakai, you traitorous Wu Dakai, how dare you rise against your sovereign? The indignity you have caused me is unforgivable. Please, your majesty, return to the palace." Wu Dakai repeated his plea. By now, the soldiers had knelt on the moonlit terrace. "Please, your majesty, return to the palace." Seeing that there was no way to handle the situation, the emperor could only sigh and retreat towards his chambers. What else did he not know? Just now, the ghost of the former empress was unmistakably present. "Wu Dakai, ah Wu Dakai." At the moment I opened my mouth, the ghost disappeared. It truly was a stroke of bad luck. Wu Dakai showed no mercy today. With swift sword strokes, he slaughtered all those before him in front of Huangfu Kongming, without leaving a single one alive. At this sight, Huangfu Kongming was deeply troubled and retreated back dejectedly. He may have been prone to fiery tempers in the past, but now his anger was much more contained, for even when reflecting upon it later, he felt that his actions had been utterly irrational. The next day passed as usual, as if nothing had happened. Only Wu Dakai and a few others knew of the emperor's recent erratic behavior. After the important matters of the morning court session were concluded, the Minister of War stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Speak." "The 8th month has arrived, marking the time for our ancestors' tradition, the autumn hunt. For this year's autumn hunt. In fact, he had eagerly anticipated participating in the past, because there used to be figures like Huangfu Wanliang and Zisong He, whose rivalry made for thrilling scenes. But today, with the deceased gone, the emperor was left alone, an isolated figure. To leave would mean leaving behind either General Wu or General Gao. Therefore, the autumn hunt seemed meaningless, and the emperor seemed inclined not to attend. Nevertheless, this custom, similar to the folk activities of Autumn Festival and Spring Festival, couldn't easily be abolished. Despite being a solitary ruler, Huangfu Kongming still found it inappropriate to decline participation. Currently, staying in the capital only led to endless reminiscing about the past, which served him no good. Observing the Minister of War mentioning the autumn hunt, the Minister of Rights followed by kneeling. Your Majesty, according to previous year's practice, we must conduct the autumn hunt at Longhu Mountain. Well then, arrange accordingly. Notify me once the time comes. Staying in the capital has become monotonous. As he said this, he glanced around at everyone. That's all. If there's nothing further, dismiss the assembly. Knowing the emperor wasn't in the best health recently, the officials could only bow and depart. At this point, the people dispersed. It was clear that Huangfu Kongming's mood wasn't very good. The date for the autumn hunt was fixed on the 15th day of the 8th month. The event in the capital was not concealed from the public, but rather announced openly to show the nation's prosperity. The emperor's carriage would parade through the city streets grandly and assertively. Preparations for the autumn hunt began under the command of General Wu, who had traveled ahead over a week ago to make arrangements. Today, Nangong Qingjin had arrived in the capital on official business. Just as she completed her errands afternoon, the weather was turning colder with clouds covering the sky. She prepared to leave until she encountered the unexpected arrival of Martial Lord riding wildly through the street. Peasants and commoners. This general is from the Ministry of War. The autumn hunt is drawing near, and this general has come to maintain order. During that time, do not peer out from your homes. Let it be known that the autumn hunt will take place on the 15th day of the 8th month. Along the way, the emperor will send mooncakes to your workshops. Is everything understood? Yes. People started to bow and pay their respects while murmurs spread through the crowd along the long street. Someone posted a bulletin regarding the capital's announcement, catching Nangong Qingjin's attention just as she was about to leave. The sudden news stirred her heart. With the autumn hunt scheduled, excitement was building across the empire. Now, her face was flushed, and the autumn hunt was to take place at Longhu Mountain. This meant that very soon the two of them would meet. As long as he knew the situation, she could start planning for the future. Right now, he seemed to know everything, yet everything remained vague and unclear. She immediately went to the imperial notice and began skimming through it line by line. After reading it once, she wasn't entirely satisfied, so she read it a second time before finally feeling more content. While reading it for the third time, a group of people had already ridden off on horseback. With the royal sacrifices and the autumn hunt approaching, the generals were busier than ever. This was because the generals needed to address dangers and other matters along the way. Wu Dakai had already missed Nangong Qingjin, and since Nangong Qingjin's clothing was overly ordinary, she didn't stand out in the crowd like before, causing Wu Dakai to miss her quickly. The number of troops for the autumn hunt was endless, their horses looking proud and magnificent. People followed each other closely, and amidst the crowd, a girl sitting in a donkey cart exclaimed, "Hurry, don't create chaos. Everything's gone crazy. Somebody. Nangong Qingjin recognized the clear voice. It was Xiener's voice, which she could never forget. Now, hearing this voice, Nangong Qingjin took a step forward. No, she must contact Xiener. She must see Xiener. Yes, don't let the people act recklessly. There are so many commoners here, and if anyone gets hurt, how will we deal with it? Next came the voice of the girl, filled with compassion. Heaven, it turns out both of them were still there. They hadn't left. As Nangong Qingjin thought, she approached the donkey cart. In the capital, the emperor traveled in a carriage pulled by horses, which were military needs. Therefore, under normal circumstances, only concubines or those of lower status than concubines rode in donkey carts. Now, seeing the nearby donkey cart, she understood things more clearly. Indeed, I have to see Xiener today. Thinking about this, she continued moving forward. Since Xiener and the girl were known for their kindness, several people nearby had already grasped their money bags and started throwing coins over. Seeing the alms being given, famine victims and refugees quickly swarmed over, starting to snatch the coins. Thus, Nangong Qingjin, who was originally quite far from them, became even farther. Xiener, girl. She shouted their names while walking forward. However, the crowd was completely frenzied, rushing after the coins, hoping to pick up all they could. In this way, the distance between her and the donkey cart increased further. She didn't know where to begin. She could only watch as the donkey cart gradually moved further away. Xiener leaned against the donkey cart watching the scene outside. Once upon a time, she fantasized about what she'd do if she had money one day, and what she'd do then. Now, she finally had the money, but something inside her felt lost. Logically, she should have been happy, but now, she was filled with melancholy. Xiener and the girl exchanged looks for a moment. They glanced at each other and couldn't help but want to laugh, but they managed to hold back. Our trip to Longhu Mountain this time is merely temporary. Why are there so many people? In prosperous times, hunger and hardship are absent, and people need not labor tirelessly. Now, the empire has changed masters. Naturally, these people wouldn't be anxious. In truth, you might think they like the silver, but what they really like is the connection between us. You're right. It was just happiness and poverty. Now, the citizens around the capital, after several rounds of reforms, had become wealthy and couldn't possibly lack silver. I really want to hear someone calling me, Xiener said, turning her head to look at the crowd as she spoke. Upon glancing, she suddenly saw Nangong Qingjin standing unhappily, ready to leave. Everyone else was picking up silver coins, but Nangong Qingjin alone looked sorrowful. "Ah, miss, I see, miss. Quick, look." Xiener startled grabbed the girl's hand, and the girl immediately turned to look behind them, but saw no one, making her feel upset. Even if Nangong Qingjin were truly alive, among such a vast sea of people, how could she possibly find her? There was no possibility of that. The girl mournfully thought that Siener must have grown sick from missing Nangong Qingjin too much. Where is this miss? Siener, pull yourself together. The maid indeed hadn't seen anything. As for Siener, her gestures were already clear enough. She had definitely seen the miss, there was no doubt about that. But exactly where the miss was now remained unclear. Where is this miss? Please compose yourself. While speaking, she grabbed Siener's hand, which was ice cold, leaving her speechless. They looked at each other in silence, and Siener's lips trembled. Indeed, I really saw her on July 11th, 2017, at 7:03 and 40 seconds a.m. I saw her. There must be no mistake about it. It can't be, it can't be. As Siener spoke, she prepared to get off the cart. Siener, please stay seated. You're truly losing your mind. While speaking, the maid held Siener's shoulder. When Siener looked again, Nangong Qingjin's figure had already vanished into the crowd. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Had she mistakenly mistaken someone else for the real person just now? If Miss were still alive, she would have returned long ago. She is a clever woman. Do you think she is like you or me? The maid continued while saying, there are sayings like people look alike, things resemble. Probably you've accidentally mistaken someone similar for her. Maid. But how could there be two such identical people in the world? Siener frowned with doubts and thought deeply. If it were possible, she wanted to get out of the donkey cart and look for Nangong Qingjin carefully right away, but that option wasn't available. Chapter 285, she wants to see him. Their army was vast, and it wasn't something that could be stopped on a whim. Sighing, Siener listlessly followed the carriage mechanically moving forward. Perhaps, the girl was right. Nangong Qingjin had already died. How could one survive death? How could one resurrect? That was absolutely impossible. After a long while, he sighed, withdrawing his gaze, accepting the argument the girl had made about the similarity between people. Or, she fiddled with her hair, the disheveled strands covering her eyes. Maybe I'm overthinking things. That's definitely true. Don't let your thoughts run wild. If she were really here, she would have returned by now. The world is full of wonders. There aren't only people like you in this world. In the capital itself, there are many who look just like you or me. It's unbelievable. The other day, I also saw a woman whose demeanor and appearance looked exactly like mine. Isn't that strange? The girl said, sighing as she continued. But it's merely a resemblance. You must understand that. She spoke, sighing once more. The mule cart moved along with the main force toward Longhu Mountain for the autumn encirclement. For the safety of the commoners, the area around Longhu Mountain had begun to be cordoned off. Within the week, civilians were strictly forbidden from coming to Longhu Mountain. Not only was it due to the emperor's hunt, which ordinary people weren't allowed to watch, but also because it could be dangerous and could hurt unnecessary individuals. This resulted in a temporary lockdown. Nangong Qingjin knew they should already have arrived, so she tracked them accordingly. As expected, before long, she quickly spotted those surrounding the area. The crowd was overwhelming, unimaginably dense, heads bobbing in a sea of bodies. Unfortunately, they could only observe from the periphery. Entering would be nearly impossible. All she saw were layers of soldiers forming impenetrable walls. Now, finding an opportunity to meet the girl and Siener seemed entirely impossible. Knowing this, she wandered to the side, feeling somewhat disheartened. But having come out today, she didn't intend to return immediately. Instead, she sought to use her ingenuity to catch sight of these two. She grew increasingly anxious. What had become of the capital? Amidst the crowd, it wasn't hard to learn some news of the capital. In one morning alone, she'd heard at least 3 versions, each slightly different. Yet upon reflection, all were essentially similar. They spoke of how he had finally ascended to become the unrivaled emperor after countless trials. Since then, Huangfu Kongming had taken his place as the unique sovereign. During his reign, he reduced taxes and labor, and after a year of reforms, the commoners gradually found peace and prosperity. For years, the commoners faced various unforeseen dangers either from Zisong, He, or Huangfu Wenliang. Now, however, both had been eliminated, and neither caused trouble anymore. These two were seen as major problems by the people, so their deaths brought joy to the common folk. Currently, the people fervently supported Huangfu Kongming. According to rumors, Huangfu Kongming had united with the Helian family, which confused Nangong Qingjin. How had Huangfu Kongming come to be with the Helians? Helian had been dead for years. She herself was the host spirit of Helian. So what misunderstanding had arisen here? She wished desperately to see him, but the chance was slim. Even meeting Siener now wasn't easy. From far away, Nangong Qingjin already saw Siener and the girl emerge from the mule cart, heading towards the field camp temporarily set up on a flat piece of land. Surrounding them were towering trees. Where does the autumn wind originate? With a rustling sound, it carried a flock of geese. It was indeed a clear and pleasant autumn day. As soon as Siener and the girl stepped out of the carriage, she noticed that both were wrapped in heavy fur coats. Siener's coat was white and furry, while the girl wore a similarly colored heavy fur coat. From afar, they resembled plump sheep gaining weight in the autumn on the grasslands. How can there be so many commoners? One might wonder what would happen if we get into Longhu Mountain and still find civilians. This was Siener's worry. Siener was, after all, a commoner who understood the thoughts of the ordinary people. The idea of seeing the emperor wasn't an easy feat. It was something only made possible by rare opportunities. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of his majesty. The emperor's health had been declining recently. After organizing the autumn encirclement, he would probably go back to rest and recuperate. Previously, Huangfu Kongming's body seemed forged from solid iron, but now, his condition was worsening daily. It wasn't that Huang Fu Kongming couldn't recover. It was the overwhelming yearning in his heart. Now, his health was deteriorating significantly without him realizing it. Isn't General Wu supposed to come maintain order? Don't worry, everything is still under control. The girl said as she pointed at the nearby command tent. Let's go inside the tent. I'll take a walk outside, Sienna said, while gazing around, trying to see what was going on nearby. But surrounded by a vast sea of people, there was nothing special to observe. She wanted to look for Nangong Qingjin, but couldn't spot her. There were already too many people present, and some were pointing and whispering about Sienna and the girl. Although Sienna didn't care much, the girl, having a physical disability with her missing arm, had no way to hide it. Seeing so many people staring, she naturally became irritated. I'll go into the tent first. You can walk around out here, just make sure to come back early, she said, and left immediately. Sienna nodded. Sienna, come over here quickly. Nearby, Nangong Qingjin saw Sienna preparing to walk this way, and silently prayed that she would come soon. In the instant Sienna was about to approach, General Wu Dakai arrived. Sienna, come back. Do not mingle with the commoners. Because mingling could embolden the crowd to step closer, disrupting their entire plan. Did you hear someone calling my name just now? Sienna asked anxiously, glancing around. However, with such a dense crowd, spotting Nangong Qingjin was far from easy. Looking around did not reveal Nangong Qingjin. This made Sienna feel puzzled. They stared at each other for a moment. Then Wu Dakai smiled weakly, patting Sienna's head amiably. That's how you look right now. As they exchanged glances and chuckled lightly, both laughed. All right, let's rest. Sienna nodded and headed towards the tent. Inside the tent, Sienna shared it with the girl, and warm water had already been prepared. Neither needed attendance, and after busying themselves for a short while, everything was ready. Still, Sienna appeared lost in thought, gazing at her own reflection in the bronze basin, suddenly remembering Nangong Qingjin. On the other side, the girl clearly sensed her discomfort. Look, it has been half a day, and you are still troubled by your guess. Don't dwell on it like this. There will be plenty more good days ahead. As she spoke, she held onto Sienna's hand. Sienna could only nod helplessly. Later that day, Nangong Qingjin never reappeared. She was growing anxious because, 1. She wanted to return home earlier since there were people waiting for her in Yalong. And 2. There were things she wished to discuss with others. What was the current state of the capital? She truly had no clear idea. With dusk approaching, she dared not linger longer and decided to leave early lest the city gates close and prevent her from returning. By nightfall, Nangong Qingjin had driven back to Yalong. Here, Jiachong and Zisong he had already been waiting a long way away. After parking her carriage, helpers came forward to unload it, and only then did she turn to the people waiting for her apologetically. Indeed, she, Nangong Qingjin, had become crucial in everyone's eyes. Today, quite a number of people were waiting for her. Their worried expressions indicated that they might have feared some trouble had occurred. Yet she had returned safely. At that exact moment, touching the ground, Nangong Qingjin inhaled the fresh mountain air, suppressing her gratitude in her heart. Jiachong, why are you all awake so late into the night just waiting for me? I'll always return safely. I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore, she said with a sigh. Ah, it's good you're back. It's good that you're back, Jiachong said, waving to dismiss the group, allowing them to disperse. All of you may go now. She has returned safe and sound. Look at all of you losing heart so easily. Go back, go back. Nangong Qingjin noticed a few people with whom she had a relatively good relationship waiting for her. Now, they were preparing to leave one by one, some winking at each other, others striding over, and still others smiling kindly at Nangong Qingjin. In fact, most of them were yawning. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin smiled instantly. Why are you all waiting for me? You should go home early. Look at your state. It's my fault that I've kept you waiting. She spoke while waving her hand. Go ahead, go ahead. How wouldn't I return safely? The girl is back safe and sound. The stone in our hearts has finally settled. If that's so, there's no point for us staying here. Let's disperse. They spoke while waving their hands. The crowd around had already dispersed, but Nangong Qingjin felt somewhat guilty when she saw this. Some were still loading and unloading the cart. Today, they had brought back items like rice, which the group leader arranged to be stored in the warehouse. Finally, there was an opportunity for quiet interaction. Nangong Qingjin looked at the man beside her. Why are you the same as them, waiting for me? Look, the dew has come, and your clothes are soaking wet. It doesn't matter, as long as you're back. I heard that the capital city has begun curfews due to the autumn encirclement. I was afraid something dangerous might happen to you. I was thinking that if you didn't return, I would take people to look for you. Fortunately, you've returned just in time. Nangong Qingjin nodded immediately. Since I'm already back, look at yourself, soaked from head to toe. Go home and change into dry clothes, then rest early. I'm also exhausted from traveling all day. My carriage and horse are both weary, so I'll rest too. As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she yawned. Seeing you like this, there's no reason for me to stay any longer. I'll go first. He said this, yet he didn't move right away, but let his eyes flicker, settling on Nangong Qingjin's figure. Chapter 286, Two Different Yearnings and Sorrows. The two glanced at each other. Here, she finally realized that today, Zisang's eyes seemed off. He hesitated for a moment, then ultimately in the darkness, suppressed his rather restless tone and said, You've already seen him, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin was unsure whether she should nod or shake her head, so she could only gaze into the dark night, looking at his black, crystal-like pupils. How could he have such bright eyes? Like moonlight reflecting on a cold river, they were practically beautiful enough to pierce through her inner world. Being stared at by such eyes wasn't a great feeling. She lowered her gaze, not knowing what to say. Now, are you ready to go back? He asked rather eagerly. She, however, was already looking at the position of the carriage, where people bustled around. She didn't know how to respond. Go back? Where was it so easy? One could just decide to go back and actually do it. Not going back. But staying here would be problematic as well. She alone knew the depth of her feelings, a kind of love that was indescribable. The two looked at each other, and she glanced at the bright moon behind him. He actually, you're not happy, right? I still know this. You weren't this happy being with me. After coming back, although you still appeared somewhat sullen, your expression has changed greatly. Before, he didn't know what to say for a long time, carefully choosing his words before continuing. Before, you were always aloof, as lifeless as a piece of dry wood. But now, you look radiant. I can't seem to change you. But he has managed to alter you so quickly. Nan Gongqing Jin, does he mean that much to you in your heart? After asking all these questions, one after another like a barrage of arrows, he didn't know what to say. His face turned red under the moonlight, that red almost as if it could drip blood. She sighed, her eyes flickering, and they landed on the woman nearby. I have almost never thought things would turn out this way, he said while preparing to leave. Seeing he about to go, Nan Gongqing Jin hurriedly followed because she realized he was angry, and it was her who had upset him. Wait. He turned and saw the woman walking toward him. Without any gentleness or consideration, he grabbed her wrist forcefully and shoved her hard against the wall behind her. The wall was hard, and sand particles caused pain on her back. Under the moonlight, she looked at him perplexed, as if irritated. He finally appeared close to breaking. I've been so good to you while being with you, expecting nothing in return. Could you treat me even a little bit better? I always thought there was an immense distance between us, like 10,000, 8,000 miles. And yet, I believe I've already traversed 9,999. So, can you take just one more step forward? Or am I always destined to pine hopelessly? Is it true that he, a lowly toad, dares to dream of eating swan meat? As he spoke, he sighed. He, why have you started speaking nonsense? It's shocking. Stop it, please. As she spoke, she avoided those mysterious, dark eyes. He longed to possess the person in front of him right now, but he couldn't. He had endured restraint for a very long time. But at this very moment, he discovered no matter how much he restrained himself, he couldn't resist the temptation. With a sigh, he suddenly seized Nan Gongqing Jin's hand and invaded her personal space. In the past year together, he had always acted politely and within bounds. But today he had changed, become brutal, devilish. She feared and wanted to flee immediately, but there was no possibility of doing so. He looked at Nan Gongqing Jin's anxious, wet eyes. Her hazy eyes, in the moonlight, became enchantingly bewitching. What are you doing? She asked, gripping his hand tightly as she questioned him. He didn't know what to say, merely laughed bitterly. Seeing his lips nearing her ear, they stopped right there. And then he nibbled on her earlobe. Nan Gongqing Jin trembled violently, attempting to push he away, but since he was a large, strong man, her strength was insufficient to move him. Now, she felt utterly embarrassed and awkward. Because he's hand had already reached its intended landing place. Her suffering was intense, and her eyes fixated on her own chest. She also looked at he's hand. Due to his fear, his heart was pounding beyond its capacity, almost as if it were about to leap out of his chest. She appeared so anguished, biting her lip as she stared at the man in front of her. Have you had enough of your antics tonight? Why don't you just give yourself to me? Would that be so bad? He asked. He thought that between a man and a woman, even when there is real love, they need to create some intimacy, allow something to happen. Besides, there was no love between him and Nan Gongqing Jin anyway. He didn't know what to say anymore. Nan Gongqing Jin had closed her eyes, unable to do anything against this deranged he. She already held a dagger in her hand. Before he could act further, he already sensed the threat hanging between them. He followed her hand slowly, gently grabbing hold of Nan Gongqing Jin's hand in that moment. He was startled, wide-eyed in the moonlight. Suddenly, he realized that Nan Gongqing Jin was holding a sharp dagger that was already pressed against her own waist. Seeing this, he immediately stepped back. Have you lost your mind? Don't you value your life? His previous actions were met with no resistance from Nan Gongqing Jin. Instead, her lack of resistance caused the blade to pierce deeper into her waist. Now, she was clutching blood, fortunately not too much. Don't come closer. When he attempted another step forward, she swiftly waved the dagger towards her heart. Realizing the danger, he sighed. I'm sorry, it's my fault. But why must you react so violently? Quickly, tend to your wound. Please don't come any closer. I beg you. She wildly waved the dagger while glaring coldly at him. He remained silent, his face rigid, as if carved from frost-covered marble. I won't come any closer. But are you all right? Not sure whether it was due to pain or something else. Tears began streaming uncontrollably down her face, giving her a pitiable appearance. Her pale hand clutched the dagger tightly, clearly indicating that no one was allowed to violate her dignity. Her resolute gaze then turned cold and focused on him for an extended silence. After a long pause, she simply waved her hand, pressing it to her injury before heading back toward their inn. Watching this, he was powerless to act, unable even to express the slightest concern. He felt immense anguish. That pain hit him like waves, drowning him quickly. Though he wanted to speak, words wouldn't form. All he could do was sigh deeply before eventually turning away. Under the moonlight, beside him stood a cassia tree. In frustration, he struck the trunk hard with his fist, scattering clusters of delicate flowers onto the ground, revealing a harsh white under his darkened vision. His pupils grew tense before he exhaled sharply. Nangongqing, I want you, but I feel helpless. I never intended to harm you, but at that moment how can you let yourself be harmed like that without condition? His heart bled at the sight of her defending her dignity and chastity, even to the point of risking her life. This realization made Zisang he feel unworthy, as if he were a vile person. But he knew otherwise. He was clean, immaculate. Returning to his quarters after bidding farewell to Nangongqing, Zisang he sat in solitude. Inside, there was a jar of sealed wine which he usually avoided drinking. However, tonight felt different. It seemed essential. With trembling hands, he opened the largest sealed wine jar and started gulping it down greedily. They say when someone is grieving, it's easy to get drunk, but that wasn't the case for him. Despite his deep sorrow, he drowned himself fully in it without losing control. As always, he remained unaffected by even thousands of cups. He went to bathe, submerging himself entirely in the water. Whispering faintly, as if erupting from within like volcanic flames, he let out louder cries beneath the water. There, he experienced a fresh release and relief, his mind filled solely with thoughts of Nangongqing. In certain moments, perhaps during bathing, she must have been more perfect than he had ever imagined, right? The thought made him sigh again as his eyes shimmered briefly. Emerging from the water, lungs accustomed to holding breath easily, he rose calmly out. The water dripped off his body as he emerged. The water droplets on his body seemed like pearls, rolling down one by one, and his bronze skin looked as if it were carved from marble. He glanced at the bronze mirror beside him, and in it, he saw his own reflection, his face devoid of any expression, just like something sculpted out of stone. His gaze was vacant, lacking vitality, which made him appear listless. His eyes were dull and lifeless, and after a long, heavy silence, he finally sighed. His mind filled entirely with thoughts of Nangongqing. Nothing but Nangongqing. Yes, indeed, Nangongqing had admitted to herself that she might have overreacted slightly. However, when faced with things she didn't willingly agree with, if she hesitated and failed to clearly express her stance, there would be no meaning in her actions. Now, her attitude became even clearer than before. Before this moment, they hadn't seriously reflected or established boundaries regarding their relationship. But now, given this situation, she thought he couldn't continue acting the way he had been. If rejection was necessary, it must be bold. Not being courageous enough to pursue love was one thing, but failing even to courageously refuse someone would make no sense at all. For a year, she hadn't possibly remained unaware of Zisang's feelings for her, yet this very year had left Nangongqing feeling increasingly uneasy. She refused Zisang completely because she held no affection for him and could never imagine getting involved with him. At present, she was wise about the matter. She even deemed it wise that she should leave this place altogether. In the past, she lived in a certain way, and going forward, she ought to live accordingly too, ideally ensuring no misunderstanding arose regarding her feelings for others. Her love belonged solely to one person, Huang Fukongming. Chapter 287. Endless longing, heart-wrenching pain. But under no circumstances could she share this with others, such as Zisang or anyone else beyond Zisang. She looked at her wound. Her earlier outburst had indeed cost her dearly. Now, she saw her wound was already bleeding profusely. She quickly took out the white medicine from her sleeve, mixed it evenly, and applied it to the wound. It wasn't a severe wound. However, any dagger injury, whether superficial or internal, is an excruciating pain. Due to this pain, her face became extremely tense. After she treated her wound, she endured the pain and rested. Yet, it was unimaginable how restless she was. There was no possibility of resting. The pain was so intense that her eyebrows began to tremble. Although it was late autumn, the clouds gathered without rain. Even though it was late autumn, there was an unbearable humid heat inside the house that couldn't be shaken off. Nangongqing closed her eyes and thought back to that year in Daijing, during such a scorching summer day. Amidst the blazing sun, Huang Fukongming constructed a pavilion, where fine water droplets formed within this pavilion. Water was drawn up into the upper court, and these droplets were then dispersed everywhere. A fresh breeze entered through the stringed instruments. Thus, under the effect of the cold wind, the droplets helped cool down the air. This courtyard was designed by Huang Fukongming. No, more precisely, this courtyard was designed for himself by Huang Fukongming. A faint coldness gradually seeped into the room. The night spread its mist, frost-covered grasses chirped, presenting a serene atmosphere where one could only hear the subtle insect songs. The night was extraordinarily tranquil, unruffled by any disturbance. As she turned over, her wound's pain, aided by the medicine, gradually eased. At present, Nangongqing's mind was filled solely with thoughts of Huang Fukongming. In times when she faced danger or felt utterly powerless, Nangongqing would inevitably grow fragile. In this state of fragility, Nangongqing quickly remembered Huang Fukongming, who had always protected her. Tonight, in Daijing, just like how the nighttime steps feel cool like water, attendants had already prepared fans and candles. Someone was wandering around illuminated by candlelight, Huang Fukongming, whose recent spirits were also high. By late autumn, all things became desolate, and by the dampening night, the cold air slowly permeated throughout. Go to the moon terrace, he said, pointing at the most majestic platform in Daijing. This platform was used in the past for celestial worship ceremonies to pray for bountiful harvests. In the center stood a colossal stone drum inside a structure resembling a small pavilion. and this building was hollow in the middle, allowing the bright moonlight to directly shine downwards. As such, this platform, self-evidently, was called the Bright Moon Terrace. Your Majesty, it's the second half of the night and rather chilly. Where are you going? Allow me to escort you back, for you should rest well amidst your myriad affairs. The days have shortened after the beginning of autumn, and the nights have cooled much compared to usual weather. General Gao earnestly pleaded while glancing towards Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming smiled slightly and patted General Gao on the shoulder. Execute the order immediately. This? Yes, sir. What more could he say? For the Emperor's word is golden and unchanging. Someone had already taken the lead, heading towards the Bright Moon Terrace. After stepping onto the elevated platform, his eyes swept across and sighed. By this time, several shamans had already arrived. When the officials overseeing celestial observations saw the Emperor approach, they knelt down one by one and paid their respects. Huangfu Kongming nodded, signaling them to rise. Only then did they get up sequentially. Do not lean alone on the balcony of the Bright Moon Tower. Tonight, the moonlight was abundant upon the Bright Moon Terrace, looking crystal clear and pristine, everything resembling exquisite crystals. The central turrets of the Bright Moon Terrace were wrapped in thin veils fluttering in the evening breeze. Here, the official overseeing celestial observations gave the shaman a cue. The shaman started murmuring incantations, dancing while shouting loudly. After a very long time, the shadow of a woman appeared again. His eyes locked firmly on this woman, unsure how much time had passed before he stumbled forward toward the partition screen. It was possible to converse through this layer of sheer silk. He could hardly believe his own eyes. He stared at the silhouette of the woman behind the screen for some time, then glanced sideways at the celestial official beside him. Is this truly Hellion? Yes? Is it? Your Majesty, there is no need to doubt. Yes, but why can't she appear in person? He said, his anxious demeanor evident. If even a personal appearance was not possible, then for someone enduring the torment of yearning, it would be even more excruciating. Seeing the Emperor in this state, he immediately stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, you and Empress have long been separated by the mortal and the afterlife. Now, your yang energy is too strong, while hers is heavily yin. The separation of yin and yang makes a meeting inconvenient. Such a meeting would not be good for either of you. Your Majesty, time is limited. Before long, the Lord of the Underworld will summon her. It's like this, huh? The Emperor sighed in despair. His eyes flickered as he reluctantly took a step forward and reached out to touch the screen. Hellion, tell me what I should do. Tell me. I miss you. I cannot leave you. As everyone watched, each one held their breath in intense anticipation. Some gradually looked away. The Emperor now touched the shadow of the woman on the screen. The woman let out a clear sigh, like wisps of green clouds, and yet sounding also like feathers, so serene, giving another kind of sensation altogether. Everyone was shocked. Not long after, this sigh became even clearer. Emperor Huangfu Kongming wished he could move the screen right now and carefully examine the woman behind it. Strangely, he had no memory of what Lady Hellion looked like. How could it be that he couldn't even recall her? How could such a thing happen? He pondered this, sighing continuously, but the sigh came from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw a woman walking up the steps. It was the maid. It was the maid who sighed. Her arrival spoiled the scene quite significantly. Yet, soon after her arrival, the silhouette of the woman on the screen vanished. He turned back, staring fixedly, even somewhat angrily at the woman before him. Why is it you? Why shouldn't it be me, Your Majesty? You've gone mad thinking about her. Allow me to remind you, the Empress has already passed away. Why are you seeking her spirit in the underworld? Everything happens according to fate. Haven't you let go of it yet? No. Huangfu Kongming said feebly, sinking into the nearby seat as he spoke. No. I must see Lady Hellion, my Empress. My Empress. Your Empress has gone, but why haven't you moved on? You're worse than before. Why can't you think ahead? Think about your current situation, Your Majesty. She reminded him as she looked at Huangfu Kongming. My mood, it's heavy, he said, sighing deeply. Your Majesty, you are the son of heaven. I dare not speak otherwise, but please forget what you must forget. A man traveling light must let go of everything to walk further. Correct? I am well aware, but in this life between heaven and earth, affection, reason, and law are the most important principles. Among these three words, the essence lies solely in affection, he said, sighing. Tears welled up in the maid's eyes. She had made efforts. At first, she thought making the Emperor eat forgetfulness grass was for his benefit. But now it seemed feeding the Emperor forgetfulness grass might not have been good for him after all. These things were incredibly tangled. Now, the two looked at each other. The maid knelt beside the seat. Your Majesty, please come to your senses. She has already died, long dead. How could I not know? But I just miss her. Do you know what longing is? For me, these last 10 years have been. He spoke while passionately gazing at the screen beside him. The figure of the woman on the screen had long disappeared, yet it seemed to Huangfu Kongming that the woman was still there. My longing will never die. If I cannot find her, I will suffer for a lifetime, be sad for a lifetime. Saying this, his heart was already so overwhelmed it felt nearly broken. What nonsense about a lifetime? Your Majesty, enough. This witchcraft, is it really the best solution? No, it's not. Every now and then you go for the autumn hunt. In your current distracted state, who dares take you to the autumn hunt, Your Majesty? As she spoke, the young maid took a step forward and gently held the Emperor's hand. Your Majesty, no one can replace me, but I believe you should cheer up. At the very least, you should try to be happy because when you're joyful, it makes me happy as well, and so will everyone else. But But how could I ever feel even remotely happy? The emperor sighed deeply as he replied. After a long silence, the two began to walk down from the high platform. Everyone could see that Emperor Huang Fukongming was in poor mental condition. If he did not rest properly now, another serious illness was sure to follow. As they descended from the platform and walked under a shattered moonlight, he suddenly turned around and looked at the young maid beside him. Let me ask you just one thing. What exactly happened here? As he spoke, he pointed to his head. Seeing this gesture, the young maid did not hide anything. You've fallen ill, and even you know it. Your memory has become disordered. Actually, 7 years ago, Lady Hellion passed away. So, does that mean I have been sick for 7 years? 7 years ago, the Empress often warned you about the treachery around you, your eldest brother and your third younger brother. But you didn't listen. When Lady Hellion was tricked, she sacrificed herself for you. It was then that you began to lose focus. Unfortunately, she was about to mention Nan Gongqingjin's involvement when she hesitated, sighed, and ultimately decided to reveal everything. After all, her affection for the Emperor was genuine, a deep love nurtured within her heart. Chapter 288. Everyone would not allow Nan Gongqingjin to leave. I will tell you clearly. Then later, you met her. You met Nan Gongqingjin. It's strange about this Nan Gongqingjin. Her appearance is exactly the same as the Empress. So, it's inevitable that you wouldn't forget her. And thus you, Nan Gongqingjin, Nan Gongqingjin, Nan Gongqingjin. He kept repeating her name, his voice filled with curiosity. This name feels strangely familiar, almost as if I've heard it before. What a fine woman this Nan Gongqingjin is. Quickly, tell me, just who is Nan Gongqingjin and why do I know nothing of her? Your Majesty, you naturally won't remember clearly who Nan Gongqingjin is because you've forgotten, haven't you? I won't have forgotten. Just tell me, pity me. My heart has been consumed by love and torment. My composure has been disrupted. How can you bear to watch me succumb to despair? Tell me, tell me. As he spoke, he straightened her shoulders, standing an arm's length away. Her eyes looked into Huang Fukongming's dark pupils, and the girl quickly bit her own lips, unsure whether she should tell him or not. That feeling was already making her quite distressed. They stared at each other for a moment. Speak quickly, tell me. He began shaking the girl's shoulders. The girl couldn't hide the truth any longer and said, promise me, after hearing this, you won't immediately go mad, okay? She was truly afraid, truly terrified. I won't, I promise I won't. In resignation, the girl told everything in detail to Huang Fukongming. These events were things Huang Fukongming had already forgotten, but now upon remembering them, they felt almost unbelievable yet utterly true. After listening, his entire body shivered. A pain, so suffocating it made him want to choke, had formed a dark cloud in his chest. Then, he silently gazed at the bright moon on the horizon. He didn't know what else he could say or do at that moment, only staring blankly at a point in front of him, remaining silent for a long while. The girl regretted her straightforwardness earlier. She shouldn't have said anything, but yet she did, and this kind of discomfort had become incomprehensible. Now, there was no way to describe her sorrow, and indeed, she had started regretting. Your Majesty, are you all right? She said, while speaking and shaking his shoulder. Huang Fukongming was ultimately wise and enlightened. Seeing the girl's expression filled with sorrow and depression, he nodded kindly, saying, why would I blame you? That you could tell me makes me somewhat happier, yes. So she is dead, right? Your Majesty, if she hadn't died, we wouldn't have resorted to such drastic measures. We've searched for her for a long time, but she is gone. You fell ill precisely because you couldn't accept this. I have no recourse, forgive me. What more can I do? As the girl spoke, she had already knelt down sobbing with her shoulders trembling, her voice choked up. Upon seeing this, Huang Fukongming immediately extended his hand to lift the girl. I will not forsake you, never, never. While saying this, he embraced the girl's shoulders. The girl sniffled for a while before returning the embrace. Your Majesty, rest well, let all this pass. It's my fault. I should have never given you these worry-erasing herbs. But beyond this, what else could I do? I will not hold it against you. Never, never truly. Your Majesty. The girl cried out loud, tears falling like rain. Huang Fukongming patted her shoulders and back gently, off and on. After a long while, the girl finally ceased her broken sobs. They exchanged glances for a very long time until Huang Fukongming finally said, let's return and take care of yourself, while tenderly wiping the girl's tears away. Yes, yes. They both returned to rest. In the past 10 days or so, everyone had been rather busy preparing for the autumn hunting encampment. Ensuring every single aspect was arranged perfectly took much time. When the autumn hunting began, plans took a different turn. Currently, General Gao was in the capital, while General Wu Dakai and Siener were already busily preparing in an orderly manner at the autumn encampment. Time passed swiftly, but it also seemed as if it had already dragged on for too long, yet the arrangements weren't complete. Today, Nan Gongqingjin has already returned. She's arranged everything here excellently. The 3-season rice has been harvested, and the people have never been as prosperous as they are now. Even the local chief is grinning from ear to ear. With Nan Gongqingjin, the common folk here have tasted for the first time what it means to be worry-free about food and clothing, and what it truly means to be in charge of their own affairs. Now, the rice paddies have started to be plowed again, and she doesn't need to bother with farm work anymore. As for education, there are now professional tutors, and besides that, various other matters are flourishing as well. Come to think of it, without her, or even myself, nothing significant would happen. Nan Gongqingjin's arrival has brought a touch of brightness to Yelong Kingdom. This touch of brightness highlights that Nan Gongqing is quite content at present. Judging by the guidance and contributions she's made so far, there have been many. Her coming has caused the Yelong Kingdom to no longer look down upon merchants, but instead recognize that only trade can truly bring prosperity. Now, with the establishment of Tongmingguan Childhood Education Institution, every household's children have started bustling around. Besides Tongmingguan, she has another group specifically teaching girls about herbal medicine skills. Additionally, there's the army. Now, the surrounding city walls are gradually being constructed. The people regard Nan Gongqing and Zisanghe as if they were living deities. They're almost ready to kneel before them. Today, all tasks have finally been completed, and Nan Gongqing is sitting down resting. At this moment, Zisanghe has leisurely walked over and sat beside her. Nan Gongqing looks slightly surprised, then smiles. You've come? Have you eaten yet? I've already eaten, what about you? While saying this, he gazes at Nan Gongqing. Nan Gongqing laughs lightly. Of course I've eaten. Otherwise, wouldn't it feel cold just sitting here? As she speaks, she embraces her knees, which are trembling. Nan Gongqing has been sitting for a long time, and it seems like only now she begins to feel the chill. After quite some time, Nan Gongqing smiles again and shifts her gaze to the seat beside her. And what brings you here? Just wanted to chat with you, nothing more. Zisanghe says, taking off his cloak while speaking, draping it onto Nan Gongqing's shoulders. Surprised, Nan Gongqing quickly protests. What are you doing? I don't feel cold. You should take care of yourself, don't act this way. No, I just want to do this. He explains, looking into the eyes of the woman before him. I'll be fine if you're fine. If you're not, then what good does it do for me to be okay? You talk like a child, she says with a hint of melancholy, sighing deeply. I've always wanted to have a conversation with you, but I was too busy. Finally, there's an opportunity. Look, my responsibilities here have all been taken care of. What I think is, Nan Gongqing hasn't finished her sentence when Zisanghe cuts in. You want to leave, don't you? You want to leave, but I will absolutely not let you go. I won't. I'm not necessarily obligated to leave either, but staying here no longer makes sense since this place no longer needs me. No, you cannot leave. Zisanghe insists. You want to find His Majesty, right? You want to find my third brother, right? A single phrase pierces through Nan Gongqing's thoughts, leaving her unsure whether to nod or shake her head. Just like that, she stares blankly at the man in front of her. After a prolonged silence, Zisanghe eventually says, actually, if we could be together, you'd have already been the empress in the capital by now. Even you know that isn't easy. Why cling to such impossibilities? I must walk according to the arrangement of my heart. She replies, sighing as she speaks. Your heart. If you follow your heart, what about me? People are not plants. I also have feelings. I wish to be with you, but I cannot. My third brother would never forgive me. Zisanghe, it's good for you to stay here. In fact, you know better than me that the reason Yelong Kingdom has reached its current state so quickly is because they are relatively easy to lead. Look, this place cannot lack leadership. You often tell me to display my abilities. In fact, everyone knows that those who contribute greatly to this land aren't only me, but include you as well. Since you already possess such strength, they would choose you as the new ruler. Believe me, once this place grows stronger, what more would you need from me? Under the vast sky, there are millions of women. Why wouldn't you find true love? After Nan Gongqing finishes, Zisanghe remains silent, standing up after a long pause without uttering a word, then walks away. You said you would arrange for us to meet, Zisanghe, she said, hastily removing the cloak from her shoulders and throwing it towards Zisanghe. He nodded, reached out, and caught the falling cloak. His eyes were dark and cold as he gazed at the pitch-black path ahead that stretched endlessly long. He wasn't sure how he should proceed. I thank you for your help in the past. No need, replied Zisanghe, knowing he had once aided her, leaving her feeling grateful. But this gratitude was not simple. It stemmed not just from his kindness, but also partly from his intentions at the time. He had intended to use Nan Gongqing, though all of that now seemed over. Bathed in moonlight, he finally turned around. I had selfish motives back then, so there's no need for you to remember them. With those words, he sighed. Since you've already made your decision, I won't try to hold you back. If you ever wish to return, Yelong Kingdom will be your second paradise. Yes, Zisanghe, she responded, turning around and preparing to leave. The morning dew was rising, chilling the air. Nan Gongqing could only tighten her clothes, her eyes fixed on the distant road ahead. After a long while, she let out a sigh. In recent days, Zisanghe had tried his best to avoid seeing Nan Gongqing. Instead, he focused on life and productivity, urging everyone to hurry with the construction of the city walls. For a new wild dream had formed in his mind, a vague outline, an embryonic shape, but it still needed work. Whoever wants Nan Gongqing will have to confront him directly. Chapter 289, The Imperial Capital Autumn Hunt. Whoever wants Nan Gongqing, all of it is actually also for the sake of self-sacrifice. Now Huang Fukoming's heart feels heavy. Now, the two of them not seeing each other, he imagines what life will be like after Nan Gongqing leaves, and has already informed Team Leader Jia. Upon hearing that Nan Gongqing plans to leave, Team Leader Jia was alarmed and immediately brought a group of people to Nan Gongqing's place. Today, with nothing much to do, Nan Gongqing saw a Kongho placed in the corner of her room and started playing it. Just then, Team Leader Jia arrived with a group of people. This was an army consisting of both old and young individuals. Each face displayed a somber expression, clearly indicating they had come prepared. This made Nan Gongqing feel melancholy. All of you, Miss, you cannot leave. If you go, what will become of things here? You were sent by the gods. You cannot leave. You must not leave. We bow to you. We kneel before you. You cannot leave. If you don't agree, we will remain kneeling forever. As team leader Jia spoke, he began to kowtow, and Nangang Qingjin couldn't bear to have so many people surrounding her and kneeling to her. Not accustomed to this kind of treatment, she looked away silently for a long time before taking a step forward. She reached out and grasped team leader Jia's hand. All of you, please get up. Even if I leave, it won't be now. Now that you have Lord Bai, let me tell you the truth. I am not someone sent by the gods. That day, it was just good fortune on your part that led to my arrival. In fact, I am also an ordinary person. When I first came, I saw the issues here. Although the people here work hard, they don't know how to prosper. Despite having many ideas, they don't truly act upon them. Moreover, the region's witchcraft practices are severe. So I claimed I was sent by the river god. But in reality, there is no such thing as the river god. From now on, stop throwing girls into the water, they drown. There are no gods in this world. If there are, they are yourselves. As she finished speaking, she gazed at team leader Jia. Shimin Biao, as the team leader, shows great potential. He understands that my actions benefit the country and its people. He nodded promptly, allowing me to spread my new methods. It is precisely because of Shimin Biao that I have observed your keen vision. However, feasts cannot last forever. There's a saying, even under a long pavilion spanning 1,000 miles, no banquet goes on forever. Ultimately, I must return to my own life. Before I leave, Bai Sir will help guide the construction of your defenses. We've already drawn attention, and troubles may arise, so everything that needs handling must be dealt with. Not only should we form distant alliances while attacking nearby foes, but we should also cultivate peaceful relations with the Xiongnu. I hope all of you establish a canal system during our period of strength, gradually developing this country of Yalong. I'm going to leave eventually, but not now. Please stand up, all of you. Miss, why must you leave so soon? Miss, don't leave, please. Some people had already begun sobbing uncontrollably. It's not because I wish otherwise. If I stay indefinitely, it wouldn't be appropriate. Shimin team leader, go now. I'm feeling unsettled. Even if I leave, I'll visit every so often. Well, go. Let's not make this overly sentimental. As she said this, she waved her hand dismissively. So be it. From now on, we shall follow the leadership of Master Bai. Jia sighed continuously as he left. But if the miss encounters any difficulties, the people of Yalong will assist you without hesitation. Although our friendship has lasted only half a year, you've improved our survival conditions. While others may forget, I never will. Go. I won't be encountering any danger. Don't resort to violence over trifles. Well, go ahead. Nangang Qingjin said, waving her hand again. In the end, several of them left. Watching their departure, her mind grew troubled once more. If she were to leave openly, how could they possibly let her go? But staying here permanently isn't something she desires either. She currently wishes to return and check on Huangfu Kongming, who mistakenly believes she's dead, but she is still very much alive. The autumn hunting festival in the imperial capital has finally arrived. Despite his heavy heart, Huangfu Kongming knows it is not something he can simply skip due to his bad mood. The autumn hunt serves two purposes. One is to let the common people see the grandeur of the imperial court and make them aware that the country is now at peace. Secondly, the autumn hunting festival has been a long-standing tradition, not something easily stopped. It's an event. The weather was already chilly. Among the troops leaving the imperial capital, a central figure riding a horse was Huangfu Kongming. Upon hearing the emperor would participate in the autumn hunt, citizens lined up to welcome him. Many had never seen Huangfu Kongming in person, but as they caught sight of him, excitement spread through the crowd. On the road, eunuchs had already begun clapping, but their applause had barely ended when a dense crowd realized that Huangfu Kongming was approaching. Quickly, kneel down, bow your head, say long live the emperor, long live, may he reign forever. A woman nearby, fearing her child didn't know the proper protocol, pressed her child's head down. Immediately, the child began nodding and knelt on the curb. Soon after, everyone had knelt down. People with massive flags stood along both sides of the road. Then came a group armed with weapons like swords, spears, and halberds, all positioned on either side of the path. In the center, atop a magnificent dragon horse, sat Huangfu Kongming, looking spirited and energetic. Today, Huangfu Kongming wore sleek martial attire, black clothing embroidered with golden dragon patterns, holding a heaven-earth bow. He appeared dignified and handsome, despite being just 26 years old. His cold eyes swept over the crowd. Our current emperor truly exudes divine elegance. He's so young, isn't he? Someone started shouting, and wherever Huangfu Kongming went, people bowed and shouted, long live the emperor. To be honest, compared to others, Huangfu Kongming was more capable. He continued riding past the kneeling crowds without much acknowledgement and headed toward Dragon Tiger Mountain. From afar, General Wu Dakai had come to greet him. Huangfu Kongming swiftly dismounted from his horse. Seeing the heavy bow and arrows tossed aside, Wu General quickly grasped them. You must be tired after such a long journey. The command post is ready. Shall you rest first? Yes. Huangfu Kongming nodded and followed behind General Wu. Inside the command post, everything was well arranged by Wu General. Soon, they reached it. The imperial capital is secure. There will be no rebellion, Huangfu Kongming said confidently. With everything under control, I shall enjoy this week here leisurely. Please ensure that no one disturbs the animals here, though we needn't worry about the civilians. Your Majesty can rest assured. Within 50 miles, there are no civilians. After entering Dragon Tiger Mountain, the number of civilians is naturally even less because the area is known for its abundance of fierce beasts. Good, then that's settled. Huangfu Kongming nodded, beginning to drink wine. For quite some time, General Wu hadn't seen Huangfu Kongming so joyful. The two men looked at each other, and after a while, both burst into laughter. I'm thrilled to see your majesty recover fully, Wu General exclaimed, adding with a sigh. Yes, I have recovered, and this is thanks largely to your efforts, Huangfu Kongming said, continuing, go rest too. I plan to take a stroll around tonight. Very well, I'll accompany you, your majesty, General Wu responded. Dinner consisted of ingredients sourced locally, prepared deliciously, which Huangfu Kongming greatly enjoyed. After eating, he reminded himself that this mission was an official imperial activity, so no rash decisions should be made. After eating and drinking, everything felt more relaxed. As evening fell, Huangfu Kongming rode deep into the dense forest, covering approximately 20 miles before laughing out loud. With the bow and arrow in his hand, he shot one into the distance. Whoosh! What place shines brightly far away? In the darkness, beyond Dragon Tiger Mountain, the glow of Yalong could be seen clearly. Since Yalong had adopted oil as fuel, the flames illuminated brightly. Indeed, it looked like a city that never sleeps, resembling an island amidst the dark wilderness. Not knowing what that bright spot was, Wu General examined for a long time, but couldn't identify it either. However, soon, their guide arrived swiftly on horseback. Though these men were riding powerful horses, the guide's stamina waned, causing him to lag behind significantly. Hurry, His Majesty is asking about this location. Even I don't know, but you are familiar with local legends. Please explain, Wu General said while opening his water flask and tossing it to Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu immediately grabbed it, but instead of water, it contained wine. The potent liquor had been warmed before being poured into the water skin, and after drinking it, his face became flushed. Good, excellent wine. The guide was about to dismount to pay respects when Huangfu Kongming had already understood his meaning. You stay seated. I'm just asking what this place is. Is it a solitary grave in the ruins or a large village? Because even from here, Huangfu Kongming couldn't make out exactly what it was. It seemed like an illusory backdrop, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be nothing at all. Your Majesty, this is the Yalong Kingdom. Long ago, there was a feudal state called Xixia. After the fall of Xixia, they isolated themselves from the world. What's referred to as the Yalong Kingdom is essentially arrogant. How can this place count as a country? It's merely a village with 60 or 70,000 inhabitants, and this is their capital. The Yalong Kingdom? Huangfu Kongming thought he had heard of it before, murmuring to himself, Xixia? Yes, Your Majesty, Xixia perished as a nation 100 years ago. This Yalong Kingdom is in fact Xixia. These people are good at posing as mysterious entities. You needn't pay attention to them. Our general actually considered leading troops to visit this country. Right beneath my reign. How can these commoners not submit themselves as subjects and instead call themselves the Yalong Kingdom? Which is absurd. Zisang, he finally said after hearing the previous speaker. It's only a small country that hasn't communicated with our central plains for 100 years. We might as well ignore them going forward. But Your Majesty, if these countries continue to pose as mysterious entities and refuse to submit, in time, they could become uncontrollable. Thus, no carelessness is allowed. Chapter 290. The geese of Hingyang fly away without a trace. He said, while looking at the emperor who sighed. Why bring this up? There's no such thing, it won't happen. So, according to Your Majesty's opinion, let them be on their own. Huangfu Kongming said this while struggling to whip, pointing at an adjacent position. This was a barren hill. A group of people had quickly headed towards the barren hill. Huangfu Kongming looked at the barren hill, not knowing what he was thinking about. Not long after, he already said, this Dragon Tiger Mountain stretches endlessly. I don't know where we will end up after crossing the Great River. Report to the Emperor, beyond there is the Return Goose Peak in Hingyang. The Hingyang goose go without looking back, Return Goose Peak. Huangfu Kongming said, while speaking and looking at the guide official, who immediately nodded and said, it is said that Hingyang's Return Goose Peak is a very peculiar place. The geese stop flying further south when they reach there, and next year they come again. That's why it's called Return Goose Peak. Good, it's also the time when geese are quite plump now. While speaking, he heard the sound of geese calling in the sky, immediately picked up the bow and shot an arrow, saying, I have heard that autumn geese are very fat. To shoot them, one must hit from the throat to the head. That's true skill. Let me give it a try. While speaking, he had already taken out the bow and shot the arrow. The arrow flew up and hit the goose, which cried out in pain and fell down onto a nearby barren hill. At this moment, the guide official spurred his horse to go and pick up the goose. But unexpectedly, another goose from the sky also flew down and kept crying pitifully without interruption, as if mourning deeply. At first, people didn't know what was going on, but later saw that the goose had fallen down, landed beside the dead goose, which was motionless, making it clear how effective Huangfu Kongming's arrows were. Hold on. Seeing Wu Dakuai preparing to shoot the other goose, here Huangfu Kongming immediately stopped him and focused his gaze on the other goose, because it was dark and only then could see this goose standing near the other one and calling. Its wailing sound shook the heart upon hearing. I thought these geese had no feelings, but obviously, I was wrong. They do have feelings. One goose started calling, its voice full of sorrow, soon colliding and dying beside the other position, meeting its end. This, Huangfu Kongming stared wide-eyed, and the two people nearby also gazed wide-eyed. Reporting to His Majesty, this goose has died. Alas, I should not have. I should not have done this, he sighed. Looking at the goose's corpse, the guide official said. Previously, someone left here named Yuan Haowen. This is Yin Xiu, your majesty. Indeed, indeed. Huang Fu Kongming regretted it. Unfortunately, the goose had already died. After several people did not eat the goose meat, they buried the geese and headed for the foot of the mountain. Upon reaching the camp, the emperor was still gloomy. Everyone knew it was due to this matter, so Wu Dakuai went over. Your majesty, you are still brooding over the matter of the goose? The ancients say a great man does not get tied down by trivialities. You're an emperor. They fell into your hands. It's just fate. Nothing remarkable about it. There's nothing remarkable about it. Yet truly my heart feels uneasy and very troubled. It's not just the geese that come to mind for me, Huang Fu Kongming said, while waving his hand. Leave me be. I want to be alone. Yes, sir. General Wu left. Tonight, Dragon Tiger Mountain was surrounded, but South Palace Qingjin came to collect medicine a few days ago and knew this Dragon Tiger Mountain couldn't be completely sealed off. Thus she found a gap and entered. She wanted to check on Huang Fu Kongming. She already knew that Huang Fu Kongming was currently on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Since plans were set in motion to meet Huang Fu Kongming, for someone like Nangong Qingjin, it was impossible to suddenly abandon it. Now, she had traveled a long way, entering deep forests with no light within. Complete darkness, as if no light could enter, with faint white mist flickering before her eyes. Fortunately, she was always adaptable, and since childhood, Nangong Qingjin had developed a strong physique. Despite facing various natural dangers, she managed with confidence. She wiped her face, which was drenched in sweat, pondering all the while how she might approach Huang Fu Kongming, wondering what method would suffice. She sat cross-legged on the ground. After a day of climbing, Nangong Qingjin was genuinely exhausted and extremely tired. But to lose a pound, Huang Fu Kongming thought, even if it was exhausting, it was bearable. The distance between the two was gradually shortening, and she felt increasingly happy. A sense of reunion after a long separation had filled Nangong Qingjin's heart. She was so joyful that her entire being resonated with happiness. As she drank water, she wondered what method she could use to get closer to Huang Fu Kongming. From Ziseng He, Nangong Qingjin had learned that this autumn hunt would not be over in just a short while, but would last for a week of archery and hunting. This gave Nangong Qingjin ample time to prepare. While thinking, she looked at the dense trees that seemed to block out the sky. She herself did not understand why she missed him so much. It was as though this yearning was a kind of poison that quickly seeped into her heart. She realized that her heart was racing wildly, and she could only reach out to press it lightly. Its rhythm was too fast. At the moment when Nangong Qingjin was missing Huang Fu Kongming was also missing someone. However, he did not clearly know who the girl in his mind was, just a vague shadow. Sighing, he gazed at the spot ahead where he had just shot down the goose. General Wu, after shooting down the goose just now, I am quite unsettled, he said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Wu Dakai was unsure how to console him. He himself was rather blunt, but knew that His Majesty's discomfort was not because of killing, but because of witnessing the love of nature. If geese can stay together through life and death, then me. It seems as though I am separated from the one I miss by a curtain, a veil. I finally know there is someone named Nangong Qingjin in this world, yet I cannot find her. Your Majesty, if others knew I was here persuading you, where would I stand afterward? General Wu sighed, lamenting. How could you possibly persuade me? I'm worn out simply because of my longing. These years, you've followed me wholeheartedly. Don't you think I see that? He patted Wu Dakai on the shoulder to encourage him, and Wu Dakai could only nod. For the country and its people, I will give my all until death. All right, let us move forward, he said, pointing towards the misty starlit place ahead. As they urged their horses onward, the paths among the desolate hills became indistinct. They exchanged glances and raced ahead. Along the way, frost had settled on 1,000 blades of grass, shimmering crystal clear. Tonight, he almost thought there would be no bright moonlight. Unexpectedly, not only did the moon rise, but it was extraordinarily bright. So luminous, it was almost unimaginable. As the two galloped, this exercise revived Huang Fu Kongming's body, which had long been untrained in physical exertion. He ran far away from the camp, eventually wiping the sweat from his face. His face and back were drenched, giving him a familiar sensation reminiscent of charging into battle, something he hadn't done for years. The great ancestor emperor had passed away. He was an elder who had greatly contributed. In this generation, besides disputes among brothers, there was nothing remarkable to speak of. Exchanging looks, both laughed heartily. Your Majesty, drink, Wu Dakai shouted, tossing a flask of wine from his horse's saddle. Huang Fu Kongming caught it mid-air, uncorked it, and gulped down the liquor. After drinking halfway, he tossed the flask back, and Wu Dakai caught it, drinking deeply before continuing ahead. Horses wandered leisurely along mountain paths where chrysanthemums were turning yellow, and wild spirits grew longer. The two men, riding two horses, soon disappeared into the tall grasses. It was deep autumn, and the vegetation was shedding. Flowers were scarce here, but their colors were vivid. Both looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Then it was another wild gallop. You and I shall have a race. What do you think? I don't want you to hold back. My empire was won on horseback, and I seek only joy in this race, win or lose. Let's begin. He said these words while cracking his whip, and soon, the sound of hooves approached with a clatter. On his side, Wu Dakai also had no intention of showing restraint, so the two quickly began chasing each other. You pursuing me, I pursuing you. After passing over a hill, they arrived not far from Nangong Qingjin. This was probably the arrangement of fate. It seemed as though heaven had orchestrated their encounter. Nan Gongqingjin had originally thought there was no way she could run into him. But now, not only did he come over, but in just an instant, he appeared before her eyes. Nan Gongqingjin first heard the sound of the approaching hooves, and at the start, she assumed it was merely scouts coming to survey the path. However, she soon realized something wasn't right. No, these weren't scouts. In the gently rippling night, she saw that on the first horse was Wu Dakai, and following closely behind was Huangfu Kongming. Upon seeing Huangfu Kongming, she thought her vision was blurred or that she was dreaming. And quickly, this dream would surely shatter. She bit her lips tightly and scrutinized intently, ensuring that what she saw was indeed Huangfu Kongming and Wu Dakai, before gripping her trembling lips and rushing out from behind the towering tree. No, at this moment, Nan Gongqingjin's heart raced wildly, and her hands had already broken out in a fine layer of sweat. No. Today, she was determined not to let Huangfu Kongming leave her sight like this. She wouldn't, absolutely couldn't allow it. As she thought this, she quickly chased after their retreating figures. Chapter 291. Geese mourn and fly every night. The two figures soon disappeared into the dense forest. While running, Nan Gongqingjin was shouting Huangfu Kongming's name while she chased them. Tragically, there were two paths ahead, and these two horses were so fast that they couldn't be seen or caught up with at will. Upon seeing the two roads, without time to think thoroughly, she had already chosen one of them. This path led into a pitch-black field of straw. Before long, she entered this area, screaming Huangfu Kongming, Huangfu Kongming, Huangfu Kongming, her voice echoing hollowly through the valley. But, because the horse had moved too quickly, and being human, she could never run as fast as a galloping horse. Unfortunately, she also became lost in the dark and went in the opposite direction of the two riders who had fled on their horses. Huangfu Kongming, Huangfu Kongming, Huangfu Kongming, why don't you stop? You heartless man. You can't even see me. I hate you. I hate you. As she shouted, she walked and suddenly stumbled, letting out an ouch as she fell to the ground. It took a great effort for her to get back up, only to find her palms cut by the rough stones on the ground. Her brows furrowed in pain. Eventually, realizing that he wouldn't hear her cries anyway, she gave up and emerged from where she was. While treating her wound and applying medicine, seeing that it wasn't serious, she sighed and sat down under the moonlight. They, however, had already raced 10 miles away. In the night, the horses had grown weary and, after stopping, began grazing on the ground. She gripped the reins, let out a huh, turned the horse's head, and looked at Wu Dakai beside her. General Wu, did you hear someone calling my name just now? This question sent chills down Wu Dakai's spine because earlier, all his focus was on racing past Huangfu Kongming. When people concentrate intensely on one thing, they tend to forget what else is happening around them. Besides, how many would dare to address the young emperor by his given name? Moreover, before arriving at Dragon Tiger Mountain, the area had been cleared of all unauthorized people. So how could anyone be there calling out? Yet, Huangfu Kongming swore he heard a voice. Something felt off. My lord, General Wu almost reached out to touch Huangfu Kongming's head, checking if the emperor might have a fever. Why do you say such things? No one called your name, and no one would dare. But I clearly heard it. He said this while closing his eyes as if to regain some composure, letting out a deep sigh. I definitely heard a woman's voice calling me. Truly, clearly, she called me. My lord, do you know? Wu Dakai grew cautious, glancing around as if spotting something during a war. Yet, nothing was there. My lord, do you know about mountain spirits? What are mountain spirits? They are part of the 9 songs. According to ancient legends, there are dragon gods and Xiang ladies by rivers, and a beautiful woman on the mountain, known as the mountain spirit. Wu Dakai explained this while glancing nervously around, as if expecting the mountain spirit to appear nearby, inhaling sharply. My lord, the night is deep. Alone, I fear I cannot fully protect you. There's no one here within 50 miles. We've already driven humans out of the vicinity. If you indeed misheard earlier, it would be best. If not, then it must be 8 or 9 out of 10 chances, a mountain spirit. Ah, this mountain spirit. I have somewhat grasped it. All right, let's return. Huangfu Kongming had previously heard tales of the mountain spirit. When in the mountains, if you hear someone call your name, it's better not to answer carelessly. Because answering might just allow the mountain spirit to capture your soul. They stared at each other in silence. The horses were exhausted, lacking their previous vigor, so they could only move slowly. Soon, they entered the adjacent forest. This time, Nan Gongqingjin prepared to wait like a rabbit waiting for a tree to fall. Finally, she spotted the two individuals again. As the horses approached gradually, she positioned herself firmly on the road, standing tall. Hey, Emperor, Huangfu Kongming, please stop, please stop. This time, not only did Huangfu Kongming clearly hear someone calling his name, but even the people beside him also heard it. They looked at each other questioningly, and Wu Dakai turned his head with suspicion, but unfortunately, Nan Gongqingjin's standing position was a blind spot. No, I must go take a look. This voice is so familiar, so familiar. Huangfu Kongming said this as he was about to turn back to find the source of the sound. But just as he turned, his horse's reins had already been pulled by Wu Dakai. Your Majesty, have you gone mad? Even if there is someone here, wouldn't it be better to check during the daytime tomorrow? In the middle of the night, we'll do it tomorrow morning. I will accompany you then. It's not too late, not too late. Wu Dakai said this, and Huangfu Kongming finally nodded. Since she had called for a long time and Huangfu Kongming hadn't turned around to look at her, this made Nan Gongqingjin feel annoyed. In her annoyance, she realized that calling out once didn't seem to have much effect. She could only sigh, resigning herself to wait patiently. A little while later, Huangfu Kongming and Wu Dakai had left. In the dead of night, her appearance was certainly unreasonable. Amidst all the superstitious activities, they had some inexplicable panic and fear regarding such things. Now, seeing that both of them had left, Nangong Qingjin got up and headed toward a nearby spot where she needed to rest temporarily. In the wild, one cannot sleep on an open ground. Longhu Mountain itself was a place where wolves, tigers, leopards, and other dangerous animals were concentrated. She looked at the moonlight and with a leap, reached the branch of a large tree. She had lived in the mountains before and often encountered situations where she couldn't return home at night when gathering herbs. Facing such circumstances, Nangong Qingjin had no choice but to climb up the tree. People aren't afraid of birds, but are afraid of beasts. After climbing the tree, Nangong Qingjin tied her waist with vines to the branches and began to rest. A cool breeze blew by, making her feel refreshed. Unconsciously, she fell asleep. After General Wu escorted the emperor to his quarters, he then entered the adjacent tent where Xian had already brought over a bowl of rice porridge. She knew that he had been moving around for half the night and was surely famished, so now he needed to eat. While eating, he said, "When we went into the front forest earlier, guess what happened?" "What could happen?" Xian, while arranging his recently removed armor, smiled. "Was it that we didn't shoot a big striped tiger, or did we hit something else instead? I imagine that the emperor has always been very skilled with arrows." No. Wu Dakai immediately waved his hands, and Xian smiled, finishing tidying up the armor. While touching the carved flowers on it, she sighed. "Why do you tease me now? If you're going to tell me, just say it. If not, don't bother telling me. What does this half-hidden talk mean?" "I'm afraid to tell you because you might get scared," he said. "We encountered something peculiar. Think about this, it's somewhat complicated. When we arrived at the wasteland ahead, we heard a woman softly calling out the emperor's name." Xian's face turned pale. It was already late at night, nearing midnight, and saying this made Xian uneasy. At first, she hadn't thought much of it, but now, she could only slowly approach and grab Wu Dakai's hand. "But stop talking nonsense. Perhaps in the first half of the night, both you and His Majesty may have misheard something. Forget it. Stop talking about these depressing things. Let me pull your hand. Depression is one thing, but this might be caused by a mountain ghost." Thinking about this, I immediately pulled the emperor who insisted on going to take a look. You think about this. Now, in the wee hours of the morning, encountering anyone would be fine, but if it's those unclean things, well, as a general, I'm not a monk or Taoist priest. How could I have the ability to subdue such things? Indeed. Xian, while speaking, became more vigilant. Calming her heartbeat, she said, "The emperor is a person who likes to pursue truth. I assume you've already promised or suggested checking tomorrow. Seeing carefully shouldn't matter much. If anything happens, that's fine, but if nothing happens, the autumn encampment lasts a week. If everyone becomes restless from the beginning, it won't work." "Yes, I'm worried about exactly that. I need your advice. His Majesty is the Son of Heaven. Normally, no one would dare to call his name. You see, not only was he called, but his full name was used. Since you also heard it clearly, then there's no need to go investigate further. Don't run into any situation that might be inappropriate. What advice could I possibly give? A woman is like a crab without legs, useless." As she spoke, she continued, "The best course of action is to make sure His Majesty doesn't go over there tomorrow. What do you think? But His Majesty won't listen to me. What should we do about this? Don't panic. Let's just take it one step at a time." He sighed as he spoke. "All right, it's late. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Let's get some rest." Xian began arranging the bed and blankets while speaking. In reality, her heart was uneasy as well. Before the autumn encampment, in order to ensure the safety of the common people and the emperor, all inhabitants had already been driven out of this area. But now, it seemed like the danger hadn't truly disappeared. In the deep mountains, who was calling someone by their name? It sent shivers down Xian's spine. Her suggestion was that His Majesty should stop going over there to avoid any danger. Meanwhile, Wu Dakai walked over and pulled Xian tightly into his arms. "You've unknowingly become my teacher with one word. Now I know what to do." "Great. Then, surely you'll want to thank your one-word teacher, won't you?" "Heated thanks are better left for later tonight. I doubt you'll hold up under the gratitude." As he said this, he gestured toward the nearby couch. Xian blew out the lamp and lay down quietly. Wu Dakai laughed and joined her. This night belonged solely to them. Chapter 292, Before the Fierce Warrior. Nangong Qingjin had grown accustomed to resting in the mountains. Tying herself to a tree to sleep was something she had come to accept as natural. In the morning, she found the wounds from last night gradually healing. By the streamside, she washed her face. The water was crystal clear, revealing an impeccable surface. Thus, she gazed at her reflection in the water. She had long become accustomed to facing this face of hers. This face had already become inseparably intertwined with her identity as Nangong Qingjin. Last night, she had called out, yet ultimately resigned herself. Now, while washing her face, her mind wandered, pondering what Huangfu Kongming might be doing and whether he would come looking for her today. Lost in thought, without realizing, she dropped her embroidered handkerchief into the water. The swift current carried it downstream before she could react. It vanished into the stream after just a few moments, leaving her no chance to retrieve it. Only then did she gather her wits and dry the radiant droplets on her face with her sleeve. Bathed in the morning sunlight, Nangong Qingjin looked once again at her reflection on the water's surface. That face, a healthy creamy white, resembled milk or ivory. Her pitch-black eyes shimmered with moisture, hazy and misty, as if harboring thousands of unspoken words. Her fingers were pristine and graceful, her arms elegant and fresh. Everything about her appearance was perfectly proportioned. After watching herself for a moment, Nangong Qingjin sighed and walked to the side. Upon reflection later, she realized that it had been appropriate to remain silent when someone had called her name in the middle of the night. But surely, Huangfu Kongming would come today, wouldn't he? He should be somewhere high, because only there could he feel safe. Huangfu Kongming knew her and understood her heart. As for the soldiers, firstly, as a refined young woman, it wasn't convenient for her to reveal herself, and secondly, the soldiers were not permitted to have outsiders among them. Thus, after tidying everything up, she climbed the tree once again to rest. By now, Huangfu Kongming had awakened. Concerned that the maid sent by Xian might be incompetent, she hurried over early to assist. Despite it being late autumn, the tent remained warm. The warmth was stifling, wrapped within the hide of a bull, making it rather uncomfortable. This warm feeling was starting to bother Huangfu Kongming. Last night, he hadn't rested well. Though usually content with having his maidservants attend him, this morning he decided to take a stroll outdoors. "I'll bathe myself at the stream," he said, then took the towel from the nearby Xian, walking towards the water. As soon as he reached the stream, a piece of red brocade appeared floating by his feet. He didn't know what it was, but quickly grabbed it. Nearby, Xian noticed Huangfu Kongming's bewildered expression and rushed forward to examine the item more closely. Without seeing, all would have remained normal. But upon closer inspection, Xian grew agitated. It was something Nangong Qingjin always carried with her. "Your Majesty, may I take a look at this handkerchief?" she requested urgently. Huangfu Kongming handed it over. Xian clutched the handkerchief, its pattern and style familiar, matching those preferred by Nangong Qingjin in the past. Yet curiously, there were no distinguishing marks indicating it belonged to Nangong Qingjin. Examining it further, Xian wrung it out like a princess attending to finery and sniffed it. It lacked any distinctive fragrance, unlike other girls who often wore heavy makeup. Nangong Qingjin was peculiar, never indulging in perfumed cosmetics, so there was nothing particularly fragrant about it. Looking at each other, the two became serious. "Do you recognize it?" asked Huangfu Kongming. Xian replied hesitantly. "An acquaintance has one exactly like it, though it is unlikely that she could be here. This must simply be a similar item. Examine it thoroughly," Huangfu Kongming instructed, spreading out the kerchief carefully, studying both sides. Indeed, it bore no names or inscriptions, leaving both puzzled. "No, perhaps your servant was mistaken," she said, deftly changing the subject. "Your Majesty, stop fussing over this trifle. Now, you have cleansed your face. Let me send a girl over to comb your hair. Yesterday, in the mountain ravine, I picked a wild fruit that Miss Nangong and I used to eat often. You should try some." Huangfu Kongming was washing his face when the mention of Miss caused him to turn around and look at Xian. Xian instantly regretted her slip and quickly covered her mouth. I'll go prepare other things," she stuttered nervously, attempting to retreat. Huangfu Kongming, however, wasn't the type to let matters slide easily. "Why are you trying to leave again with vague excuses? What about those fruits? I'll go eat them later." "Yes, Your Majesty," Xian replied hurriedly and began preparations. Soon after, everything was ready. As Huangfu Kongming ate the fruits, he thought about how he should proceed later. Meanwhile, Wu Daka had finished preparing. A group of people arrived, forming a queue. The group was large, numbering around 200. All were dressed in tight black battle uniforms, their faces tense. All had been geared up for action. "Your Majesty, we are ready to set off at any moment," someone reported. "Today, we shall see what harvest awaits us. Bring over my flying fish bag," Huangfu Kongming commanded. General Wu had already retrieved the flying fish bag. "My arrowheads are ready." "Excellent, excellent. We will split up later. We'll regroup every hour to see who comes out on top by nightfall. And remember one thing, don't hold back for me. I won't appreciate it. If I find you cheating, I will immediately demote you and investigate accordingly. This time, I will ensure that Your Majesty loses without a shred of doubt." Wu Daka said this boldly, and the emperor chuckled as he stood up. "Don't spout empty threats, lest the wind knocks your tongue loose." Ha ha. Seeing that Huangfu Kongming remained cheerful and made no mention of revisiting last night's place reassured Xian somewhat. At the gate, the hunting hounds and eagles were already prepared. Eagles were trained to grab objects from the ground, while dogs performed similarly. Everyone had their roles well defined. Departures commenced. 100 people followed the emperor, 100 followed the general. Both parties progressed shoulder to shoulder, heading in the same direction but with differing goals. An hour later, Wu Daka's side had successfully shot 3 white deer. Their cries of alarm echoed as they fell. Someone started counting the tally, while on the emperor's side, Huangfu Kongming didn't seem rushed or troubled because something far more intriguing than white deer had caught his attention, a colorfully patterned female leopard. The mother leopard appeared extremely agile as it crouched in the grass, so stealthy that anyone not paying attention would likely miss its presence. He stepped closer, quietly tracking the mother leopard. Anybody not observing closely wouldn't notice that another figure trailed behind the mother leopard silently, making not even the faintest sound. The dried vegetation provided cover as the mother leopard pounced, but the boar before her had already scurried away. Huangfu Kongming drew his bow and arrow swiftly, shooting the prey the mother leopard had aimed for instead. The boar collapsed. On his side, though, instead of showing any interest in the boar's carcass, the mother leopard immediately turned and faced Huangfu Kongming. Everyone anticipated him drawing his bow to shoot, yet unexpectedly, he flung the bow and flying fish bag to the ground. From his sleeve, he withdrew a gleaming and deadly Yuchong sword. Though short and small, the blade was incredibly sharp. Your Majesty, allow me to shoot an arrow and kill this vile beast, one person exclaimed upon seeing the situation worsen, rushing to offer assistance. Huang Fu Kongming snorted coldly. And does the animal deserve only arrows? Now, there must be fair combat. Your Majesty, it's too dangerous. Don't risk yourself. Let me help you. Stand down. If I cannot subdue even a mother leopard, how useful am I henceforth? You all seem to think I've grown weak, but in fact, I'm still in perfect health. Today, I will fight this mother leopard to prove the might and prowess of my Imperial Majesty. As he spoke, he lunged forward. Seeing a human opponent now, though unclear about the strange object the man wielded, the mother leopard roared and charged ferociously, nearly knocking Huang Fu Kongming to the ground. The crowd held their breath, ready to intervene. But knowing the Emperor's explicit wish for them not to interfere, none dared assist. In desperation, people could only exchange anxious glances. After a long while, the man and the leopard were locked in combat. Huang Fu Kongming saw the leopard leap toward him, its mouth wide open to tear at him. It sunk its teeth directly into his arm. In the nick of time, realizing the situation's urgency, Huang Fu Kongming swiftly acted and killed the mother leopard. The dagger in his hand pierced through her throat. The mother leopard convulsed on the ground, whimpering for a moment before dying. Only then did Huang Fu Kongming wipe the dagger clean as the onlookers gazed in astonishment. Ah, Your Majesty, you fought with divine assistance. Your skills are simply beyond belief. The Emperor's abilities far surpass ours. Long live the Emperor. Some immediately began flattery. An hour later, the two men began comparing their spoils. Huang Fu Kongming had only one mother leopard as his trophy, whereas Wudaka had already acquired 3 perfectly identical cicadeer. I willingly admit defeat in this first round, said Wudaka, recognizing the prowess of a mother leopard. Leopards were inherently formidable creatures. Their speed exceeded humans by more than tenfold, and their strength was incomprehensible. At first glance, they might not seem extraordinary, but now, that immense power had been unleashed entirely. The two warriors stared at each other for a long time before sighing in unison. You have won this time, with 3 trophies to my 1. They debated over who had truly triumphed. After another hour, the two reached the depths of the forest. Perhaps due to the large group, or because the wild animals sensed danger, they all became stealthy and nearly impossible to track. Thus, the second contest ended in a draw. Both returned empty-handed. This match is even, Huang Fu Kongming concluded. Chapter 293, Searching for Nan Gongqingjin. By noon, the weather had already started to become hot, and Nan Gongqingjin was growing increasingly restless. What was going on? Were they coming or not? According to the speed of riding a horse, it was absolutely impossible that they wouldn't come. But if they were coming, why hadn't they appeared yet? She couldn't just stand there and let this opportunity slip away. Thus, with a sigh, she started walking forward until she reached a position ahead. No, she couldn't waste the first day like this. She didn't have many chances. Once Huang Fu Kongming returned, the imperial city of Daijing would be secure and well guarded. It wasn't a place that just anyone could enter freely. Her identity was quite special. If revealed, there was no telling what might happen. After considering this, she decided not to care whether they came or not and moved to an adjacent location, heading in the same direction they had gone yesterday. Today, because she'd found Nan Gongqingjin's handkerchief, Sienna began to daydream. At first, she hadn't placed too much importance on it. It could have been mere coincidence. However, soon after, Sienna remembered something from last night. Someone had shouted Huang Fu Kongming by both name and surname. There was only one person who dared call Huang Fu Kongming by his full name, Nan Gongqingjin. Could it be that Nan Gongqingjin had already arrived? It must be so. It definitely was. As Sienna thought about this, she prepared to search for Nan Gongqingjin. These 2 incidents represented 2 coincidences, and even if she failed to find anything, it wouldn't hurt to at least go and check. After making up her mind, Sienna immediately got ready to leave, but hesitated. After all, Wu Dakai hadn't returned yet. If she left now, when Wu Dakai came back, he might not know where to look for her in this dense forest. Finally, after waiting until the 9th hour, 3 p.m., Wu Dakai and Huang Fu Kongming returned. On their way back, something strange occurred. While everyone else saw either harmless deer or fierce wild boars, Huang Fu Kongming seemed to see only cloud leopards or striped tigers. If it wasn't a tiger, then it was likely a pack of wolves. So, though he didn't capture much game in terms of quantity, Venerable General Wu understood clearly. If judged purely by numbers, Wu General had won today. But Wu himself knew that when it came to real skill, the Emperor still excelled. After all, what the Emperor hit wasn't some harmless deer. Upon their return, tonight's dinner was made from the hunted animals. Things like cloud leopard pelts could be used for luxurious clothing. The soldiers bustled about enthusiastically as they set up the campfire. As the fire roared and people happily cooked their food, Sienna finally approached. General, take a look, she began, holding out the handkerchief the Emperor had picked up in the morning. This piece of brocade is exactly like what Nan Gong once used. I smelled it. It has no hint of perfume. Chances are, it belongs to her. But I'm puzzled. Why would it be here? Why? Asked the general, eating while observing Sienna closely. Sienna, almost like giving a reminder, said, Last night, you heard someone calling out for the Emperor. Have you really thought about it thoroughly? That person could very well have been her. As she spoke, she took out the kerchief. Wu Dakai choked on a piece of mutton that he dropped to the ground immediately. I wouldn't have thought of it otherwise. But now that you've analyzed it this way, it does seem entirely plausible, Wu Dakai reflected based on his observations. So what should be done next? After all, seeing is believing, hearing is suspecting, and we also say, The living must be met alive, the dead confirmed dead. Now, we haven't seen anything yet. The young lady is a clever person accustomed to finding life amidst death. If she were indeed alive, we might have missed this chance to make contact. No, Wu Dakai immediately disagreed. That doesn't make sense. If Miss Ningong were still alive, why wouldn't she show herself? General, Sienna looked directly into Wu Dakai's eyes. If she could simply appear, none of this would be such a problem. Right now, her status is extremely sensitive. You know this better than anyone. Naturally, she finds it difficult to present herself. Moreover, I am in the capital, and for her to reach me would be doubly hard. What do you mean? Wu Dakai looked intently at Sienna. Sienna thought for a moment before replying. Yesterday, where did you hear someone shout? We should investigate there today. This makes more sense. Upon hearing this, Wu Dakai nodded immediately. I'll go there right now. No, who she needs to meet is the emperor. You alone may not find anything significant, Sienna suggested. Let us go together, what do you think? Wu Dakai nodded without hesitation. Alright, if that's how it should be, let's go then. Alright, then, it was Wu Dakai's arrangement. However, there was no possibility tonight. Tonight, the moon shone brightly among sparse stars, a bit cold. Moreover, hunting under the cover of night was forbidden. At this moment, fierce beasts became active during the night instead of the day. Protecting the emperor from any possible accident took precedence. Therefore, Wu Dakai held back. For now, everything would have to wait until the next day. But what about Nan Gongqing Jing? Plans never catch up with changes. She originally believed that Huang Fu Kong Ming, despite his schemes, would surely come today. Hence, even though the conditions here were harsh, she dared not leave or move an inch. But now, it seemed pitiful. The emperor didn't come, and not a single soldier showed up. She waited and waited, day by day, finally passing one full day. When the moon reached its zenith in the sky, she thought, she could not just keep waiting like this without results. It would be better to immediately take action and do something she wanted. Thinking this, she immediately realized what she should do next. She tidied up her simple luggage and, on the following day, gradually advanced in their direction. Unfortunately, on the second day, she still didn't see Huang Fu Kong Ming and the others, a disheartening situation. What should she do now? It's absolutely not as expected. Now, she considered silently while thinking about her future plans. But had Huang Fu Kong Ming already left this place? There were traces of fire everywhere, indicating a place where pots and pans were used for cooking. Everything here demonstrated they had once lived here. But now, all of them were gone without a trace. Even if they were gone, there should at least be some kind of mark. But currently, there was no trace, nothing at all. Nan Gongqing Jin felt a sense of loss, unsure for a moment of what to do or where to look for Huang Fu Kong Ming. This vast, dense forest was simply not a place that could be thoroughly searched by one person, much like how Huang Fu Kong Ming might also find it hard to locate her easily amidst such an expansive area. Now, carrying a disheartened and lost feeling, her mood had deteriorated significantly. She completely didn't know what to do next, unsure of how to proceed. She felt like she was losing gravity. By afternoon, she was drawing water from the river. During this process, she discovered that she had lost her brocade handkerchief. However, it wasn't particularly serious. After eating something, the heat increased, and she was too lazy and exhausted to move. Thus, she found a towering tree to rest under. On the following day, the autumn encirclement troops of Daijing carried on as usual. How it started is how it remained. They continued through deep mountains and old forests, advancing bit by bit, covering nearly the entire mountain with a mass of dark soldiers. Atop the mountain, arrows were fired chaotically, killing many animals. Huang Fu Kong Ming grew weary. During his midday rest, he asked, "Why has it grown so hot again these past few days?" This question, by principle, shouldn't need answering. But judging by the recent heat, it seemed like other situations might occur. Wu Dakai, wiping the clear sweat off his face while looking at Huang Fu Kong Ming, said, "Autumn just began recently. Rain should have been more abundant. Although we haven't yet seen any rain, soon enough, there will likely be prolonged drizzles. But," he continued, "Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. First, regarding your administration, you've already dealt with matters diligently, so even if you occasionally waste some time here, it doesn't matter. Second, when the rains arrive, we have brought along rain gear anyway." "I know." He spoke as he waited. Someone had already flipped over the scorched golden sika deer roasting on the bonfire and tossed peppercorns and Sichuan peppers into the deer's chest cavity. The aroma gradually wafted out, thread by thread. Huang Fu Kong Ming shifted his gaze to the grass nearby, saying, "I'm feeling somewhat tired. I plan to rest. You go on ahead and don't linger here, causing me distress." "Yes." Wu Dakai nodded and gave Sienna a glance. The two of them went off. They scoured the place where they heard the girl's voice last night. But in order to prevent being tracked and ensuring her own safety, Nan Gongqing Jin had wiped out all traces of herself. That is, nothing was left behind here anymore. The two returned empty-handed and began to suspect that the sound they'd heard last night might indeed have been the mountain ghost. Reluctantly, Sienna and Wu Dakai carefully looked around again. If there is nothing, then there is nothing. After a long, long silence, Sienna finally said, "Forget it. Or maybe I've been missing Miss too much. Whether it was really her still needs to be reconsidered. Logically speaking, Miss should have overcome difficulties and remained safe. But also logically, she should have left some clues. Let's see as we go along." Wu Dakai said while glancing ahead. Sienna could only sigh. She did feel an urge to ask someone to help look for any trace Miss might have left behind. But now, it seemed hard to bring up the subject. For one thing, everyone here was for the autumn encirclement hunt. Would anyone care about anything else? For another, This might just be paranoia. Maybe the miss was actually fine and well, and it wouldn't be that simple to understand everything as one wished. Back and forth, she became hesitant. If there are any more traces, we'll discuss later. Right now, it seems like there's nothing, so let it be. Xian'er spoke while walking over to Wu Dakai's side. Though it's already past start of autumn, the autumn tiger heat is still strong. Let's rest a bit anyway. Yes. Wu Dakai quickly joined the grassy area nearby, where everyone sat on the ground. Shadow guards took turns patrolling around them. It appeared all was calm and routine. It was after all autumn, and the daylight was still quite long. Not long after, Huangfu Kongming had already fallen asleep. He didn't know where he was dreaming about, but he dreamed of a woman. This woman lightly tapped her toes on a crystal-clear lake. Small ripples of beautiful waves rose and fell. The girl soon darted off toward the front and glanced back with a charming smile. Chapter 294. Encountering a spotted ferocious tiger. He remembered the face of Ongzong Pianru Jinghong, but after chasing for a long time and reaching a certain spot, the girl's silhouette vanished. He reached out to try to seize her, but there was no possibility. That girl had just disappeared into thin air. With furrowed brows, he sighed sorrowfully. The dream ended abruptly. Waking up, he realized that a long time had passed. While wiping the sweat off his face, he wondered who this woman was and why she kept appearing in his dreams. What connection did she have with him? He thought, but no answers came. Who was this woman? Now, as he got up, the maids nearby had already fetched mountain spring water for Huangfu Kongming to wash his face. After cleaning his face, Huangfu Kongming immersed his hands in the water. The water was clear and cold, quickly making him feel refreshed. As he reflected on the dream, he noticed that he increasingly wanted to know the face of the girl in the dream, but her features seemed to be fading faster. The moment he tried to remember her face again, it had completely disappeared. Sighing, he said mournfully, "What should I do?" "What is it, Your Majesty?" General Wu immediately approached, handing the emperor a towel. Huangfu Kongming took it, looking lost in thought. Should he reveal his worries, or keep them hidden? Would revealing them help at all? After some contemplation, he finally held back and said, "No need. I'm fine." While speaking, he wiped his hands clean, though it was evident that the emperor wasn't well. In the afternoon, the hunting party moved forward. They only managed to shoot down some small herbivores, with nothing else to show for their efforts, as if everything had vanished without a trace. As they walked along, looking around uncertainly, no one knew how much time had passed before night fell. Here, they began setting up camp again. In the middle of the night, as the sky gradually brightened, Huangfu Kongming was truly exhausted. Lying down, he fell into a deep sleep. As for Nangong Qingjin, spending the entire day in the dense forest had tired him out as well. Luckily, the forest was teeming with birds and beasts. First, he was not lonely. Second, these friends could also provide sustenance, so he was not having a particularly difficult time. This night passed rather peacefully. On the third day, Huangfu Kongming's army continued its advance, but things were getting strange. Going forward, they saw no small animals at all. Along the way, they found many footprints, which seemed to be human footprints, but possibly those of a bear. It was odd. If they were human prints, they were too large. Could it be a wild man? If they were bear prints, they looked slightly off. The footprints along the path increased in number, prompting Wu Dakaizi to immediately approach. "Your Majesty, we should go back. Something's not right here. Longhu Mountain is where our imperial city conducts annual autumn hunts. It's merely wild animals. What could go wrong? Are you suggesting retreat, as a general?" Huangfu Kongming's implication was clear. He couldn't leave. By nature, he had an insatiable desire to conquer. Although this trait was temporarily concealed, closer observation would reveal it 8 or 9 times out of 10. His resolve was firm. They couldn't leave. Not only that, they needed to stay here and observe. Thus, matters became increasingly complicated. The two exchanged glances. Huangfu Kongming insisted on staying and finding out what creature left those tracks. For Wu Dakaizi, however, this journey carried great responsibility. Huangfu Kongming's life and that of many others were closely tied to him. He dared not indulge recklessness, nor blindly proceed despite recognizing danger ahead. This danger? No, Your Majesty, the Shanhai Jing says that on Longhu Mountain there resides a ferocious tiger. These footprints look quite unusual. We should head toward another hill instead. Here, it's hundreds of miles away from habitation. We'd better leave early. But, I want to see what kind of animal this is, he said, marching resolutely forward. Seeing the emperor ignore advice, Wu Dakaizi had no choice but to nod, following closely behind Huangfu Kongming as the two advanced further. Here, the dead trees were more numerous than outside. A foul smell wafted through the air. No one knew exactly what it was. The tree leaves above rustled momentarily, alerting everyone to movement. It seemed as if some animal flew away, but the area quickly fell silent once again, showing no signs of anything. Now, the people were all in a state of unease, pondering what it could possibly be. By nightfall, they clearly should not have rested there. However, Huangfu Kongming insisted that even if it were a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, they ought not to leave. As the son of heaven, how could he retreat because of these inexplicable occurrences? Therefore, he firmly decided to set up camp right there. This was Huangfu Kongming's stubbornness. That very night, this obstinacy came at a terrible cost for someone. The situation was as follows. That night, the moon shone bright, and the autumn wind blew gently just like any other clear autumn night. But circumstances had changed. Someone had gone to fetch water by the river, and then, nobody knows what exactly they saw, suddenly began screaming strangely and fearfully. The voice was both shrill and terrified. The individual cried out desperately for help while rushing towards the group. Monster! Monster! There's a monster! Their shouting gradually grew softer as they clutched the grass on the ground with great effort. But soon after, some unseen force grabbed their calf. With that, the person stumbled and vanished into the undergrowth. Wu Dekaizi heard the noise and immediately approached, bow in hand. However, no trace was found. All he could see was a bloody mess. Later, when the body was located in the bushes, it turned out the junior officer had been eaten. Why is the face purple? Huangfu Kongming asked while examining the corpse like an examiner. He had seen countless people die, but never encountered anyone whose face changed color after death. This realization caused him anxiety. Though Wu Dekaizi was well-traveled and experienced, he too hesitated to jump to conclusions. Fortunately, a military doctor arrived on the scene and calmly conducted his examination. Your Majesty, please do not fret for now. You may wait here while I provide answers promptly. Even as he spoke, the doctor continued eating from his meal. Upon spotting the body, he hastily gulped down the dried meat in his hands, wiped them clean, and approached the corpse. He pried open the dead man's eyes and examined his body closely. After a thorough inspection, he finally understood. Your Majesty, there's one possibility that comes to mind. When a person consumes poisonous substances, their faces turn colors after poisoning. Given the purple hue of this man's face, it's highly likely that he ingested something impure within this dense forest. All things considered, there's no major cause for concern. Wu Dekaizi responded. What the general mentioned makes sense. Nevertheless, judging by my observation, this man did not die of poisoning. Look closely, Your Majesty. Though his skin has turned purple, his lips remain red. Examine his mouth. His tongue also maintains its normal color. Hence, we can confidently conclude. With a wah, those nearby who listened started retching. In contrast, the doctor remained unfazed as he continued explaining. This is a case of extreme fright, causing changes in the skin color. Is that so? Could it be my junior officers are so easily frightened? Huangfu Kongming waved his sleeve dismissively upon hearing that the death was due to extreme terror and showed no further interest in showing concern. As they moved forward, Huangfu Kongming sat near food ready to eat. Suddenly, another chilling roar erupted from the distance. Your Majesty, it's happened again. One of us was frightened to death. Although it sounded amusing, the statement was grimly accurate. Shortly afterward, Wu Dekaizi returned, his complexion pale. Your Majesty, we've already buried him where he fell. It seems his condition is identical to the earlier victim. Indeed, there must be something unsettling in this forest. Wild men. It cannot be ruled out. Wu Dekaizi nervously looked around. Your Majesty, you must wear your armor, and we'd best depart this place for now. According to Huangfu Kongming's initial thoughts, he wanted to remain behind and uncover the mystery surrounding these so-called wild men or whatever it was that frightened others so gravely. However, there was no longer any point in staying. Why? Because Huangfu Kongming could not afford to subject his entire contingent to such tremendous stress, creating constant worry. With a sigh, he turned around, deciding that it would be better to retreat. Fine. He gestured, and someone quickly caught his meaning. That night, the group dared not linger in the area, choosing instead to retreat while remaining vigilant. A man walking at the rear end, specifically the very last person, suddenly screamed wildly. Immediately, Wu Dekaizi and Huangfu Kongming rushed over to check. Unsurprisingly, this individual had also perished, though exactly how remained unclear. Luckily, the body hadn't yet been consumed, offering the doctor an opportunity to perform acupuncture using steel needles. Not long after, the person had already started to recover, their eyes struggling to move. Upon seeing that the ones nearby were only Huangfu Kongming and his group, they took a breath. Your Majesty, there's a monster here, a monster. Monster? I do not know what a monster is. Tell me more. A tiger. Can stand. The person tried to say more, but was already on their last breath. Seeing this, Huangfu Kongming couldn't help but feel that this person was useless. Bury him. After these three people return, make sure to take good care of their families. Tell them they died during the hunting event. Do not spread such baseless rumors about monsters. Where are these so-called monsters? Your Majesty, it says in the Classic of Mountains and Seas that there are strange beasts in Dragon Tiger Mountain. I wonder if the strange beasts mentioned in the book are the same as the monsters he spoke of. Upon hearing Wu Dekaizi's words, Huangfu Kongming became increasingly displeased. What does it matter whether or not you believe in the Classic of Mountains and Seas? Are you suggesting that someone who serves as a general can only rely on books? That's enough, let's go. Huangfu Kongming led the group away. However, just as they reached the front position, the bamboo leaves above suddenly swayed with great force, as if there really was some fierce beast lurking on the massive tree canopy. A monster? Or a strange beast? Or something else entirely? Bows ready. Even though he hadn't seen anything, he still knocked an arrow and shot it into the dense foliage. No one knew whether he had hit anything. All they heard was a roar and a strong gust of wind. When dragons bring rain, tigers summon wind. It seems like it's a tiger, he said while simultaneously putting away his bow and arrow. Chapter 295. In the end, it's Nangong Qingjin. There is indeed something strange in this dense forest. Now, because three people have already been scared to death, there is a growing sense of panic among the people. No one would believe that there is nothing unusual happening. Unfortunately, people haven't actually seen anything. It remains unknown what was perched on the tree canopy just moments ago. However, it still needs careful observation and study. Tigers climbing trees has probably never happened since ancient times. Yet now, even Huangfu Kongming himself feels slightly nervous. Knowing that their army is moving, Nan Gongqing finds herself at a loss and can only move forward as well. Tonight, she had managed to traverse mountainous terrains, finally reaching this place filled with ferocious tigers. The area smells foul, which Nan Gongqing doesn't like, but she enjoys the quiet here. For several nights now, Nan Gongqing hasn't rested properly. Now seeing this tranquility and coolness, Nan Gongqing found an entrance into a not-so-large cave. In the wild, she could discern which caves are safe to enter and which ones must be avoided. The cave wasn't large, but inside it was rather clean. To ensure safety, Nan Gongqing took the following measures. First, she lit a campfire, knowing full well that with a fire, fierce beasts would stay away. Secondly, she tied bells, so anything approaching would alert her early. Just as she fell asleep, the bells began to ring. Nan Gongqing quickly dressed, holding the Yuchang sword, and made her way to the entrance. What she saw? No. Nan Gongqing retreated hastily. Throughout her life, she'd encountered numerous bizarre things, but she had never seen anything like this. At the entrance stood a giant animal walking upright like Tarzan, resembling a tiger due to its distinctive markings. Everyone knows that whether it's an up-the-mountain tiger or down-the-mountain tiger, they're always tigers. But this tiger walked upright just like a human, and her face paled with fear. Despite her extensive knowledge, Nan Gongqing felt ignorant now. Upon recalling that no other wild animals were around here, she finally understood. Not that there weren't any, but given the current situation, any fierce beast wouldn't dare approach. She did not recognize this phenomenon. Nan Gongqing didn't know why this tiger had suddenly mutated and started walking upright. The tiger didn't immediately attack, giving Nan Gongqing time to remember methods she used to communicate with wild beasts during her prolonged stays outdoors. The method wasn't very difficult. If a ferocious animal refrains from attacking unless provoked, it indicates a certain level of trust or goodwill towards humans. Hence, Nan Gongqing, armed with a dagger for self-defense, slowly circled around until she reached beside the tiger. To her relief, the tiger seemed to sense friendliness and promptly crouched down like a cat. Only then did Nan Gongqing take a deep breath and stow away her dagger. Why had the king of the jungle come here, and why hadn't it eaten her? This remained a mystery. As Nan Gongqing approached the tiger, she'd seen many tigers in her lifetime, especially back in the imperial forest in the capital, where tigers were lethargic and nowhere near as magnificent and robust as this one before her now. Its sheer size was nearly out of proportion. Nan Gongqing couldn't help but tremble upon encountering this tiger. The tiger let out a loud roar and flicked its tail, snapping a nearby small tree in half, causing it to crash down next to her. This left Nan Gongqing absolutely astonished. Such powerful creatures existed in the world. The tiger's tail acted like a sharp blade. Do you have some trouble and need my help, right? Nan Gongqing had no clue why the tiger came close to her, but she guessed it was looking for help. We've met before, haven't we? You can surely understand me, right? Your left ear. Nan Gongqing wanted to confirm if the tiger could comprehend her meaning. The tiger flickered its left ear momentarily. Right ear. The tiger swiftly moved its right ear too. Seeing this, Nan Gongqing broke into a smile. All right, I understand now. You're definitely injured now. Initially, you intended to eat me, but then you noticed that I can heal myself, realizing I am a doctor. If I can heal myself, treating you shouldn't take much effort either. These past few days, you've been tracking me and discovered that my wounds have healed, correct? Woof woof. The mighty tiger is now even smaller than a kitten, and Nan Gongqing immediately sheathed her fish gut sword. All right, I won't harm you anymore. You can rest assured. Where do you feel unwell? And how can I help you? As she spoke, Nan Gongqing edged closer to the tiger. Only then did she notice that this tiger could only stand up to walk or act in an adorable manner like it's doing now. It couldn't crawl like other wild beasts, losing its ability to advance stealthily. It appeared that the tiger's forepaws were relatively small compared to its larger back hooves used for walking. In an instant, Nan Gongqing's gaze focused on the tiger's hindquarters. What she found there shocked her. This explained why the tiger was so powerful earlier. On its butt, there were traces of blade cuts, indicating that some weapon had left marks on it. She quickly approached and began carefully observing while gently comforting the tiger. Don't be afraid. Attached to the tiger's tail was an old hook, an ancient weapon sometimes referred to as a mace. This was not the kind of mace people use today. Zhang Liang once sent strongmen to ambush the king of Qin with such a weapon. The front of the weapon was a hook capable of piercing and latching onto flesh. At the rear was a grip with a 1-foot-long double-edged blade extending forward. Now the reason the tiger sought her out was clear. The hook had long been lodged in its coccyx and had severely rusted over time. Unable to remove the weapon itself, the tiger's pain drove it to seek Nan Gongqing's help. It seems to have been here for many years, Nan Gongqing observed as she spoke. If I pull it out right now, you'll die. We should find more of this first, she said, picking up a nearby herb and showing it to the tiger. This herb stopped bleeding and also removed pus. This ferocious beast knew the mountains well and quickly gathered herbs, placing them on Nan Gongqing's back. After 2 leaps, they arrived at a place where flowers bloomed. The tiger swiped its paws, pulling up a cluster of lush green leaves. Nan Gongqing took them into her hands, examined them, and smiled. That's how. She picked a lot of the herbs and, after everything was ready, smiled meaningfully. All right, we need more for pain relief. Let's go. And thus man and tiger began weaving through the dense forest. The tiger moved fast, reaching the campsite where Huang Fukong Ming had just fallen asleep. He heard a young girl's laughter resembling a copper bell. You run so fast, almost like the wind. How about I give you a name? Shall we call you Zue Foam, Chasing Wind? Wani-sama, Nangong Qingjin said as she touched the tiger's ears. The tiger nodded, clearly satisfied with the name. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin smiled faintly. Good, good, Chasing Wind. Let's head to the next position. With a roar, ho! Chasing Wind carried Nangong Qingjin far away. At that moment, Huang Fukongming thought he was dreaming. In a daze, he drew back the silk beside him and saw a woman riding on a striped giant tiger disappear into the distance. The woman laughed heartily as if the tiger were her best friend. Before Huang Fukongming could think further, the woman vanished. It's strange, your majesty. A junior officer claimed to see a strange beast pass by. This creature is. Wu Dekai himself didn't know how to describe the strange beast's appearance. I've summoned the eyewitnesses outside, so listen to what they say. Isn't this ridiculous? Let that person come in. Soon, a young soldier, ashen-faced, entered, trembling on his knees. Huang Fukongming asked, You've just been on night watch. Why are you like this? Your majesty, I just witnessed a terrifying scene. I saw a tiger walking upright, its head being that of a young girl. I've heard tales of the beauty snake, but I never imagined seeing a human head joined to the body of a tiger. Are you sure? Huang Fukongming actually saw it too, though it disappeared in an instant before he could make it out clearly. That speed was extremely fast. I'm sure. I watched it pass before my very eyes, and I was utterly terrified. Indeed, the soldier was so scared that when entering the tent, there was already a smell of urine, a result of a copious hot stream of pee he could not hold back. Go, be on high alert, and just be careful tonight. While saying this, he waved his hand as if there was nothing shocking about it. The young general knew that the emperor's mind was unfathomable, so he left. Wu Dekai immediately came over. Your majesty, this dragon tiger mountain is truly strange. Yes, I saw it too. We dare not move recklessly tonight. We'll return to where we came from early tomorrow, and then deliberate further, he said. As he spoke, he continued. You've been talking about the classic of mountains and seas for several days now, and now it comes in handy. Tell me, is there any animal in the classic of mountains and seas that looks like the one we just saw? Your majesty, do you really believe what you heard? Do you actually believe it? Wu Dekai hadn't seen anything himself, but upon hearing others say it, he still wasn't entirely convinced. However, Huang Fukongming actually believed it. I always trust the qualities of a soldier. As for seeing things in the dark or misidentifying them, you know such occurrences are possible. What is it called? Huang Fukongming consulted Wu Dekai, who thought for a moment before responding. There are two creatures similar to what we saw. What? Huang Fukongming had a strong thirst for knowledge. The first is the drought fiend, known as the drought ghost. You know, it has an animal body and a human head. The second is the mountain demon, known as the Shan Shao. The Shan Shao can bewitch people and prey on them selectively. Compared to the drought fiend, I think the likelihood of it being a Shan Shao is higher. What nonsense is this, talking about Shan Shao and drought fiends? Huang Fukongming said. While speaking, he was already contemplating, what do they fear? We need to prepare early. Chapter 296, Pursuing the Wind, Stepping on Lightning. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth each have their weaknesses. Your majesty, they fear sulfur the most. Sulfur drives away wild beasts, which are all afraid of it. Sulfur is also flammable, releasing large amounts of gas when burned. Not just fierce animals, even humans fear it. Is there any here? Your majesty, I saw some in the valley today. Tomorrow morning, I'll send people to gather it. Seeing there was a way, Huang Fukongming nodded. I am a righteous man, but it's strange that I've encountered such unclean things. I will entrust this matter to you. You mustn't let the soldiers become anxious. With me, the true dragon emperor, here, what is there to fear? Yes, your majesty. On this side, Wu Dekai said he wasn't afraid, but he was still apprehensive. He had already divided the people into several groups to keep watch. Pursue the wind, quickly, go faster. Nangong Qingjin felt as if she were flying. Saying, fast, pursuit of the wind was now faster by an unknown degree compared to before. Its paws stepped on rough tree trunks, leaping up to the treetops. Now, as pursuit of the wind took its steps, it seemed as though it were riding clouds and driving mist. Nangong Qingjin had never seen such an animal before, nor had she ever heard of anything like it. Thinking about it carefully now, this was probably just a regular tiger that had accidentally been injured in battles with humans many years ago. No one knew the exact circumstances, yet the animal had survived. Tigers are kings of the forest, so naturally, the chance of survival would be great. Now, the ferocious tiger possessed tremendous strength and had survived with extraordinary willpower, something truly remarkable. Though still a tiger, it became somewhat peculiar since it couldn't crawl forward anymore. She regarded this creature with the same compassionate gaze as she did for injured humans. After a long while, the tiger finally landed, bringing Nangong Qingjin to a stone cave surrounded by murmuring streams silently flowing under the moonlight. Upstream was a magnificent waterfall scattering pearls and splashing jade. Nangong Qingjin smiled. This animal knew that it needed to clean itself and had brought her here. The herbs had already been crushed into powder with stones, pounded into pieces, and made into a paste-like consistency. Treatment wouldn't take too much effort. You must endure. We're about to start. Regarding the animal, Nangong Qingjin treated it like a child. She spoke gently while examining the animal's wound. The wound looked shocking, and its survival was nothing short of miraculous. Under the moonlight, everything became clear. The tiger gave a mournful cry, indicating its willingness to accept Nangong Qingjin's help. They locked eyes, and Nangong Qingjin smiled. I'll use the Yuchang sword. Don't be afraid of the pain. As she spoke, she acted swiftly, dissecting the wound with incredible precision, as if following the principles of dismemberment described in ancient texts. Not long after, she had already opened the wound. The other end of the hammer had rotted from infection, causing the tiger to roar in pain. The echo in the empty valley was indeed frightening. However, she remained orderly, soon finishing applying the medicine. After further consideration, she tore the hem of her skirt to wrap the tiger's hindquarters with great difficulty. Finally, the tiger rested, and Nangong Qingjin wiped the crystalline sweat off her face while patting the furry head of the tiger. Now, do you feel more comfortable? The pain is certain, but it will gradually improve. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, the pain will subside quickly. After consoling it, Nangong Qingjin said, Actually, I want to ask you about something. In the past few days, did you encounter someone? An exceptionally handsome person? This person has a straight posture, looks noble, appears to have imperial dignity, and a general's demeanor. If you encountered him, when you recover, please lead me to him. He is very important to me. Nangong Qingjin smiled warmly as she spoke. The tiger's voice was deep, but it seemed to nod. Nangong Qingjin laughed, hugged the tiger's massive head, and began to rest. Just earlier, performing this small surgery tested her psychological resilience and skills as a medical officer. Previously, she had treated small animals, but she hadn't encountered such a colossal creature. Fortunately, treating the smaller could inform the treatment of the larger. Although serious diseases often showed early signs, it was not daunting. That night, the moon was hazy, hidden behind a halo of light. As Nangong Qingjin gazed at the moon, she thought of him. Eventually, drowsiness overtook her, and she fell asleep. Come to think of it, with such a mighty creature by her side, what was there to fear? Animals know gratitude, humans do not. Sometimes, you help a person, and they repay your kindness with hatred. So after Nangong Qingjin helped this ferocious tiger, it growled loudly, and quickly brought her something to eat. There were plenty of delicacies here, but in the tiger's eyes, meat-eating animals tasted better. Therefore, it grandiosely presented various creatures as if they were treasures. Over the years, this was the first time the tiger had crawled forward. Although its movements weren't entirely steady, it was definitely improving. Nangong Qingjin was so delighted that her joy was evident on her face. Just the two of them looked at each other for a while before Nangong Qingjin finally smiled gently and patted the tiger's head. Look at you, bringing me so much. I can't finish all this. Let me wash my face. I'll be right back. Nangong Qingjin noticed that the cave entrance was piled high with corpses. Small animals had certainly suffered today. There were deer, wild boars, and even mountain cats. But Nangong Qingjin wasn't a glutton. Eating just one animal would have been enough. Yet, this tiger seemed to deliberately bring more than necessary. After washing her face, Nangong Qingjin saw the water ripples, and man and tiger appeared like the purest painting of nature. Her face became increasingly rosy, her dark pupils reflecting her image in the water. Looking at her reflection, she smiled. This was from the Hellion clan, but now it was also herself. The tiger let out a sound and suddenly bit Nangong Qingjin's waist. Not painfully, but ticklishly. In a flash, she was lifted as if flying onto the tiger's back. The tiger galloped through the mountains effortlessly. Nangong Qingjin had never experienced anything like this. Now, she felt as though she was already at the cave entrance, patting the tiger's head. Zhuifeng, stop playing around. I want to eat, no more games. With a leap, she landed. There were sticks nearby, which she bundled together with swift motions and lit with a flint. Soon, bright flames illuminated her face. Pursuit of the Wind saw the flames and immediately tucked its tail, retreating far away. Clearly, beasts have always revered and feared fire. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but laugh. Come closer. Why are you crouching there? As she spoke, she whistled and threw a quail buried in the fire toward the tiger. Pursuit of the Wind leaped, its enormous mouth catching the quail midair, devouring it in one bite. Eat more. It'll help you recover faster. Look at you, what a state, she laughed. Gradually, Pursuit of the Wind drew closer to Nangong Qingjin, and she fed the cooked food to the tiger. Man and tiger coexisted harmoniously, complementing each other. This life continued for a day, and far away, Huangfu Kongming had already seen the distant smoke rising from within the dense forest. The smoke was dense yet rose straight up into the sky. Holding a whip in his hand, drinking water for his horse, he pointed at the ascending smoke. What is this? A human or? Your Majesty, this servant suspects either a mountain sprite or ghost might reside here, fond of trickery. It's probably best we don't go near today, he replied, puzzled as to why Wu Daikai, who had always been fearless, now seemed hesitant. Even a beast with a human head and tiger body wouldn't be so alarming as to warrant this fear. I see that your bravery has diminished significantly recently, said Huangfu Kongming while watching Wu Daikai closely. Wu Daikai sighed. Previously, perhaps I lived for someone else. Now that I have seen her, everything I do, I must consider her. That's good, you're prudent. Suddenly, Huangfu Kongming felt a pang of pain. Yes, even Wu Daikai understood that one's life wasn't solely their own, but belonged equally to one's other half. But what about himself? Calling himself an isolated emperor, he truly stood alone. A stark contrast began to form in his heart. Though sorrowful, he couldn't voice it or act upon it. Thus, he remained furrowed-browed and melancholic. Even though Wu Daikai was a warrior, he was indeed a person who paid attention to the finest details. Your Majesty, after we return, there should still be a grand selection every 3 years. You're the son of heaven, yet your bed is cold and lonely. This isn't good. he said, his tone laced with worry as he looked sorrowfully at Huang Fukongming. Don't trouble yourself over me, but truly, I don't have any such intentions, Huang Fukongming replied, turning around as he spoke. I merely wish for one heart that would belong to me, to grow old together in harmony. His desire was not complicated, but being the son of heaven, what seemed so simple became unexpectedly difficult. Why was it so difficult? He didn't know what to think or what action to take. After an exceedingly long silence, he finally sighed. Very well, let's stroll around here and talk about Nangong Qingjin, shall we? Previously, Wu Daikai had been hesitant, not wanting to discuss Nangong Qingjin with the emperor since she had already passed away. But now, strangely enough, he did want to bring her up because he noticed that whenever the topic turned to Nangong Qingjin, Huang Fukongming grew noticeably happier. As long as it made the emperor smile, conversing about her wouldn't harm anything. Do you think she's really gone? He asked, gazing at a freshly bloomed chrysanthemum nestled amidst the withered grass. The flower was yellow, its petals unfurling like the fingers of a child, all stretching out fully. It brimmed with vitality. Wu Daikai looked at Huang Fukongming. Your Majesty, please accept this loss gracefully. There's no way anyone could have survived that. Often, I think of her. I'm unsure why, but I always imagine she's still alive somewhere, living in opulence. Surely, she must be. But I don't know where to begin searching for her, Huang Fukongming admitted, his voice trailing off as he added. You might consider me stubborn, but I am a man who'd rather have nothing than settle for less. Chapter 297. The city is not short. I am very clear about the boundaries of human emotions. Love is love, and no love is no love. Therefore, I can't help but do some things I believe to be correct, even if you may think they're foolish, he said. I know, my lord. I have already inquired from all sides. Unfortunately, the cliff where someone fell into the valley that day has been blocked, and due to a mudslide, it's now impossible for anyone to survive there. I apologize, Your Majesty. It's not that your servant hasn't done everything possible, but I reckon the situation differs from what you and I imagined. It might be, she might already be gone. This cannot be determined. Just try to find her as much as possible. It would be best to find her, but even if we don't, we've already done our utmost. So be it. Huang Fukongming agreed with one sentence, and his gaze had already turned back. The two rode side by side, not long before arriving in the dense forest. As night gradually descended, for safety, the two decided not to proceed any further. He could see faint, flickering lights in the nearby secluded valley, resembling cat eyes, appearing intermittently bright and dim. Your Majesty, it's getting cold. Let's return, Wu Daka said carefully. Huang Fukongming nodded, and the two made their way back. But lately, especially after finding that embroidered handkerchief, Huang Fukongming had become even more disheartened than before. Ultimately, he suspected that the handkerchief belonged to Nangong Qingjin. But where was Nangong Qingjin now? In the deep valley, Yalong country was now also bathed in light. Zisong he had just taken out an oil-depleted candle from a lantern and filled a small bowl with petroleum. She then quickly lit it, the flame burning red and vibrant. Lowering the lampshade, she made it look beautiful. He stretched out his hand, caressing the exquisite silk embroidery. Why should you bother doing these things personally? I could just ask others to do them. Since Nangong Qingjin had left, Zisong he had become even more diligent. Now, all the citizens, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants had been properly organized. All aspects were proceeding in an orderly manner. Actually, the Yalong country hidden within the canyon wasn't a large nation. The capital city wasn't far away, but it was decrepit, nothing compared to here. He, who had previously been a king, understood hard work through late nights and early mornings, and how to strive diligently for prosperity. Now, all necessary arrangements were gradually taking place. Life and production had started running smoothly and systematically. Nangong Qingjin had left, and he became somewhat silent. To avoid constantly missing her, a foolish notion, he found himself trying to focus on other matters and tasks. However, in doing so, something seemed off. This shouldn't be something I should be doing. He covered the silken lantern with a hood, his eyes gazing at the headman beside him. But I must leave a lantern lit for her. If she ever comes back, she'll know I've been waiting for her. He said this while continuing forward. The chrysanthemums have already bloomed. It's wonderful, he murmured, picking a chrysanthemum while walking, plucking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, idly looking up at Mt. Nan. Mt. Nan, he mumbled to himself, tossing aside the flower. This was a corridor bridge, below which flowed a gentle stream. The chrysanthemums were swiftly carried away by the water. He thought deeply for a long time before finally speaking. You all respect me, right? And now you fear that I will leave, right? Without exaggeration, everything here came from Zisong, he, and Nangong Qingjin. Now that Nangong Qingjin had vanished without a trace, if Zisong he also left, they'd be like dragons without a leader. Although everything had been arranged perfectly, they still needed careful attention. If Zisong he left, the headman well knew that soon, things would revert to their previous state of poverty and neglect. He didn't quite know what to do. Still, he feared Zisong he would leave, sighing repeatedly with regret. You mustn't leave, absolutely mustn't leave, alright? You are here But what can I do being here? Better to go early, where in the Han dynasty, I can still be the emperor. Here, emperor. This headman was sharp-witted and got startled momentarily before realizing the man's longing. If you wish to be emperor, be it. You're destined to be emperor now. Don't worry about it, no need. But there's already an emperor here. The emperor is foolish and arrogant, far inferior to you. Nowadays, you should be the emperor. No matter what method you use, the people will support you because we can't live without you. After all, it's you who transformed this place entirely. The headman said earnestly. So, I want to be the emperor of Yalong country. When I become the emperor, I'll. Sang he did not finish the rest of his words, and the headman was wise enough not to ask further. The two strolled along the garden until they reached the depths of the corridor. All the flowers had already fallen. Apart from the sturdy chrysanthemums trembling in the cold wind, there were none left. Winter would soon come, and the weather gradually turned colder. The sounds of their footsteps echoed back and forth on the corridor. Although neither spoke much, both hearts were crystal clear. Actually, a young leader with commanding ability was needed here as a monarch, and if that person were Sang, the headman would be very happy. After all, he had already seen how capable Sang was. Or rather, if this place truly needed a dynastic change, he hoped that the leading figure would be Sang. This corridor leads to where Nangong Qingjin used to reside. Now, since Nangong Qingjin has left, the candles on the corridor are also extinguished. Is it really true that when people leave, everything cools down? He said, taking out a fire starter while lighting up all the lanterns, glaring at the nearby headman reproachfully. She is gone, but she may still return. She merely want to deal with some matters. How could you all extinguish the lights here? No, Miss Nangong has gone, so there is no servant here. Without servants, if the candle is lit, it poses a great danger of fire above and flames below. If water leaks, wouldn't it cause tremendous danger? The headman said, looking beseechingly at him. It seems I overlooked something. Tomorrow, let people come here. Whatever needs to be decorated, decorated. Whatever needs to be embellished, embellished, and anything that needs cleaning, cleaned. Remember, we learn from history to guide our future actions. Do you understand these principles? He said, looking dissatisfied at the headman, who immediately nodded. Sang he touched upon a sensitive issue. Where is the emperor? Why have I never seen him? If you wish to meet the emperor, that is not difficult, said the headman. Just need me to notify tomorrow. This city wall is not our capital, which is vast, but sparsely populated. After I handle the communication tomorrow, you go to the imperial capital to seek this throne, and it might not be impossible. All right, arrange it, he said, while yawning already. Remember, tidy this place well. I hate seeing such desolation and sadness. I'm also tired today, so handle tomorrow's affairs properly. There are good things ahead. It was obvious that Sang he was genuinely exhausted. The headman didn't dare disturb him too much and left early. Indeed, facing the ruler of Yalong country isn't a hard task. The next day, Sang he already got onto a carriage. After arranging all the matters here, he followed the headman towards the imperial capital. As described by the headman, the place is vast and sparsely populated, and vegetation doesn't grow. It's evident that people here live a tough life, yet they have gradually emerged from poverty. Their daily necessities have been of good quality, whereas conditions here seem less than ideal. He scrutinized carefully, finding that the distance between the imperial capital and the canyon wasn't far. However, they were worlds apart. I can make this place overflow with wealth, he said, gazing at the position beside him. People came and went, pulling clothes and pounding feet, showing how hard life was. Reaching the front position, he heard a crow caw. Seeing an old woman walking alongside, weakly waving her hand to drive away the crows flying overhead, Sang he became puzzled. Could it be that witchcraft hasn't been prohibited here? After all, witchcraft is truly what makes a nation poor. If there were indeed gods in the world, would we commoners have to strive so hard? Absurd, utterly absurd, he exclaimed, full of rage, furiously waving his hand and hitting strongly inside the sedan chair. No, you're wrong. Look, this old woman is pale and frail, and these crows used to feed on flesh. The headman explained one sentence. Although even the headman couldn't imagine, it was indeed so. These crows had been following the old woman for 3 days. It was said that during the 3 days before death, a person's body would emit an indescribable foul odor. This foul odor attracts creatures like crows and vultures. Isn't this what we're seeing now? This, truly, is starvation. Sang he didn't know what to say. He then saw a wolf covered in grease emerging from the front alley. The wolf's eyes were bloodshot, showing absolutely no fear upon seeing people. Sang he, seated in the carriage, watched as this wolf strode without any restraint and couldn't help but frown. How could wolves have come? Wolves do not eat the dead or those who are about to die. They feast on lively humans. Wolves come for reasons. Think carefully about this situation. This wolf might be one of those that wag their tails. The headman, being well-versed, explained while lifting the curtain. Instantly, a faint smell of corpses could be detected. Sang he had already realized it was the stench of death, but didn't say anything. On the contrary, the tail-wagging wolf by the carriage seemed attracted when it spotted the headman's plump hand extending out of the carriage. In one swift leap, it flew into the air. Had the headman not reacted quickly, his hand would have become the tail-wagging wolf's next meal. Seeing this, Sang he also felt a chilling sensation down his back. Your meaning is that this is a dog? But I don't understand why this dog is so ferocious. Even its eyes show such colors. This, you may not know, there is nothing edible here. People starved to death one after another, and since they could not be properly buried, the bodies were hastily covered with dirt. Then these stray dogs went outside to feed on them. And so, stop talking. He began feeling nauseous and lowered the beaded curtain. Why is there nothing to eat? That is because the land here is saline alkali, making it hard to grow anything of value. People believe they will die without rice and wheat, so despite failing every year, they keep trying. Over time, this disaster has plagued the imperial capital. Before you and Miss Nangong arrived, we experienced the same each year. Chapter 298, Yalong so arrogant. Now that you have come, naturally, we will not let you leave, Jia Chong said earnestly, and Zi sang he could only nod. I will lead you forward. After I become the emperor of Daijing, I will no longer be someone with little influence, which will make me more effective in rallying others. You should understand this. Do I have any private agenda? Oh my lord, how can you have any private agenda after doing so much? All your efforts are for us, Jia Chong said as he took a breath. Look over there. Zi sang he looked in the direction of his finger and saw two people approach another individual on the long street. Without saying a word, they began to strip off their clothes. The person had no strength left, their eyes weakly watching those who were about to violate them. Actually, because it was extremely cold, everyone needed clothing to keep warm. That person extended their hand and pulled off the clothes of the one who was about to die. This dying person resisted. What are you doing? I'm not dead yet. I am still alive. You will be dead soon, the person replied. At least let us warm up. Seeing this, Zi sang he couldn't help but frown. What kind of emperor is this from Yalong country? Unable to help the people out of suffering, perhaps he shouldn't be an emperor at all. Alas, our country always has been like this, with a ruler who pays no attention to what happens outside his windows. You'll see if you go inside. Fine. Zi sang he immediately nodded. The carriage turned and gradually made its way towards the Zhuke Gate, the only entrance to Daijing. Ancient traditions speak of front Zhuke back Xuanwu. Upon entering the Zhuke Gate, it was different. People dressed from all over the world bowed respectfully before the crown. Everyone appeared healthy and radiant, without signs of malnutrition. It was only now that Zi sang he understood why the situation outside the city was so absurd. It was because the king here indulged excessively in pleasures. Their carriage had now reached a point where it could not proceed further. In the late autumn sun, the city walls gleamed brightly, resembling the flushed cheeks of a dying man in their final moments. Hey, Lord Rue has arrived. It said there's no smoke without fire, so why have you come? A clerk-like figure approached, bowing to the person inside the carriage. The Lord Rue he spoke of was actually Jia Chong. After stepping out, Jia Chong didn't rush to do anything but instead stared at the official. You shouldn't be blind to quality goods. Today, the real deal is behind me. As he spoke, he lifted the curtain. This official glanced briefly through the curtain and saw a graceful and handsome young man, instantly smiling. Although unsure of the visitor's purpose, the official still clasped his hands together. Ah, master, blessings upon you. You must be here for something. This is Mr. Bai. Without Mr. Bai, we would all look as sickly as you folks. Now Mr. Bai has come because of the pitiful sight on the ground outside, wanting to improve the livelihoods here. Why has it worsened so much within just a year? Ah, don't mention it. Greedy for pleasure, arrogant, unaware of the people's struggles. Since you're capable, take a look inside. Officer shall escort you both inside. Jia Chong didn't dare overstep and remained behind Zi sang he as they headed toward the Golden Hall. From afar, laughter could already be heard inside the hall. Their guide officer also grimaced wryly. That's enough. Come in and take a look. As he spoke, he pointed to the adjacent Grand Hall. Report to His Majesty. City official Shi Minbao from outside the city requests an audience. Shi Minbao. The emperor's voice sounded childlike. This official answered respectfully. Also known as Shi Min Rue, who previously served you but later moved outside the city. Oh, let the old man come in. Impatiently waving his hand, Jia Chong nodded and entered the Grand Hall. The emperor was a young but very sleazy man, with lascivious eyes due to indulging in alcohol and pleasure. His face looked unhealthy. There were two foreign women by his side offering wine. The emperor's golden crown was almost falling off, tilted askew. Witnessing this, Jia Chong completely lost hope in the capital. Your Majesty, some people have already starved to death outside the city. Our country is vast and rich. What does it matter if 1 or 2 commoners die? Your Majesty, it's not just 1 or 2. Whether it's 1,000 or 10,000, it doesn't make much difference, he said, and then added. I hear that you've been causing quite a stir lately. Some people say you want a rebel, Shi Minbao. You should know that witchcraft is an excellent way for our country to enrich itself and strengthen its military. What's your reasoning for killing 6 witches and offending Hebo? This. Jia Chong did not know how to respond. At this moment, Zi sang he had already stepped forward. All of that was done by me. Good, good. The emperor said as he pointed at the person in front of him. This is the principle of one taking responsibility for one's own actions. Good, good. I shall punish you, punish you, punish you. He thought for a long time before laughing with a cunning grin. After taking off his shoes, he said, I will punish you by making you smell my toes. What do you think of that? I'm afraid you won't have the honor. Today, when I came here, I saw countless people dead, and the scene here was simply decadent and licentious. This is your Majesty's fault. As for witchcraft, it has always been superstitious nonsense throughout history. What is superstition? Superstition. It first makes you believe and then tricks you into being deceived. Not to mention Hebo, even Nuwa herself. I would spit in her face. Bold, bold. If it weren't for your contributions, I would almost have killed you, the emperor said while frowning forcefully and glaring at the person in front of him. Zi sang he laughed. If it weren't for the fact that you are the emperor, I would kill you right now too. 3 days. He held up his fingers. Within 3 days, please take your soldiers and leave this place. I will become the emperor. You, bring Shi Minbao and this man surnamed Bai to me. Chop them into pieces. No. Tear them limb from limb and scatter their ashes. What great arrogance, daring to insult me. I will show you no mercy. Your Majesty, spare your strength. All the troops here will not kill me. They know what they need. 3 days. Today is the first day. On the third evening, I'll come again. Just go. If you want gold and jewels, take everything you can carry. Or leaving penniless would be better. I intend to sit on the throne here. You already understand my meaning, so there's no need to elaborate further. He turned around as he spoke. Shimin, let's go. Jiachong immediately followed the white scholar. When Zisang, he, and Jiachong left, the eunuch's office became noisy. The palace maids were also busy rummaging through valuables nearby. There were many items, but soon all were taken. Fine, fine, such arrogant fools. You dare to take my things? I'll kill you immediately. A good emperor, I will never leave your side. The woman who just toasted the emperor gave a charming smile while gripping the collar decorations of the emperor's robes. The decorative beads, crafted purely from gold, had an engraved golden kirin on top, certainly a valuable item. A good emperor, they may have left, but your humble servant remains loyal. I've heard you possess a night pearl of immeasurable value. Why not give it to me? Without waiting for consent, she snatched a night pearl from the emperor's waistband. Then, both women left giggling merrily. The emperor, seeing this, ran after one and then another. Two eunuchs quickly approached and said, "It is rumored that secrets lie within your dragon robe. We each deserve half. Apologies, your majesty." Laughing slyly, they moved toward the emperor. The emperor of Yalong, thrown out of the capital city, was left with only his dragon underwear and sat shivering in the cold wind. On the third day, Zisang he did not break his word. Not only did Zisang he come, but he also brought his army, a rather large force, and among them were scholars and generals. Here, Zisang he would establish his small court. Although it was somewhat small, he believed he could gradually expand the territory, because he wanted to control the nomadic tribes on the grasslands. Traditionally, China could dominate these groups, but now this ability seemed to have diminished. Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. Everyone began bowing to Zisang he. Zisang he recalled the intimacy of the first time he became emperor, as if from another world altogether, vaguely forgotten, but still somehow faintly remembered. Stand up. From today onwards, I will begin to govern here. You should attentively listen to my arrangements. Our country of Yalong, though a small nation, will now see economic development and agricultural improvement under my reign. From now on, all you need to do is follow me, without confusion or hesitation. Yes, Zisang he actually had no particular expertise in organizing this place. All he needed to do was replicate what had been done before. The land here was barren, so it was suitable for crops that didn't require fertile soil, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, while wheat and rice were clearly unsuitable for cultivation here. Thus, those crops would simply not be planted at all. In fact, wasn't this place full of untapped resources? It was just lacking people willing to take them. Zisang he had been rather busy recently. While arranging these matters, he had already become the king in everyone's eyes. Although the region was small, its inhabitants were considered uncivilized outsiders. While being self-reliant, they would also practice a policy of isolationism, developing solely on their own. Such a nation, even as it gradually grew stronger, would remain unknown to others. Zisang he intended to seize the opportunity to slowly build up the power of this place. He harbored great ambition. He believed that the reason why his relationship with Nangongqingjin had hit a dead end was entirely because the two of them had nothing to do with social status or compatibility. So now, he needed to make himself an extraordinarily capable person. He was undergoing a transformation. One day when a great wind arises, the mighty Peng will ascend directly to soar 9,000 miles high. Chapter 299, Nangongqingjin's Search. Zisang he's actions were not slow. After driving away the original emperor of the Yilang kingdom, he ascended to the throne. Becoming the emperor here, knowing the land was vast but sparsely populated, he realized that as long as he worked diligently and conscientiously, there would certainly be a bright future ahead. Currently, despite poverty and backwardness, the people could unite in concerted effort, driven by the neighboring countries, showing significant interest in various matters. From this point onward, Zisang he worked hard with dedication and commitment. Having been an emperor before, his decisiveness was noteworthy, and soon enough, he achieved great accomplishments. Many were genuinely convinced of Zisang he's abilities. On the fifth day in the dense forest, Nangongqingjin began to feel anxious because she knew the autumn hunting period lasted 7 days. If these 7 days passed, seeing Huang Fu Kongming afterward would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, she was now fully prepared, ready to appear before him at any moment. Nowadays, the wound of Zhu Feng was gradually healing. While petting the tiger's fur, she babbled on about something. Some things Zhu Feng understood, and when he did, the tiger roared. There were also things Zhu Feng completely didn't understand, but it wasn't a big issue. Whenever he didn't understand, Zhu Feng simply shook his head. So, you have to help me, she summarized. I must find him. I can't let him go to the capital to look for him anymore. That wouldn't be easy. Zhu Feng, you help me. Nangongqingjin spoke while gently patting Zhu Feng's head, and Zhu Feng immediately nodded. After finishing the meal, the weather turned gloomy. The temperature dropped, and dark clouds gathered, indicating impending rain. Seeing this, Nangongqingjin felt even more urgency. Zhu Feng, let's go. Zhu Feng roared and quickly positioned himself next to Nangongqingjin. With a leap, she was already seated on the tiger's back. Soon after, they headed into the dense forest and reached the Forbidden Army side within no time. In recent days, General Wu had been restless. Given all the perils around them, he felt somewhat uneasy. Despite wanting to deal with things properly, he found himself at a loss when confronted with the situation, which left him quite distressed. Report. A ferocious beast is coming. It's the same brilliantly colored tiger from the other day. And there's a charming girl on its back, which looks rather strange. Yes, just hearing such news might be fine, but imagining and then witnessing such an eerie scene would surely cause anyone astonishment. At present, Nangongqingjin was literally moving at lightning speed. The tiger leapt so swiftly it resembled a colorful flash of lightning. People started grabbing their bows to protect their territory, but it proved futile. Fear spread rapidly among them. I will protect the emperor. Everyone, if you see the beast come, whether or not there's someone on its back, it must be driven out. With His Majesty the August ruler here, there must be no threats under any circumstances. He hurried to the palace tent as he spoke. Inside the tent, due to the heavy clouds but no rain, Huang Fukongming was feeling increasingly irritable. Originally intending to go hunting, now caught in this situation, he could only pace anxiously in the house, unable to settle down. Just then, amidst the clamor outside, enraged, he immediately stepped out of the tent. Outside, he saw a group of noisy individuals who seemed to be arguing endlessly without much consideration for the emperor, who was trying to rest. He emerged shortly and coldly questioned, "What is all the commotion about? The weather today is bad. Does His Majesty not deserve some rest?" In response to your Majesty, it is not their fault entirely. Forgive their behavior. They merely spotted a beautifully colored fierce tiger with a girl on its back. This naturally has caused anxiety, given the recent disturbances involving mountain imps and ghosts. Now, they are deliberating on what kind of trap to set. A tiger sighted? Huang Fukongming steadied himself and asked. Yes, I just saw it too, but not clearly enough. The ferocious tiger has already come over, seemingly looking for something, and with the girl on its back, they've invaded each of our tents one by one. It's already caused quite a commotion. This tiger is incredibly strong. We've arranged archers, but the tiger moves so swiftly that we cannot trap it. I understand. Huang Fukongming nodded in realization and said after some deep thought. Today, how many people has this tiger eaten? Your Majesty, it hasn't eaten anyone. It's merely rampaging wildly around the campsite, General Wu reported. Good, I have understood. Just let the tiger be, as long as it doesn't go too far. First, the tiger possesses intelligence, or perhaps truly is searching for something. Second, the tiger originally does not harm humans, so there's no need to provoke resentment unnecessarily. Let's just turn a blind eye. After saying that, Huang Fukongming went back to the tent. Everyone was unclear why he ordered them not to deal with the tiger. Ordinarily, such fierce beasts should be eliminated entirely, yet Huang Fukongming implied a necessity to protect it. This made everything more intriguing. Could it be that what the tiger is searching for actually relates to Huang Fukongming? As the soldiers murmured secretly, they still followed Huang Fukongming's arrangements. Truly, shall we completely ignore the tiger? It is aggressively barging through everything. The young general who spoke up earlier voiced his question again, but directed it toward General Wu this time. General Wu immediately nodded. Firstly, this is the emperor's wish, and secondly, we are currently no match for the tiger. As long as it doesn't get close to His Majesty, we will leave it be. Yes. Nevertheless, this tiger is indeed extraordinary, especially the girl riding it. These are things we must all remain extremely vigilant about. If anything goes wrong, it would be detrimental. In summary, prioritize the emperor's safety above all else. You all know what needs to be done, dismiss. After arranging everything, General Wu waved his hand as he was already exhausted. Lately, for reasons probably related to the weather, his heart had been particularly agitated. Yet, he couldn't voice his concerns and instead buried his vague worries deep within him, not daring to say a word. Currently, the most anxious person was Nangongqingjin. Nangongqingjin had already searched through numerous tents, but found no trace of Huang Fukongming, causing her great worry. She surmised that the emperor's tent must surely be located at the center of the encampment, which was the safest spot. People would naturally surround the emperor's tent like stars orbiting the moon. Thinking thus, she realized this. Guided by the tiger, Nangongqingjin boldly roamed around, freely searching among the tents. Although the men were armed with spears ready to defend themselves, they only appeared to be trembling. They had already witnessed the formidable strength of the tiger and dared not anger it. Unable to find Huang Fukongming, once reaching the outermost tents, Nangongqingjin immediately began shouting loudly, Huang Fukongming, Huang Fukongming, where are you? Now, shouting was the only method left. Though reluctant, Nangongqingjin had no other choice but to shout, her voice echoing loud and clear across the encampment. Despite her best efforts, it seemed no response was coming. What was going on? Did Huang Fukongming already lose any feeling for her? Deciding not to dwell on these thoughts, when she did think of them, her whole body trembled involuntarily. Should it turn out that Nangongqingjin had forgotten her altogether, how could she handle that? Huang Fukongming, she muttered. I am alive. Could it be you truly think I'm dead? As Nangongqingjin became lost in thought, she started searching nearby. Speaking of Huang Fukongming inside the tent, he was just resting when he heard someone calling his name outside. Had he not heard, he wouldn't have acted. But since he did, there was no reason not to respond. Unaware of the situation for now, he did not dare answer immediately. Holding a long sword, he exited the tent, heading towards the sound. From afar, he spotted the agile, jumping tiger, whose entire body radiated an unprecedented power. It was astonishing. On the tiger's back, he noticed a woman adorned with simple clothing. This woman anxiously called his name while glancing around frantically. He wanted to approach closer to observe her face, but could only catch a glimpse of her profile due to the distance. Her elegant beauty, with perfectly proportionate features and captivating eyebrows, drew admiration instantly. Her eyes twinkled expressively, almost as if speaking silently. A well-defined bridge of her nose complemented her cherry-red lips that opened and closed gracefully, emanating a charm and grace rare to encounter. A truly peerless beauty. He did not know who this woman was, but she was calling out the name Huang Fu Kongming. Her voice sounded just like the one he had heard during that night. Not hearing it would have been fine, but now that he did, how could Huang Fu Kongming remain calm? He had already stepped away from his position. He prepared to approach the woman and take a look, though he didn't dare answer rashly yet, out of fear of encountering an unpredictable danger. After all, why would this woman, whom he had never met before, suddenly start looking for him? This was strange enough. Additionally, how could this woman find her way here so easily? Was this woman human or a ghost? As he looked at the ground, he noticed the woman's shadow, indicating that she was a being made of flesh and blood, just like humans. However, beyond that, there seemed to be nothing unusual about her. While Huang Fu Kongming pondered, he cautiously moved around to get a better look at the tiger. But even before he could fully approach the tiger, the beast leaped into the air and vanished in an instant, its speed leaving everyone speechless. Seeing this, Huang Fu Kongming couldn't help but feel a faint sense of fear. Once the tiger disappeared, he regained his composure. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" "I have arrived too late," said General Wu, arriving with a powerful bow and crossbow in hand. Lost in thought, Huang Fu Kongming stared at the fading silhouette and asked, "Who exactly is this woman? Could she truly be a mountain spirit?" "I've heard that on these mountains, there exist spirits called mountain sprites that can disguise themselves as women, feeding on human brain marrow. You are the true Dragon Emperor. It's evident that this woman's target is you. Be cautious. These creatures not only feed on people's brain marrow, but they also know their names." Chapter 300, Nangong Qingjin is not a mountain demon. "Oh, now I understand," Huang Fu Kongming said as he continued. "But when I saw the silhouette of this woman, it seemed strangely familiar. Your Majesty, you must not indulge in wild imaginations. This woman can easily bewitch people. This is her and the tiger's dangerous secret. You don't fully know the lore of this place." He sighed while speaking. On this side, Huang Fu Kongming could only nod repeatedly. "I've understood." Although Huang Fu Kongming had understood, he didn't immediately say anything else, but instead decided to observe quietly. They looked at each other, smiled, and then continued. "Well, Your Majesty should rest some more. We'll have food ready soon. Please wait for a moment," General Wu said, waving his hand. Many junior officers had already come over, which made Huang Fu Kongming nod approvingly after seeing it. Truly, General Wu was also someone who combined coarseness with carefulness. Furthermore, General Wu was the type of person who took everything seriously. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, surrounding the area like an iron bucket. Today, Nangong Qingjin had believed she could find Huang Fu Kongming, but oddly enough, despite giving it her all, she couldn't find him. This left Nangong Qingjin pondering inwardly whether Huang Fu Kongming chose to ignore her or just pretended not to hear. Was he deliberately avoiding her, or did he genuinely not know where she was? Nangong Qingjin was puzzled. The more she questioned, the more determined she became to clarify the situation. While deep in thought, she took a step forward, arriving at a shady spot. Both Chui Feng, her horse, and herself were exhausted, so they stopped to take a rest. "You think?" Nangong Qingjin gazed at the grass ahead, where several white birch trees had just sprouted, their whiteness shining brilliantly against the backdrop. As she pondered, she asked softly, "What exactly is he doing? Has he forgotten me?" Chui Feng couldn't answer, for he was merely an old horse incapable of solving her troubles. Nangong Qingjin also found herself powerless. She sighed and frowned while continuing her thoughts aloud. Suddenly, Chui Feng darted off towards something colorful flying by, a bright butterfly. Seeing Chui Feng leap about playfully, Nangong Qingjin couldn't help but smile. When Chui Feng got tired, he came back, lying down obediently beside her, allowing her to stroke his little head. He lay there silently, resembling a stuffed doll. "Let me check your wound. Why are you still jumping around when injured? It's not good." As she spoke, she glanced at Chui Feng's wound, noticing how rapidly it had healed. There seemed to be no lingering issues. "That's great," she said. "Your wound will heal soon. Once it does, we can leave here. I hope to see him tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but even if I don't, there's nothing I can do. I'll just proceed step by step." As Nangong Qingjin spoke, she breathed in deeply. "Do you think, what's going on? Is he truly avoiding me? Why would he avoid me? I know he has already arrived here. Or, is there something else that I haven't thought of?" Faced with the current predicament, Nangong Qingjin felt somewhat disheartened. After looking forward for a long time without speaking, she finally asked, "So what should I do?" That was the best suggestion Chui Feng could provide. Nangong Qingjin sighed again, lightly tapping Chui Feng's head. "We need to look for food. I'll start the fire. All morning, we've been busy without eating anything." Chui Feng nodded and ran off. Not long after, he returned with a poor, unfortunate yellow sheep. While considering how to get closer to Huang Fu Kongming, Nangong Qingjin washed and skinned the sheep by the stream, then placed it over the fire to roast. Afterwards, she turned around and looked at Chui Feng. "What should I do next?" she asked while observing the man nearby. Chui Feng remained silent, his eyes wide open watching the roasting sheep over the flames. "All right, eating is the first priority. What's our second priority?" "We must find Huang Fu Kongming. And the third one?" Yes, we need to go back." Saying this, she smiled. Not long afterward, the roasted meat was done. Nangong Qingjin tore it apart, and both tiger and human began to eat. By the afternoon, she didn't rush out to search further, but decided to rest amidst the dry grass instead. Winter was approaching, making the daylight shorter. It wasn't even night yet, but everything was already pitch black. Huangfu Kongming still wore a frown all day, unsure why people kept searching for him. Huangfu Kongming had a premonition. The girl bore no ill will toward him, but he couldn't just nod and agree immediately, because he feared what they say, knowing the face but not the heart. Now, everything became confusing. He wanted to see that girl again, but she did not show up. By evening, he finally managed to suppress these ridiculous thoughts. Just as he rested, someone reported, a tiger had arrived. The tiger looked exactly like the one he'd seen before, with a woman on its back. A human and a tiger came back and forth. That night, under the bright moonlight, Nangong Qingjin prepared to act in the moonlit night, while Huangfu Kongming finally emerged from his tent. Huangfu Kongming, where are you? The woman shouted, anxiously searching around. Finally, he summoned the courage, stepping over dry grass towards the silhouette of the mighty tiger. I am here, he finally replied, leaving Nangong Qingjin almost doubting her own ears. She turned her head immediately, only to see a man walking towards her under the moonlight. Nangong Qingjin jumped down from the tiger happily, while the tiger lay there motionless. Huangfu Kongming observed the woman under the moonlight, having no idea who she was. After all, Huangfu Kongming had forgotten Nangong Qingjin's face. He struggled to think, feeling certain this face was familiar, but now, it seemed perplexingly foreign to him. So, he could do nothing but stare at the person in front of him. You? Huangfu Kongming, I have finally found you. I have finally found you. Since this time last year, they had been separated. This year at the same time, the two had ultimately reunited. Her eyes brimmed with tears even before words could form. His shock stemmed from her unexpected reaction. You are. He stared at the woman, as Nangong Qingjin's footsteps drew closer to Huangfu Kongming. She would never have imagined that Huangfu Kongming truly forgot her. Her heart twitched painfully, as if being slashed by a sharp blade. She assumed that because it was late at night, everything was unclear, so this must be the reason why Huangfu Kongming didn't recognize her. Now, there was nothing left to do except take a step forward. Her eyes locked onto Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming also looked at Nangong Qingjin's radiant eyes. Those brilliant eyes were icy cold, giving off an indescribable sense of distance. How could he not recognize her? Tears accumulated increasingly in her eyes, but she told herself not to cry, not to cry. She had waited such a long time to see him again. Why should she break into sobs now? Still, better not to feel sorrow. As she thought this way, she suppressed her sobs and took a few steps until she was close beside him. Now, the two were close enough to scrutinize each other's faces. You look at me, I look at you. For a long time, silence. Huangfu Kongming extended his hand, but hesitated midair. He looked at his hand with confusion, as if disbelieving. Why had he reached out naturally, wanting to stroke the woman's face? Clearly, he didn't know her, so how odd. Even if unfamiliar, why did he feel so attracted to her presence? He took a deep breath, staring at the space ahead. After a long while of silence, he quickly retracted his hand. You are? He asked the same question again, realizing the girl posed no threat to him. Now more relaxed, he asked again. The sight of her teary eyes startled him. Why did such a scenario happen? There was something inexplicably subtle about the whole situation. Evidently, this woman knew him, but why could he recall absolutely nothing about her despite trying so hard? What was going on here? How could this be explained? He had no answer, and could only look on, deeply pondering as he watched the woman's tears fall. Take a good look, she said, standing woodenly opposite Huangfu Kongming. Nangong Qingjin didn't know the truth. Huangfu Kongming had consumed the forgetfulness herb. In Nangong Qingjin's mind, Huangfu Kongming remained Huangfu Kongming, but Huangfu Kongming now had forgotten her. Why had he forgotten her? It was uncertain. He gazed at the man before him, his eyes filled with doubt. The man before her eyes was earnestly looking at her over and over again. Are you the mountain sprite of this mountain, right? This sentence made Nangong Qingjin almost cry in despair. Her heartbeat suddenly came to a stop. So, the reason they were on guard against her was because of this. Mountain sprite. Nangong Qingjin's lips trembled as large tears rolled down her cheeks. Without uttering a single word, she stared hard at the man before her with widened eyes, wondering why Huangfu Kongming would mistake her for a mountain sprite. I am not. I'll give you one last chance. Have you really forgotten me? She said while wiping away her tears and bringing her face closer to Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming did still have some impression of Nangong Qingjin's face, but it wasn't very deep. I don't know, he said decisively. At that moment, the woman's tears froze, and the tears in her eyes dried up. He had not only failed to recall her, but also refused to try anymore. Actually, it made sense. As an emperor who had reigned for a year, how could there be a lack of women around him? It was very likely that he had long forgotten about her, amidst all the wealth and beauty surrounding him. Mountain sprite, mountain sprite? Ha 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 ha. Nangong Qingjin laughed bitterly as she reached out her hand. Zhuifeng, let's go, go. Her eyes flashed once more, but there were no more tears left. Chapter 301. Someone shoots an arrow in the dark. Clearly, Zhuifeng did not understand the situation. Thus, Zhuifeng could only take Nangong Qingjin away from here. Nangong Qingjin was about to get on the tiger's back when a roar came from the nearby forest, and a group of young soldiers emerged. A few of them tumbled over to the side of the emperor. Pale-faced, Your Majesty, are you all right? Several soldiers held their knives and had already formed a protective circle around Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming's eyes still looked at Nangong Qingjin. He had really exhausted all his efforts in trying to remember, but he couldn't immediately do so. Now, even he wasn't quite clear about what was happening. To Nangong Qingjin, it was clear she seemed familiar, yet he couldn't recall where they had met or if they'd ever had any prior interactions. The woman's tears were real, obviously showing that she missed him. However, what exactly was their relationship? Nangong Qingjin was completely unsure now. At this moment, several people were protecting Huangfu Kongming, and one young soldier thought highly of himself. He roared to the sky, "Fire arrows." A barrage of arrows flew like locusts, and the tiger roared as it swiped with its sharp claws and rushed forward. Seeing someone shooting arrows, the tiger immediately bit through the man's throat. Without hesitation, it continued to bite through the throats of a few more men around him. People lay dead or wounded on the ground, barely holding on to life. "You cursed beast, why do you harm human lives?" Nangong Qingjin forcefully slapped the tiger's back, and it leaped into the adjacent jungle, disappearing. Once the tiger was gone, General Wu and Sienna arrived upon hearing the commotion. General Wu quickly went to the emperor's side, examining the emperor's injuries while saying, "What is going on here? Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the place has become dangerous. Why don't we go to a safer location for now? I just saw a woman. She called out my name. I should know this woman, but I do not." She was sobbing uncontrollably and left riding her fierce beast. He paused, finding it strange again as he gazed at his own hands. What was even stranger was that his earlier gesture to touch the girl's hand felt as smooth and natural as if he had done it many times before. But who was this woman? It was something he could not recall. Sienna also began to regret things. Who was the woman just now? Was it Nangong Qingjin? If she and the young lady hadn't given the emperor forget-me-not grass, would the emperor have remembered by now? Sienna sighed deeply, furrowing her brows sorrowfully as she approached Huangfu Kongming. "Your Majesty, there are some words I want to say, but I'm not sure if I should." "Feel free to speak," he replied, sitting down on the ground. Upon seeing the emperor sit, General Wu and Sienna had no choice but to follow suit. After a moment of thought, Sienna began to describe. "Your Majesty, please see if this girl matches your memory." "Go on." The emperor focused intently on Sienna. Sienna nodded immediately. This girl was originally a beautiful woman, with a face shaped like a melon seed, less full than mine, but radiating noble grace. This woman carried not even a hint of powder or perfume scent. Yes. The girl's eyes resembled gems, double eyelids, distant mountain eyebrows. With these words, Huangfu Kongming nodded immediately. Sienna then said, "Her hair was styled like this." As she spoke, she gestured briefly and continued. She wore a simple black wooden hairpin, always smiling at the corner of her lips. Small delicate ears, unobtrusive, high nose. Is that correct? After finishing, Sienna stood up and measured her height. "This tall, right?" she asked while looking at those present. Yes. The emperor appeared very pleased, but at that moment, Sienna burst into tears. "Your Majesty, it was Nangong Qingjin, the person you loved most before. Now, where has Miss Nangong gone? Where has she gone?" Sienna grabbed the emperor's clothes roughly while speaking. "Sienna, don't be impolite." The general beside scolded her frowningly, and Sienna slowly regained her senses. "You, tell me where she is now?" "In the deep clouds, no one knows her whereabouts." He sighed as he spoke. "I don't know why, but suddenly, I found that face familiar, yet I didn't know who it belonged to. My heart kept pondering, kept thinking, but I don't understand the circumstances." After she cried, she left. "Your Majesty, she is Nangong Qingjin, the illness of your heart. I will have someone check the surroundings thoroughly," he said, sighing as people gathered one by one. The emperor dismissed everyone, instructing them to keep a careful watch for the tiger and the girl before turning back to look at Sienna. Sienna didn't know what to say. She could only blink awkwardly and replied, "It's not surprising that you can't remember her. That day, when your illness worsened to the point of near death, the court physicians discussed giving you an extra herbal medicine called forget-me-not grass. This forget-me-not grass, what does it make one forget? It's just about erasing a segment of emotions. When we saw you gradually improving, everyone was delighted. But we didn't expect something like today, leading to a counterproductive result. You not remembering her is actually quite normal. You need proper rest, and also rekindle familiarity with her. That's necessary." She added, "Please don't harm the young lady. She is a good person." "I understand. A woman with such a fair face is indeed a good person." He sighed. "All right, I already know what I should do and what needs to be done." As he finished speaking, his eyes glanced toward the side, while Sienna sighed again. "If you see her again, don't let her leave in a state of despair. To be honest, every time you mention dreaming of a woman, this includes the orchard you dream of. It all happened last year during a dangerous encounter when our pursuers chased Miss Nangong and Zisong, he to their limits." Although Sienna wasn't present that day, she could still feel as if she had been there. Thinking about it, she sighed again. They fell into the ravine. At first, everyone thought they were dead, but when I and a few other girls went down into the ravine, we found traces of life. Later, encountering pig dragon mudslides, everyone hesitated due to the dangers of the canyon and the prolonged search without results. We eventually had no choice but to abandon it. So, Sienna left her remaining words unsaid. He sighed. "Finally, I understand. Finally I get it." As he spoke, he grasped Sienna's hand. All right. If I ever see her again, I will certainly not let her leave immediately. I won't. That's exactly what you should do. Good Emperor, please think carefully about it," Sienna said while holding onto the Emperor's hand. Nangong Qingjin bounced on the tiger's back until they reached a safe place, where she said, "Sorry, I've dragged you into this." Fortunately, they escaped quickly enough, avoiding any significant danger. Otherwise, how deeply would Nangong Qingjin feel guilty? The tiger made a sound. Though Nangong Qingjin didn't fully understand it, the tiger quickly embraced her as a way of comforting her. Nangong Qingjin softly said, don't fuss, I'm fine. In reality, her heart was heavy with distress. But in front of the tiger, she at least put up a pretense of cheerfulness, which seemed to delight the tiger. Seeing Nangong Qingjin smile, the tiger roared and went off to find food nearby. Nangong Qingjin never expected that the moment the tiger left, a rope lasso suddenly fell from above, catching her neck. 2 more ropes swiftly bound her arms. Nangong Qingjin couldn't even scream for help as she was dragged backward across the ground toward a dark patch of grass. A few grinning soldiers appeared. They had been tracking her for a long time. Now, finding Nangong Qingjin alone, they deemed it the best opportunity to act. Completely unexpected, just as Nangong Qingjin steadied herself, she felt a sharp pain on the top of her head. A blunt blow struck, and Nangong Qingjin collapsed unconscious. She was then roughly dragged by ropes towards the direction of the military camp. These men were fearless, eager for rewards upon hearing about the presence of a mountain sprite, Shan Xiao. Who wouldn't want to capture the mountain sprite and offer it to the emperor? As they exchanged glances, their gazes ultimately focused on Nangong Qingjin's face. Seeing that Nangong Qingjin was an ordinary-looking girl, they were puzzled, glaring at each other. This is completely a girl. What do you know? One of them spat, arrogantly walking forward. You don't know anything. Mountain sprites are most adept at deceiving people through transformations. Originally powerful, now in this girl's form, it is merely to bewilder the hearts of others. As he spoke, he used a piece of cloth to gag Nangong Qingjin and also used another piece to blindfold her. Now, with her on the horse's back jolting around, her mind became hazy, unsure of how much time had passed, until finally, these men arrived at their destination, the field headquarters. The one who gave orders, and was also the most boastful among them, upon seeing the headquarters within reach, could no longer contain himself. While speaking with a grin, he said, I'll go in now. You stay here. I've gone. With that, he strode confidently into the field camp. It was already dusk when Huangfu Kongming had eaten his meal and was preparing for more rest. They often say drowsy in spring, sluggish in autumn, and perhaps due to some lingering longing, it made Huangfu Kongming perpetually lethargic and dozy. Seeing the emperor looking fatigued, even if there was something important, no one dared interrupt him. With a slanted glance at the nearby maid, Xian'er immediately pointed towards the emperor and quietly put a finger to her lips, then indicated an adjacent position before whispering, discuss your matters outside. The young soldier immediately nodded humbly and stepped out. In theory, these kinds of affairs weren't originally relevant to Xian'er, but as it currently stood, first of all, Xian'er was always dependable and useful, and secondly, being under General Wu, she carried authority akin to the general himself. Therefore, people treated Xian'er with the same respect they would give to any formally dressed man and did not dare slight her. The emperor has just rested. Any matter you wish to convey can be told to me. Once the emperor awakens, I will immediately inform him. It will be the same either way. As he spoke, he glanced at the pointy-faced, monkey-chinned individual before him. Not looking might have been fine, but one glance elicited a fawning smile from the man. Xian'er detested such obsequious behavior and found herself disliking the overly broad-toothed grin of this man almost instantly. Chapter 302, Endless White Clouds. You should greet the young lady, the young general said as he stepped forward. Xiaoying was repulsed by him. Just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. If there is truly nothing to say, we shall leave each other alone. I am very busy. Seeing Xiaoying's attitude, this man was frightened and immediately approached, kneeling deeply. I do indeed have something to say. If I didn't, I would never dare to trouble you, my lady, or his majesty. He spoke while crawling on his knees closer. Xiaoying could only nod in acknowledgement, thinking that this man wouldn't bring up anything extraordinary, so she smiled and asked, what exactly is it? Speak up then. Seeing that Xiaoying intended to listen, he immediately recounted everything about capturing the mountain demon from beginning to end. What? Before Xiaoying had finished listening, her face already changed drastically. You've captured the mountain demon. When did this happen? Do not act rashly without understanding the situation. This woman was originally with the tiger. Capturing her shouldn't be a problem, but if we anger the tiger, none of us will escape unscathed. Xiaoying continued fiercely. Bring me over for a look, I'll make a decision. With these words, she started walking forward. Soon after, the young general led Xiaoying to a nearby military tent. Even from afar before entering, Xiaoying could see someone tied to a bed. It was a disheveled woman, her face bruised black and blue, seemingly severely injured. Xiaoying's heart lurched. Unable to make out the woman's features clearly, she instinctively felt a resemblance to Nangong Qingjin. Hastily taking 3 steps as one, she moved forward and grabbed the bound woman to turn her body over. Unseen until now, once recognized, Xiaoying's intelligent eyes narrowed with realization upon confirming it was Nangong Qingjin. She couldn't help laughing coldly, repeating the word good 3 times in quick succession. Meanwhile, the small general and his subordinates were utterly baffled at the situation. Madam, what? I finally understand who the so-called mountain demon really is. It's no monster. It's actually Miss Nangong, the poor Miss Nangong. Xiaoying said while holding back her sorrow, gritting her teeth. How could you dare to tie our miss like this? You must have made her suffer. The miss was living peacefully. How could she become the mountain demon overnight? There's clearly some mystery here. By bundling Miss Nangong like this, haven't you all doomed yourselves? Could this be the person His Majesty thinks about day and night? Excited, his facial muscles trembled. Nodding continuously, Xiaoying urged, hurry and untie her. If anything happens to the miss, it's not just you. Even I will not be forgiven. Quick. Following orders, this person promptly came over to assist Xiaoying, and within moments, they had undone the ropes binding Nangong. But Nangong Qingjin remained unconscious. Logically, they should quickly report this news to Emperor Huang Fukongming. However, knowing Nangong Qingjin's current state, not reporting might appear as neglectful, yet rushing to inform the emperor could result in unforeseen reactions from him upon seeing her condition. Xiaoying suppressed her inner agitation and said after a long pause, "We cannot tell His Majesty until the miss recovers. Everyone knows the emperor's disposition. Should any mishap occur to the miss, the responsibility will fall heavily on all of you." Yes, yes, Nangong Qingjin immediately nodded in agreement. Since that's settled, stop standing around idly. Find a doctor to check on the miss carefully. Saying this, she waved a hand, and soon the man bowed humbly and left. Not long after, a medical officer arrived quietly. Upon seeing him, Xiaoying turned around, greeting the elderly man respectfully. "Master, please come over and see why the miss is unconscious." "Yes," replied the physician as he approached the bed, extended his hand, took hold of the miss's wrist, listened to her pulse, then observed Nangong Qingjin's face. He sighed with relief. There's nothing critical. However, this woman has a head injury, hence her unconsciousness. Sienna shot a fierce glare at the few people beside her, and the young general immediately became panic-stricken, his face not looking good. In the meantime, Sienna continued, "Please look carefully and suggest what medicine to use. Just write down the prescription. Be sure to deliberate meticulously. This is a critical matter." "I understand," he replied while nodding repeatedly. The two exchanged glances. Moments later, the medical officer had reconfirmed and pulled out a sheet of paper. Sienna assisted the officer, who quickly wrote the prescription. The prescription predominantly included pain-relieving and regulating medications. After seeing the medical officer depart, Sienna didn't dare to slack off or entrust the task to someone else, so she decided to find the herbs herself. Fortunately, Sienna had previously studied medical techniques with Nangong Qingjin, not highly advanced, but sufficient enough to identify the appropriate herbs for this situation. Having collected all the required herbs and prepared them in the right amounts, she lit the fire and began boiling the medicine. Before it even came to a boil, Sienna grew restless, sensing an ominous premonition. Now, exactly what condition was Nangong Qingjin in? She appeared to be far from well. Her head had been injured, and Sienna thought these individuals were due some reproach. These people were truly too rude and impetuous. They acted hastily, causing harm to their miss. As Sienna quietly watched and took a breath, her eyes focused ahead. After much time had passed, she let out a sigh. The medicine was ready. Sienna supported the unconscious Nangong Qingjin, helping her sit upright, then gently lifted spoonfuls of the decoction and fed them to her one by one. Since Nangong Qingjin couldn't swallow easily, it took an unknown length of time to finish just one bowl. Thankfully, Sienna was patient. After assisting Nangong Qingjin to drink the entire bowl of medicine, she smiled, wiping the corners of Nangong Qingjin's mouth with a handkerchief. Her eyes flickered mischievously. "Who knows when Miss will awaken? You and I are servants, so we shouldn't inform His Majesty without permission. I'll arrange for a reliable person here to help care for her, then report to the general about this issue, to see how he will decide." With that, she left. As Sienna exited, the young general and others came in. Due to gender segregation norms, Sienna had arranged for a female attendant to take over care duties. This gave her time to step away, first going to General Wu Dakai to discuss his stance on this matter. "What did you say?" General Wu Dakai almost believed he'd heard wrong. How could such a thing happen? Why would she be here during the Imperial Autumn Hunt? While everyone knew this event existed, why had Nangong Qingjin made such an unusual appearance? Back when Mistress and I lived in South Palace Garden, she had already learned the languages of various birds and beasts, capable of communicating with animals. If my guess is correct, it must have been that some large creature encountered trouble, and Mistress helped it. In gratitude, it protected her. "Sienna, do you mean she truly is Nangong Qingjin?" he asked, furrowing his brows as he spoke. "Don't think it's some mountain demon. When you initially claimed it to be a mountain demon, I already found it unbelievable. How could there be such a persistently deluded mountain demon? This is certainly our Miss with no mistake. I've served Miss for many years. If I couldn't recognize her now, how could I possibly face living?" While speaking, Sienna grabbed General Wu Dakai's hand, leading him into the room. From afar, General Wu Dakai also spotted Nangong Qingjin. Upon inspection, she indeed was none other than Nangong Qingjin. Previously, he had also been quite familiar with her. Yes, there can be no mistake about it. But what about now? It seems like Nangong Qingjin doesn't look too good, he sighed, his eyes scanning the pale and lifeless woman beside him. That's right. No matter how capable, she was still an ordinary woman. No matter how skilled, it wasn't easy for anyone to perform effectively in a dense forest. Currently, Nangong Qingjin seemed to have suffered severe injuries. Having spent days without rest in the forest, how could she possibly recover quickly? This worried General Wu Dakai deeply. How should we report this to His Majesty? His Majesty has always cared deeply for her. If he sees her in this state, what can we do? Knowing she's here and not telling His Majesty makes me wrong. But if I do tell him, it will be my fault too. He appeared to be in a dilemma. By this point, Sienna had already grasped General Wu Dakai's hand. We can only handle this step by step for now. There's only one day left of the autumn hunt. We should prepare to return to the capital and avoid troubling Miss while she is still unconscious. It's better if we don't inform the Emperor for the time being. What do you think? This was a way to seek General Wu Dakai's opinion, who could only nod reluctantly. Currently, this seems to be the best solution. I will immediately arrange the carriage. Once we reach the capital, there are many skilled medical officers. Head injuries can recover quickly enough. If we're not telling His Majesty, then let's not tell him at all. Very well. Sienna nodded. That day, the two parted ways. That same day, Nangong Qingjin showed no signs of improvement, still looking listless as before. Seeing Nangong Qingjin like this made everyone quite anxious and tense. Not long after, it was midnight. On this night, Sienna couldn't leave just yet, so she remained by Nangong Qingjin's side. Nangong Qingjin's health was far from stable. She tossed and turned restlessly or refused to take medicine. Fortunately, she managed to swallow a little. Dear miss, please take your medicine properly so that you'll get better and wake up soon. If you don't take your medicine, how will I be able to serve you? Please show some mercy. Everyone is searching for you, and I am eagerly hoping for your recovery. Miss, please get better soon. Sienna said with tears streaming down her face. For Sienna, it was tormenting to see her miss suffer without improvement. But unfortunately, Nangong Qingjin did not get any better. Instead, her complexion seemed even worse. Chapter 303, Heavy Snow on Bows and Knives. This forced Sienna to blame the young generals who couldn't get things done. Tonight, there was the sound of a tiger wailing in the dense forest. This tiger had been frantically searching for Nangong Qingjin. It seemed that at many times, beasts could also have a sense of humanity. Now, with the tiger's wail, it began to search everywhere, but did not find Nangong Qingjin. Upon hearing the tiger's call, Sienna didn't dare go out immediately. The next day, they continued hunting. However, General Wu Dakuai was obviously restless. Early in the day, he had already lost to Huang Fukongming. Huang Fukongming was such a clever person. How could he not see that his win was due to General Wu's heavy heart? During halftime, the two of them started drinking and chatting idly. You don't seem to be in great spirits today. Are you sick? He said while looking at General Wu Dakuai with concern. General Wu Dakuai had helped him quite a lot. Without General Wu, Huang Fukongming wouldn't be as carefree. Conversely, if anything happened to General Wu Dakuai, Huang Fukongming would immediately find himself in a state of turmoil. Nowadays, they were in the same trench, part of a shared interest group. Facing their mutual rise and fall, he was quite worried about General Wu Dakuai. From yesterday onward, General Wu Dakuai had changed, becoming very preoccupied. What exactly had transpired remained unclear. They looked at each other, and both appeared rather weary. Knowing the emperor was worried about him, General Wu Dakuai quickly replied, "There's no need to worry. I just haven't rested well." "Are you sure it's only because you didn't rest well?" "Yes," said General Wu Dakuai, having his own unspoken reasons. Huang Fukongming thought it was likely a temporary disharmony between Wu Dakuai and Sienna, so he didn't probe deeper. After finishing a cup of wine, he pointed to a distant hill. "Fly over it, then come back. Tomorrow we'll return home and disband the troops. Don't stay in such low spirits." Huang Fukongming stood up as he spoke, leapt onto his horse, and shortly after, the horse galloped towards the faraway mountain. Today was the worst day for hunting results. By evening, both had returned. During his patrol, General Wu Dakuai met Sienna, which made him anxious. He took her to a secluded place, held her hand, and immediately asked, "What's going on? As a healer yourself, why haven't you gotten better?" It seems your head has been hit by a blunt object, which is quite ominous," gritted Sienna through her teeth. "Forget it. Everything needs to be seen positively. I'll attend to you properly. And tomorrow, you should take good care of His Majesty on your way back. Naturally, you should also take good care of Mississippi," Wu Dakuai added as he prepared to leave. On this side, Sienna immediately took off her cloak and draped it over Wu Dakuai's shoulders, saying, "Good elder brother, look at you. You shouldn't catch a cold." Knowing her intentions were good, Wu Dakuai still pointed to the multicolored embroidery on the cloak and said, "This isn't appropriate. You should use it." Saying this, he turned around and draped the cloak back on Sienna's shoulders. Sienna could only smile and say nothing more. The two moved forward one after another, until she watched Wu Dakuai's departing silhouette. Her mood became unusually pleasant. Previously, she and Nangong Qingjin intended merely to take advantage of Wu Dakuai. But what Sienna hadn't foreseen was the unwavering love that Wu Dakuai had for her, a love that never wavered. Compared to the ever-troubled Nangong Qingjin, Sienna was unsure where her own happiness lay. Thinking this, she tightened the cloak around herself, and upon turning back, she heard Nangong Qingjin's voice from inside the tent. She groaned due to the pain in her head, and Sienna, having heard it outside, quickly entered the military tent. She opened the curtain and saw Nangong Qingjin in a dream. The maidservants around her were all distressed and at a loss since they noticed cold sweat streaming down Nangong Qingjin's face and her trembling lips. "No, no, save me, please help." Nangong Qingjin's voice was not low. In this way, Sienna immediately came to Nangong Qingjin's side. Don't be afraid. It's nothing serious. Miss will be fine." As he spoke, he patted Nangong Qingjin's back. Nangong Qingjin quickly recovered, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Sienna then scolded the few people serving around. "If you see this kind of situation again in the future, just come find me, instead of everyone losing their heads like this. It's nothing special. What haven't you gone through or witnessed before? Why does everyone get scared like this?" Being reprimanded, the maids became as silent as cicadas, for they all knew that Sienna highly valued Nangong Qingjin, whose identity was also quite unique. Although she had not yet been officially recognized by Huang Fukongming, after all, he was the emperor. This woman would become a consort, an extraordinary one. Now, looking at each other, These few individuals could only exchange awkward glances, not saying much. After a while, they said, all right, I'm here now. You all should rest too and go out for a break. Don't spread the word temporarily. The emperor has already been in low spirits recently. Yes, the group left right away. Xian'er then looked at Nan Gongqing, who must have been having a nightmare. Judging from Nan Gongqing's expression, she might have dreamt of some kind of danger. Xian'er gently patted her back, while softly whispering something into her ear. Gradually, Nan Gongqing felt better. The next day, they set off. The army marched away grandly, coming and leaving exactly the same. General Wu Dakuai had arranged a carriage for Xian'er and Nan Gongqing to ride in, but Nan Gongqing still hadn't woken up. She seemed to be unconscious without waking. 3 days had passed already, and if more days went by, her condition would become critical. Therefore, Xian'er was very worried. A few people looked unhappy, heading toward the capital city with heavy hearts. When they reached the capital, a large crowd of commoners had gathered, kneeling down and offering greetings, creating a lively scene. Huang Fukongming had to emerge, waving to everyone and uttering a few formal words. The crowd listened happily. Closely packed, everyone was gazing at Huang Fukongming. People were looking this way, while Huang Fukongming's eyes scanned over the masses. The moment the carriage arrived at the Zhuke gate, there stood a man with a bamboo hat near the wall, also staring this way, his eyes venomous like a snake. His fingers clenched tightly into a fist when he noticed the smug appearance of the man inside the carriage. Everything ought to have belonged to him. This man was Zi Sanghe. Through the veil in front of him, Zi Sanghe observed the distant figures. The rocking carriage somehow alerted him to the ill intent emanating from that direction, causing him to look back immediately. For an instant, their two pairs of eyes met. The man wearing a veil hesitated, half kneeling on the ground, never speaking a single word. By the time the carriage swayed and moved forward, Huang Fukongming suddenly remembered something and turned his head quickly. But where the silk-clad man had been standing earlier was now completely empty, no one there anymore. He didn't know who this man was or what he looked like. Looking ahead, the road stretched straight with pedestrians bustling about. He walked forward deep in thought, pondering, who is this man? What is he doing? Could he be sneaking a peek at me? Nan Gongqing carefully considered for a while and then realized, it wasn't just someone. No, it was Zi Sanghe. Didn't Zi Sanghe and Nan Gongqing face pursuit together before, eventually perishing in a disaster? Yet according to current indications, it seemed neither met their doom. If Zi Sanghe was alive and well, this meant Nan Gongqing should be unharmed as well. If Zi Sanghe could be found, perhaps Nan Gongqing could be located too. Even if the man glimpsed just now wasn't really Zi Sanghe, his resemblance suggested someone similar enough to provide a lead. Who was this person? Why would he secretly spy on him? Even if he wasn't Zi Sanghe, Huang Fukongming still wanted to investigate this matter further because, even if this wasn't Zi Sanghe, the individual might still hold a key clue for him. Is there something troubling your majesty? Extending his hand, General Wu Dakuai understood the emperor's intention immediately. Looking earnestly at his majesty, Huang Fukongming asked, did you just see someone at the Zhuke gate, wearing a bamboo hat and veil, dressed in white attire? I've been focusing entirely on you, sire, so I haven't paid attention to anything around. Judging from your words, there must be a reason behind that person, but I'm not sure what you would like me to do. General Wu Dakuai said as he glanced at Huang Fukongming. Huang Fukongming took a deep breath and then said, originally, I didn't intend for you to do anything, but now it's necessary for you to take action. Go ahead and gather your men to find this man. He seems to resemble the emperor's second brother. If you cannot find him, it doesn't matter, but I must remind you of one thing. If you manage to find the emperor's second brother, treat him kindly. Do not. I understand, sire. He immediately nodded. Over here, Huang Fukongming watched General Wu Dakuai leave, his heart still uneasy. Why had Zi Sanghe appeared here? There must be a reason, right? Could it have something to do with assassination? In reality, Huang Fukongming wasn't aware that based on Zi Sanghe's current abilities, it was impossible for him to attempt an assassination. The risk of regicide was great, especially with such a massive army nearby. Not only could they not kill the emperor, they couldn't even get close to him. Nevertheless, Zi Sanghe still harbored deep hatred towards Huang Fukongming. Why had Huang Fukongming been born into the Huangfu family since the day he was born, whereas Zi Sanghe, he felt like an unnamed, worthless mongrel? Zi Sanghe. It didn't matter much when Zi Sanghe avoided seeing Huang Fukongming, but now, after catching a glimpse of Huang Fukongming's serene, prosperous demeanor, Zi Sanghe's heart tightened in anger. Now, his heart raced incessantly, pounding for a long time before he finally drew a breath. Just now, Huang Fukongming's hesitation clearly showed that he had noticed Zi Sanghe. It seemed Zi Sanghe he needed to act sooner rather than later. Chapter 304. He Dang Jin Luo Now. Move. Today, there were truly a great many people on the streets. Were all these people here to see His Majesty? What was so special about one emperor? Zi Sanghe was unclear. The sound of hoofbeats was already approaching. He thought that it must be someone coming to find him. He quickly entered a ready-made clothing shop. General Wu Daka had indeed arrived late, but after some inquiries, he soon confirmed that the person in white with a cloak had not gone far. After all, in that era, there weren't many people who would proudly walk around in white. Yellow was for the son of heaven, and white was the symbol of an elegant young master, signifying either wealth or background. He looked around, wanting to see if this elegant young master had left any clues behind. However, there was nothing until General Wu Daka was almost losing hope. General Wu Daka finally saw a figure behind him, Someone wearing a bamboo hat, whose clothes and build matched exactly what Huang Fukongming had described. Relentlessly pursuing, he soon reached a corner where he spotted the person. Beyond this point was the main street. If this person reached the street, things would become even more difficult to handle. Decisively, he moved swiftly and blocked the person's face. Your Highness, the second prince, please remove your veil. While speaking, General Wudaka was already preparing to act defensively. However, as soon as he removed the other person's veil, he realized that it was a girl. The girl was pale with fright, her lips trembling violently. She appeared very scared. Who are you? I am a well-bred girl. The girl replied, looking at the man before her. Helpless, General Wudaka could only nod, but he still held the girl by her shoulders firmly and asked, Where are you going? Just taking a walk, she said while bowing in respect, preparing to leave. I suppose the person you're looking for isn't me. I'll be going. Seeing how the woman was trying to run off immediately, General Wudaka wasn't initially paying attention, but then he reconsidered. This coincidence was suspicious. Just as he was investigating a person in white, such a person now appeared. Suspicious, he took a deep breath and his eyes fell upon the clear blue eyes of the woman, like ripples on a tranquil lake. At this moment, he immediately stepped forward and touched the woman's cheek gently. Could this be a disguise technique? Nowadays, disguising techniques were the best way to quickly alter one's appearance. While pondering this, he stretched out his hand, but no, it wasn't. He sighed in disappointment. Tell me, what is going on? It was obvious the woman was in great difficulty, looking around nervously without daring to speak. Immediately, General Wudaka assured her, I will protect you. This is merely buying time. He has already left the capital. You should hurry and search. In truth, these words didn't help much, but General Wudaka understood. This was not just buying time, but also a tactic called shedding like a cicada. Realizing this, he soon understood and positioned himself ahead. All right, I'll go. After leaving this place, they reached a bustling metropolis. Among the crowd, there were many people with the same faces and attire. Upon seeing this, General Wudaka realized he'd already fallen into a trap. This was undoubtedly Zisong He's scheme. Since General Wudaka and Zisong He had previously crossed swords. He thought that among all these people, none of them should be Zisong He. As Zisong He was usually a cautious person. But where exactly was Zisong He hiding now? Why had he suddenly come? Was it because Zisong He intended to restore the former dynasty? Or was it because Zisong He had discovered that Nan Gongqing was no longer around, and thus came over? As he thought, he carefully considered but did not arrive at a definite answer. Suppressing his curiosity, he turned back and rushed outside the carriage where Huang Fukongming sat. Your Majesty, he is gone already. Your subordinate fell for his strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain while conducting the investigation. He sighed repeatedly as he spoke. Regretful, extremely regretful. No harm done. He will come again eventually. What do you think he came here for? In my opinion, we should cut off the route thoroughly. After all, Zisong He is part of the remaining royal bloodline. If we can kill him, there should be no hesitation. Just act, don't hesitate unnecessarily. He said, glancing at the person before him. I understand. Huang Fukongming nodded immediately, but added, let's take one step at a time. There's no need to rush for now. Yes. General Wudaka immediately nodded, and a large group of people marched through the Xuanwu Gate. Then everyone went to their assigned positions. The maid had been eagerly waiting for His Majesty's return, and now she saw that not only had Huang Fukongming returned, but he was also safe and sound. The feeling of relief was indescribable. He was happy, his eyes gazing forward. After a long silence, the maid finally let out a sob and cried. Huang Fukongming held her hand. Your body is already frail. Why wait for me in such an unfavorable position? My health doesn't matter as much as yours does. When you left, I was worried every day about whether you were safe or not. Now seeing you return unharmed, I am extremely glad, she said while gripping Huang Fukongming's hand tightly. I am fine, very fine. After meeting with the lady, Xian decided to leave, arranging for Nan Gongqing to stay in a small courtyard. This courtyard was not far from where Huang Fukongming stayed. Xian thought, if Nan Gongqing recovers quickly, should she arrange for them to meet? However, not only did Nan Gongqing fail to recover, but she also seemed worse than before. Xian quickly summoned the best doctors in the capital. After examination, they prescribed medicine, which was more effective than those available elsewhere. For now, the only course of action was to take good care of Nan Gongqing as she took her medication, leaving no better alternative. Xian hoped that Nan Gongqing would wake up soon. When Xian changed her clothes, she noticed that Nan Gongqing's entire body was covered in scars. These injuries must have been from her last fall into the valley. Seeing this, Xian's heart ached immensely. After taking 2 doses of medicine, Nan Gongqing's condition improved. On the third morning, Nan Gongqing woke up. Even though Xian slept beside her, she failed to notice when Nan Gongqing woke up. It was Nan Gongqing who turned toward the woman lying beside her first. Ah, you've woken up, it's so good, Xian said, looking at Nan Gongqing. However, there was only unfamiliarity in Nan Gongqing's eyes, along with unprecedented caution. These were Nan Gongqing's eyes, but they shouldn't be directed at Xian. Xian drew in a breath, frowned, and fixed her gaze on Nan Gongqing. Miss, do you feel any discomfort? Miss? Yes, miss, do you feel any discomfort? You were injured, touch your head. Indeed, she felt an excruciating headache. At hearing Xian's words, she immediately touched her head. If she hadn't touched it, she might not have known, but the moment she did, she instantly felt a lump. Why am I here? Nan Gongqingjin asked Xian with a clear sense of strangeness and distance. On the other hand, Xian nodded immediately. You were injured, so I had you brought here. Are you well now? Or are there any places still troubling you? If there are, just say. Xian looked quite anxious. It was evident that Nan Gongqingjin was truly unwell. I am. Who am I? Finally, Nan Gongqingjin spoke a sentence. Only then did Xian realize why Nan Gongqingjin's eyes looked unfamiliar when facing her. Xian breathed deeply, her eyes shifting to the side. It seems you've really forgotten who you are, my dear Mississippi. Can you try thinking harder? I don't know, she replied, repeating herself and further asking. Someone tried to kill me. Was it you all who saved me? But who exactly are you? What kind of person are you? Do you have good intentions or malicious ones towards me? Nan Gongqingjin stared at Xian. She reached out, gripping Xian's shoulder firmly. Xian knew that under such circumstances, there wasn't much immediate explanation possible. Thus, she could only sigh softly and gently responded. Just relax. I have absolutely no ill intentions toward you. You're my young mistress, and I'm Xian, named by you yourself. Think carefully. Xian? She muttered hesitantly. After repeating it, she still frowned. Who exactly is Xian? Xian. Nan Gongqingjin repeated as she exhaled, trying to think and watching Xian before her closely. It feels somewhat familiar, she remarked. Despite her confusion, as Nan Gongqingjin stepped off the bed, she continued. You certainly mean no harm to me. I understand that. But what exactly is this place, and who am I? Xian could hardly believe it. She had gone through so much trouble to finally bring Nan Gongqingjin here, and it was supposed to be a joyous event. But now, look at what happened. Nan Gongqingjin had become like this. At the moment, similar to Huangfu Kongming within the country's borders, she didn't even remember who she herself was. Although Nan Gongqingjin seemed confused, her intelligence level remained the same as before. If you wanted to hurt me, I would have been dead by now. Now, at least I understand that our relationship must be pretty good. Miss, don't scare your maid. The emperor just lost his memory too, and now you've lost yours. What's going on? Xian said, sniffling while looking at Nan Gongqingjin. Xian knew that Nan Gongqingjin had bad luck, but she never imagined that her misfortune could reach such extremes. However, Nan Gongqingjin didn't feel particularly affected by her situation or consider whether her fate was good or bad. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze ahead. After an interminable silence, she asked in a heavy voice, Who is His Majesty? And here, where exactly am I? She glanced up at the beams inlaid with seashells and tortoiseshell, then suddenly understood. There was about an 80% chance that this was a palace in the imperial capital. At this thought, she seemed to comprehend immediately. This is the imperial capital, Mississippi. His Majesty's name is Huangfu Kongming. I'm sure, no matter how many names you've forgotten, this one is absolutely impossible to forget, isn't it? As Xian spoke, she scrutinized the woman before her. Nan Gongqingjin nodded firmly. No, I haven't forgotten, I haven't. Chapter 305. The mountain has trees, and the trees have branches. So that's good. You just need to remember Huangfu Kongming. It's time for the banquet now. I'll take you to the Hebe Palace at dusk tonight. You can take a look at Huangfu Kongming. Maybe after you see him, you'll figure out what's going on, okay? Xian suggested. There's nothing wrong with that. I need to remember things, I really do. She was suffering from an excruciating headache now. As she spoke, she reached up, cradling her head in her hands. Seeing Nan Gongqingjin in this state, Xian understood what kind of pain she was enduring. She immediately pulled Nan Gongqingjin's hand gently. Miss, even if you can't remember, don't worry too much. Rest well here. I'll take care of you diligently. Your story with Huangfu Kongming, I will tell it to you soon. Please try to stay happy, she said, while looking steadily at the person before her. Yes, I understand. Nan Gongqingjin did not expect to get hurt so severely as to lose consciousness. Now, she could not recall anything, except for one thing, that the diligent girl who served her was called Xian. This girl was like a sworn sister. But ultimately, since she didn't know the specific events between them or her relationship with Huangfu Kongming, all she could hope for was clarity at the evening banquet at the Hebe Palace. What exactly would happen at the Hebe Palace banquet? We can only wait and see. Xian had no idea such an event would unfold. This sudden occurrence left her momentarily speechless. If she told Huangfu Kongming that Nan Gongqingjin had returned, he would surely be delighted, banishing his previous gloominess. But if Huangfu Kongming knew she was back yet unable to remember anything due to the chaos in her mind, how would he react? After careful consideration, she decided to handle the situation according to her imagination temporarily. By now, twilight had arrived, and it wasn't long before the banquet began. The sky grew darker gradually, dark as ink spread over paper, full of oppressive clouds hanging low, almost as though the dark clouds were pressing down upon the city itself. The man wearing a white hood and dressed in white silk already boarded the carriage heading towards the Yelong Kingdom. He finally met Huangfu Kongming today, meeting him officially as the king of the Yelong Kingdom. The current Huangfu Kongming remained essentially unchanged from before, still luxuriously prosperous and comfortably noble. He hadn't changed in the slightest. His face looked the same, even appearing younger than Zi Sanghe. He indulged in thoughts for some time until finally reaching the Yelong Kingdom. A guard captain approached, saying, "The Khan has arrived," while standing beside Zi Sanghe. Zi Sanghe nodded. It's fine to let them wait a bit longer. This Khan was none other than the Khan of the nomadic tribes, historically known for their fierce opposition to the Han people, being extremely brutal and unrestrained in behavior, utterly disregarding the Han people. So why did they suddenly become respectful to the Han? There was a reason behind it. They had agreed long ago to meet and have discussions, but repeatedly he postponed the meetings. As late as earlier this year, they were supposed to exchange cattle and grain, but nobody made preparations for this matter, which eventually faded from memory. Nevertheless, this caused the Khan great agitation, making him restless like an ant on a hot griddle. He desired to see the grassland people subdued. He deeply hated Huang Fucongming because despite Huang Fucongming's current state, he still wouldn't let go of him. In the end, the beloved companion of his life, Nen Gongqingjin, was snatched away by Huang Fucongming, a matter that greatly tormented him. Regardless of how military forces evolved, he knew there was little benefit. Attacking Huang Fucongming directly was nearly impossible, thus pulling both tribal groups of the nomads under his wing became his only option. Once he thought about this, he couldn't stop taking action. Not only couldn't he stop, but he continued as usual, making matters complicated. With that, he took a large stride towards an annex palace he had constructed earlier. The annex contained many pavilions, though not as magnificent as the imperial palace. It was still a splendid place covered in gold and splendor. Upon arriving at the palace, he found the Khan waiting there already, draped in a sable fur coat, clearly having waited for quite a while. Upon seeing he had already arrived, the Khan furrowed his brow and thrust out a fist with great force. It was evident he was extremely impatient. Then, the Khan let loose a string of gibberish from his lips. What exactly it was, one could not know for sure, but luckily, the nearby captain translated it word by word. I have come from afar and waited here a long time for you. Why have you avoided me? The captain said, relaying the Khan's fast-paced words in equally rapid tones. I've already prepared the cattle and sheep. You can't just go back on your word now. If you break your promise, I'm not leaving today. As the Khan spoke, he plopped down onto the seat beside him, adopting a stance that clearly indicated, I'm not leaving. Ask him if he's really the Khan or just some guide official or other. I want to talk to someone who actually has authority to listen. He said this while giving a sidelong glance at the man standing nearby, a bearded man. Not only did he have a beard, but it was braided. His face bore copper-ringed eyes, a bronze complexion, earthworm eyebrows, large eyes, and his eyes were deeply sunken into their sockets, giving off a cold and sinister look that made others shiver. Our leader asks you, are you the person assisting the Khan on his journey, or are you the Khan himself? I am the great Khan of the nomadic tribes. I am here to discuss the food shortage problem we're facing this winter. We have no grain left. You must give us the grain as usual. Otherwise, there is simply no way we can make it through this year. Thank you very much. There should also be an increase in price, the Khan added. This issue had already drawn the attention of the Khan, indicating that indeed, there was no grain left on the grasslands. That was natural, the people of the grasslands could not grow their own grain. Now, with the situation reaching the point where they were consuming next year's rations prematurely, such occurrences were normal. The reason why the Khan came personally was because he feared others wouldn't handle the matter well. In fact, he decided against bringing anyone else along altogether. Clearly, the Khan attached great importance to this affair and considered it an unprecedented major issue. In the Khan's eyes, he had broken trust with him. But he, upon hearing this, merely glanced over Khan from head to toe and laughed heartily. It seems we were delayed due to some issues today, but obviously, this isn't a viable solution in the long term. What is the long-term solution then? With that, the Khan slammed a fist onto the nearby blackwood table, which began to gradually crack. At this sight, he continued, only mutual benefit will work. What do you mean by mutual benefit? Fortunately, since the Khan himself had come personally, discussing matters would be much easier. Now, the Khan's eyes gleamed coldly, like stars, abruptly focusing on his face. What could he say? After taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Mutual benefit. This principle should be clear even to those unfamiliar with it. It simply means, standing up from his seat, he clapped a hand on the Khan's shoulder. It comes down to everything being yours anyway. Your confinement to the steppes isn't the best strategy. Should you bring your people to live among the Han, learning agricultural skills and herding techniques along with industry, it would certainly be better. How could this be done? The Khan found the proposal interesting. Actually, had been pondering such developments for many years. It wasn't sustainable to always depend on others. But unfortunately, despite Kum's utmost efforts, there had been no effective method to stabilize relations between the Han and the nomads. If a connection with he could be established, it would result in shared gains or losses. This was a good thing, not a bad one. Thinking about it, the Khan smirked in acknowledgement. What should we do specifically? Shiman, exchange 2 portions of grain with them now, and then come back after the transaction is completed. He said. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Shiman Bao, the captain, left and soon returned, announcing that the grain had been exchanged. But Shiman, the captain, didn't enter immediately. Meanwhile, he said, without hiding anything from you, my Yelong kingdom is growing stronger, inevitably drawing resentment from others. By the time they start to suppress us, instead of allowing ourselves to be humiliated, we might as well train a capable army now and overthrow the emperor seated in the palace. When the emperor falls, untold riches and infinite grain supplies will become ours. At that point, when I ascend the throne, I'll immediately order my subjects to treat you all well, and we can live harmoniously in the capital together. Divide your people into 2 groups. One part stays in the city for trade, learning Han culture, while the other remains on the grasslands to continue developing animal husbandry. After all, as a nomadic people, there are many things you can't easily let go of. Wouldn't that be ideal when the time comes? But that would mean war. War isn't necessary. Even without war, you'd remain safe. However, how long will this safety last? You should consider change in times of adversity. Relying on others' help may work at first, like today, but what about the future? He continued, your grassland people are tough. With your help, it won't take long before I form a fierce and battle-hardened army. When that happens, we will become the kings of the capital, the masters of the realm. Then where would the issue of grain come from? Middle capital's beauties are also countless. Although there are more women on the grasslands, what kind of taste do they bring? If you were to reach the capital and I became king, you could be my equal as second king. Rest assured, this is guaranteed. But he did not know Zisang. He was a person with limited vision and ambitions. If he became the great king, this so-called second king wouldn't actually be something Zicum Khan could attain. However, Kum didn't clearly understand what sort of person Zisang he truly was yet, making everything seem vague. This matter, what else is there for you to think about? Your grasslands are lush, but face food shortages every spring. After autumn, your clothing and sustenance barely keep up. In winter, you lie down to sleep. There's only one season where you have no worries about eating or wearing. Instead of living like this, why don't you? Chapter 306, The Night Banquet at Hebe Palace. In fact, this Kum had already had the intention to plot an attack on the imperial capital, but on one hand, his forces were not strong enough as his numbers were relatively small. On the other hand, there was a lack of a leader familiar with the capital city. Now, hearing Zisang's proposition, what else could he say? If they could enter the capital, it was expected that everything would improve. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Smiling, he nodded repeatedly and said, I will leave everything up to your judgment. Good. For today, you may temporarily return. I will send provisions every month. As for what you need to do now is train an army proficient in powerful bows and crossbows. This army's destructive power must be incredibly formidable. Zisang he smiled and bowed his fists together. I look forward to good news. In the future, once we arrive at the capital, we will advance side by side. This is truly an enviable task. Why should we remain here in obscurity without any recognition? As he spoke, he laughed. Khan Kum, upon seeing this, immediately nodded. He had long desired to invade the Great Han, but due to insufficient strength, nothing had come of it until now when all seemed in order. After much thought, he nodded and smiled. Good, I understand. My lord, you don't need to see me off. No need to see me off. The Khan had left, and watching him gradually disappear, Jia Zhang finally approached, his eyes glancing askance at Zisang He. Zisang He asked solemnly, you obviously have something to say. Why do you hesitate so much, unwilling to speak out? Yes, Jia Zhang nodded. By now, he had gradually realized that keeping Zisang He around might have been a wrong decision. However, their livelihoods depended heavily on Zisang He's planning and leadership, so he could only treat Zisang He respectfully. Clearly, he supported none of the things Zisang He planned to do. For instance, he utterly opposed Zisang He's plan to attack the capital. First, the capital was filled with people, and Huangfu Kongming himself was not someone to trifle with. Second, if they failed, it would mean complete annihilation. For them, it was not a promising endeavor. Miss Nangu has yet to return. He said this while observing Zisang He's reaction. Zisang He neither nodded nor shook his head, remaining silent for a long time before taking a breath and staring at the person beside him with pitch-black eyes. Have you still not figured out who we truly are? Actually, Nanga Qingjin had mentioned it before, but Jia Zhang had not paid much attention. He knew these two were rare talents akin to dragons and phoenixes, but he had never imagined that they were true pinnacles among humans. I am still Zisang He from before. I am certainly not some white scholar, the white that implies the fading sun into the river. By now, you must surely wonder why I came here, right? And my answer to myself is this. I came here originally because of Huangfu Kongming's army chasing me, and also because my elder brother led troops against me. Nanga Qingjin is my friend and was once Huangfu Kongming's sole legitimate empress. Now, do you finally understand? His hand gripped Jia Zhang's throat tightly. Though Jia Zhang understood, once he discovered this secret, his chances of survival became very slim. Cough, cough, cough. Jia Zhang began coughing as he knelt down and started knocking his head on the ground. Please, your majesty, show mercy. Please forgive me. Yes, earlier he had also been one of the emperor's men. Zisang He gradually released his grip on Jia Zhang's throat. I love Nanga Qingjin, he said. You've probably noticed it already, but Nanga Qingjin cannot always be with me. You know why? That's solely because of Huangfu Kongming. Now, the only thing I wish to do is exterminate Huangfu Kongming completely. But I am not capable alone, so I need the aid of the grassland warriors and the ED tribe, he said, tightening his fists as he spoke. Seeing this, Jia Zhang realized that the alliance with the ED tribe to prepare for the invasion of the imperial capital was now certain. I understand, do I not? Invading Zhongyuan, Central Plains, you naturally oppose it, but wishing to remain isolated and uninvolved outside of civilization is indeed impossible. Now, this impossibility is disappearing little by little. But we need to make enemies with the Central Plains people. I hope you realize sometimes, when a tree grows tall, birds will inevitably flock to its branches seeking trouble. I understand, I do, he said, retreating immediately as he spoke. I aspire to be the emperor of all under heaven, not a mere ruler of your night-long kingdom. You must understand that this place will soon become our base. So, when a man loves a woman, does he become this cold and ruthless, this indifferent? He had never imagined such a situation. Seeing Zisang He's grimaced expression, Jia Zhang retreated step by step, almost seized by a feeling of panic. He left immediately after. Since the deal with the grassland warriors was settled, it was inevitable that they would invade Zhongyuan sooner or later. At first, it was just a vague plan, but over time, it gradually matured. Zisong he thought about it as he fell into deep contemplation. Jia Zhang went away. Now, he harbored more fear and reverence for Zisong he. However, his actions were more submissive than ever, because he knew he could harbor no complaints or opposition towards Zisong he, who eliminated all dissent without mercy. Any mistake on his part could cost him his head. He could not afford to err in the slightest. Different flowers bloom differently. Let us now turn our attention to Nanga Qingjin, who waited anxiously until dusk arrived. By the time of the evening banquet in the imperial city at the hour of Yu, preparations at Hebe Palace were underway, with lanterns festooned everywhere in celebration. Nanga Qingjin felt a faint sense of familiarity towards the imperial city, yet upon closer inspection, everything seemed unfamiliar. On further examination, every blade of grass and tree evoked memories from her past. It was strange indeed. As she reached the Lang Garden, Nanga Qingjin suddenly turned around. Looking at Xian beside her, she asked, "You are Xian, but who am I?" "Miss, you are Nanga Qingjin, the Empress, the former and future Empress. How could you forget who you are?" Xian sighed as she continued. "I truly don't know whether your meeting will bring any benefit. Still, let's see." Nanga Qingjin bit her lips. Judging by Xian's words, the person she was going to meet was someone she had yearned for day and night. Her injury came from waiting for this person. Who was this mysterious individual? Nanga Qingjin herself wasn't entirely clear. Now stepping forward, she said, "Let's take a look." In no time, they arrived at Hebe Palace, where all preparations were made. Flutes played soft tunes, soothing the hearts of those present. As the two figures approached one after another, the closer they got to Hebe Palace, the more anxious their hearts became. A long-awaited anticipation stirred within Nanga Qingjin, leaving her too excited to express in words. She loved Huangfu Kongming. But who was Huangfu Kongming really? If Huangfu Kongming represented gray, then what color did she represent? Being an imaginative person, this was something Nanga Qingjin often pondered. Now, as they ascended step by step into the grand hall, numerous officials had already gathered. Seeing Nanga Qingjin arrive, some stared wide-eyed in disbelief, thinking she was dead. Yet here she was, alive and well. While Nanga Qingjin paid little heed to their gazes, those present exchanged glances, their eyes widening in surprise. Whispering among themselves began. Nanga Qingjin has returned. Rumors claimed she was dead, but clearly, she lived on, healthy and strong. The crowd fixed their stares upon Nanga Qingjin, and though she found the familiar looks tiresome, she remained dignified and allowed them their stares. A true lady of noble birth, Nanga Qingjin showed no discomfort at being observed by so many. This was her nature, and seeing her demeanor, others began talking freely about mundane matters. At court now, while the individuals weren't remarkable, each had their own talent. They understood what should be discussed in certain settings. Today, rather than current affairs of the court, they spoke of trivial personal matters. Nanga Qingjin, wise enough to recognize the real cleverness in this, kept quiet. The moon tonight shone brightly. The banquet at Hebe Palace was specifically arranged for moon appreciation, yet Huangfu Kongming did not arrive after much waiting. She grew restless, unaware that in the imperial city, guests were required to arrive half an hour earlier than the emperor for feasts together. Thus, by now, Huangfu Kongming should have been there. But due to certain small issues, Huangfu Kongming was inevitably late. It turned out that Huangfu Kongming had recently been hunting and accidentally caught a cold, which somewhat affected his health. This delayed him on one hand and, on the other hand, the maidservant beside him knew that Huangfu Kongming's distraction was all because of Nanga Qingjin. With great resolve, she began to earnestly counsel him. First of all, you can barely recall what she looked like anymore. Second, look at yourself. Your body is already in this state. If you keep daydreaming, your body will eventually not be able to handle it. She's already dead, but you are always lingering on her memory. And if one day I die too, would you also miss me this way? If I die, it would be with joy, the maid sighed as she spoke. But somehow, I can't just let go yet. If I truly were to die, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad thing. The maid spoke repeatedly, heaving heavy sighs with every word. I am merely unwell. You talk too much when I only said one sentence, showing clearly that you don't take me seriously. Go out. I dare say I no longer wish for your service here. He said this, waving his hand dismissively. Seeing this, the maid stomped her feet in frustration before finally leaving. Huangfu Kongming was about to attend the banquet, but his mind was still filled with thoughts of Nanga Qingjin. Now, he grew increasingly resentful toward the maid, Xian, and the people from the Imperial Medical Institute. He was fully aware that he had something on his mind, but they disregarded his feelings and gave him forget-worry grass without asking. According to its effects, after consuming it, one should have forgotten everything already and moved on. But it didn't work that way. It was too late for the forget-worry grass. His mind was still full of inexplicable thoughts. Chapter 307, Double-Hearted Lovers. Now, his mood was simply filled with great annoyance. A few eunuchs around him had already begun to urge him on, and he had no choice but to follow them step by step toward the corridor. The maid's mood was bad today, and it was also a national celebration. She was originally disabled and disliked attending such events, so she had hidden away early. On this side, Huangfu Kongming went towards the Hebe Palace corridor, and from afar, he saw someone, Nanga Qingjin. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but Nanga Qingjin quickly arrived beside Huangfu Kongming. Walking fast, Nanga Qingjin passed by him before Huangfu Kongming immediately felt something akin to enlightenment. He immediately waved, and Nangang Qingjin also thought the person seemed familiar and inadvertently looked twice. This look didn't matter much until after seeing, they wanted to talk. For some reason, this feeling was completely unclear for Nangang Qingjin. His hand reached out, and she did not reject it in the slightest. Their hands were clasped together. Their eyes darted around as they gazed at each other. "Ah, servant greets your majesty." Sienna arrived, noticing both of them holding hands, prompting the emperor to finally release Nangang Qingjin's hand. And Nangang Qingjin, upon learning that Huangfu Kongming was the emperor, hastily bowed as well. You are." Huangfu Kongming carefully studied Nangang Qingjin. After a long while, he asked, "Who are you?" The fact that he spoke these words actually wasn't surprising. "Over here," Nangang Qingjin already replied. "I don't know. How could someone not know who they are?" Huangfu Kongming looked at Nangang Qingjin. Nangang Qingjin returned the gaze. Her dark glossy eyes like black onyxes felt familiar, yet somehow strange. "How could this be? And you? Who are you?" Nangang Qingjin asked back, while looking at Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming smiled, pointed to his chest. "Who I am? Even I am not quite clear now, but," he gestured towards the people nearby. "They call me Emperor. This part is what I understand." "Oh." Nangang Qingjin didn't know what to say next. "I seem to recognize you, but I'm meeting you for the first time. Oddly enough, it feels familiar." Huangfu Kongming said. While speaking, he frowned, looking at his current location. Both laughed. On this side, Nangang Qingjin was no longer prepared to attend the night feast. For some unknown reason, though she did not understand who Huangfu Kongming was, the joyful sensation made Nangang Qingjin's mood better. "The banquet is boring. Let's take a walk. Let them eat ahead. What do you think?" Nangang Qingjin looked at Huangfu Kongming, and Huangfu Kongming nodded immediately. In no time, they turned around and walked towards the dark corridor. "I have one more thing." Nangang Qingjin looked at the person beside her. Everyone else had fallen into place following closely behind Huangfu Kongming. "Initially, I didn't want these people to come along. Just the two of us walking freely, why not? I won't harm you." "Wonderful. It suits my intention perfectly," Huangfu Kongming said, simultaneously waving his hand. With that, all the people trailing behind them stopped in their tracks subtly and didn't move anymore. The two headed off to a nearby area, reaching an old ruin of Jingdu. Nangang Qingjin stood there for a long time without uttering a word. Beside her, Huangfu Kongming approached. His eyes under the imperial cap glimmered faintly in confusion. "This place, I feel like I knew it well before. People said, 8 years ago, I was tricked by my brother and fled from here. This is called Hebe Palace too. I left, but tragically, my empress perished in the fire. It was a heavy blow to me. The dead are at rest. Why not grieve appropriately?" Nangang Qingjin consoled, saying, "Let's go somewhere else." Nangang Qingjin believed she had never been to Jingdu, yet strangely, everything about its plants and trees felt extremely familiar. This sensation mirrored exactly what Huangfu Kongming felt. Clearly, even though he rarely ventured out, many things here felt as if he should know them well. The two moved forward and entered an ancestral hall, where there were portraits of all the emperors throughout history. Any person who had ever ruled was depicted here. Now, they were all dead, including Huangfu Wenliang and Zisong He. These portraits were masterfully painted by a renowned artist in the capital. The images appeared so lifelike that standing beneath the depictions of the successive emperors, Nangang Qingjin noticed someone she recognized. "Is this Huangfu Wenliang?" Nangang wondered why she seemed to recognize the man in the painting. As she spoke, her hand instinctively reached out and touched the portrait. "He's already dead. This is Zisong He must still be alive," Nangang Qingjin added with certainty. "Yes, he must be. How could he still be alive? He's dead too, but I'm unclear how he passed," the emperor said while taking her hand, which felt oddly familiar to Nangang Qingjin. Her face turned red, but unlike before, she did not quickly pull her hand away. Instead, she glanced at another spot nearby and took a deep breath. "Where are we going now?" She wanted to know their destination clearly. However, he pointed toward the direction of his chamber. "I need rest now. With you." No. Nangang Qingjin resisted despite her feelings for him. She couldn't let things progress so fast. Noticing his trembling, the emperor immediately smiled. "I don't know why, but I desire." "Your Majesty, please stop talking about this," Nangang Qingjin interrupted while heading towards the Hebe Palace. "Let's see what our ministers are doing." They walked ahead and soon arrived under a large osmanthus tree. In the 9th lunar month, the blossoms had fully bloomed into a sea of speckled white flowers. Nangang Qingjin smiled at the sight of the osmanthus blossoms. Realizing her affection for them, the emperor jumped up, picked a branch of osmanthus flowers, and pinned it onto her hair. She nodded approvingly, her smile radiant. "Well done, you truly understand me. And you deeply touch my heart as well," he replied, smiling gently. Both made their way back to the night banquet, where the officials had already begun eating. Some people were growing impatient, murmuring that the woman was Nangang Qingjin, but others quickly denied it. Nangang Qingjin was too intelligent to act like this imposter. Although the woman bore some resemblance to Nangang Qingjin, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this woman lacked the vitality of the real one. Her expression appeared dull and lifeless in a way that defied description. Finally, Nangang Qingjin herself entered, and the emperor took his seat, gesturing beside him for her to join. Quickly, they found themselves entwined together. However, Nangang Qingjin responded with calm composure, indicating she preferred her current position. His eyes repeatedly lingered on her face, while hers remained fixed on the handsome figure seated next to her. His eyebrows resembled polished jade, and his gaze carried a profound passion hidden beneath its depth. On his thin lips lingered a beautiful smile. Looking into those eyes, Nangong Qingjin felt inexplicable joy. There were always certain people in the world capable of giving her happiness, and at this moment, this feeling came from Nangong Qingjin. Staring ahead after a long silence, she finally broke into a smile. Your Majesty, I wish to offer you a cup of wine for your continued success and for our nation's prosperity. A figure emerged, holding a wine glass. Huangfu Kongming immediately grasped the cup, downing it all in one gulp. After drinking, many more celebratory toasts followed, yet Huangfu Kongming drank enough to feel tipsy. Meanwhile, Nangong Qingjin had not taken a single sip, merely staring wistfully at Huangfu Kongming. Despite their meeting, they failed to recognize each other, leading even the nearby women to become somewhat nervous. When the banquet concluded, Huangfu Kongming waited for Nangong Qingjin on the corridor ahead. She soon arrived, extending a small, cold white stone. A stone for sobering. Don't swallow it, you'll feel better soon. Without looking, he placed the chilly rock in his mouth. Though actually just psychological effect, he instantly felt more awake. You haven't rested well recently. It's not just recent. During this whole year, I haven't rested well even once. I either dream constantly or can't fall asleep. He said this while delivering a heavy punch to the nearby pillar with his fist. The fish in the water were startled and began swimming away one by one. So they say, daytime thoughts turn into nighttime dreams. Your Majesty is probably thinking too much. Nangong Qingjin spoke while continuing. Could you tell me, who exactly are you thinking about? The person I'm thinking of is like you, but I cannot fully remember everything now, he said, while looking at Nangong Qingjin. She nodded and replied, I am a physician, and my medical skills are unparalleled. If you trust me, I will examine your condition. What do you think? That would be wonderful, he said. Unconsciously, the two had arrived at Huangfu Kongming's Golden Hall. That evening, he didn't want to part from Nangong Qingjin. Now, seeing her by his side, he felt an inexplicable desire for intimacy that even confused Huangfu Kongming himself. It was clear that Huangfu Kongming was familiar with Nangong Qingjin, yet why did it all seem so vague? No one could understand why. His mood was currently very poor, and Nangong Qingjin was equally puzzled as to why she couldn't remember anything herself. Once inside the sleeping chamber, Huangfu Kongming found a place to sit. Nangong Qingjin checked his pulse and discovered that it was no different from that of a normal person. Chapter 308. The moon shines bright on the southern tower. Again, she gripped her golden hairpin and pierced the tip of Huangfu Kongming's right index finger. A viscous blood bead had already rolled out. Then Nangong Qingjin sniffed, and then said, there are drug residues in your blood. Yes, I took a medicine called Forget Sorrow Herb before, originally because I was utterly disheartened. But I didn't expect that after taking it, I became even more disheartened than before, he said. Hearing this, Nangong Qingjin smelled the blood carefully again and finally understood. No wonder you forgot so many things. Now, I will adjust your condition for you. Everyone knows about the Forget Sorrow Herb, but few know about the Relieve Sorrow Herb. The Forget Sorrow Herb, when eaten, naturally makes one forget everything. What should be forgotten is all forgotten, but if you eat the Relieve Sorrow Herb, it will gradually make you remember. What is the Relieve Sorrow Herb? I have never heard of it. Huangfu Kongming looked at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin smiled faintly. Not everyone needs to know these things. I will find it for you, don't doubt, and eating it will definitely make you better. After Nangong Qingjin finished speaking, she was ready to leave. He then grabbed Nangong Qingjin's hand firmly. I originally knew you. You had a relationship with me. Now we both forget each other for some reason. I want to remember, but I seem unable to do so, and this is really frustrating, he said while sighing. Don't rush. If it truly happened like that, you will eventually remember, Nangong Qingjin said. For Huangfu Kongming, Nangong Qingjin had a kind of innate dependence. It must be said, there are always people in this world who give you light and faith. Yes, he nodded, and the two of them left. When they reached the door, Nangong Qingjin met Siener, who also wasn't in a good mood. Their feelings, from start to finish, were witnessed by Siener. She had seen their difficult journey of love, but such rugged circumstances were something Siener was witnessing for the first time. Miss, how could you forget like this? It's truly strange. Those slaves really don't value their lives. Thinking about what they did to you now fills me with rage. I wish I could slaughter all those slaves. Suffering severe trauma can cause one to forget many things. Don't panic, Siener. It's just temporary. Nangong Qingjin firmly believed that she would recover soon. Seeing Nangong Qingjin so confident, Siener could only turn her tears into laughter, amazed at Mrs. Bad Fortune while only sighing deeply. Well, accompany me. Let's go collect herbs in a few days, okay? Mrs. Order, your servant has no choice but to obey, she said. The two of them headed toward the deep and winding Yong Alley. After passing through Yong Alley, Nangong Qingjin felt weary, and not long afterward, she was fast asleep. Seeing Nangong Qingjin return this time, and forget many things, Siener didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. After all, the person had returned, but this was a soulless Nangong Qingjin, a lifeless Nangong Qingjin without any emotional value. Was this kind of Nangong Qingjin good or bad? Recently, Huangfu Kongming kept coming to see Nangong Qingjin every few days. Sometimes, he would bring a gold-threaded robe, sometimes a pair of gold-threaded shoes, and sometimes various gold and silver treasures. Unfortunately, Nangong Qingjin paid absolutely no attention to gold and silver treasures. She wanted to remember Huangfu Kongming, but no matter how long she tried, it remained hazy, and she still couldn't remember him. Before they knew it, a week had passed since Nangong Qingjin arrived in the imperial capital. During this week, Nangong Qingjin lived very well, having food served to her mouth and clothes handed to her, seemingly forgetting all sorts of mundane matters. And after much time, as winter began to set in, the weather gradually grew colder. Originally, Nangong Qingjin wanted to prepare medicine for Huangfu Kongming, but with the freezing weather, it was impossible to find herbs. On this day, with nothing to do, Nangong Qingjin was untying linked rings in her palace with Sienner. Nangong Qingjin, being of high intelligence, quickly untied the linked rings in her hands, astonishing Sienner, making her eyes widen in disbelief. Nangong Qingjin hadn't changed fundamentally, even though there was some change in her clarity regarding certain matters. As for her own self, there was no change whatsoever. That day, Huangfu Kongming ended court early and arrived here. He frequently came to visit Nangong Qingjin, either bringing delicate trinkets or snacks, always having new and interesting ideas daily. The two of them, being together, had endless topics to discuss. Over the span of half a month, Nangong Qingjin still couldn't remember who Huangfu Kongming was exactly, but now she had understood that he genuinely cared for her and wished her well. That realization was enough. Today, when he came over, he gave her a bottle. It seemed ordinary at first glance, but when water was poured in and a cold plum branch inserted, the plum blossoms would bloom. Thus, it was named the Bottle of Spring's Return. Nangong Qingjin looked at this bottle and could not hide her joy. Seeing Nangong Qingjin happy, Huangfu Kongming was also delighted. This year, there wasn't much business to attend to, and things had become even more relaxed recently. While Nangong Qingjin sat idly by the stove with several maids in her room, Huangfu Kongming also arrived. They chatted for a long time, talking about recent news and happenings. She listened more than she spoke. After a while of chatting, they parted ways without further ado. This winter was similar to other winters. However, this year's cold seemed to come late compared to past years. Yet it turned out to be far colder. The grasslands were covered with solid ice, stretching endlessly for thousands of miles, snow blanketing everything. There was no food available. The greenery of the grasslands was rapidly diminishing as if everything were disappearing. The Khan of the grasslands, was now more anxious than ever. The grain supplies he received from Zisang were originally meager, and after several months of constant consumption, they had already dwindled down to almost nothing. Now, it seemed like the supply was nearly exhausted. Faced with this situation, Kum felt restless. If everything ran out before a solution was found, then it would certainly worsen their predicament. On the other hand, approaching Zisang again for help would inevitably involve pleading, something people generally avoid. Today, the Khan rode his horse, patrolling around the perimeters. He rode for a long time, from one Mongolian tent to another. Despite carefully checking everywhere, he did not find anything valuable. Here, green only returned with the coming spring. At present, desolation stretched in every direction, with cattle and sheep confined in enclosures. Not bothering to look wouldn't have been an issue, but upon inspection, his unease deepened. He pondered deeply. If things continued like this, the future was bleak. Having inspected all areas, he felt increasingly restless. Kum gathered with several others inside a yurt under the flickering butter lamps. Anxiety and anticipation were etched on their bronze-colored faces as they began discussing solutions to this serious problem, requiring everyone's collective wisdom. Great Khan, Your Majesty, what should we do? If this continues indefinitely, we'll soon face disaster. Zisang has a narrow mind. Relying solely on him for support doesn't seem to ensure our long-term stability. In my opinion, our origins lie within ourselves. He made a plunder gesture. No. At present, the night defenses of the Yilang Kingdom are extremely strict. Let alone attempting to plunder. Should we fail in our attempts, provoking their lord would likely lead to annihilation. Better to employ strategies of distant diplomacy. That's true too. Though the Yilang Kingdom doesn't seem so formidable now, because of Zisang, it's become a veritable dragon's lair and tiger's den. So according to me, a person stroked his dark beard and said, we might as well align with Zisang. That would be better. Zisang is excessively aloof. If we try to form alliances with him, he harbors deep suspicions, making such actions risky. He's like a sharp sword. You want to wield it, but fear accidentally harming yourself. Finally, Kum nodded and summed up the conversation. Great Khan, Zisang does have a weakness. Isn't it common knowledge that Zisang has long been infatuated with a certain woman? Since this is known, it is indeed his vulnerability. Flies don't bite intact eggs. We must act accordingly. As he spoke, a smile spread across his face. I think I understand now. Our grassland has coexisted peacefully with the Han Empire for centuries without issues. But now, given the urgency of securing food supplies for the winter, we simply can't afford hesitation any longer. What else is needed besides making a major deal? Everyone's just waiting here doing nothing. A man said this as he sipped his butter tea. Another nearby used a knife with a cow's ear handle to slice off a piece of dried beef roasting over the flame and tossed it over. Kum caught it, chewed it slowly, and puffed out his cheeks. Fine. I only fear you lot hesitate too much. If you've made up your minds, what else is there to worry about? Isn't this exactly what he wants? To see us split with the Han Empire? That won't be a problem. The Khan laughed as he said this, causing everyone else beside him to laugh too. If not now, when? According to me, we should just go down the mountain today and seize both the beauty and the grain. They won't see it coming. By the time they realize, we'll be long gone. In the eyes of the Han people, we are barbarians. So this barbarian label is something they've coined. Do they even know who we truly are? That's settled then. As Khan spoke, he had already risen to his feet, scanning over everyone's faces before continuing. Prepare the weapons and the troops. Right now, we'll carry out a major raid in the capital. Yes, yes. The men were all elated. These people were originally beyond the reaches of civilization, each bolder than the last, and upon hearing that their leader Kum would lead them all to prosperity, no one could hide their excitement. The tools and carriages were prepared thoroughly. Under cover of night, the 200-man armed force arrived silently at the eastern part of the city. This area was teeming with the wealthy and idle. That evening, Khan Kum led his group straight into robbery. They weren't overly interested in gold or jewels, but craved mostly food and beautiful women as radiant as peach blossoms. These young ladies lay fast asleep, blissfully unaware, only for disaster to strike without warning as they slept. One by one, these handsome warriors pulled the stunning girls up and tossed them into carts, some ravaging while others plundered. Soon, cries and shouts erupted from the women. At midnight, 100 carriages set off toward the grasslands, each guarded by 2 men. Chapter 309. A rebellion arises in the imperial capital. This robbery was extremely successful. First, it happened during the late hours of the night, when people were completely off guard. Second, everyone in the imperial capital had long forgotten the meaning of being prepared for danger in times of peace, which inadvertently increased the success rate of the robbery. The girls cried all the way as the carriage moved forward, the wheels swaying. The man inside the carriage seemed like a machine, brimming with strength. Upon reaching the grasslands, and after a head count, they discovered that about half of the girls had already committed suicide by biting their tongues. These girls had a rough idea of their fate. A few were so shocked that they were numb, not knowing what to do. Death seemed like a relief to them. Now, the dead women had been dumped on the side of the grass. Their bodies were still warm, but hadn't cooled yet. Some saw how beautiful these girls were and thought it was a waste for them to die like this. So, a few stepped forward and began to defile them wildly under the open sky and in full view of everyone. Hume did not witness any of this. By the later part of the night, the corpses had begun to stiffen, but even stiffened bodies were not left to rest in peace. Soon, sharp daggers were used to slice them open, seasoned with barley salt, and roasted over fires. The girls who were still alive, upon seeing this, began to tremble and vomit. What awaited the dead girls was something the living ones could never imagine. Hume now sat confidently in his tent, drinking and laughing heartily. This ambush had proven fruitful for him. Today's Hume was very happy, his smile carved deep into his face. The adjutant had approached. Kogan, you look very cheerful today. Your mood is indeed wonderful. Not wrong at all. Beauties and fine wine, money and grain. My life in this world is meant for enjoyment. Ha 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 ha, Hume said, extending his long arms and continuing. Come, let's drink until we're drunk tonight. It was already late at night, but nearby there were still several young girls playing the horsehead fiddle. In their young and healthy faces shone the warm glow of jade-like beauty. Find the most beautiful girl among those who hasn't lost her virginity. None of the ones you've messed with, Hume said, looking at the adjutant next to him. The adjutant nodded immediately and smiled. She's waiting for you. Saying this, he left. Not long after, a girl walked in like a wooden puppet, calm and without a trace of fear. Aren't you afraid? Hume asked, staring at the girl. The girl spat at him but didn't speak. Her disheveled hair made her appear almost insane, except for the fact that unlike an actual mad person, she maintained her intelligence and calmness. The eyes staring directly at Hume betrayed no fear, unflinching. Those firm eyes reminded Hume of someone he had seen before, though he couldn't quite recall. After some thought, he asked seriously, since you are not afraid of me, do you know who I am? Do you even deserve to be called human? The girl retorted, her eyes turning cold like a blade. Hume, rather than feeling intimidated, found admiration for the girl's defiance. A girl with such rebellious awareness and independent personality should certainly inspire respect, though ironically, the men on the grasslands have always had a strong desire for conquest. Seeing such defiance from this girl only brought him great joy. He stood up and paced around her twice before firmly saying, if all the women in Central Plains were like you, it would be extraordinary. If all the men in the world were like you, that would also be extraordinary, she replied. Look up so that your Khan can see you, he ordered, walking closer to her coldly. The girl smirked, raising her head but refusing to look at the Khan, making no effort for the Khan to see her. Do you know what will happen if you disobey your Khan? It's just a matter of dying, like the girls outside who neither live nor die. What does that even mean? The air was filled with the piercing cries and screams of girls. Outside, it was a den of iniquity, a haven of pleasure for men. But it was also the root of great pain for women as they were already together with the men. The girl hesitated for a moment on her face before suddenly smiling. Amidst a sea of eerie red light, her smile appeared all the more mysterious. Those nearby who saw this coldly asked, why are you smiling? Because even if you gain us, you've only obtained Yong Drisufeng, common mortals, she replied. In truth, her heart was full of hatred, and she clearly understood that she would inevitably die tonight. Since death was certain, it would be best to die valuably. Good, good. This Khan has gained nothing but Yong Drisufeng. He chuckled dryly as he circled the girl once, his eyes finally landing on her face. Though this girl did not possess an appearance that could topple kingdoms, her calmness and self-possession surpassed many men. At first, he intended to defile this girl, testing whether she'd still remain defiant, but now, he had no such intention. He discovered that this girl appealed to his taste. She deserved to become his honored concubine. By calling others Yong Drisufeng, this girl must hold herself in high regard. With a sinister laugh, he said, Surely there exist people in this world who aren't jointfamily, right? You. As he spoke, he grabbed her hair, and the girl gave a dark smile. I am. Then who is not jointfamily? He asked, his eyes brimming with more confusion than before. She immediately retorted, how arrogant can you be thinking yourself a remarkable con? Your ignorance has reached this extreme level. Have you truly never heard of the Han girl called Nangongqingjin? Nangongqingjin. His facial muscles twitched slightly as his eyes flickered, eventually settling coldly on the woman before him. You dare to speak? What exactly is remarkable about this Nangongqingjin now? And where has she gone? Nangongqingjin. Nangongqingjin. He knew of her. Recent intelligence had informed him. Nangongqingjin was the deity of the Nightrunner state. It was now evident she was no longer in Nightrunner. He had never seen gunpowder before, nor did he know precisely what it was, but he had clearly witnessed Nangongqingjin ignited, quickly blasting open the mountain valley entrance. Although he was unaware of the substance, her image was firmly etched into his memory. Evidently, this fearless girl admired Nangongqingjin as her idol. Among Han girls, two stood out, the former Empress Helian and Nangongqingjin. Though the former Empress had passed away years ago, during her reign, she achieved many great feats. As for Nangongqingjin, originally renowned as a divine physician, a fact universally known, these two women symbolized either the pinnacle of power or wisdom. Logically speaking, although many girls existed in Han, very few had made their mark in history, only these two. Strikingly, even their appearances were nearly identical. The present-day Nangongqingjin resides within the Han Palace. If you have the ability to bring her here, only then will it display your true prowess. We girls are merely abundant for the taking and offer little value, the girl harshly declared, her complexion noticeably paler than before. Excellent, excellent. One day, this Khan will seize Nangongqingjin as my honored concubine, so you may witness the skills of this Khan. There's no need. Likely, you're incapable despite your arrogance. You think you're extraordinary, but remain confined to the steppe. Dare you raid the capital, yet fear leaving your ignoble name behind. How significant are you within the capital? At the moment, they're busy solving cases. Why do you assume I haven't left enough evidence? Because you're afraid, she said, a derisive laugh escaping her lips as she looked at the man beside her. The Khan realized that this girl was truly intriguing. He watched her intently, lost in thought. This girl stood out even among the Yongdrisu as an exceptional individual. But hearing her words made it seem as though he were nothing special, and that Nangongqingjin was the most remarkable person of all. Intrigued, even the Khan wanted to learn more about this Nangongqingjin. In the capital, Nangongqingjin had aided Huangfu Kongming in securing his throne. In the unremarkable land of Nightingale State, with Nangongqingjin's help, it swiftly transformed into a prosperous small nation. Zisong He was impressive. Still, compared to Nangongqingjin, he was like a lesser wizard before a master wizard. Clearly, Nangongqingjin surpassed him in talent. As for Zisong he was narrow-minded and deeply distrustful, unwilling to believe in anyone. If only Nangongqingjin could become his ally, with her unmatched intelligence and wisdom, matters would have been resolved much faster, and he wouldn't be in such dire straits now, consuming resources recklessly. Thinking thus, the Khan nodded. This Khan shall visit the Han Palace and meet this Nangongqingjin. But tell me, what is your name? I. The girl gave a bitter laugh and replied, if I could kill you today, I would surely have a name. Alas, since I cannot accomplish this today, I remain nameless. You don't have a name? He sneered condescendingly. I thought you might be some world-shaking hero, but now you turn out to be no more than an unnamed nobody. Ha 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 ha. The Khan was deliberately mocking and taunting her. Chapter 310, The Death of Two Maidens. The girl's face held little expression, cold and tense with no words beyond a cool gaze at the man before her. In this era, women have no names of their own. Only after marriage can they take their husband's family name. But I believe Nangongqingjin will soon realize this issue. So, is this your final word? At least you're an intelligent person. After speaking, the girl rushed toward the nearby pillar in frenzy. A bang echoed as something heavy collided against something else, a dull sound. Her body fell lifeless like a broken reed in the wind. Seeing a splatter of red like the pattern on a fan, Kohan sighed. What a pity that such a beauty should die by my hands. Truly regrettable. While making clicking sounds of regret, he pointed ahead. Bring this woman out. Several people came forward and lifted the girl's delicate body, which was now lifeless. Witnessing the grotesque smile on one of the faces, Kohan immediately gripped a sharp ox-ear dagger, pointing towards the pillar beside them. What is this? Kohan, it's just a post. To this answer, Kohan nodded and slightly swung his dagger. If this dagger were to swipe across, it would not be a pillar anymore, but a pile of trash. If the dagger landed on your neck, do you think your neck is harder, or the pillar? Of course, naturally the pillar. This person seemed to understand already and quickly placed the girl's body down properly, beginning to kowtow. Meanwhile, Kohan gave a cold laugh. Get out. Bury her decently. She belonged to me, even though she had no name. Remember, bury her well. Don't let the steppe wolves devour her corpse. Saying this, he waved his hand. This person could only nod and left. After burying this unnamed woman, Kumu emerged from the tent. His eyes scanned the surrounding frightened young women, each of whom appeared terrified. At this sight, two figures involuntarily appeared in his mind. One was Nangongqingjin's. Though far away, judging by stature, Kohan could already envision who Nangongqingjin might be. As for the second figure, it was the woman who had just met an early demise. He wished that she could remain by his side forever if possible. But alas, this girl was already dead. Kahan stepped out of the tent. You come here. With a wave of his hand, the lieutenant who had been drinking and reveling approached. This was the person who proposed the plan to raid central China, the cunning mind of the steppe. Now Kahan gestured toward him, and realizing there was something amiss, the man pushed aside the girl next to him. Losing her balance, the girl stumbled into the nearby fire pit. Seeing her disheveled form, the lieutenant couldn't help but laugh. The people around didn't treat these girls as human beings. Laughing one by one, they turned and left without caring about the girl's fate. Once inside the tent, Komu stood pensively with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the yurt for what seemed like an eternity before saying, "What do you think we should do next? According to me, our food supplies are secured. We've got women too. Food feeds the belly, and women warm the bed. We've got both. What else do we need?" The Seamyu said, looking at Komu with some confusion, not entirely understanding Komu's intention. Kahan, why not say what's on your mind clearly? Yes, everything is secured. By all accounts, it's fine. He nodded, but then quickly glanced back at the person beside him. The same Seamyu who'd interacted with Nangong Qingjin before. Still, he wasn't sure what exactly Komu was thinking about. Help me accomplish two things. First, let the Central Plain people know that the plundering was done by the steppe folk. Second, he paused, but ultimately continued. Find someone in the capital city, in Zihuachang, to draw Nangong Qingjin's true likeness for me. I want to see it. The first task is manageable, but concerning the second, why do you need Nangong Qingjin's portrait? Not for anything special, just a desire, she replied while sighing. That's all. Now go. Yes. The Seamyu person had turned to leave, but just as he was about to walk away, Komu called out again in a deep voice, "Come back." The Seamyu person could only return, looking at Komu with respect. Komu also looked at the Seamyu person. After a long pause, Komu finally spoke. "I have a few more questions for you. You must have already seen Nangong Qingjin. Since you've interacted with Nangong Qingjin, what do you think of him?" he asked. The Seamyu captain didn't expect their Khan to focus on Nangong Qingjin like this. He couldn't fathom why Komu was so captivated by Nangong Qingjin. In truth, it wasn't just the Khan who was intrigued. Seamyu himself harbored certain feelings toward Nangong Qingjin that were hard to describe. But after being questioned by the Khan, the Seamyu still trembled slightly. What kind of charm did this woman, Nangong Qingjin, possess to captivate so many people? First Huangfu Kongming, then Zisong He, in between Huangfu Wenliang, and previously himself, now Khan Komu? No. These people should all have different tastes in beauty, yet strangely enough, they were all drawn to Nangong Qingjin. It was a very peculiar thing indeed. The two glanced at each other for a moment before Komu reminded the Seamyu. The Seamyu said, "He is my eternal deity of heaven, with a vast and lofty mind, giving off an unattainable feeling." This was already the highest praise the Seamyu could give to a Central Plains woman. "He is like the cold snow lotus of my land, or perhaps the holy spring water of Tianqi." "I understand," Komu said, nodding as he spoke. "Go. If you can get her, that would be good," he said. This winter brought about two significant events. One that filled the entire palace with joy, a good thing, and another somber occurrence which, for many, seemed insignificant, but for Nangong Qingjin, was a heavy blow. First, after gradual treatment, though Huangfu Kongming's memory had not recovered at all, Nangong Qingjin had managed to largely eliminate his illnesses. Second, it was something noticed by the palace staff. It was originally a minor incident. During these 2 months here, Nangong Qingjin had still seen Ai, the maid. Ai had grown much thinner compared to before. She had always been overly sensitive and prone to living alone, causing her thoughts to grow increasingly bizarre. Seeing how her own efforts over a long time yielded no results with Huangfu Kongming. Seeing how Huangfu Kongming and Nangong Qingjin, despite having been apart for such a long time, still felt an instant connection upon meeting again, and seeing Sun Xian'er and General Wu constantly close together, she began to feel sorrowful. Finally, on a snowy evening, lonely and bleak, she went to the well and jumped in. This well wasn't used for drinking water, so it wasn't until 3 days after Ai's death that the palace staff discovered the body. When they saw the corpse in the well, they couldn't help but panic. They immediately informed the head eunuch, who quickly went to identify the body. Fortunately, it was winter. Though the body's face was bruised, it was soon recognized as Ai's. Her existence had always been exceedingly weak. During her time in the capital, not many knew her. When Ai's death was reported to Nangong Qingjin, she came. Despite forgetting everything prior, Nangong Qingjin still remembered Ai. In the mansion, Nangong Qingjin and Ai once shared deep bonds. Now, although many details of their past interactions were forgotten, Ai's departure made both Nangong Qingjin and Xian'er cry uncontrollably like heartbroken children. Crying and grieving, they began preparations for Ai's funeral. At this moment, Nangong Qingjin deeply realized an important lesson. One should pursue whatever one wishes to achieve in life, and express affection openly because otherwise, opportunities will be lost. Ai had died, cleanly and thoroughly. "Miss, please stop crying. Fate determines life and death. Wealth and fortune are decided by heaven. For those who have already passed, we shouldn't grieve unnecessarily. It is said that the soul before crossing the bridge of sighs must not hear cries. If it does, it would break its heart, and in its next life as a human, things wouldn't be good. Xian'er, as sisters, I am so heartbroken, so heartbroken." It was clear that Nangong Qingjin was almost on the verge of collapse, weeping and looking at the coffin. Huangfu Kongming also arrived. Knowing the young girl had passed away brought him a whirlwind of emotions. Deep down, he was incredibly sad. The young girl had done countless remarkable things to protect him in the past, but now she was gone, leaving him with no time to even grieve. The funeral arrangements followed the custom of keeping vigil for 7 days before burial, which meant another week would pass before she was laid to rest. A week later, people started bustling around, preparing to welcome the new year and bid farewell to the old one. Apart from Nangang Qingjin and Xian'er suffering a great blow, no one else seemed overly saddened by the girl's death. It was as if her existence or disappearance never even registered with anyone. Now, the girl had passed away, and Nangang Qingjin was gradually coming out of the shadow cast by her death. That day, at Weiyang Palace, when she saw Huangfu Kongming's furrowed brows, she immediately went over. Patting his shoulder, she asked, "Have the matters in the capital been investigated yet?" "Yes, it's the barbarians from the grasslands," he replied, sighing as he spoke. In previous years, these barbarians weren't this rampant, but this year, something strange happened. They staged a night raid against us. This is an extraordinary matter. I've already prepared my army to fight the barbarians decisively, but strangely, they seem to have vanished without a trace. Your Majesty, the barbarians are nomadic people who live off the land. This year, perhaps they couldn't bear the winter and decided to attack instead. What's curious, though, is who gave them the audacity to dare such a thing. We need to think carefully about this. After all, in the past, these barbarians rarely came here. Yes, this is what troubles me endlessly, he said, letting out another sigh as he spoke. Chapter 311, wrongfully killing Mao Yanshou at that time. Nangang Qingjin genuinely wanted to ease the emperor's worries, but the current situation was indeed quite complicated. It wasn't something that could be resolved with a few words, making it impossible for him to fully reassure the emperor. The women who were supposed to be taken away had already been seized, and the damage had already been done. For the people, what they feared now wasn't the barbarians themselves, but the gradually spreading panic that arose after the barbarians left. The barbarians had traditionally refrained from offending the Central Plains, causing no harm. But now, the barbarians had begun their invasions, which greatly infuriated Huangfu Kongming in the capital city. He wanted to take drastic measures to control them, but these fierce nomadic tribes of the grasslands were not easily controlled. They were people beyond civilization, something Huangfu Kongming had known for a long time. Now, tracing back to the root, the strange question was why the barbarians suddenly came. He couldn't figure it out, hence his constant worrying. As for Nangang Qingjin, she remained as usual, continuing her dazed existence. She knew there must be some connection between her and Huangfu Kongming, but what exactly this relationship was, she had no idea. There must have been some sort of connection between them many years ago, but what that connection was, she couldn't remember. The more she tried to figure it out, the less clear it became. Even her growing anxiety proved futile. The death of Yao Yao deeply affected Nangang Qingjin. Yao Yao had always been someone with a faint presence, and now she was finally gone. This death might have been painful for others, but for someone who had long planned to end her life, it was not such a significant matter. Nowadays, Xian continued to serve Nangang Qingjin. Xian had always been respectful and truly never abandoned her. Nangang Qingjin did not know that she had already been transformed into a small painted portrait and sent into the hands of Kan Kum. Although Kum had met Nangang Qingjin before, it was only a brief encounter from a distance. Or rather, Nangang Qingjin wouldn't even recognize him if they faced each other, yet he remembered her vividly. Now, as the paper reached his hand, he immediately grasped it and could hardly believe his eyes. Could there actually exist such a beautiful person? Everything about her symbolized perfection, a delicate and transparent person in the painting, yet she was real. Her cherry-shaped lips were full, like a bright red cherry. Her pitch-black pupils shone like 2 crystals. Her tall straight nose was exquisitely elegant, her skin pale and smooth like silk. Unable to resist, he gently touched the paper. Then, he asked solemnly, "Is it really identical to the real person? Don't deceive me." One person beside him stepped forward and knelt down. "Yes, it's identical to the real person. Right now, she is in Fengzhou Palace." "Has she already interfered in politics?" he asked, raising his eyebrows, his expression sour. "This woman has political acumen, highly skilled, but unexpectedly," this person replied. "No, she hasn't interfered." "Why?" "It's just because she's new here. Secondly, her identity remains unclear, although she is now daily with Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming forgot this woman after eating forget-worry grass, so..." "I see," he nodded. "The Great Khan has only one question. What method can bring this woman under our complete control?" His question was direct, and soon the person kneeling on the ground trembled. So this was what he was thinking. Strangely enough, no matter where Nangang Qingjin went, she seemed to attract so many people. Logically speaking, everyone's aesthetic taste should differ, yet strangely enough, every man who got close to Nangang Qingjin ended up captivated. This woman possessed a kind of charm no other woman would have. She had an enchanting allure. This. He paused for a moment but eventually expressed his opinion. This woman might bring misfortune if kept around. She has attracted many people, the previous Huangfu Wenliang, then Zisong He, and later Huangfu Kongming. Fact is, whoever gets close to this woman will eventually face misfortune. This Khan would believe in such things. We from the grasslands never trust those strange forces or superstitions. As he spoke, his gaze turned to the person kneeling before him. "You're talking nonsense. Speak quickly. What method can bring Nangang Qingjin under our control?" His voice hardened as he gripped his fists tightly, as if already seizing Nangang Qingjin. This man stepped forward hesitantly and said only, "Obtaining this woman will definitely require effort, but she is worth it, a treasure of talent and beauty." Now, How about this plan? He lowered his voice and whispered something close to the Khan's ear that remained a secret. The Khan nodded repeatedly. The gloomy look on his face vanished swiftly, and his expression became calm. After a long while, he pondered and said, Good, good, I understand now. This matter cannot be rushed. Go ahead and retreat. As he waved his hand, the advisor was more than eager to leave. Once the advisor was gone, his eyes returned to the paper. The woman on the paper seemed alive, like she could fly right out of it. She was vivid and lifelike, an incomparably beautiful image. He had never seen such a stunning woman whose charm fit perfectly into every aspect of her being. Her beauty and vivacity were beyond what a regular woman could possess. Overwhelmed, he wanted to kiss the paper. His longing for Nangong Qingjin began at that moment, but it was merely budding then. However, as time went by, this yearning grew rapidly into an overwhelming desire, towering like a great tree in his heart. By the time everyone else left, the Khan sighed deeply. Though he had claimed himself a hero all his life, he had never encountered such an enchanting woman as Nangong Qingjin. His pursuit of her was so intense, almost insatiable, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. Countless others sought her as well, astonishingly many. It seemed that anyone who met her, except perhaps the eunuchs, couldn't help but think about her constantly. Why did she possess such fierce allure and attraction? It was a puzzle for many. In truth, it made sense. Such a remarkable woman, standing apart from the crowd, naturally caught everyone's eyes differently. Nangong Qingjin was originally a famous and extraordinary individual. For someone of such caliber, how could there not be admirers? Yet obtaining her wasn't simple. It was akin to snatching chestnuts from a fire, a dangerous feat, but despite the risks, the Khan was willing to accept them. That night, the Khan stayed up late, staying inside his tent looking at the portrait of Nangong Qingjin. At times, he burst into wild laughter, then fell into deep sorrow, whispering intimately one moment, sighing sadly the next, and even groaning strangely. His expressions varied endlessly. No one knew what the Khan was doing inside the tent. Meanwhile, Zisong He in the Yelong Kingdom was also reminiscing about Nangong Qingjin. Having spent much time together, he could no longer stop the myriad feelings of missing her. Before, he always thought that when they arrived here, this obscure backwater place, that Nangong Qingjin would stay with him eventually. What Zisong he didn't expect was that Nangong Qingjin resolutely chose to leave, leaving her heart elsewhere. He always considered himself a successful man, but discovered he had no influence over Nangong Qingjin. When she left, all he could do was watch silently, powerless to make any move. What should we do tomorrow? He looked at Shimin Bao, who quickly replied after pondering for a bit. Tomorrow, according to your command, the army will arrive for inspection. Zisong he realized that once the troops were prepared, he naturally needed to inspect them thoroughly. He nodded immediately. Good, you've arranged it well, and I'm pleased. Although he claimed he was happy, nothing about his demeanor reflected it. There was a faint dimple on his lips, but it stopped there and didn't reach farther. Retreat. He waved, and Jiachang departed. Standing alone in his room now, he gazed outside, seeing numerous lanterns hanging beautifully in silk. The red glow was dreamlike, even in late autumn, and yet he felt no coldness. Every meter along the corridor was decorated with giant lanterns, their red light spilling gracefully onto the ground. Gazing briefly down the hallway, his eyes finally returned to rest on a painting inside his house. The woman in the picture was, of course, Nangong Qingjin. Though she wasn't the type to cause a nation's downfall or calamity among her people, her inexplicable allure had drawn many admirers, intertwining her with notions of national ruin and societal harm in public perception. His eyes were fixed on the paper for an extended period before he finally drew his gaze away. Since Nangong Qingjin had left, it seemed as though his life had become like that of a walking corpse, bereft of passion and dreams. Day after day, it grew unbearably dull. His eyes fell once more on the image of Nangong Qingjin depicted on the paper. Her graceful smile was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating all who beheld it, offering an inviting charm and approachability. He reached out, gently caressing the painting, and sighed. That day, you shouldn't have been with me at all. Once we started together, why did you leave? That's abandoning someone midway. I'll find you and bring you back together with me. I will. His voice was hoarse as he spoke, sighing again and again. Finding Nangong Qingjin wouldn't be difficult, but whether they could truly reunite remained questionable. He gazed at the painting for a long time before emitting a deep, heavy sigh. Strangely, he harbored absurd ideas about Nangong Qingjin, ones so deeply rooted that they couldn't be shaken. Whatever Nangong Qingjin asked him to do, he would invariably follow through without hesitation. Now, facing this single painting, he felt emotions he couldn't quite articulate. As night fell quietly around him, he extinguished the candle before clapping his hands. In response, someone from outside carried something, or rather, someone, into the tent. It was a lively, seductive woman brought there explicitly to accompany him on this somber evening. She stood bare before him, wrapped only in a silky robe, and was then gently placed onto the cloud-like bed. Chapter 312. Only afraid flowers will sleep at night. Zisong he walked over, and without lifting the blanket or showing any interest in looking at the woman's face, he climbed onto the bed to his own cloud couch. Tonight, it seemed quite cold outside, and he started trembling. And on the cloud couch, the woman seemed cold too, but she shivered much less than him. It was as if he were a machine capable of adjusting something's frequency. The girl frowned unhappily. She'd never seen such a ruthless man, but she liked it. All Zisong he could think about was Nangong Qingjin, yet this very woman was the one he would never be able to obtain. Fortunately, He could now acquire some form of affection and dependency for Nan Gongqingjin through another person. Tonight, Nan Gongqingjin was in Shangling Garden in the capital city, known for its variety of rare flowers. She and Xianer, her maid, were walking together, searching for certain plants. They had already searched everywhere, but couldn't find what they needed. "Miss, there shouldn't be anything here," said Xianer, walking closer while wary of moss on the ground, which might cause her mistress to slip. Nan Gongqingjin nodded and said, "There are already plenty of plants here, but we still can't find what we need. If it were here, we wouldn't have to go so far out of our way. It's truly inconvenient." As they complained, they sighed, walking side by side to another spot. Nan Gongqingjin stopped abruptly amidst the cool evening breeze. The wind blew strongly, lifting the messy strands of hair on Nan Gongqingjin's face. Her dark, gently swaying locks moved slightly before her eyes. She gazed toward a distant courtyard, hesitating whether to approach it since it looked like an abandoned palace from afar. "What is that red thing?" "Miss, it must be the phoenix tree. When the phoenix tree blooms at this time of year, the flowers are called phoenix flowers. Seen near and far, it's a sea of red, like fire," Xianer explained while gazing at the distance, where the crimson color resembled green bamboo, crowned with red clouds, with only the upper part being red, as if burning torches. "It doesn't seem to be a phoenix tree. I want to take a look," Nan Gongqingjin replied. "No, that is an imperial concubine's palace. Nowadays, there are many palace gardens belonging to the emperor's consorts in the capital. Some are cleaned frequently, while others are neglected, dirty, and even rumored to harbor unclean things. I do not fear such superstitions," Nan Gongqingjin said while bringing her gaze back. Seeing Xianer still sitting there, she immediately pulled her hand. "Come on, let's get up and walk. The stones here are too cold, you might catch a chill." "All right." And thus, Xianer and Nan Gongqingjin began walking around the area. Last night, they had already sorted through various herbs, but these were nothing particularly new, just ordinary things. The next day, Nan Gongqingjin went to the main hall as usual to pay respects to Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming saw her arrive and said, "You've come just at the right time. I was just about to send someone to find you." "Yes." She smiled and approached. He poured her tea. "Here's the matter. Actually, it's not a major issue, but it does need resolving. Concerning Edie, based on your suggestion, should we attack them now or wait?" Edie forces were already near the capital, behaving outrageously. If left unchecked, it would certainly be dangerous. However, attacking might not be the best strategy. We should first send envoys to investigate their intentions. Although they're guilty of grave crimes, first of all, we are unfamiliar with the grasslands, and we risk putting ourselves at a disadvantage. Secondly, if we hold off for now, they may think we are easy prey. Yes, people in this era always prefer picking on those who appear weak. He nodded while saying, "I think I understand clearly now. What is your Majesty's opinion?" "My thought aligns perfectly with yours. Send envoys to investigate the real intention behind Edie's actions. If we can clarify things, that will be good. There will inevitably be complications," he continued while beginning to draft the imperial decree. Shortly after, he sealed it and placed it beside him. "I also have many pressing matters to attend to. Recently, autumn has arrived, and last week, the road to Buzhou Mountain collapsed, trapping the people inside. No one can enter, and no one can leave. Then it needs to be cleared immediately," Nan Gongqingjin said, looking at Huangfu Kongming as she spoke. Huangfu Kongming immediately nodded. "It certainly does need to be cleared immediately. Disasters usually come in pairs. The road to Buzhou Mountain is also broken. There's more. Floods are now starting to overflow. I am filled with anxiety. Your Majesty, you can have people use the soil dugout to fill the rivers and roads. It's an easy task, so there's no need to worry. You just need someone to help you ease your concerns." "No." Quickly, Nan Gongqingjin rejected her own idea. "Not just one person, but several talented individuals. I thirst for capable talents, yet where can I easily find them? Your Majesty, you may establish selection plaques. Anyone who can answer and solve the problems listed on those plaques, regardless of gender or age, is a sharp and intelligent individual. Those are the talents we need. Do not seek those who look competent but lack practical skills. Seeing you makes me lose over half of my worries." He laughed while saying this. "Come, I think you'd like to see something." As he spoke, he took hold of Nan Gongqingjin's hand. She followed behind Huangfu Kongming. The two left the Golden Hall and headed toward an abandoned palace. The area was lush with tall grass and had been largely neglected for many years. Even before they reached the abandoned palace, they could already smell a faint floral fragrance in the air. He took a deep breath and found the scent refreshing. What was here, Nan Gongqingjin did not know, though it vaguely felt familiar. This seemed to be the place she saw yesterday. With her hand still in his, they went straight into the abandoned palace. Here it was quiet. The wooden door creaked open slowly in the breeze. Nan Gongqingjin saw that this courtyard had been long deserted. Sunflowers were growing in the middle of the court. On further inspection, the rest of the area was dark and damp. However, a vast expanse of red covered the space, branches bearing vivid flowers. Upon closer observation, she realized. It's actually Hibiscus mutabilis. Yes, it's Hibiscus mutabilis. I haven't seen such beautiful flowers for a very long time. They're like burning torches. Look, he pointed forward as he spoke. The Hibiscus mutabilis was stunningly beautiful, red as if it were glowing clouds set ablaze. For reasons unknown, Nan Gongqingjin originally held no sentiment towards these flowers. Yet stepping into the midst of myriad blooms, a wave of familiarity suddenly became vivid. She wasn't clear why this feeling emerged, but it was indeed strange. The two walked under a vast canopy of hibiscus flowers for a long time, as if there was no end in sight. Hibiscus mutabilis did not exist before the imperial capital. 8 years ago, when Helian was not yet the empress, and Huang Fukongming was not yet the emperor, during an autumn hunt, Helian saw hibiscus by the riverbank and praised its beauty with a single remark. At first, it was just a casual comment. However, he soon ordered the transplantation of the hibiscus mutabilis here. Nearly 8 to 9 years have passed. Initially, they were just used as slight decorations. But now, these hibiscus mutabilis bloomed profusely, forming clusters of fiery red. Neither of the two recalled previous incidents related to this flower. But sitting cross-legged together under the moonlit sky, light fell upon them both as they gazed at each other and smiled. I remember I used to come here often, but I've forgotten. He pressed his temple while speaking. For any living being, the most painful thing is forgetting. Yet Huang Fukongming remembered little beyond forgetting, and nothing came back to him. She too experienced the same. After hearing Huang Fukongming's words, her expression turned slightly melancholic. I seem to recall something, but it remains blurry. She sighed. He adjusted Nan Gongqingjin's posture. Slightly timid, she nonetheless met his gaze. Huang Fukongming embraced Nan Gongqingjin. What should I do? Will I ever get better? Will I? Your Majesty, I've told you, as long as you have the herb of troubles gone, you'll get better. I've already begun searching nearby, but there isn't any around here. There's no need to panic. If we don't find it here, I'll go to Dragon Tiger Mountain. We'll always find a way. I thank you, he said, looking at Nan Gongqingjin as petals were already being blown down by the evening breeze. Very quickly, they had already fallen onto Nan Gongqingjin's face and hair. He reached out and plucked the petal from her cheek, his eyes gazing into Nan Gongqingjin's jet-black, radiant eyes. Before she could react, Huang Fukongming had already embraced her tightly. Next, an intimate kiss landed on Nan Gongqingjin's forehead. She didn't know whether she should refuse or accept, but that sense of closeness made her not reject it. Damn, was she also someone who lusted easily? She gently pushed Huang Fukongming away, but Huang Fukongming had no intention or plan to leave. Quickly, he hugged her again. His voice was so cool, just like a late-night breeze. Yet intoxicating. She hadn't expected it to be already moonrise over the willow trees. She was here with a man, and now he was courting her. Should she reject him or accept him? Nan Gongqingjin was filled with conflict. In the midst of her confusion, he had already moved his lips near her earlobe. Just like that, his fangs playfully bit down on her earlobe, making a tingling sensation spread through Nan Gongqingjin's whole body. This caused her grip on his hand to slightly convulse and tighten. Is it all right? Chapter 313. Emotional resolution of the pomegranate skirt. He asked a question, looking at Nan Gongqingjin. Because she could feel his breath, she felt somewhat anxious and uneasy. Actually, Nan Gongqingjin herself also knew that she was no longer an inexperienced person. However, now, the feeling he gave her could not be described in thousands of words, but was indescribably wonderful. Can you give it to me? He asked again because he did not get Nan Gongqingjin's response or promise. On this side, Nan Gongqingjin didn't know whether to nod or shake her head. She hastily stood up. How could this happen here? She thought that she was still a well-bred young lady. Before understanding their relationship, she couldn't allow this, simply couldn't. She immediately stood up, already preparing to flee. Huang Fukongming had already understood Nan Gongqingjin's meaning. Almost simultaneously, he also stood up and grabbed Nan Gongqingjin's wrist. Hey, where are you going? While saying this, he had already moved closer. Nan Gongqingjin turned around, her face red with suspicion. This kind of red, against the backdrop of a forest of red hibiscus wood, produced a very strange sensation but was very captivating. His gaze was entirely drawn to the woman before him. It was clear that Nan Gongqingjin was prepared to leave immediately. However, he had already grasped Nan Gongqingjin's hand, clearly intending not to let her go. She just looked at the man in front of her, whose eyes were also red like glass. Nan Gongqingjin immediately pried Huang Fukongming's hand off. No, it's too late. I want to go back. While saying this, she had already prepared to escape again, but he did not give her the chance. He gently held on to Nan Gongqingjin's hand. Then he placed Nan Gongqingjin on the ground. What are you doing? Seeing Huang Fukongming throw his coat on the ground beside them, she couldn't help but feel panic. She didn't know what would happen next, filled with anxiety, yet laced with anticipation. Close your eyes, he said, as he reached out, already covering Nan Gongqingjin's eyes. Nan Gongqingjin could only obediently close her eyes, but her eyelashes were trembling incessantly. Watching this, he couldn't help but smile as he grasped her jade belt and knot. You, what are you doing? You're bullying me, she exclaimed as she saw something amiss and immediately slapped his hand, trying to ward him off. But Huang Fukongming showed no regard for it. Please don't move, okay? There's no one here other than you and me. He interpreted all her fear and timidity as simple concerns about being witnessed. After catching her breath, Nan Gongqingjin spoke. Here, I will treat you well, Nan Gongqingjin, okay? Undeniably, there are always some voices in the world that have a seductive power. Just like Huang Fukongming now, his one sentence could make Nan Gongqingjin calm down immediately. After staring ahead for a long time, she finally murmured, okay, you. She closed her eyes, her hand still holding the jade belt and not defensively, but he firmly took hold of her hands. Slowly, he untied the pomegranate skirt. This evening, the moonlight was luxurious, and amidst the night breeze, the hibiscus trembled. Nan Gongqingjin had her eyes closed while he seemed to have become a fearless general charging into battle. Nan Gongqingjin bit her lips tightly, closing her eyes, enduring an abrupt pain. She dared not breathe excessively, as it would appear too lighthearted. Meanwhile, he seemed extremely at ease, showing compassion at one moment and turning ferocious like a wild beast the next. Captain Qian, that garden over there is abandoned. For some reason tonight, it looks like there's someone inside. I originally wanted to investigate but ultimately didn't dare, a commander remarked, pointing towards the yard nearby. A figure who resembled a captain noticed from afar the flowers quivering. However, neither knew exactly what the situation was. Upon hearing this, Nangong Qingjin became terrified. If they were caught, it would be very embarrassing. She stood up right away, and Huang Fukongming, in a teasing manner, locked her hand using his fingers. And so, she anxiously implored, "What are you doing? Let me up. People are coming." Nangong Qingjin was afraid. If such a thing were seen by others, it would be incredibly humiliating. Now, her struggle seemed to satisfy Huang Fukongming. "What are you afraid of? Even if they come over, they'll only see me here with a girl." He smiled and deliberately stroked Nangong Qingjin's face, making her immediately blush to the ears. "You, let me up or there won't be a next time." "Oh, is that so? Then I shouldn't let you get up." He tightened his grip mischievously as he looked at Nangong Qingjin's frowning eyebrows. She was now genuinely frightened, her previous red complexion fading into paleness. However, Huang Fukongming paid no attention to her changing colors as he pressed on. "Nangong Qingjin, tell me, do you like it?" "Like, what exactly did that mean?" At this point, how could she be asked such a question? Biting her lips, she pouted and said, "You, what exactly do you mean? Kill or behead me, whatever you please. But why torture me like this? This is my way. If you say you like it, I can make you avoid it right now." He said this with an air of solemnity. Nangong Qingjin had no choice but to submit. What could be more pressing than escaping from his clutches? Moments later, should the patrolling guards indeed enter, seeing Nangong Qingjin with Huang Fukongming would not bode well. Just imagining this scenario made her cheeks flush anew. All right, I admit it, I like it. Happy now. Like what? Seizing the opportunity, he decided to torment her further. She had no choice but to nod reluctantly, saying, "I like being like this with you." He knew she was nearing her breaking point. With a smile, he then embraced her waist. "Since you like it, follow me." His foot barely touched the ground before they soared into the air, ascending rapidly. They floated upward like clouds in early autumn, and South Qingjin felt a chill down her back as she landed on a rooftop where the cool tiles of September greeted her skin. She shivered involuntarily. Before she could cry out, he swiftly covered her mouth. From their vantage point high above, they observed the city patrol guards beginning their rounds with weapons and flaming torches. However, because they had already left, the guards found nothing amiss. Having checked every corner, they returned gloomily. Perhaps the courtyard really held some mysterious force. To the captain, "There is no suspicious person," one guard reported while bowing. Meanwhile, the captain's eyes scanned the surrounding area. One detail he overlooked was checking directly above them. They were literally just above his head. It must have been the wind causing problems. "All right, let's leave here. Why is there so much hibiscus here? And why has this mansion become abandoned?" "Strange," one curious guard couldn't help but ask. The captain sighed as he walked toward the gate, turning around while answering. "That is because 8 years ago, someone's single word." "A single word?" The guard didn't know which individual's word could result in so many hibiscus flowers here. The captain explained. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor respected each other deeply. One year during the hunting season on Dragon Tiger Mountain, due to the Empress's admiration, upon returning, the Emperor ordered all these areas to be planted with hibiscus flowers. Now, it was blooming season for hibiscus, hence the whole place was awash in red hues. So, why has this summer palace fallen into such disrepair? Curiosity always drives humans to seek answers. Walking away toward the door, the captain responded. After the coup in Hebe Palace, the Empress Dowager met a tragic death, and since then, this place gradually became deserted. It is rumored her soul still wanders here. With his final sentence, everyone felt a cold shiver down their necks. On the rooftop, listening carefully to every word and every sentence, Nangong Qingjin frowned. "The woman you truly liked was the Empress Dowager, wasn't it? Since you liked her, why do you flirt with me? You've embarrassed me. I have no face left to show people." While speaking, her heart softened. In response, Huang Fukongming picked her up gently, laying his robe across the glossy tiles beside them. "You're rambling nonsense. The person I like right now is you." Saying this with a smile, he added, "Isn't it obvious? Can't you feel it? Love?" No, Nangong Qingjin hadn't felt any semblance of love. What she felt instead was a pain, a widespread, private kind of pain. She sighed dejectedly, wondering how she might ever improve Huang Fukongming's condition. "You come out. I'm leaving," she said while getting ready to go, but he just smirked like a rogue and said, "It'll hurt your body. Think about me. I don't care." She tried to push Huang Fukongming aside, but his body felt like an unmovable wall, an impenetrable one. She couldn't believe that one man could be as solid as a rock. Nangong Qingjin stared at Huang Fukongming, who was still smiling. "The moon tonight is very beautiful." Yes, so what?" Nangong Qingjin replied irritably, not letting him change the subject. There was no time for such digressions. Confronted with such a wonderful night, I should do something worthy of it. As he spoke, he grabbed a strand of Nangong Qingjin's hair, gently holding it against his nose to smell its fragrance. Immediately, she snatched her hair back. "Please stop playing around, okay?" No. He refused and then lowered his voice. "Because I like you." Huang Fukongming, being a man of strong possessiveness, had Nangong Qingjin somewhat bewildered about what would happen next. But under the cool light of the full moon, she began to feel strangely content. Promise to be good to me forever, will you? Since things were going this way, she wouldn't struggle any longer. Those who know when to yield are the wise ones. Moreover, Sienna had already warned Nangong Qingjin about the deep ties between her and Huang Fukongming. Such relationships could not be severed. They were filled with real emotions. Chapter 314. Love is a subtle nourishment. I swear, even though there are thousands of rivers, I will only take one dipper. I will be good to you for the rest of my life. If one day my words and actions do not match, I will have no face to show myself. Strangely, his feelings for her often shocked himself. Why did he feel this way? It was truly strange. Although it seemed familiar, it was after all just familiar. Could they really have a story between them? He didn't know. Were those short clips in his mind imagined or real? Truly, it was strange. I think it's unnecessary, she said, while covering Huang Fukongming's mouth. Huang Fukongming took the opportunity to grab Nangong Qingjin's arm. Their eyes were agile as they looked at each other. Finally, Nangong Qingjin let out a phew and laughed. Seeing her bright laughter, he smiled too, holding her hair in his hand, gently sniffing it as he asked, "Why are you so happy?" "Because I finally know that you are still you, and I will get better. Huang Fukongming, I need to go to the mountain to find medicine for you. With the medicine, you will definitely get better. After you get better, if you can't remember what happened before, I've already stopped caring about the past, just looking forward to the future." "Good." He nodded, looking at Nangong Qingjin, asking, "Now can I indeed?" "Huh." Nangong Qingjin's face turned red. "You, just be gentle." Indeed, tonight he showed tender affection towards her. In the red silk tent, their intimacy brought great joy. After this night, Nangong Qingjin had silently accepted all Huang Fukongming's actions towards her. Despite that, she still couldn't remember what had happened before. She hated herself, she was very frustrated, but if she couldn't remember, there was nothing she could do. On the second day, Nangong Qingjin found a way to leave the capital city with Sienna. Although he didn't want Sienna and Nangong Qingjin to risk adventure, he informed many guards to protect them. Nangong Qingjin, however, took it lightly. "I am merely going to gather herbs. Now, with so many people here, it's inconvenient. I'll be back soon, and I will be safe." Previously, many times, he always saw Nangong Qingjin leaving without any worry. Now, once again, seeing her prepare to leave, the feeling was indescribable. But he must eventually remember something. If he doesn't, it would be worse. Now, he had to let Nangong Qingjin leave and search for the supposed elixir. As they climbed the mountain, the weather had become cold, much different from before. Nowadays, the two walked together looking around. Nangong Qingjin was exhausted upon arriving here, but since she regularly moved in the mountains, she didn't feel anything unusual. After eating some simple food, Nangong Qingjin coordinated her work, realizing it was already late in the day to continue moving forward. By late autumn, the days grew shorter. If action was necessary, it couldn't happen now. Given that, they would rest for the time being. Nangong Qingjin had rested well recently, but she still forced herself to rest. They found a cave. Just after entering the cave with Sienna, they heard a chirp outside the door. Nangong Qingjin's heart leapt, and she excitedly came out of the cave, scaring Sienna, who immediately rushed over to cover Nangong Qingjin's mouth. "My lady, what is going on?" Sienna, while speaking, immediately approached closer. Nangong Qingjin, instead, smiled. "There's a friend of mine here." Not long after, Nangong Qingjin stepped out, and sure enough, she saw Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng happily embraced Nangong Qingjin. She laughed along. "Ah," Zhui Feng slowed down. "Are you alright?" As she spoke, she examined Zhui Feng's bottom. Zhui Feng's injury on the beach had completely healed. "Ah, that's wonderful. Wonderful, Zhui Feng." Nangong Qingjin was overwhelmed with joy. A person and a tiger began barking joyfully. Seeing their mistress like this now made Sienna gape in astonishment. Though previously, Nangong Qingjin had done many things contrary to reason. But today, seeing Nangong Qingjin together with a tiger, this was almost unimaginable. Sienna immediately chased after, following closely behind Nangong Qingjin. "Miss, please slow down. Please slow down." Zhui Feng saw another maid beside him. Without a word, the girl was already picked up by the mouth and thrown on its back. On the back, the girl only felt the whistling wind in her ears, so fast, the scenery in front of her eyes kept retreating. After a very long time, Zhui Feng finally put them down on the ground. Nangong Qingjin, while stroking Zhui Feng, smiled and said, "Brother Tiger, it has been half a month since our last meeting. In this cold half month, you've grown stronger. I will often come to see you, don't worry." Zhui Feng immediately nodded, then left. At this point, Sienna finally calmed down a bit and held Nangong Qingjin's hand. "Madam, what exactly are you doing? This is a tiger. How can it be your brother in need?" "Just now, I was terrified. My heart nearly jumped into my throat." Sienna, while speaking, looked at the present Nangong Qingjin. However, Nangong Qingjin merely sneered slightly and had already said, "This is just a new friend of mine, more amazing than any 1,000-mile horse. With his help, we will be completely safe." "Your friend," Sienna said as she widened her mouth and began imitating. "Who knows, he might eat us, yet you seem completely relaxed. I suggest you'd better relax too. Where has there ever been a friend eating another friend?" "You're just imagining things," she said while laughing heartily. Seeing Nangong Qingjin's complete ease, he could only nod. "All right, if Miss says so, there must be some sense to it." Naturally, Nangong Qingjin, rare as it was, could even still laugh. Sienna adjusted herself. Seeing fruit trees nearby with a faint fragrant scent, she immediately went over to pick them. These were Chinese quince fruits. Although they couldn't fill their stomachs, they were certainly better than nothing, since they themselves were people who depended on their own strength. After eating the Chinese quinces, the two prepared to rest. Yet roars from fierce beasts echoed in the mountain forest, causing slight alarm in Sienna. But soon enough, they found out that Juefeng had arrived. Juefeng dropped a pheasant from its mouth. Upon seeing this, Nangong Qingjin immediately laughed. Good, good. While saying so, she started working together with Sienna to clean and skin the pheasant thoroughly. Not long after, it was roasted over the roaring flames. Nangong Qingjin petted Juefeng's head, while Juefeng remained still quietly like a sick cat. Soon, the pheasant was ready. Nangong Qingjin and Sienna started eating, giving part to Juefeng, who happily began eating as well. That night, with Juefeng nearby, it was naturally peaceful and safe. On the second day, it was the day when Nangong Qingjin searched based on clues for the tranquility grass. Early in the morning, Nangong Qingjin had already started searching to see if there were any around, but despite her prolonged search, it seemed like there wasn't one in sight. Today, the entire day was spent fruitlessly. They rested at random places again in the evening, while Sienna found it harder to fall asleep, blinking her bright-eyed gaze at the vast sky. Why not rest? Sienna had something she wanted to discuss with Miss for guidance. Dear Miss, would you please hear me out? Seeing Sienna's appearance, Nangong Qingjin immediately smiled and pointed at the side spot. Sienna reclined next to Nangong Qingjin. The two lay their heads on the body of the ferocious white tiger. Nangong Qingjin placed the aged claws on her body, using this to keep warm. As for Juefeng, it completely ignored Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin then said, What situation? Just say it. No need to hesitate. Miss, even if I don't say it, you probably understand. Your maid has waited for you to act as my witness at my wedding for a long time. But waiting for you on the left, you did not come. Waiting on the right, you still didn't come. Now that you have finally returned, I want you to be my witness at my wedding. I want to be with him. Him? Nangong Qingjin asked knowingly. Yes, him. Sienna became nervous, clutching the edge of her clothes as she spoke. Seeing this, Nangong Qingjin smiled already. How could I not know? How could I turn a blind eye? Nangong Qingjin, while speaking, already embraced Sienna. Good Sienna, this matter, I'll take full responsibility for. Nowadays, after we go back, I'll handle this major life event for you. Miss, then what about you? If you really can't remember, then what should we do? Sienna looked at Nangong Qingjin worriedly, knowing that Nangong Qingjin was originally someone who liked to dwell on things. If I can't remember, then I'll just live a muddled life. She said this with another sorrowful smile. I have bad luck. All of you should stay far away from me. Huangfu Wenliang before, Zisong he later, my father, and my mother. These were things she could not recall, but Sienna had already told Nangong Qingjin about them. When Sienna saw Nangong Qingjin speak like this again, she quickly covered Nangong Qingjin's mouth in shock. Miss, you are talking nonsense again. Even if I die, your servant will never leave you. Though that's what you say, I still wish for you to live the life you want, dear Sienna. Don't always be serving others. It's not good. Not only you, but every woman in the imperial capital should have their own independent personality, know what they should do, and understand how they should act. Sienna had never heard such ideas, but the women in the imperial capital themselves don't possess any knowledge, and wanting the women there to have independent personalities, the first step is actually to gain independent minds. Yes, Sienna, I've seen it, and so have you. We see the exact same thing, Nangong Qingjin continued enthusiastically. If we have these qualities, surely everything will improve and become much better indeed. I hope for a future where everyone is equal. Why can't women go to battle? Why can't women study in private schools? Why can't women hold office in the court? Why must women always submit to men's authority, living subjugated under them? In short, Chapter 315, Ice-like skin and jade-like bones naturally free of sweat. In short, who says women are inferior to men, right Sienna? Sienna began to daydream, but it seemed that she realized this was not a plausible scenario. She immediately reminded, Good miss, haven't you forgotten? It is said a woman without talent is virtuous, and also men superior, women inferior. How come you can't remember any of these? No, Sienna, these are outdated practices that must be broken. When I return, I will address this matter, she said, firmly gripping her fists as she spoke. Then she shifted the somewhat heavy topic and asked, What about him? Why hasn't he improved yet? It's all my fault, my own arbitrary decision. I did not anticipate things would escalate this way. If only he couldn't recall anything at all, but unfortunately, he remembers parts of it while forgetting other parts. My skill level isn't sufficient, alas. Never mind. What skills or insufficiencies, none of that matters. Since the situation has happened, we need to fix it and there's nothing else to be done. As she spoke, she already laughed, embracing Sienna, who in turn hugged Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin understood that Huangfu Kongming's love for her was different from others, which was why his mood hadn't improved quickly. Her spirits weren't high either, because she still needed the carefree herb. The next morning, after getting up, Zue Feng had already prepared something delicious for Nangong Qingjin. After eating cleanly with Sienna, they started searching on another hillside. Coincidentally, today, Kum was also hunting nearby. He saw two people and a tiger lingering far away, naturally feeling curious. He didn't dare to look for long because the tiger was massive. Not ordinary people or normal arrows could hit it. The tiger appeared quite formidable, so he could only cautiously observe his surroundings for a very long time before withdrawing his gaze. He saw, it was Nangong Qingjin. It truly felt like an encounter where they couldn't avoid each other. He never thought that he would meet Nangong Qingjin here and couldn't help but feel amazed, confirming that what he saw was indeed Nangong Qingjin. Khan, should we attack? No, don't interfere. This fierce tiger is too powerful. Indeed, years ago, Zui Feng had encountered it once when its tail was like a blade, or actually, a sword. Besides Nangong Qingjin, no one else knew this. Then, should we track them? What do you think? Subordinates had already noticed the Khan's intentions, but he shook his head again. No, tracking is also dangerous. This is a very perilous action since the tiger is highly skilled, with acute senses and unparalleled speed. Any misstep could lead to trouble. So, your meaning is to simply let them go? That's the safest choice. Retreat, everyone. He issued orders, and they retreated toward the grassland. During autumn and winter, there wouldn't be much food available on the prairie, so hunting became one of their survival methods. Nangong Qingjin eventually found nothing unusual in the jungle throughout the day. Today was another wasted effort with no findings. It was peculiar. It seemed as if the carefree herb had grown legs and fled. She didn't know where exactly the herb had gone. The whole day was fruitlessly spent. By evening, even Sienner couldn't help sighing. Miss, normally, we should find the carefree herbs rather quickly, but now, not a single one has been found. Actually, today, I did discover some traces. Yes, it seems like someone is around. Miss, despite you not saying a word, your heart is as clear as crystal. Sienner jumped up and looked at Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin could only nod. Today, I've already noticed something strange. It seems like some sort of danger around us. Many people have clearly been here, most likely for this carefree herb. Tomorrow, they might not leave any clues behind as they have conducted thorough searches and have an in-depth knowledge of pharmacology. What should we do? Sienner asked while looking at Nangong Qingjin. Check in the marketplace. The herbal medicine shop should have some stock. This was currently the best option Nangong Qingjin could think of. Sienner could only agree, but if the herbal shop failed to yield results, they could always search the continuous mountains surrounding the capital city where they were bound to find it. They weren't disappointed either. After descending the mountain, they bid a reluctant farewell to Zhuifeng, which made Nangong Qingjin quite loath to part with the tiger. But humans and tigers are different after all. Even though she didn't want to separate from him, she still gritted her teeth and did so. You could have kept Zhuifeng as a pet later on. Why must you let Zhuifeng go? Creatures belong to nature, just like how fish belong to streams. Sienner, it's wrong behavior and I wouldn't do such things. If I really imprison the tiger, that would be inappropriate. And just like Zhuifeng knows too, being with us wouldn't last long. Forget it then. Upon reaching the inn, after bathing, Nangong Qingjin and Sienner soaked in wooden tubs, washing away their fatigue over the past few days. They looked at each other and laughed. Do you think we can find it? Yes. Nangong Qingjin nodded immediately after bathing. After putting on clean clothes, the two gazed at the night scene. Sienner said, Zisong he is still alive. Zisong he is a petty person who also calculates everything carefully. It's entirely possible he will act again. Well, we must definitely set up defenses. Once I reach the capital, I'll immediately inform the emperor. She said, while looking at the moon in the sky. The next day, Nangong Qingjin and Sienner didn't dare waste time and walked along the streets but couldn't find the carefree herb. The carefree herb isn't particularly valuable Chinese medicine, but it has great effects. It doesn't just help relieve worries, but has other uses as well. Some herbal shop saw them come over and immediately smiled. You arrived too late. This morning, someone bought all the carefree herbs at high prices. In the capital city, some odd wind seems to have risen, completely buying out all the carefree herbs. At first, Nangong Qingjin didn't feel anything was amiss, but after walking through 20 stores and everyone saying they'd been bought out, she began to feel confused. Someone must have already known about their actions and purchased all the carefree herbs. As the day wore on and reached evening, they also noticed that some of the drugstores had been vandalized. Just what was happening? Although Nangong Qingjin didn't know, she instinctively understood it had something to do with herself. If things truly developed into that situation, there might even be people following her and continuously purchasing the herbs. Other situations were almost unbearable to imagine. Nangong Qingjin returned to the inn deep in thought and lost all appetite for dinner. Who do you think it could be? Someone who is faster than us must already know our movements. Who could have guessed? It's strange. Sienner wasn't quite sure. This person is purchasing through many hands. So, even if we have investigated carefully, it is impossible to get results quickly. Now, all we should do is sit and wait quietly to see if this person would appear. Miss, if we don't return soon, the emperor will worry. Now, returning empty-handed makes me very disheartened, Sienner. At least stay by my side or tomorrow you return to the capital. Tell the emperor to investigate openly and secretly while not being concerned about my departure. I'll return soon. Listening to this, it was right. They had already been outside for 4 days. If they didn't send a message to Huangfu Kongming, it'd be as if they both had disappeared. Thinking of this, Sienner immediately nodded. Tomorrow, you and I can split up. It was a new day. According to Nangong Qingjin's plan, Sienner needed to return today and deliver the message to Huangfu Kongming. As for searching for the carefree herb, it remained Nangong Qingjin's task. That day, Nangong Qingjin had walked around the capital city for a long time, but still found no traces of any kind. Where did all those carefree herbs go? Now, all the carefree herbs were in the state of Yalong. Zisong he had already opened the national treasury and spent all his accumulated money to buy every single one of the carefree herbs. He hoped that Huangfu Kongming would never remember, forever, never remember. He was now preparing his forces for a decisive battle against Huangfu Kongming. Once Zisong he learned that Huangfu Kongming ate the forgetful herb and thus forgot everything. He started earlier, destroying everything Nangon Qingjin was looking for. He destroyed them thoroughly, burned them to ashes. Blown by the wind, these ashes dispersed, and only then did an evil smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Reported to the ruler, all the carefree herbs in the capital's pharmacies are gone, including those on the mountains. Wherever they could be found, they've all been eradicated. Probably this year, they won't appear anymore. Good, very well done. Zisong he nodded repeatedly and asked again, and her? Where is she? In the capital, at the Penglai Inn. Even better. While speaking, Zisong he already chuckled. The place he was heading to was the Penglai Inn. That night, he had rushed there tirelessly. Nangon Qingjin, who usually stayed hidden, eventually saw Zisong he. It had been 3 months since Zisong he last saw her. After his injury, Nangon Qingjin seemed to have forgotten about him. Now seeing this familiar-looking man, she opened her mouth as if to speak, but held back in the end, refraining from saying anything more. On his part, Zisong he immediately grabbed Nangon Qingjin, who was about to head upstairs. Miss, may I have a word with you? Zisong he did not know what exactly Nangon Qingjin had experienced, seemingly having forgotten who he was. After finishing his sentence, he politely released her sleeve, and Nangon Qingjin then nodded. The two went toward the corner of the building where there was a modest-sized hall, originally used for entertaining guests. Today, due to reasons unknown, whether poor business or something else, the inn had very few customers. Once seated, Zisong he waved, summoning a waiter to bring food and drinks. I beg your pardon, who are you? Despite finding him somewhat familiar, Nangon Qingjin could not recall after her head injury. Seeing this, Zisong he couldn't help but frown. Truly, a noble person forgets easily. You once shared life and death with me, and now a simple claim of not recognizing me can make me forget about you altogether. Chapter 316, Shi Jun as usual. Are you? She examined him carefully. But no matter how hard she looked, she still couldn't tell who he was, which annoyed Nangon Qingjin herself as well. Nangon Qingjin pointed to her head. I was injured once before, and now I've forgotten a lot of things. Injured? He immediately stood up and looked at Nangon Qingjin's head. Why were you injured? Are you feeling better now? After all, my feelings are genuine. Nangon Qingjin was moved by his sincere description and said immediately, I'm already fine, but I can't remember many things. It turned out that there was a gap in her memory. When he heard this, he didn't know whether to be surprised or amazed. If Nangon Qingjin had forgotten everything, then it was very likely that she had forgotten Huangfu Kongming. He immediately asked, can you remember him now? Him, Huangfu Kongming. As Nangon Qingjin spoke, she glanced at the man in front of her, as if trying to confirm something. He nodded immediately. You probably can remember him, but you just choose to forget me. While saying this, he already gripped the wine glass and took a sip, then started coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Zisong he's disheveled appearance, Nangon Qingjin sighed, and then calmly said, I really don't understand why you have such feelings toward him. You two share the same roots, so why must you treat each other so harshly? Did he tell you that? Zisong he became tense. They had only parted ways not long ago, yet so quickly, had Nangon Qingjin fallen in love with Huangfu Kongming again? He truly didn't know what kind of charm his younger brother had, that he could attract someone so fast. No, from reading too much gossip and hearsay, I naturally came to understand some things. The truth isn't exactly what you imagine. In the capital city, we've always been like this, he said further. You can't judge me based on his words alone. If I were really that bad, I wouldn't necessarily be good to you, but I've already. Stop drinking. You're not looking so well today, Nangon Qingjin said, while holding Zisong he's wrist. A mocking smile appeared on Zisong he's lips. When was I ever in high spirits? He said, sighing. What is your purpose for seeing me today? A chance meeting, he said, and then pointed to the food on the plate, already pulling out a pair of chopsticks. He washed them clean in the hot water nearby, and passed them to Nangon Qingjin. One would expect a man to be rough around the edges, but here he was meticulous, a rare and precious quality in a man. Now, as he handed over the clean chopsticks, Nangon Qingjin's appetite had vanished. She wasn't in the mood to eat anything. Sorry, I have no appetite. I'll go ahead, she said, and was about to leave when Zisong he smiled. Who knows the hardship in every grain of food on the plate? Is wasting food the virtue you advocate? Upon hearing this, Nangon Qingjin blinked curiously, puzzled. Were these truly the things she advocated, or were there other underlying issues? He truly didn't know. Now, the two looked at each other silently. Finally, she calmly sat down beside him, watching Zisong he with her eyes. Could it be that they had indeed gone through hardships together before? Today's meal was uncannily similar to her own preferences. This indicated that despite everything, this man genuinely cared about her and knew how to take care of her. There must have been some misunderstanding between them. Taking a deep breath, Nangon Qingjin began to eat. Watching her small cherry mouth, he couldn't help but smile. I thought after you arrived in the capital city, he'd treat you well, and you wouldn't live so hard. I don't know what you're trying to say. Will you return to Yalong Kingdom? He asked, glancing at Nangon Qingjin as he spoke. Nangon Qingjin paused and unconsciously placed her chopsticks neatly, gazing at Zisong he. What do you mean, Yalong Kingdom? Yalong Kingdom is the country you and I built together. It has developed well now. To prove who you are, you must go to Yalong Kingdom. You are the most remarkable woman in my Yalong Kingdom. The connection between you and Huangfu Kongming is in the past, and the one between you and me is now. Why live looking back at your shadows and footprints? One can't go far by just looking at one's shadow and footprints, he said. While saying that, he continued, Just eat first without being so nervous. I won't harm you. On the contrary, I will protect you. If anyone wants to hurt you, I will leave them no place for burial. All right. Nangong Qingjin nodded. Today, she was quite hungry. After Nangong Qingjin finished eating, she smiled, and her smile became gentler. Saying he looked at Nangong Qingjin, knowing that she was now wavering between two options. I don't know exactly what he has already told you, but Huangfu Kongming isn't a good person. He's a hypocrite, a fake gentleman. If you want to uncover your secrets from before, come with me to Yelong Kingdom, and everything will eventually be revealed. Yelong Kingdom? Nangong Qingjin murmured, her eyes fixed on him as if trying to confirm something. But soon enough, she decided to follow Sang he there. Sang he glanced at Nangong Qingjin and knew she had lost her memory. This meant that anything says would be accepted as truth, right? Could he deceive Nangong Qingjin now? She herself was a healer. If her illness truly healed quickly or had recovered long ago, things might still be normal. But now, they were still the same, which at least proved one thing. This condition couldn't recover so quickly. He considered this and asked again. The rope that unties your secret is already in your hand. I just want to ask why you've come. How many days have you been in the capital city? Why are you alone? He asked while watching Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin didn't know how to answer. After a long pause, she finally replied. I came here only to find a kind of medicinal herb. However, unfortunately, it seems like someone always gets ahead of me, controlling my actions. Before I can act, the herb disappears. It's really very strange. In fact, it's not strange at all. Just tell me what herb you're looking for, and I may be able to help you. Although Yelong Kingdom doesn't rival Central Plains in vast resources, our produce is abundant and may indeed help you find it. Even if we fail to find it, what does it matter, as long as we have already uncovered your origins? You don't need to rush answering me. As he spoke, he already gripped the wine bottle and cup beside him, walking to the window frame. While drinking, he gazed at the bustling long street. The imperial capital was incredibly prosperous, and this glory had been built over centuries, not just a few years. These buildings and streets had started construction hundreds of years ago. Now, all these achievements could not compare with their ancient counterparts. Surely, in the future, things would only get better. He once thought that as long as he stayed with Nangong Qingjin, it would suffice, regardless of location or deeds. But now, Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming not only took away his kingdom, but also stole his beauty. Not a single thing was left for him. This equated to Zisong, he being wiped out completely. He had initially decided that staying under Huangfu Kongming's power would not be impossible. But now, it was absolutely unimaginable now. He remained silent for a long time, and his face showed no trace of emotion that could betray his thoughts. Over the years, it seemed like he had lost his soul, or perhaps his facial expressions were no longer reliable indicators of inner feelings. Anger occasionally dotted his emotions like a weather barometer, but no one knew what was going through his mind. As for himself, he only wanted Nangong Qingjin. To possess her, to obtain her, just having her would be enough. In the past, he naively believed that as long as they went through life and death experiences together, he could win her heart. But now he finally realized that even if Nangong Qingjin had forgotten, she wouldn't forget her devotion to Huangfu Kongming. Thus, since he couldn't win her heart, obtaining her body would do just fine. He leisurely drank wine, appearing utterly relaxed and stress-free. For Zisong He's sudden proposal, Nangong Qingjin was uncertain about whether she loved him more or Huangfu Kongming. She weighed the two for a long, long time, and almost an entire pot of wine was consumed. When she saw Nangong Qingjin standing up, she had made her decision, not to look back anymore, to not care anymore. Though she intended to reject Zisong He, when she approached him and saw the genuine concern in his eyes, refusal felt impossible. Fine, I accept your offer. I'll accompany you, she said while nodding. I thought you'd refuse. No, your gaze is genuine, Nangong said and added. I need to write a letter, at least to inform Sienna about what has happened. Otherwise, if Sienna comes looking for me, she won't be able to find me either. As she spoke, her eyes were already glancing toward the person beside her, Sang He, who nodded in agreement. Inkstone, ink, paper, and brush had already been prepared nearby. Nangong Qingjin wrote, Dear Sienna, I have met an old acquaintance, and am now planning to journey with this person to unravel my own mysteries. Do not worry about me, I will be fine. I will return soon, so please do not trouble yourself searching for me. Having finished the note, she carefully placed the sheet of paper under a weight on the table in her own room. Shall we go now? Why the sudden rush? Sang he was surprised by Nangong Qingjin's question, while Nangong Qingjin had already clasped her hands respectfully and explained. To be honest, many things are jumbled up in my mind right now, like a basin of scattered pearls. I need a thread to string them together one by one. I am that thread, Sang he replied, glancing at the woman beside him. Let's get going then. Nangong Qingjin reminded everyone. However, Sang he hesitated. Didn't you manage to find any yuchao plants here? Technically, it wasn't such a remarkable or indispensable plant in pharmacology. But, not a single one was found in the imperial capital. To tell the truth, I couldn't find any. Nangong Qingjin admitted and continued. However, I'm not in a hurry. Perhaps, when we look again, we'll quickly discover it. Her personal philosophy was rather simple and direct. First, always maintain hope. Second, keep smiling. With these two principles, she believed she had strength within her. Sang he hadn't anticipated that Nangong Qingjin could be deceived so easily. In his estimation, Nangong Qingjin was exceptionally intelligent. Deceiving someone so astute seemed implausible. But, Chapter 317 came at such an inopportune time. Nangong Qingjin had clearly fallen for the trap, and she had already prepared to leave. Going to a strange place with a stranger was something rather terrifying for any woman. To do such things required courage and determination, as well as deep thought, but, for this girl, it seemed that leaving without hesitation wasn't a problem. There was no trace of fear or trepidation. For Nangong Qingjin, when something wasn't decided, she could hesitate 1,000 times, 10,000 times. But once the decision was made, there would be no further hesitation. Now, the reason she wanted to leave with Zisong was because she was prepared to face whatever might come her way. And Zisong he too had been prepared to leave with Nangong Qingjin. Finding the Geo grass was just an excuse after all. Amidst the encircling mountains, Nangong Qingjin had indeed tried her best, but she hadn't found even one strand of Geo grass. This at least indicated that all Geo grass in this place had vanished. And Zisong he was ultimately selfish. He wanted to take Nangong Qingjin far away, to a secluded place where they could live a peaceful, mundane life. It seemed like that's what he truly wanted. Nangong Qingjin had been injured, which was both good and bad for Zisong he. The good part was that all her memories had finally been erased, and she wouldn't remember the dramatic moments she shared with Huang Fukongming. The bad part, however, was that now she also couldn't remember him. Since everything had been forgotten, reshaping Nangong Qingjin into herself again would still require considerable effort. As for Nangong Qingjin herself, she was inherently someone who adapted easily to situations. She neither resisted nor cared much about this place. Following Zisong he, they quickly arrived at the Yelong Kingdom. Here, people bowed low from afar as soon as they saw their carriage approaching. This was something unexpected by Nangong Qingjin. Why did she receive such high honors? Throughout the journey, despite not forgetting her guesses, Nangong Qingjin finally entered through the valley's entrance, then through a towering gatehouse. People quickly gathered to welcome them. Greetings to your majesty. Long live the emperor. When people noticed that Nangong Qingjin was among the group, they became more excited. Undoubtedly, here in this land, Nangong Qingjin had far more friends than enemies. After a bow of homage, the officer arranged for someone to bring out a red felt carpet, while others knelt beside the carriage. Confused, Nangong Qingjin stood there hesitatingly. At that moment, Zisong he came over, took her delicate hand, and with a light leap, they both landed on the side. Looking down at the frail back beneath her, Nangong Qingjin finally realized this person was supposed to serve as a stepping stone. However, she certainly couldn't bear to step on someone's back. After contemplating for a while, she decided to jump to the side position instead. Finally standing beside Zisong he smiled as they headed toward the imperial palace together. Did I live here before? The scenery here seemed familiar, yet why it stirred such a sensation remained unknown even to herself. Walking for a long while, she reached her position. Lowering her head, she bit her lip, her face showing a painful expression of deep contemplation. Though seemingly experienced everything, yet unable to recall anything, this was Nangong Qingjin's hidden pain. He had already realized that the current Nangong Qingjin knew nothing. Good, very good, incredibly good. It was as if he'd gained a precious treasure that perfectly suited his desires. He was elated. Yes, this civilization was built with difficulty, promoting virtue while suppressing vice, achieved by our joint efforts. Look carefully at everything here, every blade of grass, every tree, everything in this capital city. His words carried an allure, and his voice itself had a magnetic charm that naturally attracted women. Most women would have fallen under its spell, but her face only showed a thoughtful look. After a long time, whether she remembered something or not, she finally gave a faint smile. She could only nod and enter the palace of the capital. Many people came afterward, happy to see Nangong Qingjin return. He had been gone for 3 months, and these 3 months were filled with longing thoughts of her. At least in one aspect, Zisong he hadn't misled her. There was no deceit or concealment. Currently, she indeed was once a member here, and an excellent one at that. People still retained memories of her, but as for himself, it seemed like there wasn't much sentiment attached. Right now, Nangong Qingjin's mind didn't stop pondering, but in the end, she couldn't recall exactly where this place was. Now, to alleviate her pain, she simply decided not to think about anything. As it had gotten late, before long, the sky turned pitch black, and occasionally bright stars in the vast heavens twinkled dazzlingly. Looking at these stars, her mood relaxed significantly. Life here moved at a slow pace, which wasn't necessarily what Nangong Qingjin preferred, but for such a slow lifestyle, she felt an inexplicable affection deep within her heart. That evening, after supper, she intended to rest. Meanwhile, he had already walked outside her room. Nangong Qingjin tensed slightly when she noticed Zisong he's silhouette by the door, quickly asking, "You? Why have you come?" "Just to visit you," he replied, gently knocking on the door as he spoke. Her nervousness gradually eased. It was merely a casual visit. Of course, being the host of the house, his intention was to check how well she was faring as his guest. Had she eaten well? Was she resting comfortably? She had just finished bathing and now, reluctant though she was, she got up. Calming herself slightly and gathering her disheveled hair with a golden pin, she made her way to the door. It was already past midnight. Why would he seek her out now? When she opened the door, all she saw was Zisong he's face. His eyes were dark, like polished black diamonds, his nose high and straight, and his features illuminated by a clear moonlight. It was indeed a flawless face. If born on a woman, it would certainly make her beautiful enough to captivate an entire kingdom, but fatefully it graced a man, though still retaining a striking beauty that captured Nangong Qingjin's attention despite her fading memory. Relying solely on appearance to perceive one's nature, Her gaze briefly lingered on He's face before he smiled. Why are you staring at me? Have we never met before? No. Nangong Qingjin felt a slight awkwardness but quickly laughed it off, pointing to the seat nearby. Do you want to take a walk with me? This is the Yelong Kingdom. You've been away for 3 months, and I unexpectedly ran into you today. Afraid you might leave again. Naturally, I wanted to spend some time walking together. As he spoke, he kept his gaze fixed on Nangong Qingjin. I'm worried you might refuse me, he added, seemingly afraid of rejection. Nangong Qingjin found it curious, since she didn't remember rejecting anyone, yet his careful speech towards her left her bewildered. You're not what they say in the legends, Nangong Qingjin remarked, finally settling her mind, nodding lightly and pointing forward. There was a long corridor ahead, its lamps glowing brilliantly. As she stepped closer, she caught a whiff of something familiar. At this, he chuckled. It's petroleum, originally discovered by you on the back mountain. She immediately nodded and proceeded forward. Though she only partially understood many things, she feigned knowledge, as she really didn't know what else to do. Once at their destination, there stood a large, gilded palace hall. Smiling, he embraced her waist without warning, the abrupt gesture leaving Nangong Qingjin stunned, her eyes widening sharply, filled with confusion as she stared at him. A shiver coursed through her. On the other hand, a mischievous smirk played on his lips, his almond-shaped eyes full of playful mischief. Let's sit briefly atop the golden hall. Although I realize it's getting cooler, I'll bring you down soon. After speaking, he grabbed the curtain hanging beside the corridor, tearing it forcefully. The fabric enveloped Nangong Qingjin entirely, making her understand his kind intention just in time. With a light step, he leaped onto the roof of the golden hall. Under the moonlight, the roof glittered with jade-like tiles reflecting shimmering water patterns, breathtaking and mesmerizing. Settling down, he patted the spot next to him, inviting her, sit down and enjoy the view. Nangong Qingjin obeyed, sitting carefully. From this elevated position, she could see everything below as if gradually shrinking in size, lanterns swaying faintly in the night breeze. Further away lay the imperial capital. Seeing the view of the capital city, Nangong Qingjin suddenly remembered. She had spontaneously accompanied He here. So wouldn't Huangfu Kongming back in the capital be missing her, looking for her? While her mind was wandering, she had already turned her gaze towards the nearby scenery. He, on the other hand, had already smiled. Here, before you and I arrived, it was in utter chaos. The reason why this place is what it is today, it's because of both of us, he pointed towards Nangong Qingjin. Your contributions, at least, are undeniable. What have I done? She really couldn't remember. Damn amnesia, damn amnesia. She was a healer, yet unable to heal herself. This was quite an ironic matter for Nangong Qingjin. The more she tried, the harder it became to recall anything. The blurred memories from the past remained vague and elusive, impossible to piece together. She thought for a long time, but still could not remember what great and significant contributions she had made here. Everything was already perfect. It was just a small country after all. What else was there? While observing and contemplating, he noticed Nangong Qingjin's current state, sighed, and smiled faintly as he recounted with familiarity. After you came, you turned waste into treasure, utilizing the resources available. The first thing you accomplished was finding a way to use petroleum as dye. Before, it was pitch black here, but ever since your arrival, the nights here shine brightly. In the imperial capital now, many people are vying to buy products we sell. Because of poverty, you invented paper-making technology. You took materials from the local surroundings. The raw material for paper comes from the spotted bamboo on the back mountain. Chapter 318, Beauty and Sorrow. Besides this, you also reminded me to gather the troops here. You built a relatively wide thoroughfare with gunpowder so that trade from outside could be linked with the local one, facilitating connection. You established a girls' school, a village school, promoted benefits, abolished malpractices, toppled the divine spirits, and built your own kingdom. That must mean I've been here for quite some time. Nangong Qingjin's thoughtful expression was evident, but then he laughed, saying, It's only been half a year. But you have already spent more than half a year with me. Before it was all my fault, but you, clearly. You also like me. Otherwise, you wouldn't protect me or help me. I saw you in the market today, and I am extremely happy. It has been such a long time since I felt this happy. He said excitedly, and looking at him, Nangong Qingjin at least understood that his happiness was genuine. I lost my memory, she said, adding as she spoke. I cannot recall many things. I apologize, but I know that you are Huangfu Kongming's older brother. The rumors on the street about you two have been circulating. Why can't you get along? Why is there such enmity between fire and ice? Because we are of the royal family. From childhood, we were locked in a struggle for succession. Is that what I desired to see? Should those events have been the actions I wanted to take? Yes, living in this world always entails various hardships and grievances. Nangong Qingjin understood. To clarify matters, the only way would be to examine her mind closely. But how exactly should she proceed? She believed her medical skills were already proficient. If even she couldn't cure her own condition, who else in the world could manage it? She felt somewhat conflicted. What if her state never improves? Then what? She wasn't sure whether Huangfu Kongming treated her better than He or vice versa. Nor did she understand what He wanted from her. Did he simply ask her to come to reveal these truths? You're a successful person. You can make this place thrive. In the past, between us, what is our relationship? Friends who faced adversity together, sharing life and death. He responded truthfully. Nangong Qingjin nodded, gazing at He. He continued. We used to be together, but suddenly you said you needed to go to the imperial capital to find Huang Fu Kongming. It's been 3 months since you left, and surely during these 3 months, you can imagine how I've lived. Indeed, it was evident that the person before her truly cared for her. His kindness was real. As for how he had spent those 3 months, it was easy to guess. Under the torment of longing, life probably hadn't been pleasant. After pondering for a moment, Nan Gongqingjin ultimately still couldn't retrieve any relevant memories. Shaking her head, she asked, "Do you have any forget sorrow grass here?" "No, I don't. But starting tomorrow, I will send people around to look for it diligently. For years, anything you've needed, I have gone out of my way to search for it thoroughly. You need not worry about this. I hope you will stay here temporarily, not overthinking things. If he really likes you, he will surely come looking for you. If you merely like him in vain and he doesn't come looking for you, it would at least indicate that he feels no special affection for you. That's when it might be time for you to let go, isn't it?" "I don't know," she replied. While speaking, she suddenly felt an ache twist through her chest for reasons unknown. Feeling discomfort, she wanted to vomit. Instinctively, Zisang assumed it was because Nan Gongqingjin was currently at a high place and found it too exhausting. He immediately embraced Nan Gongqingjin and leapt down to solid ground. Once firmly planted, the two looked at each other, his heated breath almost burning Nan Gongqingjin's cheeks. Nan Gongqingjin immediately sensed something amiss. At least, his current feelings towards her were rather peculiar. Quickly, Nan Gongqingjin sidestepped, saying, "I'm going to rest. The worry-free grass will be searched for diligently tomorrow. Rest assured, just relax here. No one will entertain any improper intentions toward you." "I understand." She nodded and left. Perhaps it was the cold wind of the night combined with coming down from a height, but she already felt dizzy and lightheaded. Nevertheless, in facing such a Zisang, she didn't dare invite him to escort her back. More importantly, she disliked having strangers serve her. She thought, with her own hands and feet, why couldn't she simply return on her own? Before long, she had arrived at her own room. The room was quiet, but Nan Gongqingjin's heartbeat suddenly increased. She was familiar with this place. Everything here was closely related to Nan Gongqingjin herself. But there were still so many things she couldn't recall. What were they? She felt as if she would burst her head thinking, but she still could not remember. In the imperial capital, it was lit up with 10,000 lights. Huang Fu Kongming couldn't rest tonight, because Nan Gongqingjin hadn't returned. He was worried facing this situation. Tell Sienna to come over and explain what's going on. Yes, someone immediately went out. Before long, Sienna had already arrived. This afternoon, Sienna had reached the inn in the imperial capital, and had also seen the note left by Nan Gongqingjin for her. Everything was clear. The meaning of the note was that she wanted to walk alone for a while, to search for the herb without needing anyone else around. As of now, it seemed indeed like Nan Gongqingjin just wanted to take a solitary walk. Sienna recounted all this truthfully to the emperor, and Huang Fu Kongming anxiously looked at the girl before him. There is no worry-free grass in the imperial capital? This Huang Fu Kongming did not expect. He did not know how the news spread out. His need for the worry-free grass should merely have been a secret within the palace court. Why did everyone seem to be aware of it? I do not know. Perhaps someone has already followed Lady Nangong since she stepped outside. It seems from the looks of it that this person might have had some kind of plan. We don't yet know exactly what it was. However, you may rest assured. How can the emperor possibly feel at ease? She has lost her memory, and wherever she is in danger. In her imagination, this world must contain more good people than bad, which truly is somewhat inconceivable. He thought as he sighed. The emperor wants her back. Even if she cannot recall anything, she still needs to return. No, why do you not yet understand her? That person must possess something crucial to unraveling Lady Nangong's puzzle. Otherwise, she wouldn't follow him away. She is an intelligent woman who knows when to advance or retreat. There is no need to worry about this. He spoke softly and chuckled faintly. Can the emperor really never make her fall in love with him? No, she doesn't want to live aimlessly and unclear. You should be aware of her personality. You understand her. Though he too had lost his memories, he comprehended what Sienna said after much prolonged silence, then gently nodded. How shall the emperor contact her? Your Majesty, only she can contact us. You simply need to trust her. For years, whenever she encounters danger, she always finds a way to escape safely. Surely you remember, in that canyon, she wasn't someone who could easily die. Yes, but Huang Fu Kongming stood up. If she lives, Zisang must surely also be alive and well. Then, where is Zisang, and is it possible they are together? As he said this, he pondered deeply. Sienna immediately nodded. It is quite possible. Miss Ningong does not trust many people. If Zisang is indeed still alive and well, at least, Miss Ningong might have gone looking for Zisang. The worry-free grass in town is already gone, and where she has gone is currently a mystery. No matter, I will arrange for someone to look tomorrow, Huang Fu Kongming said as he nodded. You temporarily leave. Yes. Sienna departed. Tonight, the weather was a bit chilly. Sienna encountered General Wu right at the door. The emperor will instruct you to find Miss Nangong. Carefully search in the imperial capital. If indeed you cannot find her, do not worry too much. She probably went somewhere familiar. Why is she also suffering from amnesia? This, Sienna didn't know either. It seemed as though their loss of memory was synchronized. Why had she forgotten? Sienna wasn't sure and could only sigh. I don't know. It's hard to say. Upon hearing this, General Wu could only nod and embrace Sienna. At least, both of us are fine. At least neither of us endured hardships, which is fortunate, she said as she took General Wu's hand. Previously, I lived for myself. Now, my living isn't just for myself, but for you, for all of you. He was puzzled. What did we mean? Sienna chuckled. You will know soon enough. Right now, we are in a busy time. You need to help the Emperor find Miss Nangong and also deal with the barbarians. It's quite a challenging task. All right. I hope you don't beat around the bush. Is there anything left that we can't talk about? He smiled, and Sienna followed suit. Tonight, after Zisang, he parted ways with Nangong Qingjin. He had already reached his own sleeping chamber. Strangely, he wasn't sleepy at all tonight. When he arrived, it was as if his spirit had been lingering elsewhere. He placed the teacup he was holding onto the nearby position. You have come. I've arrived. This is the only plant of worry-free grass in the imperial capital. Finding another one will not be easy these days. The shadow said this while handing over a box. The thing inside the box was already known to him, but it seemed as though he wasn't particularly interested. Still, he gently placed it on the side after taking hold of the box. Eventually, he opened it. Inside the box was a rather unremarkable green plant. Though it looked ordinary, its medicinal properties were very potent. As he observed it, he silently pondered. After a moment, he smirked slightly and said, Fine, destroy it. Your Majesty, this is the last one. If destroyed, what if? I know it's the last one, which is why it must be destroyed. He said this while signaling for this person to come closer. The shadow nodded and moved next to the brocade box. Suddenly, it was as if he remembered something. Don't rush. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it myself. Chapter 319. How to relieve worry. Do not think of it. Yes, leave it for him. He will act. If it had already been destroyed by now, that would not be a good thing. This item can at least be kept for Nangong Qingjin. Since it can be kept for Nangong Qingjin, then temporarily do not destroy it. After all, rarity makes things precious. Prepare writing materials for me. I need them now. Yes. The shadow nodded and left. Zisong, he was in deep thought, wanting to see if the things he measured in his heart were correct. As he was thinking, he was also waiting. A sudden sound like the wind passing, and this person was already here, with all the writing tools ready. Zisong, he spread out the paper and began to write. He wanted to document all the things that needed to be written. In fact, the content was very simple, as was the meaning he wished to convey. The recipient of this letter was Huangfu Kongming, with the following content. Your Majesty, when you read these words, it is as if we meet face to face. I am a mysterious stranger who admires you. I know you have lost your memory, are aloof and melancholic. When I, the commoner, heard about this matter, I was also extremely worried. Therefore, I have exhausted all efforts to find the whereabouts of the relieving grass. Fortunately, hard work does not betray the dedicated, and I have indeed found the relieving grass. But I have only one humble request. The wording no longer resembled Zisong He's tone, yet still remained excessively lengthy, due to Zisong He's desire to thoroughly explain himself clearly. He had already written for a long time. My humble request is that after obtaining the relieving grass, you give up searching for someone. That person is also the one I love most in my life. If you can relinquish her to me, I would be infinitely grateful. In the capital city, as long as you do not search for her, she will not return. I think the feelings you have for her may not even reach 1/10,000th of what I feel. If you agree, please place a reply within the first day of receiving this letter at the Yulian. If you truly have no intention of giving her up, this deal will be cancelled, and I will no longer bother you. Words fail to express fully, and this is where it ends. I humbly bow before you. After completing the letter, Zisong he handed it to the black shadow who earlier took the note. The shadow nodded and departed to deliver the letter into the imperial palace. Looking at the box, the object inside was the last relieving grass in the capital city. If Huangfu Kongming could obtain this relieving grass and let go of Nangong Qingjin, then she wouldn't want Nangong Qingjin to leave. After all, it was difficult for Nangong Qingjin to finally be here. On the same night, surprisingly, Huangfu Kongming, who always managed myriad state affairs, was now filled with melancholy. There were many reasons for his sadness. Right now, his only worry was that Nangong Qingjin had disappeared. She had left on her own accord. For many years, she had been an independent woman. Once she decided to do something, nothing could stop her from carrying out her decision. He summoned the head eunuch. Tomorrow, post a notice to look for her. If anyone can find Nangong Qingjin, I will willingly offer a reward of 1,000 pieces of gold and enfeoffment of 10,000 households. Such a reward of 1,000 pieces of gold and enfeoffment of 10,000 households was already an extraordinarily high standard back in those days. Nowadays, people flock to such rewards, but whether this prize can actually be so easily obtained remains uncertain. The chief eunuch nodded, understanding Huangfu Kongming's sorrow, and went off to arrange it. Meanwhile, also that night, the person Zisong he sent had already arrived. This place being the great inner palace meant that he risked his life coming here. Yet, to accomplish Zisong he's mission, he had already placed life and death outside his consideration. Quietly weaving through flowers and willows, he quickly reached Huangfu Kongming's sleeping chamber. The surroundings were silent and peaceful, yet slipping past the eyes of both the chief eunuch and imperial guards was not easy. It was at the changing shift when they finally seized their chance. He flipped over and entered the front courtyard. Amidst the dim night colors, the dark figure moved swiftly and gracefully, soon reaching the doorway of Huangfu Kongming's room. With a ghostly knife clenched in his mouth, he unlocked the door and slipped into the darkness. From his sleeve, he produced the envelope. Since his aim was not robbery or murder, after delivering the letter, he prepared to flee quietly. However, a strange phenomenon occurred. Before he remembered to leave, a huge commotion erupted from the entrance. Shouts resounded. Disaster! Disaster! Fire! Fire! There were taboos in the imperial capital. Instead of saying fire, people said water surge. This led to widespread panic, and before long, those rushing to put out the fire had surrounded Huang Fukoming's sleeping quarters. The assassin hadn't expected this situation, so he resolutely decided to go all the way and moved directly to the bed. Holding a dagger, he prepared to threaten the figure lying motionless on the bed. However, just as the dagger was about to fall, he realized something was amiss. It wasn't a person. More precisely, the shape on the clouded bed was nothing more than an imitation made from pillows. In the blink of an eye, a chilling wind rushed toward him. Before he could react, a sharp Shou Chun Dao blade had already landed on his neck. The strike was fast, precise, and merciless. He now understood that he was facing a worthy opponent. Drop your dagger. The voice was authoritative, tinged with a harsh rasp. The man let go of his dagger. Soon after, the palace gates opened and General Wu arrived, glancing around before signaling for a group of men to move forward. The faces of these men were somber, their eyes sharp and piercing. Do you actually believe you can stroll through the great palace like a tourist? How ridiculous. As soon as you entered, we discovered you. It is my failure. Do with me as you will. I don't need to kill you either. Since you delivered yourself into our hands, the Emperor surely has questions for you. I'll simply stand by respectfully while His Majesty interrogates you carefully. This fellow moves faster than a cloud leopard, and his strikes are swift like lightning. Do you think I fear him? Huang Fukoming roared loudly. You've come all the way to the capital at night to deliver gifts to me. What does it mean? Where's your master? Is Nangong Qingjin really under your control right now? Don't try any tricks. Just tell me plainly, what exactly do you want? You underestimate me. You are impressive indeed. The man replied, his respect evident. What we desire is written in the letter. The content of the letter conveys precisely what our master wants to say to your majesty. With that, the man crushed the poison hidden in his teeth. The man soon collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Seeing this, Huang Fukoming immediately pushed him away as the shadow quickly faded. Only then did everyone gather around. Using the dagger, Huang Fukoming swiftly lifted the black cloth covering the man's face. He is a mixed-blood descendant of the Simu people and Han Chinese. No wonder he possesses both the savagery of steppe people and the cunning of Han people. After uncovering, the face appeared clearly, a high nose, deep-set eyes, yet the facial lines were somewhat softer, undoubtedly revealing the heritage of Simu and Han ancestry. General Wu, check this man's body for any clues. If possible, follow any trail we find. If not, drag this corpse outside and hang it at the Meridian Gate to show everyone the consequence of harming Nangong Qingjin. Yes. General Wu, the burly warrior, stripped the body bare to inspect it closely. Observing everything, it became clear that this was a professional killer. But where exactly he came from remained unknown. Huang Fukoming straightened his clothes, stepping aside. He picked up the letter, and its handwriting seemed eerily familiar, reminding him of his second brother. This is Zisong, his own handwriting. As he spoke, he unfolded the paper and skimmed through it rapidly. Once he finished reading, his laughter rang out sarcastically. Your Majesty, this body reveals no further information, General Wu reported while also mentioning. However, I know there's a place called Yalong where marriages between Manchus and Han occur frequently, resulting in many Sinu-Han hybrids. Yalong. He paused slightly, throwing a piece of paper over. Take a look and help me identify whether this handwriting belongs to Zisong He. Previously, General Wu had seen numerous inscriptions, including Zisong He's genuine handwriting. Today, upon seeing it again, he felt an immediate sense of familiarity. His hand trembled as he finally said, Indeed, this is Zisong He's handwriting. So he's still alive. That's right, he's still alive. But now Nangong Qingjin has fallen into his hands. We must figure out how to rescue her. As he spoke, he deeply pondered. Firstly, he couldn't confirm if the extortion letter was genuinely written by Zisong He. If it was only a deception crafted in his style, that would complicate matters significantly. Secondly, even if the letter was confirmed to be Zisong He's personal writing, where was he located now? Moreover, even if Zisong He were found, it was unlikely that he would readily reveal the whereabouts of Nangong Qingjin. Fortunately, there was an exchange location, and now they could only use this as a starting point for investigation and analysis. After a long period of deep contemplation, Huang Fukoming said, Dispose of this body and deploy surveillance around the ULI and to understand the situation further before making any decisions. After speaking, he crouched beside the corpse. Send someone else to thoroughly investigate Yalong and see if it is deeply connected to them. At first glance, these events seemed entirely unrelated, but in Huang Fukoming's mind, they were intricately linked. Unfortunately, each matter was self-contradictory, leaving Huang Fukoming at a loss. After all, Huang Fukoming hadn't received any response from himself, yet he had known quite early on that in matters of choice, there wasn't much difference between him and Huang Fukoming. They both needed her. Could it be that Huang Fukoming didn't need Nangong Qingjin? What kind of magnetic appeal did Nangong Qingjin have that puzzled Zisong He so greatly? Now, Zisong He was still waiting. He had already destroyed all the Jiao grass, and from the current situation, it was clear that he would eventually find his way back to her. Therefore, he needed to act sooner rather than later. After all, striking first gives you the upper hand, while reacting afterward leaves you vulnerable. He wanted to challenge Huang Fukoming's authority, but he lacked the strength. He needed the power of the steppe people. Huang Fukoming's rejection of his proposal indicated that Huang Fukoming still harbored intentions to kill him. Zisong He hadn't expected him to agree so quickly. That letter had merely been a tool to toy with him. Now, he no longer cared about it. Chapter 320. The ever-blooming Gesang flower. He needed to quickly rally the forces of the grasslands to stand up against him. Now, apart from his troops, he also had Nangong Qingjin. These were already substantial chips. How could he not succeed with time and effort? Kum was naturally interested in Nangong Qingjin. For one, Nangong Qingjin was a legendary figure, and stories about her were already well known. For another, having such a capable woman by his side would make life worthwhile. With Nangong Qingjin around, if she could be properly utilized and persuaded, the grasslands would soon flourish, which was something everyone wanted to see. Hence, he had no reason not to be pleased. Since arriving in Yalong, Nangong Qingjin had often worked tirelessly. She wanted to leave, but the people here were warm and hospitable. Furthermore, due to her past help, the locals were all grateful to her. She understood the value of reciprocating kindness. She had originally planned to leave as soon as she found the carefree grass, but unexpectedly, it wasn't here. Instead, she pieced together some fragmented memories. Although she now knew more than before, many things remained unclear. The more she wanted to truly understand, the less possible it seemed. Now, Nangong Qingjin could only reluctantly stay temporarily, uncertain what else to do or how to proceed. Zisong He, on the other hand, seeing that Nangong Qingjin had arrived, often came to accompany her. He had already said that he would help her find the carefree grass during this period. Such an item was rare anyway, and it was impossible for her to find it alone. Since someone was helping her, she could only wait. Secondly, she could truly observe whether Huangfu Kongming's feelings toward her were deep or shallow. He must have been searching everywhere for her whereabouts. But strangely, there was no news reaching her. Was it because the place was isolated, or had he simply forgotten about her? She feared becoming someone optional in Huangfu Kongming's life. As for Zisong He had already arranged for a message to be delivered to the capital. After reading it, Huangfu Kongming, though not utterly enraged, did ponder its meaning. There's no doubt, this is Zisong He's doing, Your Majesty, General Wu said while looking at the piece of paper. Yes, but where should we start looking for her? Or perhaps, he'll deliver her directly to us. His intention is clear now, to prevent us from finding Nangong Qingjin. In my opinion, we're bound to have a fierce battle with Zisong He, and sooner is better than later. I know, even if he doesn't have much force now, we don't need to worry. Things might become complicated later. While speaking, he paused thoughtfully. General Wu, send your men out and try to find her. If you find her, immediately control her. If not, that's fine too. Naturally, I'll be waiting at the Yulai Inn. Once our contact person arrives, I'll take immediate action to capture them. Don't execute them on the spot. This person is crucial. He turned around while speaking. Help me look carefully. My head feels as if it's splitting. General Wu understood that Emperor Huangfu Kongming needed rest, so he nodded and left. After confirming that Huangfu Kongming had gone, General Wu immediately began preparations to ensure that anyone coming for the rendezvous would never return. However, despite these arrangements, not a single individual appeared from the other side, leaving General Wu anxious. For now, General Wu could only observe patiently. Firstly, he didn't know whether this letter was meant as a ruse or genuine. Secondly, he had no idea where Zisong He actually was. Thus, all they could do was wait. As for Zisong He had known from the beginning that Huangfu Kongming would never agree with his view. Therefore, he decided not even to send someone to check. A strategy called creating false leads, leaving General Wu uneasy for over half a month. Nangong Qingjin was still in Yalong. Without hearing any news from the capital, she wondered whether Huangfu Kongming was genuinely making efforts to find her. She hoped he was exhausting every effort to search for her. Otherwise, what else could be done? Tonight, the weather was quite cold. Standing in the courtyard for a long time, she felt the chill through her robe, shivered slightly, and turned around to see Zisong He behind her. He held a garment in his hand and draped it over Nangong Qingjin's shoulders. What are you thinking about? He asked while looking in the same direction as Nangong Qingjin's gaze, but all he could see was an indistinct blur. Nevertheless, he strained to look further. She, seeing Zisong He's efforts, replied, I'm not looking at anything in particular, just lost in random thoughts. Thinking about matters, or people? Both people and matters, she said, turning around as she spoke. It's quite cold. It feels like there's a chill blowing through. What brings you here? Let's go inside and talk. Nangong Qingjin suggested, heading toward the room. By the time they entered, the maid had already lit the hearth. Without realizing it, winter had deepened, and the cold in this valley seemed sharper than in the outside world. Even within the enclosed warmth of the room, the windows remained slightly open. He walked over quietly and gently closed them. She watched his back as he did so, noticing how straight and tall he stood, resembling a poplar tree in a white heavy fur coat. After closing the window, he turned around to look at her. Unsure what to say, she gripped the warm stove nearby. Then he smiled faintly. I've arranged for someone to bring things to you. Fine, she agreed. Soon after, maidservants brought in a selection of delicious food. Although she'd eaten something at twilight, her appetite wasn't usually very good when alone, but now with two people, it felt different. She ate even more than before. The dishes were exquisitely prepared and delectable, making her feel refreshed despite eating so much. On impulse, she consumed quite a bit, and Zisong He also ate quite heartily, though he'd originally thought he wouldn't eat much. Seeing her enjoy the meal made him feel inclined to partake too. Evening meals should be modest, yet she found herself having a surprisingly hearty appetite lately. Once they finished eating, he handed her a fine silk handkerchief. Lowering her gaze shyly, she wiped her mouth clean and then looked up at him. Why aren't you eating? Watching you eat is enjoyment enough, he asserted boldly. Nangong Qingjin momentarily struggled to respond, only able to gaze at Zisong He, whose pitch-black eyes resembled black diamonds. His actions and speech demonstrated consideration for her at every turn, almost centered entirely on her. But was he truly trustworthy? Was he genuinely sincere inside and out, or just pretending to be? She wrestled with these questions, feeling conflicted. After some time passed, he finally remarked, "It's past the hour of you." "Past the hour of you?" Nangong Qingjin questioned, realizing that winter nights came early, almost giving the impression of needing rest right after waking. A shadowy sense of heaviness now loomed over her heart. Nangong Qingjin hadn't come here to waver between two men. Instead, she intended to observe their abilities and strength. Despite both seeming admirable, their power gap was vast. Though they appeared commendable externally, she wanted to discern more about their true natures. At least one thing was certain. Both men maintained favorable relationships with her from the past, and now she wished to further investigate. As for the carefree grass, finding it seemed endlessly difficult. Still, Zisang he continued assisting her search. However, upon locating it, he quickly destroyed it, meaning the rare herb became increasingly scarce. She pondered, if there was no carefree grass, what would happen to Huang Fukoming's condition? These wandering thoughts persisted until night grew silent, and the lamps began to glow brightly. Observing her thoughtful expression tinged with loss, he stepped closer and softly proposed, "I'll escort you back to rest. I can return on my own. I know the way," Nangong Qingjin responded, beginning to move away. For some reason, hearing his offer to accompany her invoked a faint uneasiness. Why this fear arose remained perplexing, beyond understanding. Could Zisang he truly? Subconsciously touching her cheek, she realized it was burning hot. Checking her breath next, she noticed it was equally feverish. This awareness unsettled her somewhat, especially given the late hour and the situation involving an unmarried man and woman. If his intentions weren't pure, she dared not delve deeper into such thoughts, but standing up, she immediately felt weak, devoid of energy. As if expecting this reaction, Zisang he swiftly extended his hand and took hers. In that moment, his long-cherished wish was about to come true. "Are you tired?" he asked deliberately, his eyes flickering as he looked at her. She nodded, a feeling of heaviness in her head and lightness in her feet already pressing down on her. In an instant, he felt like he was about to faint, and soon became unconscious. Her last hazy impression was of him carrying her towards the guest quarters. After that, she forgot everything. Zisang he saw Nangong Qingjin was drunk, and a mischievous dimple appeared on his lips. "Yes, I've let you go many times before, but this time, it's done. I will see if you fall for me when you wake up. I don't have any dishonorable intentions toward you, but how can I ignore a lamb that has come to my door? Unless I'm truly blind, which I am not. I'll treat you well tonight, Nangong Qingjin." Before, they had so many chances together, opportunities to be together, but every time, at the crucial moment, he would act like a gentleman, and after being a gentleman, naturally, she would let go. As for other situations, he no longer cared. Now, in the quiet guest room, his hand had already found Nangong Qingjin's silk belt knot. From the start, this woman had wanted to share a bed with him. He had thought from early on that she was beautiful in certain ways, and now, he was about to explore that beauty. Lying beside her, though unable to receive any response from Nangong Qingjin, he could not help but look at her beautiful face, which stirred an uncontrollable urge within him. Chapter 321, I Want You. He was just about to act when Nangong Qingjin started to appear as though waking up and firmly grabbed Zisang's wrist. He did not expect that, even in a daze, Nangong Qingjin would stretch out her hand and also refuse him. This made Zisang he somewhat dejected. He swore bitterly, discouraged. Tonight, even if Nangong Qingjin begged for mercy, it would be useless. He had already decided, and he wouldn't change his mind. Just as he had removed Nangong Qingjin's coat and was ready to proceed, there was commotion outside. He frowned inevitably. Such a pleasant moment was interrupted. This certainly spoiled the ambience. Still, Zisang he stood up, closed the door, and went outside. Someone was shouting outside, and it was unclear what had happened. It annoyed him. He quickly approached, reaching the corridor beside, where he saw a person lying on the ground. This person had died with severe injuries. Upon seeing this, he immediately asked, who dared to injure him here? As he spoke, his eyes fixed on the corpse. The corpse looked terrible, with quite serious wounds, but it was unclear who exactly caused these wounds. One could only see that the injuries were ghastly, not looking like those from human force or weaponry. Someone came forward and said, "Your Majesty, it was a spotted tiger." Upon hearing this, he seemed to recall something and nodded since he now understood who the culprit was. Hence, he didn't even bother to look at the body on the ground, simply saying, "Drag it out." "Yes," someone responded, nodding and throwing the corpse away. There being tigers here was nothing unusual since this was a country within a valley. Be vigilant. Immediately kill any tiger you encounter, he said before heading back to the guest quarters. Intent on reliving the intimacy, he returned to the guest quarters where Nangong Qingjin was still asleep soundly. With an evil smile, he approached the cloud-like bed. Nangong Qingjin's face was red and her ears flushed. She later realized that there was something wrong with the meal she had eaten. Whether Zisang he was a gentleman or a villain was evident. Just as he was preparing to disgrace Nangong Qingjin, he suddenly felt that her pulse was off. As a martial artist, he was well versed in the 8 extraordinary meridians of the human body. Now, upon hearing her pulse, he realized something was amiss immediately. After listening again, he sensed that this pulse belonged to 2 people. Looking at Nangong Qingjin's face, he said, "You have conceived his child, his child." Although she had been so confused lately, she was already pregnant. Thinking of this, Sang he couldn't help but feel some discomfort and resolved viciously to possess her. Nan Gongqingjin was still unconscious. As his hands moved like snakes around her body, suddenly, there was a tiger's roar at the door. The roar was like distant thunder, forcing Sang he to turn his head. In that instant, he saw a saber-toothed tiger standing at the doorway. The tiger was incredibly massive, beyond comprehension, and then it pounced. A guard rushed in holding a bow, but the tiger showed no fear. Arrows flew like locusts towards the tiger, yet it barked wildly and charged ahead. Soon, it had bitten into Sang he's shoulder. At the very moment it was about to sink its teeth into his skull, Sang he's dagger flashed cold steel as he retaliated. Though the action seemed slow, the tiger swiftly shook its head and swung its tail, flinging Sang he aside, who rolled on the ground and landed on his feet nearby, sword in hand for his own protection. The tiger then moved to the cloud-like bed, seemingly identifying something. After inspecting, it placed Nan Gongqingjin on its back and vanished without wings. Everyone watched as the dark shadow disappeared into the night. That move was fast, smooth as clouds flowing effortlessly. Only after the tiger had carried Nan Gongqingjin away did panic set in. Guards, kill the tiger immediately. The order was given, but killing such a tiger was by no means easy. Many soldiers tried their best, yet none managed to threaten the tiger. With a single bound, it leaped onto the roof. Dressed in snow-covered white robes, the city lay under a blanket of snow. After the tiger jumped onto the roof, the accumulated snow creaked under its weight as it quickly advanced forward. Beasts naturally wouldn't know that Nan Gongqingjin, completely naked, needed clothes to keep warm. Perhaps feeling the cold, soon, she woke up. Seeing the arrows flying like locusts towards her, Nan Gongqingjin almost thought that escaping alive today would indeed be impossible. However, how fast was Chuefeng's speed? In no time, it had already dodged the arrows. Under the moonlight, all that could be seen were the arrowheads hitting the Yuli tiles with a bang. Seeing the scattered arrowheads, Nan Gongqingjin finally suppressed her shocked heart and stepped forward. Chuefeng let out a wild roar. A vast distance stretched before them. It was far from the palace gate, but clearly, Chuefeng intended to leap over here. But after all, the tiger is still a tiger. After gathering its strength for a long while, it gave a tender roar, which Nan Gongqingjin immediately understood. As the gates closed, Chuefeng leaped away at that very moment, rolling like a somersault, landing outside. Outside was bright and clear. Nan Gongqingjin's heart was in disarray. She was ashamed when she realized she was completely naked. Had Sang he already done that unspeakable thing to her? Blown by the cold wind, Nan Gongqingjin gradually became more alert. The pursuers had arrived, and Nan Gongqingjin immediately pointed at herself, indicating she needed clothes. Chuefeng bit and killed someone instantly. Nan Gongqingjin was frozen stiff. Now, rubbing her hands together, she finally managed to put on the clothes. Chuefeng let Nan Gongqingjin ride on its back, and one person and one fierce tiger went off. It turned out that recently, Chuefeng had always been searching for Nan Gongqingjin. Humans have scents, and since Nan Gongqingjin had once lived closely with it, Chase Wind was familiar with her scent. Not long after, it brought her to this spot. In such freezing weather, after bringing Nan Gongqingjin into a cave, it laid her down properly. Being too cold, Nan Gongqingjin quickly began looking for ways to start a fire. Soon, flames crackled warmly in the cave, making the atmosphere comfortable. Nan Gongqingjin didn't have time to cuddle with Chuefeng. Shortly after, Chuefeng returned, having caught a wild chicken and presenting it to Nan Gongqingjin. Holding the wild chicken, Nan Gongqingjin cleaned it up and started roasting it. Chuefeng lay beside her. While petting the thick fur on Chuefeng's body, Nan Gongqingjin said, "How did you know to save me?" Clearly, sometimes humans shouldn't fear fierce tigers, as fierce tigers can also be full of sentiment, whereas humans are always deceitful. The tiger roared, seeming to understand something, responding with a long call. Nan Gongqingjin flipped the roasted meat, and a faint fragrant aroma filled the air. Looking at the food in front of her for a long while, she sighed. That night, they ate well. On the second day, she rode on the tiger's back and wandered through the dense forest without any particular destination. The snow had already piled thickly. All birds disappeared among the mountains. There was nothing. Amidst this quiet desolation, Nan Gongqingjin idly rode on the tiger's back, watching the way and seeing red yew berries along with an abrupt cliff that seemed strangely familiar. Nan Gongqingjin immediately patted Chuefeng's back. "Hey, good Chase Wind, take me to the top of the cliff." Speaking while patting its back, Chuefeng let out an sound, then jumped towards the summit of the cliff. On the cliff, there was nothing extraordinary, only a desolate scene, making Nan Gongqingjin seem to dimly remember something. The scenery here was so familiar here. Unfortunately, the harder Nan Gongqingjin tried to recall, the more impossible it became. This was what made Nan Gongqingjin feel quite puzzled. Clearly, she could almost remember it, but why couldn't she? She knew trying further would cause her a headache, so she decided not to think anymore. "Chase Wind, let me walk around here," and man and tiger started moving about the dense forest. Soon, they reached a high point from where they could see the capital city not far away, the imperial capital, Huang Fukongming's place. When she saw it, she felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity. That night, Nan Gongqingjin was carried away by the tiger, injuring many people. Seeing that so much force could not harm even one tiger caused some bewilderment among the guards who asked, "Sire, should we chase?" "No, it's temporarily unnecessary." He knew the adult tiger was smarter than himself now. The tiger's vigilance was high, and chasing it would only invite trouble, so he could only wait and observe silently. A guard came over saying, "Your Majesty, this tiger is incredibly powerful. It has already bitten to death 6 of our imperial guards." Sharp teeth, he nodded. Now, it's clear that the tiger came to protect her. Since she has already left, we still need to be cautious in the future about how this tiger got in. Could it be that none of you know? This was obviously a rebuke, and the warning gaze had already fallen coldly on the people present. After a long, long silence, Zisang he finally thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter. The last piece of Jao grass is in my hands. They will come looking for me. Your Majesty, you will be in grave danger. For her, I have already put life and death aside. Besides being the king of Yalong, I also aim to be the ruler of all under heaven, and I am working hard for it," he said, sighing as he spoke, as if achieving such ambition wasn't something easily realized. Tonight, after the mighty tiger departed, everyone began to feel anxious. Originally, there shouldn't exist such a huge tiger in the world, and even if it were mentioned, no one would believe it. However, strangely enough, everyone had witnessed it themselves, confirming just how formidable this tiger was. Killing without leaving a trace, this was precisely what happened. When the tiger left, the next day, General Wu also arrived here, something many did not expect. After conducting an investigation, General Wu reported the situation to Huang Fukongming. Indeed, the second prince currently holds sway in the Yalong kingdom. It appears orderly there now, showing he has accomplished great efforts, he said, adding further. Upon my inquiries, it turned out Miss Ningong also made great efforts there. Chapter 322, a mixture of joy and fear. Now what? As he spoke, he looked at General Wu. Honestly, ever since Nangong Qingjin left, he had been in a bad mood, feeling like sitting on pins and needles. My subordinate did not see Miss Nangong. Perhaps, Miss Nangong is not there. However, I will conduct a second investigation. Good. He nodded. Do it as soon as possible. I am waiting for your good news. General Wu was Huang Fukongming's reliable ally and dared not be the least bit negligent. After nodding, he had already gone. The past few days were all spent investigating Nangong Qingjin's whereabouts because after all, he was also an impressive person. Not long after, the message had already been further investigated. This piece of information chilled Huang Fukongming's heart to half frozen. It really was taken away by a fierce tiger? How could a person possibly coexist peacefully with a fierce tiger? It was almost impossible, but from General Wu's meaning, it was not only possible, but the likelihood was high. And it was known to all. The people of Yalong have all started talking about this topic, saying that the tiger and Nangong Qingjin were old acquaintances. It seems that the tiger has no intention of harming Nangong Qingjin. If so, then we should thank the tiger. Isn't that right? He mused. Now, where do we find this tiger? He cared more about this. General Wu temporarily did not have any accurate information about where the tiger had settled, and it would be difficult to answer directly. Based on my opinion, we should take a two-pronged approach. Have someone search for the forget-worry grass, and have someone else look for this fierce tiger. Finding either would be good. The two looked at each other, and he thought this idea was indeed good, already nodding. That's how it shall be. You make sure they work hard. However, when General Gao arrived in Yalong, Zisang he still felt somewhat shocked. The reason for his shock was something he originally hadn't considered. How could he come here? But after all, he did arrive, which was incredible, seeing General Gao come over. Zisang he already sneered coldly. You finally found me. The Emperor has been investigating you, stating that you have ties with him and temporarily allowing you to escape justice. As long as you realize your mistake and don't commit any evil deeds, conferring upon you the title of Prince Consort would also be favorable. General Gao was relaying the Emperor's wishes, but Zisang he beside him was already laughing coldly. Go back and tell your Emperor, I've streamlined my troops and am ready to launch a pursuit anytime. If he wants to strike first, I have no objection. But this talk of familial bond, speaking of it makes me laugh until my jaw drops. In the royal family, everyone is as cold as ice and snow. Fine, I'll relay your thoughts. Go ahead. He waved his hand, but General Gao didn't leave immediately. As the saying goes, a man entrusted must remain loyal, or serving a king means sharing his concerns. Now, the Emperor is ill, due to consuming the forget-worry grass, causing confusion of mind. The Emperor speculates that along our way searching for the remember-worry grass, ultimately, it lies with you. You've destroyed it, haven't you? Third brother is as clever as he was years ago. No, he said. The times are different now, and they'll be even better next year, sharper than before. Can you truly fathom the Emperor's heart? Yes, an Emperor's heart cannot be measured. But am I not also an Emperor? He spoke while furrowing his brows forcefully. Is the remember-worry grass really in your possession, isn't it? Exchange it for Nangong Qingjin. He finished speaking without wanting to say another word, leaving General Gao to contemplate his succinct remarks. After a while, General Gao already said coldly, Miss Ningong was originally with you too. Why do you behave so cunningly? She is here, but she won't be here for long. She's injured now. To obtain the remember-worry grass, bring Nangong Qingjin over. I await expectantly. After saying this, he waved his hand again. Leave immediately before I change my mind, or may want to kill you. After all, you are one of his men. All right. Although General Gao couldn't fully understand the situation and initially did not intend to leave, he eventually went because this matter needed to be reported to Huang Fukongming in the shortest time possible. Zisang he also possessed some extraordinary talents. If he lacked these, he wouldn't have built the place so well. Here it seemed like an impregnable small town. This foreign country, judged by its culture and military, appeared to be unshakable. Actually, destroying such a civilization might not be what Huang Fu Kongming truly intended. General Gao had already informed Huang Fu Kongming of the situation here, and Huang Fu Kongming responded after hearing. Truly, he is now very powerful. Your Majesty, if a growing threat is not nipped in the bud while it is still small, how will you deal with it when it becomes a major menace? This meant that Huang Fu Kongming should strike first. After pondering for a while, Huang Fu Kongming still asked the question, where is she? Is she here? Then he feared that they might not know who she referred to and asked again. Is Miss Nangong here? Not here, he said. No rush. Let him do as he pleases for now. Continue the investigation. While saying this, he waved his hand. Soon after, the person had already left. The next to come in was General Wu. General Wu had already run around for several days, weaving through the dense forest. However, he only saw traces of a ferocious tiger and didn't see Nangong Qingjin. In a cave, he did find remnants of a campfire and guessed that Nangong Qingjin had been rescued because they had seen the ferocity of the tiger. So General Wu quickly returned. Are there any clues? He asked, looking at General Wu. General Wu dared not conceal anything and already told Huang Fu Kongming everything he saw in the dense forests of Longhu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Huang Fu Kongming said, do you think the tiger and her are getting along well? Yes, it's like repaying kindness. Ah, then I am quite relieved. Huang Fu Kongming nodded and waved irritably. Continue the search. Report back immediately if there's news. Actually, during snowy weather, it was easy to search. However, the information from General Wu wasn't thorough because General Wu wasn't knowledgeable about hunting matters. Meanwhile, by coincidence, the Khan of the Grasslands, Kum, had also started searching at the same time. Knowing Nangong Qingjin had already left, he began the search. Quickly within the dense forest, he found both Nangong Qingjin and the tiger. But taming such a tiger was not an easy task at all. He observed for a long time before starting a secret discussion. Truly, it is Nangong Qingjin, not some other woman. Khan, only Nangong Qingjin would be together with wild beasts. Any other girl would have been scared witless. With that said, it seemed like the situation was gradually becoming clear. Find an opportunity for me to capture this fierce tiger immediately and bring this woman to me. I have great use for her. As he spoke, he stroked his beard. People from Central Asia always admired women from the Central Plains, seeing them as true ladies of virtue. Grassland women were certainly beautiful too, but their beauty was rugged, fierce, and brave, unlike the timid grace of Central Plains women. Men generally didn't like women similar to themselves, but preferred those who needed constant protection. Now, it appeared to be exactly like this. The woman he adored was the one he had merely met once. Kum understood that many admired Nangong Qingjin, but he still liked her. Khan, keeping this woman brings ominous omens. If you like women from the Central Plains, there are plenty available. I'll just go snatch a few over for you. But only this woman must absolutely not be touched. This woman is truly terrifying. That is only because they lack the good fortune to appreciate her. While saying this, Kum stroked his goatee and looked at the Central Asian man beside him. Now, bring me my feathered pouch and my bow. I want to go into the mountains and check out this woman. Yes. Someone had already gone to fetch his bow. Kum, originally someone who had gained the world from horseback, naturally excelled in archery and horsemanship. But wanting to shoot down such an enormous tiger with a regular bow and arrow seemed rather improbable. Just as Kum was preparing to act, a disastrous situation had occurred. General Wu on behalf of the royal family had already delivered Huang Fu Kongming's imperial decree. Although under heaven, everything belonged to the emperor, some simply refused to acknowledge being part of the Han dynasty. People from Central Asia and those from the Central Plains traditionally didn't interact much, but these people now appeared to have the potential for committing offenses. This made Huang Fu Kongming uneasy, fearing what thieves might covet more than what they steal. If these Central Asians benefited the first time, they would continue their raids. This way, the Central Plains would never have peace. The best method would be to give them some reassurance. Report to the Khan. Huang Fu Kongming sent someone to deliver an imperial decree. The Central Asian person said this while looking at Khan Kum. Kum looked disdainfully at Huang Fu Kongming and didn't seem impressed. Go ahead and receive the edict. If I don't receive the imperial decree, would their envoy remain kneeling for long? This is how people from the Central Plains are, aha. Kum had already started to mock, but seeing the more serious expression of the Central Asian man, it seemed he sensed something amiss and immediately asked, what exactly is the situation that requires me personally to receive the imperial decree? Though over the years, the Central Plains and the Grasslands have been friendly neighbors, we've never really followed their arrangements. Nonetheless, their strength must not be underestimated. For now, we shouldn't anger them. According to my humble opinion, you should at least play along with their little ceremony and accept the decree. As for following it or not, that's your personal freedom. We are people of the Grasslands. Besides, continued raiding like this isn't right either. In my view, cooperating with Zisong He is like nesting under a curtain. It's dangerous. If we could collaborate with the Emperor of the Central Plains, Huang Fu Kongming, it seems like things would go better. Just listen, it's no great harm. The people of the Central Plains hold grudges. The Khan said while gripping his fists tightly. Their cunning ways in the last skirmish made it clear they wanted us dead. He explained that the last time they were short on food supplies, coupled with Zisong He's incitement, things escalated. Now though the event was past, it still left Kum with lingering apprehension. Handling these affairs carefully meant avoiding further bloodshed, but any mishandling might provoke conflicts again. In fact, General Wu had originally intended to show them just how formidable he was. However, upon arriving there and witnessing their hardship, he inexplicably felt compassion. The person who came to greet him was polite despite knowing full well that this was the renowned General Wu. Chapter 323. The Grassland Tribes Pay Lip Service. General Wu clearly understood that if the grassland tribes were truly to rebel, it would only be because they could no longer sustain their livelihoods. As a commander, he certainly could not hastily make judgments or incite conflict between the court and them without fully understanding the situation. Today, the guide official had already come over. He courteously invited General Wu into an adjacent tent. While walking, Wu remained observant, taking in every detail of the place with his eyes. All he saw was poverty and backwardness. And wherever there was poverty and backwardness, there was a common trait: ignorance. With this thought, he no longer felt much surprise. If he could persuade the people here, it would indeed be a good thing. Thinking so, he continued walking until he entered the neighboring tent. Khan Kume of the Grassland Tribes, upon seeing the envoy from the Central Plains, immediately smiled. General Wu, I have long heard of your renown. An honor to meet you, Wu replied as he moved to a nearby seat. To welcome General Wu's arrival, everything necessary had already been prepared, a symphony of music and dancing. However, General Wu did not like such performances, for he believed these indulgences to be the most corrupting. So he chose to ignore them. Upon noticing this, Kume immediately waved his hand. Go down, go down. It's too noisy. As he spoke, the girls criticized by him left one by one, each holding a horsehead fiddle. Thus, the tent became silent. Soon after, someone brought mare's milk wine. General Wu knew this was a local custom used by grassland dwellers to receive guests. Out of respect for local customs, it was inevitable to drink 3 cups. He showed no fear and firmly grasped the wine goblet, drinking its contents all at once. After finishing the 3 cups, he laughed heartily and said, I've come today on account of a certain matter. Ah, don't rush, Kume followed, laughing. However, what did this no rush mean? This made General Wu somewhat confused. Surely, he must have known well that his visit was not without purpose. Yet why did he say nothing about it? Isn't that strange, right? With this thought lingering in his mind, he started to think deeply. Unable to resist, he let his gaze sweep around the room. Not looking would have been fine, but after observing, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Shocked by the fact that in the middle of the wall, there hung a portrait of a woman. Upon inspection, it turned out to be Nan Gongqing Jin. There must be some kind of intricate connection here, making Wu wonder if Kume also knew her. This led Wu to ponder how Nan Gongqing Jin managed to gain support from different sources. Deciding to pretend he hadn't noticed anything, Wu kept in mind that his primary purpose was not to focus on other things, but to persuade the grassland tribes. If he failed this great mission, he absolutely couldn't just return without accomplishment. Wu looked at Kume, who smiled back. Today, I acquired an excellent bow. This bow requires great strength to draw. Since you're also an expert in martial arts, since we don't often meet, why not? Ah, very good, exactly my intention, Wu agreed as he followed Kume outside. Wu knew exactly what this meant. One behind the other, they reached outside. Sure enough, people arrived carrying the bow. 2 men appeared, dusty and weary from carrying it. It certainly seemed heavy, which Wu observed closely. Spitting into his palm and laughing coarsely, he exclaimed, Haha, this is a very heavy bow. The general has traveled far, undoubtedly fatigued, but our Khan knows the general is a man of immense strength. Presently, even though I won't boast, I believe I can draw it. If the general also succeeds in opening this bow, the Khan will present it to you as a gift. Haha. General, before the general attempts it, allow me to try it first, Kume stated as he moved toward the bow's position. His swagger was evident, aimed solely to show off to Wu, who watched silently. Although the bow weighed about 200 pounds, which was not excessively heavy, it was certainly not an easy task to pick it up effortlessly and shoot arrows with it. First, he needed to observe. Today, he had come with a mission in mind, so there was no choice but to go along with the other party's ideas. This Kume had already drawn the bow, and placing an arrow on it, soon locked onto his target. The target was General Wu. General Wu maintained his usual demeanor, without a trace of fear, merely calmly observing the man before him. There was even a faint, mist-like smile at the corner of his lips. Only after confirming that General Wu truly showed no fear did Kume grasp the bow firmly and pull it forcefully toward another position. As everyone watched, the arrow shot forth with a whoosh, tearing through the air like it would split the clouds, embedding itself in the red bullseye of the distant target. Next came 3 more arrows, each one hitting its mark. Seeing this, General Wu began to grow slightly cautious. It clearly demonstrated that as the leader of the grasslands, Kume wasn't just a figurehead, he possessed genuine skill. General Wu nodded approvingly, then let out a hearty laugh as he firmly grasped the bow. A fine weapon. Let me give it a try. As he spoke, he already handled the bow skillfully, effortlessly gripping it. Watching General Wu handle the bow with ease, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Soon after, they witnessed General Wu forcefully pulling back the taut string. In that instant, another arrow soared through the sky. With a thud, the arrow struck the center of the target, causing it to sway slightly. Then, 2 arrows were released together. Despite the complexity of this maneuver, both found their mark. This performance evidently surpassed Kume's. After finishing, General Wu humbly smiled and returned the bow to its proper place. The crowd was stunned. Kume himself could only stare wide-eyed. He now understood that General Wu was a remarkably capable person, not someone who earned his reputation by chance. This realization naturally led to a newfound respect for the general, and Kume couldn't help but take a moment to scrutinize Wu from head to toe. Indeed, General Wu was extraordinary, a man of clear gaze and actions marked by precision and coordination. Haha, you're truly an exceptional individual, General. Outstanding, outstanding, Hume exclaimed while clapping his hands. At the sight, the others quickly followed suit and joined in the applause. In doing so, General Wu not only reclaimed dignity for himself, but also moved closer to broaching the topic. After all, he hadn't come here idly. It was his mission, something he could never forget. Now, step by step, he approached Hume's side. The reason I've come today is because there are many matters I wish to discuss with you. If there's nothing else. Very well, very well. I also wish to have a thorough discussion with you, but we've been lacking such an opportunity. Of course, there is nothing else on my mind, though first things first, we must satisfy our hunger. I'm famished, and I'm sure, having traveled such a long way, you must be hungry as well. That is correct. Then, allow me to make arrangements for your meal, most considerately. Bring out some beef and mutton, Hume commanded, stroking his beard and laughing. This was a form of diplomatic delay, akin to Tai Chi push hands, and General Wu couldn't fail to see through it. Even knowing it was a delaying tactic, what else could he do but follow along? Good. The two seated themselves nearby as preparations began. Someone started slaughtering a live sheep, bringing home the reality that during autumn and winter, the people of the grasslands relied heavily on cattle and sheep for survival. While their herds might be plentiful, such reckless use wouldn't last long. For the nomads, cattle and sheep constituted their wealth. A prosperous herd brought them security. Without it, how could they possibly settle peacefully? This was the deduction General Wu made as Hume led him to a location where the bonfire had already been lit. Though night hadn't yet fallen, the fire was blazing nonetheless. Just as he was about to find a spot to sit, Hume unveiled yet another surprise. A bucket of white lime paste carried by one of the tribesmen caught General Wu's attention. Watching water added into the lime, a whitish slurry formed. Unaware of its purpose, General Wu turned his questioning glance toward Hume. Hume, though still impressed by Wu's earlier demonstration with the bow and arrow, felt that merely demonstrating skill wouldn't suffice to earn the right to discuss deeper matters. Understanding that Wu represented Huangfu Kongming, Hume harbored thoughts of making things deliberately difficult. He knew full well Wu had further tasks to convey, but he wasn't willing to make things easy. It was straightforward. If Wu wanted to proceed, he had to prove himself superior. Otherwise, everything would remain unresolved. He had long heard that the people of the Central Plains were formidable, but he hadn't seen it for himself until today. Today, even a junior general was so powerful, no exaggeration, and certainly worthy of Hume's new respect. Now, Hume had already pulled out 2 wooden sticks with red cloth wrapped around their ends. You and I shall warm up. The food over there must be done by now. Go check. He spoke with a grin spreading across his face, laughing loudly as his teeth showed. He had no other way out. Saying, I won't go, was simply not an option, so he could only follow Hume toward the front. The two looked at each other, then Hume thrust the stick in his hand into a wooden barrel before tossing it over. General Wu swiftly grasped it midair. Hume then soaked another stick in lime. Either if they playfully fought or if someone got hit, this lime would inevitably remain on a person's body. This harmless game was something the grassland dwellers particularly enjoyed. Previously, Huangfu Kongming and General Wu and the others had also played this. Today, General Wu clearly wasn't given much importance. Now, he realized that unless he defeated the arrogant Kong Hume, he would never have any say. Thinking of this, he began using the wooden stick as a weapon to attack. The people of the grasslands had immense strength, appearing quite robust, but Hume was a very skilled individual. He dashed left and right, avoiding General Wu's attacks within moments. Moreover, the actions of the grasslanders were incomparably swift, like foxes on the prairie. They were agile, akin to clouded leopards. He had known that Hume could lead the grasslands for a reason. He must have had his skills, but he hadn't expected him to be this capable. Fortunately, General Wu had not earned his reputation for nothing either, and soon enough began dodging as well. Chapter 324. Credit to General Wu. With a bang, the wooden stick had already struck him. Hume furrowed his brow, patted his clothes, and said, You are truly formidable. The second round began. Even though General Wu was already very cautious, he still fell for the trick. After some back and forth, both of them were exhausted. Both had tasted defeat and victory. General Wu struck Hume 3 times, and Hume also hit General Wu 3 times, showing that they were equally matched. They looked at each other, laughed heartily, and quickly shook hands in strong friendship. General, you are truly a divine person from the Han. Come over, this Khan wants to have a good chat with you. I thought. He spoke candidly. I assumed the people from the Central Plains weren't worth much. Cowards, soft eggs. But after seeing General today, I realized that your people from the Central Plains are just like our Simu people, heroes all. Truly talented, full of remarkable talent. Being praised like this, he was quite delighted and burst into laughter. The Khan is truly extraordinary. Those skills before were amazing, absolutely amazing, leaving this general in awe. As he spoke, he sat down on the ground. Hume held a golden goblet and kept urging him to drink. Nodding in agreement, he started drinking heavily. Tonight, the stars were not abundant, but the steps still appeared bright, likely due to the nearby bonfire. Hume looked at General Wu as the flickering lights illuminated his face. This made General Wu's features clearer, his face bronze-colored, his pitch-black eyes gleaming like obsidian. He was a straightforward man, absolutely not someone who would mince words. Now, the two had started eating meat while drinking wine. By principle, eating meat was akin to dining, and according to the propriety of the people from the Central Plains, there's a saying, do not talk during meals or speak when sleeping. But today, since he did come for a purpose, he disregarded many conventions. Moreover, it seemed that Cume's mood was excellent today. To be honest, it had been a long time since Cume had encountered anyone who could rival him so well. Now, he felt a sense of mutual admiration. In fact, looking back, this was the best opportunity. After gazing at each other for a long time, they smiled knowingly. Khan, you are truly extraordinary. Nowadays, I can't compare to you in many aspects. However, my Emperor of the Central Plains sent me here to have a conversation with you. I am straightforward. Khan shouldn't be leading people to raid homes in the Central Plains. What kind of reason is this? Cume pondered for a moment, deeply regretting that if it weren't for Zisong He's instigation, he wouldn't have gone to raid homes. Regretting now, and looking at the adjacent General Wu, he understood that General Wu came here today, seemingly not to immediately lead an army to resist them. This is my mistake, he admitted. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups. Fortunately, I haven't harmed too many lives. Otherwise, it would have been truly regrettable. He sighed as he spoke. Right and wrong, what importance does it hold? The Emperor entrusted me with a few words to tell you. In truth, this general knows that you're a smart person and an outstanding leader rarely found. Why would this general need to say all sorts of nonsense in your ear? But since I've been dispatched by the court, I have no choice but to speak up. This is all something this general must do. As he spoke, he glanced at the people around. Khan, can you make these attendants and others leave? I wish to talk with you alone. Step back, step back. He waved his hand rudely, and the people beside him understood and left with their horse heads and legs. Finally, General Wu had his chance and nodded, saying, although you are currently reigning over the steppe may seem safe, but His Majesty is fully aware of the predicament you face here. Yes, it has always been hard here in autumn and winter. So, how much food and beauties can you obtain by raiding homes? He patted Cume's hand warmly and asked, surely, you should know. If we offend our Emperor of the Central Plains, it will not bode well. Even I find it strange because the relationship between the Central Plains and the steppe has been fine until now. It's all my fault. I'll punish myself with 3 cups more. What else is there to say? What else is there to say? Cume drank forcefully as he spoke, swallowing the liquor. His eyes twinkled momentarily, then he smiled. Now, tell me, how should we resolve this matter? Your plundering is, of course, wrong, and I hope you will change your ways. The Emperor sent me not to condemn you, but to welcome you. The Emperor said, why don't you come more often to Zhongyuan? It's simply because he feels uneasy. Moreover, language barriers can be overcome through learning. The grasslands are vast and rich in resources, and people from the Central Plains also wish to befriend the grasslands. His Majesty has already prepared private tutors and intends to open schools among the common folk. This isn't a sustainable plan for you. With large herds of cattle and sheep on the grasslands, every year during autumn and winter, you could trade livestock for food. This is truly a win-win situation. Please don't blindly become someone else's weapon. Cume pondered for a moment and had to nod. Seeing Cume's agreement, Wu General continued his explanation. After listening carefully, Cume realized that what was being said made sense. They looked at each other and both laughed. You'll eventually run into trouble by following their orders. The Emperor will attack Yalong. Its ruler is nothing extraordinary, and Bai Gongzi is not who he seems to be. He is actually the Emperor's own brother, Zisong He. If Zisong He should rebel, there will be collateral damage. Whatever decisions you make, please think twice before acting. Yes, it would have been fine if you hadn't mentioned it, but now with your words, everything becomes clear. The Emperor is a trustworthy person, and you should know that our Central Plains are a great nation. While your grassland is formidable, from ancient times it has been natural for smaller entities to follow larger ones. With our Central Plains providing care and protection, you will have no worries. This is my Emperor's intention. My Emperor says that if you heed this suggestion, we will be friends. If you don't, then our countries will become enemies henceforth. There is an old saying in the Central Plains. I wonder if you've heard it. I'm close to succeeding. After all, it takes only time for us Central Plains people to subdue your grassland warriors. Although they are formidable, we must not underestimate Emperor Huangfu Kongming's strength either. Huangfu Kongming wishes to transform strife into peace, which is exactly the reason why General Wu was dispatched here. Not only did General Wu come over, but he quickly clarified the Emperor's intentions. Now, everything has become crystal clear. His eyes turned towards General Wu as he spoke. Revenge should be forgiven rather than held onto. Ponder well, becoming our enemy. He continued, that brings harm without benefit. But becoming friends brings benefits without drawbacks. Since that is so, why are you still hesitating? And then he added, you're an intelligent person. Today, just consider this visit as a drink session. We remain friends. May our friendship last like the green pastures of your grassland, boundless and evergreen, like the gesang flowers of your land, beautiful and eternal. General Wu concluded. He nodded while grasping the wine cup. This young general indeed spoke the truth. Yes, for many years, life on the grassland has always been tough. Relying solely on looting merely to scrape by isn't sustainable. If one day the Emperor grows weary and strikes, none would survive. Given this reality, why not focus on something better? After careful consideration, he ultimately understood that making enemies isn't wise. Doing otherwise would be wiser, to forge friendships. That's what he should do, the choice he ought to make. For these many years, haven't I wished to be friends with you too? But we never dared to presume such a high position, nor act rashly. As for the general and the Emperor's meaning, how could I refuse such kindness? Starting today, we shall distance ourselves from the Yalong Kingdom and form an agreement with your Central Plains people. Great, you're straightforward. For this, I'll have a cup. General Wu cheered and drank heartily. And you're no different. Since we've reached this agreement, I am truly happy. Cheers, let's drink another cup. Let's drink another cup. The two began drinking heavily. Matters were thoroughly settled. What conquered Hume wasn't only General Wu's eloquence, but also military strategist Wu's sharp mind in analyzing pros and cons. He knew well that making enemies with the Central Plains brought no advantage. Why make enemies when cultivating friends made perfect sense? Nowadays, I have one last question. In your tent, I saw a portrait of a woman. It was painted by our court painter. Surely you recognize the woman in the painting, right? He did not know why General Wu was asking this, but he nodded repeatedly because General Wu was now his friend. They had become friends after knowing each other through conflict, so although he wasn't exactly sure the reason for the question, he still quickly agreed. That's a friend I met once. That's the empress of my emperor. She has recently gone missing while searching for the worry-relieving herb. There is truly nothing to say about it. Miss Nangong and the emperor are often apart. I did not expect to see her portrait here today. If it's convenient, could you tell me when you last saw her? As he spoke, he looked at Hume in front of him. After pondering briefly, Hume responded. The last time I saw her was 3 months ago, in the Yalong Kingdom. The good relationship with Yalong is also because of her influence. It has been 3 months already. After that, you must not have seen her again, right? Yes. All right, I understand. He fell silent and began drinking. If you happen to see her in the future, please ask her to go to the capital as soon as possible. The emperor misses her greatly. He can't sleep at night. He said this, sighing deeply as he spoke. She is truly an extraordinary person. Before she arrived, Yalong was just a small village. After she came, she reformed and built a powerful army. Now, even our grasslands treat the Yalong Kingdom with respect. With Zisong he protecting it, this nation has grown significantly. Chapter 325, Searching for Her Among Thousands. General Daluwailun, I will report this matter to the emperor and see how his majesty decides. As he spoke, he nodded, having already understood that it had been 3 months since he had seen Nangong Qingjin. Where was Nangong Qingjin now? The capital no longer had the carefree grass, so had Nangong Qingjin already left, or was she still in the kingdom of Yalong? Thinking about this, his mind wandered uncontrollably. When General Wu left, Hume had already sent a great deal of cattle, sheep, and leather from the grasslands. General Wu was very grateful. These gifts included those for Huang Fukong Ming, Nangong Qingjin, and himself. There were many of them, and they were also varied. To fulfill his promise, after returning, General Wu had arranged for the grain to be delivered. Now, Hume was ready to fully cooperate with them, not considering anyone else at all. General Wu could be trusted. After General Wu returned, speaking of his own experiences along the way, Huang Fukong Ming also sighed. Currently, according to General Wu, there was no sign of Nangong Qingjin on the grasslands. Where had Nangong Qingjin gone? No one knew. He now felt quite melancholy. While thinking hard, he had already dispatched many people to start searching. Could she not be in Yalong either? He asked, looking at General Wu. Since Nangong Qingjin had left, another headache had developed. He often felt as if his head would split open, almost to the point of death. When General Wu noticed this, he immediately helped Huang Fukong Ming rest in a nearby position. Medical officers had already come over. Let me examine your majesty's pulse, said the medical officer, who then knelt half down before starting to check the pulse. After a while, he said, Your Majesty, your pulse is rather agitated, which indicates heart fire attacking internally. If you can calm yourself, the illness would improve significantly. However, if you continue to be so depressed, the condition may worsen. So, what's your opinion on treatment? Make sure to deliberate thoroughly. His Majesty's health is serious business. If managed well, it'll be a credit to the Imperial Hospital, said General Wu, waving his hand while the medical officer immediately nodded. I will ensure a thorough deliberation. Please rest assured. Yes, certainly, replied the medical officer as he retreated. Seeing the medical officer go, General Wu approached and observed further, discovering that the emperor's complexion had significantly deteriorated compared to before. When Nangong Qingjin was around, his face had been ruddy, and his mood was excellent. He even handled government affairs with remarkable speed and perfection. But now, without Nangong Qingjin, his whole countenance had been swallowed by weariness. Those deep black eyes had changed, losing their beauty. That pale face looked like a sheet of paper. All other aspects of his condition were worsening day by day. At this sight, even General Wu began worrying about the emperor's physical health. You must take good care of yourself. I am doing my best to investigate openly and secretly. Please just rest assured. Once any news comes up, I will inform you immediately. You need some rest at least. If your body collapses, what will we do then? Saying this, he patted the emperor's chest gently. Huang Fukong Ming smiled, saying, With you and General Gao, I have much peace. I thank you sincerely for your loyalty over the years. Your Majesty, please don't speak such disheartening words. It's not something I want to hear. You've done a lot to help me. I remember it all deeply. As for this ailment of mine, there's no good remedy for it. It's the yearning sickness, he said, gazing at Huang Fukong Ming, who already nodded, saying, I have prepared a letter. Ask someone to deliver it to Zisang He. He knows my intention. All right, I know. He immediately agreed, taking hold of the letter, ensuring it would reach Zisang He as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, after taking the medicine, the emperor slept soundly as the freezing cold weather continued outside. Inside, the earth dragon burned fiercely, making the house warm and filled with spring-like comfort. This was the world of the imperial capital, yet beyond it lay a bitter cold landscape. In the midst of a snowstorm, Nangong Qingjin and Juefeng searched for a long time. Nan Gongqing herself understood that amidst the icy terrain, finding herbal medicines would be quite difficult. Nan Gongqing couldn't endure anymore and needed to rest. On this day, she drank mountain spring water and ate a chicken brought by Zhuefeng, preparing to rest. But suddenly, Zhuefeng became restless, a rare occurrence for him. Not surprisingly, Nan Gongqing was startled as she saw an immense net descending from the sky. Her current location with Zhuefeng was a relatively low-lying area, peaceful and quiet. But this tranquility made the grand net seem all the more surprising. This must be why Zhuefeng had suddenly acted strangely. Nan Gongqing was also ensnared in the colossal net, designed not with ropes, but forged with steel. Zhuefeng, escape quickly. Don't worry about me. Nan Gongqing shouted while waving her hands. Though Zhuefeng tried to flee, it was impossible. He was completely entangled within the net. Roaring loudly, his cries echoed like an apocalypse's lament. Quickly, a group of people appeared atop the hillside. Holding bows and arrows, they unleashed a rain of arrows. Within the confines of the net, Zhuefeng bellowed wildly. Emerging from the snowy wasteland were horsemen. At the center of their formation was Zhanghe. Seeing Zhuefeng struck by arrows and beginning to howl on the ground, Zhanghe realized that Zhuefeng was near death, blood already gushing forth. Step by step, Zhanghe approached, sighed, and smirked. You vicious beast probably never thought you'd come to this, he said, approaching the net. Clearly, Zhuefeng had no strength left. He struggled fruitlessly against the sturdy trap. Beside him, Nan Gongqing's eyes became moist. Zhuefeng, in her view, was a friend, not just some wild beast. Witnessing his struggles, she grew sorrowful, tears soon streaming down her cheeks. Seeing Nan Gongqing cry for the beast, but show no feelings towards himself, Zhanghe felt increasingly bitter and stepped closer to her. Ask me, and I'll spare this vicious creature. Zhanghe, please, set Zhuefeng free. Zhuefeng is only a tiger. Whatever grudge you have is personal between you and me. Please, leave Zhuefeng alone. Hearing Nan Gongqing's plea, Zhanghe replied, Are you better now? Have you remembered who I am? You are Zhanghe. Please, forgive Zhuefeng, alright? Do you consider this a plea now? If you follow me back, wouldn't that be so hard, would it? Now, it's up to you. One decision will decide whether Zhuefeng lives or dies. He then grasped a sharp guillotine-like knife. With snow covering the ground, his hand remained steady. Through the large iron net, he placed the dagger near Zhuefeng. Just as he was about to kill, Zhuefeng let out a sorrowful roar. At this moment, Nan Gongqing screamed, No. Ask me here. Undress yourself and come to me, and I'll spare Zhuefeng. Can you do it? Flames burned in his eyes, fury almost engulfing Zhanghe himself. Seeing this, Nan Gongqing was unsure what to do. Sacrifice her innocence and share intimacy with this shameless man to secure Zhuefeng's release, or perhaps die together. A desolate smile appeared on Nan Gongqing's lips. Now, I've become your captive. You'll surely give me time to think, right? That kind of thing. I hope you can weigh carefully. As he spoke, he turned his back and stood with folded arms, dragging the guillotine knife on the ground. Marks left on the snowy ground caught her eyes. Alright, I need 15 minutes to seriously consider. Nan Gongqing still couldn't recall much about Zhanghe, but after all, who exactly was he? He silently pondered. How devious he was, how jealous and scheming. Now, she regretted not having dealt with him earlier. In the icy coldness, his demands were disgustingly vulgar. She understood clearly that if she didn't comply with his wishes, there would be consequences. Now, it seemed that all Nan Gongqing could do was nod. Her eyes looked ahead, crawling to Zhuefeng beside the massive iron net. Zhuefeng was riddled with wounds, arrows which would be lethal even to humans. But for a fierce beast like Zhuefeng, these were merely superficial wounds. Zhuefeng, good Zhuefeng, it's my fault that has harmed you, it's my fault. Nan Gongqing, while speaking, had already embraced Zhuefeng's massive head and began to cry. Zhuefeng, on the other hand, roared in fury, his voice gradually weakening, as if comforting Nan Gongqing. Good Zhuefeng, now, we are about to die? He made such an outrageous demand to spare you. Good Zhuefeng, if I had really agreed, both of us would have been decapitated immediately. Now it's time to fight outside. Do you still have the strength to carry me away? Even if we die, let's not die at his hands. What do you think? Zhuefeng had spent quite some time with Nan Gongqing, so every word and glance from her was deeply understood by Zhuefeng. The understanding between this man and tiger had already been seamlessly integrated through their gazes. Zhuefeng, now he must be off guard. It's now. As Nan Gongqing spoke, she tightly embraced Zhuefeng. With all its remaining strength, Zhuefeng started to drag the huge iron net and flee, despite clearly appearing near death. Despite Zhuefeng being barely alive. Now, however, Zhuefeng's speed was incredibly fast, almost like lightning, reviving like ashes fanned back into flames. Seeing Zhuefeng rapidly heading toward the front, only then did Nan Gongqing close her eyes, tears falling one by one onto Zhuefeng's glossy back. Chapter 326, Thorns and Vines. Refusing the friendly offer, archers turned this Zhuefeng into a wasp's nest. Indeed, there were no lines covering these two individuals who disregarded their own lives. He felt utterly defeated. Was he really such a failure? Was it truly so difficult to obtain the affection of a woman he liked? But Huang Fu Kongming, on the other hand, had effortlessly won over his beauty. Why would she do anything for Huang Fu Kongming? And nothing for him. In fact, just moments ago, he was merely threatening her, but unexpectedly, she refused even in death, and Zhuefeng had already fled. After some time, They reached an open area where the vast Tian Luo Di Wang, heavenly net, lay tightly secured, unmoving despite all the efforts exerted by Nan Gongqingjin and Zhui Feng. She still understood Zisong He's character well. A man like him wouldn't leave any room for retreat, not for others, not even for himself. This was indeed Zisong He. With no way out, she decided not to fear anything anymore. Zhui Feng, after spending years understanding her gestures, immediately leaped up after a brief rest. Zhui Feng's body resembled a taut bow, braving the wind with full force, carrying Nan Gongqingjin forward swiftly. He could only helplessly watch as Zhui Feng and Nan Gongqingjin disappeared, utterly unexpected since he had cut off all their escape routes. Still, their valor was undeniable. They vanished from sight quickly. His pupils contracted sharply with fear, then he barked at those around him. What are you standing around for? Aren't you going to chase after them? As soon as his command ended, a group rushed off in pursuit. Firstly, because it was in the dense forest, and secondly, fresh snow particles made it easy to track where Nan Gongqingjin and Zhui Feng went. Not long after, the pursuing group followed their trail further ahead. Due to being injured, Zhui Feng had lost strength. Nan Gongqingjin, meanwhile, vowed to protect her chastity fiercely, showing absolute willingness to die rather than be humiliated. Just at the moment when she ordered Zhui Feng to flee with her, she had resolved never to stay behind regardless of consequences. Even if it meant death, she refused to endure humiliation. What else was there to fear then? In such an iron net, she knew escape was impossible. As the biting cold winds blew in her face, there was no choice but to hold onto the iron net for one last desperate struggle. She now feared nothing. The path narrowed ahead, causing Nan Gongqingjin's body to crash painfully onto the ground. At this point, Zhui Feng's instinct to survive had been fully triggered, becoming ferocious beyond fear. It turned into the fiercest of beasts. In its rage, Zhui Feng sprang forth toward the next destination. A beast like Zhui Feng, even in death, would not allow human desecration. Its speed was unmatched, and before long, it vanished into the distance. Her struggles continued in the net, while Zhui Feng moved forward dangerously. The risk was immense until Zhui Feng grew exhausted, stopping nearby with heavy panting. From this high vantage point, beasts always preferred heights. Now Zhui Feng was the authoritative king on this steep mountain peak. It lowered its gaze and saw the swarm of people rushing up from behind. Nan Gongqingjin, battered and bruised from impacts during their flight, finally collapsed unconscious here. The iron net had gaps through which Zhui Feng struggled to climb out. Seeing that Nan Gongqingjin inside the net had become motionless, Zhui Feng presumed she had met her end. Taking her limp body through a hole, it let out mournful cries. The sorrowful howls of the animal carried far away, resonating similarly to human cries of anguish. Zisong He, approaching rapidly from afar, hearing these pitiful wails, promptly halted everyone's advance. Slow down. Listening intently for a while, as if sensing something, he frowned momentarily before saying, "Flank around. But remember that this beast seems extremely unpredictable now. Keep watch." He emphasized keep watch, not be safe. This was Zisong He. When necessary, he would sacrifice anyone. Zhui Feng, seeing Nan Gongqingjin lying motionless, began wailing, extending its massive paws to gently shake her body. If only shaking hadn't confirmed what was feared, the complete lack of response from Nan Gongqingjin. This realization at least dawned on Zhui Feng. She was truly gone. Unexpectedly, Zhui Feng started to wail loudly. Who says animals lack emotions? Not true. Tears rolled down Zhui Feng's face like pearls one after another. The cry of mourning from Zhui Feng was filled with sorrow. Nan Gongqingjin, however, wasn't dead. Just moments ago, her head had collided repeatedly against nearby rocks, putting her into a deep state of shock. Yet, she could still hear sounds faintly through her ears. That sound was none other than the sobbing Zhui Feng, which made Nan Gongqingjin tremble throughout her body. However, waking up was entirely impossible. Zhui Feng considered Nan Gongqingjin not just as a life-saving benefactor, but also as a close friend, a baby in need of care, even more so. But now, Nan Gongqingjin was a sorry sight. Her eyelids felt like they were weighed down by stones, and her body gradually lost all strength. It wasn't that she couldn't wake up if she wanted to. Rather, subconsciously, she knew her situation fully well, but simply couldn't awaken. In this semi-dreamlike state, although she clearly heard Zhui Feng's cries and all that it did for her, regaining full consciousness was beyond her grasp. Thinking Nan Gongqingjin was dead, Zhui Feng extended its furry paws to gently prod her, yet she failed to regain awareness quickly. With profound grief, Zhui Feng mourned. Now, believing Nan Gongqingjin dead and knowing the army behind them was fast approaching, Zhui Feng immediately picked up Nan Gongqingjin's body in its mouth and fled toward the dense forest. It swiftly disappeared from the vicinity. Despite their relentless pursuit, even though this army was highly trained and formidable, they eventually lost the trail. How could such a massive creature slip away? This perplexed Zisong He. Arriving at the place where Zhui Feng had last crouched, he glanced around. There were numerous escape paths here leading in every direction, making it nearly impossible to trace back accurately. After contemplating for some time, he found no clue whatsoever. Disheartened and increasingly agitated, he ordered sharply, "Search thoroughly in the surroundings. We must find her." "Yes." The soldiers, sensing Zisong He's unease, obeyed without question. But upon searching, there was no trace left in the snow. As it turned out, though Zhui Feng was a mighty tiger, years of living in the dense forest had honed its movements akin to human agility. Prior injuries on its buttocks prevented creeping forward on the ground. Hence, from then on, Zhui Feng had learned to leap from branch to branch, growing remarkably nimble over time with practice. Incredibly fast, soon enough, Zhui Feng leaped onto the next tree branch, and within moments disappeared again, only reappearing shortly at a location 10 miles away. No longer wailing, Zhui Feng understood the formidable skill of those in pursuit. Clutching Nangong Qingjin tightly in its jaws, it soon reached an open area containing a cave. There, with a dejected expression, Zhui Feng gently placed Nangong Qingjin inside. Truly convinced that Nangong Qingjin had perished, Zhui Feng began using its snout to push the surrounding snow until Nangong Qingjin was buried under a heavy pile of it. It was freezing cold. Mistakenly believing Nangong Qingjin dead, Zhui Feng opted for such extreme measures. Even animals no humans should rest in peace. Zhui Feng didn't want anyone disturbing Nangong Qingjin's remains. After hastily burying Nangong Qingjin under the snow, Zhui Feng let out a sorrowful cry, then climbed onto a neighboring tree. Casting a final glance at the snow-covered form, it reluctantly departed. After Zhui Feng's departure, Zisong he noticed something strange. Their numbers were rapidly decreasing. This elite force, initially tasked with tracking Nangong Qingjin who once aided him greatly, was inexplicably dwindling during the chase. Suddenly, someone vanished with a shout, "Ah!" Zisong he immediately turned around and saw a large patch of fresh blood staining the snow. Where that person had gone was unclear, making him feel absurd. Clearly, the adversary was merely a ferocious tiger, but from the present situation, it seemed as though that fierce tiger had vanished. It truly was strange, and Zisang he didn't know what he should do. Thus, he stared hard into the air, searching for any traces of a clue, but found none, absolutely none, not even the slightest bit. This made him become startled. Keep moving forward, disregard what's behind. Any stragglers were probably doomed in his mind. In Zisang he's opinion, self-preservation was always more important than protecting others. While clutching his bow and arrow, he continued walking ahead, but constantly turned back to observe if there was anything peculiar around him. "Your Majesty, our forces are rapidly diminishing." Listen, a soldier, already pale-faced, with a complexion no different from the snowfall, lips trembling fiercely, knelt down in the dense forest under the moonlight that cast its glow over them. His quivering lips and voice grew increasingly eerie, inducing a chilling unease at a glance. His lips trembled violently as he spoke. Seeing this, Zisang he immediately turned back with a cold and severe expression. "What did you say? In the legends of Dragon Tiger Mountain, there is talk of a snowman. What is a snowman?" Zisang he would never blindly follow public opinion to believe in anything. Such tales were all empty talk. A snowman was supposed to be something that appeared only in icy environments, actually being a fictional creature. However, upon closer reflection, it wasn't entirely without reason. Now, the army's numbers were gradually decreasing in the dense forest, but exactly what lay hidden within still remained unknown. Filled with alarm, Zisang he looked back at the man who then recited knowledgeably. The snowman, originally a kind of monster, whose trait is bloodlust, and whose ability is. Chapter 327, The Frozen Affinity. Stop talking, let's regroup. He wanted to see how many had suffered at the hands of an unknown force, and how many were left. Hearing this command, everyone quickly formed up without complaint. Not long after, they were already standing before Zisong he. Awaiting Zisong he's inspection, his eyes coldly scanned the remaining people. It was a small number now. After observing them, he realized that if indeed they were still in the dense forest, encountering any more would truly be unforeseeable. All right, withdraw. Retreat. Everyone wished to return immediately. Upon hearing this order, the front line became the rear guard, and the rear guard became the front line as they headed towards the snowfields. Soon, they vanished into the woods. Under the vast moonlight, this group retreated fearfully towards safety. They did not know whether Nangong Qingjin still lived, or whether the fierce beast remained alive. But just now, Nangong Qingjin's resolute gaze had conveyed her true feelings. She would rather die than yield. Even in death, she would not betray her principles and act dishonorably with him. Nangong Qingjin is truly Nangong Qingjin. Now, her life hung in the balance, yet he could only lead his troops away. During their march, no one knew exactly what they had encountered. Before long, the army lost a man here, another there, mysteriously disappearing. By the time they returned to the Nightfall Kingdom and counted again, only a few remained. This was deeply saddening, but he did not express a single word. Upon reaching the Golden Hall, he rested briefly before falling into a restless sleep. Now, he needed to conserve his strength and send someone out the next day to search for Nangong Qingjin. Nangong Qingjin, having lost her memory, seemed easier to control now than ever before. He recalled her affectionate eyes and found himself lost in thought. Yes, he had seen countless women, some seductive and alluring, others delicate and charming, but none of those myriad beauties together could compare to the power of Nangong Qingjin alone. She possessed a unique charm unmatched by anyone else, a charm beyond description. But where was Nangong Qingjin now? No one knew her whereabouts. This night was destined to be a tragic one. Huangfu Kongming had awakened multiple times, though normally, being so busy with affairs of state, insomnia and vivid dreams were rare for him. He woke suddenly and stared ahead for a long while, eventually looking aside. He had been dreaming. In his dream, the scenery mirrored reality, an icy wilderness, crystal-clear forests. A girl was running frantically, aided by a ferocious tiger helping her escape. But then, during the flight, the girl disappeared entirely. Time and again, He dreamed of such bizarre occurrences. Upon awakening, palace attendants heard movement and promptly lit lamps in the inner chamber. Huangfu Kongming appeared startled, his eyes reflecting a strange kind of terror. Servants filed in silently. However, he soon recovered. His gaze fixed upon a painting on the wall which swayed amidst a gust of wind and fell to the ground. These signs all hinted at potential danger to Nangong Qingjin. An attendant offered him a dampened handkerchief. "Your Majesty, please cleanse your face." He noticed that his hands trembled but managed to take the cloth, wiping his face. Chilled water revived him somewhat, making much of the dream fade from memory. Staring blankly at the nearby lamp, strangely, memories about Nangong Qingjin grew vague and fragmented. He couldn't recall more. Deep sadness enveloped him, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed, dissatisfaction showing as his brow furrowed. "Change clothes." "But it's not yet the fourth watch," a servant said helpfully but held out the imperial robe anyway. He looked at his ceremonial gown and said, "No, ordinary clothes will suffice." "Summon General Gao and General Wu." Yes. Someone had already gone without questioning, and soon after, General Gao and General Wu arrived. General Gao, Jiningri, had been patrolling at night, while General Wu had already gone to bed that evening. Neither of the two understood why the emperor would summon them, but they quickly appeared anyway. They glanced at each other briefly before kneeling behind the beaded curtain. "This humble general greets your majesty. May you live 10,000 years. The red beads of the curtain swayed. Huangfu Kongming waved his hand, dismissing the eunuchs and palace attendants one by one. "Go out and attend to your duties." At this point, General Wu also realized what was happening, waving his own hand to dismiss those who accompanied him. Now, within the room, only these three remained. With no fourth ear present, "Rise," he said, stepping out from behind the beaded curtain as he spoke. "Rise, there's no need for such grand ceremony. You are the capable ministers of the state, and these unnecessary formalities should be reduced. They're mere bureaucracy." Yes. Both generals stood up. General Wu looked at the emperor's face, noticing the dark circles under Huangfu Kongming's eyes. He knew that Huangfu Kongming had slept poorly tonight. He also observed that his expression was quite agitated, as if there was something he wanted to say. But exactly what it was remained completely unknown. His lips moved slightly, and after a very long pause, he finally said, "You too. General Gao will remain here as usual. General Wu, I order you to select 200 soldiers to accompany me to Dragon Tiger Mountain." It seemed like a farce. General Gao cast a suspicious glance at Huangfu Kongming, but upon seeing the determined look on his face, he understood that this was not a random command. It was truly an urgent need for him to stay behind. He nodded immediately, since he had been patrolling the city all night. Now he was wide awake and ready. Observing General Gao's still energetic demeanor, he felt a mix of envy and relief. Watching General Gao depart, a pulsation began in his temple. He reached out, lightly pressing on his temple, then turned to General Wu beside him. "This humble general indeed doesn't know why you suddenly issued such an order. Now, it is freezing weather, and it is late at night. What are we doing in that wild countryside?" "You have asked a reasonable question," he said, adding in a low voice after finishing. "How could I not have thought about it? But right now, I don't have any choice. I just had a dream." Dreams are common human experiences. "I dreamed." Without waiting for General Wu to ask further, he continued, "I dreamed that Nangong Qingjin is buried in the snow. If I don't go immediately, she'll freeze to death." This simply made General Wu doubt whether the emperor might be running a fever. After all, it was just a dream. Because of a dream, it was too absurd. Seeing General Wu's hesitation to carry out the order, this angered Huangfu Kongming. "Why aren't you going? What are you waiting for? Your Majesty, this is merely a dream. Are you really going to make me take you into the forest because of one dream? That forest appears perilous. Should anything happen to you, how am I supposed to explain myself to the people of the kingdom?" General Wu kept speaking while sighing deeply. Knowing this, the emperor himself understood he couldn't act solely based on a dream, yet he still paused for a moment. After that brief silence, he became even calmer than before. "This isn't just a dream. I believe it isn't just a dream. Your Majesty, I sometimes dream that I give my life for the country," General Wu said, looking at Huangfu Kongming. However, Huangfu Kongming's stance didn't waver. "If I've given an order, follow it without arguing. I think this isn't just a dream. Even if it is just a dream, I must investigate. All right, I'll prepare immediately." Realizing the emperor was a resolute man, once he made a decision, nothing could change it. Therefore, General Wu ceased trying to dissuade him. Not long after, they exchanged glances, and then General Wu left. Within his army, selecting 200 brave soldiers who could traverse the dense forest effortlessly was not difficult. Before long, the 200-soldier force was gathered. General Wu had them fully armed and prepared everything necessary. Then, they went to the Golden Hall. In the Golden Hall, he hastily came out and entered the stables where he found a 1,000-li horse. With one hand grasping the reins and the other holding the bow and arrows, after a gentle kick to the horse's flank, he galloped forward. The palace attendants watched from afar as the emperor rode off on horseback. No one knew what the emperor was up to now, but General Wu quickly found himself accompanying the emperor. Before long, they had already passed through the Meridian Gate. Outside the gate, the scene was illuminated with bright lights as the armed troop soon vanished into the long street. There were those who noticed and said that the emperor was out for a private inspection in disguise. Others didn't see anything but heard the hooves of horses, mistaking it for a dream. There were also those who blurted nonsense, but soon after, the sound of hooves faded away. In his dream, the place he visited closely resembled real life. He was advancing step by step toward the destination ahead. An hour later, he led the army into Dragon Tiger Mountain. After another hour, they entered the very scene depicted in his dream. Within this region, he slowly closed his eyes. He began pondering, then suddenly raised his whip and pointed at the side. Here. Look carefully here. The troops immediately headed toward the indicated position. The cavalry moved faster and started searching within the nearby pine forest, while the infantry around them first discovered something unusual. Report to His Majesty. There's a corpse here. It appears the body suffered from great fright, with tattered clothes, though it's evident that it belonged to an armed soldier. Please examine it. As the soldier spoke, he tossed a frozen dead body onto the ground. He was unafraid of death. This young soldier understood well that Emperor Huangfu Kongming was keen-eyed when it came to examining corpses. The dead body lay on the ground, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, its insides likely eaten by some fierce beast. The terrified eyes stared wide open, filled with a ghastly gray color, revealing deep horror. Chapter 328, The Search in Snow and Ice. Looking at those gray eyes, he then looked at the already ghastly remains of the corpse. After taking it all in, he said, "It seems like it was attacked by some ferocious beast." "Indeed, Your Majesty, there's one over here as well." A man spoke up while pointing to a spot not far from their heads. Above them was a tree with an expansive crown and lush leaves. On one of its thick branches hung a corpse, its horrifying state causing the soldiers to break out into cold sweats. They had never seen anything so terrifying. They hadn't imagined such a fearful sight could exist. The corpse's eyes were wide open, the blood at the corner of its mouth now congealed. Its dead, unblinking eyes revealed nothing but sheer terror. It seemed that what the person couldn't bear most wasn't the sudden attack, but rather the shock of it. General Wu lashed out with his horsewhip, striking the body. With a heavy thud, the corpse landed on the ground. Quickly, the group surrounded it. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it had indeed been attacked by some fierce animal, after which it was left hanging on the tree above. Now, tracing the trail further, they soon encountered many similar corpses. Some lay scattered in the dense forest, others had frozen to death in the icy landscape, while still others hung suspended from trees, all creating an eerie and bone-chilling scene. As they kept moving forward, they reached a point where they stood before a tall cliff. There, they spotted the iron net almost immediately. Seeing fragments of clothing caught in the iron net, he quickly took hold of them and brought them close to his nose to sniff. No. He had detected a familiar scent, one unique to Nan Gongqing. This smell was unmistakable, belonging solely to her. I certainly wasn't dreaming irrationally. General Wu, take a look. He pointed at the iron net and presented strong evidence for the other to examine. Quickly holding the piece of cloth, Wu himself became perplexed. This belongs to a woman's garment, a common fabric in our capital city. Imitating Huangfu Kongming, he drew it close to his own nose, but failed to identify any distinguishing scent. He redirected his focus to the iron net nearby. It's made of fine steel, though invincible. It appears this fierce creature continuously battered itself against the net trying to escape. That would be suicidal. Judging from earlier, it seems the tiger managed to break free successfully. So, why would the tiger end up in the same iron net with someone? His uncertainty also threw General Wu off guard, leaving both men momentarily puzzled. After staring at each other for a while, Huangfu suddenly remembered something and blurted, "Ah yes. Nangong could communicate with wild beasts." In reality, Wu remained unsure about who exactly was trapped inside that net or what transpired within it. For Huangfu's baseless speculation that the victim might be Nangong, he maintained a skeptical attitude. Examining the iron closely. "This is not from our capital, Your Majesty. Notice, the iron is pure white, whereas the iron in our capital comes from Mount Lao, which tends to be silver white. Let me show you," he continued, pulling out a piece of armor for Huangfu Kongming. With the increasing light of dawn, Huangfu noticed the scales on the armor, large, hard, and smooth, with sharp edges. Our troops, whether imperial guards or elite soldiers, even the local militia, wouldn't have these specific designs. This army has no connection to our capital either. I've noticed too. As for why you're sure the person in the iron net was Miss Ningong, this subject dares not make any rash conclusions. But it seems quite possible she may already be dead. There's nothing more we can do here. Let us search around and return, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, do you really think that your dream held true meaning? If you continue believing in dreams over reality, how will you govern effectively in the future? Listening to Wu's advice, Huangfu could only reluctantly nod and move towards another position. Both looked at each other silently. For a very long time, Huangfu finally gave in, albeit reluctantly. Very well. Several people had already begun searching. In the piercing cold wind, the army couldn't find anything of significance. Instead, they stumbled upon quite a few corpses, which indicated that an attack must have occurred either tonight or shortly before it. Now, the sky gradually brightened. Seeing the pale streak of dawn at the horizon tightened Huangfu Kongming's heart. After a long while, he took a deep breath and waited. Your Majesty, we haven't found any traces of Miss Ningong. It's getting colder. Please return to the capital. I will ensure everything here is well taken care of. As he said this, waving his hand, Huangfu Kongming felt rather foolish about his own actions. There was no other choice but to return without success. Yet, after mounting his horse, he still felt reluctant. Understanding the emperor's thoughts, General Wu approached Huangfu Kongming and said, Your Majesty, feeling disheartened is reasonable under the circumstances. The only clue I've been able to gather so far is that this armor isn't from our imperial city, and neither is the iron net. Make sure to investigate thoroughly. We must determine exactly where these items originated. Yes. General Wu responded humbly, unsure himself whether love brought pain or joy. Looking at Huang Fukongming's worried face, he wanted to say something but knew it wouldn't matter. He slowed his horse's pace, watching as the dejected figure moved ahead slowly toward the next location. He rode leisurely, observing the heavy snow along the road. Soon, the group left via side path. This night, actually earlier than them, Killer Khan came over. Kum was originally closer to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Around midnight, hearing Zhue Feng calling out as if realizing something happened here, he'd come with a small team. In rage, Zhue Feng had already killed many soldiers in the army. This made him curious because usually, Zhue Feng didn't get angry easily, let alone to such a thunderous degree, probably for the first time. What on earth had happened to Zhue Feng? Naturally, he found the shredded net, quickly locating where it had been discarded. Following Zhue Feng's tracks, he soon reached a cave. Snow completely covered the cave entrance, creating great confusion. Let's check inside. Initially, he thought Zhue Feng might have buried some treasure causing all the chaos, but he never imagined Zhue Feng had buried a person. A few people began digging forcefully. Not long afterward, Nan Gongqingjin's arm was exposed, and digging further revealed more of her body. Upon seeing this, he immediately galloped ahead, muttering, "Is she still alive?" Though aware there was someone, he didn't know who. "Report, Khan. This is. What do you mean by this is?" The Khan became furious, disliking such hesitation. Grasping the lamp again, the person re-examined the woman's face and promptly knelt before the Khan, replying, "Khan, this woman is Nan Gongqingjin, who was recently with Zi Sanghe." "Are you sure?" Excitedly jumping off his horse, declaring what seemed like effortless gain, he squatted down nearby. Someone checked the faint breathing near Nan Gongqingjin's nose. Although extremely weak, it was still present. "Report, Khan, she has a last breath. Hurry, take her back." As he spoke, he swiftly removed his heavy fur robe to wrap her up. Soon, the group headed forward. Anxiously staring at the woman cradled in his arms, unaware of where she was injured, he grew increasingly worried. Afraid he might accidentally harm her, he carefully placed her on the horseback, urging it on, soon entering the prairie. "Summon the witch doctor, quickly," he ordered, then carried Nan Gongqingjin into the preceding tent. Not long after, a decrepit witch doctor arrived. Given the shortage of medicine on the grasslands, normally when people fell ill, medication was attempted first. If ineffective, prayers would be conducted, and should it remain unsuccessful, death would be declared. This caused tension among those concerned for Nan Gongqingjin. After an initial examination, the witch doctor concluded that though there were many injuries, the fatal wound appeared to be on Nan Gongqingjin's head. "Here, your majesty," the witch doctor said while pointing to Nan Gongqingjin's back of the head. He glanced at it and sighed deeply, finally understanding the situation. What should we do now? As everyone saw Khan Kum's growing concern, they became anxious too. The witch doctor looked at Nan Gongqingjin and simply said, "Let me handle this," gesturing toward an opposing tent. "It will be quieter there, and once I arrive, I'll have a better plan." The witch doctor moved to the designated tent and instructed his assistants to place Nan Gongqingjin into a wooden tub filled with medicinal herbs prepared as a decoction. While this concoction wasn't necessarily a cure-all, its potency was undeniable. Placing Nan Gongqingjin inside, the witch doctor began the treatment. He then picked up a steel needle and started performing acupuncture on her. Nan Gongqingjin's body was ice cold, her blood flow seeming entirely stagnant. The witch doctor manipulated her arms while using acupuncture to slowly restore her vitality and energy. Half the night passed, leaving the witch doctor drenched in sweat. Watching Nan Gongqingjin's breathing grow weaker than before, a troubling premonition settled over him. Her condition hadn't improved. Both external injuries and internal damage had left her near collapse. They pulled Nan Gongqingjin from the medicinal bath, but she showed no signs of regaining consciousness. After a long time, the witch doctor turned to prayer, gripping a turtle shell in one hand and murmuring incantations aloud while stomping rhythmically on the ground. Though the scene seemed humorous, it carried a solemn weight that sent shivers down the spines of observers. The witch doctor's trembling lips whispered words unknown, filling the air with an eerie solemnity. Chapter 329, She is Dying. Not long after, several people had gathered around, each holding a tortoise bone and peacock feather. They surrounded Nan Gongqingjin. After a very long time, she still hadn't woken up. Those who were surrounding her rotated clockwise and counterclockwise from time to time, making her the center of a concentric circle. Yet, she remained unconscious. Seeing that Nan Gongqingjin still hadn't woken up, the witch doctor was drenched in sweat. Now, their speed and frequency of rotation were much faster than before. Not long after, they stood by Nan Gongqingjin's side. Soon, they looked at each other blankly. The witch doctor knew his abilities were limited. He also knew that when Lord Yin wants someone to die at 3 in the morning, you cannot keep them alive until 5. Losing his soul, he was already drenched in sweat as he moved aside. "Report to the Khan that it's beyond help. I have done my best." He said this because Nan Gongqingjin might indeed be done for. He couldn't help but sigh. Think of a way, hurry up and find a solution. But, there are no buts, hurry. Seeing the Khan's attitude, the witch doctor could only go despite difficulties. In fact, he already knew that Nan Gongqingjin's chances of survival were almost nil. This woman's body has been buried in snow and freezing weather. On top of that, she suffered many injuries. The possibility of her recovery is almost non-existent. We'll try to come up with another plan. Yes, yes, yes. Nan Gongqing Jean was seriously injured, and now her condition was even worse than before. Speaking of recovery, the likelihood was too small. She had already been unconscious for a long time, and Kumu was not without worry. Although, it wasn't Kumu who caused Nan Gongqing Jin's severe injuries. But upon close examination, it was undeniably connected to him in some way. Not thinking about it would be one thing, but upon reflection, it made Kumu feel chills. He knew how important she was to Huangfu Kongming. Now, the witch doctor had left. Kumu entered the tent and looked at the pale-faced woman. Her brows were furrowed. She was breathing out but not taking in any air, looking extremely critical. Kumu didn't expect such a situation to occur. He didn't know exactly what happened in the forest, but seeing the current state of Nan Gongqing Jin made him deeply pained. The woman in front of him was something everyone wanted. She was a treasure, a pearl, an unattainable piece of jade. But now, this jewel was covered in dust, the jade was dull, and the future held unpredictable outcomes. The witch doctor had racked his brain trying to find a solution. Here, he anxiously approached the bedside, gently stroking the forehead of the woman in front of him while letting out a soft sigh. What reason could there be that led her to such a frozen wasteland? And why was she unconscious now? Was it to search for the so-called sorrow-relieving grass? Or was there another cause? Perhaps, if she doesn't wake up, it truly would be impossible to figure it out. Right now, apart from anxiety, he was utterly at a loss. Despite everything, he desperately wanted Nan Gongqing Jin to recover, even though he knew that even if this woman recovered, she would have nothing to do with him. Their gap was far too great. To put it simply, they'd only met once, but he remembered how powerful she was. Especially during the mountain opening operation, no one knew what exact method she employed, but everyone heard a string of explosions. When they looked again, the giant rocks and towering trees at the valley entrance had fallen one by one. When they looked again, the woman was smiling, having successfully accomplished her mission. She was such a capable woman. Now, watching her fade away right before his eyes without him being able to do anything about it, left him feeling completely powerless. The witch doctor paced back and forth. Even though he was exceptionally skilled, he had never encountered a case like this. He had exhausted all his efforts, yet Nan Gongqing Jin remained unconscious. What should be done now? At present, her whole body is stiff, and her blood flow has stopped. The only method is to boil water, let her temporarily loosen her muscles and ligaments, then see. This seemed to be the simplest solution, as well as the only effective suggestion. All right, let's do that. Kumu immediately gestured. Hurry and prepare. At his command, several people went off. Not long after, the boiling water was ready. When the temperature of the water was bearable for humans, a few cheerful women came over. Nan Gongqing Jin was gently undressed and carefully placed in a wooden tub. However, she did not recover quickly. The witch doctor prepared to initiate the second plan, and shortly after, he had fished Nan Gongqing Jin out of the water. He began acupuncture next. By this point, the onlookers were already losing hope. One could say they had resorted to treating her like a dead horse, or simply leaving things to fate. But their hope was tied to this effort nonetheless. Nan Gongqing Jin showed no signs of waking up. Her body was as cold as a zombie's, her teeth clenched, face turning bluish-green. There seemed to be only a faint thread of breath sustaining her life, and at this sight, everyone felt disheartened. They couldn't help but realize that Nan Gongqing Jin's condition was hopeless. Continuing to try might serve no purpose. Meanwhile, Kumu paced back and forth inside the tent, restless and deeply troubled, desperately trying to think if there was a better solution, furrowing his brows as he walked back and forth with long strides. He walked round and round until he was utterly exhausted, yet he still couldn't figure out what to do to resolve the matter seamlessly. Nan Gongqing Jin was dying, but what had happened to her beforehand? Kumu was troubled and worried. What would Huangfu Kongming do if Nan Gongqing Jin truly passed away? Would he blame him? Or perhaps consider him a villainous person? Walls have ears. It's impossible for everything to stay hidden forever. By now, Kumu had begun imagining all the potential future consequences. He understood clearly. Nan Gongqing Jin was indeed beyond help. Khan, it's over. In the end, the witch doctor, having exhausted all possible remedies, approached Nan Gongqing Jin's side and touched her forehead. Initially hot, it had now grown icy, a sign of death. He knew this girl had reached her end. He reported his findings to Kumu. Kumu immediately stepped closer, hesitated for a moment, and then extended his hand to place beneath Nan Gongqing Jin's delicate nose, trying to see if there was any breath left. But her breathing had completely ceased. At that moment, Kumu's heart plummeted. He realized he harbored an inexplicable concern for this girl. Her death brought him immense pain, an unexpected reaction given that they barely knew each other. After all, they were strangers who'd merely met once. Why should her death stir such strong emotions? It baffled him entirely. Wrinkling his brow in anguish, he tried hard to contemplate what needed to be done next. Is it confirmed? Kumu asked, looking toward the authoritative military doctor, a man of great standing on the grasslands. If even the witch doctor had declared Nan Gongqing Jin's passing, there was little else to debate. This military doctor was renowned, responsible for treating various critical illnesses across the steppe over many years. His pronouncement of Nan Gongqing Jin's death almost certainly meant the end for her. The military doctor took a step forward. Instead of gazing at Nan Gongqing Jin's corpse, his eyes brightly focused on Kumu. Your Majesty, please bear this loss with fortitude. The dead cannot return, and besides, this woman has no real connection to you. Even if she dies, it shouldn't affect you significantly. Well, prepare for the funeral. Truly, when the yellow plum doesn't fall, the green one does, said the Khan somberly as he turned away. He didn't wish unrelated people to see his inner turmoil over this woman, essentially a stranger. The military doctor sighed in relief. Never before had he seen something like this. The Khan so emotionally affected by the demise of someone practically unknown. After issuing the official statement, he breathed deeply, sat down nearby, and his thoughts became lost in the void. How could this woman's destiny be so ill-fated? Was it simply due to poor luck? She had merely faced pursuit in the frozen wasteland, and now, it ended in her death. Honestly, he couldn't dare to comprehend how she had perished so quickly. What had transpired prior to this? And were there secrets surrounding her situation he didn't know? Lost in these musings, a shadow soon loomed closer. Your Majesty. The voice rang loud enough to pull the wandering Khan Kumu back into awareness. Bright-eyed, Kumu turned toward the speaker. The person addressing him was a seamew from a country proficient in dual languages, now directing his gaze towards Kumu. Khan, we cannot hastily arrange the funeral, he said, while staring intently at Kumu. Kumu hadn't initially reacted and wasn't sure what he meant. After a long silence, he turned his gaze toward the man beside him. This seamew often served as an advisor within the Khan's inner circle. His shrewdness and frequent counsel were invaluable. Realizing this, Kumu straightened up and prepared to listen carefully about the planning for the future events that this seamew might suggest. Khan, she belongs to Huangfu Kongming, and on our step, we practice cremation. If we were to cremate this woman, in the eyes of people from Central Plains, it would be seen as destroying evidence. If one day he came here to investigate, how could we resolve this matter? Hearing this, Kumu became visibly uneasy. After pondering for a while, he frowned. What do you mean? My intention is, he leaned closer and spoke confidentially. We should not act rashly on behalf of heaven. This woman is significant both to Huangfu Kongming and to Lord Zisong, he of Yelong Kingdom. As for why she was wandering in the frozen wasteland, that's another story altogether. There are obviously some hidden facts that neither you nor I know about. Allow me to boldly suggest. He stepped forward, now standing by Kumu's side. Kumu understood that the seamew had his best interests at heart. The man truly thought through every situation thoroughly. With a nod, Kumu braced himself to hear whatever plans the seamew had in mind for him. Chapter 330. Taking care of her aftermath. Forgive my boldness, but since this has already happened, to clear your hands of any involvement, you should immediately inform Huangfu Kongming. Have Huangfu Kongming send an express message as well, and after he's inspected the body, we can then cremate it, with his agreement and witnessed by him. In the future, should there be any issues, this will not concern us. If we hastily proceed with cremation or sky burial for this woman without proper consideration, it would then tie us closely to the matter. He spoke while stepping back. Please, Khan, for the great future of the prairie people, carefully deliberate on your actions. The seamew man finished speaking, bowing his head and standing beside like a sculpture. After expressing his thoughts, he wasn't willing to utter even a single extra word. Kum understood clearly. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes fell on the nearby figure of the deceased woman. Though she had passed, she remained as pure and adorable as before. Though her rosy cheeks had lost their color, she still appeared as if intricately carved marble. Although her youthful and lively eyes were now closed, they still exuded a bewitching allure. What was the reason that made this woman, even in death, retain such charm? Kum stood beside Nan Gongqingjin, contemplating deeply for quite some time before nodding. What you say is very correct. Otherwise, if something happens later, it would appear as if I did not manage things properly. Now, we need to thoroughly deliberate on this. As he spoke, he asked further, when do you think would be the right time to notify the emperor? The sooner, the better, said the other person. Seeing the seamew man reply thus, Kum added, surely, you have a best candidate in mind to handle this? Tell me, who should go? It should be me, the seamew man solemnly replied, indeed making sense. In the past few years, many things done by the seamew man had been much appreciated by Kum. Kum trusted that after what the seamew man handled, chances of mistakes were minimal. The feeling of clarity had returned once again. After a long silence, the seamew man continued. However, this time, it wouldn't be wise for me to go. He might suspect whether this unverified news is an attempt to trick him. You've always handled things so well. Tell me, is there any alternative method? Kum asked seriously, having already thought through, if there were other methods, he'd certainly adopt them quickly. The seamew man was prepared to respond. At present, the best option is for you to go. When you arrive, naturally, he'll believe you. Once Huangfu Kongming comes, further investigation into Nan Gongqingjin's cause of death will be his responsibility and no longer ours. Why are we rescuing someone? Aren't we doing exactly that? The seamew man immediately retorted. After thinking briefly, Kum nodded. He won't suspect our motives otherwise? Even though we only crossed paths once, I can tell that Huangfu Kongming isn't that kind of person. Hearing the seamew man's words, Kum felt that this matter required immediate handling. Meanwhile, amidst the vast wilderness, Zisang he had retreated and was preparing to leave. As he withdrew, he searched everywhere but found no trace of either the saber-toothed tiger or Nan Gongqingjin. This worried him greatly. Despite traveling far and wide for a long while, he could find nothing. Having no choice but to retrace his steps, he could take no other action. After a long journey, he eventually managed to leave the area. Exiting from the dense forest, the weather was refreshingly cool. Clouds thickened at the horizon in the northern sky and moved swiftly. Snowflakes gradually dissipated, revealing clearer skies. Zisang he looked off into the distance, from north to south, then south to east. After a long period of silence, he finally said, let's return. The group slowly made its way back. This time, His resolve was firm about securing Nangong Qingjin. Initially, it was meant to be a double-win situation, slaying the large snake represented by Nangong Qingjin. Moreover, beyond just gaining the woman he desired, it was also an opportunity to see the ferocious tiger killed, a predator causing havoc for years, threatening the populace. Killing the tiger seemed like a positive outcome, yet this seemingly straightforward plan met an unexpected setback, an unforeseen force beyond anyone's control thwarting the plan. Nangong Qingjin was the type of person who would rather die than submit, and now she had already forsaken her own life. However, for this woman, her virtue still remained exceedingly important. Nangong Qingjin had vanished, and no one knew whether she was alive or dead, nor where she had gone. Originally, he had planned to conduct a thorough search, but now he didn't dare to look around any further because the surrounding dangers were already far too many. Considering this, he could only move awkwardly back with his troops in the direction they had come. The kingdom of Yelong was peaceful. It was probably the afternoon of the next day when the Simu man came riding towards them on horseback. The hoofbeats resounded clearly, and it wasn't long before they reached the capital city. He handed over his visiting card, giving it to the yellow-robed official of the Zih-watching palace in the capital. On a bull cart following behind sat the imposing leader of the Simu people, Kum. Kum had traveled tirelessly from the grasslands, moving with incredible speed. Why hadn't he ridden his horse upon arriving at the capital? In that era, horses were military equipment and couldn't be galloped freely unless in emergency situations. Moreover, as they were the Simu people from the grasslands, such an act might appear as if they held others in contempt. Today, it was General Wu's turn to patrol the city. One could consider it good fortune that the visiting card was sent directly to him. He took it in hand, scrutinized the name on it carefully, then immediately passed it along to Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming had not rested well since returning last night. This morning, after the court session just concluded, he had eaten some food and was preparing to rest when the visiting card arrived. A eunuch attendant had placed the visiting card onto a vermilion-lacquered gilt-edged tray. Soon after, the card made its way into the hands of Huangfu Kongming, who silently clutched it. Who is it? At his side stood General Gao, currently his right-hand general alongside General Wu, both originally formidable men meant to assist him. Now, after asking, Huangfu opened the card. Your Majesty, it's the Khan of the Prairies, Kum. Kum has arrived with his entourage. This year, the winter on the grasslands hasn't been good. Logically speaking, we are close neighbors. If there's need, we should help each other properly. As he spoke, he looked at Huangfu Kongming before him. Huangfu Kongming took a breath, his gaze trembling slightly as he arranged the visiting card neatly. Let Kum enter. Yes. General Gao waved his hand, and a nearby attendant darted off. Huangfu Kongming indeed did not anticipate that the great Khan Kum of the Prairie was here not for official matters, but personal ones. The attendant arrived at the entrance, smiling warmly as they extended an invitation for Kum to enter the imperial capital. After passing through the long alleyway, Kum continued forward until he entered the Golden Hall, where he discovered that the grandeur of the capital was indeed extraordinary. Previously, he'd had many vague fantasies about the capital, but hadn't anticipated it looking like this. Now seeing the magnificently decorated surroundings of the imperial capital, he couldn't help but marvel. But today was not for sightseeing, so quickly taking a deep breath, he moved ahead into the Golden Hall. There he saw the weary figure of Huangfu Kongming. He appeared even thinner than their last meeting, his cheekbones more prominent. His eyes seemed somewhat hollow. Kum looked at those eyes, once full of vitality, and noticed they now appeared much dimmer. Seeing this, he couldn't help but take a subtle breath. You've come? Huangfu asked, adjusting his posture while watching Kum, who walked forward and began performing a customary bow according to the traditions of the grasslands. This servant pays respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty live 10,000 years. Upon finishing his salutation, Kum bowed, and Huangfu nodded. One after another, attendants dressed in splendid garments entered, offering fruits and serving tea. You have certainly come here today with some matter. I've been waiting here in the capital for quite a long time, and your arrival brightens my mood. As he spoke, he also said, Here, enjoy this old June eyebrow tea from the capital. It's used by the emperor. Please take a cup. I'm more accustomed to drinking alcohol, Kum replied. Hearing this, Huangfu Kongming laughed loudly and ordered, I almost forgot. Bring wine. A group of people entered promptly, delivering the wine. After Kum drank 5 or 6 cups astonishingly fast, he finally stated, I am not here for official matters. You may speak of other issues as well. As he said this, Huangfu Kongming coughed slightly, and a servant delivered a thick fur cloak, draping it over Huangfu's shoulders. This man truly lacked spirit. He was probably suffering from a cold, his fingers trembling. Someone quickly brought over a warm brazier, which Huangfu Kongming grasped to steady himself, then turned to look at Kum. Now Kum was hesitating greatly, uncertain if he should reveal this matter to Huangfu Kongming. Judging by his current state, Huangfu Kongming appeared to be in a weakened condition, almost on his last breaths. Should he tell him or not? While Kum deliberated, the sharp-minded Huangfu Kongming had already sensed something amiss. If you've come all this way, it would be wasteful not to speak your mind. The Simu person standing nearby shot Kum a glance. Having understood its meaning, Kum nodded. There's an issue I'm unsure how to bring up. With your health appearing fragile, I fear that you might not withstand it. Speak up. Is there anything I cannot endure? Well, looking directly at Huangfu Kongming, Kum finally cleared his throat and said, Your wife, Nangong Qingjin, has passed away. The reason behind it baffles even me. What are you saying? Doubt and confusion filled Huangfu Kongming's eyes as they widened in disbelief, staring intently at the man beside him. Come continued, last night. Come then recounted everything that had transpired the previous evening. Once the story was out, an undeniable unease gripped both listeners present. Stepping forward, Huangfu demanded, "What did you just say? Nangong Qingjin is dead?" "Yes. On your prairie, right?" "Yes." Chapter 331. Let me love you, regardless of time. Let General Wu come here immediately. He no longer asked about the other matters, his face pale and tense as he waved a hand. Someone nearby had already gone to fetch him. Not long after, the on-duty General Wu arrived. Wu glanced briefly at Come beside him, wary of any deceit but still bowed to the emperor before saying slowly, "Your Majesty, I have arrived. What do you command? Gather 500 elite soldiers immediately and accompany me to the grasslands." It was unclear what exactly this person had said to prompt such a reaction from the emperor. Truly strange indeed. After pondering for a moment, Wu spoke. "Your Majesty, think it over carefully before proceeding. I want to know what reason has driven you to go to the grasslands with only 500 men." General Wu thought that even if they were going, it should be with 20,000 troops. Now, the Yilong Kingdom was already quite close to the grasslands, and previously he had investigated that Zi Sang He and Come had cooperated in the past. If these two were still collaborating now, there were even more things left unsaid. As the two looked at each other warily, General Wu cast a cold and stern gaze toward Come beside him. Come remained silent, equally aloof and indifferent. The air instantly became tense. Wu's meaning was clear. Unless everything was explained thoroughly, he would not possibly leave with them or risk the emperor's safety. Come did not wish to divulge his own affairs to General Wu. Truly, Come disliked those cloud leopard-like, cold eyes, which were unbeatable, brave, very much like his own. General Wu continuously stared at Come beside him, conveying that he should better explain everything, or there would be no departure. "Just go prepare the army without asking too many questions," Huangfu Kongming stated. "The troops you bring must be incredibly powerful. We'll set off immediately right now." He said this while waving a hand. With doubts aplenty, Wu departed but returned shortly after, reporting that all preparations for the army were complete. Only then did he rise, loosening his clenched fists. "Go, move out at once." He trusted Come's words. For Nangong Qingjin, there was nothing Huangfu Kongming wouldn't do. No matter what Nangong Qingjin encountered now, he must check. In the dense forest, he had seen that iron net, making some conjectures about it. Now, hearing that the woman caught in the net was the near-death Nangong Qingjin, he acted immediately without caring about the truth or falsity of the situation, absolutely refusing to ignore it. Regardless of the veracity of news concerning Nangong Qingjin, he always needed to verify it himself. Now, he had already decided to risk everything. Soon, the group headed towards the grasslands. 2 hours later, they appeared on the grassland. This 500-strong army had already been spotted by the distant Yilong scouts. The scout immediately reached the Golden Hall and informed Zi Sang He. After last night's events, Zi Sang He felt rather regretful. After all, last night, he hadn't anticipated sacrificing Nangong Qingjin. Thinking about it now still caused him sadness. Now, sacrifices had already happened, wasn't it? Opening a piece of paper, he had just written a few characters, beauty like flowers, separated by clouds. What's the matter? He glanced at the leader of the Imperial Guard. This commander was the son of Commander Shimin Biao, named Shimin General. Now, Shimin General was half kneeling on the carpet beside him, saying, "Your Majesty, I have just scouted and seen a group heading towards the grasslands. If they are going, let them go. What's the big deal about it?" He said this while lifting up the characters he had just written, watching the ink gradually dry as he looked upon them like an artist admiring his work, smiling faintly, a bitter smile. Blowing softly on it, he gently touched the signature place. About last night's events, he was somewhat remorseful. If only he hadn't been so reckless, so hasty. However, Shimin General did not immediately rise after his report. The number isn't significant, seeming to consist of only 500 to 700 people, but they appear to be from the capital city, which is quite odd. "Your Majesty, why would the people of the capital venture into the grasslands? Remember, for hundreds of years, the capital has had no connection with the grasslands," he said. "What?" Placing the writing closer to his eyes, he seriously gazed at the person next to him. "What? People from the capital?" "Yes, they are clearly from the imperial capital. I won't make a mistake about that." Shimin General looked at Zi Sang He's expression. "I also find it strange why people from the imperial capital would go to the grasslands. Perhaps something is happening on the grasslands. Should we take a look? Those people seem like eagles and yet also like rabbits. If your men go there, can you really find any clues?" "Give it a try," he said. "Don't attempt anything unless you're sure of success," he emphasized, looking at General Shimin, who immediately nodded. "I understand this matter well." Hearing Shimin's response, he nodded again. "Be careful. We've already lost so many capable individuals here. I don't want you to be gone forever as well." "Yes." With that, Shimin left. He was holding his writing brush in his hand, now standing by the side of the tent and gazing at a scroll hanging on the wall beside him. The scroll depicted Nangong Qingjin. His eyes lingered on her portrait for a long time before finally touching it gently. The 3 spots often touched by his fingers had faded in color, appearing less vibrant than before. He watched them for a moment, then sighed deeply, speaking as if to someone else, though it was merely self-talk. "You have always been like this. Wouldn't it be better if you could stay with me? I hope only that you remain well." He sighed once more, both grieving and reaching out to caress the portrait, slowly moving his fingers across the painting, as though tracing every detail. After a long while, he stopped. After Huangfu Kongming followed Come to the grasslands, Come led him to one of the front tents among their encampments. Upon entering, Huang Fu Kongming immediately saw Nangong Qingjin lying there, barely alive, her condition even worse than what he'd imagined. Your Majesty. Seeing Huang Fu Kongming advance without any precaution, General Wu shouted instantly. He feared a trap, but Huang Fu Kongming strode forward without hesitation. I'm here. I've come. Lowering his head, Huang Fu Kongming kneeled halfway beside her, his hand grasping hers, which felt completely cold, devoid of any warmth as if everything had vanished. He gazed at Nangong Qingjin, then confirmed silently, she had already passed away. Clutching her lifeless hand tightly for a long moment, Cum had already retreated outside. Soon after, General Wu also exited, the two exchanging sighs. I won't deceive you. This is a matter of life and death. Last night, I heard the mournful cries of tigers deep within the forest and went searching. But when I found her, she was like this. Our witch doctors in the grasslands have tried everything, but have made no progress. I trust you. As the two walked ahead, the snow covering the grasslands had begun melting, turning large patches muddy. Their conversation never strayed far from Nangong Qingjin. Unbeknownst to them, someone had taken advantage of their preoccupation to stealthily enter the tent, leaping onto the top of the GR. From the air vent, he peered inside, quickly spotting Nangong Qingjin, who was indeed dead, alongside the grief-stricken Huang Fu Kongming. In this instant, assassinating Huang Fu Kongming seemed incredibly simple. There were only two people inside now, one deceased. If Huang Fu Kongming were killed now, it would indicate a certain connection between the event and the grassland tribesmen, who perhaps tricked him into trusting them and then betrayed him. Thinking this, Shiman General couldn't help but smirk. Without delay, he jumped off and moved closer to the GR. Inside, Huang Fu Kongming hadn't noticed the newcomer's arrival. He remained overwhelmed with sorrow. His sadness had turned into silent tears streaming down his face. Why do you leave me? Open your eyes. Look at me. He clutched Nangong Qingjin tightly as he spoke. Yet, Nangong Qingjin's closed eyes showed no sign of opening, unmoving as ever. Embracing her frigid body, Huang Fu Kongming continued sobbing uncontrollably. In the realm beyond, however, hearing someone cry over her and calling her name, she began to stir faintly, gradually regaining some awareness. Through hazy consciousness, she attempted slowly to open her eyes. She looked at the front position. Be careful. She was now crying, and it was indeed unexpected that she would speak. Now, hearing her say the word, be careful, he immediately understood that there was a situation behind him, but dodging was no longer possible. A dagger had already stabbed over, and instantly, Nangong Qingjin's back had moved, allowing the dagger to pierce into her shoulder blade. She was in immense pain and fainted again, but there was a hint of a warm smile on her lips. It was a rather comforting smile. After all, Nangong Qingjin knew that Huang Fu Kongming, facing these assassinations, if the first attempt wasn't successful, the second time would be much harder for the assassin. Enraged, Huang Fu Kongming gripped a long sword nearby and swung it forcefully. Though General Shiman was formidable, he had forgotten the principle that a grieving soldier always prevails. Now, every one of his moves was fatal, not allowing General Shiman any chance to scheme. He quickly killed General Shiman. Hearing screams from inside the tent, General Wu and Cum stopped their conversation and rushed towards the front tent. Upon entering, they saw that there had been an assassination here, and it was obvious who had arranged it. It must have been Cum. General Wu didn't have time to look at the corpse as he already drew his Choshin Dao and swiftly placed it on Cum's shoulder. Cum had no idea what was going on, but before he could react, a dagger held by someone from behind had already pressed against General Wu's neck. Chapter 332, The Conspiracy of the Grassland People. Upon seeing this, how could the deputy general beside General Wu let it go? He immediately reached out, and the Xiaochun Dao was already at the shoulder of the man from the western regions. Then, the two armies were already in chaos, and the two groups were now facing off. The situation was extremely dangerous, and no one dared to breathe heavily. No one dared to make a move. The current situation was like a chain reaction. If anyone made the slightest movement, unpredictable dangers would occur. People held their breath and looked at the adjacent position. Medical officer, bring the medical officer over, quickly, quickly. Huang Fu Kongming, kneeling on the ground, wailed like a defenseless young beast and began to shout loudly. In the current standoff, who would dare to go look for the medical officer? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Originally Cum was so insidious in his intentions, wanting to deceive you here to commit regicide. Let the military doctor come in. Cum's eyes coldly scanned everyone nearby, and he still said calmly, Your Majesty, she is already gone, just let her rest in peace. Why do you harbor such resentment? In the current situation, each party was struggling enough with their own concerns. It was he whose eyes were completely focused on someone else, ignoring us. Should any danger arise, everyone's shoulders carried a wild blade, requiring only a small tacit understanding to lead to a great conflict. But Huang Fu Kongming, it was as if he had completely forgotten his environment and the danger he was in. He shouted angrily, making the atmosphere become very strange. However, under these circumstances, no one dared to step out to contact the medical officer. Actually, if the medical officer had a way, the matter would have been resolved long ago, and the situation wouldn't have escalated to this point. Seeing the worsening situation, General Wu was more anxious than anyone else. He wanted to protect the emperor, but was powerless despite his willingness. Your Majesty, she is already gone. This entire incident was a scheme. Haven't you realized it yet? General Wu shouted indignantly. Much could be seen. He understood what had transpired. But Huang Fu Kongming, his hand had already secretly pressed onto Nangong Qingjin's pulse. After a long while, he then said, She is indeed not dead. Drop your weapons. Everyone glanced at each other uncertainly, and only after that did General Wu reluctantly gather up his weapon. Forgive me, he said, and even as he spoke, he had already swiftly returned to Xiao Chun Dao. Kum's tense back gradually relaxed, and only then did his gaze fall toward the ground. The corpse on the ground had stiffened, its blood flowing out had gradually dried, smearing across the ground. It was winter, and that dried blood resembled a decapitated earthworm lying helplessly on the ground, evoking an intense sense of revulsion upon sight. Kum still didn't care whether Nangong lived or died. After all, today, he had sincerely invited Huang Fu Kongming over, and he didn't wish for others to mistakenly perceive him as an executioner. Now, for Kum, clearing his name was more important than anything. As he boldly examined the body, he decisively announced, "This person is not one of our grassland people. Please see." While speaking, he already pried open the deceased person's eyes, and everyone gradually gathered around. General Wu leaned in closely to observe carefully. Truthfully, based on just one eye, it was incredibly difficult to determine who exactly this person was or where they came from. However, Kum opening the dead man's eyes wasn't actually intended to prove who he was. That wouldn't hold up. Nonetheless, after Kum inspected the corpse, he slightly pressed his lips together, slowly stood up, and stated definitively, "This person is not a person of the grasslands." "How do you know?" The nearby General Wu couldn't suppress his defiance. Given that the incident occurred within their army tent, it would be odd for him to assist in covering this up. But Kum then explained, "You've almost forgotten, our grassland people do not intermarry with the Han. However, take a look at this person's eyes. This person has black, beady eyes. Our people from the grasslands are all Simu people, and the color of the Simu people's eyes. Everyone understands. There is no need for me to elaborate further." As he said this, his voice rang out loud and clear, and he patted General Wu's shoulder. "General, think about it carefully. This is a misunderstanding." This, General Wu bit his lip and meticulously started to contemplate. The cause and effect of the situation weren't entirely clear yet. "This misunderstanding is absolutely a misunderstanding," he said, while continuing. "This person must have been sent by others. You've already seen, this person moves agilely and has very clear objectives. Perhaps some of you will understand. After all, this person was ultimately a top-tier assassin I employed. However, dear friends, take a close look. Kum was really beyond redemption now. At this point, the dark brows on his face twitched up and down, revealing an expression of extreme frustration and anguish. The more he tried to explain, the less it seemed plausible. However, dear friends, think carefully. On the grasslands, we excel in archery and horsemanship. In comparison to single combat, what's better is striking from afar with stealth arrows. That way, both hit rate and success rate are very high. Haven't you all figured that out yet?" As he said this, he already turned his gaze toward the corpse. "As for this body, it didn't come early or late. It just arrived as soon as we got here. Dear friends, ponder well. How could this be mere coincidence? The Emperor's whereabouts have already been leaked. In my opinion, it would be better if I safely send all of you over here, avoiding unnecessary anxiety." Yes, Kum's reasoning was correct. If there were further attempts to assassinate, not only would he need to assist them, but also Kum would have been blamed doubly. Thirdly, and most importantly, if Huang Fu Kongming were ambushed and killed on the grasslands, then the people of the grasslands would truly commit an unforgivable sin. There wouldn't even be a way to explain themselves. The situation would only grow murkier. Kum being a clever man, the one thing he wanted to do now was immediately escort Huang Fu Kongming away from here to a safe place. However, inviting a deity is easy, but dismissing them is difficult. Huang Fu Kongming showed no attitude at all. After some time passed, Huang Fu Kongming finally slowly stood up. As for Kum's analysis, after all, Huang Fu Kongming had heard it earlier. Yes, Kum spoke correctly. If they had indeed intended to assassinate him, a hidden arrow would have sufficed. Why did they act so ambiguously? He trusted Kum. "I believe you, but please bring in a healer to examine her." After Huang Fu Kongming spoke, his eyes roamed across the faces of the crowd. Their expressions varied greatly. Some looked at Kum with an unforgiving cruelty. Others had already understood. There were others who simply relished chaos, readying their hands to attack. And among them, there were those who were the so-called wallflowers, doing whatever others did, blindly following actions without thought, absolutely having no opinion of their own. Upon seeing this, Huang Fu Kongming solemnly said, "This has nothing to do with Kum. Everyone put down your weapons. Our arms are meant for the enemies to see. Kum is our friend. I trust Kum." The current situation was tense like a bronze bell suspended above, where the slightest tremor exuded a power that made everyone's throats constrict. Kum was currently extremely moved because there was no longer a need for him to provide any explanations. He clasped his fists, deeply bowing towards Huang Fu Kongming. "Truly honored in 3 lifetimes, you may rest assured. I will thoroughly investigate who exactly this person is." As he spoke, he gave the stiff body a powerful kick, tossing it aside. "Carefully search thoroughly. See if this person has anything harmful on them and determine where they originate from." At this cue, several Simu people stepped forward to carry the dead body away. These Simu people harbored a deep hatred toward the corpse, as if they wished to devour it entirely. They were instructed to leave and look for traces elsewhere. One by one, they departed, not only examining the exterior of the corpse, but also planning to dissect it to find any notable marks inside the clothes. "I knew it. His Majesty discerns right from wrong unlike them. Who would actually suspect me?" While speaking, Kum already shifted his gaze towards the nearby Huang Fu Kongming. On Huang Fu Kongming's face, however, There was more of a faint melancholy and confusion. You see, rarely did such an expression ever appear on Huang Fukoming's face. What exactly did it mean? His despair seemed to be gradually spreading as time passed. Eventually, he looked towards Kum. I require the presence of a medical officer. I understand you. I trust you. Make arrangements. This. Kum gazed at Huang Fukoming, looking at him as if he were insane or stupid. He rolled his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Huang Fukoming from head to toe, deliberately and slowly. Goodness gracious, this woman had already been dead for a long time. But what about Huang Fukoming? It was as though he hadn't noticed that the woman had died. He wanted him to fetch a military doctor, but the skills of the doctors here were inherently limited, for one. Furthermore, the military doctor had already checked and announced the death sentence of this woman. Moreover, Nan Gongqing had absolutely no signs of breathing left. Why waste time checking her again? Quickly, saving her life is the priority. He waved his hand. Upon seeing this, Kum had no choice but to step forward. Your Majesty, take a closer look. This woman has already clenched her teeth and has long since lost her breath. Why are you acting like this? No, I believe she's still alive and well. He said while pulling on Nan Gongqing's wrist. Listen carefully, listen closely. She still has a heartbeat. She still has a pulse. You must hear it. Your Majesty, death is like a lamp extinguishing. Why dwell so heavily upon it? General Wu stepped in as he spoke. The emperor had been extremely frail lately, now even hallucinating. Nan Gongqing was already dead. Once dead, allowing her to rest in peace would be best. Although she was an invaluable talent of the imperial capital, death comes for all. If she's gone, why does Huang Fukoming still place such high hopes on Nan Gongqing? Your Majesty, this woman truly. Quickly hurry. Huang Fukoming gripped Kum's hand, slowly losing strength. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Kum sighed, having no other choice but to instruct the nearby guards. Hurry, bring in the witch doctor. Not long after, a witch doctor calmly strolled in at a leisurely pace. After paying respect to both Huang Fukoming and Kum, he made his way toward the cloud couch where Nan Gongqing lay. Though dead, she appeared serene, as though simply resting with closed eyes. Chapter 333. The murderer is not a Simo person. As he walked over, he held the pulse and listened carefully. After a long time, he finally said, Your Majesty, there is a pulse, but the person has passed away. Please take this grief as it comes. Or perhaps my medical skills are inadequate. If you truly feel she is still alive, you should go to the imperial capital. Imperial capital. The sky was gradually turning dark. It was winter, and winter on the grasslands became dark quite quickly. His clenched fist slowly loosened, his gaze vacant as it fell upon Nan Gongqing. Now, Huang Fukoming finally understood. The medical skills here were limited, and there was no way Nan Gongqing could be cured so quickly. However, in the dead of night, leaving would risk encountering an ambush or attack again, making survival unlikely. Of course, Huang Fukoming did not fear death, but he feared dying with regret. If he could not revive Nan Gong, what would life mean to him even if he lived? For the better part of a year, Huang Fukoming lived a life worse than death, loving Nan Gongqing so much. If Nan Gongqing had already died, then at least the matter would have been resolved. But the reality was, he had seen Nan Gongqing and confirmed she was still alive. Now, for them to give up was absolutely impossible. His mood grew heavy. Wu General, the subordinate is here. Wu immediately nodded and stepped forward. Looking at Wu's sharp Chunqiao sword, he commanded, set fire openly and leave immediately. After saying this, even Wu wanted to confirm whether the emperor had gone mad. Wu's expression at that moment was very complicated. Your Majesty, it is already the middle of the night. Leaving now, Wu was troubled, for leaving now endangered many lives, especially since the assassination attempt had just ended. No one knew if this was all the enemy had planned tonight. Or was this just a preliminary test, merely the first phase of their assassination plan? They glanced at each other for a long while before Wu finally frowned hard. Your Majesty, please think carefully. We do not yet know the identity of the assassin. If another attack occurs on the road right now, your safety. The rest of his words went unsaid, yet everyone present understood, including Kum. In his own grassland territory, Kum had the responsibility and duty to protect Huang Fukoming. Seeing Huang Fu's current state, Kum immediately stepped forward. Firstly, based on Kum's analysis, Kum believed all along that this woman had already died. Once she had died, regardless of her past stature or admiration from others, she was simply a dead person now. A dead person only deserves one name. Dead person. Secondly, to make such a fuss over a woman who had already passed away was meaningless. Over a single woman, it was simply unjustifiable. He too liked this girl, but doing something completely against his conscience for her sake, or leading a group into mortal danger, was something even Kum wouldn't do. Kum looked at the army medic again. The medic didn't leave immediately, but instead waited respectfully. As for Nan Gongqing, the medic had already examined her and determined that, even if this woman still had a faint breath, her days were numbered. Furthermore, even if this woman was alive, her soul had left her body. Saving such a half-dead person wasn't worth risking life and limb. At this moment, Kum's eyes turned towards the official, who then spoke. Indeed, she is gone. No. Huang Fukoming couldn't bear such devastating news. He screamed with all his might and turned to look at General Wu. Hurry and prepare. With this command, Wu had no choice but to head to the door to make preparations. Just then, someone entered carrying a tray, though none knew why. Huang Fukoming, however, paid no attention to this. The medic had already examined Nan Gongqing earlier. Her condition was dire, but he had already bandaged her wounds. It seemed she would recover soon. When everyone saw this person walk in, they glanced at Kum, who waved his hand, indicating these items were for Huangfu Kongming. From Kum's expressions and subtle movements, it was already clear that he held deep respect for Huangfu Kongming. Toward Huangfu Kongming, Kum harbored a special sentiment. He thought that by now, he had somewhat expressed his admiration. Now, this man approached Huangfu Kongming, just one step away, and then knelt on the spot. His eyes flickered as he began to kowtow. Your Majesty, your servant has carefully examined this assassin, both inside and out. Here is what we have found from Jin's final search. Please take a good look. As he spoke, he spread some items on the ground. This is a sleeping drug used by people in Central Plains. It's quite potent, so they call it Merry Thought. Just inhaling it can make someone sleep deeply without eating or drinking it. As he continued, he took out a dagger, pulling its blade that gleamed like frost water, and said, "Take a look at this. This is a bull-ear pointed knife. Although it's from our grasslands, the person wielding it isn't. These are weapons only brave warriors of the grassland possess. This type of knife, on our land." Kum had seen this dagger before, but couldn't immediately recall where. At this moment, Kum stepped closer to the bull-ear knife, taking a long pause before finally grasping it. Ah, yes, it was him. Yes, it must be him. Who? Without even turning his head, Huangfu Kongming responded, and only when he heard Kum's words did he turn back, his cold, deep eyes appearing difficult to approach. Kum's lips quivered. This bull-ear knife, if I may speak frankly, was a reward I received 3 months ago during an evening guard duty on the grasslands. 3 months ago, I gifted this knife to Zisang, he from Yelong Kingdom. It seems that Zisang he also took great effort in this assassination attempt and used this very bull-ear knife. Huangfu Kongming had already understood. Could you possibly be mistaken? He asked, to which Kum scrutinized carefully. Giving swords to heroes and rouge to beauties, this was something I once coveted. There are many sharp daggers on the grasslands, but ones that cut hair as if it were straw are exceedingly rare. To express my sincerity toward him, I gave him this dagger. I didn't expect that it would be him. There are other things here as well. A capable attendant beside them took out a few more items. Look, this is cannabis. When consumed, it increases one's strength several times over. Aside from this, there's also this. This person brought out an oil gourd, handing it directly to Huangfu Kongming after producing it. After briefly inspecting it, Huangfu Kongming looked perplexed. The attendant, understanding its contents, poured the petroleum into an empty bowl nearby and threw a piece of wheat straw into it. Instantly, he ignited it with flame, and the substance started crackling loudly. What is this thing? This is something from the back mountains of Yelong Kingdom, called petroleum. It was actually named by Miss Nangong. The person explained further. This kind of thing originally wasn't valuable, and the common folk had no idea about its uses, but Miss Nangong made everyone understand that it's a resource that could be utilized. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Kongming's eyes became moist. The things were still here, yet Nangong Qingjin was dying. Despite Huangfu Kongming's unwillingness to accept her death, mortality was something no one could change. He sighed profoundly. The rest of the items, take a look. These aren't objects used by our people on the grasslands. Take this gold coin, for instance, and this jade pendant. They're all personal belongings of the individual, clearly identifying him as a genuine person from Yelong Kingdom. I understand. He immediately nodded. Then, turning to Kum, he said, I almost misunderstood you. Now, General Wu. Everyone expected Huangfu Kongming to immediately prepare Nangong Qingjin's funeral arrangements. But that wasn't the case. He emphasized that General Wu should ready the fiery dragon carriage immediately. Wu knew that once Huangfu Kongming made a decision, nothing, not even 9 bulls, could sway him. So, Wu left to carry out the order. Meanwhile, despite Kum's passionate persuasion, Huangfu Kongming remained resolute. Kum had no choice but to assemble a team of 200 men, preparing secretly to assist in escorting Nangong Qingjin if danger befell Huangfu Kongming. Go and prepare immediately. With a wave of his hand, the rest had already left. The tent was now eerily quiet. Only then did he turn to Kum beside him. Kum was also gazing at Nangong Qingjin. You must want to know how I found her. Though silent, his meaning was perfectly clear. Well then, let me tell you. Kum immediately explained. When we found Miss Nangong, she had been buried in the snow by that beast called Zephyr. We only saw numerous footprints and dead bodies, so we decided to take a look. It wasn't until the 4th season search that we realized what happened, which shocked us all. In the end, we brought her here. As for what occurred before, we are unaware, and as for later events, you already know them. His implication was crystal clear. He could offer no more explanation on how Nangong Qingjin had come to this state. Alright, I understand. No matter what happens with Nangong Qingjin, between you and I, he stepped forward, forcefully gripping Kum's hand. We will always be friends. Your Majesty. Kum likewise grasped his hand tightly, their hands firmly clasping together, exchanging an unspoken bond as strength flowed through their palms. Not long after, General Wu entered, drawing his sword and bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, all preparations are ready. I have arranged a splendid chariot pulled by 4 horses for Miss Nangong. You may ride inside it with her, while I shall safeguard your journey every step of the way. General Wu, I thank you. His gratitude extended beyond Wu's mere acceptance of his wishes. General Wu's attitude moments ago made it very clear, no matter whether right or wrong, Wu would handle whatever Huangfu Kongming decided. Now, General Wu nodded briefly and left. Chapter 334, still the person in a springtime bedroom dream. Tonight, the killer Zisang he sent out did not return. More than likely, He already knew that the matter had been leaked, and now he was quite anxious. He still could not confirm whether Huang Fu Kongming himself had already gone to the grasslands. If he had already gone, now would be the best chance to kill Huang Fu Kongming. The capital city with its powerful forces makes it difficult to assassinate an emperor, but here, the environment is familiar to him. Moreover, the troops Huang Fu Kongming brought over were not many, making the assassination relatively easier. The one thing stopping Zhang He from acting immediately was the inability to confirm if Huang Fu Kongming was truly among this troop. It seems he's already dead. You 5, go separately to investigate. Whoever finds any clue should return immediately to report, he said, waving his hand as the 5 people dispersed like ghosts in the wind. These 5 moved quickly. They were carefully selected for their skills. Although they were far less capable than the earlier assassin, the main flaw of that person was impatience, leading to failure. Now, due to the failure of the first assassination attempt, Zhang He felt increasing hatred toward that individual. Had that person succeeded initially, everything afterward would have been simpler. But after failing at the start, all subsequent actions would become increasingly harder. As he watched the 5 leave, his mind was still restless. Was Huang Fu Kongming really in that army? And if so, why was he heading to the grasslands, especially since it was nearing dusk? What was the true situation here? He truly didn't know what the circumstances were. Now standing with folded hands, he called out, "Guard." A guard by the door quietly walked in like the breeze, and then he heard the clanging of armor as the guard nodded, "Your Majesty. I command you. Immediately gather 10,000 men. These must be the elite soldiers. Wait for my command outside the south gate." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Fully armed, the commander asked. Zhang He immediately nodded. "Bring the gunpowder as well. Just wait for my orders." With that, a group of guards took some soldiers away to muster 10,000 men. What was he planning to do with these 10,000 men? Why did he need so many, such a large number, indicating something big might happen? Despite it being dark and night falling, Zhang He always kept his plans hidden before action. With a wave of his hand, the men quickly went off to make arrangements. After a while, someone came back. It was someone who had investigated Nangong. These few people had just emerged from the woods. "Report to your Majesty. We have conducted an investigation." "Speak. Tell me everything you found out," he said, turning around with an ominous gaze fixed on these individuals. His cold eyes caused fear in the hearts of those who met them. Trembling under this gaze, the man managed to say, "Last night, we encountered the attack of a huge tiger. This tiger was very fierce, capturing Nangong Qingjin, and later on, we discovered inside a cave that Nangong had probably died. This tiger buried Nangong Qingjin, truly an unbelievable event. Even though I witnessed it with my own eyes, I doubted greatly. How can wild beasts have human emotions?" He frowned intensely, looking at the messenger, clearly not trusting the investigation. But upon further thought, it seemed long ago he'd seen Nangong Qingjin together with these beasts. Now, he gradually started to understand and simply nodded. "It appears she's already been saved. You incompetents are always one step too late. Yes, we deserve punishment." The worthless ones knelt down one by one. "Other than saying, 'I deserve death,' can you offer anything else? Tell me what more you found that could disadvantage us." He was extremely agitated. Soon, the man began kowtowing, glancing sideways. "Your Majesty, she has been rescued and has already reached the grasslands. So your deduction is that Huang Fu Kongming is now also on the grasslands." He said this, his eyes shining brighter, his fists tightly clenched with force. On the other side, the person immediately nodded, yet dared not say more. "Good, retreat first." "Yes." The guard left immediately. Not long after, the 5 people who had gone out returned. One of them said, "Report to your Majesty. Your humble servant has already entered the grasslands. Today, there are many troops on the grasslands. Some are the armies Huang Fu brought from the capital city, while others are from the grasslands themselves. But whether from the capital city or the grasslands, they all seem prepared for a serious battle today." The subordinate originally wanted to investigate further, but knew that if I truly ventured deeper, I wouldn't be able to return now. "So, you didn't see Huang Fu Kongming. And what about his carriage? Did you actually see it or not?" He had already guessed that designing this plan around Nangong Qingjin's presence here might attract Huang Fu Kongming. But as for Huang Fu Kongming, his actual presence was uncertain. "I saw carriages from the capital city, and indeed they were of imperial specifications," he said, kneeling as he spoke. Fortunately, the second person arrived just then. This person sighed and knelt beside the first one. "Your Majesty, your subordinate has thoroughly investigated." "Speak." "Huang Fu Kongming has arrived. The agents we sent out have also reported that Shimin Bao's son is already dead." As he spoke, he sighed heavily, deeply empathizing with those who had perished. He understood, breathing in deeply before lowering his gaze to the few kneeling individuals. "What about you?" he asked, looking at the third person. "Reporting to your Majesty, what I found out aligns mostly with their findings. I also know that if I were rash, it's very likely I wouldn't return. Such failure would be minor compared to alarming Huang Fu Kongming and General Wu, both intelligent men, which could create complications. You're not dumb either. That'll do, step down." He waved his hand, and these individuals immediately departed. At least one thing could now be confirmed. Both Nangong Qingjin and Huang Fu Kongming were indeed present on the grasslands. As for how Nangong Qingjin ended up there, it seemed she had been rescued. And why Huang Fu Kongming had come must surely be due to Nangong's deteriorating condition. With this thought, He had already risen and left. "Where are you going, your Majesty?" "Fetch my sword." I'm heading to the Meridian Gate now. My 1,000-li horse is indispensable. He said this while turning around and swiftly shedding his white robe, resembling an elegant shadow. Nearby attendants promptly headed to the stables. Soon, Zisang he mounted his steed and arrived outside the Meridian Gate. Upon seeing him, the 10,000 men immediately saluted, shouting, "Long live." Zisang he nodded and drew his sword, raising it high. "Today, I require all of you to serve our country faithfully. If we are to secure the map of the Great Han Empire, tonight's battle will demand utmost effort. I intend to lead you to intercept Huang Fu Kongming on the grasslands. Any sight of Huang Fu Kongming's caravans from the capital should result in killing every man, woman, and child without exception." Die foam, die foam, die foam. The crowd began responding in unison. "Good. Now follow me into a personal expedition." Zisang he spurred his horse and galloped forward. Not long after, he disappeared along the winding paths, leading the 10,000 soldiers toward the grasslands in great numbers. He summoned a scout. "Go investigate. There are 3 roads from the grasslands to the capital city. We need traps set on all 3 routes simultaneously. Make sure the ambushes are properly arranged where each road lies." "Yes, Your Majesty." The leader of the guards departed immediately. Zisang he rode swiftly toward the dark grasslands. The hoofbeats resonated in rhythm as the entourage disappeared into the green riverbanks covered with grass. Meanwhile, Huang Fu Kongming had already prepared to act swiftly. He embraced Nangong Qingjin, laying her cold body gently into the carriage. Inside the carriage, warmth permeated, and he covered her with blankets. The sky was dotted with countless stars tonight, though not too many. It seemed winter always reduced their numbers, but tonight they twinkled brilliantly, bright and dazzling, creating a lovely sight. Huang Fu Kongming had no interest in admiring the stars tonight. His eyes lingered briefly on their shimmering brilliance before realizing the moon would not appear tonight. Walking through darkness presented a harsh challenge for the army. Still, for the sake of Nangong Qingjin, even walking across a sea of fire or mountain of knives wouldn't make him waver. This time they came only with 1,000 men, but fortunately, they were strong warriors. Now, he intended to board the chariot. Kum had approached, presenting 2 exquisite cloaks he'd prepared, made from the silver foxes of the grasslands. One was pure white, the other black. The pure white one, symbolizing nobility, was handed to Huang Fu Kongming nearby. "Your Majesty, it is already deep into the night. If you insist on leaving, I can't seem to dissuade you. Since you are determined to go, all I can do is see you off. Here are 2 cloaks that I cherish most. The white one is for you, and as for the black one." He chuckled brightly as he spoke, already tossing the black cloak over to General Wu nearby. Once General Wu grasped the black cloak and draped it over his shoulders, he grinned, nodding approvingly and clenching his fists. "Protect His Majesty well, don't be foolishly cheerful," Kum instructed, even as he firmly gripped Huang Fu Kongming's wrist. "Your Majesty, please board the carriage. I shall lead 500 or 600 men behind you. In case of danger, we'll appear immediately." He tightened his hold on the heavy fur coat, sighed deeply, then nodded once. Once aboard the royal chariot, he gestured again, exchanging a meaningful glance with General Wu. General Wu instantly understood. "Brothers, let us set forth now," he called aloud, wielding his riding whip. The crack of the whip reverberated crisply through the air, and the chariot creaked forward along its destined path. As the chariot disappeared into the distance, Kum finally nodded. The chariot quickly veered toward one of the roads beside the grasslands. Originally, Huang Fu Kongming had hoped for a swift departure, but realizing how tranquil and silent the night was, he knew they couldn't leave without attracting notice. Thus, their progress was slow, like an old ox pulling a dilapidated cart, grinding forward steadily. After about half an hour, they rounded a small hillock. Torches flickered in the dark, painting their procession as a fiery dragon stretched out across the land, its glowing flames brilliant against the night. Before long, the blaze of torches reached a crossroads ahead, the first divergence. Beyond this junction lay the boundary between the grasslands and central plains. Looking from there, one could behold both the vibrant green of the steppe and the clear riverside trees standing tall near Hanyang. Chapter 335. The murder is underway. Huang Fu Kongming saw that they had already moved far from the grassland, knowing what lay ahead would be harsh mountains and treacherous waters. "Make sure the army stays alert. We must maintain a connected front and rear." He said this while looking at General Wu, who nodded and moved to the first position in front, beginning to lead the troops. The speed of the cavalry was fast, but fortunately, the snow here hadn't melted yet, leaving everything covered in a pristine white expanse. It was exceptionally charming. Just as they were about to pass another crossroads, General Wu suddenly signaled for everyone to stop. "Gentlemen, wait a moment," he said as he spurred his horse forward toward a place up ahead. This spot was an ideal ambush location, practically like a gourd's neck, where one man could hold off 10,000, making everyone tense. Inside the carriage, Huang Fu Kongming lowered his gaze to look at Nangong Qingjin nestled in his arms. The flame's glow illuminated her face. On her lifeless countenance rested a serene calm. Her skin, smooth like silk, appeared exceptionally clean, imbued with a sense of youth. Yet her body was ice cold. She was indeed nearing her end. Seeing her pale face, devoid of any color, his heart grew heavy. Now, their army had entered a broad path, not complicated, in fact, deceptively simple and expansive as far as the eye could see. While observing, he slowly pulled down the curtain of the carriage. "Hurry, hurry." Inwardly, the voice surged unceasingly, swift and powerful like waves crashing against the shore. Once the carriage exited the grasslands, it began moving swiftly, though no matter how fast it went, it wouldn't reach the imperial capital early enough without wings. At the next wide point, General Wu abruptly pulled the reins of his horse, then gave a shoe gesture, signaling the army behind to stay calm. As dawn gradually brightened the sky, his eyes shone brilliantly, almost like electric welding lights. He noticed signs of an ambush ahead, thus quickly and solemnly turning his horse towards the carriage. Not long after galloping, he reached the side of the carriage where Huangfu Kongming indeed looked flustered and disheveled. The crowd below was like ants on a hot pan, helpless as events unfolded more rapidly, but progress seemed slower. This was counterproductive to his goal. Sighing, Huangfu Kongming, who always admired General Wu, found himself uncharacteristically agitated today. Anxious sweat trickled incessantly down his cheeks as he stared outside at General Wu. What does this mean? Hurry, hurry. Your Majesty, there are ambush troops ahead. How can you still suggest retreating now? There's no time for that. Charge forward, fast, no matter what method you use, just charge through. He sighed repeatedly. In this life, he had faced many moments of decision-making, and he was never one to hesitate. Especially on such critical matters, he remained steadfast. His words left Wu even more nervous. Your Majesty, we only have 1,000 men. Judging by the tracks on the road ahead, they're well manned. Now I said charge forward. As my trusted minister, do as I command and break through. Why do you hesitate so? Let me make it clear to you. Even if all our soldiers perish, I will take Nangong Qingjin away. Don't you understand that? Do I need to say anything else? No, I understand. I will risk my life without hesitation. Wu responded, already gripping the gleaming Xiao Chun Dao tightly and rushing to the front of the troops. With his bright weapon raised high amidst the biting cold wind, he swung it wildly once and shouted, "Everyone, listen carefully. Regardless of what happens, our only option is to push forward. It's said that we train soldiers for 1,000 days and fight them for one. The capital has nurtured you for how long now? It's time to act for your emperor. Everyone, charge forward." On his command, they surged forward toward the upcoming point, leaving Huangfu Kongming in the carriage feeling increasingly anxious. He still trusted the current general. With Wu beside him, he felt relatively at ease because he knew Wu's usual competence. Wu had achieved his status as general through remarkable military exploits, vastly different from those who earned titles by reputation alone or by chance transformations into generals. Now, seeing Wu leading the troops to advance toward their destination, it somewhat reassured him. Thus, despite the looming danger, Huangfu Kongming retained some trust and confidence in General Wu. He believed in General Wu. As for General Wu himself, after they passed through that expanse of red pine forest, an ambush indeed awaited them. The enemy forces were numerous, their ranks seemingly endless, outnumbering their own troops by at least 4 or 5 times. Seeing this sight, General Wu was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated there would be significant ambushes here, but he never expected the numbers to be so overwhelming, so incredible that the crowd surged forward like ferocious beasts ready to devour them. They appeared as if lambs led to slaughter. His eyes flickered as he bellowed loudly, "Protect the emperor! Defend!" While shouting, he immediately spurred his horse into a gallop, reaching Huangfu Kongming's carriage. Indeed, attempts to attack the carriage were relentless and beyond counting. However, as soon as the chaos began, Huangfu Kongming had already grasped a steel blade kept inside the carriage. This carriage, originally belonging to the imperial specifications of the capital city, was extremely sturdy and wouldn't easily succumb to any threat. Even with countless soldiers charging forward and cold weapons trying to infiltrate, the carriage remained unscathed. Though Huangfu Kongming seemed devoid of vitality at the moment, those who rushed to the carriage intending to annihilate its occupant were quickly thrown back, as if struck by lightning, rolling out of the carriage one by one. In some cases, people barely even got close enough to see what happened inside before crying out in pain and falling off, groaning endlessly on the ground. Yet others continued to rush forth regardless. "Kill Huangfu Kongming. He's in this carriage, along with Nangong Qingjin. Hurry, hurry." A man stood in front of the carriage, pulling aside the curtain to confirm it was Huangfu Kongming within. With a sharp cry, he alerted everyone, and soon fists clenched, the masses charged toward the carriage. Witnessing waves upon waves of attackers rushing forward like a tide, General Wu immediately turned his horse around and joined the fight. As someone flew onto the carriage, Wu swiftly drew his bow and fired. A swift whoosh followed by a cry of agony as the assailant fell off the carriage. Accurately wielding his arrows, Wu continuously shot down several attackers from atop the carriage, sending them tumbling down one by one. Huangfu Kongming struggled to whip the horses back. Although startled, the horse slowed and eventually carried the carriage ahead toward the open road. More enemies armed with peculiar weapons approached from all directions, leaping into the air. Their claws extended, grabbing hold of the carriage's roof. If not made of solid brass, this combined force could have easily torn the roof away. But inside the carriage, Huangfu Kongming did not falter. Clutching his bow and arrow, he lifted the curtain and aimed carefully at the approaching attackers from near and far. After all, Huangfu Kongming was born a warrior and fearless by nature. Armed now with immense strength and powerful weaponry, in no time, he eliminated every attacker surrounding him. The carriage swayed violently, like a lone boat tossed about in stormy seas. Seizing a momentary pause, he hugged Nangong Qingjin tightly. "I know you're still alive, my love. I understand everything. Hold on, I'll soon take you away from here soon," he vowed earnestly, planting a kiss on her pale and icy cheek. But even after this kiss touched her face, Nangong Qingjin remained unmoved. After a long while, Huangfu Kongming sighed deeply, then gently laid her back down into the soft bed of silk covers. Because the path ahead was wet and icy, making the ground slippery, the carriage soon accelerated rapidly, losing all sense of direction. Ahead, General Wu cleared the way, his speed astonishing, as if flying. Before long, cavalry caught up behind them, their horses swift as lightning as they relentlessly pursued the fleeing carriage. Huangfu Kongming, however, showed no fear. As the carriage moved further forward, the distant sound of camel bells grew closer. Far off, a man clad in white rode leisurely atop a horse, smiling as he crossed the official road, a place the carriage inevitably had to pass. There, astride his steed, he blocked the way. "Your Majesty, we are almost there," someone said while bowing. He understood what "almost there" implied, and a beautiful dimple soon formed on his lips, so charming it was rare to see. Like a gradually blooming mandrake flower, it was full of allure. "I have foreseen this. Now, for me to kill him would be as easy as turning over my hand." "Very well, raise the color flag and summon the other 2 troops. They are very brave. Our men may be skilled, but clearly lack the combat experience that General Wu has. Most of those who pursued and intercepted them along the way are already dead or injured, an extremely rare occurrence." This person took out the color flag from his sleeve while lighting it. "I've long known that there are many incompetent ones among us, so I've made preparations early." As he spoke, a cold laugh escaped his lips. "Gather everyone together. I cannot believe that even with superior numbers, we cannot triumph. Also, do not harm Nangang Qingjing. If Huangfu Kongming is injured or begging for mercy, bring this fugitive to see me. None of you should act on your own accord. His head belongs to me. It can only belong to me." As he spoke, he clenched his fists. Excellent. Huangfu Kongming was finally approaching. The smile on his lips gradually faded, his eyes colder than the Arctic snow. Upon hearing this, the censor-in-chief nodded and left. Everyone looked at each other in puzzlement, but still held onto their weapons, ready to coordinate front and rear attacks. "Capture Huangfu Kongming alive, and you shall be rewarded 1,000 measures of gold, and ennobled as Marquis of 10,000 households." With a loud cry, everyone's spirits were roused, eagerly preparing to capture Huangfu Kongming. Chapter 336. The suggestion of the parties involved. Previously in the capital, there were few chances to obtain such an opportunity. Now, no matter who it is, they all have desires and want to seize Huangfu Kongming. Huangfu Kongming is now within such a small range, and their numbers, their troops have been investigated. There are merely 1,000 men. As for Zisong he has mobilized his entire army today. The number of troops is 30,000, 30 times as many as theirs. With so many people, what does he have to fear? Failure has already been destined for Huangfu Kongming. Their army is soon advancing forward. After the colorfully decorated flags rise into the sky, they instantly shatter. In this way, the sky immediately becomes filled with brilliant colors. Those multicolored lights are as if they want to set the entire sky ablaze. Then, those radiant lights fall from the sky. At this point, General Wu has somewhat understood. The colorful flags are used to summon the army. In other words, the fierce attack that they just encountered was only a part of it, only a fraction of all the forces. Just this fraction of the forces was already significant. If all of them were to come out, how could they possibly have the strength to resist? At this thought, General Wu couldn't help but feel shocked. He spurred his horse toward the imperial carriage. Today, if they continue to move forward, they will surely be completely wiped out. If they retreat to the grasslands, at least it would still be the last road available. He has never been someone who casually cuts off his own retreat. Therefore, quickly, he spurred his horse and conveyed his understanding and suggestions. "Your Majesty, there are people in the sky releasing colored flags." Although he knows that Emperor Huangfu Kongming has indeed seen the flags, as their brilliance cannot be ignored, he still spoke this way to draw Huangfu Kongming's attention. Now is not the time for brute force. Indeed, Huangfu Kongming had just seen the bright colors of the flags in the sky. Now, that brightness has gradually faded, and the sky has turned pitch black. Under that dark sky, even that fleeting brightness can be felt and seen by anyone. This is a symbol of gathering troops, a signal for calling the army, and very soon, the army has arrived. The troops here are divided into 3 parts because there are 3 official roads leading from the grasslands to the capital, while the narrow trails are countless. Since Huangfu Kongming is also leading an army, Zisong he guesses that he must choose one of these 3 routes. However, regardless of which route it is necessary to set up an ambush on these roads. His method is to divide his 30,000-man army into 3 units. Each unit consists of 10,000 men, and each 10,000 includes a commander. He always thought that Huangfu Kongming wouldn't fall directly into his hands, but he hadn't expected that Huangfu Kongming did indeed end up trapped. With a cold laugh, he waited ahead of the army. Zisong he has already given orders. As long as Huangfu Kongming arrives, any cost must be spared to capture him. Now, everyone has seen Huangfu Kongming's carriage. Zisong he will not personally take action because taking personal action would be meaningless. Now he wants the people to unite one by one and quickly gather together to form a massive, unbreakable camp. Once Huangfu Kongming's army is annihilated without leaving a single trace, and every person in Huangfu Kongming's group is dealt with, then the stray dog like Huangfu Kongming will be sent over. That's what he wants. So, he waits in front of the army. Looking at the icy and snowy world before him, he tells himself not to rush, not to panic. For today's victory, he has prepared his troops for a long time and planned how to deal with such attacks. Now, that attack has formed. He is so confident. Come on, Huangfu Kongming. This realm ultimately still belongs between you and me. Today, whether you die or I perish, whatever our result may be, one person must live and leave alive, and one person must immediately die as a sacrificial burial. While thinking, he raises his gaze and looks at the horizon. On the horizon, tonight's crescent moon is thin, like a beautiful woman's eyebrows, such an appealing brow, seemingly surpassing everything. Unfortunately, Nangong Qingjin has still not awakened yet. Her eyes are closed, her consciousness blurred. She can only feel that the carriage around her is swaying, and there are cruel slaughters of an army nearby. However, aside from these things, everything else has already become unclear to her. He had long prepared for such a war, but now, the sense of fear seemed to have entered his marrow. The people were already shouting as they raised their weapons and charged over with force. In the distance, Zisonghe's cold lips only moved slightly, and after uttering just one word, kill, the soldiers immediately began to fight courageously. The enemies were like a flood, so many in number it was almost unbelievable. Now, the two armies clashed again. Zisonghe smiled as he quickly retracted his gaze from the vast wilderness and looked at the tree before him. On the branches of the tree, there were crystalline icicles. The sound of hoofs combined with his deranged laughter shook the ice from the tree branches. The ice fell onto the ground and quickly shattered, breaking into pieces. Ha ha ha, ha ha. His mad laughter quickly filled the ears of those around him, like a curse or a nightmare. Tonight, Huangfu Kongming is destined to die. Your Majesty, disaster has struck. I request permission to immediately retreat back to the grasslands. Seeing the overwhelming numbers of the enemy troops, General Wu approached once more. The dark mass of the enemy's forces was not only countless in number, utterly astonishing, but also ferocious to a degree that left people in awe. The speed of their advance was incredible, and he realized now that if they continued to charge forward, it was very likely they would be completely annihilated. If that happened, retreating would become nothing more than a distant dream. Step by step, he finally made it to the Emperor's imperial carriage, and the number of people attempting to ambush the carriage was simply staggering. Huangfu Kongming quickly realized that his carriage was now in the most dangerous position and was the target of everyone's attacks. But he absolutely had no possibility of retreating. When General Wu's voice came from outside the carriage, Huangfu Kongming shuddered, and his heart began pounding wildly, a heartbeat so intense it was almost incomprehensible. However, the thought of retreating was something that was absolutely impossible. Despite the enormous disparity between friend and foe, despite the fact that the other side clearly seemed stronger, despite all these his resolve remained clear. No. His eyes focused on the woman in his arms. Back on the grasslands, Nangong Qingjin wouldn't receive good treatment. In other words, if they retreated now, it was very possible that Nangong Qingjin would encounter unforeseen troubles. Given this situation, at least they couldn't let that happen. Looking at Nangong Qingjin's expression, without sighing, he waved a hand. No, lead me forth. I will never give up, he declared. General Wu immediately understood and responded, yes. Then turning around, he ordered, listen up, warriors. Today our opponent is Zisonghe. Whoever can bring me the head of Zisong, he will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins and promoted to general immediately. Soldiers, follow your general into battle. With a single command, the troops immediately moved forward to resist the enemy. Despite the overwhelming numbers and strength of the opposition, and even though it was entirely possible that their total annihilation might seem insignificant, they were still led by General Wu and began to fight bravely. On the grassland, there was a dazzling display of swords and spears, spreading fear everywhere. People fought fiercely. Amidst this dim sky at the dawn's approach, the night gradually disappeared. Vaguely, one could hear Zisonghe's owl-like, chilling laughter, which was enough to make anyone tremble. It was truly spine-chilling. In the depths of the grasslands, when Huangfu Kongming had already departed, Hume noticed something was amiss. This assassination attempt was far too coincidental. Despite Hume's repeated orders that no one should enter without his command, somehow unauthorized individuals continued to flow in. He couldn't possibly kill each one, so with so many people coming in, the secrets here gradually became known without being announced. Now, his mood was absolutely terrible. Huangfu Kongming, despite his great ability, still had merely 1,000 men. However, the number of people Zisong he had deployed was overwhelmingly large. Though Hume did not know the exact count, it was already an absolute certainty that Huangfu Kongming's defeat was unavoidable. Everything has been investigated clearly. He was extremely anxious, gripping a cup of horse milk wine in his hand. He had just drunk a cup when the few trusted subordinates he sent out returned. He wanted to find out how many troops Zisong he had brought this time. If the number of troops could be counted, it would roughly indicate who would win or lose in this battle. After all, these people were very skilled spies. Not long after, one by one, they began to return. The first person knelt halfway beside Hume. This person quickly paid respect to Khan Hume according to the customs of the grasslands and then, with a hoarse voice, said, I have already ascertained clearly. This time, Zisong he has brought over 30,000 troops from the Yelong Kingdom. In fact, that statement was only an opening remark. There were still many things left unsaid. But right after those words were spoken, Hume's hand trembled slightly. Fearing that the wine bowl might drop, he quickly placed it on the nearby table. Only then did his eyes turn toward the spy beside him. You said what? 30,000. Are you sure you haven't exaggerated? 30,000. This figure was truly unimaginable. 30,000, 30,000, 30,000. It was overwhelming. And Huangfu Kongming, he only had a mere 1,000 men. Zisong He's army was 30 times the size of Huang Fukoming's forces. This was indeed incredible. It was clear that this battle was something Zisong He had meticulously prepared for a long time. He quickly realized it was undoubtedly true that the assassination attempt was definitely arranged by Zisong He. Chapter 337. Never parting until white-haired. Stand up and speak. Is it 300,000? Are you sure there's no mistake? Despite this, he was still stunned by the grandeur of 300,000. A small kingdom like Yalong. How could it have an army of 300,000? This small Yalong had risen because of Nangong Qingjin. But Nangong Qingjin would probably never imagine that these armies would soon turn against him, choosing to kill him instead. 300,000 troops were approximately 1/5 of Yalong's total population. Judging by the conscription conditions back then, these 300,000 came from assembling one soldier out of every 5 people. 300,000. He was stupefied. At least this proved that these 300,000 were meant to resist Huang Fukoming. Huang Fukoming's army, however, consisted of merely 1,000 men. His arrival was so hurried. He never expected a situation like this. Now that the situation had occurred, it was beyond comprehension. Yes, my Khan. I've already infiltrated their army. It was deep into the night, and since I've always maintained good relations with some local Han people along the way, I am able to speak the Han language. I've already clearly gathered intelligence that these 30,000 are deployed as follows. Seeing that Kum had not immediately signaled for him to stop speaking, he continued at length. These 30,000 troops, 10,000 are arranged on the main road, and on each of the 2 other roads, 10,000 are also positioned. The flags just now. He paused, then sat down in the nearby chair. Indeed, his heart was now utterly confused, and he was deeply troubled. The pain was piercing through his own veins. He had pinned all his hopes on the emperor, but he certainly hadn't anticipated that the emperor, Huang Fukoming, was now about to fail. Against those 30,000 soldiers, Huang Fukoming couldn't possibly avoid having his entire army wiped out tonight. Are these 30,000 troops well trained? They are well trained, but they were only recently assembled from Yalong. Even if truly well trained, they almost entirely lack combat experience. In fact, more than half of the 30,000 haven't ever been on a battlefield. Upon hearing the spy say this, a faint glimmer of hope began to arise. However, this slight hope wasn't enough to immediately prompt him to prepare to assist Huang Fukoming, because doing so might result in the steppes becoming mortal enemies with Zisong He. In the end, if the Chinese man Huang Fukoming succeeded, that would be great. If Huang Fukoming ultimately failed, it would cause sheer terror, tantamount to suicide. This was the dilemma that troubled Kum greatly. If indeed he were to send troops, it seemed that victory was unlikely. However, without sending troops, the chance of victory would be even lower. Now, Kum had to decide, should he risk everything or not? Given this, do you think General Wu and Huang Fukoming will triumph? While saying this, he glanced toward a veteran soldier beside him. This seasoned warrior was known for charging ahead in battle and was truly experienced in warfare, with keen insight into analyzing situations. After questioning a few others nearby, the veteran pondered briefly and then solemnly and slowly said, General Wu may be relatively young, but such a young person being appointed as Grand General and closely associated with the Emperor, both of us know, he is not a man who gained his reputation undeservedly. He coldly snorted from his nose as a sign of acknowledgement. As for Huang Fukoming's method when pursuing any task is steady advancement. Starting from seizing the throne, everyone has seen his capabilities. He once stationed troops in an estate. Truly, beneath his calm exterior lies a fierce warrior. This is something very few see. According to my reasoning, it seems they're at a stalemate. Kum almost doubted whether Huang Fukoming had influenced this veteran before leaving, or perhaps this veteran simply didn't drink too much tonight. These words sounded like nonsense after drinking. Goodness me, the meaning conveyed by the old soldier was crystal clear. An army of 1,000 resisting an army of 30,000 wouldn't lose a single soldier. Instead, these 30,000 seemed quite endangered. Hey, take a closer look. Zisong He has 30,000. Yes, the Khan's analysis is truly spot on. The old soldier stroked his beard while speaking further. Even though it's an army of 30,000, it's nothing to fear. What's so remarkable about 30,000? They are nothing more than an undisciplined rabble. Kum nodded again, but did not immediately express his stance. Even a subtle attitude now might doom the people of the steppe. These 30,000 men don't have a single bit of experience in combat, so these 30,000 men are not that formidable. As for Huang Fukoming's 1,000 men, they're the elite among elites. Your feeling is that this 1,000 would be wiped out very soon, but even I am not convinced by such an idea. But if you think about it, Huang Fukoming has after all arranged only top-notch fighters. Yes, he indeed kept some precautions regarding me. Your meaning is, the reason why he brought along this 1,000 man was likely to serve a purpose, correct? Khan. Furthermore, these 30,000 men are currently separated now. Following my logic, we may as well act thus. Firstly, we help Huang Fukoming. Secondly, should Huang Fukoming fail, it wouldn't have any connection with us. Thirdly, Zisong He will temporarily be none the wiser. What sort of strategy? This strategy is difficult to a point that it's akin to ascending the heavens, yet simple enough to be considered child's play. Kum leaned in, swiftly lending his ear. The veteran then began whispering the scheme, which seemed indeed childishly ingenious. But within this situation, this seemingly trivial plan would also ensure no others would know. From the depths of his heart, Kum started respecting this veteran. When the veteran had finished explaining everything, Come rose abruptly, striking the table. Everyone, let's proceed accordingly. On the steps, Huang Fukongming's forces had already clashed fiercely against Zisonghi's army. Their 1,000 men were rapidly dwindling. Fortunately, the opponent consisted merely of cavalry plus infantry. This marked Zisonghi's leadership failure. If it were Huang Fukongming commanding against such odds, it would not be ideal cavalry or infantry at all. Instead, archers would be used, letting them swiftly destroy the enemy's cavalry and infantry in the shortest time possible before easily capturing the emperor without much resistance. Unfortunately, Zisonghi had never contemplated such a perfect solution. If he had, swift victory would have been inevitable. He glanced closely at his own troops. Although these 1,000 were formidable, they too were gradually depleting. Should all of Zisonghi's forces arrive fully, Huang Fukongming knew that his 1,000 men would quickly be annihilated, offering absolutely no guarantee of perpetual safety. The number of men were already starting to dwindle, and he realized now a decisive choice must be made. On one side was Nangong Qingjin, the one he loved dearly. On the other hand, there was himself. If he died, aiding Nangong Qingjin would become impossible. If he survived, there was still hope in rescuing her. Currently, he found himself hesitating. My lord, let me open a bloody path ahead with your royal carriage. Follow me, please. Outside the carriage stood General Wu, a war godlike figure, whose face was red, a sign that clearly indicated what this meant. Now, he needed to find a shortcut to escort the emperor away as soon as possible. All right. In the carriage, Huang Fukongming decided to follow General Wu toward the position up front. Deep down, he realized that sacrifices were imminent. At such times, no one could be held dearer. General Wu, from long ago, had already resolved to lay down his life for the nation. With Huang Fukongming now aboard, they sped quickly forward, leaving behind no ornate bells hanging from the royal carriage. In a short moment, they slashed through sideways and escaped. Emperor. And just as Huang Fukongming thought he had reached a point of utter desperation, a dramatic turn unfolded. In the tumult, Nangong Qingjin miraculously regained consciousness, an unbelievable event. Emperor. Ah, you're awake. Looking into the eyes of the person before him, he nearly shed tears of joy. Spare Zisonghi. He's nothing more than impetuous courage and ignorance. He will soon realize his mistakes, and will come to our aid. Ah, but you see, Huang Fukongming attempted to say more, but suddenly, amidst the steppes core, a troop of 20 soldiers spurred their horses galloping towards the imperial capital, sent forth by with the intent to call reinforcements. The circumstances here had grown dire, and summoning reinforcements had become the top priority. From the steppes to the capital, it could take merely an hour to arrive. Now that the rescue party had departed, emerged from the house gripping his wolf-tooth club. Under the moonlight, those sharp teeth exuded an ominous aura, inspiring a palpable sense of dread in anyone who beheld it. He stood there, looking at the small detachment in front of him. There weren't many such detachments, each with no more than 200 men, but their number was significant. Glancing around, he spoke solemnly. Good, let it be so. Commence action immediately. With one command, 2 detachments of 20 men each moved from the heart of the steppe toward an open area. With this move, everything changed. The detachment had arrived at a position where, on an open field, they held up a colored flag and let it fly. The flag shone brilliantly. Soon after, the sky brightened. Before long, the flag's light dimmed again, but then 3 flags appeared in unison, a signal of 3 lengths and 2 shorts, which conveyed urgency for salvation. It was quite clear what the message meant. The horse-riding squad that had just departed couldn't help but grow puzzled upon witnessing this situation. General, what does this mean? Said a lieutenant general, pointing to the horizon. The flags had been emitted from a neighboring position, with their meaning simple enough earlier. But now the flag's location contradicted the previous one, leaving everyone confused about their destination. Perhaps the emperor has relocated his camp, he said, spurring his horse while leading his baffled group away. This army numbered 10,000 men. Originally, if the group had been smaller, reaching the spot where the flags were lit would have been quick and straightforward. But now, due to their large numbers, they inevitably slowed down as they reached the main battlefield, thus losing support of 10,000 men. The remaining 10,000 men, seeing the suddenly burning flag from afar, realized it signaled Zisonghi's flare. They quickly rushed off, only to encounter ambushes en route. Wave after wave of strange situations plagued them. Zisonghi saw the situation worsening, frowning as he dodged arrows and spurred his horse towards Huang Fukongming. A battered Zisonghi found his army of 30,000 already disheveled, which was beyond his wildest expectations. After all, victory in numbers was a common belief. Third brother, stop. From atop the imperial carriage, Huang Fukongming said as Nangong Qingjin clung onto his shoulder, barely breathing though her eyes fixed on Zisonghi before her. You and I have battled half our lives. Have you still not come to any realization? After father's passing, I had always thought you would become my trusted aide. Instead, you became my greatest threat. My heart is now in great pain. You had peace living in night-long country. Why must you wage such warfare? For neither your benefit nor mine, third brother. Before Huang Fukongming could finish speaking, Zisonghi fell off his horse like a sack of flour. Though alive, his body seemed lifeless. Someone approached Zisonghi. He wasn't dead, but ever since that war, he turned into a taciturn man. No one knew if his silence was a disease or whether he'd become deaf and mute. Huang Fukongming truly bore no grudge against Zisonghi, knowing it was better to mend fences than keep enemies. For decades to follow, Zisong he worked to assist Huangfu Kongming stabilize his throne. Although never speaking a word, over time, people grew fond of him. Eventually, he began recuperating. In the cold winter months, as the moon hung above willow branches, Nangong Qingjin gave birth to a baby boy named Changshan. That year, the capital city was festooned with lights, and people danced jubilantly. She cradled her tiny child and ascended a tower with Huangfu Kongming to overlook the glowing beauty of the city, its brilliance sparkling endlessly throughout the night, drawing visitors to linger everywhere. Overwhelmed by happiness, she grasped Huangfu Kongming's hand tightly. The end.